Chapter 1, A System Falls from the Sky, Is This a Stroke of Luck? Nighttime, SY City. Cars came and went, the streets bustling with noise and excitement. Lin Chi leaned against the window, gazing at the dazzling world in the distance. He exhaled a long stream of smoke, his expression appearing somewhat indifferent. Everything before him felt so familiar, yet Lin Chi knew that this place was no longer the world he once knew. This was another parallel universe. Although things were mostly similar, the outdoor industry in this world was quite underdeveloped. There wasn't even anyone like the well-known figures Ed Stafford or Bear Grylls from his previous life. Not to mention the household name shows like Ed's Marooned with Ed Stafford, Bear's Man vs. Wild, or Running Wild with Bear Grylls. When he first discovered this phenomenon, Lin Chi was filled with excitement. He felt this was an opportunity. But soon, his enthusiasm waned. Looking at his current wallet. Sigh, indeed, when you're poor, you can't do anything. Ding, host's intention detected. Now generating the live streaming Secret Realm exploration system. Host, would you like to activate it now? Holy crap! Is this the legendary golden finger? Lin Chi was overjoyed and immediately shouted loudly, open it, hurry up, let me see what this system has. Ding, the live streaming Secret Realm exploration system has been successfully activated. System's purpose, to assist the host in becoming the strongest explorer on this planet, while collecting ancient artifacts scattered across this world. Ha! System, what do you mean by that? What ancient artifacts on this planet? Could there be some ancient civilization on this planet? Lin Chi was instantly startled and looked out the window. How could it look no different from the previous world? That's correct. Many ancient civilizations indeed exist on this planet, though most have been forgotten. Even those that survived have turned into myths and legends. The host must collect these scattered relics of ancient civilizations. If handed over to the system, the host will receive corresponding point rewards based on their value. Note, points are the system's sole currency and can be exchanged for various items in the system store. Please choose carefully, host. After finishing its explanation, as if afraid Lin Chi wouldn't believe it, the system deliberately opened the mall interface. Looking at the dazzling array of products displayed, gene enhancement serums, brain expansion elixirs, Butcher Ding's knife skills, Dai Zone's swift movement ability. Ah, it made Lin Chi's mouth water just looking at them. He couldn't help but subconsciously ask, system, can these items be exchanged for points using money? Although he's broke now, Lin Chi firmly believes that with the system's help and being the first person in this world to truly embark on wilderness exploration, his future earnings are bound to be substantial. Haven't you seen how wildly popular Bear Grylls shows were in the previous life? The broadcasting rights alone fetched astronomical figures. Possible, but the exchange rate is 1,000,000,1. Damn it, system, why don't you just rob me instead? Hearing this exchange rate, Lin Chi immediately panicked. $1 million just to convert to a single point? Are you kidding me? Is it expensive? Please, host, take a closer look at the items that can be exchanged with points. Hearing the system's words, Lin Chi immediately lost his temper. Well, it doesn't seem that expensive after all. Alright then, now that the system is activated, what should I do next? Ding, as the host actively proposed task requirements, the system now specially rewards a digitized body. Note, this reward will digitize the host's body, and any attribute can be enhanced using points. Host's digitized body details as follows. Name, Lin Chi. Gender, male. Age, 22 years old. Height, 178 cm. Strength, 7. Intelligence, 8. Speed, 8. Constitution, 6. Normal human limit is 10. Skills, Wudong Tai Chi beginner, food expert intermediate, racewalking running intermediate. Bloodline, none. Possessions, multifunctional auto-tracking camera, Deathblade combat dagger. Note, possessions are system-generated, non-tradable, and highly durable. Looking at these physical statistics, Lin Chi couldn't help but sigh. This is pretty weak. But then he froze for a moment. Wait, system, having skills is one thing after all. I practiced some Tai Chi in my past life following online videos, but what do you mean by bloodline? Bloodline is a special attribute. If the host captures ancient civilization remnants or mutants' descendants during exploration, a specific advantageous trait from the creature can be extracted as a bloodline. For example, Yeti can yield cold-resistant bloodline, fishmen can yield underwater-breathing bloodline, vampires can yield rapid regeneration bloodline, etc. The system's words left Lin Chi utterly bewildered. This guy actually brought up a vampire. What, does this world really have such a species? It exists. Please discover it yourself, host. Current mission, choose a platform and create your own livestream. Completion will reward you with a beginner's gift pack. Raised an eyebrow, Lin Chi was deeply intrigued by what the system said. Eyes gleaming with light, Lin Chi subconsciously said, let's choose the Douyu live streaming platform. As for the live broadcast room, let me think. The title is, Plucking Stars and Embracing the Moon, a man determined to slay dragons in the heavens. Description, want to know the secrets of Blue Star? Those long-buried secrets, or those never recorded in history yet undeniably real? Come, step into this live stream. What you know, what you don't know, and even those that exist only in legends, everything is here. I, Starovsky Lin Chi, a man determined to slay dragons in the heavens, will guide you through the magnificent final legacies these great civilizations have left for humanity. How about that, system? Pretty flashy, huh? Congratulations, host, on completing your first mission of obtaining a live stream room. The beginner's gift package reward is now being issued. Please check your inventory. As soon as the system finished speaking, Lin Chi suddenly felt a heaviness in his head. A flood of information instantly overwhelmed his brain. Complete guide to hunting skills, comprehensive wilderness knowledge, encyclopedia of botany and zoology, mastery of the Ironman pentathlon. Before Lin Chi could even react, he faintly heard the system issuing a new mission. Beginner period mission. Mission 1, start a live broadcast within 3 days. Reward, poison resistance. Mission 2, travel to the Shenanjia area in HB province and locate the unknown ruins within 1 week. Reward, 1 spin on the lucky wheel. Mission 3, achieve 10,000 popularity points 010000 during the live broadcast. Reward, 3 points. Note, points can be used to enhance physical attributes. Chapter 2, Departure, Towards the Unknown, Forward. 2 days later. Early morning, outskirts of the Shenanjia scenic area. System, are you sure such a tiny gadget is as awesome as you claim? Don't tell me it'll fail when we need it most and can't even transmit a single frame back. Standing beside a dark brown boulder covered in moss, Lin Chi fiddled with the tracking device in his hand while mentally complaining to the system. Compared to DJI drones, the tracking device produced by the system was indeed much more compact. Only the size of a palm. Pure white all over, with a small propeller suspended above it. Although it looks quite special, it was truly a last resort. The technology in this world is only so advanced it hasn't reached any extraordinary level yet. If the system's original form without even a visible exhaust port were to appear in this world, it would probably be exposed at first glance when encountering people. Rest assured, the system's products are always top-notch. Host, please start the live broadcast quickly to complete the novice period tasks as soon as possible. Faced with the system's guarantee, Lin Chi helplessly curled his lips. Without further thought, he silently recited in his heart, "Start the live broadcast." Ding! Like a heavenly melody. After a crisp sound echoed in his mind, a live streaming window from Douyu indeed appeared in the lower right corner of the light screen before his eyes. At the same time, an indescribably refreshing sensation suddenly surged from the top of his head all the way down to his heels. Notification, as the host has completed Task 1, a poison resistance constitution has been awarded. So fast? Lin Chi raised an eyebrow. Before Lin Chi could sense any changes within his body, suddenly, a few scattered bullet comments floated across the live stream. Hey, just got here, what kind of live stream is this? Holy! The visuals are insane. Must be full HD 4K quality, right? Using a drone to follow through the jungle, and the performance is this good, not a single shake. Streamer, that drone of yours must have cost nearly 100 grand, right? Looking at the surroundings, it seems to be all woods. Streamer, you didn't actually go into the wild, did you? Cut the crap, the wild? More like some random ravine. Streamer, quit dawdling and hurry up, get down into that creek and catch a couple of fish for us to see. Subconsciously, Lin Chi raised an eyebrow. Someone's here? Glanced at the live stream viewer count, 56. Lin Chi suddenly perked up. With a slight smile at the camera, he said, "Hello everyone, my name is Lin Chi. Welcome to my live stream. The place where I am now is the renowned Shenanjia primeval forest, hailed as the largest pristine wilderness in the central southern region of Dragon Country. Starting today, I will use this live stream as a platform to demonstrate, one by one, how to survive in some of the most extreme and dangerous environments on Blue Star. At the same time, I will lead everyone to discover those ancient and mysterious ruins that once existed but remain unknown to the world." Nonsense! Ancient ruins? Even scientists haven't figured this stuff out. What makes you, a mere streamer, think you can find them? Ha, looks like the streamer forgot to take their meds today. Quick, be a good boy and hurry back to bed 302, the nurse is waiting to give you your pills. Miss, sister? Where are you? I need to take medicine too. I don't care about ruins or whatever, but look at this streamer's title, Slaying Dragons in the Heavens. Streamer, show us your skills now, slay a dragon for us? This streamer is an idiot, confirmed. Time to leave. Leaving now. Ugh, I was hoping for something fresh, but turns out it's just a clown streamer using cheap tricks to get views? Gotta admit, you're quite the character. The screen was filled with bullet comments, and not a single one believed it. Faced with this, Lin Chi could only feel helpless. After all, not to mention in this parallel world, even in the original world, there probably wouldn't be many who believed such a thing. Shrugging his shoulders, Lin Chi didn't argue either. It seems my friends have doubts about the ruins I mentioned. But it doesn't matter whether they're real or not, since you're here, why not stay and take a look? Think of it as admiring the scenery while picking up some wilderness survival skills along the way. As he spoke, Lin Shi squeezed through a gap between branches just wide enough for half a person and disappeared into the jungle. Surrounded by towering broadleaf and coniferous trees as far as the eye could see, Lin Shi took a deep breath to steady himself before turning back to the camera and continuing. It's truly refreshing. However, don't let this enchanting scene deceive you into lowering your guard. Because this place is the true paradise for adventurers. With over 95% of the area remaining undeveloped, it has preserved its most primitive and purest form for millions of years. Beyond the long-circulated legends, what stands out more is the unique and complex ecosystem of flora and fauna here, along with the diverse and perilous terrains. Without adequate wilderness knowledge, I strongly advise everyone present not to venture in alone because here, you might not even last a single day. Chapter 3, a move that leaves everyone stunned. Damn, judging by the host's tone, they sound pretty professional. Come on. You make it sound so good, but I haven't seen any beasts? Can't even last a day? I bet it's the streamer who can't last a day. Got my little stool ready, waiting to see the streamer fail to last a day. I bet 50 cents he'll get eaten by beasts before noon. I bet 30 cents. I bet $1. At this moment, dozens more people entered the livestream, pushing the online viewership close to 100. Seeing the sarcastic comments on the bullet screen, Lin Shi let out a cold laugh but paid them no mind. Pulling the hovering camera drone closer, Lin Shi continued on his own. To clarify in advance that I'm not cheating, I'll now show everyone the outdoor equipment I've brought with me. The purpose of this trip is to find the ancient ruins hidden deep in the jungle, so I didn't bring much equipment. Just a waterproof backpack, a standard military canteen, a small iron pot, a custom-made Deathblade combat dagger, and a 10-yuan fruit knife. As he spoke, Lin Shi pulled out the combat dagger gifted by the system from his waist. He casually twirled it in his hand before presenting it to the camera. Rather than calling it a dagger, it's more like a conical-shaped bayonet. Blade of Death combat dagger. Basic standard issue weapon. Total length of 23 centimeters, weighing 220 grams, the blade features 223 blood grooves and contains a high concentration of arsenic trisulfide, which can rapidly incapacitate targets through neurotoxicity. Note, be extremely careful not to get cut by the blade, it hurts like hell. This is precisely why the system first rewarded Lin Shi with an anti-poison constitution. After all, it would be absurd if Lin Shi managed to catch prey only to end up being poisoned by it. Watching Lin Shi suddenly perform a dazzling knife trick, the live stream audience was instantly startled. In disbelief, they quickly typed, "Damn, that knife trick the streamer just pulled off was insane. Has the streamer played with butterfly knives before? These moves look familiar. Insane my ass. It's just a simple spin, I could do that too." Keyboard warrior spotted, no explanation needed. There's always a bunch of people who think they're hot stuff, believing they could do it too. That move just now, if you can pull it off, I'll live stream myself doing a handstand while taking a dump. Wait, isn't everyone missing the point here? Did you guys not notice the blood grooves on the streamer's dagger? Hold up. Damn, streamer, your dagger is insane. That's gotta have over 100 blood grooves, right? Spill the beans, where'd you get it? I'm getting one too. Didn't you hear what the streamer said upstairs? It's custom made. Meaning you can't buy this off the shelf. Almost as soon as he appeared, all the audience was captivated by Lin Shi's knife flourishes and the dagger, nearly causing the scene to spiral out of control. Lin Shi didn't indulge them either. With just a few waves in front of the camera, he promptly sheathed the dagger again. Alright, back to the main topic. I've mentioned before that although our primary goal this time is to search for ruins, as an outdoor streamer, I feel it's necessary to teach you some wilderness survival knowledge. After all, before coming here, I checked online and found there was actually no information on this topic. It's truly surprising. Shrugging, Lin Shi continued, to survive alone in the wilderness successfully, there are several key points you must remember. Water, fire, food, and shelter. With these 4 essentials, you'll have the most basic survival conditions. Why do I say that? Because water is the source of life. Humans can generally survive for about 7 days without food, but without water, they can't even last 3 days. Therefore, in the wild, having a stable and clean water source is an extremely important matter. Once a water source is secured, people usually choose a nearby location for their dwelling to make daily water collection convenient. This way, the campsite's position also defines a clear area. As for fire sources and food. Suddenly, Lin Shi stopped in his tracks and rummaged through a nearby patch of weeds for a moment before standing up and holding what he found in front of the camera. What luck! Does anyone know what this thing is? What is this? It's all red, could it be poisonous? Host, don't eat it. This thing looks toxic at first glance. It should be non-toxic, right? This thing looks similar to blueberries, just a bit smaller. Probably sweet. Current agricultural university student here. I've seen this in textbooks before. It's Shisandra, a Chinese medicinal herb. It's edible. Bullet comments kept popping up on the screen, and seeing this, Lin Shi couldn't help but feel secretly pleased in his heart. It seems that this series of interactions was quite successful, as it has already captured most people's attention on the main topic. This friend from the agricultural university is right, this is indeed Schisandra chinensis. Lin Shi nodded, plucked it from the stem, placed it in his palm, and explained to the camera, Schisandra chinensis, a plant of the Magnoliaceae family. It has effects such as calming the nerves, relieving chronic cough and asthma, and dilating blood vessels. The late Ming dynasty's Yao Pin Huai once recorded, Schisandra chinensis contains all 5 flavors, but is particularly strong in sourness, capable of asteringing lung qi, mainly treating chronic cough due to deficiency. The Schisandra chinensis mentioned here refers to this. Although this thing isn't particularly precious, it's still a type of Chinese medicinal herb that can be used to brew tea. Who knows when it might come in handy? I think I'll take some with me. With that, Lin Shi crouched down again and began rummaging through the grass. Before long, he had gathered a whole handful of bright red Schisandra berries, resembling tiny grapes, neatly arranged and placed into the backpack on his back. He then continued, when you're in the wilderness, you don't actually need to go out of your way to search for food. All you need to do is stay alert to your surroundings. Because you never know when something you need might slip away unnoticed right beside you. 666. Where are those doubters from earlier? All dead now? Streamer, I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted you. I apologize to you. Gotta admit, the streamer's knowledge base is ridiculously extensive? Just randomly finding such good stuff in the grass? That acting skills, I'm impressed, truly impressed. Upstairs, are you saying these things were arranged by the streamer in advance? I don't know if you're genuinely blind or just pretending not to see, but when the streamer went to pick the Schisandra just now, there were no signs of the surrounding soil being disturbed at all. If it was pre-arranged, how do you explain that? Upstairs, brains are a good thing. While maintaining a skeptical attitude is fine, being unreasonable is just pointless. Flying Pig tipped the streamer 100 fish balls. Just as the barrage was debating whether this was a prop prepared by Lin Shi in advance, the sound of a tip suddenly appeared in the livestream. Right after, the Flying Pig spoke. Chapter 4, Slaying the Snake Woman in Fury. Streamer, I don't know if your title is real or fake, but your knowledge is truly impressive. I just checked on Xiandu, and the information about Schisandra chinensis you introduced is almost identical to what's there. You're really teaching us something. Wow, really? I'm going to check it out too. The streamer has a conscience. No more words needed, gifts coming your way. Qingcheng Mountain sent the streamer 500 fish balls. Seeing the sudden gift donation, Lin Shi was stunned for a moment before bursting into joy. Although 600 fish balls are only worth 60 cents, and after the platform's cut, it's just 30 cents in hand, but no matter what, this is still hope. Thank you, Flying Pig and Qingcheng Mountain, for the fish balls, I really appreciate it. Lin Shi said with a smile. No need to thank us, host. Keep going. If you really find that so-called ruin, I'll give you a big gift. Great. I'll hold you to that. Just wait and see. With a laugh, Lin Shi continued toward his destination. Outdoor livestreams, especially adventure-themed ones like this, mostly involve a lot of traveling. Watching Ed's documentaries in the past didn't give me this feeling after all, those were heavily edited, cutting out most of the boring parts. But live streams don't have an editing function. As time passed and the online viewer count surpassed 300, Lin Shi had to rack his brains, alternating between sharing fascinating tales about the Shenangjia region and pointing out the peculiar plants around him. Can everyone see it? That small tree about 30 meters to my right, the one with the green fruits. Does anyone know what that is? Lin Shi pointed to a plant not far away and asked the audience in the livestream. I know. It's green Sichuan pepper, right? This time, the barrage of comments became noticeably denser. The student from the agricultural university, clearly more excited, directly named the fruit growing on that plant. That's right, it's Sichuan pepper. It seems this friend from the agricultural university has solid professional knowledge. With a faint smile, Lin Shi approached. Reaching out, he plucked the green peppercorns scattered on the branches one by one, saying, peppercorns, belonging to the genus Xanthoxylum and the Rutaceae family. Due to their distinctive flavor, they are commonly used by Chinese people as a seasoning in cooking. Here, as well as in other regions, peppercorns can be said to be one of the indispensable items in every household. The term peppercorns was first recorded in writing in the Book of Songs. Back then, people didn't just use Sichuan pepper as a seasoning, another function was to ward off evil spirits. In some dynasties' palaces, Sichuan pepper was mixed into paint to coat walls. Such rooms were called pepper rooms and were mostly given to palace maids to live in. Holy, Shi, you still claim you didn't graduate from an agricultural university. How do you even know this? Our professor just casually mentioned this usage in class the other day, and now I'm hearing it again from this streamer. Damn, that's impressive. How do you know all this? Are outdoor streamers nowadays just terrifyingly knowledgeable? Upstairs, not all outdoor streamers have such extensive knowledge. But Brother Chi is different from those flashy, pretentious posers out there. Brother Chi aspires to slay dragons in the heavens. Can those other streamers even compare? This streamer is seriously awesome. I've decided. From now on, I'm sticking around in this livestream. Please address me as Left Commander of Brother Chi's Vanguard Army. After saying this, the guy actually went and changed his name. It's now Left Commander of Brother Chi's Vanguard Army. Lin Chi raised an eyebrow, suppressing a laugh before it could escape. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of crisis abruptly descended. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Chi shuddered violently, throwing his upper body backward as he abruptly collapsed toward the ground. At the same time, right against his scalp, a meter-long emerald-green snake flashed past like a bolt of green lightning. Damn, what the hell? Scared the out of me. A snake. There's actually a snake. Holy, just when things were getting interesting, don't let the streamer die now. The camera of the follow-up device is incredibly sharp, capturing even the fine hairs on a fly's legs in macro mode. Realizing this, the audience couldn't help but feel their scalps tingle and goosebumps rise all over. Without paying attention to the live stream, Lin Chi had just bent his upper body backward at a 70-degree angle to dodge the green snake's attack when he suddenly twisted his torso. Almost without a second thought, he drew the combat dagger from his waist, pushed off with his legs, and shot toward the green snake in midair like an arrow released from a bow. Although Lin Chi's strength attribute was only 7, at such close range and with the dagger's sharpness, he effortlessly managed to strike the green snake. Then, leveraging the momentum, he leaped forward over 2 meters, pinning the green snake firmly into the soil. Damn, the reputation of this divine mist ridge is indeed well deserved. I never expected to almost fall victim so soon after entering. Luckily, my reflexes are sharp, thanks to my foundation in Wudong Tai Chi. Staring at the green snake beneath his feet, which continued to struggle even after being pierced, Lin Chi felt a mix of lingering fear and silent relief in his heart. However, while his movements had stopped, the barrage of comments in the livestream exploded like a volcano in an instant. Chapter 5, Catching the Platform's Attention. 666,666. Chi-gu, you're my bro. This is freaking awesome? Who just saw what happened? I turned around to pour a glass of water, and suddenly there's a snake? Dude upstairs, you just missed out on a fortune. Chi-gu just went all out and totally owned the Snake Queen. Flying Pig donates 1 super rocket to the streamer Chi-gu as the GOAT. Notice, Flying Pig has gifted 1 super rocket in Stralovsky Lin Chi's livestream. Come grab the treasure chest. Boom! A super rocket soars into the sky. The entire live stream explodes with excitement again. In less than 3 seconds, the number of online viewers skyrocketed. From just over 300, it instantly surged to 1100. At the headquarters of Donyao Live, in the director's office, Zhang Tingyu had just been appointed as the director of the outdoor section. Everyone in the company knows that this department is a place with no financial prospects. But Zhang Tingyu doesn't think so. Her years of sharp intuition tell her that more and more people seem to be taking an interest in the outdoor section. In fact, many farmhouse-style leisure businesses have quietly emerged in various places. This is a business opportunity. Zhang Tingyu felt she had to seize this opportunity. As usual, the moment she arrived at the office, she logged into her administrator account and began her daily routine of patrolling the platform sections. Initially, this was just to check for any content being streamed, but now she had shifted her focus to discovering promising newcomers. Sister Zhang. Come quick, the data from this livestream seems a bit unusual. Suddenly, a girl in her 20s rushed in through the door in a flurry. It was her assistant, named Wang Jiawei. Zhang Tingyu was quite considerate toward this girl who had been with her since graduation. Without showing any anger, Zhang Tingyu asked, "What's wrong?" "Sister Zhang, during my routine patrol just now, I suddenly came across this live stream room." As she spoke, Wang Jiawei stepped forward and directly opened Lin Chi's live stream. At this moment, the live stream room was bustling with activity. The flood of comments rushing by was so overwhelming that it even threatened to drown out the screen. Zhang Tingyu couldn't help but frown. The first thought was that this streamer must have bought fake viewer numbers. After all, for a small streamer with only 1,000 live viewers, no matter how novel the content, the barrage chat couldn't possibly be this active. But before she could speak, Wang Jiawei was the first to break the silence. "Sister Zhang, I just checked the backend. This streamer named Lin Chi isn't using purchased bot accounts." "What did you say?" Zhang Tingyu was stunned. "Are you saying all these are comments from real users?" "Yes, that's exactly why I find it suspicious." "Sister Zhang, look at this situation." Wang Jiawei also hesitated, asking uncertainly. "Alright, keep an eye on it for now. If this streamer truly has potential, we can nurture them later." After pondering for a while, Zhang Tingyu added urgently, "Are you sure they didn't buy bot accounts?" Yes, I'm absolutely certain." "Alright, let's give him a secondary recommendation for now. If anyone asks, just say it was my call." "Yes. I'll get right on it." With that, Wang Jiawei hurriedly dashed out. Watching the former's departing figure, Zhang Tingyu's beautiful eyes kept shifting thoughtfully. "Without buying agreement numbers, yet having such explosive popularity, I really want to see what kind of tricks you're up to." Lin Chi was unaware that he had already been featured on the recommendations. Watching the sudden appearance of a super rocket, Lin Chi said with immense gratitude, "Thank you Flying Pig for the super rocket. Flying Pig, you're such a big spender. I just killed a snake, is that really worth getting so excited about? Damn, Brother Chi, you're really laying it on thick with the humble brag. What do you mean, just killed a snake? Is killing a snake supposed to be easy? Flying Pig, no worries, got plenty of rockets to spare, a few more won't hurt. Brother Pig is awesome. By the way, I love how Brother Chi subtly shows off, it just makes you want to roast him. Newbie here, what is going on in this livestream? So lively? Are these all bot accounts? Screw your bot accounts, I'm a damn real person, okay? Newbie, shut up the moment you join. You can eat crap all you want, but don't talk nonsense." Watching the endless stream of bullet comments, Lin Chi's lips curled into a faint smile. Picking up the green snake from the ground, he swiftly severed its head with a single stroke. Facing the camera, Lin Chi explained, "This is a green vine snake, belonging to the Colubridae family. It's a venomous species, typically reaching a length of 1.5 meters, known for its swift movements. Its diet mainly consists of frogs, lizards, and small birds. It's commonly found in countries like Dragon Country, India, Vietnam, Cambodia, and others. This is food, my friends. I think we've got our meal sorted for today." With that, Lin Chi casually squeezed out the remaining blood from the green vine snake and draped it around his neck. The snake's body, with its nerves not yet fully dead, immediately writhed for a moment before obediently coiling up. The audience couldn't help but feel their scalps tingle, and many were simply dumbfounded. What? Chi-gu, you're going to eat that? Chapter 6, Dehydration in the Jungle? Streamer, you've got to be kidding me. For viewers accustomed to outdoor streams featuring nothing more than river fishing or barbecue joints, this was an utterly unprecedented spectacle. Can a snake actually be eaten? And what's more, it's a venomous one. Immediately, some people started shouting not to eat it, warning about poisoning and such. There were also those trying to stir up trouble, posting things like "eat it. Best if you die from it," and the streamer is just showing off. Do you even know how to handle it? Saying you'll eat it might as well die early and spare us the nonsense. Wu Di expressed gratitude to those who showed concern earlier. But for those who, Lin Chi said, this kind of person shouldn't be indulged. We must strike back, and strike back hard. I've seen many friends say that venomous snakes shouldn't be eaten, or question whether I know how to handle them, even cursing me to die from eating them. With a faint smile, Lin Chi replied, "First, I'm very grateful to those friends who care about me. Second, what I want to say is, not only do I know how to handle venomous snakes, but just now, I've already completed the initial processing." As he spoke, Lin Chi zoomed the camera in closer. Instantly, the entire green slender snake appeared right in front of the lens. Even the patterns on its scales were clearly visible. Many viewers were so startled they jerked backward, and some nearly fell off their seats. The impression that venomous snakes cannot be eaten stems solely from the word venom. But what I want to say is that the venom of a snake isn't present throughout its entire body. Generally speaking, the reason venomous snakes can eject venom is because their hollow fangs are connected to venom glands. By squeezing, they achieve the effect of spraying it out. But look, does this snake still have a head now? Lin Chi fiddled with the headless snake body. The crimson flesh appeared starkly in the camera frame, causing countless viewers to wail in distress. Whether venomous or non-venomous, snake's blood contains a large number of pathogens and lethal parasites. Consuming it in large quantities can cause symptoms ranging from abdominal pain, diarrhea, and persistent high fever to severe cases of shock or even death. 66666, Brother Chi nailed it this time. Come on, where are those idiots from earlier? They were so loud before, why are they all silent now? Why bother with those losers? Chi-ge, hurry up and continue, we're waiting to see you show off some more. Hey, how can you say that? Chi-ge isn't showing off, he's purposefully displaying his knowledge. Knowledge, understand? Alright, knowledge it is. Chi-ge, hurry up and continue. A wave of counter-arguments, though seemingly normal, unknowingly ignited the livestream's atmosphere to a fever pitch. The newcomers who had flooded in earlier because of the treasure chest were instantly captivated by the ultra-high-definition visuals of the stream, deciding to stay right away. Watching the viewer count swiftly surpass 2,000 and the popularity continue to rise rapidly, Lin Chi felt a surge of excitement, yet maintained a composed smile on his face. Returning to the previous topic. I'll take some of these green peppercorns with me. After all, now that we have snake meat, as a discerning explorer, even in the wild, I can't let myself suffer. Later on the journey, I'll gather as many ingredients as possible, aiming to prepare a jungle feast for you all when we rest. As he spoke, Lin Chi swiftly began picking the green peppercorns from the tree. But the livestream audience was left utterly confused. What did I just hear? Brother Chi's boasting seems to be getting more and more refined and extraordinary. Pa! All you know is how to brag. I'll just quietly wait to see when you can actually deliver. Don't worry, I've got plenty of time, my little stool is already set up. The barrage of comments was lively, but Lin Chi paid no attention to it. After gathering the green peppercorns, Lin Shi checked the position of the sun overhead, consulted the map, and then strode briskly in a chosen direction. As the location grew deeper, this largest pristine jungle in the central southern region increasingly revealed its eerie and magnificent beauty. Endless trees stretched as far as the eye could see. Uncleared fallen leaves had piled up into thick layers on the ground. Because it was summer, the humid air combined with high temperatures caused these leaves to decompose rapidly. Stepping on them would occasionally release waves of unpleasant odors. Lin Shi frowned slightly. He casually picked up the water bottle, took a sip to regain some strength, and said, "Friends, after several hours of travel, it seems we need to hurry and find a water source. In this environment, every extra minute spent here causes me to sweat profusely. It's manageable for a short while, but prolonged exposure could put me at risk of dehydration." Host, stop talking nonsense. This is a jungle, humidity is naturally high here. How could you possibly get dehydrated? Yeah, right. If this were in the desert and you said dehydration, I'd believe it. But in a place like this, dehydration? I don't buy it. Are you two idiots upstairs doubting Brother Chi's skills? Although I know the reason, I'll leave the chance to show off to Brother Chi. Chapter 7, The Lewd Streamer. I've already reported it. Dehydration refers to a metabolic disorder symptom caused by the body losing a large amount of water without timely replenishment. In severe cases, it can lead to collapse and even life-threatening situations. Although this is a jungle with high humidity, you need to understand that humidity is not water you can drink directly. For normal people, it's impossible to absorb it directly through pores. Lin Chi explained. You two above, did you hear that? Pretending to understand when you don't. Who are you to question Brother Chi's expertise? Exactly. Don't even think about overestimating yourself. In Chi Ge's livestream, even if you're a dragon, you better coil up. If you're a tiger, you better crouch down. Isn't it better to just obediently listen to Chi Ge's nonsense? Under Qingcheng Mountain gifted the streamer 1,500 fish balls. Flying Pig tipped the streamer 1 super rocket while silently watching Chi Gu show off. Notification: Flying Pig tipped 1 super rocket in Stolovsky Lin Chi's livestream. Hurry up and grab the treasure chest, everyone. Damn, Brother Zhu is so generous. Thanks to Feizhu and Qingqing for the tips. After expressing his gratitude, Lin Chi continued walking and explaining, actually, there are many methods to find water sources in the jungle, and the most common ones involve using sight, hearing, and smell. As the saying goes, water flows downhill. When you're in the jungle, pay attention to the surrounding terrain and keep an eye out for lower areas. Listening to the sound of flowing water, or searching for specific plants such as cattails, sand willows, irises, daylilies, etc., increases the likelihood of finding water sources nearby, as these plants often grow in such areas. Of course, this requires some basic knowledge of botany. Silently showing off, Lin Chi focused all his attention on observation and listening. Although he spoke with confidence, this was Lin Chi's first time entering the jungle. Rich in theory but lacking practical experience, he didn't feel entirely sure of himself. As he searched along the way, the surrounding terrain gradually sloped downward without him noticing. Just as Lin Chi bypassed a few large trees and prepared to continue forward, suddenly, a faint sound of flowing water jolted his spirits. There's the sound of water. Lin Chi hurriedly ran toward his right side. Soon, after running less than 100 meters, a small river lying across the forest came into everyone's sight. Like a sparkling, winding dragon. Though not very wide and the current not too swift, it was crystal clear. Even Lin Chi, standing on the bank, could easily see the rocks at the river's bottom. Ah, my friends, it seems my luck is really good. With a hearty laugh, Lin Chi quickly pulled out his water bottle. After gulping down a full bottle and taking another big swig, he finally said with refreshed delight, I have to say, this mountain spring water is truly delicious. It even has a faint hint of sweetness. When collecting water in the wild, generally clear, flowing streams like this are safe to drink directly. Because with the water's movement, few bacteria can survive. Of course, I was just really thirsty at the moment. If conditions permit, boiling the water before drinking would provide better safety assurance. Lin Chi rambled on, but his eyes kept darting toward the river. The audience couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Before he could even type out his question, suddenly, Lin Chi's eyes lit up, and he whispered excitedly into the camera, Look, everyone, there's a fish. Sure enough. As the camera moved, everyone could see that in the middle of the clear river, 2 or 3 plump carp, each weighing about 4 or 5 pounds, were swimming back and forth happily. Great, great. I was just wondering how to use these Sichuan peppercorns, and unexpectedly, fish come knocking at my door. Friends, I'm planning to cook all 3 of these fish. With that, Lin Chi chuckled mischievously. A cold glint flashed in his hand. The blade of combat has reappeared. Immediately after, Lin Chi's movements didn't stop, yet it instantly sent the live stream audience into a frenzy. Lin Chi actually started taking off his clothes right in front of the camera. Damn it, Chi Gu, what are you doing? Shocking. Streamer makes millions monthly by undressing on live broadcast. Brother Chi seems to have a good figure, quite well built. Can you guys stop making such a fuss? Lin Shi felt a pang of frustration. Here, the steaming humidity alone can make the skin extremely uncomfortable. If you enter the river wearing clothes, it's highly likely to cause heat rash or even skin ulcers. This is a very serious matter. During the self-defense counterattack launched by the ancestors of Dragon Country against YN, many soldiers had to leave the battlefield prematurely due to skin ulceration, and some even suffered lifelong disabilities. Lin Shi kept talking while his hands moved with deft efficiency. Friends, I'm heading down. Wish me success. With a faint smile at the camera, Lin Shi moved gently, slowly walking toward the center of the river where the water rose past his calves. Chapter 8, The Albino Fish. Lin Shi's movements were so gentle, as if the slightest motion would startle the carp in the water. The audience couldn't help but hold their breath, continuously sending encouraging bullet comments on the screen to cheer him on. Gradually, as Lin Shi moved cautiously, he was now less than 3 meters away from the school of fish. At this moment, the 3 carps also came to their senses. As if sensing danger, they turned around and tried to scatter in all directions. How could Lin Shi possibly let it go? Legs push off, waist exerts force. Swing the combat blade and fiercely stab at the nearest fish. Plop. The gleaming blade of combat instantly pierced through the carp's head. With one successful strike, Lin Shi didn't stop either. With a few leaps, he swiftly arrived behind the other 2 carps. Thump thump. 2 consecutive splashes later, 3 lively carps that had been jumping around just a moment ago all turned belly up, floating lifelessly on the water's surface. Brother Chi's moves are absolutely unbeatable. Brother Chi, tell me honestly, are you a retired mercenary? Otherwise, how could you have such incredible skills? I actually think Brother Chi seems more like a graduate from an agricultural university. This extensive knowledge of flora and fauna is something most people without an agricultural background would hardly possess. Bull. Since when do agricultural university students have such impressive skills? Well, have you ever seen a mercenary who knows plants this well? Enough arguing. Brother Chi's looking a bit off color. The group, puzzled, hurriedly turned to look. Lin Shi, holding the carp, now wore a solemn expression, as if he had discovered some new continent, repeatedly turning the fish over in his hands. Surprisingly, the color of the fish was remarkably unique. It was completely pure white? This was an albino carp. As if guessing what the audience wanted to ask, Lin Shi spoke directly. Generally speaking, albinism in animals is not uncommon. Creatures like white snakes, white turtles, white crows, and many others often exhibit albinism. The reasons behind this phenomenon are quite complex, and I can't pinpoint them exactly. All I know is that they lack the enzyme tyrosinase, which prevents the synthesis of melanin, resulting in albinism. There is, however, an interesting topic. I wonder if you've heard of it. The area with the highest occurrence of albinism is actually right here in the Shenangjia region where we are now. As for why this area has such a high frequency of animal albinism, the scientific community still hasn't provided a unified explanation. Looking at the shimmering white carp in his hand, Lin Shi shook his head and chuckled. I've barely been here for a day, and I've already encountered an albino animal. I really don't know if my luck is good or bad. Shaking his head, Lin Shi grabbed the 3 fish and returned to the shore. As he put on his clothes, he kept an eye on the barrage of comments. Thanks to the earlier second-tier recommendation, the number of viewers in Lin Shi's livestream had suddenly surged to over 5,000. Hearing Lin Shi mention that this was a hotspot for albino animals and that it remained an unsolved mystery, everyone immediately became intrigued. Questions about albino animals flooded in, with some even asking whether albino animals were edible. Albino animals are certainly edible. Lin Shi packed his belongings and happened to see this comment. He casually explained, apart from their white fur, albino animals are physiologically identical to their normal counterparts. If their peers are edible, then naturally, they are too. Alright, after chatting with you all for so long, the sun is already setting in the west. Judging by the time, it's probably around 3 to 4 p.m. We have less than an hour left, so let's try to find a suitable camping spot before it gets dark. What do you mean chatting with us? It's clearly you who wants to eat fish, isn't it? Damn, Chi Ge is absolutely amazing. It's exactly 3:40 right now. Chi Ge, how did you know? Do you possess the legendary dragon seeing and direction finding skills? Dude upstairs, you've been reading too many novels. How could such things exist in this world? Chi Ge probably just looked at the tree shadows. Hee, that's right, it was indeed the tree shadows I was looking at. Noticing that someone had caught on, Lin Shi didn't keep them in suspense and casually said, you all must know about sundials, right? There are many types, and the one I chose is the horizontal style. That is, it doesn't require the dial to be tilted. Instead, it calculates the inclination of the sundial's axis through trigonometric functions to determine the time. If you want to learn, you can try it yourself, but this horizontal style is generally only used in regions with lower latitudes. Brother Chi's flex is way too forced. Trigonometry? My math teacher died young. What the hell is trigonometry? Dude above, you dumbass. I don't know either. Xiangwang Tianyan gifted the streamer a plane. Xiangwang Tianyan, damn, streamer. Not just skilled in action but also so knowledgeable. Sending a plain as respect, I'm sticking around in this stream from now on. Left commander of Chi Ji's Vanguard Army, straight up gifting planes when disagreeing, Big Boss is 666. Chapter 9, Setting Up Camp. Thanks to the plane gift from our friend Xiangwang Tianyuan. Actually, this is nothing special. To venture into the wilderness, the more knowledge you have, the better. After all, the wilderness is not like the city, it's fraught with dangers, and the slightest misstep could cost you your life. Lin Chi's earnest explanation resonated deeply with everyone in the livestream. Although very few of them had ever set foot in a jungle or wilderness, they might not have eaten pork, but they'd certainly seen pigs run. After watching Lin Chi's livestream for nearly a full day, even without him saying it, the hardships he endured were evident to all. Spontaneously, a flood of concerned comments began pouring in. Heartache for Brother Chi, toiling all day in the jungle and still tirelessly sharing knowledge with us. Brothers, let's get those gifts rolling. Flying Pig gifted the streamer 1 super rocket. Notification: Flying Pig tipped 1 super rocket in Stolovsky Lin Chi's livestream. Hurry up and grab the treasure chest, everyone. Yearning for the Countryside gifted the streamer 1 airplane. Left commander of Brother Chi's Vanguard gifted the streamer 666 fishballs. 500 fishballs tipped to the streamer at the foot of Qingqing Mountain. This streamer's gift-begging tactics are impressive. Playing the victim card to win sympathy, huh? Dumbass streamer, always putting on an act. Where's the promised snake eating? Nothing's happened yet, and all that talk about encountering wild beasts I haven't seen. Hey upstairs, were you raised on a diet of bull? Spouting nonsense. Snake eating this, snake eating that, why don't you go eat one yourself? Every year has its idiots, but this year seems especially full of them. Just the equipment this streamer is using costs at least nearly 100k. Do you really think they're short on cash? Scamming for gifts? If you don't like it, get the hell out. Watching the barrage of insults flooding the chat, Lin Chi narrowed his eyes. Just as he was about to say something, a private message suddenly popped up in the back end. Flying Pig, Chi, I see your room doesn't have a mod yet. How about making me one? I'll make sure you don't have to deal with these trolls. Moderator? Lin Chi's eyes lit up. Right, when watching other streams in his past life, there were always several moderators helping maintain order. Looking at his own chaotic live stream now, it seemed he really needed a moderator. Alright then, old pig, thanks for the hard work. Lin Chi replied mentally through the back end. No need to thank me. It's rare to find an interesting stream. I don't want certain people to ruin it. After Flying Pig finished speaking, he used his moderator privileges to directly ban those few who were stirring up trouble. Instantly, the whole world seemed to quiet down. Alright, now that there's no one stirring up trouble, let's continue. Lin Chi nodded, quite satisfied with Flying Pig's efficiency. As mentioned earlier, for convenience in fetching water, when choosing a campsite in the wild, people usually try to select a location near a water source. The water in this small river is clear, and there are fish swimming in it. It's a good water source, and I don't want to let it go. So, we need to find a suitable spot nearby. As he spoke, Lin Chi took a step forward. After walking another few hundred meters, suddenly, a withered tree leaning against a large rock caught Lin Chi's attention. Everyone, look! Do you see that fallen tree trunk ahead? It's leaning on the rock, forming a stable triangle, and the surrounding terrain is slightly higher, preventing any risk of water intrusion. This is a great spot. After walking a few steps closer, Lin Chi grew increasingly satisfied the more he looked at it. A faint smile couldn't help but appear at the corner of his mouth. Originally, Lin Chi wasn't bad-looking, and with this smile, it instantly sparked envy in many. Several female viewers even boldly sent bullet screen comments, openly flirting with him, which made him shake his head and chuckle. Without responding, Lin Chi put down his luggage and began looking around for more tree trunks and leaves. When setting up a camp in the wild, one shouldn't demand too much. As long as it's sturdy and can shield against wind and rain, it's sufficient. Carrying back and forth either tree trunks picked up from the ground or small trees he had broken off, Lin Chi said, now I'm going to use these thinner trunks as supports to build a triangular tent. Then, he would scatter these leaves as densely as possible on top to ensure no rain would leak through. As he spoke, Lin Chi continued to gather handfuls of dry leaves from the ground around him, scattering them over the frame. All the while, he kept piling soil on top. The purpose of this was to prevent the leaves from being blown away by the wind. If they were scattered on a windy, rainy night, I'd be in trouble. Because that would give me a high chance of catching a cold. In such a complex terrain, catching a cold would be a disaster. Lin Chi worked swiftly, explaining as he went, and before anyone realized it, a small, simple thatched hut barely large enough for two people gradually took shape before their eyes. He looked at it and Lin Chi shook his head. Seemed somewhat dissatisfied. Turning around, he fetched some more tree bark. He firmly crisscrossed and tied them onto the 4 fixed branches. Suspended in mid-air inside the thatched cottage. Instantly, a floating bed appeared. Immediately, another wave of wails erupted. Chapter 10, The Fire Worship Sect Leader, Lin Chi. Damn, why does Chi Ge's damn bed feel more comfortable than my Simmons mattress? I kinda wanna try it out too. What should I do? Hey upstairs, aren't you afraid Chi-gu might FCK you in the middle of the night? No worries. I'm versatile. If Chi-gu needs anything, I'll gladly satisfy him. Bull. Why would Chi-gu FCK a dude? If anyone's getting it, it'd be a cutie like me. Upstairs tranny, get lost. Stop being disgusting here. You're the tranny, your whole family are trannies. Ping Ping Xiamanta rewards the streamer with 1 super rocket. Brother Chi, I love you. Notice, Ping Ping Xiamanta has rewarded 1 super rocket in Stilovsky Lin Chi's livestream. Come grab the treasure chests, everyone. Wow, didn't realize it's actually a girl, and a rich one at that. Girl, do you still need a pet? The kind that warms your bed. Seeing that a female viewer actually tipped him? Lin Chi also raised his eyebrows in surprise. Almost there. Now we have water, food, and a campsite. All we're missing is a fire source. We need to take advantage of the last bit of sunlight and get the fire going as soon as possible. Otherwise, on nights without fire, not only would it bring danger to oneself, but the mountain winds at night would also cause body temperature to drop rapidly, leading to severe colds even in summer. This remains true. As he spoke, Lin Chi swept away the fallen leaves as much as possible, revealing the damp soil beneath. Turning around, he picked up one of the leftover branches, pulled the shoelace from his shoe, tied it to both ends of the branch, and fashioned it into a bow. He found a piece of broken wood with a groove, wrapped another branch around the shoelace to form a loop, and placed it on top. Then, Lin Chi held the bow with one hand and pressed a wooden board against his palm with the other, rapidly spinning the upright branch. This is called the bow drill method. The principle is the same as rubbing sticks to make fire, but it is one of the more labor-saving and beginner-friendly techniques among the many classical fire-starting methods. Damn, there's actually a fire-starting method like this? Looks super simple. No way, I gotta try this in the yard. Wait up, dude upstairs, I'm coming too. Legendary. Absolute legend. Brother Chi, why don't you come teach at our school? With these visuals and explanations, it's downright addictive. Holy, boys, I did it. I did it too. I really managed to drill out a spark, but Chi, how do we actually start the fire? Seeing that someone actually tried it, Lin Chi couldn't help but smile slightly. At that moment, the piece of broken wood he was stepping on also began to emit thick smoke, and faintly, a glimmer of light could even be seen flickering intermittently. Lin Chi didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly found a few dry fallen leaves and placed them next to the wood shavings, then gently shook the shavings. Instantly, a few sparks fell onto the dry leaves. Lin Chi cupped the dry leaves in both hands. He brought them to his mouth and blew on them softly yet swiftly. His overly cautious demeanor immediately drew laughter from the audience. Many couldn't resist typing teasing comments like, Chi Ge's little look is just too much. Are you trying to worship a god? Haha, worship a god? Shouldn't it be worshipping fire? Praying for the flames to appear. Upstairs, your imagination is wild. Worshipping fire, Chi-gu, are you the legendary Zoroastrian? Lin Chi, the high priest of Zoroastrianism. Ha ha. The barrage was filled with teasing comments, but Lin Chi had no mind to pay attention to them. Carefully blowing on it, his eyes were fixed on the state of those few sparks. As the thick smoke grew heavier and heavier. Suddenly, with a whoosh, a burst of orange-yellow flame abruptly appeared atop the dry leaves. Ah, success. Lin Chi couldn't help but feel overjoyed. He quickly set it down and grabbed another handful of dry leaves, carefully placing them one by one over the fire. Gradually, the flame grew stronger and stronger, and before long, it truly began to burn fiercely. Not bad, not bad. I never expected that trying this method for the first time would actually start a fire. Next, I need to gather some stones to encircle the fire pit. Doing this not only prevents wildfires but also makes it easier to set up my small pot. Don't you all want to see me eat snake? Well, next, I'll use my cooking skills to show you how to properly eat snake in the wild. Don't blink. Wow, he is really going to eat snake? I thought he was just joking. Brother Chi is awesome. Where's that guy who was shouting Brother Chi wouldn't dare to eat it? Step forward. Brother Chi is about to eat it. How's that for a slap in the face? Pfft, it's just eating a snake. I dare to do that too. LOL, no need to explain, the guy above is an idiot. Why are there always people arguing? Where's old pig? Get to work already. Notice, love me, are you scared? Horse has been muted by the moderator. Damn, what era is this? There are still people using such outdated Martian text. Is this guy from the Grave Love family? Chapter 11, Wilderness Gourmet Livestream. With the moderator in place, the various tasks in the livestream room were now being taken care of by someone, saving Lin Chi a lot of mental effort. Carrying the various ingredients he had gathered along the way, including fish and snake, Lin Chi returned to the small riverbank once again. While cleaning them, he remarked, since we're preparing a gourmet meal, the ingredients must first be thoroughly cleaned. In the wilderness, although conditions are tough, as long as you're attentive and willing to experiment, you'll find that this place is actually the greatest treasure trove. Take what I have in my hands right now, for example, they are all gifts bestowed by nature. To honor nature's generosity, I must use my finest culinary skills to prepare them. Since we have a pot, I plan to steam the slightly larger fish, while the snake will be made into grilled skewers. There isn't much of it, so if I fuss too much, there might not even be enough left to fill the gaps between my teeth. As for the remaining 2 fish. Just as he was speaking, Lin Shi suddenly noticed something on a half-submerged rotten log not far away. Puzzled, Lin Shi put down the snake meat in his hand and quickly made his way to the side of the rotten log. Hey, it seems nature has been quite generous to me. Look, there are actually a few mushrooms growing here. The scene shifts, and sure enough, 3 clusters of gray mushrooms growing in overlapping layers appear right by Lin Shi's feet. These are black oyster mushrooms, also known as phoenix tail mushrooms, which grow in almost every region of Dragon Country. Due to their delicious taste, they are often used by people to make soup. Originally, I was thinking of keeping 2 fish to dry into jerky for tomorrow's journey. But since nature has extended such a generous invitation, I'll indulge myself using this albino fish to make boiled fish slices, with these mushrooms as the perfect side dish. Damn, is there no justice left in this world? I'm still slurping instant noodles here, and you're out there in the jungle cooking 3 whole dishes? Are you even in the jungle or some park? Feels like you're eating better than at a restaurant. Ignoring the barrage of question marks and wails in the bullet comments, Lin Shi plucked a handful of mushrooms, washed them clean by the water, and returned to the campsite with a pile of ingredients. By now, since Lin Shi had already added more firewood, the flames were roaring strong, perfect for cooking over. Filling the iron pot with clear water, Lin Shi directly tossed in the snake carcass that had already been gutted. This was to remove the scales and make it easier to handle when roasting later. Generally, this step doesn't take too long, just until the snake meat slightly curls up. While explaining, Lin Shi pulled out the unused fruit knife he had been carrying. He found a relatively clean stone nearby, cleaned it with water from his canteen, and began processing the other ingredients. In the distance, the sun gradually dipped westward, and the surrounding light grew dimmer. Only the flickering flames silently maintained the illumination in this small area. As night fell, the number of users watching live streams began to rise, signaling the approach of peak hours. Normally, when they clicked into the webpage, the first thing they saw were those glamorous female hosts flaunting their looks. But this time, as they scrolled down, they were stunned to find a live stream with an incredibly bold name and a jungle-themed backdrop prominently displayed on the secondary homepage. Driven by curiosity, most of them clicked in. The moment they entered, the ultra-high-definition visuals and the primal, mysterious aura unique to the jungle immediately captivated everyone, making it impossible for them to leave. While handling the ingredients, Lin Shi glanced at the live stream's viewer count: 9,760 people. And the number was rising rapidly. In no time, it had already reached 10,300. Congratulations, host, for completing Beginner Mission 3, First Glimpse of Brilliance. For reaching 10,000 popularity points, you are hereby rewarded with 3 points. Please use them wisely, host. Task 4, achieve 100,000 live viewership during the broadcast 300,100,000. Reward, 10 points. Damn, system, that's quite a leap. Lin Shi grimaced. The last task was only 10,000 viewership, and now you're throwing 100,000 at me? Are you trying to bully me, fat tiger? As someone destined to become the greatest explorer, how can you be intimidated by mere 100,000 viewership? Host, please strive, this system believes in you. Go to hell. Lin Shi cursed and immediately activated his digitized body. Looking at the stats displayed: Strength 7, Intelligence 8, Speed 8, Constitution 6. Lin Shi didn't hesitate to allocate all 3 attribute points to Speed and Constitution. After a day of relentless running around, Lin Shi had deeply realized how his weak constitution had left him physically and mentally exhausted. System, display panel. As he spoke, a light screen appeared showing Lin Shi's current attribute status. Name, Lin Shi. Gender, male. Age, 22 years old. Height, 178 cm. Strength, 7. Intelligence, 8. Speed, 9. Constitution, 8. Normal human limit is 10. Skills, Wudong Tai Chi beginner, food expert intermediate, racewalking running intermediate. Bloodline, none. Possessions, multifunctional auto-tracking camera, deathblade combat dagger. Note, possessions are system generated, non-tradable, and highly durable. Finally it's somewhat presentable. Feeling his stamina instantly recover, Lin Shi nodded in satisfaction. Turning around, he resumed what he was doing earlier. Removing the scales from the snake meat, cutting it into small sections and skewering them, Lin Shi washed the small pot and poured all the water from the kettle into it, just enough to cover half. Then, placing the bamboo plate he had just carved, laden with the properly sliced carp, on a stand made of 2 bamboo strips, he covered the pot and said to the camera, "Fish is all about freshness, especially when we're steaming it, so there's no need to add too many extra ingredients. While the fish is steaming, I'll grill these snake skewers. Once the fish is ready, we can sit back and enjoy this wild feast." Chapter 12, the neighbor's kid is drooling with envy. Is the streamer really in the jungle? Or just some nice looking park? New here, where is this streamer? The environment looks pretty nice. Just a bit primitive. The streamer is in Shenangjia, currently busy preparing dinner. Damn it, watched all day, and you end up showing us this, Brother Chi? Do you have any conscience for those of us starving along with you? How have I let you down? I've been explaining and giving examples all day, taking such good care of you. After all, I'm human too, starved all day and finally getting a meal. You should cut me some slack. Holding a dozen skewers of snake meat, sizzling and glistening with oil, the golden brown flesh radiating an enticing aroma, Lin Chi smiled faintly and spoke leisurely. Although what he said made sense, looking at Lin Chi's smug grin, it was hard not to feel that this guy was doing it on purpose. This instantly stirred up the audience even more. They furiously typed out bullet comments, competing to condemn him. Among them was Balyu Osaishi, a top streamer in the anime section of the Donyao platform. She had logged into the platform early today, intending to surprise her fans, but as she absent-mindedly scrolled through the homepage, she suddenly stumbled upon Lin Chi's livestream. As a VTuber, she wasn't particularly interested in sections labeled outdoor that mostly featured dining out. Yet the moment she accidentally clicked in, the crystal-clear footage paired with the raw majesty of the jungle instantly captivated her. Especially after witnessing Lin Chi's seemingly omniscient prowess, this fascination quickly spiraled out of control. Even when it was time to start streaming, she just briefly greeted her viewers before openly opening Lin Chi's livestream to check it out. At the same time, she exclaimed excitedly, "No singing today, I've discovered an amazing livestream." This streamer named Lin Chi actually went alone to the Shenangjia primitive forest to broadcast. For real? What's so interesting about those outdoor streamers? If they're not finding a restaurant to grill skewers, they're fishing in some small pond. Someone actually dares to stream from a primitive forest? Whoa, it seems legit. Such a vast forest definitely can't be faked in some park. Is this guy really in a primitive forest? Isn't he afraid wild beasts might eat him? These days, the moral decline is real. This streamer must be a newbie, right? Using such gimmicks to attract viewers, some people will do anything for fame. Screw you, keyboard warrior upstairs. You haven't even watched it and you're already spouting nonsense? I've been following Brother Chi's streams all day. This guy not only knows his stuff but also explains everything hands-on. A genuinely good streamer. Look, here comes the shill. Hey, stop arguing. Just go check it out if you're unsure. Do you really doubt Pineapple's judgment? As soon as this barrage appeared, many fans from Balyu Osaixi's livestream immediately flooded into Lin Chi's live broadcast. With just one glance, they were hooked too. Was this still the outdoor live streaming they were familiar with? By this time, Lin Chi had already finished preparing all three dishes. Sitting by the fire, gazing at the delicacies carefully arranged on the table, Lin Chi smiled and couldn't help but sigh with admiration. It really smells amazing. The fresh taste of fish, the meaty flavor of snake skewers, and the aroma of this pot of fish slices, oh my. To be able to savor such a delicious meal in this wilderness, all the day's travel was well worth it. Friends, I won't hesitate to dig in. After saying that, Lin Chi directly picked up the still steaming grilled snake skewers from the side. He took a gentle bite. Put. Although it has now switched to night mode. However, the camera produced by the system does not produce black and white or greenish images in night mode, but rather images that are almost indistinguishable from those taken during the day. As a result, the audience saw that the seemingly thin and curled snake meat suddenly sprayed out a stream of oil. Following Lin Chi's expression, countless people were left speechless. Delicious. So delicious. Lin Chi stared wide-eyed, completely immersed in the experience. The texture was tender and not chewy, with a fresh and aromatic flavor that lingered on the palate. Now I finally understood why people living in the mountains loved snake meat so much. It was simply delicious. As he spoke, Lin Chi hurriedly took another bite. He even deliberately moved closer to the camera to draw attention to himself. Listen, the snake meat even makes a crisp cracking sound when you eat it. It's delicious and fun. The acting is too fake. Is it really that delicious? Although I have to admit it looks pretty good, but when I think about it being snake meat, I still kind of want to try it. What should I do? Chi-gu, you're being too cruel. I can't take it anymore. I need to go out and get some skewers. Anyone up for a group outing in Ice City? Guys split the bill, girls go free. After eating, we'll go karaoke until dawn. Pineapple Seaside tipped the streamer with one super rocket. Don't be too much, man. Watching your stream made me so hungry I had to eat again. Note, Pineapple CC has tipped one super rocket in Staloski Lin Chi's livestream. Everyone, hurry up and grab the treasure boxes. Hey, is Pineapple here too? Lin Chi raised an eyebrow and smiled. You've been eating all along. As a hippo, don't make excuses. Chapter 13, Crisis. A Wolf's Howl. In his previous life, Lin Chi had also watched the livestream. He was fairly familiar with this anime-style bird-fighting platform streamer. He never expected that his own livestream would attract such a big shot, and Lin Chi couldn't help but smile. Even Chi-gu knows about pineapples? Chi-gu knows about pineapple? Wow, my pineapple is really famous. Even Chi-go recognizes it. Hey, I just told the truth. Why are you yelling in the live stream again? As soon as he said that, Pineapple Cecile, who had been so excited moments ago, froze in place. After a second of hesitation, she let out a piercing scream that echoed through the room. The sound was so loud that the viewers in both live streams immediately started complaining and hurriedly covered their ears. Lin Chi, of course, was unaware of any of this. After putting the finished grilled snake skewers aside, he picked up 2 bamboo chopsticks and gently scraped the fish meat. Instantly, the aroma of fish filled the air. Unable to resist, he quickly picked up a piece and put it into his mouth. This steamed carp can be summed up in 2 words: delicious. Since it's wild fish from the Shinnongjia area, it feeds on uncontaminated small insects and plant roots, and lives in clear, clean mountain spring water. The fish meat naturally carries a subtle herbal fragrance and a hint of sweetness, which subtly reduces the fishy odor without you even noticing. Try the steamed fish slices next. Lin Chi picked up another piece of snow-white, translucent fish meat. It melted in his mouth, with a rich aroma and a hint of Sichuan pepper's numbing sensation. The fragrance of the fish and the freshness of the mushrooms lingered endlessly in his mouth. Delicious. There's simply nothing purer, greener, or more primal than this flavor. The audience is already captivated. Watching Lin Chi's intoxicated expression, the live stream, which had already swelled to 20,000 viewers, was flooded with comments. Damn it, I just finished eating, but now I'm watching Chi Ji's live stream and I'm hungry again. What should I do? I want to eat too. Wait, aren't you supposed to be starving in the wilderness? How is this streamer living so well? The food looks better than what you'd get at a restaurant. I seriously suspect that Chi-gu is doing this on purpose just to make us jealous. And look at the smug smile on his face. Unfollow, guys, let's unfollow him and make him show off. While interacting with the audience, Lin Chi savored the delicious food he had prepared himself. For the sake of the show, he occasionally provided explanations. By the time he finished his meal, he looked at the time and realized that half an hour had already passed. Finally, he placed the last piece of fish from the small pot into his mouth, stretched comfortably, and leaned against a large tree. He picked up the bamboo carved cup, smiled at the camera, and said, "After eating my fill, I'll have a cup of Shisandra tea. So flavorful. If only there were electricity here, I think I could live here for a year. However, this is still the wilderness, and danger can arise at any moment. We can't afford to let our guard down. Once we finish this cup of tea, I'll take everyone out to do something." What kind of trouble? Steal our tree under the cover of night? Pfft, you're so toxic upstairs. Goddamn our tree. Hurry up and tell us, what's going on? Chi-gu, I'll give you a hint. Can I spoil it for you? The audience was filled with anticipation, but Lin Chi remained unmoved. He sipped his tea leisurely, as if he hadn't noticed the comments at all, which infuriated the crowd, prompting them to launch another wave of unfollow attacks. Alright, you've really scared me. After finishing the last sip of hot tea in his cup, Lin Chi finally pretended to surrender, stood up, and used the light from the camera to illuminate his path as he slowly made his way deeper into the jungle. Whether in the jungle, desert, or ice fields, wherever you are in the wilderness, you must always think 3 steps ahead and prepare in advance for your next move. It is now nighttime, the peak activity period for wild beasts. To avoid being disturbed by them in the middle of the night, I plan to set up several traps around this area to serve as my sentry posts. This way, even if a wild beast approaches, I will have time to react. Using the light from the camera, Lin Chi quickly found a suitable spot, about 30 meters away from the camp, near a few small trees. There are many types of traps, but mine wasn't meant for hunting, it was just a warning signal. So this time, I chose to use a bow and arrow trap as my sentry. Everyone should be familiar with bows and arrows. They were the most commonly used ranged weapons in ancient times. The simplest bow can be made using just a flexible branch and a piece of string. Now, I plan to use these few small trees to make a bow and arrows. At this point, Lin Chi suddenly paused. His expression turned grim in an instant. Suddenly, a piercing wolf's howl echoed through the distant mountains and forests, startlingly breaking the silence of the night. Under the system's high-quality recording equipment, the howl was perfectly captured, conveying its icy coldness, savage ferocity, and even a thirst for blood, sending a chill down the spines of countless viewers in the livestream. Even the usually bustling chat stream fell silent for 2 seconds. Chapter 14, Bow and Arrow Traps. I have a bold idea. What the heck was that sound just now? A wolf's howl. There are actually wolves here? We're done for. This is bad. Host, there are wolves here. You should run while you can. It's not worth risking your life for money. Chi-gu, I've watched your live stream all day. I know you're really skilled. Why not give up this time? Next time you go live, just find a park or a pond or something. Serves you right for showing off. You went all the way to the jungle to live stream, and now you're in trouble, aren't you? I hope you don't make it through the night. A wolf's howl echoed through the live stream, startling most of the viewers. However, a small group of people who enjoyed stirring up trouble perked up, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they typed furiously, eager to make their presence known. However, before they could linger for even a second, they were automatically kicked out of the livestream, accompanied by a message: "You were forcibly removed from the livestream by the administrator. Please leave a civilized comment." Lin Shi didn't feel like looking at the comments at that moment. Furrowing his brows, he stared intently at the moonlit night in the distance and spoke in a low voice to the camera. "This is the Shenangjia primitive forest. The presence of wolves is quite normal. Do you remember I mentioned this when I first started streaming? This area harbors a complex ecosystem of flora and fauna. There are 493 species of vertebrates alone, including large carnivores such as jungle tigers and leopards, as well as large omnivores such as brown bears. Wolves are not uncommon, but what struck me as odd was that this wolf howl sounded a bit different, with a hint of desperation. I wonder if they encountered some danger. We need to hurry and set up the traps now. Hopefully, this wild wolf won't be foolish enough to come bother me. Otherwise, even if it's a nationally protected species, I won't hesitate to kill it. Kijej, are you being so bold? That SA wolf you 1T even spare a wolf? 66666, that's so badass. What do you think, if Chi-Gu really encounters a wolf, what are his chances of winning? At least a 50-50 chance, right? After all, we've all seen how skilled Chi-Gu is, he's top-notch. I don't know how much of a chance we have, but when Chi-Gu spoke just now, the sharpness in his eyes was absolutely terrifying. Is this what they call killing intent? Crouching on the ground, Lin Shi directly drew his combat knife, using the tip to violently pierce the base of a small tree, breaking it off, then tying it to the long binding the tree. Soon, a crude bow was fashioned. The principle of the bow and arrow trap is simple, just like a person pulling a bow and shooting an arrow. The only difference is that the part where the bow is pulled has been modified into a mechanism, using animals to help us complete this step. Here's how it works. Place the bow at a 45-degree angle between several tree branches, use a broken and sharpened branch to secure the drawn bowstring, then place a small wooden stick between the large tree and the branches to hold it in place. Use a long vine to form a circle around the bow and arrow, serving as the pulling line. In less than 10 minutes, a bow trap slanted against the tree, partially concealed by leaves, was revealed to the audience. To determine if the trap was successful, we decided to test it. As he spoke, Lin Shi stepped aside and gently tugged at the long vine on the ground. Suddenly, the small wooden stick propping up the tree fell with a thud, followed by a dull thud. The arrow, sharpened to a razor's edge, was instantly propelled forward, with half its shaft sinking into the soil. Chi-Gu, you said you weren't good at this, yet you can even do this? I think I have a bold idea. If we put a bunch of these things around the courtyard wall, we won't have to worry about thieves anymore. Friends, it seems I need to warn you all. Seeing the comments in the livestream, Lin Shi looked serious, rearranged the traps, and addressed the camera. Traps are like hidden killers. If they're set up in an area where people might accidentally enter, they could lead to irreversible consequences. The trap-making methods I just demonstrated are intended for warning purposes and to prevent wild animals from entering. If you use them privately in urban areas, any consequences that arise will not be the responsibility of myself or the livestream. Lin Shi spoke with a serious and solemn tone, causing the viewers to shudder involuntarily. Thinking about the possibility of such traps being set up in areas where people walk, they couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Lin Shi's serious and solemn tone caused the audience to shudder involuntarily, imagining what would happen if such traps were actually set up in areas where people walk. Shiga, rest assured. We're all model students. We never do such a thing. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. We're all model students. We'd never do something like that. It feels like Chi-Gu is panicking, doesn't it? Sarcastic. How could he be panicking? He's just kindly reminding us. Joking one. Alright, Chi-Gu, I was wrong. I'll just put mouse traps by the wall. That's still lethal enough, and I 1T have to worry about accidentally killing someone. Seeing the comments derailing the conversation in an instant, Lin Shi couldn't help but shake his head and smile wryly. Sure enough, these people were treating this place like a chat room for idle chatter. After setting up the traps here, Lin Shi set off again. It took him nearly an hour to finally set up 8 traps around the camp, completely surrounding it. Glancing at the time, it was 8:30 p.m. Alright, it's already 8:30 p.m. After a busy day, it's time to say goodbye. I've got to hit the road tomorrow, so I'll sign off for now. If everything goes as planned, I'll be live at 7 a.m. tomorrow. See you then. After saying that, he didn't bother to respond to the cries and pleas in the chat. Lin Shi simply closed the live stream. Chapter 15, The Evil Wolf Attacks. Lin Shi had ended the live stream, but the over 30,000 viewers in the chat room remained gathered together, reluctant to leave. What's going on? Why did it just end like that? I just got here. What a terrible streamer, unfollowed and gone. Everyone, please understand Chi-Gu. After all, he's been working hard all day in the jungle, and he has to get up early tomorrow to continue his journey. It's perfectly normal for him to want to go to bed early. Although what you say makes sense, I still want to watch Chi Ji's livestream. Never mind, I'll just watch the recorded stream again. Wow, you just reminded me. I need to watch it again too. And not just watch it, I'm going to upload it to a video platform. Immediately, this young fan named Chigu excitedly opened the screen recording function, recorded and edited Lin Chi's livestream into a 1-hour condensed version, added Lin Chi's bird fighting room number, and posted it on Bilibili. Of course, he had no idea that when people saw the video and clicked in, they were utterly blown away and completely hooked. In just one night, the view count skyrocketed past 50,000, and as the sun rose, it reached 1 million. Lin Chi had no idea that his livestream had been edited into a video, posted online, and gone viral. Lying in the hammock, he watched the campfire flickering before his eyes. Gradually, a wave of drowsiness washed over me. He glanced at the livestream's view count one last time, 37,860, nodded silently, then turned away and curled up to sleep. 3 o'clock in the morning. The night breeze was gentle. All around was silent, except for the occasional chirping of insects and the rustling of leaves. Lin Chi had gone to sleep, but the open, desolate environment made him feel hollow inside, so he could only drift in a shallow sleep. He turned over again, and suddenly, Lin Chi furrowed his brows slightly. In a daze, he seemed to hear something, the soft sound of footsteps? What could it be? Lin Chi suddenly startled and quickly opened his eyes. At that moment, the campfire's flames were no longer as intense as they had been at night, but they still managed to illuminate the area within a radius of about 10 meters. Using the faint light, Lin Chi carefully sat up, his gaze sharp as he scanned the dim surroundings. However, the next moment, the sound of an arrow whistling through the air echoed, followed by a piercing scream. 2 pairs of emerald green eyes, emitting a sinister glow, suddenly appeared about 30 meters away from the camp. It was precisely where Lin Chi had initially set up the arrow trap. Wild wolves. In an instant, Lin Chi realized what it was. His heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and he tightly gripped the combat knife in his hand. Although the system interface showed that he had basic Wudong Tai Chi skills, those were merely techniques he had casually learned from online tutorials in his previous life, and he had never even experienced real combat. At that moment, facing 2 ferocious wild wolves, saying he wasn't nervous would be a lie. However, he didn't panic too much. Well versed in the habits of wild beasts, he knew that panicking and fleeing at this moment would not only fail to bring him any advantage but would instead provoke the beast's ferocity, causing it to chase him relentlessly. At the same time, Lin Chi noticed that one of the 2 wild wolves had been struck by an arrow and was bleeding heavily. Its eyes darted around, and soon it collapsed onto the ground, motionless. This was good news. If it were just one wolf, Lin Chi could manage to fight it off with his current physical attributes. Without hesitation, Lin Chi immediately opened the live stream again, gripping the combat blade in his hand, his expression cold as he stood before the campfire. Although it was 3 in the morning, the entire Donyo platform was still bustling with people, staying up late in various live streams, some watching gaming experts, others watching the beautiful female streamers twisting their waists with all their might. However, suddenly, everyone who had been watching Lin Chi's livestream saw a notification pop up in the bottom right corner of their screens. The streamer you're following, Stolovsky Lin Chi, has started streaming. Go check it out. In an instant, everyone was startled and rushed to open Lin Chi's livestream with excitement. I knew staying up late would pay off. I caught up with brother Chi. Chi Gu is streaming now. Is he feeling lonely in the jungle and looking for a kind-hearted older sister to talk to? Come on, click my name to chat privately. Get out of here, you dead transvestite. Chi Gu is mine. Chi Gu looks so serious. Did something happen? Holy crap, look over there. What are those glowing things in the jungle? Are they eyes? That's freaking terrifying. Friends, it's finally here. Did you see that wild wolf up ahead? Just a few minutes ago, it and its companions suddenly charged in. Luckily, the traps we set up earlier worked, and we managed to take one down. Lin Chi spoke in a low voice, his eyes fixed on the wild wolf not far away. His icy gaze even betrayed a faint hint of murderous intent. Under the camera's lens, everyone jumped in surprise. But before they could even post their comments to express their horror, the next moment, the wild wolf's actions left everyone speechless. Under the flickering flames, the lone wild wolf suddenly charged forward. With a series of low growls emanating from its throat, it lunged viciously toward Lin Chi's face. Chapter 16, Soloing the Evil Wolf. Here we go. Lin Chi not only didn't panic, but his eyes lit up as he shouted loudly. Seizing the opportunity, he kicked the ground with both legs. Bang! A dull thud. Suddenly, Lin Chi leaped forward, plunging his combat blade deeply into the left side of the wild wolf's skull. A howl echoed through the air. The wild wolf, in pain, let out a pitiful howl. Lin Chi saw this and narrowed his eyes slightly. Without pausing for a moment, he leaped forward once more. Although the blade of the combat knife contained a large amount of arsenic trisulfide, which could cause the target to lose combat effectiveness quickly due to nerve poisoning, the wild wolf was a large beast, and Lin Chi could not guarantee the effectiveness of the poison. Like a lion pouncing on a rabbit. Lin Chiyue's dagger, suspended mid-air, suddenly plunged downward toward the wild wolf's head. Clang! All you could hear was the sound of bones shattering. Before anyone could react, the ferocious wild wolf that had been snarling just seconds ago didn't even utter a scream. It twitched twice and then fell silent, completely still. The fierce battle between humans and wolves was over in the blink of an eye. The audience was stunned. Even Wang Jiawei, who was far away at home, was so shocked that she stood frozen in place. What had he just done? Had he killed a vicious wolf? That was a vicious wolf. And he had killed it in just a few moves? Is he even human? Wang Jiawei couldn't stop her emotions from surging. Not out of fear, but excitement. Late-night livestream solo kill of a vicious wolf. This is absolutely a highlight. Without a moment to think, Wang Jiawei grabbed her phone and called Zhang Tingyu, who was already fast asleep. Her first words were urgent. Zhang Jia, hurry up and open Lin Qi's livestream. Just now, he single-handedly killed a vicious wolf with his bare hands. What did you say? Zhang Tingyu's eyes widened instantly, and all traces of sleep vanished. Holy crap! What just happened? Shi Gu killed a wild wolf with just 2 strikes? Holy crap, I'm speechless. How is that even possible? Even a highly skilled professional wouldn't be able to take down a wolf that quickly in a one-on-one fight. Quick, did anyone record it? Please share the video. What's going on? I just got here. Did I miss something? Hey, you just missed out on a fortune. Shi Gu just killed a wolf with his bare hands in 2 moves. Flying Pig tipped the streamer 10 super rockets. Shi Gu is so awesome. That's so damn badass. Note, Flying Pig has donated 10 super rockets in Stolovsky Lin Qi's livestream. Hurry up and grab the treasure boxes. As the 10 super rockets appeared in the livestream, a series of notifications also flashed across the top of all livestreams on Donyo, startling all the viewers who were still half asleep. It's the middle of the night and someone's still spamming 10 super hot reactions? What's going on? Out of curiosity, a large number of viewers flooded into Lin Qi's livestream. In an instant, the number of online viewers in Lin Qi's livestream skyrocketed to 87,953. Just over 10,000 more, and he would have completed the task again. Lin Qi exhaled deeply, finally relaxing a little for the first time since the challenge began. To single-handedly kill a ferocious wolf with just a dagger, to be honest, for someone who was just an ordinary person in his previous life, it was indeed a challenge. Fortunately, he had previously allocated his skill points to physical strength and speed, otherwise, he would have been in real danger today. Watching the bullet hell on the screen and the Flying Pig's 10 powerful rockets, Lin Qi forced his arms not to tremble and smiled as he said, "Thanks for the 10 rockets, old pig." Soloing a vicious wolf may sound cool, but I must emphasize that it is extremely dangerous. Unless absolutely necessary, I advise everyone to avoid such actions. In nature, wolves are pack animals. Generally, lone wolves like these are either young wolves that have failed to challenge the alpha wolf or older wolves that have been ousted from the pack. Regardless of which category they fall into, they are extremely dangerous. Because they have separated from the pack, lone wolves must hunt for food on their own. To ensure success, they naturally exert their utmost effort in hunting. The tactics they employ are all high-stakes moves: succeed or die. Therefore, we once again remind everyone, if you encounter a wolf pack or a lone wolf in the wild, never make eye contact with them, and under no circumstances should you turn your back and run away. If possible, light a torch, wave it vigorously at them, and shout loudly to let them know you are not someone to be messed with. If you're lucky, you might actually scare them off. As he spoke, Lin Qi used his combat blade to flip through the wolf's corpse. At that moment, the audience finally noticed that the entire wild wolf's body had only 2 deep blood-soaked holes, one on the left side of its skull and another on the top of its head. Even the one on the top of its head had been forced open by the sheer force. The entire skull was severely deformed, with white brain matter and red blood flowing down the fur and pooling on the ground. Oh my god, there are only 2 fatal wounds on his entire body, and both are on his head. What kind of skills would it take to do that? Damn it, thank goodness the streamer went live in the middle of the night, otherwise, I would have missed the show. No time to waste, I'm dropping some gifts right now. Riding the waves, I'll tip 9,999 fishballs, no need to send 6, because it's already doubled. Chapter 17, Official Weibo Promotion. Note, Wudong Tai Chi level has been upgraded. Current level, Intermediate. Ha? Lin Qi was taken aback. Didn't we use any Tai Chi moves just now? How did my level suddenly go up? Though puzzled, Lin Qi didn't dwell on it. After all, an increase is better than no increase, isn't it? Thanks to the brother who gave this gift. After expressing his gratitude, Lin Qi looked at the wolf's corpse and couldn't help but rub his chin. He said, since they're already dead, keeping the wolf's corpse is a waste. We might as well dispose of it now and use it as tomorrow's ingredients. No sooner said than done. Lin Qi ignored the chaotic comments and walked back to the previous arrow trap, bringing the first wild wolf back with him. Hanging both wolves on the tree branches, Lin Qi said, next, I will proceed with the skinning and gutting process. The visuals may be distressing to some viewers, so please proceed with caution. After speaking, Lin Shi swung his combat blade and struck with a single blow. Puff! In an instant, a jet of bright red blood erupted from the wild wolf's neck artery. The sight was so terrifying that many people shuddered again. Dealing with a wild wolf is actually similar to dealing with cattle or sheep. It all starts with bleeding. Once the blood has been drained sufficiently, the skinning process begins. The specific method is roughly as follows. Lin Shi explained as he worked. Once the blood had been drained sufficiently, he reached into the throat and pulled out the esophagus, tying it in a knot. He then made a small incision on the wolf's leg and began blowing air into it. As he explained, the wild wolf's body began to swell, and in no time, it had transformed into a spherical shape. Next came the real shedding of the skin. A vertical cut was made on the wolf's abdomen and limbs to ensure they were connected, then the fur on the back of the wolf's neck was grabbed and pulled hard. Just like this. Zip! Suddenly, a sound like tearing fabric echoed through the air. The entire wolf pelt was instantly torn off by Lin Shi in one clean piece. Wow! Shi, you better tell us the truth. Did your family used to be pig butchers? How did you get so skilled at this? Sit down, it's just basic stuff. Isn't that amazing? Lin Shi joked, then continued to deal with the other wolf corpse. At that moment, the distant horizon began to glow with the first faint light of dawn. While Lin Shi was busy dealing with the wolf carcasses at the headquarters of the bird fighting platform. Is the video ready? Zhang Tingyu rushed straight to her office after receiving Wang Jiawei's call. At that moment, she glanced at the time. It was already 4:13 a.m. With just over 2 hours left before the peak time when people would start waking up, she had to make the most of this time to promote the video as much as possible while also urgently contacting Lin Shi to discuss the contract details. Everything was ready, but Lin Shi's phone was turned off, and there was no response from the back end. He probably hadn't had time to check yet. Wang Jiawei carried the buns and soy milk she had bought from the breakfast stall, placing them on the table as she spoke. You've worked hard. But we still need to keep in touch with Lin Shi. For now, let's proceed with the contract at the A level. If he doesn't agree, let me know, and I'll talk to him. No matter what, we must get him signed as soon as possible. Zhang Tingyu first expressed her gratitude, then spoke firmly. Alright, I'll go continue making calls right away. Wang Jiawei nodded and turned around to run out again. Watching the video Wang Jiawei sent, Zhang Tingyu took a deep breath, quickly posted it to the official outdoor section of the platform, and used every available resource to promote it extensively. After finishing these tasks, Zhang Tingyu glanced out the window at the sun slowly rising and murmured to herself. I hope you're not an ungrateful person. At the same time, Lin Shi, who had finished processing the wolf meat, once again slung his backpack over his shoulders. He placed the remaining dried fish and wolf meat from last night into the compartment of his backpack. Looking at the sunrise peeking through the horizon, Lin Shi couldn't help but smile. He hadn't realized that in all the hustle and bustle, the sun had already risen. Enjoying the sunrise in the jungle was a rare opportunity. I'll give you 5 minutes to take screenshots. I'll go tend to the campfire. Wow! How long has it been since I last saw the sunrise? Damn it, I almost forgot what it looks like. I have to say, it's truly beautiful. Thank you, Shi Ge, for letting us enjoy such a beautiful sight. Shi Ge, how are you going to handle the bonfire? Are you kidding? Of course you use water to put it out. But where's the water? What the heck, Shi Ge, what are you doing? I just heard some unspeakable sounds. The audience, who were admiring the beautiful sunrise, suddenly froze, and then they heard the sound of water hitting flames, suddenly coming from behind the camera. At the same time, Lin Shi let out a comfortable sigh of pleasure. The audience was instantly filled with wild imagination, and many female viewers blushed, their hearts racing. What should they do? Of course, put out the fire. They had saved up water all night, so they might as well use it. Chapter 18, Exploding the Internet. Wow, have you seen it? Someone posted a video on the outdoor section of Donyao showing a guy killing a wolf with his bare hands. Is that real? Or is it just special effects? Come on, why would I lie to you? Of course it's real. If you don't believe me, go check it out yourself. There are tons of people commenting below. Alright, I'll go check it out. But you have to treat me to dinner if you're lying. Pfft, go if you want. Similar conversations keep popping up in various WeChat groups and QQ groups. More people are also beginning to flood into the outdoor section of the Donyao platform. At first glance, the first thing that catches the eye is Lin Shi's video clip, accompanied by a bold and powerful title. Jungle Champion takes down a wolf alone, the world's first real-life wilderness live streaming show. What are you waiting for? Join the Donyao 21384 live streaming room and follow host Lin Shi as we explore the majestic beauty of nature. Meanwhile, numerous comments have appeared below the video. The video is amazing. I can't stop watching it. Is this real? If you say the old people could do it, I'd believe it, but are you sure the Dragon Country people didn't use computer graphics? Hey, if you can't speak properly, just shut up. What, only your moldy dad can do something so risky, but Dragon Country people can't? This person, once they kneel for too long, they can't stand up anymore. Thankfully, there's someone like Lin Chi to step forward and call them out. I want to say, I support Lin Chi. Less than 3 hours after the video was released, the view count on Bobo had already surpassed 3 million, and as time went on, more and more people became aware of the incident. Discussions about Bobo, XAN, NEE are taking place in various online communities. It has even sparked a trend, making it to the top 20 on the Bobo trending chart. Clearly, terms like Lin Chi, wild stream, and single kill wolf have become the latest hot topics of discussion among the general public. At this point, Lin Chi also began to notice something amiss. As he watched the live stream's viewership surge to over 530,000, Lin Chi suddenly heard a voice from the system. Congratulations, host. You have completed the 4th task of the newbie period, making a name for yourself. Due to reaching 100,000 popularity points, you have been awarded 10 points. Please use them wisely. Task 5, achieve 1 million popularity points 5300001000000 during the live stream. Reward, 50 points. What's going on? It's only been one night, why did the number suddenly skyrocket? Lin Chi was puzzled, but the next moment, upon seeing the comments on the screen, he immediately understood. Is this the big shot from the Wilderness livestream? You came over from Bilibili, right? Your video was absolutely amazing. Wow, it's actually in full HD quality. It feels like I'm right there. Where is the streamer? Did they find the ruins yet? From Bobo. I never thought someone from our dragon country would dare to challenge the wilderness, especially alone. Go, Shi-gu. Show those banana people that our dragon country also has brave adventurers who dare to take risks. By the way, did you really kill the alpha wolf? Whereas the wolf meat? Hey, are you questioning Chi-Ge's abilities? If you don't believe me, wait until Chi-gu goes offline and check the recording. It happened this morning. Plus, this was in the jungle who would walk around with raw meat? It was already in Chi-Ge's backpack. With tens of thousands of people sending comments, it was already chaotic. When over 50,000 people sent comments simultaneously, almost instantly, Lin Chi's entire screen disappeared. It was so chaotic that people had no choice but to turn off the comment function. Meanwhile, the private messages in the background were finally noticed by Lin Chi. Seeing Wang Jiaowei's densely packed messages, which numbered no fewer than 50, Lin Chi couldn't help but be impressed by her remarkable determination. Regarding the contract, let's discuss it in person after this live stream. After replying to the private message with his mind, Lin Chi turned back to the camera. The place where I am now is the Shenangjia Primitive Forest, the largest pristine jungle in the central southern region of Longwa. The purpose of this livestream is to lead everyone to discover the ancient ruins hidden deep within these mountains. Without further ado, let's continue following my lead and embark on this quest for discovery and adventure. With that, Lin Chi turned around, fixed his gaze on the distant range of mountains, and set off at a brisk pace. System, at this pace, it will take at least 3 days to reach the destination. Are there any speed-related skills you can recommend? Host's current points remaining, 10 points, current gift amount remaining, 504,639 yuan. The following speed-related skills can be exchanged. Quick Step, 3 points. Speed, 5 meters per second. Pegasus Technique, 5 points. Speed, 10 meters per second. Daizone Swift Run Basic, 10 points. Speed, 15 meters per second. Note, Daizone Swift movement can be upgraded through walking or running, with a maximum speed of 100 meters per second, making it a top-tier movement skill. Looking at the table listed by the system, Lin Chi didn't even hesitate for a moment before saying, alright, let's exchange for Daizone Swift movement skill. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Daizone Sprint skill basic. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Daizone Swift movement basic skill. Chapter 19, A Tall Tree Catches the Wind. In an instant, a cool breeze enveloped them once more. Lin Chi suddenly felt as though his legs were no longer his own. Not only were they light, but with each step he took, it felt as though he were bouncing. A single step propelled him several meters forward, and with 2 steps, he had already reached the 15-meter distance mentioned by the system. Wow! That's amazing! No wonder it's a top-tier speed skill. Wow, that's amazing! No wonder it's a top-tier speed skill. Shocked and amazed, Lin Chi's confidence grew even stronger. If he had this speed last night, he wouldn't have needed a dagger to kill the wild wolf alone. He could have simply used his speed to kick it to death. The sudden increase in speed left the livestream viewers in awe. Watching the tree shadows swiftly recede behind them. Many people hurriedly typed. Holy crap, is the streamer taking off? How fast is that? What the heck? Kijesh, slow down. I'm getting motion sickness. I can't take it anymore. I need to take some motion sickness medicine. What's going on? Why did the streamer suddenly speed up like that? Newcomers are shocked. Does anyone know if this is the streamer's usual pace? I'm not a veteran, but I'll say it anyway, no. You idiots, now that we're going downhill, we'll naturally go much faster. This is mountainous terrain, not a snowfield. Otherwise, I'd put on my skis and show you what it means to race like the wind. He made up an excuse on the spot, but Lin Chi's heart tightened suddenly. Fortunately, it was really going downhill, so the excuse was somewhat plausible. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have known how to explain it. It seems that from now on, when using Dai Zone's swift movement, I'll have to be more cautious under normal circumstances. With that thought in mind, Lin Chi gradually charged down the rocky slope of the mountainside. Before him lay a barren wasteland overgrown with weeds. Here and there, small puddles of water can be faintly seen. Above it, there are no trees growing, no jagged rocks, and not even a single shrub. Extremely out of place. It stands in stark contrast to the surrounding ancient trees and dense shrubbery. I took a look at the map. Lin Chi frowned slightly. Friends, it seems that if we want to reach our destination smoothly, we have no choice but to go through this area. Isn't this just an ordinary grassy area? Why did Chi Gu make it sound like there's some kind of danger? Right. Could there be some hidden wild beasts up ahead? Chi Gu, could you explain it to Xiao Bai? I thought he was so cool, but he's just a coward. It seems like the streamer has some connections. He can even get the official account of the bird fighting platform to promote him so enthusiastically. I thought he was so cool, but he's just a coward. It seems like the streamer has some serious connections. Even the official account of the bird fighting platform is going all out to promote him. I told you so. How could there be any explorers in Manhwa? Look at that, it's just a patch of grass, and they're already scared. If you want to see real exploration, just wait for someone from Ome to step up. You two idiots above, if your moldy dad is so great, why don't you go there? This is Dragon Country's land, we don't need you trash who only know how to spew garbage. Lin Chi narrowed his eyes, glancing at the few shouting comments, and sneered. Just a patch of grass? This user ID is called Longing for Twist. I don't know if you're really that stupid or if you were raised like a placenta. Can't you even do basic analysis? This is a jungle, with ancient trees growing densely and jagged rocks scattered everywhere. Yet there's only this one spot where only weeds grow and no trees do. Don't you find that strange? To be honest with you, this is a wasteland. To be more precise, it's a swampus wasteland. It's the most common type of wasteland. In Manhwa, it accounts for 3,785 of the total natural wasteland area. Its most distinctive feature, and also its most deadly one, is that it remains in a perpetually or frequently waterlogged state. If anyone or any animal were to venture into it, there is a 99% chance they would become trapped. If you are unaware of this or simply too lazy to learn about it, then congratulations, you will undoubtedly perish within it. Is this for real? Is this place really that terrifying? It doesn't look that special to me. The person above, it's precisely because it looks ordinary that it's dangerous. If it weren't for Chi Ge's warning earlier, if you were in Chi Ge's position, do you think the consequences would have been any different? Ugh, don't say any more. I'm shaking all over. Hey, where are those two idiots who were shouting earlier? Why can't I see them anymore? What the hell are they talking about wanting to twist and turn? If they like kneeling so much, why don't they just get the hell out of Dragon Country's territory? I bet they just wanted to make a scene but had nowhere to go. Didn't you see that old pig kicked them all just now? Flying pig, I can't stand people like this. They talk big online but act like dogs in real life. Chi Gu, don't bother with them. It's beneath you. Flying pig tipped the streamer 10 super rockets to buy Chi Gu some tea to calm down. Flying pig sent one gift, and instantly, the entire livestream was once again flooded with a wave of gifts. Chapter 20, Someone's Up to Something. Support the streamer with a super rocket for aspiring rural life. Aspiring to a rural life, donated one super rocket to the streamer. Ping Ping Xiamanta tips the streamer 10 super rockets. Chi Gu is the best. Don't bother with those idiots. Pineapple Seaside tips the streamer 10 super rockets for Chi Gu, Liu Bei, and the counterattack was flawless. Under Qingcheng Mountain, a poor viewer tipped the streamer 6,666 fish balls. That's all I have, and I'm giving them all to Chi Gu. Chiga's little fan tipped the streamer 1 airplane. Chiga, I uploaded your video to Bilibili, but I can't apply for revenue yet. This is all the pocket money I have, and I'm giving it all to you. You won't blame me, will you? Thank you Lao Zhu, Tianyuan, Xiamantu, Hima, Qingcheng, and the little fan for your gifts. There are too many people, so I won't mention everyone individually. As for little fanboy blaming you, well, I do blame you. Why? Because you didn't share enough videos. And the same goes for the rest of you. If you want to share videos, go ahead, just make sure to credit the source. Seeing the sudden wave of gifts flooding in, Lin Chi couldn't help but feel moved. It would be a lie to say otherwise. In this unfamiliar place, where so many people care about you and support you, is there anything more touching than that? Lin Chi clasped his hands together and said, "Thank you all for your support. In truth, the one who should be thanking you is me. As an unknown small-time streamer, it is precisely because of your companionship that I have managed to persevere in this wilderness. Here, I would like to thank everyone once again." Bowing deeply, Lin Chi expresses his gratitude to everyone who has followed him. Similarly, it was precisely this bow that elevated the atmosphere in the live stream to a whole new level. GIFs, comments, and screens flooded the feed, and many people began to notice slight delays and lag in the live stream. At that moment, Zhang Tingyu was also watching Lin Qi's live stream. Seeing this, her heart skipped a beat. This is not good. It looks like things are about to go south. Zhang Tingyu never imagined that a single action and a few words could cause such a huge reaction. At the same time, she deeply regretted not having allocated more bandwidth to Lin Qi's livestream earlier. Hurry up, Jiawei. Tell the technical department to increase the bandwidth for Lin Qi's livestream immediately. If 5 isn't enough, add 10. We must ensure the livestream runs smoothly. Zhang Tingyu, filled with regret, immediately grabbed her phone and called Wang Jiawei outside, while simultaneously using her administrator privileges to post a message in Lin Qi's livestream. Users experiencing lag can select an alternative connection in the bottom right corner of the livestream. Our staff are urgently adding more connections, and service should return to normal shortly. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused by our oversight. If you're experiencing lag, switch to line 3. It's smooth here. Line 5 isn't lagging either. Alright, it's not lagging anymore. Chi-gu, you're the man. You've lagged out the Donyao server. Hee, that just means Chi-gu is popular. Of course, it also means we're pretty cool too, since we're the ones sending the comments and gifts that caused the lag. Don't get too cocky. The moderator is still here. Be careful or you'll all get banned. Is it working now? Lin Qi looked at the comments and nodded. As long as it's not lagging, that's good. By the way, is the admin still around? If the server isn't powerful enough, I can find you an absolutely amazing one. It'll never lag. Zhang Tingyu. After teasing the super administrator, Lin Qi also smiled. Ignoring the screen filled with teasing comments, his expression grew serious again as he addressed the camera. Alright, enough joking around. Let's get back to the main topic. As I mentioned earlier, our destination is on the other side of this swamp. Though it's not very large, it stretches across the entire mountain slope. If we don't go through here, I'll have to go all the way back up to the halfway point. That would be too far and not worth the trouble. Lin Qi looked at the distance between himself and the opposite side of the swamp. From where I was standing to the other side, there was a distance of about 50 meters. It wasn't short, but it wasn't long either. I planned to cross over from here. What? Chi-gu, don't be impulsive. Didn't you just say the swamp miracle was dangerous? Yeah. Chi-gu, why don't you look for another way? It's okay to waste a little time, we don't mind. Didn't you hear what Chi-gu said? This swamp stretches across the entire mountain foot. Taking a detour would make the journey too long, and it's not worth it. Plus, this is a jungle. Who knows what dangers we might encounter if we take a detour? But isn't that better than walking through the swamp? That's still better than walking through the swamp, right? Stop arguing. Look, Chi-gu has fallen down. Sure enough. Just then, Lin Qi, who had been observing the swamp, suddenly dropped to the ground. He spread his limbs as wide as possible, disregarding the mud and water on the ground, and slowly began crawling forward. At the same time, he addressed the camera. This is a rare opportunity. Below, I'll show you how to safely cross the swamp without any tools. Everyone, watch closely. While Lin Qi was explaining how to survive in the swamp, thousands of kilometers away in Jingdu, in a cramped basement, Xiang Wanyue, with a gloomy expression, was rapidly typing something on the computer. Chapter 21, What to do when deeply mired in a swamp. Suddenly, a message popped up on the screen in front of him. Red Mouth, what's up? Want me to help you bash someone again? Longing for a showdown? Yes, this time it's a small streamer. I'll send you the details. Help me take him down. The more embarrassing and damaging, the better. Red-lipped, that's not a good idea. Longing for a date, 5,000. Red lips and white teeth, 15,000. Longing for a date, wasn't it only 5,000 before? How did the price go up so quickly? Red lips, there's nothing we can do. Times are tough. Red mouth, white toothed, there's nothing we can do. Times are tough. Longing for a deal, I was only willing to pay 5,000 before. How could it go up so quickly? Longing for a twist, I only have 13,500 here, it's all I've got. Red-lipped, alright, same as usual, pay half up front, and the rest once the job is done. Since you're a regular customer, I'll expedite it for you. You'll see results by tomorrow at the latest. Looking at the text in the chat box, Xiang Wangyue pushed his glasses up and sneered smugly. What's so great about being a lousy streamer? What's there to be so arrogant about? You dare to kick me? Just wait until I ruin your reputation and get you banned. At the same time, deep within the Shinong frame. Did you see that? If you accidentally stumble into the swamp and have no suitable tools to help you, you can do as I did, lie flat on the ground and spread your body out as much as possible to increase your contact area with the ground. At the same time, while crawling, always keep an eye out for poisonous snakes, poisonous insects, or other wild animals in the surrounding grass. Although swamps are extremely dangerous for humans and large animals, they are a paradise for venomous snakes, poisonous insects, and crocodiles. At that moment, Lin Chi's face and body were covered in black mud. The putrid stench wafting around him was so overpowering that he could only roll his eyes. However, Lin Chi still said to the camera, "As for if you really accidentally find yourself deep in the swamp. Just like this." As he spoke, Lin Chi, in front of over 600,000 viewers in the livestream, suddenly retracted his limbs, crouched down, and splashed into the muddy pond beside him with a loud thud. The sudden turn of events left countless viewers in the livestream speechless, with many female viewers and those who were easily startled covering their eyes. "Chi-gu, you've lost your mind? What the heck, Chi-gu, what are you doing? You just got famous. Do you really have to go this hard? Oh no, what should we do now? Does anyone know the emergency number? Hurry up and call for help. How do we rescue him? Chi-gu is deep inside the Shin-nong-ja. Even if help arrives, we'll have to wait until tomorrow. Everyone, please remain calm." Lin Chi smiled and said, "I'm just demonstrating this for you. If you ever accidentally fall into a swamp and there's no one around, you'll know how to save yourself. Now, as you can see, I'm already half submerged in the mud. At this point, the most important thing is to stay calm. Because in a mud pit, any panic, sudden movements, or struggling will only make you sink deeper. So at this point, you need to stay calm. At the same time, try to reduce the weight you're carrying as much as possible. For example, my backpack right now." Lin Shirong had the camera pan behind him. He slowly pulled his arms out of the mud, carefully removed the two straps of his backpack from his shoulders, and gently placed the backpack aside. At this point, you would feel a significant lightness on your body, but at the same time, your movements would cause you to sink a bit further. For example, right now, there are two large clumps of weeds by my side. So we need to make good use of it. As always, gently and carefully grasp the weeds, remembering not to pull too hard, or else they'll come out with the roots, which would be embarrassing. Lean forward, concentrating most of your strength in your forearms. Hey, look, now my upper body is slowly emerging from the mud. Let's keep going. Lin Chi took a short breath, still leaning forward, and carefully moved forward. At this point, it's crucial not to exert too much force. Instead, use a gentle, sustained effort. Look, now my entire upper body is out. At this point, you can catch your breath for a moment, because next, you'll need to reinsert the hand you just managed to free back into the mud. Of course, this doesn't mean going back down. Instead, it's time to pull one of your legs out of the mud. Lin Chi spoke while acting, and in the eyes of the audience, he had already turned into a mudman. But not a single person laughed. Watching Lin Chi alone in the muddy swamp, observing his teaching methods that were almost imperceptibly precise, everyone regardless of whether they had been interested in him before was deeply moved. Humans are such emotional creatures. When you one day discover that someone is truly honest with you, even risking their life to impart knowledge to you, even if that person is a stranger, they are more than worthy of your respect. Chapter 22, The Deliciousness Within Rotten Wood. Look, my left leg has successfully come out. Lin Chi called out cautiously yet excitedly. He gave the camera a big smile. He didn't even bother to wipe the mud off his teeth, which were already covered in it. Lin Chi continued, "At this point, congratulations, you have successfully navigated the most dangerous moment. Now, success is just a small step away. Now that both your arms and one leg are out of the mud, all you need to do is use your last ounce of strength to crawl toward the shore with all your might." Lin Chi dragged himself along, covered in mud. When he finally managed to escape the swamp and reach the other side, the live stream was flooded with comments in an instant. 63,000 people, at that very moment, simultaneously erupted with the most genuine excitement and emotion in their hearts. "Well done, Chi-gu. You're so damn awesome. Wow, I'm already tearing up. They say streamers aren't fit for the stage and don't spread positive energy, but today I saw Chi-gu is spreading positive energy. Keep it up, I'll be your fan for life. Thank you, Chi-gu. I came here from Bobo, and I thought it was just a show. But the streamer is actually teaching us things. I was wrong. I'm sorry. I apologize to you." Flying Pig donated 20 super rockets to the streamer. "I said before that Chi-gu was really teaching us something, but I think I was wrong. Chi-gu is teaching us with his life. Chi-G's little fanboy, no words needed, gifts are on me, I'll follow you forever, and love you till I'm old. Ping Ping Xiaoman, Chi-gu, hurry up and find a place to wash up. Look at you, all dirty. Am I really that dirty? Little bun, are you already starting to look down on me?" Lin Chi joked, glancing at his clothes covered in mud and emitting a foul odor. "Wow, Chi-gu is speaking in riddles. Wow, Chi-gu is speaking in riddles. I smell something sour and rotten. Yuck, who left the vinegar? Chi-gu, you're the one who's changed your mind. How could you forget my pineapple so quickly? Humph. You're really a big pig. Hey, little bun, why aren't you saying anything? Are you shy? Ha! In the girls' dormitory of the acting department at Jingdu Film Academy. Ping Ping, a petite girl with long hair and a slender figure, was watching the screen filled with teasing comments, feeling so embarrassed she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. These animals are absolutely despicable. Alright, back to the topic at hand. I really do need to wash up now. Not only am I covered in mud, but there's also a pungent, foul odor coming off me. If I don't wash up soon, I'll probably be suffocated by the smell before I even reach my destination. Lin Chi glanced around. Although the distant terrain was once again covered by jungle, he quickly located the nearest water source based on the map. It was approximately 3 kilometers away in a straight line behind him. Friends, do you remember the method I mentioned earlier for finding water sources? We will need to apply that knowledge once again. Look, can you see the terrain behind me? Although it is currently sloping upward overall, take a closer look at this section. There is a distinct downward slope here. And if you look closely at the surface of the soil, you can see clear signs of water seepage, which indicates that water flowed through this area not long ago. If we follow this path, we are very likely to find the water source. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lin Chi, carrying his mud-covered backpack, hurried into the jungle. Although he was completely covered in mud, Dai's own swift movement truly lived up to his reputation as a top-tier speed-based skill. Even though Lin Chi was now exhausted to the point of collapse, his speed remained steady at around 8 meters per second, leaving Lin Chi in awe. At this near-running speed, Lin Chi soon arrived at his destination. It was a natural reservoir hidden between 2 cliffs. Lin Chi doesn't know exactly how deep it is, but judging by visual estimation, the diameter is definitely over 20 meters. It can definitely be called a large reservoir. I didn't expect it to be such a large pond. Friends, it looks like we've found a treasure. We hurried to the edge of the reservoir, surrounded by reeds, cattails, and other aquatic plants. The water was dotted with green duckweed, water lilies, and water ferns. At first glance, the sight was enough to make anyone lose the desire to go in. But for Lin Chi, none of this posed any obstacle. After taking off his backpack, Lin Chi was just about to take off his clothes again when suddenly, his sharp gaze caught sight of something. It was a half-submerged piece of rotten wood. However, compared to normal rotten wood, this piece of rotten wood has many striped honeycomb-like holes. Friends, I think we've really struck gold. Look what else I found. Ignoring the audience's confused looks and questions, Lin Chi immediately knelt down in front of the rotten wood, examined its texture, and suddenly, he swiftly drew his combat knife. He stabbed the rotten wood with all his might. Crack! With a dull thud, a piece of wood was forcefully pried open, and the object inside the wood immediately came into view. As everyone looked at the scene unfolding within the wood, their scalps instantly tingled with shock. Some people even vomited on the spot. What the hell is this? Chapter 23, There's something underwater. They resembled thin, long tubes. In the pitch-black, damp rotten wood, they were densely packed and curled up in a heap. Under the sunlight, one could even see something black moving inside them. It must be their digestive fluids. The rotting wood was suddenly torn open, and these slender tubes, as if startled, began to wriggle frantically within the decaying wood. Under the crystal-clear lens, everyone's scalp felt like it was being torn apart. It felt as though these creatures were crawling all over their bodies, utterly terrifying. Suddenly, the screen was flooded with comments, and everyone was furiously attacking Lin Chi. However, Lin Chi merely rolled his eyes. You really don't know what you're talking about. Have you never seen this before? It's called a shipworm, and it's delicious. Of course, this isn't something to play with. They're also known as shipworms, belonging to the class Bivalvia, suborder Pectinaria, and family shipworm. Typically, they live in wood, using the 2 symmetrical white shells at the front of their bodies to burrow a long hollow cavity inside the wood, which serves as their nest. Additionally, most shipworms secrete a thin calcareous tube that covers the rest of their bodies, with a small shovel-like armor at the base. When threatened, they retract into the tube and use the armor to block the opening. Look, just like this. Just as Lin Chi was explaining, part of the shipworms in the rotten wood did indeed retreat into a thin layer of lime-like tubes, as he had said, causing Lin Chi to become excited. Of course, the audience was already screaming in horror, with many people switching away from the page. After waiting a few minutes, they returned to find that Lin Chi had actually reached out and pulled these things out of the rotten wood. Perhaps the rotten wood wasn't too thick, so the shipworms he pulled out were only about 40 centimeters long. Inside the tubes as thick as a wrist, the shipworms were constantly wriggling up and down, utterly disgusting. Oh my god, I'm sorry. Can we just throw this thing away? It's way too disgusting. I can't even eat lunch now. Shut up. I was eating lunch, but now I've thrown up everything I just ate. This is way too much to handle. Is it that disgusting? Just now, Shigu said they were delicious. I'm wondering what it actually tastes like. You're a wolf, you're so cruel. Although this creature has always been a scourge of wooden ships, in the Philippines and some South Asian countries, many people still make it into dishes. Lin Chi looked at the shipworms wriggling in his hand. Since we have nothing planned for lunch or dinner today, I'll collect them and use them as ingredients. After saying that, Lin Chi bent down again and pulled these disgusting creatures one by one from the rotten wood, tossing them aside. As they watched the shipworms curl up together, writhing into a large mass of flesh, the chat window erupted once more with cries of horror, and many viewers actually vomited this time. After a while, having pulled out 7 or 8 ship maggots ranging from 20 to 40 centimeters in length, Lin Shi finally reluctantly stopped. To be honest, although he made it sound easy, actually holding these things in his hands soft and squirming was definitely not something most people would willingly endure. At least Lin Shi felt that before this expedition was over, he didn't want to touch it again. Alright, most of these shipworms have a lime-like outer shell, so they shouldn't move for a short while. I'll take this opportunity to jump into the water and wash off the mud that's almost dried on my body. The smell is really unpleasant. With a slight smile toward the camera, Lin Shi once again undressed without batting an eyelid. Although his skin didn't have that healthy bronze tone, his muscle groups had been developed during his physical training, giving him a defined physique. As a result, under the camera's lens, he actually gave off an impression of being slim when clothed and muscular when undressed. This truly left many female viewers excited. Pairs of beautiful eyes kept darting toward Lin Shi, and some bold ones had already started leaving comments on the chat screen. Oh my! Chico actually said Tua just like that, it's so embarrassing. You guys are so dirty. But to be honest, she GEs but looks pretty white, hee, I wanna touch it. You guys are really something. Lin Shi looked at the comments and his head was filled with black lines. This is a green and healthy livestream, look at the things you're saying. Rolling his eyes, he ignored the comments that had already strayed off topic, and with a loud splash, he jumped into the water. While vigorously rubbing his face, he excitedly shouted, "This is amazing! Absolutely amazing! Ha, this is the most refreshing shower I've had since entering the divine realm. Floating in the water, feeling its buoyancy, there's simply no better place than this." In the heat of the moment, Lin Shi even started humming a song excitedly. However, at that very instant, the live stream was filled with shocked exclamations. "Kajej, look behind you! There's something underwater! Oh my god, how big is that? Could it be a sea monster? She good, get away from there! Look behind you, look behind you! Behind him?" Seeing the shocked exclamations in the comments, Lin Shi's nerves immediately tightened, and he turned his head to look behind him underwater. Although the water was murky and the view was blurry, Lin Shi suddenly saw a massive figure rapidly approaching him from about 7 or 8 meters behind. Holy crap, what the hell is that? Chapter 24, Water Battle. Showdown with the Water Python. Lin Shi's nerves instantly tensed up. He had to admit that he had been careless just now. Having been exposed to the foul odor on his body for an extended period, he was so eager to jump into the water and clean himself that he unconsciously forgot he was still in the jungle. However, he quickly regained his senses. Lin Shi immediately reached for the combat knife he always kept at his waist. His eyes blazed with determination. He took a deep breath and plunged into the water with a splash. The camera followed suit, diving into the water as well. However, due to the extremely murky underwater environment, even the high-definition camera produced by the system could only capture a blurry image. Lin Shi's expression grew serious as he charged toward the massive black shadow that was now mere inches away, thrusting forward and locking onto it. It was actually a water python. It was nearly 7 meters long. In this murky water, Lin Shi, who is only 1.78 meters tall, looks as small and weak as a baby compared to his opponent. The enormous size disparity left all the spectators trembling. A vague, primal fear emanating from the depths of their souls caused many to instinctively lean back and avert their eyes from the screen. However, Lin Shi remained clinging tightly to the water python, wielding his sharp dagger with reckless abandon, stabbing furiously at the flesh beneath the scales. Gurgling sounds echoed. Bright red blood spread rapidly underwater. The water python, feeling the pain, was now driven by its ferocity. It extended its snake tongue, its massive body coiling violently, tightly wrapping itself around Lin Shi. Simultaneously, its blood-red maw opened wide, and its pair of crimson eyes gleamed with malice, preparing to strike at Lin Shi's head. If it managed to bite him, Lin Shi would have no chance of survival. The situation was so dire that the audience didn't even have time to react, only instinctively letting out gasps of shock, their eyes staring blankly at the screen. The water python's strength was so immense that in just a moment, Lin Shi felt as though every bone in his body was about to be crushed, with constant cracking sounds echoing throughout his body. Fortunately, his physical condition had improved, allowing him to withstand the pressure for now. Otherwise, he would have fainted long ago. Damn, this trip has been anything but easy. First poisonous snakes, then wild wolves, and now a water python. Lin Shi muttered to himself, but his hands never stopped moving. Put. The water python never expected that such a small prey could still struggle and fight back in this situation. Moreover, the counterattack inflicted unimaginable pain on it. There was no chance to dodge. The blade of the combat knife instantly pierced the water python's brain, and the arsenic trisulfide on the blade spread like a virus, rapidly paralyzing the entire brainstem of the water python. The water python began to thrash wildly in agony. Lin Shi, who was wrapped around it, instantly experienced a violent shaking that was 10 times more intense than a roller coaster. However, paralyzed by the venom, Lin Chi could feel the python's strength rapidly fading. Therefore, no matter what, he couldn't let go. Splash, splash, splash. The water python's struggles made the already murky waters even more turbid, and its immense strength stirred the water's surface, creating a small whirlpool. What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? With all this commotion, Chi-gu must be fighting that thing. But the water is so murky, even Chi-ji's high-definition camera can't capture it clearly. Hey, you upstairs, you're focusing on the wrong thing. Shouldn't we be worried about Chi-ji's safety right now? Worry about what? With Chi-ji's skills in taking down a lone wolf, how could he possibly get into trouble in such a place? And if something really happened, wouldn't there be more commotion? Ping Ping Xiamanta tipped the streamer with one super rocket. Chi-gu is definitely fine. We have to believe in him. In a classroom at Jingdu Film Academy, thousands of miles away, Ping Ping Xiamanta sat with a tense expression, his small fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles had turned white. Her roommate, noticing her state, hurried over and whispered, "Ling Ling, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Nothing. I'm watching a live streamer. This guy is doing an outdoor live stream alone in Shinnongjia and is currently fighting a water python. Zhang Xiaolin waved her hands to explain while staring intently at the phone screen, completely captivated, causing her roommate to become instantly interested. Someone actually dares to stream live from Shinnongjia? And they're fighting a water python? Lin, are you sure that's not computer-generated special effects? My roommate, who is also a pretty girl, stared with wide eyes, blinking curiously, and quickly gathered around to watch. At that moment, the commotion underwater had gradually subsided. Although the water remains murky, as the camera approaches, Wu Di's figure can once again be seen, along with the massive water python writhing beneath him. Chapter 25, Sun the Traitor, Return My Backpack. Bright red blood had already stained a large area in the murky water, spreading outward continuously as the current swirled. Lin Chi didn't hesitate. He placed his hand in front of his eyes to shield them from the glare, forcing back the stinging sensation in his eyes. He scanned the area around him and, seeing no immediate danger, quickly withdrew the dagger. He then wrapped his arms around the massive snakehead of the water python and struggled toward the surface. Plop. Exhaling a mouthful of murky air, Lin Chi, soaked from head to toe, strained with all his might under everyone's gaze. After a long while, he finally managed to drag the water python's upper body onto the shore with great difficulty. Pant. Friends, it seems that this expedition is really full of twists and turns. If you hadn't reminded me just now, I would probably be feeding this thing to the fish at the bottom of the sea right now. Thanks a lot. Lin Chi thanked him while panting heavily. Flying pig, no need to thank us. The situation was critical just now, all we could do was warn you. Chi-ji's little fanboy, yeah. But Chi-gu is so awesome he could take down that big thing even underwater. Chi-gu, I'm starting to doubt your true identity more and more. Ping Xiaoman, as long as you're okay, that's all that matters. I was so scared just now. Pineapple Cecile, what happened? What was going on just now? How did such a big snake end up there? This is a water python, also known as the three-striped python or black-tailed python, and is a species of Asian rock python. Typically, three-striped pythons can grow up to 4 meters in length and weigh approximately 3,060 kilograms. The longest recorded three-striped python in the world measured 585 meters, but this one. Lin Chi looked at the dead sand python lying beside him. At least 7 meters. That means we just broke a world record not long ago. Wow, is that for real? It seems to be true. I just checked on Baidu, and there are records showing that the longest Indian python is indeed 585 meters. Doesn't that mean I accidentally witnessed a new record? Damn it, sitting in Chi-ji's livestream really does bring surprises at every moment. No one expected that, by sheer coincidence, everyone would witness a new world record for the Asan python, measuring at least 7 meters over a meter longer than the previous record. In an instant, the atmosphere in the live stream shifted from tension to sheer excitement. A barrage of gift effects filled the screen, and excited comments flooded the chat, completely overwhelming the feed once again. The commotion in Lin Chi's livestream continued unabated, with the gift effects even sweeping across the skies of all other livestreams on the platform, drawing many curious onlookers who were unaware of the situation back into the livestream. In less than 10 seconds, the number of viewers surged to 870,000. The goal of 1 million was now just under 200,000 away. Seeing the wildly rising popularity numbers, Lin Chi couldn't help but feel overjoyed inside, but his expression remained calm. There was nothing he could do about it. The underwater struggle earlier had indeed drained him of a lot of energy, and now he needed to use this time to quickly recover his strength. After about 10 minutes, Lin Chi, who had mostly recovered, finally put his clothes back on. Although there were still many mud clumps on his clothes, fortunately, the fabric of his outdoor clothing was waterproof, so the mud hadn't soaked into the fabric. With a gentle rub, a large piece of mud came off immediately. At least we no longer have to endure the foul odor of the muddy swamp. I was wondering how I was going to transport such a large snake. Looking down at the massive upper half of the three-headed python lying on the ground, Lin Chi pinched his chin and frowned repeatedly. Taking the entire thing with him was out of the question. He could only cut off a portion. Looking down at the massive upper body of the Asan python, Lin Chi pinched his chin and frowned repeatedly. Taking the entire thing was definitely impossible. He would have to cut off a portion. However, leaving the majority of it soaking in water was a waste. It was a bit heartbreaking. Watching Lin Chi wallow in self-pity, the audience couldn't help but roll their eyes. But to be fair, this was the first time Lin Chi had encountered a situation where he had too much food to eat in the jungle. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Chi clenched his teeth. Alright, I'll just take a small portion. We can't let ourselves be tempted by food. Lin Chi spoke eloquently, but the occasional flashes of pain on his face clearly revealed his true intentions, prompting the audience to once again vent their frustration and disdain. Considering the limited space left in his backpack, Lin Chi didn't cut off much, only about 3 or 5 pounds. Holding the blood-stained snake meat, Lin Chi turned to place it in his backpack nearby, but at that moment, a sharp whistling sound suddenly swept in from the left. Lin Chi startled, dropping the snake meat to the ground, and the dagger was instantly back in his hand. Gak! A sudden roar echoed through the air, followed by a blur of movement so fast it was impossible to discern its form. It whistled past Lin Chi's eyes in an instant. Lin Chi instinctively took a half step back, but in the next instant, he saw the white figure flash by and grab the backpack he had placed nearby. It then let out a series of sharp cries before disappearing swiftly into the dense foliage ahead. Lin Chi froze for a moment. The audience was also stunned. No one had expected that the white figure didn't attack Lin Chi but instead grabbed his backpack and ran off. However, the next moment, he let out a sudden cry of surprise. Damn it, son, don't run. Give me back my backpack. Chapter 26, Jungle Elves and Albino Golden Monkeys. What the heck was that just now? It was all white and I couldn't see clearly. Does anyone know what that was? I didn't see it clearly either, but from the sound, it seemed a bit like a monkey's cry. Could it be a monkey? No way, there are pure white monkeys? Although I didn't see clearly just now, that shadow was completely white with not a single speck of color. I have no idea. Kajesh, do you know what it is? At that moment, Lin Chi was speeding through the jungle. With Daizone moving at full speed, his speed was almost as fast as a bird in flight. The shadows of the surrounding trees whipped past him at breakneck speed, and those in the distance blurred into deep, dark lines. If it weren't for the urgent situation and the fact that only a few people had noticed, it would have sparked another heated discussion among the audience. It was a golden monkey, a white-furred golden monkey. At a speed of 15 meters per second, Lin Chi once again caught sight of the white figure. At this moment, perhaps having succeeded in its task, its speed had slowed down, so even though Lin Chi was still about 10 meters away, he could see it clearly. Aiming the camera at the white-haired golden monkey swinging among the tree branches, Lin Chi explained, though it's a bit frustrating, I must say that seeing a golden monkey in Shinongjia, especially one with completely white fur, is indeed a very fortunate thing. Due to climate change and human activities, their living space is shrinking, and now they can only be spotted in the deepest parts of these forests. The one we see before us is likely a Sichuan golden snub-nosed monkey. Lin Chi stepped onto the fallen log blocking his path, leaped into the air, and landed nearly 10 meters away. He rolled on the ground and continued, slightly out of breath. There are approximately 5 species of golden monkeys: the MD golden monkey, the Sichuan golden monkey, the Yunnan golden monkey, the Guizhou golden monkey, and the Yunnan golden monkey. Among these, except for the MD golden monkey and Yunnan golden monkey, the others are all rare and precious animals unique to Longwa. In 2012, they were listed as endangered species in the Red List and are also classified as first-class protected animals under national law. The Sichuan golden snub-nosed monkey is primarily distributed in SC, SX, HB, and GS regions. I have no idea how this little guy ended up here, but I know I absolutely must not harm it. This is quite a dilemma. How am I supposed to retrieve my backpack? Lin Chi's current mood is a mix of joy and sorrow. Seeing a golden monkey, especially a white one, was enough to make anyone ecstatic, but this little guy had stolen his backpack and the wolf meat inside, which was a bit of a bummer. Meanwhile, at the HB Provincial Natural Animal Protection Research Institute, Zhang Xiaoning is an intern here. Although he is a student from a top-tier university, as an intern, his current duties consist of fetching tea and running errands for the senior researchers at the institute, handling tasks that are not particularly challenging but require significant time and attention. For example, right now, Zhang Xiaoning was assigned to observe the reactions of microorganisms. For him, this was a rather tedious and boring task, far less interesting than tracking wild animals in the field. After spending several hours in the lab, he couldn't take it anymore and started scrolling through his feed. By chance, he came across a video of Lin Chi single-handedly taking down a wolf, which left him in awe. He instinctively clicked on the link and opened Lin Chi's live stream. However, as soon as he entered the live stream, he saw a scene that thrilled him. Golden monkeys? Alive, albino golden monkeys? It's already rare enough to spot a live golden monkey in the wild, but he actually saw an albino one in Lin Chi's livestream. In an instant, he hurriedly typed a comment. This is indeed a Sichuan golden snub-nosed monkey. Where did you find it, host? Could you share the exact location? I'm from the HB Province Natural Animal Protection Research Institute. The Natural Animal Protection Research Institute? Why didn't you just say you're from the Dragon Research Institute? The streamer is currently deep within the Shinongjia region. No one knows the exact location, but you're just a level 0 newbie, aren't you exaggerating a bit? Clearly, hardly any of the viewers in the live stream believed him. Lin Shi didn't seem to mind. After all, a level 0 account with a username like I wanna see a panda was hardly likely to attract much attention. At that moment, while closely following the golden monkey above his head, Lin Shi was still thinking about how to get his backpack back. After all, this was a major issue. System, are there any skills similar to beast taming? I can afford them now. Recommend too. Lin Shi asked in his mind. Host's current available points, 0 points, remaining gift amount, 1,574,906 yuan. Skills cannot be exchanged at this time. The system's single sentence instantly dashed Lin Shi's hopes. No way, is it that bad? How about this, I'll just owe you for now? Lin Shi asked again, unwilling to give up. No way. This system is a small business, we don't offer credit. After saying that, the system just stopped responding? What the hell? Damn it, this crappy system. Lin Shi rolled his eyes. You're just a small-time system trying to make a profit? But Lin Shi didn't really care. After all, the system had already been quite generous, giving him both physical attributes and equipment. To demand more would be a bit ungrateful. It seems I'll have to rely on myself after all. Sighing, Lin Shi's gaze returned to the front, but suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. Even his breathing became slightly labored. And it wasn't just him, the livestream viewers were all stunned, and Zhang Xiaoning even jumped up from his chair. This won't do. I have to tell the mentor immediately. This guy has discovered something truly remarkable. Chapter 27, a world-shaking discovery attracts the bigwigs. It was as if they had accidentally stumbled upon Flower Fruit Mountain. Just 20 meters ahead of Wu Di, amidst the dense tree shadows, a large group of figures resembling forest spirits, with their pure white forms devoid of any impurities, were playing and frolicking in groups of 3 or 5 among the branches. The loud, cacophonous calls echoed endlessly through the air. Especially after spotting Lin Shi, the uninvited guest, the little creature's cries grew even sharper. Many of the golden monkeys, overcome with fear, scurried into their mother's arms, peeking out with their big, round, black eyes, curiously observing Lin Shi. Holy cow! Lin Shi stood under the tree, staring in disbelief at the scene above him. In his excitement, he blurted out a curse. However, at that moment, no one cared whether he had cursed or not. Everyone was too excited to type, shouting in astonishment. This is a group of golden monkeys? Oh my goodness, how magnificent! How beautiful! And they're different from ordinary ones, they're all albino. No wonder Chigo mentioned earlier that the Shinongjia region is a high incidence area for albinism. I didn't believe it before, but now I finally do. This entire monkey troop is albino, it's simply unbelievable. Wait, isn't this already considered bizarre? Even if this area is a high incidence zone for albinism, how could an entire monkey troop turn albino? This is an entire troop, at least 2 or 30 of them. I have no idea. Speaking of which, what happened to that expert from the agricultural university? Does he know what's causing this phenomenon? Shiga was already famous, wasn't he? The noisy chatter of the comments suddenly snapped Lin Shi back to his senses. Glancing up at the monkey troop above him and then back at the bullet screen, Lin Shi couldn't help but sigh. Friends, it seems we've entered the Shinongjia region, the high-risk zone for albinism. As we mentioned earlier, the Shinongjia area has the highest incidence of albinism in the world, and as this agricultural university friend pointed out, such a large-scale occurrence of albinism is truly quite rare. Look at these golden monkeys, there isn't a single speck of color on their entire bodies. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought it was dyed on. It's simply unbelievable. Lin Shi stood in place, explaining to the camera, while the golden monkeys in the distance gradually quieted their screams. Perhaps in their minds, they were still curious, how had this strange two-legged creature found them yet made no other moves? Could it be because these two-legged creatures couldn't climb trees? Seeing this, the monkey troop immediately calmed down. The monkey that had stolen Lin Shi's backpack was now even more delighted. Sitting among several monkeys, it fiddled with Lin Shi's backpack as if it had discovered a treasure. It could clearly smell the aroma of wolf meat and grilled fish inside the backpack, but since it couldn't open the zipper, it could only growl impatiently, causing the audience to burst into laughter and leave comments mocking the foolish monkey. Lin Shi saw this and couldn't help but curve his lips into a smile. However, he explained, don't mock them. As primates, their intelligence is far superior to that of most animals. They can't open the zipper now because they've never seen it before and are still figuring it out. Once they discover the secret of the zipper, you'll see that they can open it better than anyone else. But this is also good news, after all, it's my backpack, and I don't want to give away the food inside for nothing. I need to think of a way to fix this. Rubbing his chin, Lin Chi began to survey his surroundings. A dense forest of trees, surrounded by oddly shaped rocks. Among the piles of fallen leaves, there are also numerous fruits that were left behind by monkeys before they could finish eating them. In this jungle, most of them have already rotted into black, sticky masses. If an ordinary person were to see this, they might not even bother to glance at it, instead wrinkling their nose and instinctively moving away. But for Lin Chi, these rotten fruits instantly reminded him. Right. How could I have forgotten that? Clapping his hands, Lin Chi's eyes flashed with a gleam of determination. I've got a good idea. Let's give it a try, it might work. Without bothering to respond to the flood of question marks on the screen, Lin Chi swiftly began running toward the nearby jungle. After a moment, he finally explained, for primates, although they are omnivorous animals, if you use a large amount of fresh fruit to lure them, you might still be able to divert their attention. After all, monkeys are intelligent and mischievous, they are easily distracted by external stimuli. Generally speaking, to make it easier to access fresh fruits, golden monkeys typically choose to settle in or near fruit trees. Earlier, I noticed that the trees where they were staying had no fruits, but there were fruits on the ground. This indicates that there are definitely fruit trees nearby, and the yield is quite high. Oh, I see. I thought Shigo suddenly did that because he was provoked or something. You scared me. The HB Provincial Natural Animal Protection Research Institute tipped the streamer with a plane, which was well said. It seems the streamer has a good understanding of golden monkeys' habits, so I can rest assured. On behalf of all colleagues at the HB Provincial Natural Animal Protection Research Institute, I extend our heartfelt congratulations and gratitude to Mr. Lin for his remarkable discovery. We kindly request that Mr. Lin provide us with his current detailed address so that we may conduct further observations and research in the future. Upon seeing this sudden appearance of the ID, everyone in the livestream was momentarily stunned before erupting into unprecedented excitement. Clearly, Lin Chi had truly summoned a big shot this time. By the way, keep asking for all kinds of things. Chapter 28, Outwitting the Monkey. Oh my god, we've really attracted the big boss this time. Oh my, the Animal Protection Research Institute, Shigo, are you scared? Why don't you come over and kneel down? I feel like Chi Ge's livestream is getting more and more high-end. Now even the big shots have been summoned. If they really discover any ruins later, won't it cause a global sensation? I don't know about global, but Shigo is definitely trending online now. Haven't you seen Bobo's post? The video he shared from Douyin has over 70 million views already. I'm guessing it'll break 100 million by tonight. 666,666. But you're all losers. You should know that last night when Shigo took down the evil wolf, I saw it with my own eyes. Thinking about it now still gets me excited. No way? It's been hours since midnight and you haven't slept at all? To be precise, I haven't slept since yesterday afternoon. Drinking beer, what a beast. For the casual viewers in the live stream, no matter who the big shot is, it doesn't really concern them. After a moment of surprise, they'll just keep on their way to the Himalayas. However, Lin Chi is someone who must be taken seriously. After confirming through the system that the IP address indeed belonged to the Animal Research Institute in HB Province, his expression grew serious. What's the exact address here? I don't know the place name, but I can give you the coordinates. East longitude, 11065, north latitude, 3164. You can use these coordinates to locate it. After Lin Chi finished speaking, not only the audience, but even Zhang Xiaoning and his mentor, the big boss Wang Yongda, who were in the office, were all stunned. They had never heard anyone give an address using latitude and longitude before. This is unbelievable. Mentor, maybe Shigo really didn't know, so he could only express it this way. Zhang Xiaoning awkwardly laughed twice and explained for Lin Chi. I know, I didn't say anything, did I? Wang Yongda waved his hand, rare for him to show a smile. But this kid is really interesting. He can survive alone in the jungle and knows so much about plants and animals. Not bad, a rare talent. That's for sure. And Shigu isn't just knowledgeable, he's also incredibly skilled. There's even a video on Bobo of him taking down a vicious wolf all by himself early this morning. As if he finally found something to brag about, Zhang Xiaoning perked up immediately and started telling his mentor non-stop about how amazing Lin Chi's martial arts skills were and how vast his knowledge was, leaving Wang Yongda speechless. He never would have guessed that this seemingly sunny dispositioned host had so many impressive achievements under his belt, truly unexpected. Alright, now isn't the time to discuss these things. Let us first find the location Lin Chi mentioned earlier. We can talk about the rest later. Wang Yongda said, then began entering the coordinates Lin Chi had mentioned earlier into the webpage and started searching. Meanwhile, deep within the Shinnongjia. After a long and arduous search, Lin Chi finally found a fruit tree. He was now standing beneath it, straining his neck upward, shaking the branches laden with fruit to attract the monkey's attention. However, the situation didn't seem as promising as he had hoped. He stood under the tree for a while, but the monkeys in the tree didn't react at all. They all stared at him with a mix of caution and curiosity, clearly still unsure of what Lin Shi was up to. As soon as Lin Shi took a step forward, the monkeys screamed and retreated a step, turning the situation into a tense standoff of wits and courage. Phew, this is absolutely ridiculous. With a sigh of exasperation, Lin Shi gently shook the tree branch and said to the camera, "Primates are like that. Although they are intelligent and curious about everything, they are also highly alert. In their eyes, I'm still an unknown entity. Even if I make such a proactive gesture of offering food, it won't take long for these little guys to lower their guard. To be honest, I feel like a monkey being watched by a crowd of people. However, the more this happens, the more I must avoid overreacting. I need to try to show my kindness and use love to win them over. Otherwise, all my previous efforts will be in vain." Pushin and Aima uses love to transform. "Chi-gu, do you have to be so cute? I also want to be transformed by Chi-ji's love. Hey, you up there, you can turn into a monkey." "Silly." Right. Turn into a female monkey." The audience joked around, while Lin Shi stood under the tree, sweating profusely. He tried to release friendly signals while imitating the calls of the monkey troop. The monkeys called, and Lin Shi called too. The sound of Ga echoed continuously through the forest. If one hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have definitely thought that two groups of monkeys were fighting over territory. However, it must be said that Lin Shi's power of love technique is actually starting to work. After about 10 minutes of commotion, the group of golden monkeys in the tree began to gradually calm down. The wariness in their eyes gradually faded, and some of the bolder monkeys even began to try hanging from the branches, reaching out to grab the branches in Lin Shi's hands. The audience was left speechless, each of them typing in disbelief. Holy crap, it actually works? Kijej is amazing. This method works? If I were there, I would have been cursing like crazy by now. Poor Chi-gu, look at him all sweaty. Make sure he eats something good to replenish his energy later. Thinking about the food Chi-gu cooked, I suddenly don't feel sorry for him anymore. 1. 2. 10,086. Congratulations, host, on independently mastering beast taming beginner. This significantly increases the affinity of unfamiliar species, greatly reducing their wariness toward the host. Once this skill reaches proficiency, it will automatically upgrade to beast speech, allowing you to communicate with all species through corresponding roars. Wow, that's so cool. Lin Shi exclaimed to himself. Chapter 29, The Strange Uncle and the Golden Monkey. The moment the system's voice faded away, Lin Shi suddenly felt an indescribable presence in his consciousness. Was it an inexplicable sense of familiarity? In any case, when he looked up at the golden monkey again, he suddenly felt that sense of warmth naturally emanating from it. At the same time, as if sensing this sudden force, the previously cautious golden monkey suddenly seemed dazed for a moment. It let out 2 more gak-gak sounds and, out of sheer curiosity, jumped directly onto Lin Shi's shoulder. This sudden action startled the audience. Even Zhang Xiaoning, who was far away at the research institute, couldn't help but widen his eyes in disbelief and exclaim, "What's going on?" Primates are inherently intelligent and sensitive creatures. Perhaps they truly sensed the goodwill emanating from Lin Shi? Wang Yongda, however, didn't react as dramatically as Zhang Xiaoning. He stared intently at the live stream for a long time before finally chuckling again. It seemed that this young man named Lin was indeed quite remarkable. He had managed to make the monkey troop lower their guard so quickly, which at least indicated that his nature was truly kind. "Hey, mentor, are you secretly giving Chi-gu a good guy card?" Zhang Xiaoning hesitated to speak. "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong?" Wang Yongda turned to look at him. "No, you're right. Clearly, this teacher doesn't spend much time online, or at least doesn't pay much attention to internet slang and memes." With the first golden monkey testing the waters, the entire monkey troop suddenly became lively. The sounds of Ga echoed continuously, and several monkeys with equally bold personalities quickly followed suit, leaping onto Lin Shi's body. Before long, the audience saw that Lin Shi had become a clothes hanger, holding a large bunch of branches with fruits in his hands, his body covered in fluffy, pure white golden monkeys. Glancing at himself and then at the golden monkey on his head that had snatched his backpack and was now curiously examining him, Lin Shi decided to act. He tensed his waist and, with lightning-fast reflexes, climbed the tree bare-handed, scaling the trunk of the towering tree, which stood over 10 meters tall. Of course, his actions inevitably caused the monkey troop to stir up a commotion once more, but fortunately, the release of his friendly aura calmed them down, and they soon settled back into silence. To be honest, this feeling wasn't very pleasant. Lin Shi glanced at the golden monkeys still darting around him and couldn't help but sigh. In this stuffy and humid environment, having these monkeys on my body is truly unbearable. Their fur may look nice, but it's no different from a thick cotton coat. I can feel my body temperature rising rapidly, but fortunately, it seems my animal training is working. I've successfully infiltrated their ranks. I wish I could be held by a few golden monkeys too. Chi-gu, you said you know beast taming? How did you do it? Teach us, please. Hey, you up there. I can take down one of those whiny monsters with one punch. Now that we've successfully infiltrated the inner circle, what's next for Chi-gu? Will he become the king of the monkey troop? Can't wait, heh. Develop into a mountain king? We got work to do. But looking at the sun, it should be around noon now. Let us keep pushing, get the backpack back, have a quick meal here, and then speed up and keep moving. After watching for so long, I guess you're all getting impatient. Lin Shi smiled, giving off an air of having seen through them all. Actually, when it comes to gaining the trust of a monkey troop, the first step is crucial. If you harbor ill intentions or lack patience, you will inevitably ruin all your previous efforts. Fortunately, our first step went smoothly. The next step is to build a relationship with these monkeys, especially the one that stole my backpack. I must make sure to handle that one properly. Lin Shi casually plucked a few fruits from a branch and distributed them to the golden monkeys hanging around him. While doing so, he made a conscious effort to exude friendliness, carefully making his way toward the monkey that was still clinging tightly to the backpack. Come here. There are fresh fruits. Come and eat. These fruits are so sweet and delicious. They're definitely better than the backpack you're holding onto. Why do I feel like Chi-gu is trying to lure a little girl? That smile doesn't look like a good person's. It's so creepy. Little monkey, run. The creepy uncle is coming to steal your treasure. Fight back. Grab the backpack and swing it at Chi-gu. You guys are toxic. You can associate a golden monkey with 100 crime thrillers? Lin Shi could see the comments on the screen clearly. However, he was in no mood to chat with this group of onlookers. Although he couldn't understand what Lin Shi was saying, watching the former shake the branch laden with fresh fruits in his hands, the golden monkey clinging tightly to its backpack seemed to finally waver. Glancing at the backpack in front of him, which had remained unopened, and then at the irresistibly tempting fruits before him, he hesitated for a moment. Finally, under the frustrated gazes of the audience, he decisively dropped the backpack and snatched the fruits. Haha, success! Lin Shi was quick on his feet. Seeing the backpack about to fall, he leaped forward and grabbed it, then swung himself skillfully and landed on a lower branch on the opposite tree. Chapter 30, Monkey, you must be a god. Wow, lightness kung fu. What just happened? Did I see that correctly? Chi-gu just flew straight through the tree? 666666, Chi-gu is showing off. Has he finally lost his patience and decided to reveal the true power of the Wudong Mountain Resident God's office, Wan Lama? You guys are toxic. Shouldn't you be celebrating that Chi-gu finally managed to trick back his backpack? Right, congratulations to Chi-gu for successfully retrieving his precious treasure. Looking at the comments, Lin Shi felt exasperated once again. These bystanders really can derail the conversation at any time. However, thinking about his series of quick reactions just now, Lin Shi couldn't help but feel a little pleased. Sure enough, with Daizone's dash, this godlike skill is really useful. If it weren't for it just now, I definitely wouldn't have been able to unleash such power and speed. Even though he was on a tree, it didn't hinder the use of this skill at all. It was a case of Lin Shi suddenly putting his knowledge into practice. In a few steps, he returned to the ground from the tree, looked at the backpack he was carrying, checked the wolf meat and dried fish inside, glanced around, and said, although there was a minor mishap that prevented me from bringing the shipworm larvae and snake meat I had worked so hard to collect, at least the items in this backpack haven't spoiled. Looking on the bright side, we'll at least be able to enjoy another wild feast soon. How about it, friends? Are you excited? Lin Shi's smile instantly made the audience feel a sense of pure malice. Spit. Shameful old villain. Expect what? I'm having lunch right now. The pot-roasted pork is so delicious, but someone can't enjoy it now. Sautéed pork slices with a little wine, oh my, it's making me so hungry. Plain little steamed buns, I envy you all. This poor soul can only eat school cafeteria food. Put. Little bun, you have the nerve to say you're poor? Look at the rankings, who's second? Chi-gu, aren't you going to do anything about this? This time, to save time, I just used another way to start a fight. Lin Shi completely ignored it and brushed it off with a single sentence. He found a spot with plenty of dry leaves, gathered them into a pile, and suddenly, a flash of cold steel appeared in his hands. The combat knife and the fruit knife were both in his grasp. The fruit knife was angled downward at 45 degrees, pointing directly at the dry leaves. Lin Shi swiftly and forcefully slid the combat knife back and forth with great speed. Clang, clang, clang. After a few sharp metallic grinding sounds, sparks began to fall onto the dry leaves. Seeing this, Lin Shi quickly picked up a few dry leaves, held them at a 45-degree angle, and blew gently yet swiftly. The fire-worshipping sect has returned to the martial arts world. Master Chi, are you taking disciples again? I'd be honored to be your first inner door disciple. The person above, you're probably just daydreaming. Exactly, if Chi-gu is going to take anyone, it'll be someone as talented as me. Hey, it's time to smoke. It's time to smoke. Why can Chi-gu always light the fire successfully, while I can only produce a bunch of smoke? Don't lose heart after all, not everyone is Chi-gu. Phew. Amidst the audience's banter, there was a sudden whoosh, and a ball of flame erupted from the dry leaves. Lin Shi smiled, then tossed the flame onto the pile of dry leaves and quickly gathered a few branches to prop them up. Done. Now add water and boil the wolf meat. Lin Shi said excitedly as he poured the water from the kettle into the pot. He then took out several pieces of severely shriveled meat from his backpack, using them as a cutting board, and in front of over 800,000 shocked viewers in the live stream, he skillfully sliced the meat with the palm of his hand. This immediately caused an outburst of gasps from countless viewers. Gifts flew through the air in an instant. However, Lin Shi showed no reaction at all, as if cutting flesh from the palm of his hand were a trivial matter. Damn it, she always manages to startle people without even trying, yet he himself shows no reaction at all. This guy is so tough, it's almost unreal. Exactly. She good, don't you know how hard it is to cut meat with your hands? You're not giving us a chance to survive. Cut, what's the big deal? When I had hands, I could cut better than him. Never mind, the doctor called me to change my bandages. Hiccup, okay, that's impressive. Is it difficult to cut meat with your hands? Lin Shi feigned surprise and asked back in a pretentious manner, once again drawing a flurry of sarcastic comments from the crowd. Enough of this nonsense. I'm not wasting my time with you. Perhaps you don't know, but wolf meat actually has a very strong gamey and pungent odor. When preparing similar ingredients at home, you can use cooking wine, but here in the jungle, I didn't bring any seasonings, so I plan to use something else as a substitute. Looking through the camera lens, Lin Shi reached into his pocket and pulled out 2 items. These were the fruits he had used earlier to lure the golden monkeys. Look, these are the oranges I found earlier. I plan to use their peels to complete this challenging task. Orange peels can remove gamey odors? Yes, it can. Once, when my family was cooking lamb, we ran out of cooking wine, so my mom used orange peel as a substitute. Surprisingly, the flavor turned out quite unique. Are you sure it wasn't some kind of dark cuisine? Trust Chi Ji's acting skills even if it's not tasty, he can make it look so delicious you'll drool. Do you think I can't see you? And my cooking isn't that bad, you know. Give me a chance to cook for you, and I guarantee you'll lick your fingers clean. While boiling the wolf meat, Lin Shi chatted idly with the audience. However, he didn't notice that the moment he successfully lit the fire, the expressions of the golden monkeys above his head had already changed. Each of them stared intently at the flickering flames, and when they looked back at Lin Shi, it was as though they were gazing upon a divine being. Especially when the wolf meat finally came out of the pot, the aroma wafting through the air made the monkeys act as though they had discovered a treasure, jumping around excitedly and squeaking non-stop. Chapter 31, Public Outcry. Is the streamer in trouble? Seeing this, Lin Shi smiled smugly. See, I told you so? My cooking skills have always been top-notch. The aroma of this meat, though lacking the richness of concentrated seasonings, is already enough to make these monkeys drool. This is too fake. Chi-gu, hurry up and admit it. Did you bribe these monkeys to act? A dish without even salt could taste good? Although I have the same suspicion, the monkeys' reactions do seem genuine. Maybe Chi-gu is a master chef and it's actually delicious? Nonsense. I think these monkeys were just scared by the fire. After all, this is the jungle, and the only place they've ever seen fire is during a rainstorm, on charred wood struck by lightning. They must have been scared. That's for sure. This guy with the ID name One Night Dreaming of Autumn spoke so convincingly that he actually attracted a lot of agreement from others. However, they were soon left speechless. Because just as Lin Shi was using a fruit knife to cut the wolf meat and prepare to put it into his mouth, several mischievous little golden monkeys suddenly came down from the trees, cautiously testing the waters. Their eyes sparkled like little stars as they crouched not far from Lin Shi, wanting to come closer but afraid of the flames, hesitating and indecisive. Ha, this is quite interesting. Lin Shi smiled and casually tossed a few pieces of wolf meat over. Instantly, several small golden monkeys pounced on the meat like starving tigers. 2 of them even started fighting over a piece of meat, squawking loudly as they battled each other. In the chaos, the crowd of onlookers were left speechless. See, I told you they were attracted by the scent. Lin Shi said triumphantly. With concrete evidence, those few who had been arguing against it were immediately proven wrong, and they fell silent. The one called One Night Dreaming of Autumn sat in front of the computer for a long time, hesitating before finally typing. Is it really that delicious? Of course. Chi Ji's cooking is top-notch. The monkey can vouch for it. I'm the Monkey King, yes, I can vouch for that. 66666, that's great. Your name fits the occasion perfectly. Lin Shi smiled. While continuing to eat the wolf meat, he occasionally tossed a few pieces to the little monkeys. Gradually, as if thinking of something, the little monkeys suddenly hugged the wolf meat pieces and returned to the monkey troop in unison. Immediately afterward, a loud cacophony erupted from the monkey troop, followed by a thunderous stampede as they scattered in all directions. Lin Shi and the audience were all left speechless. What does this mean? Lin Shi blinked his eyes, completely confused about what had happened. He shrugged his shoulders and didn't bother to think about it further. After all, monkeys are fundamentally different from humans. Understanding their thought processes clearly requires professionals or for Lin Shi to master beast taming to the point of mastering beast speech to comprehend them. As he turned back to continue dealing with the wolf meat, Lin Shi suddenly furrowed his brows. It was as if the atmosphere had suddenly shifted. On the live stream's chat screen, dozens of newly created accounts began spamming the screen frantically. Hey, this is the streamer who brutally slaughtered wild wolves. He doesn't seem that bad, does he? Streamer, I've got some news for you, you're being targeted. Hunting a nationally protected species without a license? That's going to land you in jail for years, isn't it? Some people will do anything for fame. Hunting protected animals without a license and making videos to profit from it. I just have to ask, streamer, doesn't your conscience bother you at all? Come light some incense and pray that this trashy streamer gets locked up soon. Light some incense for the terrible streamer. Seeing the results of their red-lipped, white-toothed efforts, Xiang Wang, who had already changed his account, couldn't help but let out a smug, cold laugh. A mere streamer thinks they can take me on? Just wait until I take you down. A sudden barrage of messages flooded the screen, instantly turning the live stream into chaos. Many people were taken aback, but quickly reacted and began firing back with their own comments. As the only moderator in the live stream at the time, Flying Pig stepped in to exercise his authority. He quickly muted, blocked, and reported one after another. Lin Shi frowned, and a word immediately came to mind: troll army. It seems like someone is out to get me. Muttering under his breath, Lin Shi didn't seem to care much. After all, he had heard of the live streaming circle in his previous life. Xian's rules, scandals, and controversies were almost impossible to avoid. As a newcomer who rose too quickly without any real foundation, it was obvious that someone was jealous and looking for an excuse to take him down. Accusing him of hunting wild wolves without a license? Indeed, Lin Shi does not have a hunting license. However, killing wolves depends on the circumstances. When life is threatened, killing a wolf is not illegal, it can only be considered self-defense. The only tricky part is that after killing the wolf, he disposed of the meat and is even still eating it now. This is a bit hard to explain. But Lin Shi has the system. If all else fails, he can just use the system to forge a fake ID. Plus, once he gets back, he needs to sign a contract with Donyao. They know his potential, so they wouldn't just let go of such a cash cow. Thinking this, Lin Shi remained calm, leisurely savoring the delicious food, with a look on his face that said, I'll just sit back and watch you all put on a show, as he watched the bustling livestream. Gak! Suddenly, at that moment, Lin Shi heard the monkey's cries again. Turning his head in surprise, he saw a large group of monkeys holding various containers that resembled turtle shells, excitedly calling out as they ran back, stumbling and tripping along the way. Lin Shi frowned in deep thought. However, when he clearly saw what the monkeys were holding in their hands, a flash of sharpness suddenly appeared in his eyes. He exclaimed in disbelief, what the hell? Where did they find these things? Chapter 32, a bloodbath triggered by a pot of wine. When Lin Shi finally saw what these monkeys were holding in their hands, it was no exaggeration to say that he was utterly excited and stunned. Tortoise shells, animal bones, curved yet intact bone plates. Over time, most of them have turned yellowish, and a few have even turned slightly black. Broken cracks run horizontally and vertically across their surfaces, giving them an extremely ancient appearance. Of course, none of this is unusual after all. In the jungle wilderness, discovering some ancient bones is quite normal. What truly astonished Lin Shi was that these bones were faintly engraved with twisted, distorted characters. These were objects inscribed with oracle bone script. Lin Shi completely ignored the sea of question marks in the livestream and jumped up in excitement. He hurried over to the monkey group, trying to calm himself while exuding a friendly aura. He carefully accepted the orange-red bones the monkeys were handing him. That's right, it was oracle bone script. Friends, it looks like we've really hit the jackpot this time. Lin Shi's face flushed red as he excitedly said, regarding oracle bone script, I believe everyone is familiar with it. It is the oldest form of writing in Manhwa, also known as oracle bone inscriptions, oracle bone divination texts, Insu script, or tortoise shell and animal bone script. The earliest oracle bone script discovered in Longwei today was found in the Insu site of Anyang City in Hn province, dating back over 3,600 years to the Shang dynasty period. I never expected to find these things in the hands of a group of monkeys. Let me take a look what is recorded here. Holding the turtle shell, Lin Shi was still very excited, but his excellent self-control gradually calmed him down. System, decode the text on it. As he thought this, he finally noticed the orange-red yi bodies inside the turtle's shell. He felt a bit puzzled. Lin Shi wanted to get closer to take a look, but at that very moment, a scent with a strong fruity aroma and a faint hint of alcohol began to drift out slowly. Wine. Lin Shi was taken aback. In this remote wilderness, how could there be conditions to produce wine? And it was brought here by a group of monkeys. Could it be that? Suddenly, Lin Shi thought of an extremely famous type of wine. Monkey wine. Holy cow, Chi-Gu really hit the jackpot. He actually found bones engraved with oracle bone script? That's definitely good luck. But I'm curious, how did the monkeys find these? And look, there's some kind of liquid inside the bones. Does anyone know what it is? Didn't Chi-gu just say it was wine? But monkeys can brew wine? That's a bit far-fetched, isn't it? Wait. I think I remember a super awesome kind of wine. Could this be it? That's right, this is the legendary monkey wine. As he watched the comments, Lin Chi's expression fluctuated. To be honest, discovering bones engraved with oracle bone script here was already astonishing enough. But who would have thought that these monkeys, by some twist of fate, had mistaken them for vessels for holding wine? They say that good things never come alone, but today. What is monkey wine? I've never heard of it. Is it very rare? Wow, you guys really don't know your stuff. This thing isn't just rare, it's practically a legendary existence. It was even mentioned in Jin Yang's novels. That's so awesome? Then Chi-gu must be rolling in it. There are many records of monkey wine throughout history. The Eastern Han scholar Gao Yu mentioned it in his work Huinanzi Fan Luan Pian, and later poets such as Bai Juyi, Li He, Huang Tingjian, and Lu Yu also quoted it. I never imagined that such a wine actually existed. Legend has it that this wine was originally stored by monkeys as food for the winter. However, due to an abundance of food that year, they forgot it in a tree hollow. Over time, it fermented through the gradual decomposition of various fruits, eventually transforming into this unique alcoholic beverage. As he spoke, Lin Chi couldn't help but glance at the group of monkeys beside him, who were joyfully playing and seeming to be overjoyed as if they were repaying him for the few pieces of wolf meat he had given them earlier. He couldn't help but chuckle. Who would have thought that these monkeys knew how to return a favor? Their cleverness was almost as if they had become supernatural beings. Alright. Since they're willing to give it, I'll gladly accept it. With a sweeping gesture, Lin Chi took out his military canteen. The water inside had already been emptied, making it perfect for holding wine. Lin Chi didn't hesitate either, carefully aligning each dried bone with the spout of the flask to collect the bones. In no time, once all the bones had been emptied into the flask, it was completely filled. I'll take a sip first to see what this legendary delicacy tastes like. Smiling at the camera, Lin Chi gently sipped from the rim of the teapot. Instantly, a refreshing fruity aroma filled his entire mouth. Sweet on the tongue, smooth down the throat, the taste of fruit is abundant, and the alcohol's flavor only gradually emerges as it reaches the esophagus, but it's not overly spicy. Instead, the aroma of the wine lingers, soft and lingering. What a treat! No wonder people say that genuine monkey wine is worth its weight in gold. After tasting this, those so-called century-old reserves are nothing. Is that for real? Wow, the way Chi-gu describes it sounds amazing. I really want to try a sip too. Flying Pig tipped the streamer 99 super rockets. Can you spare some for your brother? I'm not greedy, the price is negotiable, half a bottle would be fine. Picking chrysanthemums under the eastern fence donates 99 super rockets to the streamer. I just arrived today and haven't spoken much before. Chi-gu, I also want to get some back. Is that okay? Longing for the countryside, tipping the streamer 99 super rockets. Kajesh, private message me. The price is up to you, as long as you're happy. Just give me a little if you can. Ping Ping Xiaoman 2 donates 99 super rockets to the streamer. I also want some to take back for my grandfather to try. No one expected that Lin Chi's discovery would directly expose several wealthy individuals who had been lurking in the background. Watching the few individuals shower gifts as if they were giving away money, the remaining 950,000 viewers were left speechless. Chapter 33, The Xia Dynasty. It really existed. Host, translation of the text on the bones has been completed. Just as Lin Chi was in a daze, the system's voice suddenly rang out in his mind, snapping him back to reality. Cough, cough. The matter of the monkey wine can wait. What's more important now are the inscriptions on these bones. After all, they're at least 3,000 years old, ancient fossil-level artifacts. This is far more valuable than monkey wine. Lin Chi spoke while staring at the text appearing on the light screen. These oracle bone inscriptions had just been translated into vernacular Chinese by the system, so Lin Chi had no trouble reading them. Upon the king's orders, Dashi led his tribe to this place in search of the heavenly auspicious land mentioned by the priest. The so-called heavenly auspicious land was something Dashi had learned from the priest. One night, while the shaman was performing a ritual to communicate with the gods, a blinding white light suddenly appeared from the far south. The light was so bright that it pierced through the heavens and reached the earth. At the same time, around the beam of light, swirling clouds of 9 curves revolved. Under the illumination of the light column, they emitted a rainbow of colors. And it was precisely because of the light column's illumination that the entire southern sky became as bright as day. The priests interpreted this as a divine revelation and an auspicious sign, so they reported it to the king. Dashi accepted the order, left the royal city, and after 7 years finally arrived here, where he spent the next 30 years searching tirelessly. Finally, when all the members of his tribe had perished from the toxic mist in the forest, leaving him as the sole survivor, he successfully located the place. However, since he too had been poisoned by the mist, he could only muster the strength to leave these words behind, hoping that future generations would be able to find the place safely. Lin Chi pretended to pick up the bones, as if he could actually read the twisted characters on them, pointing at them and explaining them bit by bit as he read. Lost in his concentration, he completely failed to notice that the livestream was now filled with screams of astonishment. At the same time, a user with the ID Lunka Institute of Archaeology was frantically posting comments, having already sent at least 50 messages in rapid succession. Streamer, where are you right now? Host, can you tell us your exact address? Host, these bones have significant scientific value. Please ensure they are properly secured until our personnel can take them into custody. Anchor. Oh my goodness, I feel like Chigu has made another huge news story. And this person from the Dragon Science Institute, could they really be a big shot? It feels like it. After all, there was already a big shot from the Animal Protection Research Institute in our live stream before. All I can say is, Chigu is so damn cool. He can actually read this ancient text, and not only that, but he can even pronounce it? But how do you pronounce these oracle bone characters? They sound like mumbling. Pineapple Cecile tipped the streamer with one super rocket. Chigu is acting way too hardcore. I can't calm down without sending a rocket. Wow, first he broke the Asian rock python record, then discovered a group of albino golden monkeys, found monkey wine, and now he's reading oracle bone script? I have to ask, is Chigu the chosen one? Where does this unbelievable luck come from? Am I the only one who cares about what's written on the oracle bones? This is getting a bit too fantastical, isn't it? And as far as I know, the average lifespan of ancient people was around 50. This guy named Dashi has been on his journey for exactly 37 years. Does that mean he became the tribal chief when he was just a teenager? The frenetic screen filling in the livestream had no effect on Lin Chi, who continued reading. Proceed southward from the place of my death for 1093 zhang, and you will reach the entrance to the land of heavenly blessing. Those who come after me, whoever you may be, if you see these words, please bring them to the king and report that the entire Dishur clan of 36 people fulfilled their mission without dishonor. Dashi, left in the 93rd year of the Xia dynasty. We are the Chao clan. When he saw the last recorded date, which was the 93rd year of the Xia dynasty, Lin Chi's eyes widened in disbelief. At the same time, in Jingdu, a humble-looking residential compound surrounded by picturesque scenery, the elderly academician Zhang Jiancheng, already brimming with excitement, exclaimed in astonishment. Startled, his wife, who was knitting a sweater in the living room, rushed in. Old man, what's wrong? After a moment, after his wife hurriedly fed him a few quick-acting heart pills, the elderly academician Zhang Jiancheng took a deep breath, then pushed his wife away violently, muttering incessantly. Xiao Chao, Xiao Chao. That boy has discovered direct evidence of Xiao Chao's existence. This won't do. I must call the other old comrades immediately. I must head to HB province this afternoon. Lin Chi was still unaware that the major news he had inadvertently uncovered had already sent shockwaves through the entire archaeological community of Manhwa. At that moment, he was trembling as he held a piece of turtle shell, his eyes wide open, staring blankly for a long time without uttering a word. After a long pause, he hesitantly said, "Friends, our Xia dynasty truly existed." Chapter 34, once again, it's trending online. Kajej, you've done a great job this time. Kajej, please make sure to keep these items safe. They are national treasures. What's wrong? Isn't the Xia dynasty supposed to exist? Of course. Even elementary school students know about the Xia dynasty, right? You don't understand. I'm an archaeology major. Although the Dragon Kingdom has always claimed that the Xia dynasty existed, in the international archaeological community, there are three direct elements required to recognize the existence of an era: bronze artifacts, writing, and cities. However, we have never truly excavated any artifacts from the Xia dynasty, which has even led to divisions within the domestic archaeological community, with many conservative views circulating. Sorry, I got a bit carried away and typed too much. But what I want to say is that if the items in Qi Ji's possession are truly from the Xia dynasty, they will deliver a resounding slap in the face to all international skeptics. From now on, we can all hold our heads high and say that Longwei is a great civilization with a 5,000-year-old heritage. Wow, no wonder Chigu is so excited. Holy cow, I feel like I'm witnessing history. Although most of the onlookers had no idea what was happening, after the guy with the ID name Dreaming of the Tang Dynasty explained it, everyone's eyes suddenly lit up with uncontrollable excitement and anticipation. Is there anything more shocking than this? All along, the Xia dynasty, which all Dragon Country people have always taken for granted, has actually been subject to intense scrutiny in the international archaeological community, and now even domestic scholars are divided on the matter. During Lin Chi's expedition, he accidentally discovered writing left behind by the Xia dynasty? And it even directly stated the date it was left. The 93rd year of the Xia dynasty. Without exaggeration, this is a moment that will go down in history. Every single person present is both a participant and a witness to this historic event. In an instant, the live stream was once again filled with a barrage of gift effects, and the chat window on the right erupted with an unprecedented flood of comments. Ping Ping Xiaoman 2 tipped the streamer 99 super rockets. Oh my goodness. Good, you've really done something amazing. I have to tell my grandfather about this right away. Longing for the countryside, I tipped the streamer 99 super rockets. Unbelievable. I never expected Good to not only be so knowledgeable but also discover something so important. Good, no need to say anything. When are you coming back? I'll be waiting for you in Jingdu to drink monkey wine together. Flying Pig tips the streamer 99 super rockets. Put. Countryside, I can tell you just want to drink monkey wine. When Good comes, he'll come to Flom Tian, and only I, the sole room manager, can drink it. Pineapple Cecile tips the streamer 10 super rockets, sitting back to watch the big shots tear each other apart. The live stream was buzzing with excitement, while in the outdoor section of Donyao, the director's office was filled with an unprecedented level of excitement and anticipation. Is the video edited yet? Zhang Tingyu stared intently at Lin Xi's live stream, not even lifting her head as she asked Wang Jiawei in front of her. It's ready. I just went to the technical department and asked them to hurry it up. As Zhang Tingyu's assistant, Wang Jiawei clearly knew her temperament. In fact, even before Lin Xi discovered the group of white-haired golden monkeys, she had already instructed the technical department to keep working on the video. However, she never expected that such sensational news would follow so closely behind. Notify the media and have them repost it as well. After all, I just checked the background of that person named Lonqiwan, and the address is correct. This means that what Lin Xi discovered is 90% true. Zhang Tingyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Regardless of the outcome, once the video is released, it will undoubtedly become a viral sensation, and their bird-fighting platform will reap enormous benefits as a result. Her keen instincts were clearly kicking in once again. The situation was exactly as she had imagined. When the video appeared online and was reposted by various media outlets, including official accounts, a much larger uproar erupted across the internet. Penguin News, outdoor streamer discovers Xia Dynasty Oracle Bones, confirming the existence of the Xia Dynasty. New Wolf News, Xia Dynasty Oracle Bones? Are they real or fake? Is the Dragon Kingdom truly a 5,000-year-old civilization? Central News, warm congratulations to the outdoor streamer on the Donyao platform for discovering crucial evidence of the Xia Dynasty's existence. Academician Zhang Jiancheng from the Dragon Science Academy has already departed for HB Province. The Xia Dynasty actually existed. Wasn't that just a story? The Xia Dynasty really existed. Wasn't that just a story? I never expected it, absolutely not. An outdoor streamer actually discovered such crucial evidence. Hats off to Lin Qi and all archaeologists. Isn't Lin Qi supposed to be a rich kid? Did he use his connections to go into the wilderness and kill a wolf without permission? What qualifications does a rich kid have to do something so important? Get lost. Who told you Qi is a rich kid? And even if he is, so what? He discovered such important evidence. Does that not outweigh killing the alpha wolf? You're just talking nonsense. You were the one who was always slandering Qi Gu. Why aren't you saying anything now? Seeing the crowd of netizens swarming to Bobo's comments section and unleashing a barrage of insults, the once smug hands that had been gleefully spreading rumors just moments ago froze in mid-motion. Staring blankly at the chaos unfolding before them, they seemed utterly dumbfounded. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in a basement, someone with a smug expression of anticipation on their face let out a startled scream. Impossible. This must be fake. It must be Lin Qi's trick. I must expose him. I must expose him. Chapter 35, a comprehensive boost in attributes. Congratulations, host, you have completed the 5th newbie task, showing your true colors. Due to reaching 1 million popularity points, you are awarded 50 bonus points. Please use them wisely. Task 6, achieve 1 million popularity points 1,290,000 during the livestream. Reward, 500 points. Finally done. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Lin Qi's eyes flashed with excitement. Discovering the Oracle Bone script left by the Xia Dynasty was indeed thrilling, but compared to that, completing the system's task was what truly made him happy. After all, this means he has earned more points, and points represent power. 50 points, that's quite a lot. While my current skills are sufficient to handle ordinary beasts, they are still too low. I should continue to allocate these 50 points to my physical attributes for now. With that thought in mind, Lin Qi directly used his mind to distribute the 50 points of experience evenly across all his physical attributes. Then, he spoke in a firm voice. System, display panel. Name, Lin Qi. Gender, male. Age, 22. Height, 178 centimeters. Strength, 17. Intelligence, 18. Speed, 19. Physical condition, 18. The maximum for ordinary people is 10. Skills, Wudong Tai Chi Intermediate, Culinary Expert Intermediate, Racewalking and Running Intermediate, Daizong Swift Movement Beginner, Beast Taming Beginner. Bloodline, none. Possessions, multifunctional automatic tracking device, Deathblade Combat Dagger. Note, items are system issued, non-tradable, and not easily damaged. Congratulations, host. All your attributes have surpassed 10 points. As a reward, you have been granted one opportunity to enhance your attributes. Congratulations, host. All your attributes have surpassed 10 points. As a special reward, you have been granted one opportunity to enhance your attributes. Congratulations. All of your attributes have surpassed 10 points. As a reward, you have been granted one opportunity to upgrade. Note, the upgrade opportunity can be used to enhance the current skill level of any skill you possess. If a skill has already reached its maximum level, it cannot be upgraded. Additionally, the upgrade opportunity has a time limit. Currently, there are 3 days remaining. Ha! There's such a good thing? Lin Chi's eyes lit up. Being able to enhance his physical attributes to nearly twice that of an average person was already more than enough to satisfy Lin Chi, but he never expected there to be an extra surprise. However, which attribute should he improve first? Looking at the information displayed on the attribute panel, Lin Chi fell into deep thought. Currently, among the skills he possessed, only 3 were worth using this precious opportunity to upgrade: Wudong Tai Chi, Dai Zone Swift Movement, and Beast Taming. The first one goes without saying, it's a combat skill. Improving it will undoubtedly allow him to unleash even greater strength than he currently possesses. Even if he were to encounter more ferocious beasts in the future, he would be able to handle them with ease. The second is speed skills. If improved, his current speed could at least double. Moreover, the greater the speed, the greater the inertia, and the greater the force generated, which can indirectly enhance combat power. As for the third type, communication and taming wild creatures seem to be essential skills as well. Lin Chi frowned, rubbing his chin, and after a moment's thought, he ruled out beast taming first. For no other reason, he had a vague feeling that, judging by the manager of this expedition, what came next would definitely be even more dangerous. While improving his beast taming skills could make his life more comfortable and safe, what if he encountered a ruthless opponent? He'd be completely helpless. Following that, Lin Chi also abandoned the Wudong Tai Chi style. After all, martial arts are divided into internal and external styles, and Tai Chi is a classic example of an internal style. Generally, the true power of internal styles only becomes apparent after the age of 50, and he couldn't wait that long. After much consideration, Lin Chi finally decided to give this opportunity to Dai Zone Jixing. Speed crushes everything. Especially when facing enemies like these not-so-bright beasts, when you attack them with blazing speed and they don't even have time to react, you've already won. Congratulations, host, on upgrading your skill, Dai Zone Swift Movement. Current level, Intermediate. Maximum speed, 30 meters per second. Ha. This upgrade is great. At a top speed of 30 meters per second, I feel like there aren't many who can match me in this world now. Lin Chi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he thought to himself. This system must remind the host that the current world is a parallel universe. Please do not judge new things with your current perspective. The system must remind the host that the current world is a parallel universe. Please do not judge new things based on your existing knowledge. To put it simply, the speed of even low-level vampires has already reached 27 meters per second. The host must approach all unknown entities with caution. Alright, if you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. The smug expression on Lin Chi's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a grimace of determination. Glancing at the turtle shell in his hand, Lin Chi thought for a moment and said, "Friends, it seems we've nearly reached our intended destination. I have a strong feeling that the heavenly auspicious land mentioned here is the ancient ruins we've been searching for. Now that we've eaten our fill and prepared everything we need, it's time to push forward at full speed and reach our destination as soon as possible." Glancing at the map coordinates displayed on the screen, Lin Chi smiled. "If we can't find the ruins soon, you'll probably start accusing me of wasting time here." A flurry of 2333 and manually funny comments floated through the chat. Lin Chi shook his head. "Alright, no more talk. Keep your eyes wide open. Let's go see the strange and magnificent wonders left behind by that great ancient civilization." Chapter 36, The Strange Transformation. Mysterious shadows in the forest. Carefully storing all the bones, Lin Chi bid farewell to the monkey troop, glanced at the destination on the map, and began to move forward, running forward like a gust of wind. After Dai Zone's swift movement skill reached the intermediate level, his movement speed of 30 meters per second finally allowed Lin Chi to experience what it truly meant to feel like flying. Taking advantage of a blind spot in the camera's field of view, Lin Chi secretly gave it a try. The sudden gust of wind swept away the oppressive heat and humidity from the jungle, replacing it with an intense coolness. Even under the gusts of wind, Lin Chi's hair was blown straight up, standing on end in a startling, spiky hairstyle. Fortunately, no one was around to see it, so Lin Chi quickly pressed his hair down. At that moment, he finally shifted his gaze back to the live stream on the screen. Although it was still bustling, even more so than before, with the number of online viewers rising from over 900,000 to over 1.3 million, the audience was acting as if they had taken the wrong medicine, relentlessly flooding the screen with comments. "Host, you're famous. The Central News is reporting on you. Host, you're famous. The Central News is reporting on you. The anchor is trending. Everyone on social media is talking about you. By the way, are those stories about killing wolves and water pythons true? Came here out of curiosity, so this is the streamer's live stream? Hey, but where did everyone go? There's just one camera filming at high speed. Streamer, do you have any more monkey wine left? I'll pay 1,000 for it, is that okay? Hey, are you kidding? 1,000? Just now, Pig Brother and Countryside were giving away gifts worth tens of thousands, and Chigo didn't even mention selling. You think you can take it for 1,000? Where did this idiot come from? Do you really think Chigu doesn't know the value of things? Is there a new audience member here? Lin Shi couldn't help but smile at this guy who wanted to buy his monkey wine for 1,000 yuan. Are they really trying to take advantage of him like he's a newbie? However, Lin Shi didn't take it to heart and continued speaking behind the camera. New friends, remember to follow, subscribe, and save this channel. After all, I'm just a small-time streamer. I can't survive without your support. Put. Chigo is showing off again. You call yourself a small streamer? You've got over 1 million followers, and you've gone viral 3 times online. Hey, did Chigu go viral 3 times? I only remember twice. There was another time when a big influencer named Honko Baicha slandered Chiga, causing him to go viral for the 2nd time. What? There was such an incident? Then Chiga should thank him. After all, it's not easy to become famous once. Someone slandering me? Lin Shi saw the comment and his brows immediately furrowed. In a daze, he recalled the group of paid commenters who had suddenly appeared in the livestream not long ago. In an instant, he suddenly understood. No wonder someone suddenly attacked me. Lin Shi nodded and didn't continue the topic. Instead, he turned to the camera and pointed to the forest ahead. The forest in front of us is the Shinnongjia region, where the coniferous forest is located. As you can see, over 90% of these towering ancient trees have needle-like leaves and are primarily composed of cold-tolerant tree species such as spruce, fir, larch, and pine. Although the Shinnongjia region is nominally classified as part of the mid-latitude North Asian subtropical monsoon zone, its unique and rugged terrain, characterized by numerous mountains and valleys, has created conditions conducive to the growth of some subarctic plant species as well. This is similar to Mount Kilimanjaro in Africa, which, despite being located in the tropics, has such a high elevation that it supports 3 distinct climate zones: tropical, temperate, and cold from its base to its summit. If I ever get the chance to visit F continent in the future, I'd be happy to take you there to see that amazing tropical snowfall landscape. Oh my gosh, did Chigu just spoil the surprise? Great, great, great. Will Chigu go to F continent to see Black Uncle next time? Wow, snow in the tropics? What kind of magical sight must that be? When are you going, Chigu? I strongly recommend you go there for your next livestream. Can you all please listen carefully to what I'm saying? Lin Shi was speechless. I said there's an opportunity, not next time. I don't have the money to go abroad right now. Plus, I haven't even gotten my passport or other documents yet. Although he was explaining, the viewers in the live stream seemed to ignore him, continuing to make a commotion. Lin Shi decided to just shut up and let them do their thing, pretending he hadn't seen anything. Shout. However, just at that moment, a piercingly fierce beastly roar suddenly caused Lin Shi to halt abruptly. The same was true in the live stream. The voice was piercing, filled with cruelty and hatred. Under the system's perfect sound quality, it instantly traveled through the internet and reached the headphones and speakers of millions of people in Manhwa. Instantly, everyone jolted in shock, their backs drenched in cold sweat. Countless others, terrified beyond words, screamed and collapsed to the ground. What the hell was that sound just now? It scared me so much I dropped my phone. Why am I so forgetful? I know it's dangerous out here, yet I still turned up the volume without thinking, scaring the hair on my arms standing on end. Speaking of which, that sound kind of sounds like a wolf. Could Chigu have encountered a wild wolf again? Don't worry. Chigu killed a wild wolf early this morning. If it comes back, he'll take care of it again. The audience was there just to watch the spectacle, but Lin Shi, who was right in the middle of it, dared not take it lightly. His gaze was fixed intently on the shadows of the trees and the dense forest in the distance. Suddenly, an extremely tall, over 2-meter tall black figure darted past him from 100 meters away, swiftly heading toward the distance. Holy crap! That speed must be at least 20 meters per second, right? Chapter 37, Jungle Legend, The Corpse of the Donkey-Headed Wolf. Lin Shi was stunned by the speed at which the creature was running, instinctively letting out a startled cry. However, his cry also caused the audience to freeze in shock, followed by an unimaginable outburst of excitement. What did she just say? What's 20 meters per second? What? Did Chigu discover something else? What's 20 meters per second? I think I saw a dark figure flash by in the distance just now, but I didn't get a clear look. It seemed pretty tall. And it looked human. Are you sure it was a human figure out here in the middle of nowhere? Chigu, let's get out of here. You're already famous now, there's no need to risk your life. Yeah. If it doesn't work out, just do what everyone else does, find a few pretty girls, go to a farmhouse, cook outdoors, play some games, or something. That's better than risking your life here. Looking at the comments on the screen, Lin Shi smiled faintly. If that were the case, would the system agree? Thank you for your concern, but if I were to do that, would I be living up to the title of our live stream? Don't forget, I'm the man who's going to slay the dragon in the heavens. Lin Shi finally returned to the camera. He gave the camera a confident smile, flashing a row of white teeth. Our goal is to witness history, but we must not forget our original aspirations. Well done, Shi Gu. I love your fiery temper. Exactly. Never forget your original aspirations. Shi Gu is the man destined to ascend to the heavens and slay the dragon. And don't forget Shi Ji's skills. How could he possibly be intimidated by such a minor obstacle? 66,666. No need to say more, let us send some gifts. Watching the gift effects float across the live stream once again, Lin Shi smiled and thanked everyone one by one. He then turned his head, his expression serious, and said again, but as you all said, I do need to be cautious. To be honest with you all, I did see a shadow resembling a human figure earlier, at least 2 meters tall. This is a bit unusual, as even the largest gorillas only stand about 1.8 meters tall when upright. Plus, gorillas are animals from F continent, and we're here in Shinnongjia, that's a world apart. Moreover, I can smell a strong odor of blood, which suggests that the recent animal roar was likely the dying cry of a beast. I'm not sure whether the beast is alive or dead, but I need to go and investigate. Hey, friends, may this be a blessing and not a curse. Wish me safe travels. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shi nodded at the camera, then tensed up and slowly walked toward the direction where the shadow had just been. Rustling. The air fell silent at that moment. The surrounding forest was deathly silent, not even the sound of insects could be heard, only the rustling of leaves under Lin Shi's feet. Clearly, this only made the eerie atmosphere ahead feel even more unsettling. Lin Shi furrowed his brows and instinctively drew his combat knife. As an initial item produced by the system, although it was only about 20 centimeters long, it was sturdy and durable, highly poisonous, and non-reflective, which added a sense of security. Despite the over 100-meter distance and obstacles like bushes and vines blocking the path, Lin Shi didn't take long to traverse the distance. Soon, a chaotic battlefield came into view, with several trees snapped in half and the ground littered with debris. Under the oppressive heat, the pungent stench made Lin Shi frown involuntarily, but the next moment, when he saw the bodies lying on the ground, his eyes widened in shock. It was a donkey-headed wolf? It looks like a donkey's head, but its body is that of a wolf. This creature lay slumped on a pile of dry branches and leaves, with bright red blood continuously flowing out from the wound that ran through its abdomen. Its gray fur covered its entire body, with only a small patch of white fur stained with blood on its abdomen. Its limbs were slender, but its tail was thick and long, nearly reaching half the length of its body. Even without the tail, this creature was nearly 18 meters long. A true dominant presence in the forest. What the? Holy crap, what is this? It looks like a wolf but has a donkey's head. Is this thing really the result of evolution? Didn't you hear what Shi Gu just said? This thing is called a donkey-headed wolf. But seriously, I've never heard of this before. It looks like it was forcibly stitched together by someone. I just looked it up on Baidu, and it seems like this thing only exists in the Shinnongjia region, and the scientific expedition team has never actually seen a live one. Shi Gu, your luck is just too good. Really? This thing is only found in Shinnongjia? Are you serious? This thing is only found in Shinnongjia? It is indeed only available in the Shinnongjia region. Lin Shi nodded. To be honest, I didn't expect to actually encounter this thing. After all, its existence has almost reached legendary status. It is said that in 1970, a sentry at the HB Danyang airport shot and killed one of them. The reason was that the pigsties of the local support unit suddenly made noise at night, and the sentry thought they were pig thieves, so he opened fire and killed it. In 1981, villagers from Shiyuta village in Xinhua Township also reported seeing this creature near a river in the area. Additionally, in August 1982, villagers from Tianjiashan Township and in February 1988, villagers from Honghe village in Tianjiashan Township also reported seeing it. In 1977, the Lunka Institute, HB Province, and the Commission organized related investigations, collecting information on the activities of the donkey-headed wolves, but they never actually saw any living or dead donkey-headed wolves. As Lin Shi examined the massive wounds on the donkey-headed wolf's body, he furrowed his brows. The fatal wound was this through-and-through wound. I took a closer look earlier, and its heart is missing. It must have been taken by the black shadow we saw earlier. At these words, the entire hall fell silent in shock. The audience's faces turned pale in an instant. They never imagined that there could be beasts that, after hunting their prey, would take only the heart and nothing else. This reminded them of countless legends that had been passed down in the darkness. Chapter 38, Arrival at the Entrance, Dangerous Creatures. Meanwhile, at Jingdu International Airport. The vast terminal building was bustling with people carrying luggage, backpacks, and talking on the phone, as if every second they spent there could cost them millions. Among them, the most striking group was a crowd of elderly people in their 70s, their hair gray and white. With expressions of impatience on their faces, they hurried toward the boarding gate. Startled, countless people hurriedly made way for them. A few young people who had come with the elderly followed closely behind, running and stumbling to keep up. As students accompanying these prominent figures, they had never seen their mentor act so anxious before. They couldn't help but feel puzzled. What could have possibly provoked these big shots? Old Zhang, you called us over in such a hurry. What's going on? Following Zhang Chengjian was an elderly man of similar age. His slightly gaunt cheeks were adorned with short stubble, which he absent-mindedly ran his fingers over as he spoke. Old Wan, you don't know? The other elderly people around him looked surprised and turned their heads in unison. How would I know? I just finished a meeting and hadn't even had time to go home and change before old Jean called me back, saying there was an urgent matter. Academician Wang Wenhua clearly had no idea about Lin Qi's situation, so he looked completely bewildered at that moment. Old Wang. This time Li Ve made a major discovery. The Xia dynasty of our dragon nation now has explicit written records. Following behind academician Wang Wenhua, the white-haired old man wearing reading glasses couldn't contain his excitement as he kept patting Wang Wenhua on the shoulder and exclaiming, "What?" Academician Wang Wenhua was speechless. He stared blankly at the former, as if he had lost his soul at that moment. It's absolutely true. We just confirmed the information old Zhang sent over. The content recorded on that piece of oracle bone script is exactly the same as what that little streamer said. The elderly man in glasses couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Who would have thought? I never imagined that the ancient characters left behind by our ancestors would be so obscure today. Yet here's this young man, who looks no older than 20, not only recognizing them but also able to read them clearly. Another elderly man suddenly interjected. How does this young man know how to pronounce them? Many of the oracle bone characters on there, even we old folks don't know how to read, only the general meaning. You don't understand, do you? The elderly man with glasses chuckled. I don't understand either. But after hearing this news, I immediately clicked into his live stream. And you know what? This kid really knows his stuff. Geology, geography, astronomy, animal and plant knowledge. Wow, I wonder which old timer taught him all that. I'm even thinking about poaching him. The old man said this while glancing at Lin Qi's livestream. However, that single glance caused the old man's eyes to widen suddenly, and he couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Is that the corpse of a donkey-headed wolf? What? The startled cry left everyone speechless. Similarly, at the Natural Animal Protection Research Institute in HB Province, the same cries of astonishment continued. As they stared at the screen displaying the lifelike corpse of a donkey-headed wolf, Wang Yangda and Sun Xiaoning's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. After a moment, Wang Yangda snapped back to reality, hurriedly speeding up his movements and urgently exclaimed, "Hurry up! Grab the necessary equipment. We need to get to Lin Qi's location as quickly as possible." "Yes, mentor, I'll go get the equipment right away." To put it bluntly, Lin Qi's discoveries today have already set off a flurry of activity among countless people in both the archaeological community and the natural animal research field across the entire Dragon Nation. Some researchers who were attending conferences in the Western Hemisphere have even cancelled their meetings and are rushing back by plane, fearing that even a moment's delay might cause them to miss out on further discoveries. Of course, Lin Qi was unaware of any of this. At that moment, he was standing in front of what looked like a naturally formed cave, his nerves on edge and his face serious, continuing to explain to the audience. "Friends, it seems we have reached the entrance to that heavenly blessing land that Dishur mentioned. Though I'm not sure what dangers lie within, I'm certain that the dark figure we saw earlier is now inside. Look." Lin Qi squatted down on the ground, zoomed in with the camera, and pointed at the row of clear footprints on the ground, saying, "They look very much like human footprints, with 5 short, thick toes. However, look at the width of the toes and the sole, it's extremely large. Moreover, there are 5 deep indentations at the tips of the toes. This indicates that this creature has never worn shoes, and either its toes are extremely powerful or the tips of its toes are protected by something very sharp. Either way, this isn't good news. Considering that it previously hunted down a donkey-headed wolf, we need to significantly increase the danger level of this creature." Chapter 39, The Strange Battle Against the Wild Men. Lin Qi's words sent a chill down the spines of everyone in the livestream. A sense of crisis unlike anything they had ever experienced before weighed heavily on their hearts, almost making it difficult for them to breathe. Put yourself in their shoes in such a situation. If they were there, they wouldn't even dare to go inside. They'd probably already be frantically fleeing into the jungle. However, Lin Qi remained composed, walking calmly toward the pitch-black cave. Tap tap. Tap. The cave was quiet, with only Lin Qi's footsteps and the sound of water droplets echoing through the empty cavern. In the sunlight streaming in from the cave entrance behind them, people could clearly see that the narrow, elongated cave was filled with massive cracks caused by tectonic movements, and those cracks were covered in green moss that had quietly begun to grow. Of course, the majority of the walls remained bare and rocky. It gives off an inexplicable sense of desolation and oppression. Lin Qi gripped the dagger tightly, his eyes sharp as an eagle's, scanning the surroundings intently. Under the light screen granted by the system, the increasingly dim cave before him did not pose much of an obstacle. Friends, it seems we were right after all. Suddenly, Lin Shi stopped in his tracks. He bent down and pointed to the ground, where there was a row of footprints spaced 3 or 4 meters apart, deeply indented into the ground. The enormous humanoid creature from earlier had indeed emerged from here. And it had likely done so on multiple occasions. Rubbing his chin, Lin Shi controlled the camera to zoom in on the 2 rows of shallower footprints beside him, which were clearly partially covered by dust. Furrowing his brows, Lin Shi thought carefully for a moment before saying uncertainly, although I'm still not entirely sure, I think I figured out what this thing is. Let's keep moving forward and take a closer look. Wow, Shigu already figured it out? Just from a few footprints? Shigu, hurry up and tell us what you figured out. Oh, I hate it when people only say half of what they mean. It's so frustrating. Just say it already, Shigu. Don't keep us in suspense. Guys, have any of you heard the legend of the Shinongjia wild man? What? Are you saying these footprints were actually left by wild men? That's a bit far-fetched, isn't it? Isn't the scientific community pretty much convinced they don't exist? Then point to the footprints on the ground and tell me what they are. Don't forget, this is the deepest part of Shinongjia, a place that's been untouched by humans for centuries. Isn't it strange that there might be some species here that humans haven't discovered yet? Quiet. Let us hear what Shigu has to say. Let's keep moving forward and see what happens. After all, we don't have enough clues right now. Just some footprints aren't enough evidence. Chow. Because he was crouching on the ground, most of his attention was focused on the footprints, so his line of sight didn't register anything else. But just as he stood up, Lin Shi suddenly saw a dark figure suddenly appear less than 10 meters to his right. In such a quiet, enclosed cave, the footsteps were so quiet that they could barely be heard. Clearly, whatever was approaching was no ordinary creature, it was undoubtedly a master hunter from the forest. No wonder Lin Shi didn't notice until now. Lin Shi's startled cry immediately caused the dark figure to quicken its pace. Gak! At the same time, a piercing scream echoed through the cave, almost piercing the soul. It sounded like a monkey, but even more shrill than a monkey's cry. It was beginning to feel like infrasound. Lin Shi suddenly felt dizzy. Everything before his eyes turned pitch black. No good. Lin Shi muttered under his breath and bit his tongue sharply. The intense pain snapped him out of his daze, and his mind cleared instantly. At the same time, the scene before his eyes returned to normal. However, at that moment, the dark figure had already charged forward and lunged toward him. Standing over 2 meters tall, its muscular frame exuded an oppressive sense of suffocation. Its 2 long arms, nearly dragging on the ground, had already swung violently toward Lin Shi's face, coming within less than 10 centimeters of his face. If he hadn't reacted in time, his head would have likely hit the ground with a thud, leaving a large dent. It's definitely this thing. Lin Shi let out a low growl, pushed off with his legs, and suddenly shifted his upper body to the side, dodging the fatal blow. At the same time, the dagger in his hand darted upward like a venomous snake, plunging deeply into the creature's flesh. Clang! A loud clanging sound echoed through the air. Lin Shi was astonished to discover that his dagger had not pierced the creature's arm. Instead, as it entered the flesh, he felt a tremendous resistance. It felt a bit like stabbing into a steel plate. Ha! Lin Shi was filled with doubt and confusion. He instinctively looked at the creature in front of him. It was like a shadowy figure in the darkness. This thing had a human form, but except for its face, every part of its body was covered in black-red hair. Its pitch-black face betrays madness and ferocity, and its dark red eyes, with no visible whites, are filled with nothing but a deep, unbridled intent to kill. It was none other than the legendary Shinongjia wildman. However, this wild man seems a bit different from the descriptions in the legends. Because Lin Shi clearly saw that deep within the savage's pupils, there was a vivid red glow so bright it seemed to emit its own light, slowly contracting on its own, like breathing. No normally evolved creature possesses eyes of such intensity. Gah! As if provoked by Lin Shi, the wild man didn't give Lin Shi any time to react. He swung his other arm, which was as long as a whip, and struck fiercely toward Lin Shi's heart once more. Bang! Chapter 40, Even the toughest wild men must die. A dull thud. Lin Shi's left arm collided violently with the creature's arm, producing a loud thud. It felt like wrestling with a wild bull. The moment they made contact, Lin Shi suddenly felt a tremendous force sweeping over him. Despite his body, which had been strengthened to nearly twice that of an ordinary person, he still felt a deep sense of helplessness. Clang! Lin Shi used the force to step back 5 or 6 steps, finally managing to break free from the pressure. On the other hand, the wild man across from him merely looked at his arm in confusion, then looked again at the arm that had been numbed and paralyzed by the neurotoxin. His eyes flashed with a red glow a few times. Clearly, they were puzzled. But the next moment, the expression in its eyes returned, even more than before. Gak! A piercing screech echoed through the narrow cave, possibly stirring their savage instincts. The wild men's speed increased dramatically, and in the blink of an eye, they were once again before Lin Shi. This time, however, Lin Shi, who had already prepared himself mentally, did not panic like before. Humph. With a cold snort, Lin Shi tensed his legs. A series of short, muffled thuds echoed, and the soil beneath Lin Shi's feet sank directly into a shallow pit 2 centimeters deep. At the same time, his entire body leaped diagonally to the left, landing behind the wild man. As he touched the ground, he twisted his waist, his legs sprang upward, and he leaped onto the wild man's back. The wild man clearly hadn't expected Lin Shi to be faster than him. In his moment of surprise, he suddenly felt a heavy weight on his back. Just as he was about to roar again, Lin Shi had already prepared himself. Die! He bellowed. Lin Shi's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The combat knife emitted a fierce cold aura, like a dark, venomous snake, swiftly piercing the savage's right eye. Since the bones of this creature are so hard that Lin Shi's current strength cannot pierce them quickly, let's simply circle around from behind and attack your eyes. Lin Shi doesn't believe that this thing's eyes are as hard as steel plates. Sure enough, there was a loud thud. A stream of black, foul-smelling blood gushed out from the eye socket. In excruciating pain, the wild man let out an agonizing scream, followed by his body convulsing violently as he began to violently slam Lin Shi against the stone wall behind him. This thing is trying to knock me down by colliding with me. Lin Shi naturally understood its intentions, but he didn't move. Instead, he clamped his legs tightly together and clung to the wild man's back like a gecko. He left only his hands behind, using every last ounce of strength to desperately thrust the blade of the combat knife toward the savage's skull. Plop. Ah! Die for me! Bang! As Lin Shi roared in anger, a sharp pain also shot through his back. His head spun, and even his lips bled from the impact of his teeth. But it was all worth it. Because Lin Shi's burst of strength at the last moment had already allowed him to achieve his goal. The wild man, over 2 meters tall, began to sway slowly. The dagger embedded in the eye socket was so deeply embedded that only the handle was visible, with the entire blade sunk into the wild man's brain. The foul-smelling blood gushed out relentlessly through the over 200 blood grooves on the blade, mixed with white brain matter and tiny silver-white particles that resembled metal. Lin Shi had no idea what it was. But at the moment, he only felt as though his bones were about to fall apart, and even the slightest movement caused excruciating pain. Cough cough. Sitting slumped on the ground with his back against the rock wall, Lin Shi felt as though he had died, taking a long time to recover. After coughing violently a few times, Lin Shi gave the camera a bitter smile. Hey, everyone, this is probably the most dangerous moment I've faced since the show started. How about it? Are you satisfied now? Did you get to see me humiliated? Ha, cough. Lin Shi laughed, then covered his mouth again and coughed violently. However, seeing him still in the mood to joke at such a moment, no one laughed, but their hearts were filled with emotion. Shigu, how are you doing now? Shigu, I'm a medical student. Are you feeling dizzy or experiencing severe pain in your internal organs? Listen to me, don't continue. Your current condition is absolutely unsuitable for any further risks. You should call for help immediately. Right, call for help. I've already made the call, but they said they don't know your exact location and can only send out a search and rescue team for now. Kajesh, where are you right now? Wah, I'm crying. I've never seen any streamer go to such lengths. Chiga, you're risking your life again. Pineapple Cecile tipped the streamer 99 super rockets. Shiga, don't push yourself. If you can't handle it, wait for help. You've already done something no one else has. There's no need to keep taking risks. Flying Pig tips the streamer 99 super rockets to Chigu. Pineapple is right, wait for rescue. I've already contacted the search and rescue team, they should arrive soon. In an instant, Pineapple Cecile, Flying Pig, longing for the countryside, Chi-Ji's little fanboy, Ping Ping little steamed bun, and picking chrysanthemums under the eastern fence. Almost everyone who had seen them before, those who hadn't, old viewers, and new viewers, all started sending gifts to get Lin Shi to leave. However, Lin Shi took a deep breath and thanked everyone one by one, saying, I'm sorry for causing everyone worry. Those who called the rescue team can stop, and those who didn't don't need to call either. I know my own condition. It's just a few bruises from the impact. It's not as serious as you all think. With a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, Lin Shi smiled and said, Chapter 41, The Wild Man is actually a modified creature? The situation was indeed as such. With nearly twice the physical strength of an ordinary person, Lin Shi may not be considered exceptionally strong, but he is certainly no weaker than them. Therefore, while the seemingly fierce collision left Lin Shi momentarily dazed, it ultimately did not cause any internal injuries. With proper rest and recuperation, he should be back to full strength in no time. After resting on the ground for nearly 10 minutes, Lin Shi finally turned his gaze back to the wild man's corpse lying diagonally beside him. Put! As a putrid, blood-curdling stench filled the air, Lin Shi furrowed his brows and leaned forward, focusing his attention on the hollow eye socket wound. After a long while, Lin Shi finally said in a deep voice, as I suspected, this thing is not a product of natural evolution, but rather something created artificially. What? Shiga, you're joking, right? This thing can be synthesized? Stop messing around. Even in M country, where medical technology is the most advanced in the world, they couldn't achieve such a level of biological modification, right? Plus, the legend of the Shinnon Jia Wildman has been around for ages. Does that mean they were artificially synthesized back then? Chi-Ge, you must have discovered something, right? I did discover something interesting. Lin Shi nodded and zoomed in on the empty eye socket for a close-up. When I say it's artificially synthesized, I'm not just making things up. From the moment I first encountered it and my dagger couldn't pierce its bones, I already had my suspicions. And then I saw the red glow in its eyes, which only strengthened my conviction. After all, even nocturnal animals don't emit such pure red light. It was almost like looking at a neon sign. Now take a closer look. Can you see the metal structure inside the wound? As he spoke, Lin Chi used the tip of his dagger to point at the mechanical structures hidden deep within the skull, which were faintly glinting with metallic light under the dim glow of the camera. I think it's necessary to dissect this thing and examine its true structure. After all, we're already in the middle of the ruins entrance. If there's one here, there's no guarantee we won't encounter more further ahead. We must be fully prepared to survive in an unknown environment. This is the way of wilderness survival, and it is equally applicable now. Lin Chi rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, and then decided to act immediately. Just a heads up, the following scenes may be graphic. I'll blur them out, but if you're underage, I recommend you skip this part. Don't worry, Chi-Ge, we're all adults. Go ahead and do your thing. I'm an elementary school student. My dad is covering my eyes, so I'm posting this comment blindly. Speaking of which, Chi-Ge, is it really okay to dissect it like that? After all, this is the first wild human corpse we've ever seen in Manhwa, right? Hey, you're overthinking this. Let's not even talk about the dangers Chi-Ge will face next. With his skills, how could he possibly mess it up? Just have him hand over the recording, and if he can't handle it, he'll write a detailed report. Exactly. As the saying goes, know your enemy and know yourself, and you will win 100 battles. Chi-Ge is already at the enemy's doorstep. We need to study its weaknesses first before taking any action. Otherwise, how will we proceed afterward? The crowd was buzzing with excitement, but Lin Chi had already used his combat blade to slice a long gash. Since the injury was to the head, we'll start there first. Saying this, Lin Chi's hands pierced through the wound on top of his head and pulled it open. Put! With the sound of flesh writhing, the skin and flesh covering the wild man's skull were completely torn away. A silver-white skull with a metallic sheen, along with flesh, threads, and black blood, suddenly appeared before Lin Chi's eyes. It was just like the T-800 from the Terminator. The sturdy skull is surrounded by several shallow indentations. Deep within the torn-out left eyeball lies a complete electronic eye. Wow! No wonder even I couldn't break through this thing's bones. It's actually metal, or at least metal-like. Lin Chi raised an eyebrow. His eyes lit up with curiosity. Hurriedly, he tried again. Soon, the body hidden beneath the savage's skin was fully exposed. Although the live stream was pixelated, the large patches of dark red blood and the faintly discernible outline of the body were enough to make everyone who had previously claimed they could watch it while eating immediately vomit. They really did vomit. After all, who has ever seen such a bloody scene? Especially when the subject being dissected still has a body that looks so much like a human being. However, Lin Chi completely failed to notice the audience's reactions. At that moment, he was staring intently at the skeletal remains before him, rubbing his chin in astonishment. There are actually two propulsion systems? One belongs to the biological digestive and cognitive system, while the other is used to drive the body and limbs. This is getting interesting. Lin Chi stood before the skeleton, rubbing his chin in thought for a while, then blurted out a statement that made everyone jump in surprise. Actually, this thing wasn't dead yet. What? Chapter 42, The Peach Blossom Paradise Inside the Mountain. Chi-Ge, don't scare me. I'm such a coward. You're scaring me to death. Chi-Ge, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Even though it's afternoon, I still feel a chill. Chi-Ge, are you joking? They're all dead, aren't they? Structurally speaking, this thing has two systems. Although the biological system is now dead, the mechanical system is still functioning, so what Chi-Ge said makes sense. Oh no, what should we do? No way, Chi-Ge, just take out the battery. To prevent any future issues. No need to remove the battery. This thing doesn't have a battery. Lin Chi smiled. Actually, there's no need to worry. While the mechanical components of this device could theoretically still function, the biological component that provides the energy has already died. Without sufficient energy supply, it's no different from a pile of scrap metal. It's like installing prosthetics on someone with severe physical disabilities. Although the replaced parts are made of metal, their movement is controlled by bioelectricity. Now that the biological components have died, even if the mechanical parts are in perfect condition, they won't cause much of a stir. However, to be honest, the designer of this thing really didn't leave any room for error. Lin Chi rubbed his chin as he examined the wildman's skeleton from all angles, furrowing his brow in deep thought. After a moment, he shook his head and said, "The entire chest cavity is protected by sturdy armor. With my current strength and tools, penetrating it is impossible. The only thing we can use is its eyes. We must insert the dagger along the eye socket into the cranial cavity. Only then will this thing be killed. A bit troublesome." After thinking it over, Lin Shi glanced at the data panel on the screen, took a deep breath, and forced himself to relax. Perhaps he was at a disadvantage in direct combat, but he was faster than it. Plus, he had intermediate-level Wudong Tai Chi and beginner-level beast taming techniques. Whether they would be effective or not was uncertain, but they were sure to have some effect. As long as the rest of the journey goes smoothly and he doesn't get unlucky enough to be ambushed by a group, the problem should be manageable. Let's go. Now that we know its weakness, let's keep moving and see what else is waiting for us. Lin Shi stood up and left. At the same time, in a spot out of the camera's view, a faint blue glow suddenly appeared, enveloping the dissected wild man's corpse before vanishing without a trace. Immediately afterward, Lin Shi's current remaining points silently changed from 0 to 1. Lin Shi nodded silently and continued, "Speaking of which, I'm actually becoming more and more interested in this ancient ruin. Do you all remember the Oracle Bone script we discovered earlier? We remember. It was when Dashi led the tribe here to search for it. And it took 37 years, with 36 people dying along the way. Thinking about it now, it was truly tragic. His last wish before dying was to convey the message to his king. It was indeed tragic, but it was precisely his record that allowed us to make such a significant discovery today, wasn't it? Come to think of it, we should thank them. Wait, Chi-Ge, you suddenly brought this up. Do you think something's off? You don't seriously think those records about light beams or whatever are real, do you?" Nodding, Lin Shi said, "Mythology, though called mythology, may be largely exaggerated and artistically embellished. But without real events as a framework, it would be quite difficult for ancient people to invent such stories out of thin air. Moreover, this large stone, including the 7 years it took to reach this place, has been searched for here for a total of 37 years. If nothing truly happened, who could persist for such a long time? Even in those days, when rituals were more important than the king, it wouldn't have been possible. After all, ancient people weren't little angels. Let us make a bold assumption, at least 4,600 years ago, a major geological disaster did occur here, causing the unusual phenomena in the sky. Moreover, the large stone clearly records on the bone plate that this is the entrance to the heavenly auspicious land, indicating that he had indeed been here, even venturing deep into it and witnessing something. I wonder what he saw exactly. And how lucky was he that, even after venturing so deep inside, he didn't encounter any attacks from wild people? Lin Shi spoke as he walked quickly forward. Although the cave was long, it was still constrained by the natural terrain of the mountain. Therefore, even though Lin Shi had deliberately slowed his pace, he eventually reached the end of the cave. The rock walls around the cave began to slowly expand outward in all directions. Faint wisps of light began to grow brighter before their eyes. "It's almost here." Lin Shi's eyes widened, and he hurriedly quickened his pace. However, just then, a sudden dizziness swept over his mind. Everything around him began to blur, even his vision was affected. It felt as though I had inadvertently crossed an invisible barrier. Before Lin Shi could react, the scene before his eyes suddenly became crystal clear again. What greeted everyone was a sight so breathtakingly beautiful that it could only be described as a masterpiece of divine craftsmanship, leaving everyone speechless and frozen in place. This was a hidden world hollowed out of the mountain? It resembles the peach blossom spring described by Tao Yuan Ming. Before Lin Shi's eyes was a steep cliff, with 2 winding stone paths clinging to the rock walls on either side, leading all the way into the distant mountains. The summit of the mountain had been completely carved out, and bright sunlight streamed through the layer of pale blue barrier, which rippled gently like the surface of water, cascading downwards. It envelopes the area in a scene straight out of a dream. In the distance, a small river flows gently from left to right. The rippling water shimmers and ripples, and the gentle sound of flowing water can faintly be heard. Lin Shi couldn't figure it out. How could there be a river inside the mountain? Could it be groundwater seeping out? But where would it flow? One question after another arose in his mind. But soon, he was deeply captivated by a massive structure hidden deep within the mountains. A pyramid? Chapter 43, New Equipment, The Hunter's Short Blade. In the mountains of Dragon Country, there's actually a golden pyramid? It's truly awe-inspiring. At least the viewers in the live stream are completely stunned. Lin Shi was also taken aback for a moment, then pointed excitedly toward the distance and exclaimed, "Everyone, did you see that? It's a pyramid. Although it's somewhat dilapidated, with vines covering much of its surface, its original shape is still faintly discernible. Unlike the pyramids of the 4th dynasty of Egypt, the one before us wasn't the typical 4-sided pointed structure. Its top was flat, which was similar to the pyramids built by the Maya people during the pre-classic period around 1500 BCE. However, there are no stone steps leading directly to the top of the pyramid. I suspect that the entrance to the interior of the pyramid is concealed by the ancient trees. Let's go take a look." Honestly, I'm really excited right now. After all this hard work, we've finally found this ancient ruin. Lin Shi's voice was high-pitched, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Clearly, his emotions were running as high as he claimed. At the same time, the system's voice also echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, on completing the second task of the newbie period. Task 2, travel to the Shenanjia region of HB province and locate the unknown ruins within 1 week. Reward, 1 spin on the lucky wheel. Would you like to claim it now? Can you explain how this thing works? Lin Shi asked in his mind. After all, this was a live broadcast. If he agreed, a large spinning wheel would appear in front of him in a holographic projection, and he would be taken away for a chat in no time. He understands the principle that possessing something valuable can bring trouble. Lucky Spin Wheel is a one-time item that can be materialized in the host's consciousness. The item drawn will be directly stored in the system storage space, and the host need not worry about anything else. The Lucky Spin Wheel is a one-time item that can be visualized in the host's consciousness. The item drawn will be directly stored in the system storage space, and the host need not worry about anything else. The Lucky Spin Wheel is a one-time item that can be visualized within the host's consciousness. The item drawn will be directly stored in the system storage space, and the host need not worry about anything else. As if reading Lin Shi's mind, the system explained directly. Hey, that's convenient? Alright, let's go ahead. Lin Shi was delighted and agreed immediately. Ding! Ding! Congratulations, host, you've drawn the Hunter's Short Blade X1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the Hunter's Short Blade X1. Description: Hunter's Short Blade Green Quality. Length 45 cm, blade length 35 cm, blade thickness 0.3 cm, weight 101 kg. Crafted using a 100-fold forging process, it can withstand a point impact force of 300 kg. The middle section of the blade features a hollow design, with a naturally formed dark red pattern on the surface. The edge contains a highly toxic substance. Note, this item is system generated and is not easily damaged. It cannot be traded. Additionally, be sure not to cut yourself on the blade, as it will cause severe pain. Ignoring the last meaningless remark, Lin Shi stared at the image of the Hunter's short blade that appeared in his mind, his eyes immediately sparkling with determination. The straight blade, intricate yet understated patterns, sharp edge, and simple handle. Though not as ornate as the combat blade in your hand, it is undoubtedly a fine weapon. If he weren't still live streaming right now, Lin Shi would definitely have taken it out to show off. Great stuff, great stuff. This will make my next move much safer. Lin Shi had already decided that if he encountered something even more dangerous in the future, he would casually toss the short blade into some corner and then pretend he had found it, replacing the dagger with it in plain sight. Lin Shi had already decided that if he encountered something even more dangerous in the future, he would casually toss the short blade into a corner and then pretend he had found it, replacing the dagger with it without a second thought. After all, this was an ancient ruin. Leaving behind some cold weapons in a corner was perfectly normal. It would just make the onlookers gasp in surprise. Of course, there's one more thing: we need to find an opportunity to capture a live wild man so that he can obtain a certain special bloodline from him. After all, the system made it clear from the start that capture was required to obtain it, and dead ones don't count. That's really a bit of a letdown. Damn it, why didn't I notice how tricky this rule was back then? Muttering to himself, Lin Shi hurried down the stone path from a cliff over 300 meters above the ground. Soon, he arrived at the small river that ran through the entire Peach Blossom Spring. He stood by the riverbank and looked around. It was very shallow. You can see the riverbed directly. It's probably only about calf deep. Lin Shi nodded, hesitated not a moment, and waded straight through. After walking for about another 10 minutes, after rounding the last ancient tree, Lin Shi finally arrived at the entrance to the base of the Golden Pyramid. It was a massive metal gate standing 5 meters tall. However, it has now been breached, leaving only a huge, gaping hole that tears outward, connecting it to the outside world. It seems that a significant disturbance occurred here in the past. Looking at the gate and the scattered metal fragments of various sizes around him, Lin Shi furrowed his brows and said in a low voice, "Friends, the journey ahead may be even more dangerous. I will try to speak as little as possible. After all, none of us know what's going on inside. Speaking carelessly could easily attract danger. Shi Ga. Don't worry, Brother Chi. We'll support you from behind. Brother Chi, don't worry. We're backing you up. Exactly. Keep it up, Chi Gu. We're all waiting for you to come back safely. Flying Pig has tipped the streamer with 10 planes waiting for you to come back and drink together. Flying Pig has tipped the streamer 10 planes waiting for you to come back and drink together. Ping Ping Xiaoman 2 donates 10 super rockets to the streamer. My grandfather and his group have already arrived in HB province and should be able to enter the mountains soon. They will bring a team of professionals with them. If things don't work out, they'll head out and help you. Ha, thank you for your kindness. I'll go in now." With a smile to the camera, Lin Shi leaped into the pyramid. Chapter 44, A Perplexing Discovery. Woo woo. As soon as they entered the pyramid, the sound of the wind echoed in their ears and instantly filled everyone's headphones and speakers. The sound was so piercing, it sounded like the wails of evil spirits. It sent a chill down one's spine. Lin Chi remained expressionless, standing in place for a moment. Seeing no movement, he finally whispered, "It seems relatively safe here, but we should still be cautious. After all, this is the lair of wild beasts. We might encounter those creatures again at any moment." But what exactly happened here back then? How did it end up in such a desolate state? The further he went forward, the deeper the wrinkles on Lin Xinyan's forehead grew. With the assistance of the system's light screen, he was completely unaffected by the darkness before him. As far as the eye could see, there was a corridor approximately 200 meters long. Although the main structure remains intact, the massive cracks on the walls and the scattered debris and piles of metal debris on the ground cannot help but arouse curiosity about what happened here in the past. Lin Shi thought for a moment and said, as we mentioned earlier, Dashi had already been here at least 4,600 years ago. Yet he made no record of such a severe catastrophe occurring here. So can we say that at least back then, everything here was still intact, and even the wild people hadn't fled? Wait a minute. The wild men didn't run out at that time, but now there are wild men outside. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes. Could the changes here be the work of these wild men? But do they have such strong abilities? Think about the wild man who was fighting with you not long ago. Although their bones were strong and resilient, even Lin Shi couldn't defeat them now, and he couldn't help but doubt the accuracy of his speculation. Maybe there are just a lot of them. That's right. After all, this place is so big. If the wild men are the guards here, there must be quite a few of them. If dozens or even hundreds of them charge toward the gate together, it might actually result in the current situation. What about the security system? This is such a large building, clearly the most important place here. Could the builders have possibly not set up defenses here? Maybe the power is out? No power? Upon suddenly seeing this comment, Lin Chi's eyes lit up. Yes. After such a long time, it's not surprising that the energy system might have malfunctioned. Perhaps the beam of light recorded by Desher was the last desperate attempt made by this ancient site to send a distress signal to the outside world. Thinking about it that way seems pretty reasonable. But if the energy here is malfunctioning, how have those savages managed to survive this long? But if the energy here is all messed up, how have those wild people managed to survive until now? You must understand that biological cells have a lifespan, which is metabolism. Generally speaking, the metabolic lifespan of normal human cells is around 120 days. Newborn babies, on the other hand, only have a lifespan of 30 days. However, over 4,000 years have passed since then. Even if the cells were genetically modified, they wouldn't survive that long without proper maintenance, would they? Lin Shi shook his head. It seems we'll have to wait until we've thoroughly investigated this place before we can figure out what happened back then. Let's not talk about that for now. I noticed something interesting again. Look. As he spoke, Lin Shi zoomed in with the camera, giving a close-up of the intricately carved archway in front of him. The archway was situated between two branching corridors at the end of the corridor, against the backdrop of silver-gray minimalist walls. Although severely damaged, with most of the original colored paint peeling off, the intricate carvings along the edges of the arch still offer a glimpse of its former beauty and grandeur when it was intact. Even Lin Shi noticed several examples of the long-established relief carving technique from the Dragon Kingdom among these decorative carvings. The pyramids standing on the land of the Dragon Kingdom were already strange enough on their own, but what was even more unexpected was that the text recorded in the decorations was written in a pictographic script different from Oracle Bone script. Lin Shi frowned and studied it carefully for a while before slowly saying, "This should be the writing left behind by the early Sumerian civilization. But why is this thing here like this?" These days, Lin Shi's livestream isn't just filled with casual viewers anymore. After going viral 3 times online, many professionals who don't know the full story, and even big shots from the Dragon Science Institute, are quietly keeping an eye on this place. When Lin Shi revealed that these were the writings left behind by the Sumerian civilization, the entire livestream erupted in excitement. Holy crap, how is that possible? The Sumerian civilization only existed for a little over 2,000 years. Even if they had unimaginable power back then, there's no way they could have traveled so far just to build a pyramid on Chinese soil. Unbelievable. This is indeed Sumerian civilization. These are early forms of their writing. I majored in ancient civilizations, and I can confidently say that the value of these writings is absolutely on par with the previously discovered Xia dynasty oracle bones. This is rather peculiar. On the soil of the Dragon Kingdom, there are artifacts inscribed with ancient foreign civilization scripts. It just feels like nonsense. Yet it is right there before your eyes. Hey, newbie here, what's the Sumerian civilization? Is it really that impressive? Chapter 45, here comes an even more intense one. The Sumerian civilization was a highly developed state that emerged on the Sumerian plain between 400 and 2000 BCE. During the early period of Sumer, it was governed by several large city-states, such as Eridu, Kish, Lagash, Uruk, Uar, Wama, and Nippur. This is somewhat similar to the 5 hegemons and 7 warring states period in our Dragon Kingdom. Lin Shi continued his introduction while looking at the archway. Following this, the city went through the Akkadian Empire and the Ur Empire, ultimately falling to the 3rd dynasty of Ur. Although this civilization predates the Xia dynasty we previously discovered by a significant margin, in fact, it had already collapsed by the time the Xia dynasty was established, which was only a few decades later. Do not mistake this for a sign of backwardness. Just as we can see from this pyramid before us, they were once the most advanced ancient civilization in the Mesopotamian region, without equal. Of course, this is not important to us. What matters is why their architecture and writing appeared here. And why not the later cuneiform script, but rather the more ancient pictographic script? Could it be that they sent people here during the earliest stages of civilization? Is that possible? And I've been thinking about some issues all along. Whether it's the metallic materials used in this pyramid or the biological modification technology of the wild people, these all require extremely advanced technological capabilities. Even modern humans might not be able to achieve such feats. How did they manage to do it? As soon as Lin Shi posed the question, the audience immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. If this pyramid before them had indeed been built at that time, wouldn't a significant portion of the history they had learned become nothing more than a laughable joke? After some thought, the audience couldn't help but leave comments. It's no use thinking about this now. Shiga, can you even read what this says? Stop messing around. Even with more developed cuneiform writing, modern archaeologists can only decipher a small portion of it. This is even older pictographic writing. Who could possibly understand it? Then isn't this nonsense? Maybe it contains some important clues? You're telling me no one can read it? Don't panic. Shiga can even read Oracle Bone script, which only a few people can understand. Maybe he can decipher this too? Bull. I don't believe it. Shiga, someone is questioning you here. Show off your skills and shut him up. I can't say I know him completely, but I'll do my best to try. After all, as he spoke, Lin Shi suddenly frowned. Vaguely, he seemed to hear faint footsteps coming from a passageway behind him. Is it coming again? It really doesn't want to give me a moment's rest. Lin Shi silently calculated the distance between himself and the other party, waited for 2 seconds, then suddenly crouched down. Immediately afterward, a whistling sound filled the air, followed by a loud crash. A slender yet muscular arm erupted from the air, shattering the corner of the archway before him. What the hell is this? Lin Shi was startled. If the wild men we encountered earlier had strength values around 20, this one must be at least 25 or higher. Moreover, the hardness of its bones is far superior to the previous one. After all, what we're dealing with here is metal, and even the metal was shattered into pieces. The hardness of these bones is beyond imagination. No way, I have to return the weapon. Fighting with the previous dagger would only put me at a disadvantage. Without hesitation, Lin Shi immediately instructed the system to transfer the newly drawn short blade to the pile of metal debris beside him. At the same time, he had the camera sweep over the debris. Though brief, it was enough for the audience to catch a glimpse of the exposed blade and handle of the short sword. Oh my, this danger comes out of nowhere. It scared the hell out of me. Not this one. How can it be so fierce? That's metal. It even shattered a corner of the metal? Shiga, look. There seems to be a knife in the pile of rubble by your side. It really is. Quick, bring it over here. I don't know what it looks like, but it's definitely better than your dagger. Hey, it worked. Seeing that many audience members had already noticed the short blade and were urging him to bring it over, Lin Shi immediately realized that it was now acceptable to openly switch weapons. Without hesitation, he thanked them, then, before the wild men could attack, he brushed past their fists, flipped over, and picked up the short blade. Are you never going to stop fighting? If I don't move, do you think I'm a sick cat? With a furious shout, Lin Shi's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he swung the short blade at the arm of the newly appeared wild man. Clang! A loud clanging sound echoed in my ears. Lin Shi furrowed his brows slightly. Seeing that he had only severed more than half of the arm, Lin Shi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Indeed, my current strength is still a bit lacking. But I think I still have 1 point left. System, hurry up and add it to my strength. Added. Host's current strength, 18 points. Gah. The wild man clearly didn't expect this weak creature before him to actually injure him. Even half of his arm was completely numb and paralyzed, causing a fierce red light to flash in his eyes. Roaring, it swung its other arm and slammed it viciously toward Lin Shi's face. The situation was so dire that the audience was completely caught off guard. As the arm grew larger in their eyes, many of the more timid ones instinctively covered their eyes. Because in their final moments of vision, they saw that Lin Shi showed no reaction at all, as if he hadn't even noticed, staring fixedly at the arm. Is Chi in trouble? Chapter 46, Obtaining the First Bloodline, Powerful Physique. This was the common thought in most people's minds. However, the next moment, when they thought Lin Shi had been scared senseless, he suddenly smiled coldly, stomped his right leg forward, and his left hand swiftly grabbed the arm. He pulled it backward. At the same time, push your left leg out to the side. With a loud thud, the wild man, over 2 meters tall, was directly thrown out by Lin Chi using the momentum? What the heck is that technique? Is this the legendary technique of using force against force? Hurry up, Chi-gu. Take it down while we can. The audience shouted excitedly, and Lin Chi naturally wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. Flipping the short blade in his hand and feeling the enhanced strength surging through his body, Lin Chi smiled slightly and swung the blade viciously at the wild man's limbs. Bang! It sounded like a huge iron hammer striking a mountain rock. Although it wasn't entirely smooth, Lin Chi-mian managed to sever the opponent's limbs with great effort. Gak! The immense pain caused the savage to crawl on the ground, continuously roaring and howling, twisting his body in an attempt to turn around and bite Lin Chi. Seeing this, Lin Chi hurriedly stepped back while silently thinking to himself, how about that, system? Is that good enough? Searching. Search complete. Congratulations, host. A special bloodline has been extracted from the target's body, robust physique. Would you like to grant it now? Powerful physique? What on earth is that? Robust constitution, a special bloodline from the Shinongjia Wildmen. Permanently increases the host's constitution by 15 points and grants the host enhanced adaptability and physical resilience in extreme environments. Note, this bloodline is a passive attribute and is the only bloodline of this creature. It does not stack with other bloodlines of the same species. Oh, so that means even if we capture other Shinongjia Wildmen in the future, we won't be able to extract any other bloodlines from them, right? Lin Chi raised his eyebrows. And we can't use other Shinongjia Wildmen to stack and enhance attributes either? Yes. Yes. Alright. With a slight frown, Lin Chi directly clicked grant. In an instant, the attributes on Lin Chi's panel changed dramatically. Name, Lin Chi. Gender, male. Age, 22. Height, 178 centimeters. Strength, 18. Intelligence, 18. Speed, 19. Physical, 18-15. The maximum for ordinary people is 10. Skills, Wudong Tai Chi Intermediate, Culinary Expert Intermediate, Sprinting Intermediate, Daizong Swift Movement Intermediate, Beast Taming Beginner. Bloodline, Shinongjia Wildman Bloodline, Robust Constitution. Possessions, Multifunctional Automatic Tracking Device, Deathblade Combat Dagger, Hunter's Short Blade. Note, items are system generated and cannot be traded or easily damaged. Although it's just a passive attribute, it's still the first bloodline I've ever had. It looks pretty cool. I wonder what my body will turn into if I add more bloodlines like Snow Monster, Merfolk, or Vampire in the future. Lost in thought, Lin Chi sheathed the short blade at his waist. Glancing down at the wild man still struggling on the ground, he rubbed his chin and said, let's spare this one for now. The relevant authorities will handle it later. Let's keep moving forward and discuss what was recorded on the archway earlier. After all, it's better to leave a little room for future encounters. If he takes everything here and leaves nothing behind, and then the higher-ups come and see that there's nothing left, won't he really be asked to go for a chat? Lin Chi didn't like trouble, especially unnecessary trouble. The less the better. This wild man doesn't seem that impressive after all. He was taken down so easily by Chi-gu. I thought it would be a 300-round battle. Hey, you up there, are you sure this wild man isn't that tough? Let's not even talk about the rest. If you tied 10 of you together, you wouldn't stand a chance against him with a single punch. Didn't you see how he shattered a metal wall with just one punch at the beginning? Alright, speaking of which, Chi-gu, how is your new weapon? I only saw the handle earlier and have no idea what the rest looks like. Let us take a look, will you? Right, show us the knife. Show us the knife. Yeah, show us the knife. Show us the knife. What the hell are you looking at the knife for? Didn't you hear Chi-gu say to talk about what's recorded on the archway? Seeing how easily Lin Chi had dealt with the wild man, the audience's mood gradually shifted from the previous tension and oppression to a normal state of watching the show unfold. Those who wanted to see the action, those who wanted to hear the commentary, all chatted and laughed, creating a lively and chaotic scene. Seeing this, Lin Chi couldn't help but smile. Alright, let's watch the swordplay and listen to the account at the same time. I'll hold it while you all listen. He pulled out the short blade again, staring at the strange, blood-red patterns on the blade, which resembled pools of blood, immediately drawing gasps and excitement from the crowd. People shouted, "Is this knife for sale?" There was even an ID calling me a kind-hearted tycoon, offering 30,000 yuan outright, just hoping Lin Chi would part with it. This once again sparked waves of envy and jealousy. Everyone commented, "Chi-gu makes money so easily. First it was monkey wine, now it's short knives. He can just casually make hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's so infuriating." In response, Lin Chi said, "There's nothing I can do. I'm just that lucky. You guys can only watch and envy me. Hee hee." Chapter 47, The Abandoned Laboratory. Taking advantage of the audience's criticism, Lin Chi glanced at the subtitles on the screen and said, "Continue with what was recorded on the archway earlier. Actually, it's different from what we thought earlier. The archway didn't record anything about the pyramid itself. Instead, it recorded prayers to a goddess named Ningersag, which were somewhat similar to prayer texts. Speaking of this goddess, she held an extremely high status in the Sumerian civilization. She was the goddess of fertility in Mesopotamia, the wife of the great god Enki, and the mother goddess in Sumerian Akkadian mythology. She was collectively referred to by both the gods and humans of the time as the mother of the gods, the mother of the sons, and the mother of all children. The name Ninhursag means the mistress of the sacred mountain. When she reappeared before humanity, she often bent her head into the shape of the Greek letter omega, and at times even led a small lion by the hand. As such a goddess, it might be understandable if she appeared in a delivery room or a hospital. After all, she is the goddess of childbirth. But here, looking at the narrow, pitch-black passageway before her, and recalling the pyramid-shaped structure of the entire building, Lin Shi simply couldn't figure out what connection this place had to her. Could this be her temple? Then why isn't her image painted in a prominent place outside? You must understand that in a small village around 3800 BCE, there were sculptures symbolizing her image at the entrance of the temple where she was worshipped. Lin Shi felt a throbbing sensation in his head. Since discovering this ancient site and entering the pyramid, everything he had thought of and seen had become increasingly mysterious and confusing. Even with his current intelligence level of 18, he was truly being put through the ringer. The audience was even more confused. However, they clearly knew their own limitations. Apart from a few insiders, most of the onlookers have shifted their attention to admiring the short blades and speculating about how strong Lin Shi really is and whether he can defeat anyone. It's truly baffling. Lin Shi paid no attention to them. Lin Shi didn't bother to respond to them. In this oppressive atmosphere, Lin Shi continued to move forward slowly. Fortunately, during the rest of his exploration, he did not encounter any more wild men. It was as if the only wild men left in the entire pyramid were those two. As he made his way through, it felt as though he were walking through the ruins of a city after a war. Everywhere you look, there are crumbling walls and broken buildings. Huge, black cracks spread across the entire corridor. Bones of various animals and scattered metal fragments lie strewn across the ground. Even many paths that were once passable are now completely blocked by these obstacles. Lin Shi had no choice but to stop and search for a new path, or use his short blade to forcefully clear the obstacles in front of him. To think that a short blade meant for combat was being used as a shovel to dig things up? The audience couldn't help but feel heartbroken. The wealthy individual who had previously declared they would spend 30 million to purchase it was so enraged that their hands were trembling uncontrollably. They were so furious they wanted to track him down through the internet right then and there. Lin Shi could only say, "There's nothing we can do. This is the only thing suitable right now. After all, you can't make him dig with a small dagger, can you?" While chatting idly with the audience, Lin Shi finally made his way to the bottom of the pyramid, the core area. As his figure turned the corner of a corridor and prepared to move forward into the next one, he suddenly stopped in his tracks, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. Holy crap! In front of Lin Shi, a vast space stretched out before him, with dozens of laboratories separated by transparent glass, neatly arranged on both sides of the corridor. Despite the complete absence of light, Lin Shi could still make out the oddly shaped, massive instruments in the nearest laboratory, lurking silently like bizarre monsters. Is this the experimental zone? Lin Shi stared wide-eyed and muttered to himself, while the viewers in the livestream, after a few seconds of silence, erupted once again with a flood of comments. "Chi Ge, you're absolutely amazing. This place clearly looks like a restricted area. Did you find where those wild people were born? Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. I have to call my mentor right away and tell him to come take a look. How is this possible? How could such an advanced artifact exist within the ruins of an ancient civilization? This completely contradicts the theory of biological evolution. Hey, stop arguing. Do you really still believe that what you learned about ancient history is correct? Just take a look at the front pages of major websites. The ruins discovered by Chi Ge have already caused a huge stir online. Holy crap, ancient civilizations, laboratories, wild people, the Xia dynasty brothers. I feel like I'm starting to think of some really unsettling things. You're not suggesting that the people of the Dragon Kingdom originated from here, are you? Don't be ridiculous. By the time they arrived here, our Dragon Kingdom had already developed civilization. Of course, it wasn't the Xia dynasty, but the even more ancient Yu dynasty. What is that? The Yu dynasty? What is that? I've never heard of it before. Isn't it's supposed to be Xia, Shang, Zhou, Spring, and Autumn, and Warring States? How did the Yu dynasty come up now? While acknowledging that the history of the Dragon Kingdom is indeed ancient is correct, you can't just make things up. You say there was a Yu dynasty before the Xia dynasty. What evidence do you have for that? Bull. Where did I make that up? Ask Chi Ge, he'll know. Chi Ge, did he really say that? The Yu dynasty? There are still people who know about that dynasty? Looking at the live stream's chat screen, Lin Shi suddenly smiled. That's right, according to various ancient texts, there was indeed a dynasty called the Yu dynasty that existed before the Xia dynasty. Chapter 48, The Reason Behind the Wild Men's Madness. The Yu dynasty, also known as the Yellow Emperor dynasty or the Yushun dynasty, was established in the northern part of Yangcheng and is recorded in historical texts as a dynasty older than the Xia dynasty. It was founded around the early 36th century BCE. Although no direct evidence of this dynasty has been unearthed to date, ancient records mentioning it can be found in multiple historical texts. For example, in the Analects of Confucius, Taibo, it is recorded, during the reign of Tang and Yu, this was the Golden Age. Additionally, in the Jishir Ji Zhang Liezhuan of the Shiji, it is stated, Your Majesty harbors many desires within but outwardly practices benevolence and righteousness. How can you hope to emulate the governance of Tang and Yu? Furthermore, in the Taishir Gong Zishu of the Shiji, it is mentioned, during the reign of Tang and Yu, the descendants of Changli were entrusted with the task of restoring order, and they continued to oversee the affairs of the state until the Xia and Shang dynasties. Thus, the Changli clan successively governed the heavens and the earth. There are numerous other records of this nature. Of course, do not associate the character Tang with the Tang dynasty here. Tang refers to Tang Yao, a personal name. If Qi Gu hadn't mentioned it, I would have thought it was the Tang dynasty. Yeah. I was wondering why it was mentioned as an era even earlier than the Xia dynasty. How could it be related to the Tang dynasty? Turns out it's just the name of a person, Tang Yao. See? I told you there was a Yu dynasty before the Xia dynasty. You just had to argue with me. I've studied the ancient history of the Dragon Kingdom. Alright, you're so knowledgeable, aren't you? But let's not talk about dynasties for now. My guess seems pretty reasonable too. After all, looking at the environment here, it's clearly some kind of research institute. They even created something like wild people. Who's to say they didn't develop other things back in ancient times? The livestream was immediately thrown into chaos by this guy's words. Although most people did not agree that their ancestors had been artificially created in a test tube, a small minority had already begun to waver. Looking at the comments on the screen, it seemed to have escalated from a debate to a verbal altercation. Lin Chi couldn't help but intervene. Enough. Although this guy with the ID dragon leaping across the seas sounds pretty reliable, you clearly haven't considered the complexity of human genetics. Just a few small locations are enough to show that the Sumerians hadn't fully mastered genetic technology. Lin Chi peered through the dust-covered glass, observing the interior of the laboratory beside him, and spoke calmly. If they truly mastered human genetic technology, why didn't they create the wild men more perfectly? You saw for yourselves earlier. While their combat strength is decent, their intelligence is clearly lacking. They can only perform simple actions in battle. If I were the creator, and if it were possible, I would never allow my hard work to end up like this. If it were possible, I would create them exactly according to the human blueprint, ensuring that their cellular strength, organ function, and skeletal structure are all completely human, true superhumans. Rather than relying on mechanical skeletons and forcing them into place. From another perspective, if they were really that advanced, how did they end up being annihilated by the Elan people in the end? Lin Chi smiled faintly at the camera. After all, if they had mastered such divine techniques, they would have unified Blue Star long ago, and there wouldn't be the current situation. That's why I say they haven't mastered human gene technology. Perhaps they can create life, but that's merely pseudo-creation. 66,666. She good, this forced explanation works. That's true. If I were the creator, I wouldn't tolerate creating a bunch of idiots either. They must all be as beautiful as angels with voices as sweet as music. Hey, what are you planning to do then? What are you going to do? Oh my gosh, I think you guys are driving, but I don't have any proof. Come to think of it, if they were that powerful back then, how could they have been wiped out later? The entire Blue Star would still be under their control. Dragons soaring over the seas, alright, that makes sense too. Seeing the audience's mood shift, things finally returned to normal, and Lin Chi also breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly took the lead, pointing to the laboratory beside him and said, Everyone, look. I think this is where those wild people carry out maintenance and upkeep. Take a closer look. Do you see that thing on top of the table in the middle of the lab? It looks like a surgical lamp. And there's a large tray next to it filled with various tools, and behind that row of cabinets, there seem to be some bottles of medication. No doubt about it, this is definitely where maintenance and repairs are carried out. Lin Chi spoke with unwavering certainty, showing no hesitation whatsoever. And immediately afterward, it seemed as though to confirm his words. Lin Chi took another look around almost every laboratory. Except for a dozen or so laboratories, where instead of the usual equipment, there were massive structures each 4 meters long, 3 meters tall, entirely gray-black in color, resembling elliptical boulders. All the other laboratories were equipped with operating tables. It seems we've truly reached the core area. Since this is their intended purpose, the next section must be either their birthplace or the initial experimental phase for their cultivation, right? Let's keep moving deeper in and see what we find. With a gleam in his eyes, Lin Chi took a step forward and headed toward the next area. After passing through another gate that was equally damaged and had a large hole exposed, Lin Chi's vision indeed changed. It was indeed the birth zone he had mentioned. However, unlike the birth zone imagined, here stood rows of transparent cylindrical containers, each 4 meters tall and approximately 12 meters in diameter, filled with an unknown solution. One by one, figures resembling people stripped of their skin curl up and float within them. Their bodies, covered in muscles and tendons, were pierced with numerous tubes, at least 20 in number. Walking forward along the straight, narrow passageway beneath your feet. Gradually, Lin Chi noticed that many of the containers had already been shattered. The solution inside had long since evaporated, and in front of several broken containers lay rows of silver-white skeletal remains. It was clear that they had died shortly after emerging, likely due to some unknown cause. Friends, I think we have found the reason for the chaos here back then. Chapter 49, Teaming Up to Trick Their Granddaughter and Daughter? Lin Chi spoke, bending down to kneel before a skeleton dressed in a lab coat, its body severely twisted. He reached out and took a thin steel plate covered in bloodstains from the skeleton's hand. Scrawled across it in a crooked, disorganized manner were several lines of text. Winter is approaching, and the female ruler of the sacred mountain no longer protects us, for we have sinned, committed an unforgivable sin. They broke free, and I watched helplessly. The distortions in our bodies left us powerless to stop the disaster unfolding before our eyes, as they tore our bodies apart piece by piece. Mother! Though we have committed an unforgivable sin, we still beg for your mercy to forgive us. I don't want to die. By the time he finished writing, his handwriting had become completely distorted, and the last stroke was dragged across the page, leaving a long, jagged scratch. It was clear that at this point, he had been targeted by the rampaging savages. Looking at the words on the steel plate, Lin Chi frowned, thought for a moment, then looked up at the camera and said, "Friends, it seems that the situation here at the time was even more chaotic than we had imagined. Look at the second sentence. They managed to break free, but I watched helplessly as their twisted bodies could do nothing but witness everything unfolding before them. Here we can infer that the wild creatures from back then escaped from this very place, and the reason was an accident that caused them to break free from their original restraints. What exactly caused the accident is not mentioned here, but it was likely one of the following: either intentional release by humans, accidental release by humans, or a malfunction in the mechanism restraining them, such as the tubes connected to their bodies, whose anesthetic effect suddenly weakened, allowing them to break free prematurely. Regardless of the cause, the result is the same: they escaped. However, what is important here is that it mentions that their bodies underwent mutations. Furthermore, the rest of the text implies that they committed an unforgivable error and are pleading for the goddess Ningersag to forgive them and save them. This is starting to get interesting. What kind of mistake could make a goddess of love, known as the mother of all children, so angry? Considering the deformities of their bodies, I think I know the reason. A flash of sharpness crossed Lin Chi's eyes as he smiled meaningfully at the camera. Back then, they had dared to use their own bodies as experimental subjects in their research on human genetics. What the heck? This is so hardcore? Are they crazy? Using their own bodies as experiments? Damn it, no wonder they ended up like this. They're asking for trouble. Longing for the countryside, that's the only explanation for why their bodies are so twisted. But this is way too reckless. With such advanced technology at their disposal, don't they have any scientific rigor at all? Flying pig, rural life, you just don't understand. For people with such devout religious beliefs, a single word from the high priest is enough to make them do this without hesitation, and they even consider it the highest honor. Flying pig, of course, it's also possible that they're simply too curious about how the goddess created them, so under the influence of this almost mindset, they might have acted this way. I can't quite wrap my head around that. Old Pig makes a good point. The person above, you can relate this to those mad scientists in movies. In pursuit of their ideal truth, they might actually do something like this. Oh my goodness. Stop talking. You're scaring the baby to death. Old Pig is pretty good. Now he can think for himself. Not bad, not bad. Watching the flying pig's comments, Lin Chi smiled and teased, of course, the specific reasons behind their decision don't matter to us. After all, we're just here to explore. Let's leave the brainwork to the professionals. Plus, I think they're probably on their way here soon. As he spoke, a system prompt sounded in Lin Chi's mind. Reminder to host, armed personnel have been detected entering the ruins. Please collect the items in the ruins and leave immediately. Old Zhang, Lin Xiaozi is quite capable. He was able to find such a remote location, and did you see that? Just now, he also found a large number of unfinished wild people who had not yet been freed. Wow, that's rare. He's knowledgeable, brave, and skilled. Most importantly, he's got such good luck. I wonder who his master is. What do you think if I offer to take him as my disciple later? The old man in glasses followed the crowd, growing more and more satisfied as he watched. The gleam in his small eyes was almost bright enough to serve as a light bulb. The students following behind him in silence looked utterly dejected. Glancing at the scene on his phone, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Indeed, comparing oneself to others is truly disheartening. Think back to when I worked so hard to become the teacher's disciple. In the end, Lin Chi didn't do a thing, and the teacher came to him on his own. Ah, life is so frustrating. And you're still going to take him as your disciple? Standing before the semi-transparent barrier at the end of the cave, Zhang Qingjian, the old master, withdrew his excited gaze, glanced at the person before him, and said disdainfully, "What good will come of following you? If Lin wants to follow, he must follow me." Put. You old fool, what gives you the right to tell him that? Put. You old fool, what gives you the right to tell us what to do? Because I have a granddaughter, and you don't. Plus, my granddaughter knows Lin Xiaozi, so I have some influence. Because I have a granddaughter and you don't, and my granddaughter knows that Lin kid she can speak up for me. Zhang Jianshan, the old courtyard master, was brimming with pride, and everyone around him could barely contain their dizziness. Even the large group of soldiers standing nearby, dressed in combat uniforms and armed with rifles, had their serious expressions suddenly twist into grimaces. Clearly, they were trying to suppress their laughter, but they were so restrained that their faces turned bright red. Old Zhang, you're being a bit harsh, aren't you? Following behind the crowd, a middle-aged man in his 40s wearing a military uniform couldn't help but smile. Actually, I also have a daughter. Although she may be a year or two older than this Lin Shi, she is still quite competitive. Hey, old Lu, what are you doing here? If your daughter hears you say that, she'll tear you to pieces. Whether it's torn down or not doesn't matter. I have a daughter anyway. Lu Jiangwo chuckled, his face full of malicious intent. Lin Shi had no idea what these people were thinking, otherwise he would have been speechless. Of course, he wasn't in the mood to care right now. Because at this very moment, he had once again discovered an exciting new place. Chapter 50, The Safe in the Secret Room. Everyone, look what I found. This seems to be a secret room. Standing in front of an iron door covered in bloodstains and dust, Lin Shi said excitedly, to exist in the very core of the pyramid and be so well hidden, there must be something extremely important inside. Hee, friends, I must say my luck really is pretty good. If it weren't for the fact that this place has been neglected for so long, causing the edges of the door to crack open, I never would have discovered this place. 66,666. Shiga, I feel like you're becoming more and more like the legendary chosen one of good fortune. When are you going to reveal your true identity? I'm ready. By the way, what do you think is inside, Shigu? I feel like it should be related to this pyramid. After all, it's probably the only thing worthy of being hidden so deeply. I don't think so. After all, for people of their time, there was no need to hide something like this. They were top scholars of their era, there was no reason to keep anything from them. It's probably some kind of shelter. This place is connected to where the wild people were born, so maybe the builders were afraid of accidents and designed a hidden shelter here for them to escape to. But this is way too small. Think about the experimental zone we saw earlier, there must have been hundreds or even thousands of people working here. With such a small door, two slightly overweight people would get stuck trying to pass through together. What kind of escape route is this? The audience in the livestream was discussing this, but Lin Shi was completely focused on how to open the door. After inspecting the iron door, he suddenly noticed a metal plate that appeared to be welded together on the wall to the left of the door, about waist high. Is this the place? Narrowing his eyes, Lin Shi reached out and tapped the metal block. Clang! It's like a thin piece of subway tile. Under Lin Shi's strikes, it emitted a series of short, crisp sounds. Hey, it's definitely here. Hee, Lin Shi smiled and quickly used his dagger to pry along the edge of the iron plate, then gave it a sudden, forceful tug. Perhaps due to its age and thinness, the iron plate snapped with a loud crack, revealing what was hidden beneath it. It was a small floor panel. It features an early Sumerian hieroglyphic script arranged in a 9-grid input area, surrounded by intricate and elaborate decorative lines. What, do we need a password too? Lin Shi was startled for a moment before blurting out a curse. Sure enough, it's an important place, they actually need a password. But that's a bit of a letdown, isn't it? Lin Shi doesn't know the password. System, what should we do? Can you crack it? Lin Shi asked the system in his mind. Please carefully recall the symbolic symbols of the goddess Ning Hersag and pay close attention to the symbols in the input area. The answer is actually quite simple. With your intelligence, you should be able to figure it out. Please carefully recall the symbolic emblem of the goddess Ning Hersag and pay close attention to the symbols in the input area. The answer is actually quite simple. With your intelligence, you should be able to figure it out. Ninger Sarug? Upon hearing this, Lin Shi's eyes suddenly lit up. Wait, I think I know what the password is. Saying this, Lin Shi looked back at the input area of the 9-palace grid. The symbolic symbol of the goddess Ning Hersag is Omega, represented by this symbol. And in the exact center of the 9-grid palace, there is also one. Ah, I see. Lin Shi realized. He quickly pressed the button in the center of the 9-grid panel. Click. Clang, 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 boom, boom, boom. It was as if countless gears were turning in unison. Lin Shi stood still, clearly feeling a slight tremor. The iron door before him slowly rose upward with a loud rumbling sound. It opened. Holy crap, beer spilling everywhere. Shi Good, you're the best. All you had to do was press one key? Wow, I thought it would be a complicated password. Don't underestimate it, it's quite deceptive. Let's not even mention the 9-grid layout. When you first saw it, didn't you immediately think you'd have to type out a long sequence? Who would have guessed the password was just one key? Omega, well, these people really never forget their goddess. As Chigo mentioned earlier, the symbolic emblem of Ning Herseg is Omega, and there's one here as well. Just press it, and it's the password. Hindsight is 2020. Why didn't you mention that earlier? Stop arguing, hurry up and see what's hidden inside. The audience immediately became excited. One by one, they stared wide-eyed, eager to see what secret treasures were hidden in the chamber. However, the next moment, when they finally saw the scene inside the secret room, they were all stunned into silence. Not only them, but even Lin Shi was no exception. Staring in disbelief, he stood frozen in place for a long time before finally letting out a loud shout. What the hell is this? Just this tiny little space? In Lin Shi's eyes, the entire secret room was only about 10 square meters in size. There were no treasures, no documents, not even a single jar or vase. The entire room was completely empty, except for a desiccated corpse sitting cross-legged on the floor in the exact center of the room, wearing a lab coat that had long since rotted away. In the hands of the corpse is a silver-white metal box. Chapter 51, so that's how it was. This feels like it's starting strong but ending weakly. Speaking of which, why is there a desiccated corpse sitting in such an important place? What's the significance of that? Don't jump to conclusions yet. Let's see what's inside the box first. Maybe it contains what we're looking for. Right, Chigo, hurry up and open the box. Good luck getting an SSR. Wishing you luck in unlocking the secret manual. Ha, the secret manual of the sunflower? Are you trying to turn Chigo into a cute blue kid? Lin Shi tugged at the corner of his mouth, directly blocking the comments from this group of people, and stepped into the secret room. Although it's a bit different from what we imagined, existence has its own logic, especially something as bizarre as this. Let's take a look at what's inside the box before jumping to conclusions. As he spoke, Lin Shi first circled the desiccated corpse several times, carefully inspecting the area around it for any traps or hidden weapons, and checking the corpse itself for anything unusual. Only then did he cautiously use a short knife to pry open the metal box. Clang! Snap! Perhaps the metal box had never been properly sealed, or perhaps it had deteriorated over the years. This seemingly sturdy metal box, after rolling across the ground a few times, made a loud snap and scattered into pieces. A scroll of parchment resembling a magical scroll rolled out of the open box and landed nearby. Lin Shi stood there for a moment. Seeing that nothing seemed out of the ordinary, he finally approached the box and took a look. It was completely empty. It seems that this box contains only this scroll of parchment. Lin Shi muttered, picking up the scroll and holding it in his hand. He slowly unfolded it. Amidst the faint smell of decay, lines of brief text suddenly came into view. It was somewhat reminiscent of a diary. Lin Shi glanced through it, selected a few entries, and began narrating them to the camera according to the translation displayed on the light screen. The opening explains why they came here. Let me see what it roughly means. Great God, Almighty God, please hear the prayers of your people. After enduring 5,475 long days and nights, we have finally arrived at this barren land in accordance with your revelation. Under your protection, we have used tools to establish the coordinates. Though I do not know the meaning of these coordinates, I believe that, as our mother, every decision you make must hold profound significance. Lin Shi raised his eyebrows. 5,475 days and nights? That's roughly 15 years. It seems like these people have never been to the Yellow River Basin. After all, that's where the ancestors of the Dragon Nation were born. And if this could record some information about the original civilization here, we would have another piece of evidence to prove the existence of the Xia dynasty, or even the Yu dynasty before the Xia dynasty. A bit disappointed, Lin Shi continued reading a section. In the early days, we strictly adhered to your teachings and carried out the duties of the watchman. But gradually, something happened in the coordinates. Our beliefs were clouded, and our consciousness was corrupted. We dared to direct our sinful thoughts toward the realm of the divine. Ah, so that's how it is. Friends, you should understand now. These individuals, who were originally tasked with the role of guardians, grew idle over time and began to indulge in fantastical ideas. They pondered the question of whether humans could create life and ultimately put their thoughts into action. That's why wild people exist here. It must be said that this group's initiative and imagination are truly extraordinary. Unfortunately, their efforts ultimately failed. Lin Shi shook his head. Sure enough, the last words on the scroll read, "We have failed. The realm of the gods is indeed not something we mortals can covet." By the time we realized this, it was already too late, for we ourselves had become beasts. Our twisted bodies torment us endlessly. And the children we created did not inherit our wisdom. Instead, they are like beasts, cruel and capable of surviving only as demons in a hellish realm. We have sent distress signals to your people, our fellow countrymen who have remained in the same barren land, but they have not responded. I do not know what has happened to them. God, we repent to you. Though we have committed unforgivable sins, we are still your children. May your glorious light shine upon the entire earth and the heavens. May you forgive us. When Lin Chi saw the distress signal in the third to last paragraph, he was completely shaken. Friends, I think the problem that has been troubling us has been solved. Remember what Disher recorded earlier? That beam of light. I think it must be this distress signal. So that's how it all connects. Chapter 52, it's time to say goodbye. At first, this group of Sumerians came here at the behest of Ningersag to build this pyramid, which they called the coordinates. As for why they named it that, there's no explanation here, and I don't know either. Then came a long period of vigil, during which they spent year after year repeating the same tedious and monotonous wait. In this completely relaxed state, these people began to ponder the origins of humanity. As ordinary mortals, could they too create life? And so they took action. However, the experiment did not go as planned. The wild men they created did not meet their expectations, and they began to feel disheartened, depressed, and eventually descended into madness. In their desperation to achieve their goal, they even began experimenting on themselves. However, the experiments failed once again. Not only did they fail to transform themselves, but mutations occurred, resulting in severe physical deformities and abnormalities. But by the time they realized what had happened, it was already too late. The wild beasts had thrown them into chaos, leaving them in a desperate situation. Those who managed to survive the chaos sent out distress signals to their fellow tribesmen, who were far away in an unknown location. However, they waited for thousands of years before receiving any response. It wasn't until my arrival that they finally saw the light of day again. After saying this, Lin Chi looked at the withered bones beside him and remained silent for a long time. The audience also fell into silence. Now everything was clear. This is a story that spans thousands of years, and it is also a sad story. Perhaps the original purpose was not to seek truth, but no one can deny the struggles, resistance, and even madness they endured in pursuit of it. In truth, what sets us apart from them today? We too are on the path of seeking truth, trudging forward with great difficulty. I once heard a saying, when monkeys, still leaping among the trees, first looked up at the stars, that was the moment humanity truly understood the meaning of existence. I think their relentless pursuit of creating life was likely driven by the same desire to understand the purpose of their own existence. They were just a bunch of reckless fools who brought disaster upon themselves. What is there to admire? What qualifies the idiot above to talk here? If it weren't for all the so-called idiots throughout history, humanity would still be living in the wilderness with sticks and stones. The public chat was filled with noise, but Lin Chi remained silent. Perhaps, in the eyes of the audience, he was paying tribute to and mourning those ancient scholars, but no one knew that Lin Chi wasn't thinking about that at all. Rather, the system, how is it? The items here are pretty good, right? How many points can I redeem? Please select the target you wish to collect first. The system will then provide the corresponding points assessment. Oh, right. Select the targets first. Anyway, taking everything is definitely impossible, so I'll just take most of it. Lin Chi thought for a moment. Alright, scan everything that wasn't shown on the live stream. For the parts that were shown, let's try not to touch them. How many points do you think that'll be? Calculating. Calculation complete. According to the host's instructions, you will receive 368 points. Do you want the system to proceed? What? So many? Lin Chi was taken aback. Thinking back to when he was doing the main quests, he only had a few points, maybe a few dozen at most, and now there were over 300 points just like that? Lin Chi's eyes couldn't help but flash with excitement. This is doable. System, start scanning and collecting now. Otherwise, if those people break in, we'll be at a disadvantage if we act too late. Lin Chi's eyes couldn't help but flash with excitement. This is doable. Let us go for it. System, start scanning and collecting now. Otherwise, once those people break in, we'll be at a disadvantage if we wait to act. The system understands. Please wait, host. Listening to the system's instructions, Lin Chi silently nodded, then took the parchment scroll in his hand and slowly made his way back toward the entrance of the pyramid along the path he had come. After a long while, when Lin Chi stood once more in the sunlight, gazing out at the endless forest, he finally exhaled deeply. At the same time, he realized that it was time to say goodbye to this live stream. Looking at the faintly flickering figures in the distant forest, Lin Chi thought for a moment, then smiled slightly at the camera and said, "Friends, after 2 days and 1 night of wilderness life, we have crossed from the edge of the forest all the way to the depths of the mountains." Looking at the faintly flickering figures in the distant forest, Lin Chi thought for a moment, then smiled slightly at the camera and said, "Friends, after 2 days and 1 night of wilderness survival, we have traversed from the edge of the forest all the way to the depths of the mountains, completing a hundreds of kilometer-long expedition. Along the way, we have endured hardships, faced dangers, felt lost, and experienced so much more. We have been attacked by wolves, ambushed by rock pythons, witnessed the beauty of a group of albino golden monkeys, discovered evidence of the existence of the Xia dynasty, and, of course, marveled at the grandeur of the ancient Sumerian civilization, as well as encountered a group of lonely people and their tragic stories. Along the way, we have experienced much and witnessed even more. Thank you for being there with me, for keeping me from feeling alone. As he spoke, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion welling up inside him. His first live stream, though imperfect and filled with regrets, also exposed him to many new experiences, brought about significant changes, and helped him make many new friends. Looking back on the events of the past 2 days, Lin Shi couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream had already started flooding the chat with comments and gifts the moment Lin Shi began speaking. As a result, his popularity was skyrocketing. The viewership, which had been at just over 1.6 million, broke through the 2 million mark in no time. Holy cow, Chi Ge, are you planning to go offline? No way. I've been here all day for the past 2 days, and I've already gotten used to it. If you shut down the stream, how am I supposed to survive? Don't shut it down. I still want to see the Golden Monkey Troop. Flying Pig tips the streamer 99 super rockets. Longing for the Countryside donates 18 super rockets to the streamer. Ping Ping Xiaoman 2 donates 66 super rockets to the streamer. Pineapple Seaside tips the streamer 1 super rocket. A zoo that raises elephants tips the streamer 9,999 fishballs. Chiga's little fan rewarded the streamer with 10 airplanes. Chiga, when will you stream next? There are many gifts. Even more bullet comments. Seeing the audience members flooding the screen with messages urging him to stay, Lin Shi couldn't help but feel deeply moved. He thanked Lao Zhu, Tianyuan, Xiaomantu, Hima, Dexiang, and others for their gifts. There were too many people to name individually, so he simply expressed his gratitude to all of them. As for when the next live stream will be, I think it shouldn't be more than 5 days. After all, there are still many things waiting for me to handle. However, please rest assured that this farewell is only for a better reunion in the future. If you want to be the first to know when I go live, you can follow my Douyin livestream, and I'll notify you as soon as I go live. Already followed. Follow 1. Chiga, you've worked hard. Go home and get some rest. The gifts kept coming, and the live stream's viewership had surged to an impressive 2.67 million. Seeing this, Lin Shi looked at the first person who had begun to appear in the forest and smiled at the camera, saying, "That's all for now. We look forward to seeing you all again soon." The camera hovered in mid-air, sweeping across the ruins before finally settling on the backs of Lin Shi and Zhang Jiancheng as they met. Chapter 53, Drinking Tea and Chatting. Lin Shi's livestream had just ended, and Zhang Jiancheng, Lao Yuan, and the others had also just emerged from the forest. Seeing Lin Shi, who looked calm and smiled faintly at them, Zhang Jiancheng, who was still about 10 meters away, suddenly broke free from the student's support and walked over with a loud laugh. "Ha, Lin kid, not bad. You managed to discover such a large ruin all by yourself. And you also found direct evidence of the existence of the Xia dynasty. Not bad, not bad. You've really done a great job this time." "Yeah. You don't know, but when we first heard the news, we all thought the old man had lost his mind. But when we took a closer look, it turned out to be true." The old man wearing glasses also walked over and said with a smile. "Yeah. You don't know, but when we first heard the news, we all thought the old man had lost his mind. But when we checked, it turned out to be true." The old man wearing glasses walked over and said with a smile. Perhaps because of the previous incident where everyone had ganged up on his granddaughter and daughter, the attitudes of the elderly gentleman left Lin Shi feeling utterly astonished. This seemed a bit too enthusiastic. Raising his eyebrows slightly, Lin Shi cautiously asked, "Gentlemen, shouldn't you go check out this pyramid first? Hey, there's no rush with this." "No rush, okay?" The elderly man with glasses waved his hands, looking anxious. "Anyway, we saw the scene inside during your livestream, so we have a general idea of what it's like. And such a large ruin can't be excavated by just a few old men like us. We'll have to wait for the next group to arrive with equipment before we can start working together. Speaking of which, Xiaolin, I was wondering who your teacher is." At this, not only the few people around them, but even Zhang Jiancheng perked up their ears. The gleam in his eyes made Lin Shi feel uneasy, as if he had ulterior motives. Lin Shi thought about it. Teachers? There must be many. After all, I've been learning online by searching for materials and videos. In reality, no one has ever guided me. He couldn't reveal anything about the system, so he could only make things up on the spot. After all, even though there weren't many outdoor programs in this world, there were still quite a few professional science education programs. What Lin Shi said made sense in that context. "What? You mean you're self-taught?" Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed instantly. The elderly man with glasses even let out an involuntary gasp. While subjects like zoology, botany, and wilderness survival skills were relatively easy to learn, specialized knowledge about ancient civilizations was much harder to come by. He's definitely a promising candidate. To achieve this much through self-study alone is impressive. Very impressive indeed. What do you think? Are you interested in becoming my disciple and joining me in archaeology? Old Zhao, you're really pushing it. Lin just finished his live stream and you want to drag him out to the field for more archaeology? Can't you let him rest first? Before Lin Shi could say a word, Zhang Jiancheng stepped forward and stood in front of him, speaking with a righteous tone. Lin Shi, who was behind him, was taken aback. After a moment, he finally realized what was going on. So these old men were trying to take me as their disciple? Ha, that's kind of interesting. Lin Shi, of course, would never consider becoming a disciple of any of these old men. After all, he was someone with a system. Whatever knowledge you want, just exchange it in the system store. And he's going to be live streaming. Not only within the country, but he'll also have to travel all over the world in the future, studying under a master. There are simply too many inconveniences. Of course, although that was what he was thinking, Lin Shi didn't say a word, he just stood there silently watching. However, just because Lin Shi didn't speak didn't mean no one else was talking to him. Watching the group of old kids arguing among themselves again, Lu Jiangwo couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. He walked straight up to Lin Shi and said, "You're Lin Shi?" "Yes, you are. My name is Lu Jiangwo, and I'm the team leader this time." "My name is Lu Jiangwo, the team leader for this trip." Lu Jiangwo did not reveal his true identity, but simply continued, "Thank you for your contributions to the people of Manhwa. It's nothing after all, it's just my job." Lin Shi didn't make a big deal out of it, waving his hand dismissively. "Here's the thing, as the first person to enter the ruins, you were the first to discover it." Lu Jiangwo paused for a moment. "What I mean is, besides those wild people still in the containers, did you notice any other dangerous creatures inside? If so, please inform us immediately so that our team can take precautions before entering." "I'm not sure about that." Lin Shi shook his head. "You all know the route I take for my live streams. Besides walking straight from the entrance to the core area, I haven't been anywhere else. There might be some danger, but the creatures..." "Alright, I understand." Upon hearing this, Lu Jiangwo nodded. His expression grew even more serious. Clearly, he had elevated this operation to a significantly higher level. No one knew what the imposing middle-aged man was thinking. After a long pause, he finally spoke again. "Mr. Lin, your discovery this time is of immeasurable significance to the Dragon Kingdom. Once this operation is concluded, I will personally recommend you for commendation to the higher-ups. Do you have any requests?" As someone of considerable standing in this war zone, his words carry considerable weight. Lin Shi saw this and his eyes lit up. He didn't care about claiming credit, but when it came to making a request, he actually had one. "As you know, my job is to search for unknown historical sites in remote jungles, but in the process, I inevitably have to deal with wild animals. Though I don't want to harm them, sometimes I have no choice but to make difficult decisions. So if possible, I'd appreciate it if you could help me obtain a hunting license." "Well, you know." Lu Jiangwo hesitated for a moment before saying, "Alright. Compared to your achievements this time, a hunting permit is no big deal. Here's what we'll do, leave your detailed information here, and after this operation is over, I'll personally oversee the matter for you." "Really? That's wonderful." Chapter 54, Making a Wilderness Adventure Program. After leaving detailed information and politely declining the earnest invitations of several elderly villagers, Lin Shi finally exhaled in relief and left the jungle with a sense of ease. When he once again stood at the entrance of the scenic area near the edge of the Shinnon frame, it was already nearly 8 o'clock in the evening. Looking at the twinkling light shining outside this ancient forest area, Lin Shi couldn't help but feel as though he had stepped into another world. Reflecting on the events of the past 2 days, though the conditions were harsh, being immersed in nature allowed him to experience a sense of wonder that most people in this era have never felt. Perhaps I do prefer the jungle after all? I didn't realize I still had a heart yearning for freedom. With a smile, Lin Shi muttered to himself before quickly leaving the area. He randomly found a hotel outside the scenic area, checked in, took a quick shower, and collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep sleep. It wasn't until the next day, when the sun was high in the sky, that Lin Shi finally woke up from the comfortable bed. He took a cold shower to wake himself up. Lin Shi ordered a drink and lunch from the store, eating while speaking to the system. "System, show me my current points, popularity score, and gift money." Host's current points, 368 points, popularity value, 236,000, current gift amount remaining, 115 million. Host's current remaining points, 368, popularity value, 2.36 million, current remaining gift amount, 1.15 million. How much is that? When he heard the remaining amount, Lin Shi's hands froze in mid-motion. Even the food he was holding dropped onto the table. 1.15 million? Lin Shi's eyes widened in disbelief. He never imagined that after just 2 days and 1 night of live streaming, he would earn so much money? And this was without signing a contract with the platform, resulting in a 50-50 split. No wonder everyone says the live streaming industry is lucrative. It turns out it's actually true. Muttering to himself, Lin Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Just a few days ago, he was struggling to survive, and now he is suddenly worth $1 million. Lin Chi couldn't shake the feeling that it was all too surreal. It felt like it was all just a dream. Fortunately, before Lin Chi could float up, the system's voice resounded once more in his mind. Since the host has completed the first phase of the task and obtained a complete self-produced video, this system will issue a new task to further increase the host's popularity. New task, host of the Wilderness Adventure Program. Task details, create and upload your own Wilderness Adventure Program. The program must be well-produced and original. You may not transfer ownership to others. Task reward, determined based on the popularity of the program. A wilderness adventure show? Looking at the task information appearing on the screen, Lin Chi raised his eyebrows. Instantly, he recalled his past life and the related shows featuring Bear Grylls and other adventurers. He also remembered the thoughts that had flashed through his mind upon arriving in this world. Although my popularity is high now, it's entirely due to being the first to take the plunge, the novelty of the ancient ruins, and the concentrated promotion of the bird fighting platform. While it may seem appealing, the feeling of having my fate in someone else's hands is far from ideal. If a second or third follower emerges, my popularity will inevitably be affected. This isn't a good sign. Upon reflection, Lin Chi suddenly realized that his future was not as bright as he had imagined. In fact, even the slightest misstep could lead to his demise. It seems like he really needs to put on a show to build up his popularity and gain some attention. Nodding, Lin Chi suddenly said to the system, "Do you have any skills related to video production or editing? Recommend a few for me." Now that the decision has been made, Lin Chi naturally has to make this program the best it can be. It may not be Oscar level, but it should at least be of excellent movie quality, right? Based on the host's current points, the system recommends the following related skills. Master-level video production skills, requiring 10 points. Oscar-level directing skills, requiring 15 points. Top-tier post-production skills, requiring 10 points. Grammy-level music composition skills, requiring 13 points. Alternatively, the host can directly exchange existing music from the library, with each song requiring 0.5 points, and none of which belong to this world. What the heck? System, why are all these skills starting at master level this time? Shouldn't they be beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels? Lin Chi exclaimed in surprise. These skills are not the primary focus of this system, so to simplify things, we are selling the finished products at a low price. Alright, that does indeed save time. Lin Chi never expected the system to give such a reason, leaving him speechless. After a long pause, Lin Chi finally said, "Alright, then let's exchange all 3 of the remaining ones for music creation. Then you can recommend some existing music to me, and we'll try to wrap this up quickly so we can head over to the bird fighting headquarters." Although they had previously agreed to discuss it after the livestream, plans changed quickly. Since there was now a new task at hand, Lin Chi felt it was best to handle the task first and then consider the contract later. Anyway, they had already exchanged phone numbers, so he could just give Wang Jiawei a call and let her know. With that thought in mind, Lin Chi began his first ever arduous experience as a post-production assistant on the holographic interface projected by the system. Chapter 55, instantly transformed into a fan meet and greet. Normally, producing a high-quality video on your own is simply unrealistic and would waste a lot of time. However, thanks to the system providing a platform and access to various top-tier skills, Lin Chi was able to edit, refine, and collaborate with the system multiple times, ultimately completing a fully polished video in just over 3 hours. Since it was a 2-day, 1-night event, a single video couldn't possibly fit all the exciting scenes, so Lin Chi decided to turn the footage into 3 episodes, each lasting 40 minutes. Additionally, to help viewers who hadn't watched his livestream understand better, Lin Chi kept some of the more interesting comments from the livestream. Combined with the system recommended background music that perfectly matched the content, Lin Chi tapped his chin, watched the video several times, and finally nodded in satisfaction. Alright, the video is basically done. It effectively showcases the grandeur of nature while capturing all the highlights, and each episode is around 40 minutes long, which is acceptable. System, please upload them to Bilibili for me. As someone who spent his entire previous life as a happy couch potato on Bilibili, Lin Chi only knew this one video platform. Uploading, please wait. Looking at the system screen, where the upload speed was as slow as a turtle, Lin Chi thought for a moment, then decided to get up, confirm the time with Wang Jiawei, and rush straight to the headquarters of the bird fighting platform. While in the car, the system finally prompted that the upload was complete. Lin Chi nodded and didn't bother to check further. However, he didn't know. Thanks to his little fan, the series of videos he had previously uploaded had made Lin Chi quite a well-known figure on Bilibili. So when he personally posted the video, a crowd of onlookers quickly gathered. And so, without Lin Chi even knowing about it, the views on his videos began to skyrocket. In just a few short hours, it had already easily surpassed 1 million views. Even when Lin Chi arrived at the bird fighting headquarters, the video's view count had already surpassed 5 million. Meanwhile, the account he had the system create during this time had also gained over 700,000 followers. This was the fastest follower growth rate in the history of Bilibili. This was the fastest follower growth ever recorded on Bilibili. Of course, Lin Chi is still unaware of all this. Standing at the entrance of the bird fighting platform building, Lin Chi hadn't even had time to call Wang Jiawei when suddenly he spotted a girl around his age, looking excited as she waved at him. Wow! Chi Ge, finally meeting you in person. Wang Jiawei exclaimed excitedly as she rushed over to shake hands with Lin Chi. To be honest, Wang Jiawei was indeed very excited. Because she had watched Lin Chi rise to his current position step by step with her own eyes. It can be summed up in one sentence: it started with the visuals, ended with the looks, and captivated with the content. She never could have imagined that the little streamer she stumbled upon by chance would actually bring her so much astonishment. To the point where, during the time Lin Chi was streaming, she didn't bother with anything else. She watched as soon as she woke up, watched while working, watched while eating, and even when she was so tired she couldn't keep her eyes open, she reluctantly stopped the recording and went to sleep. She was clearly acting like a die-hard fan. Seeing this, Lin Chi smiled. What's the matter? Surprised to see me? Or did you realize that I'm actually more handsome in person than in the video? Hey! You're right. Wang Jiawei nodded, looking serious. But I still prefer you during the live stream. After all, you're more masculine then. Seeing that Lin Chi didn't seem as unapproachable as she had imagined, and even teased her first, Wang Jiawei didn't hesitate and admitted it openly. This left Lin Chi a bit taken aback. Wang Jiawei couldn't help but smile and said directly, "Let's go, Zhang Jia is waiting for you in the office." I'll tell you, after observing her, it seems like Zhang Jia has become your little fan. Is that so? Really? Lin Chi raised his eyebrows in feigned surprise. However, even if that were the case, I wouldn't lower myself. After all, I'm a principled person and won't be easily swayed by a beauty. Put. You're just full of yourself. As they chatted and laughed, the two entered the headquarters building of the bird fighting organization. As soon as they stepped inside, the entire office area fell silent, then erupted into a frenzy. People rushed over to hand out water, ask for photos, and request autographs, forming a large crowd in an instant. Lin Chi was left speechless and stood there frozen in place. You guys are way too enthusiastic. Lin Chi was taking a photo with a friend while holding a pen he didn't know belonged to, signing one after another. The entire office area had turned into his fan meet and greet event. In the end, Wang Jiawei had to drag Lin Chi into the elevator before she could breathe a sigh of relief. She smiled and said, "Hee hee, now you know how popular you are. We're all your fans." Chapter 56, Signing the Contract. Chapter 56, Signing the Contract. Lin Chi smiled and nodded, unsure of what to say. Soon, the two of them arrived at Zhang Tingyu's office. As they pushed the door open, they saw Zhang Tingyu on the phone. Upon seeing Lin Chi, she immediately smiled and nodded, gesturing for him to sit down first. After taking the water handed to him by Wang Jiawei, Lin Chi finally began to take in the office of this young director. Simple, understated, and full of substance. This was the strongest impression the entire office left on Lin Chi. The glass wall at the entrance, stretching from floor to ceiling, made the office appear neither overly oppressive nor lacking in the seriousness expected of a workplace. On the desk beside it, two lush spider plants are placed, one on the left and one on the right. The vibrant green leaves hang down to the ground, some carefully tied and wrapped around the desk in a half circle. It was clear that Zhang Tingyu enjoyed taking care of them. Behind Zhang Tingyu stands a silver-white upright bookshelf. Although there weren't many books inside, they were mostly about outdoor activities, management, or similar topics. Lin Chi even clearly spotted a highly specialized book titled Detailed Guide to Wild Plants. It seems that Zhang Tingyu once dreamed of turning her outdoor section into a genuine wilderness survival category. However, due to its high difficulty level, it remained lackluster until Lin Chi's arrival. Sorry for keeping you waiting. Zhang Tingyu hung up the phone and hurried over, apologizing while discreetly glancing at Lin Chi. Although she hit it quickly, Lin Chi still noticed the fleeting excitement in her eyes. It seems like what Wang Jiawei said might actually be true. Lin Chi smiled indifferently and said, "It's no big deal. I've got plenty of time. Don't even think about it. The boss just called me and said he absolutely needs to sign you up. If I delay any further, he'll find out, and he'll probably come over himself." Zhang Tingyu joked, then quickly regained her professional demeanor. "Mr. Lin, let us discuss the contract details. Here's the situation. Based on our observations and the potential you've demonstrated, we've prepared two proposals for you. Please listen to them first. Option 1, a top-tier contract with an annual salary of 50 million yuan. During live streams, we will split the gift tip 70-30, with you receiving 70% and us 30%. Additionally, all video content created during live streams will be owned by the Donyo platform. In simple terms, you are responsible for the content, and we handle the promotion. The contract is renewable every 3 years. Zhang Tingyu paused here, glanced at Lin Chi, and saw that he remained completely unmoved. She frowned imperceptibly. She continued, the second option is also a top-tier contract, but the annual salary is 30 million yuan, with the gift-money ratio remaining the same. You retain full copyright to the video content, but the bird fighting platform has the exclusive right to broadcast it first. The contract is also renewed every 3 years. Take a look. Zhang Tingyu stared intently at Lin Qi's eyes, as if trying to see something that would satisfy her in the depths of his gaze. Unfortunately, Lin Qi's eyes were as deep and still as two pools of dead water, showing no sign of emotion. After a moment of silence, as the atmosphere in the office grew tense, Lin Qi smiled and spoke up. I heard from Wang Jiawei that Zhang Jia is my fan? Is this how fans treat their idols nowadays? Mr. Lin, what do you mean by that? Zhang Tingyu first glared at Wang Jiawei, who had already, then turned around and asked with feigned confusion. 50 million, a 70-30 split, copyright belongs to me, 1-year contracts, and I want this contract to be scalable. Lin Xian smiled at Zhang Tingyu, as if they were discussing the price of cabbage at the market. In other words, after 1 year, I want this contract to be worth 60 million, 70 million after 2 years, and so on, increasing annually. That's impossible. Zhang Tingyu almost shouted, blurting out in shock. Mr. Lin, a contract like this wouldn't even be possible on any platform in Manhwa, let alone Donyao. You. Don't worry, Zhang Jia. Lin Qi smiled and gestured for her to sit down before continuing calmly, you can hear my reasoning first. In today's world, wilderness adventure programs are still in their infancy in every country. This is an opportunity, and I happen to be the one to seize it. To put it bluntly, the vast majority of netizens now know that I am the first person to launch a wilderness exploration livestream. Just this alone could bring your platform an enormous amount of traffic. And to be honest with you, my live streams aren't just limited to China. When my presence appears in various parts of the world, how many foreign users will flood into this platform? I don't think Zhang Jia would be unable to calculate that, right? Is that your reason? Zhang Tingyu remained silent for a moment before looking at Lin Qi with a hint of amusement. But don't you think you're missing a crucial piece of information? Everything you've said is based on the short-term gains of the first mover. Without relying on others, our bird fighting platform alone could quickly cultivate dozens of similar streamers, as long as. But you can't produce a phenomenon-level streamer like me, can you? Before Zhang Tingyu could finish speaking, Lin Qi interrupted her directly. A hastily assembled streamer might temporarily impact my interests, but you know, my selling point isn't just survival in the wilderness. It's more about discovering ancient lost ruins and battling those bizarre creatures that only exist in legends. Adventure, treasure hunting, combat, bloodshed, and the bizarre. Can those so-called streamers you're talking about pull that off? I, Zhang Tingyu, am speechless. Chapter 57, A New Mission, The Mysterious Sea of Death. She really wanted to say yes, but her reason told her she couldn't. After all, things were exactly as Lin Qi had said. They couldn't cultivate a host as talkative and interesting as him. And it wasn't just them. Even if you searched the entire global hosting industry, you wouldn't find many who could match him. The atmosphere seemed to have once again plummeted to freezing point. Zhang Tingyu remained silent. Wang Jiawei looked anxious and uneasy, while Lin Qi, as always, sat there with a calm expression, sipping the cold water in his cup as if it were the monkey wine he had once brought out. After a long while, just as Wang Jiawei was about to sneak out, Zhang Tingyu suddenly raised her head, her eyes flashing with a hint of fire. Like two fighting cocks, she said in a low voice, all right, I agree. Zhang Jia? Wang Jiawei's eyes widened in disbelief. I promise you, we'll reprint the contract right now and sign it immediately. Zhang Tingyu glared at Lin Qi with a grim expression, her words dripping with determination. Ha, then I wish us a pleasant collaboration? Lin Qi remained unfazed by her gaze, stood up with a smile, and took Zhang Tingyu's small hand, saying, let's work together. As he walked out of the building with the freshly signed contract still carrying the scent of ink, Lin Qi's faint smile never faded, leaving Wang Jiawei, who followed him out, at a loss for words. After a long pause, she hesitantly said, good, you seem to have offended Zhang Jia. What do you mean? Lin Qi turned to look at her. I don't think so. After all, I just said that I wouldn't lower my standards for any reason. I know my place, and Zhang Jia knows it too. Is that so? Lin Qi turned to look at him and said, I didn't notice. After all, I said when I first arrived that I wouldn't lower myself for any reason. I know my place, and Zhang Jia knows it too. Don't let her expression fool you. She's just putting on a show. Lin Qi whispered to himself. Really? Wang Jiawei widened her eyes in disbelief. That's right. If you don't believe me, you can go back and check now. She's definitely there reporting the good news to your boss. Lin Qi looked confident and smug. Meanwhile, in Zhang Tingyu's office. Mr. Zhang, we've successfully secured the deal. This time, it's not just the outdoor segment. I believe the entire Donyao platform will shine brightly across all platforms. Yes, I know. Alright, let's proceed with that. I'll go handle other matters now. As she put down her phone, Zhang Tingyu's face lit up with a radiant smile, and there was no trace of the earlier determination on her face. Alright, now that the contract is signed, where are you planning to go? Wang Jiawei asked. Where else could we go? Of course, we're going home, then planning the content for the next livestream, and waiting for the hunting license to arrive. Lin Shi said, hailing a taxi, then turning to Wang Jiawei and adding, after all, we've already signed the contract, so we should show some professionalism. Go for it. You're truly my idol. Keep it up, Ji Gu. And stay safe. Wang Jiawei raised her fist in a cheering gesture. Amid her well wishes, the taxi carrying Lin Shi slowly drove out of Wang Jiawei's sight. Sitting in the car, Lin Shi, who had been maintaining a faint smile, suddenly let it go, his body trembling, and an idiotic grin spread across his face. The driver was so startled that he almost couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "What an idiot! 10 million! Ha ha! I never thought I'd become a millionaire one day. This is amazing! Absolutely incredible!" Lin Shi couldn't help but want to burst out laughing in cheer. Who would have thought that just a few days ago, he was just an ordinary person, and after one livestream, his life would undergo such a complete transformation? Even Lin Shi himself can hardly believe it. He couldn't help but take out the contract again, staring at the clear figure of 50 million yuan written there. Lin Shi forced himself to calm down, taking several deep breaths. Upon arriving at the airport, Lin Shi first found a random restaurant, had a bowl of noodles, then quickly stuffed all his belongings into storage, bought the nearest flight ticket, and flew back to SY City that very night. Upon returning to the cramped rental apartment, Lin Shi finally relaxed completely as he looked around at the familiar yet unfamiliar surroundings. He first gave the room a thorough cleaning, then took a quick shower. But before he could fall asleep again, the system's voice suddenly rang out. New mission, the mysterious Sea of Death. Mission description: within 3 days of obtaining the hunting license, travel to the Lopner region in the northwest of Dragon Country to search for ancient ruins left behind from a bygone era. Task 1, proceed to the Lopner region within the specified timeframe. Reward, Desert Gear Set X1. Task 2, locate and defeat the leader of the abnormal creatures. Reward, Lucky Spin X1. Task 3, find the ancient ruins and share them with the public. Reward, Rare Skill Draw X1. Reminder, you currently have 320 points remaining. Would you like the system to automatically allocate them for you? No, I'll handle it myself. When he heard the system say it would automatically distribute the points for him, Lin Shi was so startled that he quickly sat up straight. While waving his hands, he repeatedly refused. Chapter 58, Having points makes you so arrogant. You're joking. Lin Shiyo had every reason to believe that if the system automatically allocated the points for him, it would definitely distribute all the points evenly across his physical attributes, without making any other choices whatsoever. Lin Shi certainly doesn't want the points he worked so hard to earn to be wasted like that. Sitting up, Lin Shi looked at the attribute panel that appeared before him, thought for a moment, and said, "System, with my current points, what can I exchange for in the system store?" The system did not respond, but the light screen before Lin Shi suddenly changed. Row after row of clearly priced items, categorized by type, were neatly arranged before Lin Shi. Some were few, some were many. The most numerous are props. These include various equipment needed for different terrains, such as raincoats, snow boots, skis, paragliders, and various cold weapons. The least common are bloodline-related items. Only 2 are displayed. One is Lin Shi's innate robust physical constitution bloodline, and the other is a low-level enhanced bloodline. Although it can permanently increase 4 stats by 5 points, it requires a whopping 200 points. It's truly a pitfall that can't get any worse. Lin Shi only glanced at it briefly before quickly looking away and refusing to look any further. Who in their right mind would spend 200 points to exchange for this? Lin Shi finally understood that bloodline was a rare commodity, even in the system. Unless absolutely necessary, it was best to obtain it himself. With that thought in mind, Lin Shi fixed his gaze on the final category, which was the skills section. There were roughly 24 skills listed in total. After eliminating those with poor cost effectiveness, those that are redundant, and those that are currently unnecessary, Lin Shi settled on one skill. Super Perception. This is a mental skill. It is somewhat similar to a sixth sense, but it is more accurate. Even after activating this skill, Lin Shi's various senses are enhanced to their maximum potential. For example, when facing danger, it can perceive the direction, speed, and force of the threat with maximum precision. Or when searching for water, it can stimulate every cell in Lin Shi's body to detect the concentration of water molecules in the air, ultimately transmitting this information to the brain through intuition. In the wilderness, this skill is truly a godlike ability. If he had possessed this skill during the Shin-Nong-Jia incident, he would never have been so at a disadvantage when it came to finding water sources or dealing with water python ambushes. Moreover, the points required for this skill are very affordable, with only 30 points needed at the beginner level, making it an extremely cost-effective choice. This is the one. Lin Shi casually clicked on exchange and immediately said, "System, take out another 200 points and use them to upgrade Dai Zone's swift movement by 2 levels, and upgrade Tai Chi and Beast Taming by 1 level each." "Don't ask why," Lin Shi explained. "I have points now, so I'm just being a bit reckless." Reminder to the host. Reminder to the host, using points to forcefully enhance Dai Zong's swift movement requires 50 points, and a second enhancement requires 100 points. Tai Chi requires 80 points, and a second enhancement requires 160 points. Beast Taming requires 30 points, and a second enhancement requires 60 points. Your current points are insufficient. Please select another option. Ha! Why is the first upgrade for Tai Chi so expensive? Lin Chi couldn't understand. Because Tai Chi is a combat skill. In the wild, combat power is the guarantee of survival, so to maintain balance, the points required for it are relatively higher. Because Tai Chi is a combat skill, in the wild, combat power is the key to survival. Therefore, to maintain balance, the required points are relatively higher. What? There's such a saying? Lin Chi raised his eyebrows, pondered for a moment, then said again, then let's go with Dai Zong's swift movement at level 2, beast taming at level 2, leave 30 points as a reserve, and allocate the remaining points to the 4 attributes. After some deliberation, Lin Chi summoned the interface once more. Name, Lin Chi. Gender, male. Age, 22. Height, 178 centimeters. Strength, 38. Intelligence, 33. Speed, 59. Physical condition, 4315. The upper limit for ordinary people is 10. Skills, Wudong Tai Chi Intermediate, Culinary Expert Intermediate, Racewalking and Running Intermediate, Dai Zong Swift Movement Master, Beast Taming Advanced, Super Perception Beginner, Master Level Video Production, Golden Globe Level Director, Top Tier Post-Production. Bloodline, Shin Nongjia Wildman Bloodline, Robust Constitution. Possessions, Multifunctional Automatic Tracking Device, Deathblade Combat Dagger, Hunter's Short Blade. Note 1, Dai Zong's Master Level Speed is 60 meters per second. Host, please use this time to adapt quickly and avoid making any beginner mistakes that could harm yourself. Note 2, the item is system issued, non-tradable, and not easily damaged. A complete upheaval. These were the only words that came to Lin Chi's mind at that moment. Thinking back to the first time he saw this panel, the 4 attributes were only in the single digits, but now, they had all reached over 30. This was almost 3 times that of an average person. Especially speed, which had directly reached 59. Lin Chi estimated that even without using Dai Zong's swift movement, his speed would definitely reach the level of a world-class sprinter. Lin Chi estimated that even without using Dai Zong's swift movement, his speed alone could easily match that of a world-class sprinter. Not bad, not bad. Now, all I need to do is adapt to these attributes and wait for the hunting permit to arrive. Then I can set off on my next mission. Not bad, not bad. Now all I need to do is adapt to my current attributes and wait for the hunting license to arrive, and I'll be ready to set out again. Lop Nar? Another mysterious place. Chapter 59, Departure for Lop Nar. For those unfamiliar with Lop Nar, the first impressions are often mystery, desert, the unknown, and the eerie. It seems like a forbidden zone of life. The swirling yellow sand swept across the sky, resembling the twisted shadows of demons, constantly writhing and lingering, reaping any life that dared to venture into this desolate wasteland. Before the binding system was implemented, Lin Chi also believed this to be true. However, now, upon exiting Kulon Airport, Lin Chi took a car and arrived at a place called Weili County, located west of the Lop Nar Desert. Although the permanent population here is only 1.172 million, as the backyard of Kulon and one of the most important transportation hubs in the entire Northwest, Weili County leaves a fairly good first impression. At least it has everything you need, which makes things much more convenient for Lin Chi. He randomly found a guest house to stay at and immediately called Wang Jiawei. Since he had already signed with the Donial platform, as the person responsible for Lin Chi, Wang Jiawei naturally became his dedicated editor. All matters related to the livestream were entrusted to her to handle. What? Chi Gu, you're already at the Lop Nar Desert? Upon receiving Lin Chi's call, Wang Jiawei's first reaction was sheer astonishment. As always, for those who have never been here before, the first impression is a mix of rejection and awe. But Wang Jiawei never imagined that Lin Chi would choose this place for his second livestream. Chi Gu, do you have to be so reckless? The first time was at Shinnangjia, and now you've gone to the Lop Nar Desert? These are all remote, danger-filled places with extremely high risk levels. That's precisely why I chose to come here for the livestream. Hearing the concern in Wang Jiawei's tone, Lin Chi couldn't help but smile slightly. After all, my selling point is venturing into the wilderness to seek out ancient ruins. If I stay in places where people frequently visit, what ruins would I find? Alright. Since you've made up your mind, I'll handle the promotion on my end. Chi Gu, when do you plan to go live? The sound of typing echoed through the phone, clearly indicating that she had already gotten to work. Tomorrow, I guess. Lin Chi thought for a moment. I've just arrived here and still need to handle some other matters. Alright, then I wish you a successful livestream. I'll help promote it for you first. Alright, thanks. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chishuan glanced at the time. It was 2:40 p.m. Not too early, not too late. For most companies, this time of day is already well into the afternoon workday. He casually tossed his backpack into the room and left the geo shop, heading toward the place he had previously inquired about for renting a helicopter. After all, he was now a big streamer. If he just went live casually like last time, it would be too unoriginal. Lin Shi felt that, as the first person in the world to live stream wilderness exploration, he needed to learn a thing or two from Bear Grylls from his past life. After all, every time he appeared, he came up with new and exciting ways to attract viewers. After rushing around in taxis, Lin Shi finally arrived at his destination, Longting Aviation Leasing Service Company, half an hour later. As the largest aircraft leasing company in the Dragon Kingdom, its branches are almost everywhere in the country. And because of its semi-public membership status, it also saves a lot of hassle when applying for flight routes. Although the prices may be slightly higher, for Lin Shi at this point, this amount of money is hardly worth mentioning. After a brief discussion with the sales manager, both parties quickly finalized the details of the flight. Lin Shi had rented a 4-seat helicopter, which would take 2 hours to reach the skies above Lopner, after which Lin Shi would perform a random parachute jump. The total cost was 30,000. Additionally, upon learning that Lin Shi is a live streamer, the sales manager generously included a set of high-altitude skydiving gear as a complimentary gift. It was essentially a promotional perk for their company. Lin Shi smiled and didn't refuse. After all, every little bit helps. A set of skydiving gear isn't cheap. By the time I returned to the geo shop, it was already past 7 in the evening. After receiving a call from Wang Jiawei saying that the promotion was ready, Lin Shi took a look at Bobo specifically. It was a high-definition screenshot taken from his last livestream when he first stood at the base of the pyramid, accompanied by a few lines of text. Fighting fierce wolves, slaying water serpents, cooking delicious meals, and exploring ancient ruins. I am Lin Shi, the man standing at the top of the food chain. August 26th at 10 a.m., bird fighting livestream, location, Death Sea, Lopner. Let us continue the wild legend. Are you ready? Although it had only been released a short while ago, Lin Shi had already noticed that the number of comments and shares had easily surpassed 10,000. And it was still growing steadily. It's clear that Doniao has once again mobilized its resources. Seeing this, Lin Shi couldn't help but smile. It seems that Doniao has really gone to great lengths for me. Shaking his head, Lin Shi fell into a deep sleep. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Lin Shi, wearing the skydiving gear he had been given, arrived at the company's helipad. It was a sky blue 4-seater helicopter, with a young pilot in his late 20s standing beside it. Upon seeing Lin Shi, the pilot enthusiastically shook his hand and exclaimed, "My goodness, I never expected it to be you, Ji Gu, renting our helicopter. Do you have any skydiving experience?" "Of course." Lin Shi smiled. After all, this was a skill he had exchanged for all night last night. Although it was only at the beginner level, with his current physical condition, it was more than sufficient for the task. Moreover, he never expected to encounter fans here, and even the pilot from this flight. He couldn't help but smile and explain, "Last time the livestream was too short, and most of it was in the jungle, so I didn't get a chance to show off many of my skills. This time, I'll let you guys get a good look." "Hee, I'll be waiting to see it then." Although the pilot was excited, he immediately became serious and professional once he entered work mode. After briefly communicating with the ground control tower, the helicopter took off with the roar of its rotors and began to slowly ascend toward the skies above the Lopner Desert. Chapter 60, here's your chance to earn a $10,000 tip. Boom! The helicopter's noise was deafening, and because the cabin door was still partially open, the high-speed airflow kept rushing into the cabin. As a result, Lin Shi had to put on his goggles early to see the terrain below clearly. It was like a golden sea. Endless yellow sands undulate beneath your feet, reflecting vast swaths of light under the sun, sparkling like countless stars. Lin Shi glanced at the time. It was already 9:40 in the morning. There were still 20 minutes left until the scheduled broadcast time. He sent Wang Jiawei a private message through the Donyo backend. Meanwhile, in Lin Shi's livestream, the room was already packed to the brim. Although the screen remained black, the online viewership had already reached 3 million. Keep in mind that it was still morning, and it was Monday. Most viewers were either at work or in class, yet Lin Shi still had so many people online. In an instant, not only the other outdoor streamers, but even the big names from other sections couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Upon receiving the private message, Wang Jiawei couldn't help but sigh in relief. Without a moment's hesitation, she decisively placed Lin Shi's livestream on the most prominent spot on the homepage. At the same time, the background of Lin Shi's livestream was changed to a high-definition image of a vast desert with a desolate sunset. Although it was taken from a movie scene, the grandeur and vastness of the desert instantly stirred the emotions of the audience. The number of comments began to increase gradually. At exactly 10 o'clock, as the webpage refreshed automatically, the deafening roar of helicopters echoed through the screens, accompanied by the gradually brightening visuals, reaching the ears of millions of viewers through their headphones and speakers. The show has started. The show has started. Ji Gu has finally gone live. What the heck? It's actually a helicopter? Wow. Ji Gu is getting more and more high-end. Ji Gu finally went live. I couldn't wait for you to come back. Even the video you uploaded, I've watched it over 30 times. It's so addictive. Speaking of videos, Ge's video editing is amazing. The editing techniques are almost Oscar-worthy. As the live stream fully unfolded, Lin Chi, dressed in skydiving gear, finally appeared before the eyes of millions. In an instant, popularity, gifts, and comments flooded in like a tidal wave. Lin Chi couldn't help but smile, feeling even more determined. Lin Chi waved his hand and addressed the camera. "Hello, everyone. I'm Lin Chi. Welcome to my live stream. I'm sure you already know where I am now after the previous promotions. That's right, this time we've arrived above the Lopner Desert in the northwestern part of Manhwa, known as the Sea of Death. We're here to search for the ancient ruins buried beneath the yellow sands, long forgotten by humanity." Unbuckling his seatbelt and stepping to the cabin door, Lin Chi gripped the overhead beam, facing the icy gale, and pointed down at the sandy expanse below, continuing, "Do you see it? This is what the Lopner looks like now. But don't let its current desolate appearance fool you. In ancient times, this was once a vast lake. The name Lopner literally means Lake of Many Waters, reflecting its original meaning as a place where numerous waterways converge. The famous Silk Road passed through this area, and the renowned ancient western region kingdom of Lulan once occupied a vast territory here. Although our current location is somewhat distant from the already discovered ruins of Lulan, it's not too far off. Who knows, we might just stumble upon some during this expedition." The ancient kingdom of Lulan and the Silk Road, two things that have long been shrouded in mystery in people's minds, are both here? In an instant, the already bustling live stream erupted into a frenzy. The chat messages flooded the live stream, completely obscuring the video. Lin Chi saw this and knew the atmosphere was ready. He turned to look at the pilot in the cockpit and shouted through his headset, "Bro, want a chance to make some extra cash?" "What do you mean?" The pilot was taken aback for a moment, then shouted back, "Gee, good, you're not trying to get yourself killed, are you?" "Ha, you're right." Lin Chi smiled. "I'll give you a chance. If you can raise this helicopter to 7,500 meters in the next few minutes, I'll give you 100,000 yuan to spend. How about it? Dare you?" "Oh my god, Shigu, you're really putting me on the spot." The pilot let out a cry of despair, but his hands trembled slightly. Clearly, for him, a $10,000 tip was no small sum, especially since it was just a matter of moving his fingers. To say he wasn't tempted would be a lie. "What? Afraid?" Lin Chi's eyes sparkled with cunning, like a devil tempting him from behind. "Alright, Shigu, hold on tight." After a moment of hesitation, he seemed to have made an important decision. The pilot clenched his teeth, shouted into the headset, and then violently pulled the control stick upward. Buzz. Just like a wild beast suddenly baring its fangs. The sound of the helicopter grew even louder. Immediately followed by a sudden tilt, the helicopter, which was originally intended for commercial use, began to rapidly ascend toward the clouds above. Chapter 61, The Feeling of Freedom. Drip, drip, drip. A sharp and urgent alarm began to sound repeatedly in the cockpit, and the altimeter on the instrument panel also underwent a significant change in a short period of time. 4,000 meters, 5,000 meters, 6,000 meters, 7,000 meters. 7,560 meters. It felt like I had used up all the strength in my body. When the altimeter displayed 7,560 meters, the pilot first let out a long breath, then shouted excitedly, "Shigu, I did it! 7,560 meters. I can't believe it, I've set a new personal record in my flying career." "Not bad, not bad." Lin Chi was equally excited. He couldn't help but give the pilot a thumbs up and said, "Great job. Buddy, your tip is on me. When we get back, there'll be a girl named Wang Jiawei who'll give it to you." "Great. You're so generous, Shigu." The pilot clearly heard Lin Chi's interaction and knew that the latter had started streaming. As a fan of Lin Chi, he naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity to show off in front of millions of people. He gave the camera a mischievous smile and quickly added to Lin Chi, "Brother Chi, that's all for now. I'll watch your livestream once I'm back on the ground. Stay safe." "Alright, thanks, buddy." Lin Chi nodded and patted the pilot on the shoulder, then turned to the camera and said, "Friends, after a long wait, I'm sure you're all eager to see the new adventure. Without further ado, let's officially kick off our adventure into the Death Sea of Lopner. Let's go." With a loud scream, Lin Chi turned his back to the outside of the cabin, gave the camera a casual smile, and then, before anyone could react, suddenly leaned backward and plummeted toward the ground. "Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!" They jumped off? At over 7,000 meters high? Shigu, are you trying to scare me to death? What's so impressive about 7,000 meters? Hey, the height mentioned above is something only professional athletes would attempt. Even they would need to wear oxygen masks when jumping from that height. How could someone like Shigu just jump down with a parachute backpack? That's right. To make the live stream look more impressive, Lin Chi had already thrown everything he could out of the helicopter while it was ascending. For professional high-altitude skydivers, this might not be a big deal, but for ordinary people, especially those trying high-altitude skydiving for the first time, this isn't just reckless, it's downright dangerous. It's practically suicide. Fortunately, Lin Chi's physical condition is far superior to that of ordinary people, otherwise he would never have risked his life like that. As he emerged from the cockpit and caught sight of the blue sky, only one word echoed endlessly in Lin Chi's mind. Ah! It's like a huge sapphire. Or perhaps a deep blue lake. Lin Chi looked up, as if he could reach out and touch them. Wow! Lin Chi couldn't help but let out a loud cry. And in the next moment, he felt even more deeply what it was like to leap from a height of over 7,000 meters. It was like riding a motorcycle without a helmet at 300 kilometers per hour. Lin Chi felt like his entire face was twisted and deformed. The gale felt like a pair of powerful hands, relentlessly tugging at the corners of his mouth, causing him to drool uncontrollably. However, despite this, it did nothing to dampen the excitement in his heart. Under the protection of his goggles, Lin Chi did not open his parachute but instead spread his limbs wide, resembling a sharp sword piercing through the clouds. With over 3 million viewers, nearly 4 million people watching live, he screamed as he plunged through layer after layer of icy clouds, hurtling straight toward the ground. Friends, now I finally understand what true freedom means. Although speaking was extremely difficult at high speeds, and the wind noise was deafening, making it impossible to be heard under normal circumstances, thanks to the system and its perfect sound equipment, Lin Chi's voice still came through clearly to the audience. Lin Chi spread his limbs wide, forming the shape of the character meaning big, to slow down, and continued to shout loudly. From this perspective, you can truly feel the grandeur and vastness of the earth. And due to the height, the distant horizon we see has even begun to curve. This is a sight that is simply impossible to see from the ground. And to be honest, even though I know the speed is extremely fast, I don't feel much of a difference myself. It's a really strange feeling. The reason for this phenomenon is that there are no fixed reference points around you, so your vision and senses are deceiving you. As he spoke, Lin Chi raised his arm and gave the camera a close-up of the altimeter. 6,000 meters, 5,000 meters, 4,000 meters. The altimeter and speedometer were rapidly changing, confirming that Lin Chi's speed was indeed extremely fast, reaching at least 200 kilometers per hour. However, through the live broadcast, the audience could not sense the breakneck speed. It was as if they were moving at the same speed as walking. It's truly amazing. Ha, this is interesting. Damn it, seeing how much fun Chi-gu is having, I want to try it too. By the way, does anyone know how much this kind of high-altitude skydiving costs? Just the jump itself isn't that expensive, around 3,000 to 7,000 yuan. But for someone who's never jumped before, you need about a month of training beforehand, and you also have to buy the equipment, which is where the cost really adds up. All told, it'll probably come to around 70,000 to 80,000 yuan. Wow, that's so expensive? Wow, that's so expensive? That's why they say skydiving is for the rich. I envy Chi-gu. Same here. Chapter 62, Ice and Fire Duet. As the altitude continued to drop, the sensation of speed grew more intense. The ground rushed toward them at breakneck speed, as if it would shatter them into pieces in the next instant. Lin Chi didn't open his parachute, as if he hadn't noticed any of this. However, the viewers in the live stream couldn't take it anymore. They were sweating profusely and shouting in horror, and some even left their desks and ran to the far corner of the room. When the altitude dropped to 800 meters, Lin Chi saw that it was about time and calmly opened his parachute. With a thud, a powerful force suddenly surged from his shoulders and waist. Lin Chi's descent suddenly halted, transforming from an unstoppable momentum into a drifting, unsteady motion. The audience finally breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Lin Chi finally had the opportunity to carefully examine the ground beneath his feet. Winding sand dunes stretched endlessly across the desert. Although everyone knows this is a harsh place, under the blue sky and white clouds, people can't help but exclaim, "How beautiful!" Friends, I just saw someone in the comments say that spending tens of thousands of dollars just to dance for a few seconds, what's the point? Lin Chi smiled. While surveying the surrounding terrain, he said, "I didn't know before, but now, I think I've found the answer. Not only is it 1,000 times more thrilling than bungee jumping, but the breathtaking scenery before your eyes is something you simply can't experience no matter how you travel." Just like Felix Baumgartner, who reached an altitude of 390,000 meters in a balloon on October 15, 2012, and successfully set the world record for the highest freefall jump, once said in an interview, "I love the feeling of flying. At such a high altitude, I embrace the blue sky and look down upon the earth. They feel so real. Now I share this with you, hoping you understand that the sky has always been humanity's dream destination. Its grandeur and awe-inspiring beauty are something that can never be fully appreciated through mere photographs." 66,666. You said that so well, I want to go skydiving right now. Unfortunately, my wallet is stopping me. Indeed, without experiencing it firsthand, it's hard to truly grasp how awe-inspiring it must be. Sigh, but I've never jumped from 7,000 meters before. I wonder when I'll get the chance to try it. You're so rich. I'm in awe. Looking at the public screen filled with envy and admiration, Lin Chi smiled and then said seriously, "Although the scenery is beautiful, I must tell you that what we are about to face will be a challenge even more dangerous than the one we faced in Shinongjia." I'm sure you all know that when traveling through a desert, the most important things are water and direction. I already have a rough idea of the latter, but as for water. At this point, Lin Chi paused. Earlier, I looked around from mid-air. The bad news is that I didn't spot any oases or water sources, but the good news is that I discovered several massive cacti. Look, they're northeast of us, about 3 kilometers away. Lin Chi pointed with his hand. Since they were in mid-air and there were no tall cliffs or obstacles blocking the view, Lin Chi could easily see that far with his current vision. Cactus? What's the use of that? Can you drink it like water? Hey, the cactus may not be drinkable, but it can be used as an emergency water source when you're severely dehydrated. Really? I'll try it with the cactus in my house. The friend who wants to try it with a cactus doesn't need to bother. There's not much water inside it. Seeing that someone actually wanted to try it with a cactus, Lin Chi couldn't help but feel speechless. At this point, he was already very close to the ground. To avoid hitting any sharp rocks, Lin Chi temporarily closed his mouth and focused intently on controlling the 2 locks on either side, adjusting his landing point. Clang! With a dull thud, Lin Chi landed safely. However, perhaps due to the sandy ground, Lin Chi's feet sank directly into the sand, and his entire body was thrown backward several steps by the immense inertia before he managed to steady himself. Ignoring the yellow sand flying around him, Lin Chi quickly turned around to gather his umbrella gear while addressing the camera. Friends, I'm not feeling good right now. This is the desert, and the temperature under the sun can reach over 30 degrees. We just descended rapidly from a high altitude, extremely cold area, so our internal body temperature hasn't had time to adjust, but our skin temperature is already over 30 degrees. This extreme contrast between freezing cold and scorching heat feels like eating ice cream in the summer. It's an indescribable sense of dissonance. A duet of ice and fire, shiga, shouldn't that be enjoyable? I suspect you're driving, but I have no proof. Oh my god, you old perverts, even a packet of stain remover can't clean you up? Kajesh, can I ask what grilled ice cream is? Is that even edible? The comments are going off topic again. Fortunately, Lin Chi had experience and ignored their teasing. He quickly used the hunter's short blade to cut off the reserve parachute, folded it neatly, and packed it into his backpack. Lin Chi then demonstrated to the camera, regular viewers should know that my goal is to find ancient ruins, not to survive in the wilderness. Therefore, the gear I brought is slightly more than what's typically needed for wilderness survival. Of course, it's only a little more. Chapter 63, High Energy Ahead. Taking advantage of the moment while putting on the reserve parachute, Lin Chi casually gave his backpack a close-up, filming as he explained. Similar to my previous trip to Shenangjia, I brought my backpack, water bottle, small pot, dagger, short knife, and some essential seasonings. As he spoke, Lin Chi took out several transparent plastic tubes, each about 10 centimeters tall and 3 centimeters wide, containing small items like oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. Last time I made a delicious meal on the Shenangjia, although the flavor was indeed delicious, it was still somewhat lacking due to the absence of seasonings. To make up for it, I specially brought these along this time. You've always doubted my cooking skills, haven't you? This time I'll make all you doubters drool with envy. As Lin Chi said this, the corners of his mouth curled into a smirk, giving off an unsettling vibe. Unable to resist, the chat feed was once again flooded with angry comments. Put. Still drooling all over the place? This is a desert. I don't believe you can actually make anything decent to eat here. Exactly. Shiga, just wait and see the comments we'll post, then you can drool over them yourself. Guys, while it's true that this is a desert, haven't you forgotten that there are actually living creatures that can survive in the desert? Look at Chi Ge's smile, he's clearly up to something. Damn it, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. It's a bit mean, but I still want to say, Shiga, I hope you don't find anything to eat all day. What is your beef with this streamer cooking? You're new here, aren't you? You'll see when the time comes. Obviously, due to Lin Chi's popularity online, some curious onlookers who didn't know what was going on had also gathered here. Faced with the skepticism of these newcomers, some of the seasoned veterans who had been here from the very beginning suddenly felt a surge of pride. One by one, they curled their lips into fake smiles. Lin Chi also smiled slightly. Without explanation, he slung his backpack back onto his shoulders, glanced at the map displayed on the screen, and began walking toward the direction of the cactus he had seen earlier. Perhaps only when one truly sets foot on this land can one feel that sense of wildness and desolation that has been accumulated over thousands of years. Endless yellow sands, with only one person walking alone. Under the intelligent framing of the follow cam, a vast and desolate desert landscape unfolds before the eyes of every viewer. If the previous scene in mid-air evoked a sense of grandeur, this one is now a complete hell on earth. Scorching heat waves constantly twisted above these sand dunes. All around was complete silence. All that could be seen were the towering sand dunes, the various rocks protruding from the sandy sea, and the clusters of yellow, almost withered grass swaying gently in the wind. If one were to ask who represents life in this place now, aside from the cacti, it would likely be these plants alone. As I mentioned earlier, the daytime temperature here can easily reach over 30 degrees Celsius. In such an environment, the body's moisture is rapidly lost through sweat evaporation. The consequences of this, as we mentioned earlier during the Shinnon Jia session, are dehydration and heatstroke. Now, let me test you all. Who can tell me what the symptoms of these two conditions are? Lin Chi smiled slightly at the camera, revealing a row of white teeth. I know. The symptoms of dehydration include excessive sweating. If not replenished promptly, it can lead to dizziness, and in severe cases, organ failure. Heatstroke, on the other hand, is a more severe stage of dehydration. At this point, the person may experience dizziness, high fever, and even lose consciousness, with severe cases posing a life-threatening risk. You mentioned these points earlier, do you still remember them? Darn it, I was typing. You old trickster, you posted it first. Wow, dehydration and heatstroke can be that serious? I remember during military training, someone got heatstroke, and all they had to do was move to a shaded area and drink plenty of water. New here? Don't use your superficial knowledge to question what Chigu said, okay? Looking at the comments on the screen, Lin Chi nodded and said, this user named Zhonghan Yisheng has a good memory, huh? Of course, what this top-tier male demon said isn't entirely wrong. Normally, when we get heatstroke in the city, it's not that dangerous, just some simple cooling measures are enough. But don't forget, we're currently in the desert. The ultraviolet radiation, which is several times higher than that on the plains, accelerates the evaporation of moisture from our bodies. Without access to water or shade, heatstroke can quickly become a life-threatening emergency. And right now, I'm already starting to lose a significant amount of water. Lin Chi said, gesturing for the camera to zoom in on his forehead. Sure enough, after only half an hour in the desert, Lin Chi's forehead, temples, and neck were already drenched in sweat. They were soaked through, as if he had just been pulled out of the water. This is not a good sign. Lin Chi frowned and wiped his forehead. Although his current physical attributes far exceeded those of ordinary people, the necessary physiological responses were still present. To explain this to the audience, Lin Chi thought for a moment, then without hesitation, set down his backpack and in front of over 4 million people, began to undress. Perhaps due to the enhancement of his physical attributes, Lin Chi's physique had clearly improved compared to when he was in the Shinnon frame. With a body fat percentage of just 7%, Lin Chi's muscle groups appear as solid as iron. This perfectly demonstrates the meaning of the saying, clothes make the man. Countless female viewers couldn't help but gasp in awe, their faces flushing red as they glanced around nervously, their hearts racing like a deer in the wild. Hey, go to Chi-gu, you're taking off your clothes again without a word. There are so many people here. Holy crap, I feel like Chi-Ji's body is even better than last time. How long has it been? Is having a good physique not good enough? I just love looking at Chi-Ji's great physique. Hee, of course I'd love to go up and touch it, the texture must be amazing. The audience was frantically sending comments, teasing him, thinking Lin Chi would respond. However, no one expected that the next moment, he acted as if nothing had happened and reached his hand directly toward his belt. What the hell, Lin Chi? What are you doing? Chapter 64, A Corpse. The audience never expected that Lin Chi would, in front of over 4 million people, without the slightest hesitation, pull down his pants? Is it that provocative? Although the camera only captured Lin Chi's upper body, his initial movement of reaching toward his waistband, coupled with the increasingly clear sound of water splashing against fabric, sparked endless speculation among countless viewers. Even Ping Xiamantu, who was hiding in her dorm room watching the livestream, was blushing, her eyes wide with a mix of curiosity and embarrassment, unable to look away. What to do? Of course, lower your body temperature and slow down sweating. Looking at the flood of comments, Lin Chi first raised his eyebrows, then took his already soaked shirt and said seriously, although it looks a little disgusting, I can clearly tell you that urine is as important as water for survival at this moment. Because it not only serves as a temporary water source but can also be soaked into clothing and tied to the head to cool down, just like I'm doing now. As he spoke, Lin Chi first looked at the clothes in his hands, then clenched his teeth and tied them directly to his head. Instantly, a chill swept over him. Especially when the wind blew, the sensation was particularly pronounced. Of course, an indescribable scent is equally noticeable. Lin Chi frowned, trying his best to overcome the smell, and said to the camera with a pitiful expression, how about it, friends? Does my headdress look like an Arab's? The audience was completely speechless. Especially those who were watching Lin Chi's livestream for the first time were wide-eyed and frozen in place. I'm impressed, host. I originally thought you were just putting on a show, but now I realize how wrong I was. Host, you're really amazing. 1. I also thought it was just for show, but I never expected the streamer to actually do it. My goodness, this thing can be put on your head just like that? That's way too intense. The person above, Chiga, has always been this dedicated, right? Otherwise, how would he have achieved so much that others haven't even noticed? But from what Chiga said, this thing can also be used as a temporary water source. I want to see Chiga drink it. Speaking of which, Chiga, does this thing really cool things down? Obviously, as the audience grows, there will be believers and skeptics. Some skeptics have started forming groups to flood the screens with their comments. Lin Shi took a look and said, whether it's effective or not, relying on my words alone isn't enough. Let's let the facts speak for themselves. No sooner had he finished speaking than the livestream suddenly switched to an infrared thermal imaging map, showing only red and blue hues. The sandy ground around him was a sea of orange-yellow, while Lin Shi's body was engulfed in a fiery red. Some areas were even so red they had turned purple. But the only part that remained a pale blue was his head, the area covered by his shirt. See that? This is a real-time infrared image. The deeper the red, the higher the temperature. The deeper the blue, the cooler it is. Look at my head, isn't it bluer and cooler? Wow! That's really true. Yeah, that's amazing. Oh my gosh, why is that? Because bird droppings are also a form of water, and water has a relatively high specific heat capacity. When its temperature rises, it absorbs more heat. Lin Shi controlled the camera to return to the normal view, then quickly put his backpack back on and walked briskly in the same direction as before. He continued to explain, this is also why, when you take a shower in winter, if you don't dry off the water droplets, you'll feel even colder. Flowing beer, flowing beer. Flowing beer, flowing beer. Learned a new skill. No wonder I felt colder when taking a shower in winter. It was because of this. Interacting with the audience, and with Lin Shi deliberately speeding up, the 3-kilometer journey was quickly completed. When the camera panned to the towering cacti, resembling giants standing amidst the sandy desert, the live stream erupted once again. Cheers, donations, and excitement filled the air. It was like New Year's Eve. Lin Shi was also very happy, but gradually, his expression suddenly turned gloomy. Frowning, he said nothing and hurried toward the cactus tree. Soon, as he approached, the once lively and bustling livestream suddenly froze, and the comments seemed to freeze in place, as if the stream had stuttered. It took a while before the chaos erupted again, but this time, it was a chorus of screams. What the hell is that? How is there another person? How could there be a person in this vast desert? Shiga, is this thing dead or alive? This is so freaking scary. I was just eating my meal, and it scared me so much I almost choked to death. The audience screamed in unison, for right before Lin Shi's eyes, a person half buried in the sand lay motionless, their tattered clothes fluttering wildly in the hot wind. The sound of rustling filled the air. This is a corpse. Lin Shi approached without changing his expression, took a closer look, and then spoke solemnly into the camera, and judging by the appearance, it has been dead for more than 6 months. Chapter 65, Giant Beast's Tooth Marks, could it be it? As he spoke, Lin Shi had already crouched down beside the corpse. It was an elderly man. He is approximately 50 to 60 years old. He has a slightly hunched posture. The body, weathered into a desiccated corpse, was clad in a long faded dark green polyester jacket, with a similarly faded red vest underneath. Perhaps due to a fierce struggle before death, the joints of the old man's body were severely worn, exposing the twisted and grotesque white bones to the air. Scattered around were some pieces of paper and a watch. Although most of the paper had been buried by wind and sand, the printed text was still visible, likely from a propaganda booklet from the 1970s or 1980s. The watch is an old silver white SH model. It seems I was wrong before. He hasn't been dead for over 6 months, but over several decades. Look at these papers and the watch. These are the most typical symbols of the 1970s and 1980s. And, Suddenly, Lin Shi paused. A look of surprise flashed across his eyes, as if he had discovered something, and he murmured softly, "Friends, there's something wrong with this corpse." At those words, the already heart-pounding audience shuddered in unison. Some curious yet timid female spectators couldn't help but scream in fright. Oh my god. Shiga, don't scare me. What's wrong? Is this a rice dumpling? Could it be a vampire? Because it lacks blood to replenish itself, it's now in hibernation. Shiga, you'd better not move. Let us get out of here quickly. This thing looks terrifying. I think your imagination is running wild, don't you? Looking at the various bizarre comments floating across the screen, Lin Shi couldn't help but frown and sigh. Zonzi? Have you ever seen a zonzi that looks this terrible? And those who mentioned vampires, that's from O continent, you know? This is Dragon Country, and the difference in distance is more than just a little. What I'm saying isn't that the corpse itself is unusual, but rather the place we're in. As he spoke, Lin Shi pointed to the old man's thigh bone. It looked as though it had been gnawed on by something. In the crystal-clear high-definition footage, people could clearly see that the 2 stark white leg bones were adorned with rows of sharp tooth marks, deeply embedded into the bone. This must be the result of being devoured by some kind of gigantic creature. Lin Shi frowned, pulling out his dagger and tracing it along the leg bone as he spoke in a low voice. Although the environment in the Lopner Desert is harsh, and most plants and animals struggle to survive, the resilience of life can still leave you in awe when you least expect it. Here, there are 36 species of plants alone, and over 100 species of animals. Among them, birds are the most numerous, with approximately 96 species. However, as far as I know, the largest carnivorous animal here is only a medium-sized animal like a wild wolf. Although they may attack humans when they are extremely hungry, their most powerful feature is their canine teeth, the two large teeth at the front of their mouths. If they were to bite, the marks left behind would not be like this, resembling the dense pattern of a chainsaw. This reminds me of a legendary creature resembling the Shenangjia wildman. However, the habitat of that creature is far too distant from here. Could they have dug tunnels all the way here? Lin Chi muttered under his breath. Though his voice was faint, it was still heard by the audience. In an instant, everyone perked up, forgetting their fear, and began sending messages in the chat. However, Lin Chi completely ignored them. Furrowing his brows in thought, he shook his head and said, "There's not enough evidence yet to confirm that the creature that left the tooth marks is the same one I'm thinking of. If we find anything similar in the future, I'll let you know." Kajesh, you're not finishing your sentences. Don't you know how frustrating that is? Cut it out. Chigo must not know what he's talking about. He's just trying to be mysterious. Right, if you're so smart, say it. Although I don't know what kind of creature Chigo is talking about, what should we do with this corpse? Are we just going to leave it exposed in this desolate wilderness? That seems a bit too much. Too what? Up there, this is a desert, you know? A sandstorm could hit at any moment, and a strong wind could blow it all out no matter how deep you bury it. Instead of wasting time on that, we should hurry up and find a water source and a place to shelter from the heat. Yeah, you're right. Looking at the comments, Lin Chi nodded. This is a desert, where sandstorms frequently occur, though not very often. They are extremely dangerous. Under their strong winds, unless you bury the body 8 or 9 meters deep, there's no way it will remain intact underground. It was now midday, and the temperature was gradually reaching its peak. We were already in danger ourselves. Were we really going to waste precious energy digging an 8 or 9 meter deep pit? I'm human, not a god. When necessary, I can only prioritize my own safety. Chapter 66, The Mysterious Well and the Mysterious Tunnel. Perhaps for those living in flatland regions, leaving a corpse exposed to the elements is a cruel act. But Lin Chi was speaking the truth. He was just a man, an adventurer in the eyes of the audience, one with an extra dash of daring spirit. Now that he can barely take care of himself, how could he possibly dig a 7 or 8 meter deep pit for a body that has been dead for decades and exposed to the elements for just as long? If Lin Chi really did that, he would truly be a fool. Everyone understands the logic, but what can be done? Lin Chi has a large audience now. Plus, seeing all the gift effects floating by every now and then, and the staggering amounts on the leaderboard, some envious people who can't stand seeing others do well suddenly get a boost of motivation. One after another, they become filled with righteous indignation, standing on their high horses and unleashing a torrent of criticism toward Lin Chi. Although they are all quickly banned by the platform, their words still manage to irritate many loyal fans, leaving them seething with anger and wishing they could track him down through the internet. Lin Chi, however, paid no heed. After all, fame brings controversy. Where there are admirers, there are also detractors. He understood that principle well. Shrugging his shoulders, Lin Chi immediately diverted everyone's attention with his actions. He swung his short blade with force, slashing it into the cactus tree. With a loud thud, a stream of pale green, sticky sap began to ooze out of the wound. Look, this is the water stored inside the cactus tree. Lin Chi pointed to the pale green liquid slowly flowing into the spout and said, however, don't be fooled by the abundance of liquid now. It won't gush out like a water pipe. In fact, this is just water stored inside the cactus that hasn't been absorbed yet. If you want to experience the moisture inside the cactus firsthand, you need to do this. Before the audience could react, Lin Chi swiftly swung his short blade up and down, slicing off a piece of prickly cactus skin. Then, to the astonishment of everyone present, he bit into the flesh. Before the audience could react, Lin Chi swiftly swung his short blade up and down, slicing off a piece of prickly cactus skin. Then, to everyone's astonishment, he bit into the flesh. Put! A soft sound, and a large piece of fruit had already entered Lin Chi's mouth. And his expression lit up instantly. I have to say, this thing has a strange smell that's hard to describe, but it's definitely not pleasant. Lin Chi furrowed his brow and chewed some more. The flesh is quite chewy and elastic, a bit like jelly, and it's also very juicy. At least after this first bite, my thirst has been quenched quite a bit. But this is only temporary relief. After all, it can't compare to the immediate satisfaction of drinking water. You should be grateful you have something to drink. You're being picky. Shiga, you're just biting the tree? That's so cool. You're right. I already ate my cactus, and it does have a weird taste, but it's still pretty moist. Never mind, I'm going to open a bottle of ice-cold koala shuang to cool off. Wow, are you a devil? Saying that in front of Chi-gu. But it's really refreshing. I just took a big sip of koala, hee, Chi-gu can't have any. Lin Chi looked at the comments, opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. After a long while, he rolled his eyes and ignored the group of dogs. He shook the already full water bottle and said, alright, it's almost full. Let's find a place to cool off quickly. They continued on their way, but the scenery ahead remained largely unchanged. Yellow sand, boulders, and camel thorns. Although these clumps of short grass were slightly greener than what they had seen before, they clearly held no appeal for Lin Chi. After all, they couldn't provide much nutritional value. He continued northward toward the heart of the Lopner Desert, constantly activating his supersensory skills, mobilizing every sense in his body to detect any changes in the air around him. This was the first time he had used this skill. At first, Lin Chi was a bit skeptical, but soon, he was deeply amazed by this incredible skill. Friends, I can almost smell the water. A sudden flash of insight made Lin Chi clearly sense that, to his right front, the air had become almost imperceptibly more humid. If he hadn't been constantly using his super perception, Lin Chi would never have noticed it. What? I smell water? What does water smell like? Salty? A bit fishy, humorous. You guys are really something. Chi Gu is hallucinating, and you're still being so mischievous. I'm not joking. I really smell water. Without any explanation, Lin Chi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he sprinted toward the direction he sensed. Although he deliberately didn't go all out, the rolling dust rising behind him still left countless spectators in awe. Is he riding a rocket? Before they could even finish their complaints, the next scene that appeared instantly left everyone speechless. A well? It was like a single speck of green amidst a sea of red. In front of Lin Chi, a pile of stones had been artificially shaped into a circular column, suddenly appearing beneath a large rock. Ha ha! It's actually a well. Lin Chi's eyes lit up, and he excitedly shouted as he rushed forward. The large stone covering the well was not tightly sealed, so when Lin Chi leaned over the edge and looked down, he could easily see what was happening below. Unfortunately, the well seemed to have been abandoned for a long time, completely dried up, and due to wind and sand, at least half of it had been filled with sand. Lin Chi's expression froze for a moment. He immediately cursed, "Damn it, all for nothing." However, despite his curses, Lin Chi's actions didn't stop. With a swift flip, he leaped into the well, using his limbs to brace himself against the stone walls on either side. He lowered his head to look down below and slowly began crawling toward the bottom of the well. Though somewhat disappointed, it was at least a good place to escape the sun. My water bottle still held the water we had just filled, and if we used it sparingly, it should last. As he continued to climb down, Lin Chi spoke intermittently. The camera followed Lin Chi from below. After all, there was a solitary well in the desert, which was already suspicious enough. Moreover, he would have to climb into it and stay there for 2 or 3 hours. Lin Chi wouldn't forget to conduct the necessary reconnaissance. Soon, the floating camera followed suit and landed at the bottom of the well. Before anyone could take a quick look around, suddenly, a scene no one had expected appeared before everyone's eyes. What the heck? How could there be a tunnel down there? Chapter 67, Things aren't as simple as they seem. Not only Lin Chi, but all the audience members were also stunned. They had all assumed it was an abandoned well, but who could have imagined there was an underground tunnel down there? And judging by the footage captured by the camera, this tunnel is clearly not shallow. It must be at least over 100 meters deep. Who dug it? For what purpose? Where will it lead? 3 consecutive questions instantly shrouded the livestream in an eerie atmosphere, adding another layer of mystery to Lin Chi's expedition. Friends, it seems like our desert adventure is about to get even more interesting. Standing at the entrance of the tunnel, Lin Chi used the sunlight streaming down from above to carefully examine the tunnel in front of him, while speaking into the camera. From the moment we discovered that body, everything we've encountered has far exceeded my expectations. Clearly, the Lopner Desert is revealing its eerie and mysterious nature to us in its own unique way. This is intriguing. As an explorer, what I enjoy most is uncovering the unknown in these unexpected surprises. What do you think, friends? Shall we go inside and take a look? With a slight smile at the camera, Lin Chi carefully examined the tunnel in front of him once more to ensure it wouldn't collapse suddenly after he entered. Only then did he bend down and cautiously step inside. This must be an abandoned mine shaft or some kind of ventilation shaft. Look at the wooden planks supporting this tunnel. As they cautiously moved forward, Lin Chi gave the camera a close-up of the wooden planks supporting the tunnel and said, "These are arranged in a triangular structure." In geometry, triangles are stable, something every middle school student knows. In the early days, when concrete technology hadn't been invented or wasn't yet mature, people used this method to reinforce the strength of mine tunnels. However, even if it was a ventilation shaft, why was it built below a well? Was it to prevent it from being buried by sand and wind? Lin Chi furrowed his brows, puzzled by the design. The audience was equally confused. It must be a ventilation shaft, after all, this is a desert. If the ventilation shaft were built exposed to the open sky, it would easily be eroded by wind and sand. This also explains why there is suddenly an extra well opening here. No way, the ventilation shaft is that small? It feels like Chi Gu has uncovered another big scoop. The small stools are already set up, we're just waiting to see Chi Gu trend on social media again. What the heck is going on? It's getting stranger and stranger. First, there were mysterious large tooth marks on the body, and now there's a mine shaft. I'm starting to panic. What should I do? Panic my ass. Look at Chi Gu, is he panicking? Hurry up and wrap me tighter in my little blanket. As we continued on our way, the scenery around us gradually began to change. It was a fork in the road. One extends straight downwards with an extremely steep slope, almost vertical to the ground. The other one is about 3 meters above the ground, winding its way upwards. Although both paths were invisible at their ends, the moment Lin Shi saw the terrain, he immediately understood their purpose. Friends, it seems this isn't just a ventilation shaft after all. Pointing to the double-layered structure in front of them, Lin Shi explained, this is a structure designed to balance the flow of water and prevent it from flooding into the mine shaft. As you can see, the actual mine shaft is 3 meters above. Although it's quite high, if the water keeps seeping in, it will eventually be submerged. However, if we dig a drainage tunnel below the mine shaft and extend it downward, following the principle that water flows downward, we can significantly protect the safety of the upper mine shaft. Generally speaking, this structure was more common in ancient times on plains or in mountainous areas. After all, at that time, technological conditions were not yet advanced, and people often accidentally dug through underground rivers during excavation, causing floodwaters to backflow. However, encountering this structure in a desert is truly surprising. Could it be that, many years ago, the water systems here were once highly developed, necessitating such measures to protect the mine shafts? Furrowing his brows, Lin Shi turned to look behind him at the well opening, which was now only a small glimmer of light. A thoughtful gleam flashed in his eyes. A well, a mine shaft, abundant water sources, and a looping structure. Given the strength of this looped structure, it is clear that the builders put a great deal of thought into its construction. They must have known in advance that water would flow in from ahead. If that was the case, why did they go to the trouble of digging through it? One question after another swirled in Lin Shi's mind. He couldn't help but pinch the bridge of his nose. Never mind, I'm just an explorer, not an archaeologist. Why think so much? Shaking his head and smiling, Lin Shi returned to his usual self. Glancing up at the mine shaft above him, Lin Shi took a couple of steps back, then launched himself forward like a cannonball. As his legs bent slightly, a tremendous force erupted from his muscles. With a loud thud, Lin Shi leaped forward 2 steps. Under the stunned gazes of everyone present, he didn't even use his hands, directly leaping to the edge of the 3-meter-high mine shaft. Wow, Shigu is so cool. Holy crap, GG's style. What the heck is that kind of jumping power? He jumped 3 meters high in 2 steps on the sand? Shigu, you should be playing basketball, you're wasting your talent. Holy crap, something's wrong. Look at that up ahead. Chapter 68, The Giant Python's Corpse, and the Tooth Marks Again. Before the audience could recover from Lin Shi's astonishing jumping ability, the next moment, the scene that appeared in the new mine shaft caused everyone's hair to stand on end once again. Even Lin Shi was no exception. As he steadied himself and was about to take a step forward, a massive snake head, nearly as large as his own head, suddenly appeared just 15 centimeters away from him. A pair of blood-red eyes stared intently at him. That enormous mouth, resembling an abyss, was tightly closed, but no one would doubt that if it opened, it would unleash an unimaginable force. Holy crap! With a low growl, Lin Shi suddenly drew his sword. Before anyone could react, Shun Jin moved as if he had rehearsed it beforehand. As the blade sliced through the giant snake's neck, he leaped backward and to the right, landing more than 2 meters away. Plop! Plop! The snake's head fell off, leaving a shallow indentation in the sand. However, what was astonishing was that the headless snake's body did not bleed a single drop of blood, nor did its body move even an inch. It remained stiff and upright, suspended mid-air. It stood at an angle, as if in a state of pilgrimage. Dead? Seeing this, Lin Shi immediately breathed a sigh of relief, but then furrowed his brows again. However, how could such a large snake be living in a place like this? Lin Shi gripped his short blade, first glancing at the dark mine shaft in the distance before shifting his attention back to the snake. It resembled the rock python he had slain last time at Shinnongjia. This snake also bore patterns on its body, but its color was not brown. Instead, it was a golden yellow akin to sand, reminiscent of the hue of a golden python. However, compared to the golden python, the diameter of this snake's body is significantly thicker. Lin Shi roughly measured it and found that the widest part had already reached 40 centimeters. A true dominant presence. However, it is clear that it is not the dominant force in this region. Because it is dead. The snake's body had been eaten until only half of it remained. Friends, this large snake must have died no more than a week ago. As you can see, although the flesh inside is somewhat withered, it has clearly not yet begun to rot. Moreover, well, what a coincidence. I found the tooth marks of that mysterious creature again. Lin Shi crouched beside the severed end of the snake's body, using a dagger to gently scrape at the long-since-dried wound. Instantly, rows of sharp, saw-like tooth marks reappeared before his eyes. Furrowing his brows, Lin Shi spoke in a low voice. The corpses we saw earlier had been dead for at least several decades. Yet now, we see these marks on this snake. Clearly, either this creature has an exceptionally long lifespan, capable of surviving for decades in such an extremely food-scarce environment, or this creature isn't alone, it's part of a population. Moreover, the previous corpse was at least several kilometers away from here. It seems that the habitat of these giant creatures is quite extensive. Lin Shi frowned in thought, completely oblivious to the situation in the live stream. It was as if time had come to a standstill. On the current screen, no new comments have appeared for several seconds. The audience is stunned. The rapid succession of intense stimuli was so overwhelming that a significant portion of the audience couldn't even process what was happening, let alone react. They were left speechless by the relentless stream of shocking images unfolding before their eyes. They could only stand there, dumbfounded, listening to Lin Shi's narration. However, the next moment, as if feeling that the shock he had given the audience wasn't enough, Lin Shi finally snapped out of his thoughts. He spoke into the camera in a solemn tone. If they can hunt such a large animal, it's clear that this creature is quite large. However, over the years, we've never seen them on satellite imagery or aerial footage. Their habitat must not be on the ground. Lin Shi looked up at the endless, deep, and silent mine shaft behind him, squinting his eyes. This is an underground mine shaft, yet we can still find traces of it. Friends, it seems we've hit the jackpot. This group of large creatures must be living in this long-abandoned mine shaft, which serves as their natural nest. What? Shiga, I'm scared, don't scare me. What? Shiga, I'm scared, don't scare me. It's hard to imagine how big a creature must be to hunt a snake that's 3 meters long, even if it's only half its body. And Shiga, you're still in their nest right now. Shiga, seriously, don't be so stubborn this time. Just run away quickly. Just like last time, there must be big shots watching your live stream. Let the higher-ups send armed personnel in. Shiga, seriously, don't try to fight them this time. Just run. Just like last time, there must be higher-ups watching your live stream. Have them send armed personnel in. Hey, you up there, do you really think ordinary armed personnel are better than Shiga? To be honest, Shiga could easily take down a whole group of them. Then what should we do? Are we really going to let Shiga go alone? Hey, everyone, stop arguing. Let's hear what Shiga has to say. Obviously, after everything that had happened, Lin Shi had gained a large group of loyal fans. Looking at the comments they posted, most of them were concerned about his safety. Lin Shi expressed his gratitude for this. However, he wasn't so cowardly as to run away without even seeing what the creature looked like. This wasn't just because the system wouldn't allow it, Lin Shi himself wouldn't allow it either. Looking at the snake corpse before him, which had not yet decomposed and still had most of its flesh intact, and then glancing around the empty, utterly silent mine shaft, Lin Shi curled the corners of his mouth. Then, to the complete surprise of everyone present, he casually sat down on the ground and began cutting the snake meat. At the same time, he gave the camera a casual smile and said leisurely, "The sky is vast, the earth is vast, but nothing compares to the importance of eating. Since arriving here this morning, I've only drunk half a cup of water and nibbled on a piece of cactus, nothing else. I'm starving now." So Lin Shi shrugged his shoulders, showing no sign of tension. Who cares about some mysterious creature? Let us eat first and worry about that later. If they dare to come over at this moment, it'll save us the trouble of going to find them. Lin Shi's lips curled into a faint smile. However, behind that smile lay a hidden intent that everyone could sense, a strong sense of danger. Clearly, he wasn't joking. Chapter 69, The Smoke-Free Stove. This twist was completely unexpected. Shiga, I don't know whether to call you brave or foolish. This is the lair of those terrifying creatures. Instead of thinking about how to escape, you're thinking about eating? I can understand, but this sudden change in tone is still pretty hard to swallow. That's impressive. I admire Kijej's laid-back attitude toward life. The sudden change in tone caught many off guard, including Zhang Jiancheng and the other elders waiting outside the Shinongjia ruins for the armed personnel to finish their scans. Their beards trembled in response. This kid, does he have nerves of steel or what? He actually dares to say he's hungry? The elderly man in glasses raised his eyebrows. Doesn't he realize the situation he's in? Old Shui, don't worry. This kid isn't the type to be clueless about the situation. He must have his own reasons for acting this way. Wang Wenhuo also walked over, looked at the screen of the other man's phone, and patted his shoulder as he spoke. What's going on? What kind of trouble has Lin caused this time? Zhang Jiancheng, the old man, was sitting on a large rock nearby, fanning himself while listening to the two of them shouting. He couldn't help but turn his head and ask. Although they were both leading figures in the archaeological community of Manhwa, the artifacts inside the ruins were too important, so even with their status, they couldn't act rashly. Only after the armed personnel have removed items such as the wildman cultivation chambers, fission reactors, and genetic research documents will they be permitted to enter the site. Since everything is still ongoing, they have become the most leisurely people here. When Zhang Lao asked, the elderly man wearing glasses frowned and said, "That kid is nothing but trouble. Wherever he goes, trouble follows. Now he's gone to the Lopner Desert, and he's even discovered some unknown creature. Moreover, the mine shaft he's in is likely their nest. Instead of figuring out how to escape, he's casually saying he's hungry. Tell me, has this kid lost his mind?" The old man's words were blunt, but his concern was evident to everyone. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiancheng couldn't help but twitch the corner of his eye. He leaned in to take a closer look before finally saying with a mix of laughter and tears, "Don't worry. With Lin Xiaoji's skills and character, nothing will go wrong. I know, I'm just worried about him. The elderly man in glasses rolled his eyes and muttered under his breath. Meanwhile, in the Luobu Lake mine shaft. Friends, I'm sure many of you are curious, in such a relatively enclosed environment, could lighting a fire recklessly lead to carbon monoxide poisoning? Lin Qi, while cleaning the snake meat, smiled and said, actually, you don't need to worry too much, because I've already thought of a way to live without producing too much smoke. What method? In the wild, smoke is inevitable when you start a fire, isn't it? What method? Isn't smoke inevitable when you start a fire in the wild? I'm curious too. Everyone, get your notebooks ready. It feels like Qi Go is about to share some new knowledge. The audience was filled with curiosity and anticipation. Lin Qi saw this, smiled slightly, and didn't delay for too long. After placing the clean snake meat into the small pot, Lin Qi patted his slightly slippery palms, stood up, and once again pulled out his short blade. The method I'm about to use is one commonly employed during military field exercises, known as the smokeless stove. Although it resembles a standard semi-submerged stove, it effectively disperses smoke, preventing carbon monoxide levels in the air from rising rapidly. The specific method is as follows. As he spoke, Lin Qi had already taken out a short blade and started digging into the ground. Perhaps the builders who constructed this place years ago had reinforced the ground, so the soil beneath Lin Qi's feet was not simply sand but a mixture of soil and. This is also why the U-shaped structure he had seen earlier had not collapsed over the years. It has actually made things much more convenient for Lin Qi. He dug 2.5-meter deep pits on the mixed ground and said, this larger pit is for adding these wooden planks later. As you can see, there are many fallen wooden planks scattered around, which can be used for kindling. The smaller pit in front is our cooking area. We will be cooking here shortly. How about it? Does it look similar to the traditional earthen stove you've seen before? Lin Qi smiled at the camera, but now we're about to uncover the essence of the smokeless stove. Watch closely. As he spoke, Lin Qi jumped out of the large pit, took a few steps to the front of the stove, and stood right next to the snake's corpse. While continuing to dig, he said, at the front of the stove, we uncovered a flue connected to the stove. Generally speaking, the number of flues is not fixed. There can be 2, 3, or just 1. This primarily depends on whether you want the smoke to disperse more widely and whether the terrain is open. We are currently in a mineshaft, which is narrow and elongated front to back but not very wide side to side, so I plan to dig only one flue, extending all the way to the U-shaped structure here. This way, even if the smoke disperses, it will follow the path we came and spread directly outward. Although he was explaining as he dug, Lin Qi's strength and speed were far above average, so it didn't take more than 3 or 5 minutes for a rather odd smokeless stove to appear before everyone's eyes. It was so astonishing that people couldn't help but marvel at it. Chapter 70, The Mysterious Poisonous Herb and the Underground Maze. Lin Qi raised his eyebrows. As if he had thought of something, he couldn't help but smile and said, this reminds me of a buddy of mine who was a Bing. He casually lit the fire, and while frying snake meat in a small pot, Lin Qi continued, back then, during a field exercise, a group of new recruits happened to arrive near a farm field. It was already dark, and they had been hungry all day, having finished their rations. So my buddy ran into the field and stole a few sweet potatoes. Before they could even eat them, they were caught red-handed by the veteran soldiers playing the role of their opponents. For that incident, they were confined to barracks for a whole week and had to compensate the farmer several $100s before the matter was settled. Looking back now, my buddy really had it rough. With a wry smile, Lin Qi shook his head, revealing an expression that was hard to suppress, causing the audience to burst into laughter and start sending comments to tease him. No way, is it really that bad? Ha, your buddy must have been thinking, guys, can I finish eating this roasted sweet potato first? I'm starving. Stealing a few sweet potatoes got you locked up for a week, and you had to pay hundreds of dollars on top of that? Are those sweet potatoes made of gold? And really, did they have to lock you up? The person above must not know how strictly the military enforces such matters. This has already violated the core principle of not taking even a single thread from the people, right? By the way, didn't Qi Gu say before that when eating snake meat, it's best to drain the blood first? Why didn't Qi Gu do that this time? Oh, you didn't mention it, so I totally forgot. Qi Gu, why didn't you? Before eating snake meat, you do indeed need to drain the blood first, but how do you know I didn't do that this time? Seeing someone mention this in the comments, Lin Qi used a dagger to flip through the snake meat slices in the pot and said with a smile, as you all saw earlier, the blood inside the snake has already coagulated. Through simple anatomy, we know that after a living organism dies, since the blood no longer flows, it is affected by gravity and sinks to the lower side, forming spotted or large bruise-like patterns on the surface of the body, which are known as postmortem lividity. To illustrate this more clearly, Lin Qi casually kicked over the snake's corpse beside him. Instantly, the underside of the snake appeared on the live stream. Just as Lin Qi had said, at that moment, the scales on the snake's underside were already covered in numerous dense reddish-brown spots, resembling a rash, which was particularly terrifying. Can you see it? This is what happens when snake blood seeps through the skin, or rather, the scales. Lin Shi turned the camera back as if he hadn't seen anything, continuing as if nothing had happened. Since the blood has already coagulated and settled at the bottom, doesn't that mean the upper layer of snake meat is essentially non-existent, or at most just a small amount of snake blood? Moreover, as you saw earlier, I carefully selected the snake meat while cutting it, avoiding areas with red blood spots. In other words, the snake meat we are eating now is safe, and there is no need to worry about blood parasites. Oh, I see. 66,666. I've learned something new. MMP, simple anatomy, good. Do you have some misunderstanding about anatomy? As someone studying forensic medicine, I'm already exhausted. GGE's mini class is now in session. If your child is struggling with their studies, it's likely due to ineffective methods. Come join Shigo for lessons taught in the most engaging and vivid way. We guarantee you'll learn and master the material. Hey, how's Chiga's little classroom going? Looking at the comments on the screen, Lin Shi smiled. In reality, it wasn't as easy as he made it sound. Even if the blood has been completely drained, there will still be a significant amount of blood remaining in the snake meat. Lin Shi dares to eat it so boldly because he has an anti-venom constitution and is simply enduring the effects. After all, if he were to wash the snake meat again, not only would it take a long time, but even the water in his pot wouldn't be enough. As he thought this, Lin Shi just picked up the pepper shaker to sprinkle some inside, when suddenly, the system, which had been silent all along, spoke in his mind. Unknown plant residue detected in the snake's stomach. This substance may be toxic, causing hallucinations and central nervous system damage, leading to madness. Danger level, low. Host need not worry. Due to the host's route deviation, the original route is now invalid. A new map is being redrawn. Immediately, the light screen shifted, and the original map vanished. In its place, a complex underground structure resembling a spider's web suddenly appeared before Lin Shi. Judging by the complexity of the design, it was clear that the builders of this mine had put in a tremendous amount of effort back in the day. Lin Shi's eyes lit up. He quickly focused all his attention on studying the map. Clearly, this vast underground network covered an extremely wide area. Even judging from the red route he had taken earlier, he had already entered the boundaries of this underground labyrinth long before encountering the desiccated corpse. And just as Lin Shi had previously speculated, this mine shaft was indeed the lair of those mysterious creatures. Because Lin Shi had already discovered multiple passages connected to the original mine shafts in the underground labyrinth on the map. They resembled parasites, extending from all directions and transforming the mine shafts into part of their lair. As I suspected, it seems my previous assumptions about them were correct. But aren't they supposed to live on the plains in the northeast? How did they end up here, all the way from so far away? Lin Shi frowned, utterly perplexed. Chapter 71, Gold Mine. Piles of gold. The audience had no idea what Lin Shi was thinking, but seeing him suddenly furrow his brows and stop moving his hands, they couldn't help but feel curious and started sending messages in the chat. Lin Shi snapped back to reality, waved his hand, and smiled faintly. Nothing, I was just wondering where this mine shaft leads to and what it's used for. After all, constructing such a mine shaft in the desert must have required a massive amount of work. It might have been initiated by some influential figure, but why go to all that trouble and effort only to abandon it afterward? A clever diversion tactic immediately redirected the audience's attention. That's right. Speaking of which, the construction of this mine shaft here is extremely mysterious. After all, the desert is not like a plain or mountainous area, and given the construction technology at that time, it was indeed quite challenging. The construction difficulty is not that big of a deal. After all, our country has built many projects with high difficulty in the past. The key question is, why was this abandoned? Could it be because of those mysterious creatures? It's possible. After all, if they can eat humans, that means they're extremely dangerous. Maybe it was because of a cannibalism incident that the builders were forced to abandon this place. What the heck is that creature? Chigo must know, but he just won't say. So frustrating. From Lin Shi's offhand remark earlier, the audience immediately realized that he must have figured something out, but this guy kept refusing to say anything, citing lack of evidence, which was truly frustrating. As he watched the comments section buzz with excitement, with people flooding the screen with messages like, just say it already, and if you don't say it, I'm unfollowing you, Lin Shi curled the corners of his mouth into a smile. He picked up a piece of fried snake meat, put it in his mouth, and chewed slowly for a while before nodding contentedly. It's not that I don't want to say it, he said, but even if I did, few people would believe me. Anyway, we've already entered their nest area. What it is exactly, you'll find out soon enough when we encounter it. After saying that, Lin Shi fell silent, focusing intently on savoring the delicious fried snake meat. Seeing the expression of pure enjoyment on his face, some of the audience members who had been asking questions just a moment ago clenched their teeth and said angrily, "Damn it! That expression again. How hasn't he starved to death in the desert yet? So frustrating. It's only a little past 1 p.m, why do I feel hungry again after just finishing lunch? Now I finally understand what you meant when you said it would only come to this. This isn't a wilderness adventure, it's a food live stream. Guys, I can't take it anymore. I'm going down to eat another meal. Just like in Mencius's Gauzy's viewpoint, food and sex are natural desires. In the face of delicious food and beautiful scenery, people are often easily captivated and forget the things they were previously preoccupied with. At this moment, watching Lin Chi indulge in the feast with such evident enjoyment, not only the audience but even the young woman watching the live stream from her dorm room, Zhang Xiaolin, couldn't stay seated. With her beautiful eyes wide open, she was actually having a hot pot party with her roommates in the dorm room. Clearly, after the incident where Lin Chi had a fierce battle with a rock python underwater, her roommates had all been dragged into it and were now watching Lin Chi's livestream. Ah, that feels good. After finishing the snake meat, Lin Chi drank a sip of the hot water from the kettle and lay back on the sand without any regard for his appearance. If there had been a bed nearby at that moment, everyone would have guessed that he would have collapsed onto it and fallen asleep immediately. Of course, although he looked lazy, Lin Chi was actually on high alert the entire time. After all, live streaming is live streaming. If he had truly let his guard down and lost awareness of his surroundings, he would have been killed in the previous dangerous situation. Would he still have the popularity he has now? Alright, we've had our fill. It's time for us to hit the road again. After a brief rest, Lin Chi flipped over and stood up again. After tidying up his gear and extinguishing the fire, he set off once more toward the deeper reaches of the mine shaft, under the expectant gazes of the others. This time, thanks to the newly updated map from the system, Lin Chi moved even faster, covering 8 or 9 meters in a second, like the wind, gliding through the narrow and deep mine shaft. As he ventured deeper into the mine shaft, a faint whistling sound began to echo in his ears. Though he couldn't pinpoint its origin, it was clear that the mine shaft had developed breaches, allowing the wind from the surface to rush in through the openings. Lin Chi remained composed and continued to move forward swiftly. Soon, as he followed the planned route and turned at a fork in the road, the scene that greeted his eyes caused him to shudder once again. It was a mining area. The mine shafts, now much wider than before, were filled with crisscrossing support planks. The walls on both sides were no longer sand but rock, and faintly visible were golden sparks flickering on the surface. A weathered iron track stretched out from the depths of the mine shaft. Not far away, a small minecart, equally rusted, is parked nearby. Lin Chi quickly approached, and suddenly, under the spotlight of the camera, a glittering pile of ore came into view. Gold! A whole truckload of gold. Huh, friends, it looks like the mine site we found this time is a gold mine. Wow, I've never seen so much raw gold ore before. Looking at the truck full of gold ore in front of him, Lin Chi couldn't help but let his eyes sparkle with excitement and shout out loud. Meanwhile, the viewers in the livestream were already in a frenzy the moment they saw the gold ore. Holy crap! It's out! How much does this weigh? Chi-Gu really hit the jackpot this time. How come Chi-Gu always has such good luck? Earlier at Shinongjia, he casually found oracle bones in ancient ruins, and now he's discovered gold. Damn it, you lucky bastard. Exactly. Cheater. Chi-Gu, can you bring me along next time you go live? I don't ask for much, just share a little of whatever treasures you find. Everyone, don't get too excited just yet. This is just raw ore, not ready-made gold. Seeing the chat box erupt with excitement and gifts flying everywhere, Lin Chi couldn't help but pour a bucket of cold water on the crowd to calm everyone down. As you can see, while there are a lot of these gold ore samples enough to fill this entire cart, the vast majority are sandstone containing gold particles. In other words, approximately 80% of this is useless waste material. Furthermore, to transform the raw ore into gold that people can use and see in the market, numerous processes are required, such as separation, smelting, purification, and shaping. It's not as simple as you might imagine. It can't just be taken as is and sold for money. Chapter 72, The Death Worm. Although Lin Chi's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over their heads, they still couldn't quell the excitement and anticipation in everyone's hearts. After all, no matter how you look at it, this is gold. How much is this worth? As he watched the comments scroll by like a river and various gifts fly through the livestream as if they were free, Lin Chi knew that there was no point in saying anything now. He would wait until everyone's excitement had died down before speaking again. Shrugging his shoulders, Lin Chi instructed the camera to keep filming the minecart while he turned his attention to the surrounding mine shafts. Earlier, he had only gotten a general overview, and many details had gone unnoticed. Now, upon closer inspection, a completely different scene unfolded before his eyes. It was as if he had stepped into a crime scene from decades ago. Around the minecart, there were at least dozens of human skeletons scattered haphazardly. Most of them were already badly damaged. The twisted bones are scattered everywhere. Even Lin Chi saw several others, with only half their bodies remaining, their entire spines torn away, leaving nothing but half-exposed bones. Their linen-colored work uniforms had been torn into shreds, and the heavy black batteries strapped to their backs, along with the headlamps on their helmets, would never emit even a single ray of light again. Though silent, Lin Chi could still sense the agonizing screams and despair that seemed to have accumulated over decades, emanating from the hollow eye sockets and the protruding brow bones. Friends, I think we now know why this place was abandoned all those years ago. Lin Chi frowned and spoke in a solemn voice. Ignoring the comments in the live stream, he quickly pulled the camera back to his side and aimed it at the half-skeleton in front of him, which was reaching out as if trying to escape. Looking at the skeletal remains, covered in tooth marks and devoid of any flesh, Lin Chi narrowed his eyes and said, "Do you see the tooth marks all over these bones? They're from those mysterious creatures again." Clearly, decades ago, they had already launched a severe biological attack here. Those who were working here at the time had no chance to escape and were all killed on the spot. And look at those skeletal remains in the distance. Lin Chi pointed behind him at the scattered bones. The farthest skeleton was only about 10 meters away from us. This indicated that the time interval between their realization and their deaths might not have exceeded a few seconds. Clearly, the group of creatures that launched the attack numbered at least several dozen, moving swiftly and being quite large in size. Take a closer look at the tooth marks on this skeleton. Using a dagger, Lin Chi picked away from the bones and zoomed in with the camera, giving the tooth marks a close-up. Due to various reasons, the traces of the tooth marks had been damaged, but this area had likely been untouched for decades, so the tooth marks here should be the most representative. Look, although they appear dense and chaotic, upon closer inspection, you will notice that they are actually arranged in a fixed order. It's like concentric circles, one inside the other. Clearly, this creature must have a very large mouth, covered in saw-toothed fangs. In nature, there are many creatures with sharp teeth, such as the well-known piranhas, great white sharks, lizards, and various snakes, all of which have sharp teeth. However, a creature with teeth covering the entire mouth and growing in a concentric circle pattern is truly unique. As far as I know, there is only one such species. That's the deathworm, a creature living underground in MG country, known as the deathworm. Don't you all want to know what I think this creature is? Well, now I'll tell you, it's the deathworm, a terrifying creature that exists only in legend and is known as an urban legend. What? No sooner had the words left his mouth than the previously bustling chat section suddenly went blank for a few seconds. Moments later, someone spoke in shock. Isn't that thing supposed to exist only in legends? Chi-gu, are you sure it's that thing? You know, the deathworm is mostly talked about in MG country. Even if it does exist, it should be in MG country. This is the Lopner Desert, and the two places are at least 1,000 miles apart. No wonder Chi-gu said earlier that even if you told people, few would believe it. This creature only exists in legends and stories. Mentioning it wouldn't convince many people. The person above, wasn't the Shin-nongjia wildman also just a legend? What happened in the end? Kajesh found them, and even discovered their birthplace with his own hands. With so much evidence right in front of us, I believe Kajej's judgment. I'm not saying I don't believe it, I'm just shocked. Wait, if it was a deathworm attack, where are the holes? After all, in the story, they were all huge. If they attacked, there should be at least some traces left, right? That doesn't make sense, Chi-gu. If it was an attack by deathworms, where are the holes they left behind? After all, in the story, they were described as being quite large. If they attacked, it's impossible that there wouldn't be any traces left behind, right? Indeed, that's exactly what I'm trying to find out. Looking at the doubts in the comments, Lin Chi nodded. Setting aside the issue of the deathworm's origin, if they wanted to launch such a large-scale attack, the entrance they created would have to be quite large, but there was none here. It seems we need to search the surrounding area. With that, Lin Chi stood up immediately. While using the light emitted by the camera, he once again activated the super perception skill. To be honest, super perception was his favorite skill at the moment. The reason he had been able to enjoy the snake meat so effortlessly earlier was because he had activated this skill multiple times during that period. Moreover, after using it so many times, it's clear that his mastery of this skill has become increasingly proficient. In fact, he no longer needs to look with his eyes relying solely on his senses. He can ensure that within a radius of about 2 meters, he will not be caught off guard by any sudden developments. Lin Chi estimated that if he were to further refine this skill to the master level, might he be able to attain the legendary super perception ability? Lin Chi estimated that if he were to cultivate this skill to the master level or beyond, might he then possess the legendary super perception ability? Seeing the world through one's inner eye, everything is within one's perception. He curled the corners of his mouth and pushed all those jumbled thoughts out of his mind. But suddenly, it was as if a flash of inspiration struck him. Just as Lin Chi shook his head, his senses suddenly detected a slight fluctuation. Immediately afterward, as if drawn by some mysterious force, a strong sense of danger suddenly emanated from the ground about 10 meters to his right front. Something's wrong. Lin Chi's spirits shot up. He didn't bother with his previous feelings and hurried toward the place where he sensed the disturbance. It was still flat ground. But it was different from the surrounding area. There is a large area here that seems to have been blocked off by something later on. Both the geology and color show a massive fault line, nearly 10 meters wide. Moreover, when Lin Chi stood atop the fault line, an even more intense sense of danger suddenly surged up from the ground beneath his feet. Lin Chi narrowed his eyes, as if testing the ground, and stomped his feet heavily. Thud! Suddenly, a distinct hollow thud echoed from the ground beneath their feet. Friends, I've found it. Chapter 73, The Foul-Smelling Wormhole. Where is it? Where is it? What is it, Chi-gu? There's nothing here. Chi-gu, we're looking for a big hole, not flat ground. You're going the wrong way. Flying pig, everyone, stop messing around. Something's off about the ground. Has old pig noticed yet? Lin Chi smiled. He adjusted the follow camera to maximum brightness and slowly filmed a circle along the edge of the fault line. Only then did he say, everyone, you should be able to see it now. The soil here is clearly very different from the surrounding area. It was obviously covered up during post-production. Moreover, I just stomped my feet here and found that there is nothing below. Clearly, this is where the death worm launched its attack. Lin Chi stomped his feet again. Suddenly, a clearer thudding sound echoed through everyone's headphones and speakers, causing them to marvel in astonishment. These monsters could actually fill in the holes? But why were they doing this? Lin Chi also shared this confusion. But none of that matters now. After all, there are too many possible explanations for this issue, so let's set it aside for now. The most important thing is to find them first. Although the system didn't prompt him, Lin Chi was now 100% certain that the abnormal creatures mentioned in the mission were definitely them. With that thought in mind, Lin Chi once again brought up the mission panel. New mission, the Mysterious Sea of Death. Mission description: within 3 days of obtaining the hunting license, travel to the Lopner region in the northwest of Dragon Country to search for ancient ruins left behind from a bygone era. Task 1, proceed to the Lopner region within the specified timeframe. Reward, Desert Gear Set X1 completed. Task 2, locate and defeat the leader of the abnormal creatures. Reward, Lucky Spin X1. Task 3, find the ancient ruins and share them with the public. Reward, Rare Skill Draw X1. Defeat the abnormal creature boss? Lin Chi rubbed his chin, glanced at the wormhole beneath his feet that had been filled in, and sighed, it seems I'll have to go inside and take a look. Damn it, just thinking about it gives me goosebumps. Silently venting his frustration in his heart, Lin Chi raised his knife and, under the shocked and puzzled stares of the crowd, began hacking at the ground beneath his feet. It must be said that the short knife produced by the system was indeed quite impressive. When struck against mixed sandstone, it cuts through like tofu, leaving a clean, unobstructed cut several centimeters long. The edge remains as sharp as new, with not even the slightest hint of a dull edge visible. Lin Chi was filled with delight. Suddenly, his hands moved faster. Bang! Just like the high-frequency sound of a tunnel boring machine. In the audience's line of sight, Lin's movements were lightning fast, and the short blade in his hand seemed to dance like a flower. Meanwhile, the ground beneath his feet began to be dug open at a speed visible to the naked eye. Moments later, with a loud crash, directly fell to the ground, revealing a vertical, pitch-black abyss that suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. They actually dug through it. What the heck, Chi-gu, are you a mouse or something? Look, look! This hole is so dark. Could there be death worms hiding underground, waiting for Chi-gu? Hey, you upstairs! Shut your mouth. Oh my god, what's that smell? Before he could interact with the audience, a sudden, extremely pungent stench erupted from the cave, like a toxic gas bomb, filling Lin Chi's nostrils. Lin Chi quickly stepped back, his brows furrowing into a frown as he said, friends, perhaps due to being sealed off for decades, this pit has accumulated an indescribable stench. It's like a truckload of stinky tofu suddenly overturned and shattered by the roadside, and you just happen to be downwind, with the entire stench hitting your face. Fishy, damp, and sticky. Mouth area. As he spoke, it seemed as though he was savoring the aftertaste of what had just happened. Lin Chi's lips twitched, and he turned away from the camera, bending over and vomiting violently. The expression on his face was so agonizing that it seemed as though he was about to vomit every last drop of stomach acid. The audience couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy, and they knew without a doubt that what Lin Chi was describing was no exaggeration. Feeling so sorry for Chi-gu, taking the brunt of a poison gas bomb. It's almost unimaginable what kind of smell could be so disgusting that it made Chi-gu feel sick. Imagine your roommate hasn't washed for a month, and the socks piled under the bed frame. Oh my gosh, stop talking. I'm going to throw up. Ping Ping Xiaoman too tipped the streamer once, which was super popular. Feeling sorry for Chi-gu, patting his head. With bloodshot eyes, Lin Chi suppressed the urge to continue vomiting. He twitched his lips and muttered to himself, system, check if this smell is toxic. I feel like my entire windpipe is on fire. Detection complete. Scan complete. Preliminary assessment, toxic. Threat level, low. However, since this is the outermost layer, the threat level is only for reference. The system will update in real time once the host enters the wormhole. If the threat level changes, the host will be immediately alerted. It is indeed toxic. Narrowing his eyes, Lin Chi stood up again. Looking at the pitch-black hole just a short distance away from his feet, he thought for a moment before speaking into the camera, friends, the wormhole is right before our eyes. Though I don't want to smell that odor again, this is a rare opportunity. If we miss it, I'll probably regret it for the rest of my life. I'm going down to take a look. Without glancing at the public screen, which was once again filled with shock, Lin Chi opened his backpack and pulled out the spare parachute he had brought with him but had never used. As he pulled out the parachute cord from the top, Lin Chi explained to the camera, "Just now, I heard the sound of rocks falling down, and within less than a second, they came back up. Clearly, the vertical depth here isn't very deep." Generally speaking, the parachute ropes are made by braiding 32 strands of nylon rope together, so they are very strong and capable of supporting my weight. Using them, I should be able to descend safely to the ground. Although they appear short when coiled up in the backpack, when Lin Chi fully unfurled them from the reserve parachute, everyone realized that you can't judge a rope by its appearance. They resembled a long, linen-colored dragon. Even after Lin Chi had taken it and tied it to the tracks, the remaining rope was still over 20 meters long. Clearly, it was more than sufficient for the task at hand. He tossed the remaining rope into the hole and stood aside, peering down. The foul odor still lingered, but after some time had passed, it had dissipated to a level Lin Chi could tolerate. Seeing this, he no longer hesitated, took a deep breath, and then smiled calmly at the camera. "Huff. I'm going down, friends. Wish me luck." Chapter 74, The Nest. If the mine shaft above their heads was paradise, then the wormhole they were currently in was clearly hell. Stifling heat, dampness, and a foul stench. It's like a torturous chorus that grinds away at the soul. In the murky air around them, they laughed wildly and unrestrainedly. Lin Chi didn't particularly like this kind of environment. It made him feel a sense of oppression, coming at him from all directions, from every angle. The technical term for this is probably claustrophobia? Either way, it was extremely unpleasant. But after all, he had a mission to complete, and he was determined to find the leader of these deathworms so he could extract new bloodlines from its body. So, no matter how uncomfortable he felt right now, he had to endure it. This forced him to shift his attention to his surroundings. With the help of the light emitted by the camera floating beside him, Lin Chi was able to see the situation around him clearly. It was like a burning torch. The irregular rock walls around them were covered in thick layers of sticky liquid, piled one on top of the other, with various fragments of bones mixed in among them. It was impossible to tell whether they belonged to humans or other animals. It seems these deathworms have caused quite a bit of havoc here. Narrowing his eyes, Lin Chi turned his attention to the light screen in front of him. The footage from the tracking camera showed a close-up view, which was undoubtedly much clearer than what he could see with his naked eye. "Can everyone see the bones wrapped in the mucus?" Lin Chi extended a hand and pointed to the wall nearby, saying, "Their surfaces all bear strong signs of corrosion, and most of the bone tissue has already become soft and brittle. Clearly, the mucus secreted by these deathworms possesses highly corrosive properties. We'll have to be careful from now on. After all, these substances are clearly highly toxic to us, and if we come into excessive contact with them, it could result in severe burns." As he spoke, Lin Chi was also descending rapidly. Soon, with a soft thud, Lin Chi finally returned to the ground. The ground was covered in the same black, sticky liquid. Stepping on it, one could even hear a squishing sound, sending chills down the spines of both the audience and Lin Chi himself. Fortunately, the desert outfit provided by the system was quite reliable. At least Lin Chi glanced down and didn't notice any signs of corrosion on the soles of his shoes, which reassured him somewhat. When he looked up again, the scene before him had completely changed. It resembled the dungeon of a medieval castle in O continent. Centered on Lin Chi's position, within a 75-degree angle in front of him, there were no fewer than 20 small insect tunnels. Although there are extremely minor differences between them, these differences are so minor that without Lin Chi's super-sensory detection, they would be completely undetectable. This is somewhat puzzling. Are these insects all OCD sufferers? Must everything be built exactly the same? Lin Chi raised his eyebrows. And there was another question. Why do these insect passages only exist at this 75-degree angle, and not in other directions? Lin Chi glanced at the map displayed on the screen. Whether it was due to the system's limited scanning range or some other reason, the area Lin Chi could see on the map was only about 5 kilometers. Beyond that distance, nothing could be seen. What's going on here? System, don't you think you should explain? Lin Chi pinched his chin and asked in his mind. Due to an unknown reason, the system's detection capabilities have been obstructed, and it can only detect up to this distance. Unknown cause? Aren't you the system? There's something even you can't handle? Lin Chi was a bit surprised. After all, to become a system, its technological level must be quite advanced. Yet there are still methods on Blue Star that can block it? This is ridiculous. This system must remind the host that while its technological level far surpasses that of Blue Star, the universe is vast and full of wonders. Many times, extremely primitive methods have not been recorded in the system's database, and the system naturally cannot decipher them. This is perfectly normal. The system spoke with conviction, and the reasoning was straightforward. It's just like people's computers. In the early days, when games and operating systems required optical discs, every desktop computer had a CD-ROM drive. However, with the advancement of technology, CD-ROM drives have long been phased out. If you need to access content from a CD at this point, it is clearly impossible to do so using only the computer itself. Although Lin Shi understood the principle, he couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "What a garbage system." Friends, it seems we've hit another snag. Turning his attention to the more than 20 wormholes in front of him, Lin Shi said helplessly, "There are more than 20 wormholes. Although they don't differ much in direction for now, a slight deviation could lead to a huge difference. We need to choose the most likely route here." What the heck? There's still such a painstaking task? This is ridiculous. I thought there was only one passageway underground. What should we do now? Let's just keep going. After all, we don't know the terrain at all right now. Instead of dwelling on it, let's just follow our instincts. Maybe we'll reach our destination after all? Hey, up there. What the heck are you talking about, going by instinct? If that's the case, you might as well just throw your shoes away. The tip of the shoe will point you in the right direction. Hey, that's a good idea. Shigu can try it. It's already come to this, and you're still coming up with stupid ideas? Throw your shoes? Shigu just said that the slime here is corrosive. Taking off your shoes would only hurt your feet. Why not throw the dagger instead? Clearly, faced with such a helpless situation, no one had any good ideas, so they could only come up with ridiculous suggestions, causing Lin Shi to roll his eyes in exasperation. However, before Lin Shi could vent his frustration, the same inexplicable sense of danger suddenly returned. It was as if guided by an unseen force, leading straight to the wormhole on the far left. Ha! What's going on here? It appeared out of nowhere just now, and now it's appearing again. This is so strange. Lin Shi frowned. He wanted to ask the system in his mind, but just then, a series of sharp insect chirps suddenly drifted over from the leftmost wormhole. It must have been quite far away, so by the time it reached Lin Shi's ears, it had already become faint and indistinct. But Lin Shi's nerves instantly tensed up, his super senses activated to their maximum. Gripping the short blade, he slowly made his way toward the farthest left insect tunnel. Friends, you should be able to hear those sounds too, right? Clearly, what we're looking for is inside this insect tunnel. I'm going in to take a look. After speaking, Lin Shi shook the umbrella rope above his head a few times. As if automatically untied, the rope, which had been tightly bound and capable of withstanding the weight of at least one adult man, easily returned to his hands. Seeing this, Lin Shi couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, watching Bear Grylls' show in his previous life had been useful. If he hadn't learned this method of tying the rope from him, this rope would probably have been abandoned here. Chapter 75, A Horde of Disgusting Bugs. What the heck? How did Shigu manage to do that? That's amazing. Wasn't this umbrella strap tied to the tracks before? How did it come loose just by shaking it a few times? Faced with Lin Shi's almost magical move, the audience was obviously very curious and couldn't help but ask questions in the comments. Lin Shi saw this and couldn't help but shake his head, saying, "Can't you just watch what I'm teaching you properly? Earlier, when I tied the umbrella strap to the tracks, it was just a metaphor. In reality, the tied area has always been under my control." Lin Shi walked while whispering, "You all saw that rail earlier. It wasn't touching the ground, it was suspended slightly above it. I tied the two ends of the parachute cord together, forming a closed loop around it. Once I reach the ground, I can pull the parachute cord, causing the knotted end to return to my hands. I can then untie it, and it will naturally shake off and fall down." Wait, did Shigu just do that? I didn't see a thing. Hey, I told you guys weren't paying attention. I saw it earlier and was wondering why Shigu did that. Turns out it was for this. Hey, you up there, why didn't you say anything back then? You're just talking after the fact. You weren't paying attention. It's my fault? Alright, none of that matters. The key point is, Shigu might have encountered the deathworm earlier. That thing is a poisonous creature. Are you sure you can handle it? Whether I'm confident or not, we'll only know after trying. Lin Shi raised his eyebrows and heard the sharp chirping of insects again from the distance ahead. Not only that, but as he got closer, he could even hear the sound of a large number of insect legs stomping on the ground. Snap! In complete disarray. Clearly, there's more than just one deathworm up ahead. Friends, I think we're very close to this group of creatures. Listen, we can even hear their chaotic footsteps. We need to stay alert, avoid making any noise, and approach cautiously to take a closer look. Speaking softly, Lin Shi furrowed his brows. A pair of pitch black, piercing eyes once again grew sharp and intense. Clearly, Lin Shi was serious. As Lin Shi had said, after moving forward just a few dozen meters, a large red mark suddenly appeared on the light screen before his eyes. At the same time, the system's voice echoed through the air. Warning, abnormal creatures detected, 328 in total. Host, please take precautions. Over 300? Damn it, how many of these things are there? Upon hearing this number, Lin Shi's eyes widened in disbelief. He had originally thought that a dozen or so would be the absolute maximum. Now it seems that he is about to face an absolute challenge. Although he had already mentally prepared himself in advance, when the moment finally arrived, Lin Shi couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. It was as though he was surrounded by an endless, constantly writhing sea of insects. Before Lin Shi, within a slightly larger egg-shaped space, countless deathworms twisted and writhed ceaselessly. In the center of them all lay a gigantic deathworm, measuring 12 meters in length and 15 meters in diameter. Its massive body showed no distinct head features, only a vast abyssal maw spanning its entire front end, which opened slightly with a constant, ominous growl. Although it was still some distance away, Lin Shi could clearly see the dense rows of teeth extending from the outer edges all the way to the throat within that massive mouth. Judging by the number of teeth, Lin Shi had no doubt that if he were bitten by one, he would either die or be crippled for life. Friends, I found the deathworm, but I must issue a friendly warning. If you suffer from trypophobia or have a weak stomach, please switch pages immediately. This is no joke. Lin Shi's warning not only failed to deter these reckless viewers, but instead caused them to become even more defiant and shout angrily. Come on, Lin Shi, stop joking around. Let us take a look. We've got strong mental resilience. I've traveled all over the country, even had my legs run over by trains. Am I going to be scared of a bunch of insects? Exactly. Lin Shi, let us see. Clearly, this is a case of not giving up until you hit a brick wall. Lin Shi shrugged and quickly turned the camera toward the swarm of insects. In an instant, the entire live stream fell silent. This was followed by an overwhelming flood of vomiting emojis and heart-wrenching cries of despair in the chat. No one knew how many people had been so terrified by the sight that they had vomited, nor how many would now tremble at the sight of a bug for the rest of their lives. At least Wang Jiawei was already in a state of complete breakdown. She let out a scream and threw her phone across the room, her little face turning pale with fear. See? I warned you all, but you wouldn't listen. Looking at the screen filled with cries of despair, Lin Shi's tone was tinged with schadenfreude, causing the audience to immediately start posting crying emojis. Many even cried out that their phones had been smashed to pieces. Lin Shi shrugged indifferently and said, everyone can see it for themselves. We're facing a massive swarm of insects, at least hundreds of them. The largest one is probably the queen, while the rest, which are only half a meter or a meter long, are just the young ones. If we can control that mother insect and make it think I'm one of its own, we'll be able to get through easily. What? Shi-ge, you're still planning to go through in this situation? Shi-ge, Shi-yi. Please, I'm begging you. Let's leave, okay? We've already seen it, which proves that the deathworms really exist. Let's just get out of here quickly. Zhang Jiancheng from the Archaeological Research Institute, Lin, those creatures ahead are unknown organisms. There's almost no research data on them. No one knows how dangerous they are. You should leave immediately. Zhang Jiancheng from the Archaeological Research Institute, Lin kid, those things up ahead are unknown creatures. There's almost no research data on them. No one knows how dangerous they are. You should leave immediately. Archaeological Research Institute, Chui Wu, kid, don't be foolish. I was planning to take you as my apprentice. Flying pig, Shi-ge, the big shots have spoken. You should get out of here quickly. This situation is special. Even if you leave, no one will laugh at you. The comments flooded the screen, with even big shots like Zhang Jiancheng among them. Lin Shi was deeply moved, but he only smiled faintly. Do you all have so little faith in me? Don't forget, I'm a beast tamer. These bugs may look disgusting, but they're still just bugs. As long as you use the right method, walking past them isn't that difficult. Lin Shi wasn't bragging. After all, he had just glanced at his attribute panel. His advanced beast taming skills and mastery of Dai Zhong's swift step were his confidence. With these skills as his trump cards, Lin Shi was certain he would succeed. So, amidst the stunned, speechless, and dumbfounded stares of the crowd, Lin Shi rose to his feet with a casual air, bending his waist, and approached the 12-meter-long giant mother insect in a posture that did not appear threatening. Chapter 76, Charging into the Insect Sea, Sudden Mutations Arise. For the viewers of this world, there are many things that can leave them in awe, such as magnificent architecture, high-altitude skydiving, and breathtaking landscapes. However, there is no doubt that what Lin Shi is currently doing is undoubtedly the most shocking and awe-inspiring thing they have ever witnessed. Deep underground, alone, yet daring to face a swarm of insects. Even daring to charge through alone. It was like the desperate actions of a desperate man driven by life. But is Lin Shi really a desperate fugitive? No, he isn't. Or rather, not entirely. Everything he did, though seemingly reckless, was the result of Lin Shi's careful consideration and was something he was confident he could pull off. Just like he is now. Gazing at the massive deathworm, 12 meters long, coiled like a gigantic wall amidst the swarm of insects, Lin Shi's face showed no trace of fear, and a faint smile even lingered at the corners of his lips. Both the audience and the elderly Zhang Jiancheng were left speechless, completely at a loss for words. Meanwhile, online, the news that Lin Shi, alone, was about to cross the swarm of insects was discovered by various editors who had been lurking in the livestream. Despite the psychological discomfort they felt, they rushed to report the news on their columns as soon as possible. Among them were even editors from Penguin News and New Wolf News. In no time, Lin Shiming's fame once again went viral online. Without any external promotion, keywords such as Deathworm, Lopner, Gold Mine, and Lin Chi once again topped the trending charts. The live stream's viewership is skyrocketing. From the original 4 million, it has skyrocketed to 7.32 million. And as the situation continues to unfold, even more people are pouring in. Looking at the live stream, which had already reached over 7 million viewers and was just over 2 million away from the 1 million target, Lin Chi couldn't help but curve the corners of his mouth into a faint smile. He murmured to himself, in the natural world, whether they are predatory animals or gentle creatures, their sense of territory is extremely strong. If an aggressive creature suddenly invades their territory, they will undoubtedly attack immediately. Therefore, we must now adopt a low profile and use body language such as bowing to minimize our presence. At the same time, we must also naturally emit goodwill or similar signals from the depths of our hearts to confuse them, so that we can achieve success as much as possible. Lin Chi explained softly while activating his advanced beast taming technique. As for the skills produced by the system, it can be said that once they reach an advanced level, they differ from those mastered by ordinary people. Take advanced beast taming, for example. It can easily simulate any desired signal, thereby achieving the confusing effect that Lin Chi mentioned earlier. This makes the animals mistake it for one of their own kind. And once advanced animal taming reaches mastery level, the next step is beast speech, a divine technique that allows one to communicate effortlessly with animals. Roar! The moment Lin Chi appeared, the entire swarm of insects suddenly became even more chaotic, resembling a large cluster of caterpillars on a tree in summer or a turbulent sea surface, extremely disgusting. However, after Lin Chi emitted a signal to his kind, the swarm of insects gradually came to a halt. The massive deathworm, which had been roaring and seemed ready to strike, also tilted its head slightly. It seemed puzzled why had the other biological signals it had detected vanished. And why had they been replaced by a signal from its own kind? But insects are just insects. No matter how terrifying they may appear or how large their warnings may be, they will never possess advanced intelligence. When it let out another roar, Lin Chi clearly sensed the friendly or inquiring tone in its voice. The feeling was odd, causing Lin Chi to raise his eyebrows in curiosity. See? That's the power of beast taming. Carefully avoiding the insects under his feet, Lin Chi hurried forward while continuing to speak. When facing creatures with low intelligence, especially those without eyes that can only distinguish their own kind through pheromones or scent, my advanced beast taming skills can achieve results beyond your imagination. That's so amazing. Beast taming is really that powerful? I don't know about others' beast taming skills, but Chi Ge's are simply unmatched. This is way too interesting. Look, every time Chi Ge takes a step, those insects actively move out of the way, just like they've seen a king. Chi Ge, by the way, do you take apprentices? Name your price, just teach me a few tricks. That way, when I go out, I can impress the girls. Hey, you up there, your standards are way too low. If it were me, I'd beg and plead until Chi Ge taught me all his other skills too. That's what I call being a real pro. Speaking of which, I'm curious. Even if Chi Ge can temporarily disguise himself using beast taming, this environment is harsh and food is scarce. Won't they end up eating their own kind? Boom! It was as if someone had spoken ill of it. Just as the guy with the ID A Lonely Boat finished posting his comment, a sudden, intense wave of energy surged through the screen. Lin Chi was startled and quickly turned around to look. Behind him, the massive worm that had been motionless moments ago suddenly rose to its feet, its enormous mouth wide open. The sharp bone spines lining both sides of its massive jaws glinted with a cold, icy glow. Meanwhile, in the depths of the wormhole he had just traversed, a dense swarm of black shadows surged forward with overwhelming force, relentlessly advancing toward him. Lin Chi had excellent vision. Therefore, before the audience could even make out what it was, he already knew it was the same swarm of insects. And it was led by 2 adult deadworms, with the larvae having grown into a massive swarm of insects over 2 meters long. Clearly, the lone boat had been right all along. These insects eat their own kind. And I, unfortunately, happened to be targeted by another swarm of insects that came to feed. Brother, have you had your mouth blessed? Lin Chi felt a wave of frustration and hurriedly sped up, charging forward madly. If he didn't take advantage of the chaos to escape now, he'd never get another chance. Shout! Just as Lin Chi sped up, the giant deathworm behind him roared again. Waves of sound spread out, like a shockwave piercing the soul. Enveloped in anger, cruelty, ferocity, and bloodlust, these negative emotions intertwine, plunging one into an endless abyss of despair, where fear rises from the depths of the soul. Holy crap, your mouth is poisonous! Damn it, the tempered glass screen protector I just replaced is shattered. Kijesh, run! Hurry up! Hurry up! Look, they're already fighting behind us. Oh my god, this is so bloody. Chapter 77, Unexpected Discovery, The Dead of Lulan. Taking advantage of a moment while running, Lin Chi turned his head to glance behind him. Just as the comments in the video said. Bloody. Extremely bloody. There were at least 600 or 700 larvae on both sides, already engaged in fierce combat. From Lin Chi's perspective, it resembled a turbulent torrent with violent waves. Countless chirping sounds madly converge within the insect tunnel. Since the larvae from the other side were generally longer in body length, when faced with nearly the same number of opponents, the larvae on this side had no chance to resist and were instantly swallowed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Blood spattered and scattered in the foul, putrid air. Countless larvae in their mangled limbs were tossed into the air like rubber balls, torn apart and devoured by dozens of other larvae. 3 adult deathworms also began their battle. Compared to the larvae, their battle was even more brutal, with each strike landing directly on the flesh. The abyssal maw's massive jaws sink into its opponent's body, each strike sending a large chunk of blood and flesh flying. The sharp spikes, as sharp as long swords, left deep gashes on the opponent's body, exposing the bone beneath. The law of the jungle is being played out here in all its brutality. The fierce battles between their own kind are as though they have a blood feud, with no mercy shown whatsoever. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes, took a step back, and said in a deep voice, "Did you see that? That's the rule here. In a situation where food is scarce, the strong rule everything, and the weak, if they don't want to be devoured by the strong, must grow at all costs, no matter what it takes." Perhaps the strong you see are merely exploiting numerical superiority, using underhanded tactics like 2 against 1 to secure victory. But under the law of the jungle, victory is the only goal. If victory can be achieved, then all means deemed despicable, shameful, or lowly by human standards will be employed without hesitation. Lin Shi spoke in a low voice due to his position. However, this did nothing to diminish the profound impact they had on everyone present. This is absolutely terrifying. Even though it's been blurred out, the faint glimpses we can see are enough to imagine the sheer horror of what's happening. Oh, poor mother insect. She was provoked by other insects, yet they attacked her first, even using their numbers to outnumber her 2 to 1. That's absolutely despicable. Hey, that's the law of the jungle. Didn't you hear what Chigu said? For victory, even the most despicable and shameful tactics will be used. And think about the miners' bodies we saw earlier, they were all eaten by them. Right. Think about those who died, there's no sympathy left in your heart. These insects aren't worth a thing, they're all better off dead. The atmosphere in the live stream shifted from sympathy to spectacle in an instant. Some even began speculating how many more minutes it would take for the dominant side to eliminate their opponents. This made Lin Shi raise his eyebrows in surprise. But he didn't say anything, just turned around and continued walking forward. In nature, there is no right or wrong, only the strong and the weak. As the saying goes, the strong rule everything. The weak, not wanting to die, must do everything in their power to become strong, devouring the weak in the process, and thus an eternal cycle. Lin Shi understood this truth. That's why he's now risking his life to earn points. Points mean strength, points mean everything. As the distance grew, the roar of the battlefield gradually faded away, replaced by an eerie silence. The insect trails around them gradually widened. At the same time, the originally sticky mucus also gradually dries up. Clearly, the insect tunnels here were formed earlier than the previous ones, and the value they contain is even more precious. Lin Shi moved forward cautiously, filming as he went while activating his super perception to sense the surroundings. Suddenly, it felt like he had tripped over a vine. Lin Shi stumbled, quickly drew his sword, and looked back. It was a leg bone. It was wrapped in layers of dried mucus and lay in a state of decay on the edge of the cave wall. Although most of its clothing had disappeared, Lin Shi could still clearly discern its style from the remaining fragments. The Lulan style. Everyone, look! The clothing on this skeleton is actually in the style of the ancient Lulan kingdom. Lin Shi hurriedly leaned forward and exclaimed. Somewhat similar to a Z robe. The cuffs are relatively wide, with red as the main color and white on both sides. The collar is slanted, extending from the neck to the waist. This robe is very beautiful. Lin Shi moved closer, almost touching the skeleton, and exclaimed excitedly, "Everyone, look! Although it's a bit blurry, there are actually patterns on this robe. It looks somewhat like a bird, with flowers arranged around it, clearly indicating that it was women's clothing. Who would have thought that the clothing craftsmanship of the ancient Lulan kingdom had advanced to such a level? Wow!" With a sigh, Lin Shi held his breath and focused intently, carefully, and gently cutting away the solidified mucus clinging to the surface with a short blade. The audience couldn't help but marvel, even Chi-gu can be so careful at times? Is it so strange that I'm being careful? Seeing someone complain, Lin Shi rolled his eyes. These are all extremely valuable artifacts. Although severely damaged, they still provide insights into the cultural and technological levels of Lulan at the time and deserve such treatment. Moreover, you may not know that the earliest artifacts discovered during the excavation of Lulan date back to around 3,000 years ago. At that time, the people of Lulan primarily used animal hides and fur as raw materials for clothing. Clothing of a similar style was not introduced to this region until around 2,500 years ago, during the Han and Jin dynasties, when merchants brought them here from the Central Plains. If this garment is from that period, it at least indicates that the tunnel system we are currently in was constructed over 2,000 years ago. What does that even mean? Lin Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement. This could very well mean that the deathworms were not native to MG country, but had migrated there through underground passages. His words caused an immediate uproar. The onlookers were fine, but those in related fields such as archaeology or paleontology were left speechless, their eyes wide with astonishment. Oh my gosh, if that's the case, doesn't that mean there's a complex underground passage stretching nearly 1,000 miles between our dragon country and MG country? Goodness gracious, that's truly shocking. Zhang Chengjian from the Archaeology Research Institute, young man, be careful. Old Lu has already sent people over. If possible, try to bring this garment back. It holds immense value. Thank you. Zhang Jiancheng from the Archaeological Research Institute, kid, be careful. Old Lu has already sent someone over. If possible, try to bring this garment back. It has immense value. Thank you. Chapter 78, The Fall of the Ancient Town of Lulan. Upon seeing Zhang Jiancheng's old courtyard insurer's comments, Lin Shi couldn't help but smile. Old man, you don't need to excavate the ruins of Shinongjia anymore? You actually have the time to watch my live stream? I'll take this garment back with me. I'll also ask Lu Jiangwo to send more people over, and make sure they bring the poison neutralizing equipment. After all, these insects are all poisonous. Zhang Jiancheng from the Archaeological Research Institute, you still have the nerve to worry about others? Take care of yourself first. I was hoping to take you as my last disciple. Lin Shi and Zhang Jiancheng's lively banter immediately drew the attention of countless onlookers. Although no one knew who Zhang Jiancheng was, it didn't take long for someone to share the search results from Baidu with everyone. The onlookers were once again stunned. Zhang Jiancheng, a native of Jingdu, is an academician of the Dragon Science Academy and a leading figure in the archaeological community of Dragon Country. Additionally, Shui Wu, who previously expressed interest in taking Qi Gu as his disciple, is also an academician of the Dragon Science Academy and a leading figure in the field. Wow, is that for real? I thought someone was just bored and made up that name. 66,666. I never expected that I could be under the same roof as such a big shot. I suddenly feel like I've hit the jackpot. Hey, you up there. You're focusing on the wrong thing. These two big shots are both trying to take Qi Gu as their disciple. That's what is truly enviable, isn't it? As an archaeology researcher, I'm so sad I can't breathe. Interrupted by these people, Lin Shi immediately lost his interest in small talk. He rolled his eyes and muttered to himself, if you only knew, I wouldn't even bother being their disciple, and I even refused once. Wouldn't that make me explode on the spot? Of course, these were just his inner thoughts. Lin Shi didn't want to reveal too much about his personal life, it wouldn't benefit either him or others. At that moment, the tattered clothes on the skeleton were also carefully removed by Lin Shi. At first, no one noticed, but now that they were free from the constraints of the solidified mucus, under the light of the camera, the garments shimmered with unparalleled beauty. Holy cow, the patterns on this are actually outlined with gold thread. Lin Shi widened his eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, how is that possible? Clothes of such exquisite craftsmanship aren't something just anyone can wear. Could this woman be royalty or nobility? You must understand that ancient times were nothing like modern times. Back then, the class system was extremely rigid. A piece of clothing, an object, or even a name, none of these were something that commoners or wealthy merchants could use or wear as they pleased. And now, this garment clearly belonged to someone of the highest nobility, and Lin Shi couldn't help but shift his gaze once again to the withered skeleton beside him. Friends, it seems things are getting more and more interesting. A woman of noble birth, no less, has appeared here. What could have brought her here? Did she stumble upon this place by accident, or was she dragged here by some creature? If it's the former, why would someone of her status come here? And if it's the latter, why didn't the insects eat her on the spot? Interesting. Friends, let's keep moving forward. We might even come across the remains of others from the same period. As he spoke, Lin Shi stood up again and hurried toward the insect tunnel ahead. The two questions he had raised were clearly also the very things that Mr. Zhang Jiancheng had been most eager to know. Watching Lin Shi's swift figure move forward, Zhang Jiancheng smiled and nodded, glancing at the two old companions beside him who also wore thoughtful expressions. The more he looked at Lin Shi, the more he found him pleasing to the eye. As they continued forward, the path ahead gradually became wider. The soil around them also changed, and Lin Shi even spotted numerous plant fossils that had long since withered and been trapped within solidified rock on the ground on both sides. Camel thorns? How did these end up underground? Lin Shi was puzzled, but soon his puzzlement turned to shock. After walking only a short distance, about 100 meters or so, the insect-filled path suddenly opened up. In a cavernous space as large as 7 or 8 football fields, there stood a remarkably well-preserved ancient town of Lulan. The outermost layer consisted of a vast expanse of sandy mud houses, most of which had collapsed. The earth-colored walls bore numerous charred marks, clearly indicating that a major fire had occurred here during the incident. At the very center, there are several larger structures with more elaborate designs, resembling those found in the Central Plains in ancient Persia, featuring domed roofs and a mix of glazed tile and brick construction. Compared to the mud huts outside, these structures are significantly more robust. Although there are traces of fire damage, only a small portion of the buildings have collapsed, with the vast majority remaining intact. Lin Shi was stunned, Zhang Jiancheng and the others were stunned, and the onlookers were all completely speechless. Such a discovery was simply priceless. Wow! After nearly 10 seconds, Lin Shi finally snapped out of it, his eyes wide with disbelief as he let out a startled cry, then hurriedly ran toward the building complex. The audience was also startled awake, shouting in alarm and frantically flooding the screen with comments once again. Holy crap, is the entire town stuck here? Big news! Shi Go has done it again. Is this guy trying to dominate the trending charts? He already made it once before with the discovery of the deathworm, and it hasn't even gone down yet, and now it's back up again. I feel bad for the companies behind this. All that money they spent was wasted. Shi Gu doesn't want them to have a moment of peace. The audience was in an uproar, but Lin Shi had already entered the small town. Under the glow of the lights, only one word came into view. Dilapidated. Compared to observing from afar, all that could be seen here were the muddy ruins. If it weren't for the fact that they had formed the shapes of houses, anyone would have thought that these were sedimentary rocks washed down by a river. On the ground on both sides lie scattered pottery and ironware, though most are broken. However, the patterns on them clearly reveal many examples of the Han and Jin dynasty styles. Twisted skeletal remains are scattered everywhere within sight. However, as one approaches the center, where the luxurious buildings are located, these bones gradually become fewer in number. It was clear that when the disaster struck, these people were still alive. However, after falling underground, they were immediately attacked by the deathworms. In a desperate attempt to survive, they began to frantically flee toward the outskirts of the town. Lin Shihuan looked around, rubbing his chin and said, however, they clearly didn't have time to think. The outside world is far more terrifying. Chapter 79, The Mystery of Lolan's Demise. That's right. This is a nest of insects. If they had held their ground instead of fleeing in panic, they might have had a 1 in 10,000 chance of surviving. Are you joking? You saw those adult deathworms earlier, didn't you? They're over 10 meters long. Even modern weapons would have a hard time dealing with them. How are these ancient people with just swords and knives supposed to fight them? That's why I said it's a 1 in 10,000 chance. Oh, how tragic. It's hard to imagine the panic these people must have felt when the disaster struck. Looking at the scattered remains and the desolate scene, every spectator couldn't help but sigh deeply in their hearts. Just moments ago, they had all witnessed it. A mere swarm of small insects had already claimed the lives of hundreds of worms. And with such a vast area here, who could possibly know how many more lay hidden? If these insects were to attack a modern metropolis one day, ordinary people wouldn't fare much better, I'm afraid. Don't be too pessimistic. Feeling the gloom in everyone's hearts, Lin Shi smiled and said, these insects may look big, but it's still quite difficult for them to withstand the attacks of modern firearms. To put it simply, even a handgun bullet, if used properly, could easily penetrate their skin armor. If the number of attackers increases to the point of saturation in the area, you will once again witness the same devastating, overwhelming annihilation as before. So don't worry about the trivialities. If you want to consider it, you might as well consider what part of Lulan this is. Lin Shi looked around again and walked toward the group of magnificent buildings in the center, saying, as we mentioned earlier, the clothes that woman was wearing were definitely not something ordinary people could afford. This is evident from the attire of the commoners around us. Since even the lowest among them are nobles, her family must certainly be here as well. After all, women in ancient times weren't like they are today, able to go out freely. Even though this place belongs to the western regions and customs are more open, they would never allow a woman to leave her family and live alone outside. I suspect that these more elaborate buildings were constructed by her family. After all, buildings built by wealthy merchants wouldn't have such stone walls for protection. Lin Shi pointed to the dozen or so buildings in front of them, and if we can find something like an ancestral hall or a place where the family history is recorded, we'll be able to easily find out more about this place. As they passed through the collapsed stone walls, it was exactly as Lin Shi had said. The atmosphere here had undergone a drastic change. Although most of it was still the sandy yellow color of soil, the buildings were adorned with intricate patterns formed by lines. The intricate patterns are so exquisite that even without color, they still radiate an undeniable brilliance. Additionally, from the collapsed buildings, it can be seen that the walls were not merely made of mud and sand, but were filled with stones and plant roots of nearly uniform size. Indeed, it was only during the prosperous times of the past that people dared to use plants in such a luxurious manner. Lin Shi scat his tongue and continued toward the main building of the complex. After crossing the square and passing by other buildings, Lin Shi finally arrived at the last and largest building. Looking up at the majestic structure, which stood 3 stories tall, Lin Shi addressed the camera once more. Friends, we have now examined all the other buildings here. Aside from a few individual iron utensils and objects that remain undamaged, we have not found what we were searching for. It seems our last hope lies here. Though it may be a bit out of place, I would like to ask if any of you know how the ancient kingdom of Lulan ultimately came to an end? As if recalling something, Lin Shi furrowed his brows slightly, glancing at the buildings before him while asking in the live stream. What else could it be? It must be a military defeat, wiped out by other countries. I remember reading in a book before that during the Han Dynasty, Lulan was quite rebellious, killed the envoys sent by the previous ruler, and was then severely punished by the Han Dynasty. After submitting, they were taken advantage of and annihilated by the Xiongnu. The post above is incorrect. Lulan was not destroyed by the Xiongnu. They only temporarily conquered Lulan, but Emperor Zhao of Han later launched a campaign to reclaim it. As a vassal state, Lulan remained under Han control until the Han Dynasty weakened, at which point it also declined and eventually perished. That said, don't you think that's a bit far-fetched? If you were in charge of Lulan at the time, facing the collapse of the largest power, shouldn't you have seized the opportunity to rise up? How could you possibly follow them into decline? You're right. There are some inconsistencies. Hey, why did she suddenly bring this up? Did you think of something else? I do have some suspicions. Lin Shi climbed the stone steps while saying, as you just mentioned, Lulan's decline coincided with the weakening of the Han Dynasty, which is somewhat puzzling. Logically speaking, whether in ancient times or modern, Lulan was always a remote region far from the political center, where the emperor's authority was weak. If I had been in charge at the time, upon hearing that my greatest enemy was weakening, I would certainly have seized the opportunity to counterattack and expand my territory and strength. However, Lulan clearly did not do so. Instead, it suddenly vanished around the year 630 AD? Why? I believe the most plausible explanation is that the center of royal power suddenly vanished overnight, leaving the entire nation leaderless and in chaos, which led to this phenomenon. If my guess is correct, then this must be the place where it disappeared. As the last step of the stone staircase was taken, the true form of the majestic building finally revealed itself to everyone's eyes. Wow! When everyone saw the scene inside the building, a loud commotion erupted instantly. However, Lin Shi merely curved the corners of his mouth slightly. He slowly uttered two words. The capital city. Zhang Jiancheng and the others, who were far away in the ruins of Shenongjia, had their eyes wide open in disbelief. As they watched the scene unfold on the smartphone screen and heard Lin Shi slowly utter the words capital city, a sudden dizziness swept over them. Startled, Zhang Jiancheng quickly pulled out two pills, shoved them into his mouth, and struggled to calm his racing heart as he trembled and said, finally, the secret of Lulan's disappearance has been uncovered. Chapter 80, Underground, a great terror awaits. Great! Great! Zhang Jiancheng was moved to tears. And the few elderly people of the same age around him were also weeping uncontrollably. As archaeology scholars, their lifelong ambition was to uncover more historical artifacts that had remained unknown to the world, and to uncover the long-forgotten truths of history that had been lost to time. However, today, they have unlocked a long-buried secret. Though merely witnesses, observing a young man's discovery was enough to leave many regrets behind. The viewers in the live stream may not have been moved to tears, but it was clear that everyone was swept up in an overwhelming excitement because of Lin Shi's discovery. Shi Gu is on fire. No wonder he's the top wilderness explorer streamer in the Dragon Kingdom, he's so cool. This is incredible. First, you discovered the Sumerian pyramid of Shinakanja, and now you've unlocked the mystery of the fall of the ancient Lulan kingdom. Shi Gu, your luck is simply off the charts. I didn't say anything, but Shi Gu is the chosen one of fortune. Wherever he goes, he makes great discoveries. I don't ask for anything else, just that Shi Gu takes me along on his next expedition and shares a few scraps with me. Ping Ping Xiaoman 2 tips the streamer 10 super rockets to congratulate Shi Gu. Shi Gu is awesome. Pineapple Seaside tips the streamer 1 super rocket. Chiga, aren't you scared being here alone? It's all dark around you, and there are even human bones. I definitely wouldn't come here. Flying Pig tips the streamer 10 super rockets. By the way, is this really the capital of the ancient Lulan kingdom? It's way too small. Old Pig, you're really out of the loop, aren't you? As he watched the gifts and messages flying across the screen, Lin Shi smiled and thanked everyone one by one, then continued, in ancient times, only a few super civilizations had the ability to build large palaces, such as Sumer, Babylon, the Dragon Kingdom, and the Three Kingdoms, among others. Countries like Lulan, even if they had the technology and resources, lacked the sufficient labor force, so they could only build smaller structures like the ones we see today, which served as their capitals. Just like the current D country. Lin Shi seemed to think of something and suddenly smiled. You may not know this, but during a certain period in history, country D was divided into more than 200 countries. The famous Princess Sisi, whose country had a total population of just over 1,400 people, was essentially a small town. In such a small, isolated community, do you think they could have built large-scale architectural complexes like our imperial palaces? Absolutely not. While giving the introduction, Lin Shi also kept an eye on the surroundings. This was a large hall. The architectural style visible to the eye is somewhat reminiscent of ancient Persia or the palaces in The Hobbit. Arched floor-to-ceiling windows line the right side of the grand hall. 8 square columns, intricately carved with decorative patterns, are arranged on either side, extending all the way to the innermost part of the hall, near the throne. At the points where the columns connect to the arched dome, several candlesticks resembling chandeliers are suspended. Due to accidents and the passage of time, they have long since lost their light. However, they are still quite exquisite. It even features intricate cutout designs. When the light passes through them, you can see large, clear flowers made of shadows on the dome above. Quite intricate and elaborate. Perhaps at the time of the incident, a meeting was taking place here, so the earthen-colored stone floor was littered with various dried bones. Although a significant portion were fragmented and deformed, the luxurious garments still intact suggested that they were once part of the ruling elite of the ancient Lulan kingdom. What a tragic fate! The entire ruling elite of the ancient kingdom was suddenly plunged into this place, and before they could even react, they were overwhelmed by the swarming attack of the deathworms. Lin Shi shook his head. He could already imagine the chaos and extreme fear that had once filled this place. For such a small country, it was even more despairing than a sudden enemy attack. He continued walking forward a few steps, but suddenly, Lin Shi stopped in his tracks. His gaze immediately locked onto a person. "Friends, look! There seems to be writing on what that person is holding," Lin Shi exclaimed, rushing forward to the skeleton. Judging by the style of the remaining clothing, he must have been a scholar. What he was holding was a scroll made of paper, protected by sheepskin. Lin Shi carefully took it from the withered bones and slowly unfolded it in front of the camera. Instantly, rows of clear, legible characters appeared before everyone's eyes. It was Chinese characters. Upon seeing this scene, almost all the audience members exclaimed in surprise. However, Lin Shi remained unusually calm. No need to make such a fuss. Didn't I mention earlier that Lulan had close ties with the dynasty at that time? Many things that were transmitted from the Central Plains had a profound impact on the local people, and writing was one of the most significant ones. However, this has actually been a great help to us. After all, very few ancient Lulan texts have been unearthed, and I don't recognize them. Now that they're Chinese characters, it's much easier for us to read them. Although there is a systematic translation, and there are no characters on Blue Star that he doesn't recognize, the success or failure of his performance ultimately lies in the details. If he recognizes every single character and understands everything, people will naturally start to wonder where Lin Shi acquired all this knowledge. This is risky and carries high stakes. Lin Shi doesn't like things that are out of his control. This should be a record similar to the Shurji, where I found many references to time. Lin Shi pointed to a passage and translated, "In the 23rd year of the king's reign, there was a severe drought. A minor earthquake occurred 30 miles east of Diani city, causing local houses to collapse and resulting in the deaths of 18 people. In the 36th year of the king's reign, an earthquake occurred outside the outer walls of Diani city. Since this earthquake occurred within the city, the casualties were much higher, reaching 197 people, including 202 seriously injured, and 7 people were even reported missing. Hey, look! Someone discovered the deathworms at this very moment. Hey, look! Someone discovered the deathworms." Lin Shi suddenly pointed to the line above and translated, "According to eyewitnesses, during the earthquake, he saw a giant worm emerge from the ground, resembling a worm with no legs and a massive mouth capable of swallowing a person whole." Although it is unclear how many years Wang Sanlu refers to in the historical records, it is evident that this description depicts the scene of the deathworm emerging from the ground to attack humans. As he spoke, Lin Shi quickly scanned the events recorded on the scroll. It was evident that similar sightings occurred almost every year, with the frequency increasing over time, sometimes reaching over 30 incidents in a single year. By the time he reached the end, Lin Shi came across a sentence. "Beneath the ground lies great terror. All warriors of the kingdom who have ventured into the underground caverns have perished. I beseech the king to relocate the royal family at once. Though it may not be important, I did not explain it clearly. Please forgive me." Chapter 81, Target discovered the Golden Worm King. This sentence appeared at the very end of the scroll, clearly something the official intended to say when presenting himself before the king in court. Lin Shi raised his eyebrows and continued, "From this, we can infer that after the deathworms appeared, the ancient kingdom of Lulan organized multiple expeditions to explore the worm tunnels, but clearly, none of those who went down survived. Although it's not mentioned above, I speculate that at the time, the matter of the deathworms had already caused widespread panic throughout the ancient kingdom, even bringing it to the brink of collapse. Otherwise, given the traditional mindset of that era, he would never have suggested the idea of relocating the capital." Rubbing his chin, Lin Shi narrowed his eyes and pondered for a moment. Clearly, with this scroll, the course of events from back then had become much clearer. Looking back now, it can be confirmed that the reason for Lulan's downfall was not due to the weakness of the Central Plains states dragging it down. At least not entirely. Lin Shi frowned and thought for a moment before organizing his thoughts. The real situation is that back then, due to the activities of the deathworms, the entire underground of the royal capital was completely hollowed out. The land, unable to withstand the pressure, suddenly collapsed, causing the entire capital city, including the royal palace, to sink underground. This led to the invasion by the Xiongnu and the subsequent downfall of Lulan. However, although the matter of Lulan had been clarified, Lin Shi still had doubts. Why hadn't the reward for his task been prompted yet? System, now that the ruins have been found and the reason for Lulan's disappearance has been clarified, where is my reward? Lin Shi asked in his heart with a hint of frustration. Host, have you confirmed that the ruins have been found? Are you kidding me? Such a large complex of buildings, and you dare say they're not ruins? Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. How could the system's words sound so ambiguous? Please read the mission instructions carefully. Carefully? What does that mean? Lin Shi muttered under his breath and instinctively brought up the task panel. New mission, the mysterious Sea of Death. Mission description: within 3 days of obtaining the hunting license, travel to the Lopner region in the northwest of Longwa and search for ancient ruins left behind from a bygone era. Task 1: proceed to the Lopner region within the specified timeframe. Reward: Desert Gear Set X1 completed. Task 2: locate and defeat the leader of the abnormal creatures. Reward: Lucky Spin X1. Task 3: find the ancient ruins and share them with the public. Reward: Rare Skill Draw X1. That's right. This is exactly what I've been looking for, the ancient ruins. Upon seeing the prefix ancient before the word ruins, Lin Shi immediately recognized it. System, you're pulling this on me. You're playing word games. This system has not been modified in any way since the task was posted. It is the host's own fault for not noticing. You worthless system, you dare to insult me? Do you believe I'll kill myself right here and make you regret it? Host, do as you please. If it comes to that, the system will simply find another host. What the hell? The audience clearly had no idea that Lin Shi, who appeared to be merely frowning, was actually cursing at a system far surpassing the civilizational level of Blue Star in his mind. After a long while, Lin Shi finally let out a frustrated snort. Glancing around at the surroundings, especially the skeletal remains of the king, dressed in a python-patterned robe, not far from the throne, the excitement that had briefly flickered in Lin Shi's eyes had now completely vanished. Since the task required him to find the ruins elsewhere, he now had to consider what excuse to use to make the upcoming exploration seem more convincing. However, before he could speak, a series of deafening roars suddenly echoed from outside the palace. Unlike the previous sounds, this time the rumbling was much deeper, as if thousands of soldiers were charging past just a short distance away. What was that sound? Lin Shi's pupils contracted. He hurried to the right side of the hall, peered out from behind the large floor-to-ceiling window, and cautiously looked outside. Sure enough, a vast army was charging past with a deafening roar. But they're not people, they're insects. Just like a vast black sea of Wang Yang. About 50 meters in front of Lin Shi, a super swarm of giant deathworms, numbering in the thousands, charged forward with a force capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. All the mud brick houses in their path collapsed, and every single white, brittle skeleton lying on the ground was reduced to dust, not a single one spared. This was undoubtedly the most breathtaking sight anyone had ever witnessed since entering the insect path. Compared to this, the previous battles between two insect swarms seemed like nothing more than children playing house. And the shocking spectacle was far from over. Just as Lin Shi was about to speak, the system's voice suddenly interrupted him. Just as Lin Shi was about to say something, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind once more. Reminder to host, target for task 2 is about to appear. Please prepare accordingly. What? Lin Shi was startled and hurriedly looked out the window again. The swarm of insects was moving, and their size was gradually increasing from just over 10 meters to 20 meters, then 22 meters. Just as everyone was about to suffocate, a colossal insect, as large as a giant train, with a body nearly 25 meters long, swept past, exerting an unimaginable pressure. Compared to the other insects, it was undoubtedly the most dazzling one. Not only its size, but even its color is no longer the monotonous yellow, white, or black, but a pure golden hue, as if cast from gold. The sharp spines on either side of the mouth have also grown significantly larger. Almost twice the size of a normal deadworm. Even under the dim night sky, it still shone with a piercingly cold glow. The Worm King, is this the king of the deathworms? Lin Shi murmured instinctively, his voice betraying a hint of awe. The audience, however, had clearly been left speechless. What did Shi Gu just say? The king of the deathworms? Holy crap, there's actually a king among these worms? And it's pure gold. This must be a mutation, right? Luckily, Shi came early. If he had been any later, we would have definitely encountered them, and we would have been doomed. Shi Gu, what are they up to? Showing off their strength? There is some of that, but it's more likely a routine patrol. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, as we've discussed before, whether they are carnivores or herbivores, most animals have some sense of territory. To avoid being killed by their own kind for no apparent reason, they frequently conduct routine patrols, spending most of their time doing so each day. Friends, it seems we're pretty lucky to have spotted it. What do you think? Shall we follow it and take a closer look? As he spoke, Lin Shi completely ignored the others' exclamations, stood up, and followed the route marked by the system, staying far behind. Chapter 82, Encountering the Pyramid Again. Chao Chi, you're crazy? I was impulsive. That's a sea of bugs. A giant sea of bugs. Oh no, this is it. The streamer is done for. Let him do it. Damn it, just because he has a little fame, he starts acting like this. Let's see how he ends up. Exactly. And he's even live streaming such disgusting footage, which is harmful to the mental and physical health of teenagers. I've already reported him. Where did those two idiots come from? I've already reported it. No thanks needed. Did you see that Lin Chi actually volunteered to go with them? The live stream viewers were instantly thrown into a frenzy. Although most were urging him not to act impulsively, a small group attempted to stir up trouble. Before Flying Pig could even react, they were swiftly shut down. Clearly, there were still many who were envious of Lin Chi's sudden rise and wanted to stir up trouble. However, they didn't expect that the viewers in Lin Chi's livestream had such strong loyalty. Before they could do anything, they were already being bombarded with a flood of criticism. As a result, the account they were using was kicked out of the livestream by Flying Pig and immediately banned permanently by the Douyin platform. It was clearly Wang Jiawei, who had been closely following Lin Chi's livestream, who took action. At this moment, Lin Chi was observing the map, carefully following behind the swarm of insects, unaware of what was happening in the livestream and without the spare attention to focus on it. Looking at the map, the path of the insect swarm was clearly forming a circular ring. Near the point where the ring closed, there was a straight insect tunnel sloping downward, its depth unknown. This must be the direction leading to their true lair. Sure enough. Just as Lin Chi followed the swarm for nearly a kilometer, the Golden Worm King let out a low growl, and the swarm immediately changed direction, heading toward the straight, downward leading worm tunnel. Friends, it seems that this group of insects' routine patrol is about to end, and they are preparing to return to their true nest. Lin Chi bent down, activating his super senses to detect the presence of his kind, and whispered into the camera, "It seems the Golden Bug King isn't as dumb as it looks. It knows that patrolling the entire tunnel would be impossible, so it's only checking the area closest to the nest." That's exactly what we wanted. With a smile, Lin Chi slightly increased his speed and quickly caught up with the insects that had already disappeared into the underground tunnels. As he entered the tunnel, his vision narrowed once more. Since he hadn't allowed the camera to emit any light, the suffocating sense of pressure surged back into Lin Chi's chest, causing him to frown. It was unbearably uncomfortable. As he entered the tunnel, his vision narrowed once more. Since he hadn't activated the tracking device's light, the suffocating pressure returned, causing Lin Chi to furrow his brows in discomfort. If it were just that, it wouldn't be so bad, but the system's warning moments ago had already made Lin Chi's heart tighten even more. The toxin levels here have already reached moderate levels. What does that mean? You must understand that Lin Chi not only possesses an anti-toxic constitution, but also, the moment he entered the insect tunnel, his passive, formidable physique also came into play. Even with this double safeguard, the toxin still posed a moderate threat to him. Lin Chi was certain that if it were anyone else, even with protective gear, they would never have been able to survive here for very long. It's almost as dangerous as a nuclear leak. Roar! Suddenly, just as Lin Chi was lost in his chaotic thoughts, the Golden Worm King's roar from ahead jolted him back to reality. He instinctively looked forward. What was going on? Lin Chi narrowed his eyes, seeing that the swarm of insects was about to disappear, and hurriedly ran from behind to the point where the insect path split. The insect path ahead continued to extend downward, but it was like a dividing line. At the point where the left, middle, and right worm trails diverge, the middle one, the one directly in front, suddenly becomes dry and the thickness of the mucus noticeably thins. It seems as though no worms have passed through here for many years. I glanced at the map subconsciously. Lin Chi suddenly jolted. Until he reached the very edge of the interface, Lin Chi suddenly noticed that something he seemed to have seen before reappeared. A pyramid? Lin Chi's eyes widened, and his breathing became slightly hurried. That's right, it's a pyramid. And the architectural style is extremely similar to that of the Shenangjia site. It could very well be something from the Sumerian civilization. Wow! Friends, it seems we are facing a dilemma. Lin Chi controlled his emotions and said to the camera, "The swarm is moving toward the left tunnel, but there's something even more interesting in front of us. Look, although there's only a thin line separating them, the thickness of the mucus is vastly different. Clearly, the insect trail in front of us hasn't been traversed by insects for many years. Why? And as you all saw earlier, when the swarm arrived here, the Golden Bug King clearly didn't want to enter this place. Could there be something inside that even it fears? I think I can go take a look. Shigu, are you sure you want to go? This is life-threatening. Go ahead. We're already here, and going further is just a bit more walking. Besides, the Bug King has left, so there shouldn't be anything that can threaten Shigu. Shiga, be careful. My phone is ready. If anything happens, I'll call the rescue team immediately. Ha, forget about calling the rescue team. I don't even know where I am, and there are so many deathworms around. Saving me won't be easy. Shaking his head with a smile, Lin Chi double-checked the condition of the wormhole and immediately started running toward the pyramid. Anyway, with the tracking device ahead serving as a light source, no one could see his current speed. Lin Chi released his senses, and with Daizone's swift movement, in an instant, he was like a ghost lurking in the insect tunnel. Even the air itself was torn apart by piercing screams. As the distance closed, the surrounding insect trails gradually widened. There were even numerous charred marks, resembling traces of being scorched by a raging fire. Lin Chi frowned. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in his ears. Notice to host, nuclear radiation traces detected ahead. Danger level, low. Please decide on your course of action. Nuclear radiation? Upon hearing this term, a flash of sharpness suddenly crossed Lin Chi's eyes. Thinking back to the wild creature he had seen earlier in Shinongjia, it was clear that neither it nor the Deathworm were native to Blue Star. This place is connected to the Wormway, but the Golden Worm King doesn't seem to want to come here, and even other worms haven't reached this area in many years. Clearly, the Deathworm and the pyramid are closely connected. Could it be that? Lin Chi's pupils suddenly contracted. In the depths of his mind, he seemed to have guessed something. Chapter 83, Rewards Galore, Fun Galore. If there's one thing that draws viewers to Lin Chi's live streams, it's undoubtedly the ancient ruins he discovers in each broadcast, places no one has ever seen before. And those terrifying creatures that only exist in legends. Clearly, Lin Chi has once again hit upon the key to thrilling the audience. Another ancient pyramid. The second such structure to appear within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, buried underground for who knows how many years, a mysterious edifice. Compared to the one at Shinongjia, the one before them was simply a sight to behold. What should have been a trapezoidal structure is now completely twisted, with the entire upper half blown apart by some immense force, leaving a massive hollow void. The intense heat has melted the metal, leaving behind corroded marks on the thick walls, resembling the residue of burned candles. The heavy metal gates are no longer in their original positions but have been blown away to a distance of over 100 meters from the pyramid. Along with them, the stone pillars that had once been built around the pyramid, or used as landmarks, or as some form of decoration, were also torn apart and shattered. Recalling the system's earlier warning about nuclear radiation contamination, it was clear that this pyramid had been the site of a massive nuclear explosion long ago, one powerful enough to erase all life. But how did those insects escape from here? Looking down at the glass-like, charred sand beneath his feet, Lin Chi couldn't help but mutter to himself. Meanwhile, in the live stream, the moment the pyramid appeared, the chaos erupted once again into an unimaginable frenzy. The screen was flooded with explosive comments, causing the room to lag and freeze. As the news spread, more and more people began to gather. More people, more gifts, more comments. There was no suspense at all. Lin Chi's livestream went black instantly. It was a complete reversal. At that moment, Lin Chi also heard the system's voice. Congratulations, host. You have completed the 6th newbie period task, known to all. Due to reaching 1 million points in popularity, you are awarded 500 bonus points. Please use them wisely. Task 7, achieve 20 million popularity points during the livestream 10-965-271-20000000, reward, 1000 points. Since the host's points reward has reached the minimum threshold of 500 points, this system will enter the upgrade phase after the livestream concludes. After the livestream ends, the system will enter an upgrade phase. After this upgrade, the host will receive a compensation gift package. Additionally, the level cap for all items in the system store will be increased to meet the new needs of the host. Congratulations, host, on completing the 3rd task of the mysterious Sea of Death. You have located the ancient ruins and made them known to the world. Reward, rare skill draw X1. Would you like to claim it now? A series of system prompts left Lin Chi feeling flustered. He paused for a moment, then his face immediately broke into a delighted smile. 500 points compensation package, rare skill draw. You're a lifesaver, system. Lin Chi laughed heartily. Earlier, he had been pondering how to deal with that giant Golden Worm King. Clearly, with Lin Chi's current skills, the only technique he could use was beast taming. However, while advanced beast taming was effective against ordinary worms, would it still work against that clearly mutated Worm King? Lin Chi doesn't know. But now, with the system task rewards, Lin Chi instantly had no worries at all. 500 points, that's enough to upgrade beast taming to beast speech without a problem. What was I worried about? Excited, Lin Chi glanced at the system, which was flashing the words draw now. He didn't hesitate for a moment and said, yes, draw now. Ding! Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the rare skill, Shadow Assassination. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the rare skill, Shadow Assassination. Skill description: this skill allows the user to unleash 200% kinetic impact force in a short period of time, achieving a one-hit kill effect. Skill requirements: speed must be at least 50 points, strength must be at least 45 points, and constitution must be at least 60 points. Note, this skill is a growth type skill, meaning that the higher the host's attributes, the greater the damage dealt. Please ensure the host is aware of their attributes when using this skill. What the heck? Another attack skill. The excitement in Lin Chi's eyes grew even more intense. Although he had previously possessed an attack skill, the Wudong Tai Chi Fist, its level was too low to unleash significant power. Against ordinary animals like tigers, lions, and wild wolves, it was still manageable, but against wild men and deathworms, it was clearly inadequate. Now that I've obtained an attack type skill again, and it's a growth type skill where its power increases as my attributes improve, it's clear that I'll be able to unleash even greater power in battle. If that's the case, then I probably don't need to upgrade my beast taming technique to beast speech anymore. Lin Shi thought to himself. He then took the 500 points he had just earned, kept 300 points to check out the new items available after the system upgrade, and only used 200 points to freely distribute them on his skill panel. System, display attributes. Name, Lin Shi. Gender, male. Age, 22. Height, 178 centimeters. Strength, 73. Intelligence, 50. Speed, 94. Physical condition, 86-15. Average person is 10. Skills, Wudong Tai Chi Intermediate, Shadow Assassination Growth Type, Culinary Expert Intermediate, Sprinting Intermediate, Die Zone Swift Movement Mastery, Beast Taming Mastery, Super Perception Beginner, Master Level Video Production, Golden Globe Level Director, Top Tier Post Production. Bloodline, Shin Nong Jiao Wildman Bloodline, Powerful Constitution. Possessions, Multifunctional Automatic Tracking Device, Deathblade Combat Dagger, Hunter's Short Blade. Note, items are system generated and cannot be traded or easily damaged. Congratulations, host. Your 4-dimensional attributes have all exceeded 50 points. As a special reward, you will receive 1 cell enhancement. Would you like to use it now? Congratulations, host. All 4 of your attributes have exceeded 50 points. As a special reward, you will receive 1 cell enhancement. Would you like to use it now? Cell enhancement? Although he understood what it meant, Lin Shi still asked, why? Has my current cell strength already become insufficient? Yes, because the host's attributes have improved too quickly, causing the cells to be unable to withstand the strain. If not strengthened in time, there is a risk of automatic disintegration. Yes, because the host's attributes have increased too quickly, causing the cells to be unable to withstand the strain. If they are not strengthened in time, they will face the risk of automatic disintegration. Oh no, we need to reinforce it immediately. Lin Shi was startled. He certainly didn't want to end up upgrading himself to death. Cell enhancement in progress. Estimated time, 3 minutes. The system will continue to control the camera to film the pyramid scenery. As soon as the system's voice faded, a familiar cool sensation suddenly enveloped his entire body. Immediately afterward, Lin Shi's skin began to show signs of widespread redness. The blood vessels bulged violently in an instant. The crisp cracking sounds of bones echoed continuously. If Lin Shi hadn't known his current condition, he would have instinctively thought he had been infected by some kind of virus. Chapter 84, I Can Blow Can I Drink Beer? Meanwhile, at the bird fighting platform building. What's going on here? It's been so long, and you still haven't increased the bandwidth for Lin Shi's livestream? Don't you know how important he is to Donyo? Or do you have something against me? If you have an issue, just say it. Stop pulling these underhanded tricks to annoy people, okay? Although it was already past 9 o'clock at night, the technical department's office was still filled with a series of sharp, angry shouts. Zhang Tingyu had completely lost her image as a beauty at that moment. With one hand on her hip, she was pointing at a group of overworked programmers who hadn't even finished their shifts yet, raging with fury. Faced with Zhang Tingyu's furious outburst, the programmers present were also helpless. Wang Changgang, the technical department manager, smiled wryly and tried to calm her down. Zhang, please don't worry. The technical team is working on it right now, and we'll get Lin Shi's livestream back up soon. Actually, this isn't entirely our fault as programmers. As per the CEO's instructions, we had already added 10 additional lines for Lin Shi. But who could have anticipated that he would suddenly cause such a major issue, leaving us completely caught off guard? As the saying goes, you don't hit someone who's smiling at you. If even the department head has become like this, Zhang Tingyu, no matter how upset she is, has no choice but to suppress her emotions and stay calm. To say nothing else, Wang Chang is, after all, a veteran of the company in terms of seniority. Zhang Tingyu might not even match him. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Tingyu stared intently at Wang Changgang. Alright, since you put it that way, I'll wait. But no more than 2 minutes. If Lin Shi's livestream hasn't resumed by then, I'll have to call the boss to report the situation. Also, the number of lines for Lin Shi's livestream if 10 aren't enough, add to 20 if 20 aren't enough, add to 30. Whatever it takes, we must ensure his livestream goes smoothly. Alright, I'll definitely prioritize the repairs. After all, this is someone the CEO personally mentioned, and I know how important he is to the company. Wang Changgang nodded with a smile, then shouted at the group of hard-working programmers, did you all hear that? Hurry up and get to work. Don't you want your year-end bonus this year? Is this what it feels like after being pushed to the limit? Lin Shi slowly opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and carefully felt the changes happening to his body at that moment. It felt as though he had been sent back to the factory for a major overhaul. Cells are brimming with an exhilarating abundance of energy, whether it's strength, speed, stamina, or vitality, and there's an unprecedented sense of power. Especially speed. Lin Shi raised his arm. It was as if his mind had experienced a delay. His arm had already moved, but his thoughts were still stuck at the stage of issuing the command. Extremely bizarre. Due to the host's exceptionally high physical attributes, the host's inherent thought patterns have failed to adapt in time, resulting in the current situation. This system has made the necessary corrections, and the host need not worry. Due to the host's overly high physical attributes, their inherent thought patterns were unable to adapt in time, resulting in the current situation. This system has made the necessary corrections, and the host need not worry. So that's how it is. Lin Shi nodded and then looked again at the shattered pyramid not far ahead. He squinted his eyes. It was already damaged beyond recognition. What could possibly be left of value? Host, don't underestimate the structural integrity of this building. Given the strength of its materials, as long as it's not directly at the epicenter of an explosion, it should retain between 60 to 70% of its structural integrity. Alright, it seems I'll have to go take a look. Muttering to himself, the previously pitch-black screen of the livestream finally returned to normal. Damn it, can we even do this? It's been so long, why are we still using such a crappy server? Damn it! Just when it was getting to the crucial part, you dropped the connection, nearly causing me to smash my computer. You worthless jerks. Don't you know how important Chi-Gu is to you guys right now? How could this happen? Do you even want to live? Light Drizzle Super Admin, we sincerely apologize for the sudden server crash. Our technical team has already resolved the issue and added 10 additional backup lines. We deeply regret any inconvenience this may have caused and apologize for the inconvenience. Another 10 lines? Wow, does that mean Chi-Gu's livestream now has 20 lines? Chi-Gu is streaming like a pro. After browsing through all the live streaming platforms, there are very few with 10 lines, but Chi-Gu has 20 here. It can truly be called the only one of its kind in the live streaming world. Chi-Gu's livestream is the real deal. Has it been restored? That's good. As the live stream returned to normal, Lin Chi nodded. Hello, everyone. I'm your host, Lin Chi. The place where I am now is located deep underground in the Lopner region. In front of me lies another major discovery of this live stream. Judging by the architectural style of the structures left behind, I believe our regular viewers have already guessed what it is. That's right, this is a product of the Sumerian civilization, which shares the same cultural heritage as the Shenanjia pyramids. Just now, while taking advantage of a lull in the livestream, I observed the surrounding terrain. It's clear that this area was severely damaged by an explosion in the past. However, thanks to the overall structure and material strength of the pyramid, some areas actually weren't damaged too badly. Since that's the case, to make the trip worthwhile, I plan to go take a look. Friends, keep your eyes peeled, and let's hope we make some new discoveries. Hurry up! We've been waiting for a long time. There has to be a new discovery. Otherwise, we'll have to fire the props team. By the way, have you noticed that Chi-Gu seems to have gotten more handsome? Is it just me, or does Chi-Gu seem to be glowing? Hey, you up there, stop acting like a dog. Holy crap, it really does seem to be glowing, but it's very faint. Could it be a reflection? Seeing the comments saying that he was glowing, Lin Chi's pupils contracted, and he hurriedly asked in his mind, System, what's going on? This is a normal result of the enhancement. The host need not worry, it will disappear naturally in a few minutes. Is that so? That's acceptable. Otherwise, it would keep glowing, and I wouldn't know how to explain it. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Lin Chi immediately relaxed. He then walked toward the most intact structure marked on the scan, while addressing the camera. I'm glowing? Is there something wrong with your eyes? While I admit I'm pretty handsome, you can't let my good looks go to your heads. You need to keep your composure, your health comes first. Put. I've never seen such a shameless person in my life. Missing Chi-Gu, my health is getting worse day by day, sigh. Yes, you're the coolest, you're the strongest, right? Day after day, hurry up and show us the pyramid. I want to witness the moment of a miracle. Clearly, Lin Chi's interruption had its effect. Even those who had harbored doubts were instantly dissuaded from such unrealistic notions. As the live chat comments returned to normal, Lin Chi smiled subtly, then walked into the ancient pyramid he had been eagerly awaiting, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Chapter 85, The Mysterious Key. It was indeed tragic. Lin Chi clicked his tongue in disapproval. If observing the pyramid from the outside evokes feelings of decay, chaos, and utter desolation, then upon entering its interior, such descriptions prove inadequate. At least 10 or 20 times more intense. It's like a whole cake that someone suddenly threw on the ground and stomped on with high heels dozens of times. As far as the eye can see, there is hardly a single intact spot. The main frame had been severely twisted by the nuclear explosion's shockwave. The metal walls everywhere were covered in scorch marks and traces left by melted metal. The metal gates connecting each section are mostly gone, with only a few remaining, twisted, and fused with the door frames like melted mud. It looks like it was caused by a nuclear explosion. Lin Chi looked around and said in a low voice, We had already speculated that the primary energy source for these pyramids is maintained by nuclear reactors. Moreover, judging from the texts left behind by those watchers, they had clearly mastered the use of this nuclear energy to a high degree. Unless they encountered unforeseeable factors, such as a wild tribe's rampage, such a situation would rarely occur. So now the question arises. Do you think this might be similar to the pyramids in Shinongjia, where the sudden escape of the death worms inadvertently triggered a nuclear explosion? That's possible. After all, these worms in the wild man aren't natural species, they must have been created by them, and their carelessness led to this outcome. Not necessarily. If these bugs were born here, how did they survive a nuclear explosion? Hey, don't forget about the Golden Worm King. Maybe they mutated at the last moment and, by some lucky coincidence, ended up saving themselves. Mutating at the last possible moment is a bit too unrealistic. Even if their genes were artificially synthesized, there's no way they'd have such an outlandish setting. Lin Shi shook his head, disagreeing with this assertion. Glancing at the light screen in front of him, the system had marked the target area, which was roughly a kilometer away from him, with no major obstacles in between. Lin Shi nodded imperceptibly and said in a low voice, "It seems that the only way to figure this out is to find the data room and learn more about these insects." As they continued forward, the scenery before them began to gradually improve. The traces of melted metal gradually disappeared, and the twisted main frame began to resemble its original form, at least to some extent. In many places, even the decorative patterns from back then are still preserved. Similar to the Shinnon, these patterns are also created using intricate lines, combining aesthetic beauty with a strong sense of mystery. Good, it seems we're gradually moving away from the area affected by the shockwave. Though we can't be certain yet, I think we might be able to find some clues from the past here. Lin Shi began to pick up his pace. However, as he passed through a corridor junction, a pile of things on the ground suddenly caught his attention. Look, there's actually a body here that hasn't been crushed by the nuclear blast. Lin Shi shouted, quickly stopping in his tracks. He cautiously knelt down beside the body and turned to examine it under the light. The body was lying on the ground in an eerie position. Although the camera's light was shining on it, his face remained obscured by one of his arms. Lin Shi dared not touch him lightly. After all, he had been dead for thousands of years and had survived a nuclear explosion. Who could guarantee that he wouldn't turn into dust in an instant from a mere touch? Judging by his attire, he must be a researcher here. Wait! What's that in his hand? Lin Shi's sharp eyes immediately spotted a grayish-black rope connected to something. System, scan it and see what it is? Lin Shi didn't act rashly but instead spoke to the system in his mind. Scan complete. It appears to be a key to activate some kind of mechanism or open a door. It is recommended that the host retrieve it for future use. Key? A key? Lin Shi thought for a moment and pulled it out of the corpse's hand. With a loud clatter. Even if Lin Shi was as careful as possible, the moment the key left the corpse's hand, it was as if a mission had been fulfilled. The bones, sealed away for thousands of years and long forgotten by humanity, suddenly shattered into pieces. Like dust, it left behind nothing but a layer of grayish-black powder on the ground. It was a sight that left one sighing with regret. Lin Shi sighed, dust returns to dust, and earth returns to earth. I think, rather than letting him continue to suffer until his last moment, this is the best place for him now. As always, after experiencing true life and death, one cannot help but marvel at the fragility and preciousness of life. Even Lin Shi, who had faced death countless times, could not suppress a sigh of sorrow. Shaking his head, Lin Shi once again set off toward his goal, glancing at the key in his hand. Though called a key, it resembled a meticulously carved, complex hexagonal metal block. It is silver-gray in color. The front is carved with the head of a ferocious beast, while the back features the symbol of Omega. Clearly, this represents Ninhursag, the Sumerian goddess encountered earlier. What do you think this key opens? Speaking as if to the audience yet also to himself, Lin Shi muttered, something that someone would die to protect even in their final moments clearly isn't just an ordinary object like a gate key. I know, it must be the key to his hidden treasure. I know, it must be the key to his hidden treasure. Stop joking around, do you think everyone is like you? Given these people's temperament, they should have shut down the main control energy room, which is the reactor. That makes some sense, but the timing doesn't seem to add up. After all, by the time he got here, the reactor had already exploded. Could it be to access the database? In the event of a disaster, that person would lock the database or take it with them to preserve it? It doesn't feel quite right. Looking at the audience's comments, Lin Shi didn't say anything. Although it sounded somewhat reasonable, upon closer examination, each one seemed to be missing something. What is it? In a soft whisper, everything suddenly went black. A metal gate, mostly intact but with melted edges that had fused with the doorframe, suddenly blocked Lin Shi's path. Seeing this, Lin Shi narrowed his eyes. Immediately, a cold gleam flashed in his hand. The hunter's short blade suddenly appeared. I thought I wouldn't need it until I fought the Golden Worm King, but now it's come to me on a platter. Well, I'll use you to test my skills first. As he pondered silently, Lin Shi slightly bent his legs, leaned forward, and slowly moved the short blade in his hand to the left side of his body, near his cheek. Huff. Cut. A loud shout. It was as if a spatial fissure had suddenly appeared. Lin Chi's figure suddenly vanished from where he stood. Immediately afterward, there was a thunderous crash as the metal gate, which was over 1.5 meters thick, was violently split open from the center and slammed down onto the ground with tremendous force. What the hell? What's going on here? Chapter 86, The Deadly Virus. What the heck? Is Chi-Gu cheating? This is way too unrealistic. What just happened? I didn't see what happened at all. How did the gate suddenly break into 2 pieces? Chi-Gu must be a master of Qigong. Hey, you're comparing Chi-Gu to those so-called Qigong masters? That's insulting to Chi-Gu. I think the problem must be with the knife. After all, I remember it was also brought out from the pyramid. I don't care. I've already decided to follow Chi-Gu. I'm going to find him and ask him to take me as his disciple. I'll pay whatever it takes. Shocking. Astonishing. One person with a single knife managed to cut through a metal gate over 1 meter thick. Is this even possible for humans? Everyone was filled with doubt. However, perhaps because of Lin Chi's impressive physical abilities and fitness displayed during his previous live streams, the audience did not doubt his capabilities. Instead, they directed their attention toward the short blade, sparing Lin Chi a lot of trouble. As the metal gate collapsed, a sudden gust of icy wind, carrying a strong stench of decay, swept toward Lin Chi from the front, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Lin Chi narrowed his eyes. He instinctively took a half step back while suddenly releasing his super senses to quickly scan the space behind the door. He detected no enemies. But it's strange. The independent room in front of him, which was only about 70 to 80 square meters in area and 8 to 9 meters high, was completely covered in thick snow. A biting cold wind swept in, instantly transforming the scorching corridor outside into a white mist. It was just like the legendary utopian paradise. The audience was once again dumbfounded, and Lin Chi was no exception. He stood there speechless, still in disbelief, when suddenly, the system prompted him in his mind. Detected lethal toxin, threat level, none. Toxin? What toxin? Lin Chi's expression turned serious in an instant, and his pupils instinctively contracted sharply. Preliminary judgment: this is likely a virus developed specifically for a certain type of organism and is ineffective against humans. Specific organism? Repeating these 4 words, Lin Chi unconsciously glanced at the hexagonal key in his hand. Some speculations about the past seem to finally be coming to the surface. It differs somewhat from the image people have of a database. The most prominent items here are not the documents used for recording information, but rather a massive mechanical device standing at the center, occupying the largest area. It is silver-gray in color, 7 meters tall, and 5 meters wide. It somewhat resembles the Chinese character for mountain. At the top of the structure, on the stone tablet along the central axis, there is a line written in pictographic characters. The goddess created life, and we, in turn, must destroy it with our own hands. There is no further elaboration, and it is clear that this statement held profound significance for people at the time. Looking down, there is a protruding platform at its centerline, with at least dozens of buttons arranged on it. At the bottom of these buttons, there is a hexagonal recess. Lin Chi's eyes lit up, and he suddenly raised the key he was holding in his hand. Friends, I think we've found where this belongs. Look, the hexagon indentation here is almost identical to the hexagon I'm holding in my hand. Lin Chi ignored the comments on the screen as he held up the key for the camera. He glanced at the massive device in front of him, then turned back to look at the long-gone skeletal remains in the distance. Come on, let me see what's inside here. Gritting his teeth, Lin Chi inserted the key into the slot and gently shook it from side to side. Click. It must have triggered some kind of mechanism. After the key was turned clockwise once, the massive device in front of them suddenly emitted a loud noise, followed by a sudden, intense tremor from the ground. It was like a car transforming. The 3 stone tablets at the top of the device remained unchanged except for the central one inscribed with characters. Suddenly, the 2 smaller stone tablets on either side emitted a series of intense, thunderous mechanical clanging sounds. Boom! The snow and ice covering it fell down in flakes. Metal plates that had been tightly fused together, with not a single gap visible, began to separate on either side. In less than 3 minutes, the interior of the stone monument was clearly visible to Lin Chi's eyes. Holy crap, power armor! Is this really an ancient civilization? Biotechnology, nuclear energy, superstructures, and now even individual power armor? What kind of trashy livestream is this? Can the prop team be more professional? How can this attract so many people? The streamer must have spent a fortune. The person above is an idiot. Case closed. This is hilarious. It's been so long, and someone still asks such a ridiculous question? This person must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. The comments started buzzing as soon as Lin Chi entered the database, and now they've reached another peak of popularity. Countless people are typing the words power armor repeatedly. However, Lin Chi knew that this wasn't actual power armor at all. It was just because the design looked a bit futuristic, resembling the equipment worn by the Master Chief in Halo. Lin Shi walked closer to take a look and said disinterestedly, "This is just a suit of armor like combat gear with no power source. Those looking for power armor can take a break. Actually, compared to this armor, what I'm more interested in is this thing." He pointed to the oddly shaped long sword beside the armor, which seemed to blend steampunk elements, and Lin Shi's expression grew curious. Clearly, this sword isn't just a simple cold weapon. Look at the part where the hilt connects to the blade. Lin Shilu pointed to the section linking the hilt and the blade. Unlike ordinary cold weapons, this knife has 3 tubes extending outward and curving to the right at this point. Additionally, in the center of the sword guard, there is a circular metal cover. Lin Shi pressed the small latch beside it, and immediately, a cylindrical cavity was revealed, clearly intended for installing something. Moreover, the blade of the sword differs from that of an ordinary long sword. The blood groove on this blade is carved into the blade itself, and it is connected to the cylindrical cavity. In other words, this is equivalent to a syringe. If the substance inside the cavity is toxic, upon piercing the human body, the toxins will instantly spread throughout the internal organs due to air pressure. That's interesting. After explaining this, Lin Shi's eyes flashed with a gleam of understanding. He raised his eyebrows and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Friends, I think I know what the other stone tablet contains. Virus concentrate. Chapter 87, The Gods? Or a mysterious figure with sinister intentions?" Sure enough, when Lin Shi arrived at another stone tablet, inside were 2 tubes of pale green liquid enclosed in tempered glass. However, one of the tubes was already damaged, and only a tiny bit of the liquid remained inside. Clearly, the toxin detected by the system earlier was produced by it. Perhaps because they had been in a frozen state for thousands of years, the 2 vials of original liquid resembled 2 gems, emitting a dazzling, crystalline glow under the light. Not only the viral solution, but also at the very innermost layer, Lin Shi discovered a piece of parchment that had been deliberately hidden away through the scan. Clearly, whoever left it there did not want many people to know about it, so they chose this material, which is not known for its durability but offers better concealment than steel plates, to record the text. "Hey! Friends, I didn't expect to find something unexpected here." Pulling the parchment out of the crack, Lin Shi's eyes lit up with delight. Having written records makes things easier to explain. After all, it's much better than just guessing on our own. As he unfolded the parchment in his hands, the icy cold sensation made Lin Shi shiver involuntarily. His fingers turned red at a visible speed, and a slight stinging pain shot straight to his brain. Fortunately, his body had been strengthened once before, otherwise he would have definitely suffered frostbite. Ignoring these sensations, Lin Shi quickly skimmed through the text that the system had just translated, and a smile of confirmation gradually spread across his lips. This was a diary left behind by a researcher under their own name, documenting most of the events that occurred at the time, along with the researcher's personal opinions. "This is great. I prefer this kind of informal record because it allows one to more directly sense the state of mind of those who lived here at the time. At least it's better than those formal records filled with empty rhetoric." Lin Shi smiled and then proceeded to highlight the key points of the entire text. Around 3823 BCE, in accordance with the divine edict of the Sumerians, 52 groups of watchers departed from the great city of Kish, each heading to 52 different regions to begin establishing the coordinate points mentioned in the divine edict. I, Eleanor, as a servant of the gods and a follower of the Lord, feel deeply honored to have been chosen to join the Eastern Watcher group. May the Lord's glory shine upon the earth, and may we become the sole rulers of this planet. This planet? The moment he saw the words planet, Lin Shi's scalp tingled. His eyes were filled with disbelief, or perhaps incredulity, as he stared intently at those 2 words for a long time. After a long while, he finally calmed down and said to the camera, "I must say, this woman named Eleanor has truly been a great help to us. Now we can confirm that this group of people departed from the great city of Kish around 3823 BCE, divided into 52 groups, and dispersed to different locations. Friends, this is quite interesting. According to current archaeological records, the Sumerian civilization emerged around 4000–2000 BCE, and at that time, the entire civilization was still primarily composed of fragmented city-states. This phenomenon persisted until the Akkadian Empire period. In other words, for at least several centuries after the former established their kingdom, the Sumerians were actually a group of small city-states. So why did they go to such great lengths to accomplish a task that, even by today's standards, would be considered utterly? Is it because of the so-called divine edict mentioned earlier? And look at the last sentence, "We will become the sole rulers of this planet." Wow, that's even more terrifying when you think about it. After all, it wasn't until thousands of years later that humans truly realized they were living on a planet. How did they figure that out back then? Moreover, it says here that there is only one ruler, which clearly indicates that they already knew at that time that they were not the only intelligent civilization on this planet. So how did these ancient people, who had never even left the Mesopotamian plain, come to know all of this? As soon as the words left his mouth, the chat screen fell silent. Clearly, what Lin Shi had said had such a profound impact on everyone that they all needed time to process it before they could speak again. "Kajesh, are you sure you didn't translate that wrong?" People over 3,800 years ago knew the Earth was round? That sounds like complete nonsense. No, I can't take this. I need to go back and review ancient history. Otherwise, my entire worldview is about to collapse. The person above, give it up. My worldview has already been shattered into pieces since I watched GGE's livestream. Anyway, the facts are right in front of us. Maybe if we keep watching, one day we'll discover the true history. Ha, you're really taking it in stride, aren't you? There's nothing I can do about it. I'm not an expert on ancient civilizations. Even if you told me that the twilight of the gods really happened, it wouldn't matter to me. I'll just keep living my life as usual. It's all just entertainment to me. 66,666. The laid-back guy above, you're the man. Looking at the comments from this group of old-timers on the screen, Lin Shi couldn't help but smile and shake his head. Well, for the average person, what happened in ancient times is none of their business. Even if they knew, wouldn't they still be struggling to make ends meet? Ordinary people have their own way of life. Unless one day Lin Shi really does something that impacts the entire world, everything will remain the same. Lin Shi understood, but still mused. Regardless of what is written here, whether the so-called gods exist or not, it is clear that there was a group of mysterious individuals back then who were secretly orchestrating a grand scheme. Even from the term dominate, it is clear that the goal is not peaceful coexistence and mutual development, such a noble ideal. Let's continue to look further. After thinking for a moment, Lin Shi continued to look at the parchment and translated. After 3,000 days and nights of slow trekking, we finally arrived at this fertile land. Oh, God! This place is so beautiful and bountiful that looking at it, I can't help but think of our homeland. Although Milton mentioned signs of indigenous people, I believe that under the Lord's protection, we should be able to coexist peacefully with them. Moreover, Milton has already sent a message to the gods. It won't be long before our coordinates are revealed, and then nothing will be able to harm us. Chapter 88, The Strange Truth. Why are they doing this? I feel like everyone has lost their minds. They're actually challenging Mother's authority. But just yesterday, they were all her loyal followers. They're wrong. Absolutely wrong. The Mother's authority should never be challenged by any mortal. Lord, why is this happening? You, who have always been so loving, are you abandoning your subjects? I feel my mind is in chaos. Just yesterday, I found myself uncontrollably reading the inscriptions about creating life. What should I do? I'm so afraid. Am I going to fall into darkness too? It's over. Everything is over. The gods are nothing but damned liars. They're not invincible. We've succeeded. Ha, we've succeeded. Oh my God. What have we done? The test subjects were released by Milton's orders. Don't they know how much harm the test subjects will cause to the natives? It's over. Everything is over. We've been brainwashed by the devil. Though I don't know why, I suddenly regained my senses, but clearly, it's all over. I must record all of this. Those who come after me, whoever you are, remember, do not trust anyone. They have completely become the devil's minions. Even Milton has openly ordered that at the next sunset, the coordinates must be activated to their fullest potential. I don't know what that means, but I must hurry to develop the toxic serum to stop it before the disaster becomes irreversible. The archive was eerily silent. Only Lin Shi's voice could be heard, as if it had crossed the vast seas of the world and returned to that desperate night thousands of years ago. Clearly, just as it was then, he was utterly alone, bearing everything in silence. It seems that the skeleton we encountered earlier, reduced to ashes, was this female researcher named Eleanor. And the general outline of the events has become slightly clearer. However, it's clear that this matter is far more complex and unpredictable than we had imagined. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes, his pupils flickering with the light of deep thought. Now that he had Eleanor's records, Lin Shi had gained an understanding of the so-called Watchers' departure times and locations, which gave him a starting point for the entire matter. However, as he finished reading the records, it became clear that many of the things he had previously speculated about would need to be reconsidered. For example, the chaos caused by the wild men on Shen Nongjia's side. At first, he thought it was human nature to explore the mysteries of life, which led to the creation of these unnatural beings. However, their madness eventually triggered a series of accidents. However, upon reviewing the records, it is clear that the Watchers themselves had issues at the time, leading them to blindly and suddenly begin researching life. Why? And what did Milton mean when he said, let the coordinates play their true role? Does it mean sending them halfway around the world to study non-natural organisms and then releasing them? That seems a bit redundant, doesn't it? Lin Shi fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, outside the ruins of Shenongjia, Zhang Jiansheng and the other elderly men were also contemplating the same question. Even though they were already leading figures in the field of archaeology, faced with the facts left behind by the individuals involved, they had no choice but to reconsider whether the artifacts they had previously unearthed truly represented the truth of this world. Old One, have you discovered anything? Chui Wu rubbed his eyes, his expression solemn yet tinged with excitement. For a man in his 70s, to discover something so earth-shattering on the brink of death, how thrilling. No. Wang Wenhua shook his head. The evidence they had found so far was too scarce. To say nothing of other things, these advanced buildings alone, along with the synthetic materials and genetic technology, were completely beyond their understanding. How could they possibly deduce anything from such meager clues? It was simply too difficult. You're right, it is quite challenging. Shui Wu nodded. I never expected this. I'm getting old and still have to deal with this. That Lin kid is really something. He's deliberately trying to make things difficult for us old folks, isn't he? What's wrong? Aren't you happy? Glancing at Shui Wu, who was still sighing to himself, Zhang Jiancheng added a hint of mockery. If you're unhappy, then hurry up and wipe that smirk off your face. Everyone here knows what you're thinking. But I advise you to keep your thoughts to yourself, Lin. What he knows is far beyond what you see. Don't end up failing to take him as your disciple and making a fool of yourself. That would be embarrassing. Hey, old Zhang, how can you talk like that? What do you mean by my little thoughts? And did you notice anything? Shui Wu first feigned anger, then lowered his voice and asked. You'll find out soon enough. Hey, old man, how did you learn to be so mysterious? Exactly, old Zhang, did you notice something? Shui Wu grew impatient, and the few people around him also grew restless. However, faced with the mob, Zhang Jiancheng seemed completely oblivious, turning his face away and leisurely watching the people in the distance moving back and forth, carrying the wild men incubation chambers. He looked completely detached from the world, leaving everyone speechless. Lop Nur, in the pyramid database. After pondering for a while without coming up with a coherent explanation, Lin Chi shook his head and laughed wryly. Friends, it seems this matter involves too many complex issues. With only the information we have now, it's clearly impossible to fully understand the situation. Well, never mind. Our primary task is to explore these ruins. Now that we've found them, let us leave the brain-teasing tasks to the professionals. And now, it seems there's only one thing left for us to handle. Glancing at the last tube of intact viral solution beside him, Lin Chi took a deep breath, picked it up, and then inserted it into the long knife embedded in the stone monument. Glancing at the silent, motionless armor, which seemed to have a pair of eyes silently watching him, Lin Chi spoke in a solemn and emotional tone. Rest assured, the task you failed to complete, I will finish it for you. With that, Lin Chi turned and walked away. But he didn't notice that, just as he turned to leave, the stone stele engraved with text, the only one that hadn't changed, suddenly trembled violently. Immediately afterward, countless metal plates separated, revealing a suit of armor just as tall but with a slightly different design, its eyes suddenly flashing with a crimson glow. Chapter 89, How dare a bunch of insects look down on me? Thanks to the system's newly generated map guidance, Lin Chi could now clearly see that his target was located approximately 3 kilometers to the right and slightly above the pyramid. It wasn't too far away. At full speed, Lin Chi was like a whirlwind. Behind the camera, he charged toward the Bug King with a deafening roar. As he sprinted forward, he asked himself in his mind, System, have you taken everything you needed? As for the items inside the pyramid, Lin Chi's greatest desire was to pack up the entire structure and exchange it all for points. However, this was unrealistic, as he had already streamed it live. Moreover, he had previously learned from Zhang Jiancheng that authorities had already dispatched personnel to this location. If he were to seize the entire pyramid, he would inevitably suffer the consequences. Lin Chi isn't afraid of trouble, but he doesn't want to cause any either. Especially unnecessary trouble. Just think of it as contributing to the higher-ups. After all, my current physical condition is already decent enough, a few extra points won't make a difference. Yu comforted herself in her heart, and Lin Chi felt a little better. All items have been fully recycled. Total points, 421 points. Hostess current total remaining points, 721 points. All items have been recovered. Total points, 421. Hostess current total remaining points, 721. All recovered, total points, 421. Hostess current total remaining points, 721. Over 700? That's not bad, but I wonder what good items will be available in the shop after the system upgrade. Lin Chi nodded and murmured to himself, I hope they release some equipment or rare skills. Then I can finally experience what it's like to go out with 6 divine items and crush those little monsters. Reminder. Reminder, do not assume anything. The tasks currently assigned by this system are all within the beginner's scope, meaning that the difficulty level is relatively low. Once the host has completed the beginner phase, the system will randomly generate tasks. The enemies the host encounters will gradually evolve into intelligent beings, and the difficulty will be vastly different from what it is now. What the heck? This is still a beginner-level task? Lin Chi thought about the size of the Golden Worm King and the hundreds of giant worms guarding it, and instantly felt like he was in deep trouble. As he made his way through one complex, foul-smelling worm tunnel after another, the surroundings began to gradually open up once more. Clearly, the giant deathworms had deliberately widened the tunnels to make it easier for them to gather together, which did save them some trouble. After all, Lin Shi suffers from claustrophobia, and being in such a confined space has been a constant psychological torment for him. Friends, I think we've entered the vicinity of the Bug King's lair. From the air around us, I can smell that foul, blood-like stench emanating from them once again. And look, the mucus clinging to the surroundings is becoming even more viscous. Damn it, it's like glue. Stepping on it feels like you can't get your feet out. Lin Shi muttered under his breath. I wonder if this will affect the shadow assassination. After all, this skill has pretty strict requirements for speed. In fact, even without Lin Shi pointing it out, the audience could clearly sense the change in atmosphere. However, since it didn't directly concern them, they were more focused on anticipation and excitement at that moment. This is so nerve-wracking. Is this the final showdown again? I've already set up my little stool. Let's sit back and watch Chi Gu show off. Front row selling sunflower seeds, drinks, and mineral water. Come on, guys in the front, move your legs a bit. Oh my god, you guys are really something. Can't you see it's already this late? Can't you get a little more serious? By the way, who's more awesome, Chi Gu or the Bug King? Definitely Chi Gu. After all, he once sliced through a steel plate over a meter thick with a single stroke. Could the Bug King be harder than steel? It probably won't be that simple. After all, the Bug King is surrounded by over 100 adult worms protecting him. Even if they all stay still and let Chi Gu kill them, it would still take a long time, let alone the fact that they can move. Hey, you guys have to believe Chi Gu. He can definitely do it. Ping Ping Xiaoman 2 tips the streamer with one super rocket. Go, Chi Gu. If you win, I'll give you a surprise. Wow, the female tycoon has made her move. Is this what she wants? Is there more to come? I'll have to wait and see. Seeing Ping Ping Xiaomanta's message, Lin Shi smiled, and the emotions he had been suppressing in his heart gradually relaxed a little without him even noticing. Ignoring the commotion around him, Lin Shi glanced at the map on the nearby holographic screen, observing the positions of the insects. It was clear that the Insect King was still quite cautious about his safety. Not only had it set up numerous active worm sentinels near its habitat, but it was also curled up within the dense protection of hundreds of adult worms. Moreover, it resembles a strictly hierarchical court. Within nearly 10 meters of the Bug King, a vacuum zone had formed. Not a single bug could get close. It seems that even if one were to use beast taming techniques to disguise oneself as one of its own kind, it would be impossible to get close to the Bug King. Damn it, this guy is protecting his own life way too much. Seeing this situation, Lin Shi couldn't help but curse under his breath. Was he supposed to just charge and head on? Lin Shi shook his head, glanced at the poison-coated longsword clenched tightly in his hand, narrowed his eyes, and said to his friends, "It seems like relying on disguise won't work. I'm going to use more forceful means and charge straight in." The following scenes may be quite graphic, so I will apply a mosaic throughout to avoid causing psychological distress to younger viewers. No, Chi Gu. You can't eat it all by yourself. The younger ones should get out of here quickly. Don't blur it out. We can handle it. Upon hearing Lin Shi's words, the audience immediately let out a chorus of groans. But how could Lin Shi possibly let them have their way? No blurring? Without blurring, how am I supposed to unleash my full shadow assassination technique? Lin Shi sneered coldly. Amidst the eager, excited, and agonized stares and cries of the crowd, he strolled leisurely toward the swarm of insects. Roar! The moment Lin Shi appeared before the swarm, the entire swarm suddenly erupted into unprecedented chaos. A series of roars filled with surprise, anger, and bloodlust echoed throughout the insect tunnel. The adult worms guarding the outer perimeter sprang to their feet in an instant. As if Lin Shi's intrusion were the greatest insult, they roared and began to move their massive bodies, which stretched over 10 meters long, charging madly toward Lin Shi. Meanwhile, the Insect King in the distance had already noticed the situation unfolding here. However, it did not move. Not even the insects near the core circle moved. It was as if, in their eyes, this tiny creature was no more than an ant, easily disposed of by the outer sentinels without the need for them to intervene. Do you really think so little of me? Seeing this, Lin Shi sneered. He narrowed his eyes. With a series of bone-crunching sounds, Lin Shi suddenly sprang into action. Like a sharp sword, he roared and vanished from his original spot in an instant. Go to hell, all of you. Chapter 90, then I'll kill you all. Lin Shi's roar erupted suddenly in the dark, gloomy insect tunnel. The sound was so loud it seemed to carry the roar of thunder. The audience was instantly stunned, never expecting that Lin Shi, who was always cheerful and peaceful, could have such a violent side. The swarm of insects, meanwhile, froze in place, completely stunned. After all, they were just insects. Where have you ever seen a living person disappear in an instant? A series of angry and confused screams echoed through the insect tunnel, causing all the insects to stop in their tracks and quickly scan their surroundings, hoping to catch another glimpse of Lin Shi. However, the next moment, Lin Shi did indeed appear. But he seemed to be enveloped in dark energy. Streams of dark purple energy rippled through the air, swirling around Lin Shi's body, carrying the scent of death. And on his face, there was a savage, cold smile. He cackled. The voice was cold and icy, like that of a vengeful spirit. Looking at the enormous insect before him, which had yet to react, Lin Shi's eyes flashed with murderous intent. The long sword in his hand, loaded with toxic liquid, swung through the air, leaving behind a faint green, razor-sharp trail. Put! Blood splattered everywhere. It dyed the entire insect tunnel red. Due to the mosaic censorship, the audience couldn't see what was happening at all, only vaguely making out a splash of bright red blood erupting suddenly, followed by the worm's body seemingly snapping apart in an instant. Damn it, I can't see a thing. How did the worm die? Chi-gu, hurry up and remove the blurring. We have strong mental resilience, we won't be affected at all. Wow. Look closely at Chi-Ji's figure, how did he move so fast? It's like he teleported. It's probably because of the pixelation. After all, Chi-gu is pretty fast in real life, and now that the image is blurred, it definitely looks even faster. Is that right? The audience gasped, looked puzzled, and questioned what was happening, but Lin Chi's movements did not falter. In this tunnel filled with giant worm tunnels, he was like a flickering shadow, appearing and disappearing in an instant. Every time he appears, he takes the life of one, or even several, of the death worms. The giant worms before Lin Chi were like a group of motionless targets, unable to do anything but passively await their fate. The worms on the outskirts were rapidly decreasing in number at a speed visible to the naked eye. Pale green sword lights and dark purple energy currents intertwine in the dimly lit worm tunnels, forming a continuous expanse. In the blink of an eye, the original number of over 300 had already been reduced by more than half. And the remaining ones were still being swiftly eliminated by Lin Chi. Seeing this, the Insect King, who had been safely in the center of the swarm, grew furious. Seeing this, the Bug King, who had been safely positioned at the center of the swarm, grew furious. Its massive mandibles swung wildly from side to side, and the abysmal maw, lined with saw-toothed fangs, finally roared once more. Roar! It was clear that the Bug King had finally realized Lin Chi's special nature. Compared to the humans he had encountered before, Lin Chi was nothing short of a monster. Freak! Haven't humans always been nothing more than their food? Why did such a creature suddenly appear? Startled awake by the Bug King's furious roar, the remaining dozen or so worms on the outskirts finally came to their senses, frantically searching left and right for Lin Chi's figure. The moment he appeared, they all charged toward him. At the same time, the insects that had been stationary near the core circle also began to move. Amidst the roaring and howling, they have constructed a massive wall of insects in front of the Insect King, composed of hundreds of elite worms. With the wisdom of the insects, this was clearly the only solution they could think of. Seeing this, Lin Chi sneered and twitched the corner of his mouth. Do you think you can delay my actions with this tactic? You're being too hasty. Lin Chi glanced down at the long sword in his hand. Clearly, after so many attacks, the already limited supply of pure toxin had been depleted by more than half. If we continue to use it, it might not be effective anymore. Well, be it so. You insects will just get off easy. Sighing, Lin Chi slowly withdrew the long sword containing the virus into the system storage space and took out the short blade of the dagger. Sighing, Lin Chi slowly withdrew the virus-infected long sword into the system storage space and pulled out the short blade of the dagger. Holding the sword in his right hand and the dagger in his left, Lin Chi took a deep breath and couldn't help but sigh softly. Friends, it seems the toxic liquid can't withstand such heavy use. I'm going to switch back to my own weapons. This combat style, where the right hand wields a long weapon and the left hand holds a dagger, is actually quite rare in Dragon Country. It is more commonly seen in the southern regions of Dragon Country or in places like IG and Babylon. While beginners may initially struggle due to unfamiliarity, leading to mistakes or even injury, once you get used to it, you'll discover that this combat style actually has many advantages. The dagger is as agile as a snake, while the long sword is sharp and delivers a thunderous strike. Watch closely, these insects will surely regret forming such a dense formation. As he spoke, Lin Chi had already unleashed another shadow assassination strike. It must be said that this attack skill is absolutely exhilarating. Although its use demands extremely high requirements in terms of speed, strength, and physical condition, especially speed and physical condition, which are far beyond what the average person can endure, Lin Chi's current physical condition is, after all, far superior to that of ordinary people. After using it repeatedly multiple times, the only noticeable effect was a slight decrease in stamina, with no other discomfort whatsoever. It's truly a god-tier technique for assassination and combat. If assassins were to learn this. Lin Chi clicked his tongue. This is definitely going to be a nightmare. Blood once again appears in the insect's path. And just as Lin Chi had said, the insects were arranged in such a dense formation that not only did they fail to achieve anything, but they actually made Lin Chi's hunting speed even faster. What appeared to be a terrifying, menacing wall of insects was torn open by Lin Chi in an instant. The Insect King was utterly shocked, and the audience let out a series of screams. MMP, I can't see Chi-Ge's moves at all. Although it's satisfying to watch the insects fall like grass being mowed, please remove the mosaic, Chi-Gu. Exactly. You keep talking about how great this combat style is, but we can't see a thing. My family runs a martial arts school. This combination of long and short weapons did exist in ancient times, but few people used it, and it's almost lost now. I never expected Shi-Gu to know it, and he seems even more powerful in combat. Shi-Gu must have natural talent. If you had an ordinary person practice this, even if they mastered it, they'd only be good for cannon fodder in this kind of situation. Ugh, never mind. I'm already packing my bags. Does anyone know where Shi-Gu lives? I'm going to stake out his place. Chapter 91, Two at Once? The audience was envious and wailing, expressing regret and protest because they couldn't see Lin Shi's movements. However, given Lin Shi's current state, it was simply inappropriate for him to reveal himself to ordinary people, and the surrounding situation was indeed quite bloody. Both emotionally and logically, Lin Shi could not possibly remove the mosaic. The crack in the insect wall was growing larger and larger. Although the insect king was constantly issuing commands from behind, Lin Shi's strength far surpassed that of these elite worms. The position he was advancing to was breaking through dozens of meters every second. Puff! The short blade slashed through, sending another jet of blood flying and scattering in the air. Lin Shi furrowed his brows slightly. These elite insects, though their combat strength didn't seem particularly formidable, had defense layers that were undoubtedly thick and sturdy. Even when Lin Shi used his shadow assassination attack, he could feel a slight resistance emanating from the blade with each strike. This was still a weapon produced by the system. If he had used ordinary weapons available in the current world, the blade would probably have already become blunt and broken before he could even kill a single enemy. High-tech products are truly impressive. Lin Shi silently sighed to himself. However, at that very moment, the situation suddenly changed. The elite insect swarm that had been tightly guarding Lin Shi suddenly seemed to lose interest in him. They began to push aside one another, clearing a direct path leading straight to the insect king. Ha! Seeing this, Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. Was he planning to take matters into his own hands? No sooner had the words left his mouth than the Bug King swung its massive body, resembling an emperor ruling over his domain, looking down on the ants that dared to invade with a haughty demeanor. Though it had no eyes, Lin Shi could still clearly sense a disdainful aura emanating from the Bug King's body, directly targeting him. Lin Shi disliked this attitude. It really annoyed him. If you were a human being, maybe I wouldn't be able to do anything to you, but unfortunately, you're just a worm. Since you dare to treat me like this, I'll kill you. Lin Shi curled his lips into a cold smile. His voice was low and calm, yet it carried an indescribable, intense aura of murderous intent. Under the release of the beast taming technique, this aura also directly targeted the Bug King. Roar! Are you angry? Ha, what gives you the right to be angry? You're just a failed product of reform, and you dare to shout at me here? Go to hell! Lin Shi was ranting wildly. Feeling the almost explosive anger of the Bug King, he coldly smiled and once again pulled out the long knife, which now only had half a tube of poisonous liquid remaining. With the long sword in his right hand and the short blade in his left, as the Bug King charged forward with a furious roar, Lin Shi once again unleashed the shadow assassination technique. This time, fearing the attack might not be powerful enough, he even enhanced it with Dai Zone's swift movement, boosting his speed to over 90 points. Combined with speed-enhancing skills, though not at 11-point increase, Lin Shi's speed directly reached nearly 100 meters per second. Huff! In the icy howl of the wind, Lin Shi tore through the air, carrying the thick, dark aura and two sword shadows, one white, one green, slicing through the insect king's head in an instant. Even through its wide-open mouth, he charged directly into the insect king's body, then burst out with a loud plop from the spine near its tail. Blood swirled in the air. The massive body of the Bug King trembled slightly at first, then began to shake violently, as if it were convulsing. The massive was still a minor issue. The real threat was the pure toxin in Lin Shichang's long sword, which was the most effective antidote against the Bug King. They're like a band of bandits. Armed with sharp spears, they spread wildly among the insect king's organs, with genetic-level precision, swiftly and destructively shattering the insect king's most fundamental genes. Boom! The Bug King was rolling and roaring, attacking its own body with its pincers, heedless of everything else. Clearly, it was trying to kill the enemies that were causing it so much pain in this way. That's decisive. It doesn't even spare itself. Lin Shi, who had retreated to the side, first clicked his tongue in disapproval, then widened his eyes and hurriedly said to the system in his mind, "Hurry up and extract the bloodline." Damn it, I was so caught up in the killing that I almost forgot about this. Searching. Search complete. Congratulations, host. The following special bloodline traits have been extracted from the target: lethal venom and super antitoxin constitution. Would you like to grant these traits now? Ha! 2 bloodlines were extracted this time? Lin Shi was thrilled and almost shouted out loud. That's right, 2 different constitutions. Clearly, the system hadn't anticipated 2 bloodlines appearing at once, and even the tone changed slightly, though it continued to describe the situation diligently. Lethal venom, originating from the Lopner Desert, this is a special bloodline of the deathworm, permanently increasing the host's toxicity by 25 points. Note, toxicity is a new attribute, which can be understood as the amount of toxin present in the host's body. This attribute causes the host's blood, saliva, and other bodily fluids to contain toxicity. Additionally, this attribute can be freely enabled or disabled by the host. Superior toxic resistance, derived from the special lineage of the deathworm from the Lopner Desert, this trait permanently increases the host's constitution by 20 points. Note, this bloodline conflicts with the powerful constitution trait. If selected, the system will automatically remove the latter. Hosts are advised to consider carefully before choosing. What? There's a conflict? Lin Chi was speechless. That's correct. Bloodlines are unique, meaning that when two bloodlines with the same attributes appear, only one can be selected to avoid bloodline confusion and endangering the host's genes. That's correct. Bloodlines are unique. When two bloodlines with the same attributes appear, only one can be chosen to prevent bloodline confusion and the emergence of genetic crises in the host. I see. After thinking about it, Lin Chi nodded and said, let's remove it then. The new attributes are better than the old ones. Why would anyone choose the inferior ones? Confirming command, executing. Confirmation command executed. Displaying new attribute panel for the host. Name, Lin Chi. Gender, male. Age, 22. Height, 178 centimeters. Strength, 73. Intelligence, 50. Speed, 94. Physical condition, 8620. Average person is 10. Skills, Wudong Tai Chi Intermediate, Shadow Assassination Growing Skill, Culinary Expert Intermediate, Sprinting Intermediate, Die Zone Swift Movement Master, Beast Taming Master, Super Perception Beginner, Master Level Video Production, Golden Globe Level Director, Top Tier Post Production. Bloodline, Lopner Deathworm Bloodline, Lethal Venom, Superb Toxicity Resistance. Possessions, Multifunction Automatic Tracking Device, Deathblade Combat Dagger, Hunter's Short Blade. Note, items are system generated and cannot be traded or easily damaged. Congratulations, host. You have completed the first mission of the mysterious Deathsea quest, find and kill the abnormal creature leader. Reward, Lucky Spin X1. Congratulations, host, on completing Mysterious Sea of Death, Task 2, locate and defeat the leader of the abnormal creatures. Reward, Lucky Spin X1. Would the host like to open it now? Chapter 92, Back to the Ground, Lake. Open. Lin Chi didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately chose to open it. While his luck was still good, he had to open it quickly, otherwise, it would be over soon. Rubbing his hands together, Lin Chi muttered to himself with great seriousness. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've won, Hidden Blade of the Dark Moon X1. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have won, Horizontal Sword Dark Moon X1. Description, Horizontal Blade Dark Moon Purple Quality. Length, 98 centimeters, blade length, 80 centimeters, blade thickness, 0.22 centimeters, weight, 253 kilograms. Manufactured using molecular plastic manufacturing technology, it can withstand a point impact force of 1,200 kilograms. The blade features a molecular folding design, meaning that when not in use, the blade automatically disassembles into a blade-less configuration. The surface is adorned with naturally formed dark red patterns. Due to the unique manufacturing process, users can infuse the blade with their own toxicity or other special properties, and through the use of special components, enhance its attack power by approximately 189. Note, this item is system-generated, durable, and non-tradable. Additionally, be cautious not to cut yourself on the blade, as it will cause significant pain. Tang Horizontal Sword? The moment he saw the words Horizontal Sword, Lin Chi immediately thought of the famous Tang Dynasty sword known as the Tang Horizontal Sword. As a renowned weapon of the Tang Dynasty, the Tang sword was primarily categorized into four major types: ceremonial swords, defensive swords, horizontal swords, and mace swords. Among these, ceremonial swords were primarily used for ceremonial purposes and had little practical combat value. The Mo Dao, however, featured a unique design with a blade equal in length to the blade guard, or even extending beyond it, classifying it as a long weapon. The Zhang Dao and Hang Dao, on the other hand, are the primary combat knives, and between the two, Lin Chi clearly prefers the Hang Dao. Nothing else. Simple, straight, and grand. Compared to those flashy knives, the horizontal knife is simple and straightforward, delivering a fatal blow with a single strike. When paired with the shadow assassination technique, it is clearly more suited to his high-speed combat style. Not bad, not bad. This way, I can finally replace those short daggers. Staring at the holographic view spinning endlessly on the light screen, Lin Chi couldn't wait to pull it out and give it a try right away. However, he was still live streaming. If he suddenly pulled out a knife, especially one with a blade that grew automatically, that would really cause a stir. Shaking his head, Lin Chi refocused his attention back on the insect tunnel. All was silent before him. Blood and flesh have congealed into a nauseating abyss of blood. The corpse of the Bug King lies sprawled beside it. Under the influence of the toxic liquid, its body now seemed to be writhing from within. It continued to swell, rapidly disintegrating and melting, staining the ground with a pool of foul-smelling blood. Extremely disgusting. Lin Shi frowned and looked away. The surviving elite worms had already vanished without a trace. Their biological instincts tell them who is more dangerous. Now that even the insect king has fallen victim to Lin Shi's blade, how could they possibly continue to hold on? Perhaps after several months or even years, a new bug king may emerge among the survivors, leading the remaining dead worms to roam the underground wilderness. But clearly, at this moment, they have developed a deep-seated fear of Lin Shi. The live stream is in an uproar. Finally seeing the bug king fall, they let out all the pent-up emotions they had been holding back for so long. Various gift effects filled the entire livestream, almost completely dominating the screen. Countless people are leaving comments. The comments are almost like a sea of text. 66,666. That's so freaking cool. 66,666. So freaking awesome. GGE's style. Although we can't see how the Bug King was ultimately killed, GGE's skills and combat power are simply mind-blowing. Damn it, I was so worried earlier. As soon as the battle started, I switched pages. Now to be honest, I regret it. Why did I have to switch pages? You didn't just miss out on a fortune, you missed out on a fortune. Flying Pig tipped the streamer 66 super rockets. Shigo is still as cool and dominant as ever. Speaking of which, when can you teach me a few tricks? Longing for the countryside tipped the streamer 100 super rockets. I had to leave earlier, but I never expected Shigo to have done such a big thing in such a short time. Oh well, I should have kept the live stream on even if I had a meeting. Shiga's little fan donated 6,666 fishballs to the streamer. Pineapple Seaside tipped the streamer 10 super rockets. The 151 team has tipped the streamer 100 super rockets. The 151 team has arrived. We've heard of Chigu's fame for a long time, and seeing him in person today, we never expected him to be so majestic and imposing. We'll be here regularly from now on. The live stream was flooded with gifts and comments, and the viewership quickly surged from over 1.3 million to over 1.7 million. And this is before the stream even ended. There's less than 300,000 left to reach the 2 million viewership goal. Lin Shi was overjoyed and smiled as he thanked everyone. Thank you all for your support. There are too many people, so I won't read out all the gifts one by one. As you can see, the Bug King is now dead. Although there are still deathworms, and their numbers are unknown, the aura I released earlier should be enough to keep them at bay for several months. During this period, they will not, and dare not, easily attack humans again. Consider this my small contribution to the subsequent investigations, explorations, and excavations by the follow-up personnel. Without leaving a trace, Lin Shirong had the camera follow him from the front while he hurried toward the newly discovered exit. The path was smoother than the one they had taken earlier. Whether it was because the scattered elite worms had warned them or for some other reason, Lin Shi walked all the way without encountering a single worm. In many places, he even clearly saw traces of panicked escape. Judging by the direction, they were heading northeast as a group. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes, thinking about the location of NG country, and couldn't help but think to himself, I hope you can arrive safely. That way, there will be fewer unstable factors on Long Country's soil. Lost in thought, after roughly an hour had passed, Lin Shi finally arrived at the newly discovered exit. It was a wormhole sloping upward at a 45-degree angle. Moreover, the surrounding mucus has already hardened, likely left behind as an abandoned exit many years ago, sparing Lin Shi the trouble of climbing by hand. He easily returned to the ground, and the cool, refreshing breeze that blew past him caused Lin Shi's furrowed brows to suddenly relax. Taking a deep breath, he looked up at the dazzling starry sky and sighed, life on the ground is indeed better. Friends, if there's any chance, I truly don't want to go back underground and live like a mole anymore. He laughed and made a joke, then looked around. It was still the desert. However, the environment is clearly much better than before. Against the backdrop of the undulating mountains in the distance, there was a fairly large lake about 100 meters away. A gentle breeze blew, creating ripples that spread endlessly across the lake, like jewels embedded in the desert, leaving everyone mesmerized. Friends, it seems our days of hardship are finally coming to an end. Lin Shi said excitedly. Because right by the lake, he had actually spotted dozens of goitered gazelles drinking water. Chapter 93, The Ancient Mechanical Killer That Chased Them Out. Watching the goitered gazelles lower their heads to drink water, then lift them up to survey their surroundings, Lin Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he was so thrilled he could barely contain his laughter. Ha ha! Friends, what does after suffering comes joy mean? This is what it means. After wandering aimlessly through the underground wormholes, we emerged to find an oasis? And look, can you see those yellow antelopes? Lin Shi zoomed in with the camera while quickly approaching the nearest poplar tree, covered in the marks of time, and whispered to the audience. That's a goitered gazelle, a typical animal found in desert and semi-desert regions. It resembles a yellow sheep in appearance, but during the mating season, the male's throats swell, resembling a goose's throat, hence the name goitered gazelle. In this area, they primarily survive on red osier, saxual, camel thorn, and very limited water. It was surprising to see them at night, as they typically appear in groups during the day. As he watched the antelope herd, Lin Chi's voice carried a hint of confusion. Could it be that the noise we made underground was too loud, disrupting their normal daytime activities? After thinking for a moment, Lin Chi shook his head. Never mind, there are many possible reasons for this, and I'm too lazy to think about it. Friends, as they say, meeting is fate. I've been hungry all night underground. How about we have them for dinner? Open. We have to open them. Go ahead, Shigu. Although this is a second-class protected animal, it's clearly nothing compared to what you've discovered before. Right. And you have a hunting license, so what are you afraid of? Go get one, and I'll give it to you as a reward. Speaking of which, Shigu, do we need to blur it out this time? The audience was in an uproar, with most people sending messages urging him to take action, while others demanded that the blurring be removed. It seemed that many people had grown to hate the blurring with a passion. Seeing this, Lin Chi smiled. He then silently asked the system in his mind, how many points does it cost to exchange for a flying knife skill? Basic level 50 points, each subsequent level increases at double the rate. 50 points for the basic level, with each subsequent level increasing at a rate of 1 times the previous level. Only 50 points? Lin Chi thought about his current remaining points, waved his hand dismissively, and said directly, just upgrade me to advanced. I don't need those 200 points. Ding! Ding, exchange successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the flying knife skill. Current level, advanced. The next level up will require 150 points. As soon as the system's voice faded, a massive stream of data flooded into his mind. Lin Chi furrowed his brows slightly, as if he were a seasoned master of flying knives who had practiced for decades. In an instant, he had mastered all the techniques related to flying knives. He couldn't help but wonder how the system had achieved this. If this method were applied to education, wouldn't everyone in Manhwa become erudite scholars versed in ancient and modern knowledge? Lin Chi muttered to himself. But at that very moment, an unusual sensation suddenly surged from the insect-like opening on his back. Filled with intense murderous intent, it caused Lin Chi's hair to stand on end. Something's wrong. Lin Chi exclaimed in alarm. At the same time, the system's voice also echoed in his mind. Warning, an unknown energy source has been detected, rapidly approaching the host. Please prepare for battle. What? Lin Chi dared not take it lightly and quickly turned his head to look behind him. Bang! Suddenly, a piercing sound erupted from the pitch-black wormhole exit. A red glow flickered into view, but before Lin Chi could discern what it was, an overwhelming sense of danger, piercing straight to the soul, engulfed his entire body in an instant. Gunfire! Although it was very different from the gunfire of modern times, Lin Chi instantly understood the significance of this sound. His pupils contracted sharply, and Lin Chi's legs suddenly tensed up. A dull thud echoed as he landed in a shallow crater 10 centimeters deep in the sand, then rolled violently to the left. He narrowly avoided the bullet. Lin Chi had just dodged out of the way when a sharp, spiked bullet so fast he couldn't even make out what it was exploded into the poplar tree behind him. In an instant, wood chips flew everywhere. This ancient tree, which had stood for at least hundreds of years, was torn apart at the trunk by a single shot and crashed to the ground with a thunderous crash. The power is actually this great? Lin Chi was stunned. Glancing back at the already torn-up poplar tree, he muttered to himself, what the hell is this thing? Where on earth did it come from? The sudden turn of events startled the audience as well. What's going on? What's that gunfire? Who's shooting? Could it be poachers? I heard that antelope horns are very valuable, and many people come here specifically to poach them. Hey, do you think poachers' homemade guns could be that powerful? This is almost as powerful as anti-material weapons, you know? Kijej, look. That thing is coming out. Holy crap, isn't that the armor we saw earlier? How come it's moving? Amidst the audience's gasps, the owner of the red glow finally emerged from the wormhole. It was a humanoid creature wearing a thick, full-body exoskeleton armor. Although it resembled the armor he had seen in the database, Lin Chi immediately noticed the differences between the two. The creature's head was actually that of a lizard. Everything else about it is almost human, but the head is that of a lizard. This is so bizarre that it inevitably brings to mind the myth of the wild man. Could this thing be a more advanced experimental specimen than the deathworms? Lin Chi speculated in his mind. Meanwhile, he continued his actions without pause. Taking advantage of the opening created by this object moving outward, Lin Chi flipped himself upright, turned toward the right front, and swiftly closed in on the target along an S-shaped path. However, as Lin Chi moved, the lizard-like creature also shifted its position. His blood-red eyes flashed with a cold gleam. The lizard man frantically fired at the spot where Lin Chi had just been, while simultaneously bellowing in a stiff, even distorted electronic voice. Native life form detected. Eliminate. The voice spoke in a language Lin Chi couldn't understand, but with the system's real-time translation, he immediately grasped the meaning of the words. Erase? I'll erase you to hell. Go to hell. Shout loudly. Lin Chi raised his hand and threw the dagger he had already drawn, using it as a throwing knife. At the same time, he sprinted forward at full speed, using the moment the camera was filming the lizard man to suddenly pounce in front of him. The short blade drew from its sheath, carrying the force of tearing through the air, and in the darkness of the night, it suddenly sliced through the air, leaving a cold, crimson blade of light. Boom! Bang! Chapter 94, Oh no! I've been shot! The battle began suddenly and ended even more abruptly. The audience saw the lizard men appear, but before they could react, Lin Chi followed closely behind and swiftly severed the first one's neck with a single stroke. What the heck is going on? What the heck is this thing? It looks like it came out of a wormhole, but none of us have ever seen it before. Could it have come from the database? After all, we did see a set of armor there before. Are you blind? The head of this thing is completely different from the one we saw before, and this one is clearly a robot. Didn't you see the sparks coming from the wound? Just as the audience said, the lizard-like creature's neck was pierced by sharp sparks that kept flashing, and not a single drop of blood was seen. Clearly, it wasn't human at all. Doesn't that mean this thing is a mechanical entity? Everyone was stunned, yet at the same time, an inexplicable excitement swept through the crowd. An ancient mechanical entity? In ancient times, mechanical entities actually existed? Goodness, just how advanced was the Sumerian civilization? The audience erupted into chaos, yet Lin Chi remained standing motionless in his spot. If one looked closely, one could even notice a slight tremor emanating from his body. What was going on? Everyone was confused and turned to Lin Chi with puzzled looks, but soon they noticed something unusual. There, on the left shoulder where Lin Chi was carrying his backpack, a faint red stain had appeared out of nowhere. And it was spreading rapidly, now covering half of his back in a large, soaked patch. Everyone gasped in shock, and it was only then that Lin Chi slowly began to move. He took off his backpack, unbuttoned his collar, and said, "Damn, that really hurts. This must be the first time I've ever been shot in my life. I have to say, this feels really awful." Lin Chi wanted to laugh, but the pain from the wound made him involuntarily suck in a sharp breath. He controlled the camera to zoom in on his back. Suddenly, a gruesome, blood-soaked hole appeared before everyone's eyes, causing them to scream in horror. Lin Chi glanced at the holographic screen, nodded, and said, "Not bad. The bullet completely penetrated the shoulder without leaving any residue. It's a fortunate outcome in an unfortunate situation. Friends, although I wasn't hit by the bullet, I still know some basic facts. If the bullet had remained inside, that would definitely not be a good sign." He found a relatively clean piece of fabric on his shirt, used the knife to cut it into strips, and began bandaging the wound while continuing to explain. Because ordinary copper armor is lined with lead, which can cause poisoning if left in the body. In severe cases, it can even lead to wound infection and gangrene. Some steel core bullets also pose a risk of tetanus. Of course, these risks are secondary. The most critical issue is that bullets remaining in the body prevent wounds from healing effectively, which is extremely dangerous. You must understand that we are in the desert, where the environment is already harsh. If I had severe gunshot wounds to that, even with my physical condition far surpassing that of an average person, I would likely not survive. After tightening the bandage to ensure the blood wouldn't flow out easily, Lin Chi finally exhaled deeply and smiled at the audience, saying, "But luckily, I was fortunate. The bullet passed through my body, and judging by the size of the wound, there were no blast injuries. It was a stroke of luck in an unfortunate situation. Alright, now that my wound is taken care of, let's take a look at what this thing is." Saying this, Lin Chi turned his attention back to the headless corpse in front of him. At the same time, he thought to himself, what's going on? Didn't I already check everything? Why is this thing still here? System response. This system has indeed scanned all the areas the host has passed through. However, during the database access, the scanning system was once again blocked. This system infers that this object must have been tracked back from the database. What? Why didn't you say that earlier? Lin Chi was furious. The host did not ask. The host didn't ask. What the heck? If I don't ask, you won't tell me. Lin Chi was about to be driven mad by this useless system. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Now I'm injured because of it. How long will it take to recover? It's delaying me from making money. What should we do?" "Host, please do not worry." "Host, there's no need to worry. This system will provide rapid healing services. Additionally, your physical strength has been enhanced, so your healing speed will be faster than that of an ordinary person. Such a penetrating wound should heal within 5 days. Host, don't worry. This system will provide rapid healing services, and your physical strength has been enhanced, so your healing speed will be faster than average. Such a penetrating wound is expected to heal within 5 days. Is that so? That's acceptable." Hearing this, Lin Chi finally calmed down a bit. After scanning the area around the lizardman's corpse and pretending to examine it, Lin Chi rubbed his chin and pointed to the anatomical diagram displayed on the light screen, saying, "This shouldn't be a product of the Sumerian civilization." As everyone saw earlier, while some of the technology is indeed advanced, to be honest, most of it still lags significantly behind modern technology. Moreover, you may not have noticed that when observed up close, many details are incomplete, as if the main components had been intentionally removed, leaving only the most basic structural elements. But take a look at this. I won't even mention the structural details. Just look at the bullets used in this weapon. They are definitely not something available on Blue Star. Lin Shi pried the weapon from the lizard man's arm, disassembled it, and temporarily showed its internal structure and ammunition magazine to the audience. As Lin Shi had mentioned, the ammunition of this weapon resembled tiny sharp spikes. There was no trace of gunpowder, and even the surface patterns appeared to be entirely made of wood. Just like the thorns on a rosebush. On Blue Star, there is absolutely no rose, or even any type of wood, that can match the strength of metal on such a small scale. Lin Shi spoke without thinking, but those who heard him took it to heart. Upon seeing the weapon structure and the material of the ammunition, Lu Jiangwo, who was resting at his temporary residence in Shenangjia, immediately stood up. This. His eyes widened, filled with an expression of utter disbelief. It's made of wood? How could it be made of wood? If that's the case, how did it explode? No way, this must be reported to higher-ups immediately, and this unit must be recovered right away. It was as if he were possessed. Lu Jiangwo paced back and forth in the room, muttering to himself for a moment, then suddenly grabbed his phone and shouted at the security personnel outside. Xiao Wang, contact the team at Lopner immediately and change course to Lin Shi's location. We must retrieve that machine as soon as possible. Yes. Lin Shi didn't know how many people were breaking their hearts for him at that moment, or rather, for the headless body beside him. He reattached the disassembled firearms back onto the machine, gave it another glance, then shrugged. Basically, that's all I can see. After all, I'm not a professional military designer. This kind of thing that's obviously brain-teasing isn't really my forte. Let's leave this here for now. I'm sure someone will come to retrieve it soon. It's nighttime now, so we should hurry while the sun is still down and find a place to stay as soon as possible. After all, I'm injured. Before Lin Shi could finish speaking, suddenly, from the distant desert, two flickering yet brilliantly bright lights suddenly shone toward them. Immediately afterward, Lin Shi's vision brightened. It was actually a jeep? Chapter 95, that's not small either. The headlights flickered, and the engine roared. Under the quiet night sky, the headlights could be seen from over a kilometer away, along with the huge clouds of sand and dust swirling behind the car. Someone's coming. Friends, I hope my luck isn't that good, right? Lin Shi smiled at the camera as he watched from afar. Clearly, he didn't think it was just a traveler passing by. And judging by the car model, it was a Jeep Wrangler, with a pink color scheme, indicating that the driver was clearly a woman and not very old. That's interesting. Lin Shi pinched his chin, his expression betraying no sign of tension, and his eyes even sparkled with a peculiar light. Boom! The roar of the car grew louder and louder. Soon, under everyone's gaze, it had come to a stop just 100 meters away from Lin Shi. At this distance, Lin Shi could clearly see the driver inside the car. It really was a woman. She is approximately 22 years old. She was very beautiful, with long, straight black hair tied into a ponytail hanging behind her head, swaying back and forth with the movement of the car, giving her an extremely vibrant appearance. She was wearing a light pink outdoor jacket. It was nighttime, and the temperature in the desert was only around 7 or 8 degrees Celsius. Such a tightly sealed outfit was actually quite reasonable. Lin Shi was silently observing, while the audience, upon seeing the driver's appearance, suddenly looked like wolves spotting sheep. Their eyes gleamed, and they began wildly flooding the screen with comments. Hey, it's a beauty. Wow, she looks like a rich woman. Shigu, could she be here to pick you up? Wow, I didn't expect Shigu's female fans to include someone this beautiful. How is that possible? I'm so jealous. I came all the way to the desert just for you, Shigu. You should marry this little rich girl, hee hee. I don't care. Shigu is mine, and I won't accept any objections. Wake up, you up there. He is actually taking action, while you're just hiding behind your screen talking nonsense. The difference isn't just a little bit. Lin Shi didn't notice the comments from the audience because at that moment, the driver of the car had already gotten out and was walking toward Lin Shi. Her tall, slender figure and straight legs immediately caused the audience to erupt once again, and even Lin Shi himself couldn't help but glance at her with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Shigu, can you guess who I am? Zhang Xiaolin smiled charmingly, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a mischievous glow, clearly up to something. If you can recognize me, it means you must be one of my fans. You came all the way to the desert just for me, drove your own car, and are wearing branded gear. That means you must be well off and probably one of the people who tips me on my donation list. And I remember someone once said they wanted to give me a surprise? I have to admit, this is indeed a surprise. Lin Shi curved his lips into a faint smile, first recounting what he had observed, then added softly, and this isn't small either. Why do you still call it a little bun? Holy crap! This is the rich kid called Little Bun? Wow. Just by observation and deduction, you got so much information? Shigu, you're too amazing. I remember now. Do you guys remember what Xiao Manta said earlier? If we win, we'll give Shigu a surprise. Oh my gosh, this surprise is no small thing. It's almost scary. Half human eternal, I'm so jealous. I wish I had such a female fan. Hey, Yonga is here too. Aren't you the one who claims to be a gentleman and never thinks about female fans? Be careful, we'll tell your wife. Xiaomantu's flower guard, everyone step aside. Xiaomantu's flower guard is here. Shiga, we advise you not to think about those trivial matters. Xiaomantu's flower guard, step aside, step aside. Xiaomantu's flower guard is here. Shiga, I advise you not to think about those things. The crowd was in an uproar, but Zhang Xiaolin was quite surprised. Is Chi-Gu that amazing? He guessed my identity just from those few characteristics? I was planning to surprise you. Zhang Xiaolin pouted, looking a bit disappointed. There's nothing I can do. It's just simple detective work and deduction. Lin Chi shrugged. Besides, you don't have many distinctive features. Each one is highly distinctive. If I couldn't figure it out, I'd probably have died long ago in the vast wilderness. What are you talking about? Let's go. Your injury is so severe I need to get you to the hospital right away. Noticing the large patch of blood-soaked bandage on Lin Chi's shoulder, Zhang Xiaolin hurried forward to support him. Seeing this, Lin Chi smiled. He turned his head to look at the vast desert behind him and the headless mechanical body standing there, and sighed. It was time to part ways once again. As they headed toward the jeep, Lin Chi's voice suddenly grew louder. Friends, although this livestream was short, just about a day and a night, what we experienced was no less than what we would have in a lifetime. Starting from the western county of Weili, we took a helicopter and plunged down from an altitude of over 7,500 meters, heading northward. Along the way, we discovered bodies, witnessed extreme poverty, and even found a truckload of gold ore buried deep beneath the vast desert. We witnessed the terror of deathworms, slew a ferocious worm king, and in the depths of the underground, we once again discovered the pyramids of the Sumerians. From Eleanor's notes, we learned more about the truth behind the events of that time. However, like being stuck in quicksand, these truths only left us more confused about everything that happened back then. Who exactly provided the Sumerians with the technological power, and who drove them to madness, compelling them to desperately research genetic engineering and the creation of life? Perhaps we will need to endure more time, explore more ruins, before we can witness them, just as I have witnessed this ancient mechanical entity behind me. Sighing in relief, Lin Chi smiled, but no matter what, this journey has finally come to an end. Thousands of words boiled down to one sentence. Thank you all for accompanying me once again. See you next time. Bye. Don't turn off the live stream. We want to keep watching. Although it's hard to let go, Chi-Ge's current condition really needs immediate medical attention. If left untreated, it could lead to serious complications. Flying Pig has donated 99 super rockets to the streamer. Take good care of yourself, Chi-Gu. Also, could you please provide your hospital address? I'll see if I can visit you in the coming days. Longing for the countryside, donated 66 super rockets to the streamer. Old Pig, give me your address too. I'll fly over right away. Pineapple Cecile tips the streamer 10 super rockets. Half Human Eternal tipped the streamer 5 super rockets. Kajej Little Fan donated 99,999 fish balls to the streamer. Half Dreaming Shishia tipped the streamer 1 super rocket. Shuga, Tianyuango, please let us know. We also want to visit Chi-Gu. After all, he was injured like this for our live stream. As the time to part came, everyone's gifts started to pour in. Whether they had met him before or not, everyone was expressing their gratitude to Lin Chi in their own way, for the incredible experiences and profound impact he had brought them over the course of that day and night. Meanwhile, the viewership of Lin Chi's livestream was skyrocketing, surging from over 17 million to 19.08 million. The number of gifts sent also soared to 5.06 million. Seeing this, Lin Chi's smile grew even broader. Closing the car door, Lin Chi waved at the camera crew and, in the vast night, left everyone with the sight of his figure slowly fading into the distance. Chapter 96. Hey, stop. Oh, you're too kind. Speaking of which, Chi-Gu, is it really okay to just leave the camera there? You won't make me drive back to pick it up later, will you? Seeing Lin Chi sitting leisurely in the passenger seat, with the camera rig that had been hovering in midair just left there on the desert floor, Zhang Xiaolin looked puzzled and turned to ask. It's fine, it'll follow us on its own. Throwing his backpack onto the back seat, Lin Chi first stretched his left shoulder, which had turned slightly white, then smiled at Zhang Xiaolin and said, Thanks, it was a long way for you to come. It's no big deal. If anyone should be thanking anyone, it should be me. No, really. If it weren't for your discovery, we might never have known that the history from back then was so exciting. Zhang Xiaolin shrugged her shoulders, and her long ponytail bounced up and down. If it weren't for your discovery, we would probably never have known that the history of that time was so exciting. Chi-Gu, you have no idea my grandfather was so excited after watching your live stream that he had a heart attack. Come on, it can't be that bad, can it? Lin Chi was speechless. Watching the live stream gave me a heart attack. How excited must he be? Lin Shi is now incredibly relieved that he always gives advance warning whenever something intense is about to happen. Otherwise, if a few people actually died from the scare, he'd be the one taking the blame. Seeing Lin Shi like this, Zhang Xiaolin couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Ge, you're a big star now. Can't you be a little less cautious? There's nothing I can do about it." Lin Shi smiled. "Maybe I spent too much time in the wilderness, and it left some aftereffects." He didn't delve deeper into why Zhang Xiaolin's grandfather was so upset. Instead, Lin Shi and Zhang Xiaolin started talking about other things. Soon, 10 minutes had passed. Just as the two were about to drive onto the highway where Zhang Xiaolin had come from, a fleet of vehicles suddenly appeared in the distance. And it wasn't just vehicles. Lin Shi also heard the roar of helicopters. Glancing up at the sky, he saw 3 dark green single-rotor military helicopters flying toward them in a V formation at high speed. "They're here already? It seems these guys are more interested in that ruin in the body than I thought." Muttering to himself, Lin Shi couldn't help but curve his lips into a smile. Zhang Xiaolin was in a similar state. She glanced over first, then heard Lin Shi's voice and laughed, saying, "There's nothing I can do. Who told you to always cause such a big fuss? I heard that the area around Shinnangjia is now under martial law, and no one is allowed to enter within hundreds of kilometers." "Oh? Is that so?" Lin Shi raised his eyebrows. As they spoke, 3 helicopters had already arrived above the jeep. Surprisingly, they didn't fly away immediately. Instead, the one in the middle suddenly stopped and then slowly descended toward the roadside. Before long, the cabin door opened, and several armed personnel, surrounding a middle-aged man, walked over. "Mr. Lin, right? Ha, I've heard a lot about you. I never expected to meet you today. You're truly a hero in your prime." Su Jianhua saw Lin Shi get out of the car, extended his hand, and smiled, saying, "I watched your live stream this time. It was truly heart-wrenching. Thank you for your contributions to the higher-ups." "It's nothing," Lin Shi replied with a smile. A colonel of his rank had initiated the handshake, so Lin Shi had to give him the courtesy. However, he was a bit puzzled. Why wasn't this person heading to the ruins? What was he doing wasting time with him? Was it really just to shake hands and exchange some meaningless pleasantries? As if sensing Lin Shi's confusion, Su Jianhua didn't hide it, speaking openly. "The ruins aren't urgent. Someone has already sealed off the site. I was sent here by old Lu. He saw you were injured and specifically asked me to come and fetch you. Kid, you're something else. I've never seen old Lu treat any young person like this. If it weren't for my prior investigation, I'd think you were one of his men. You're something else. I've never seen old Lu treat any young person like this. If I hadn't investigated before, I'd have thought you were one of his men. So that's how it is." Lin Shi finally understood. So that's how it is. Lin Shi finally understood. As for the investigation he mentioned, Lin Shi had already anticipated this and wasn't surprised. He just didn't expect that Lu Jiangwo, whom he had met once before in Shinnangjia, would be so concerned about him. It did leave him feeling a bit flattered and overwhelmed. "You must be Zhang Xiaolin, right?" Su Jianhua greeted Zhang Xiaolin. "When your grandfather came to Lopner for an investigation, he mentioned you to me. I never imagined you'd grown so much. What's this?" "Hello, Uncle Su. I'm here to pick him up because we made a bet." Caught off guard by the question, Zhang Xiaolin hesitated for a moment before making up an excuse. After all, chasing a celebrity all the way from Jingdu to the desert was something that might be tolerated by peers, but if the elders found out, that would be too much. Seeing this, Su Jianhua smiled. A strange gleam flashed in the corner of his eye. Looking at Lin Shi, he nodded. Not bad. A handsome man and a beautiful woman. Alright, let's go. You better tend to that wound quickly, otherwise, it might cause trouble. No problem. I'm tough. It'll heal quickly. Lin Shi tried to refuse, but Su Jianhua gave him a stern look, and he quickly agreed. You didn't hesitate when you were fighting those bugs earlier, did you? After a round of scaring and pulling, Lin Shi finally got on the helicopter. He turned to look at Zhang Xiaolin and said in surprise, "You're coming too? What about the car?" "It's fine. Uncle Su will help me take it back." "It's okay, Uncle Su will take me back." Zhang Xiaolin stuck out her tongue. Under Su Jianhua's helpless gaze, the three boarded the helicopter and gradually flew away, heading east toward Jingdu. Several hours later, at Jingdu General Hospital, a special patient was admitted to the trauma single room. Looking at the ward, which was reserved exclusively for patients with special status, Lin Shi couldn't help but whistle in admiration. He said nothing more and let the doctors, who had rushed in as if facing a major emergency, begin their urgent treatment. Taking advantage of the lull, Lin Shi glanced at the system. As previously indicated, the system had now entered the upgrade phase, making the system store inaccessible and the attribute panel uneditable. However, the storage space remained usable. Glancing at the mountain of gold ore, Lin Shi couldn't help but curve his lips into a smile. He tentatively asked, "System, can you help refine this gold ore? Can you help refine these gold ore?" "Yes, but you'll have to wait until the system upgrade is complete." "How long will the upgrade take?" The upgrade is expected to be completed within 24 hours. Alright, go ahead and upgrade. Hopefully, it'll bring some useful stuff. I'll be waiting for your compensation package. The system did not continue speaking, clearly having been shut down by Lin Chi's thick skin. However, Lin Chi remained completely oblivious. While continuing to receive treatment, he kept his eyes closed, daydreaming about what good items might be in the compensation package. Chapter 97, that was close, I almost lost face. However, Lin Chi didn't know that the doctors currently examining him were of such a prestigious status. After completing the full physical examination and treatment for Lin Chi, Su Jianhua led several elderly doctors with white hair to an empty ward nearby and said solemnly, "How is it? No infection sources were detected, so we can rule out the possibility of Mr. Lin being infected." An elderly doctor with glasses frowned, thought for a moment, and said, "However, this young man's physical data is somewhat concerning." "What issues?" Upon hearing this, Su Jianhua's eyes widened, and he stared intently at the elderly man who had spoken. "Don't be nervous, it's not a bad thing." The old man smiled. "Well, how should I put this? This young man's cellular activity is significantly higher than that of an average person. Especially his recovery ability, you didn't see it, but with such severe penetrating wounds, he's already started to heal." "Are you sure he was injured just a few hours ago?" "Of course I'm sure." Su Jianhua glared, "And it's not just me, old Lu and the others know too." "Is that so?" The old man nodded, pausing for a moment. "I wonder if I can." "No way." Before the old man could finish, Su Jianhua interrupted him. "Old Zhang, I'm not trying to embarrass you, but Lin Xiuji's status is a bit special. Although it hasn't been confirmed yet, there are already many people from higher up keeping a close eye on him. You can handle inspections or something like that, but when it comes to research, that's definitely out of the question." "Come on, don't say that. Am I the kind of person who would neglect patients' feelings for the sake of research?" The old man waved his hand dismissively. All right. This young man's condition has stabilized, and given his recovery rate, he should be fully recovered in a few days." "Oh, such a good research subject right in front of us, and you won't let us study him? What a shame." Su Jianhua didn't hear the rest of the words, but they clearly weren't kind. He pretended not to hear and returned to Lin Chi's ward. Seeing the latter sitting on the bed in his hospital gown with a helpless expression, Su Jianhua smiled, chatted with Lin Chi for a moment, then glanced at the time and said, "Alright, since there's nothing else here, I should head back to the Lopner Desert. You've done a great job this time. Don't worry, the reward you've earned is well deserved. I'll head back first. Whether there's a reward or not doesn't matter to me. I don't care. Thank you for this time. Please also convey my gratitude to Uncle Lu." Lin Chi stood up and escorted Su Jianhua out the door. He then glanced back at Zhang Xiaolin, who was smiling behind him. "Aren't you leaving? You haven't finished work yet, have you?" From their casual conversation along the way, Lin Chi had already learned that she was a student in the acting department of Jingdu Film Academy. Although it was still summer, the summer vacation had long since ended. In other words, this little girl had snuck out. "I already asked for a day off, okay?" Zhang Xiaolin rolled her eyes. "And my grandfather heard about your injury and is planning to come over tomorrow afternoon. I'll introduce you to him. You should know that my grandfather is a very influential person. And he's a professional archaeologist. Maybe he can give you some advice on what you've discovered." "Really? That's great." Lin Chi feigned surprise. But he smiled to himself. "I've even met Zhang Jianshine, a leading figure in the field of archaeology, and he didn't say anything about the 4th, 5th, or 6th dynasties. What could your grandfather possibly have noticed?" He. Zhang Xiaolin chuckled. "So you're planning to stay with me until dawn?" Lin Chi glanced out the window at the sky, which was gradually turning pale, and said in a tone that invited speculation. "What else can I do? You're here all alone. If I don't stay with you, what if something happens?" Zhang Xiaolin clearly didn't understand the meaning behind Lin Chi's words. Glancing at the sky outside, she couldn't help but yawn. But to be honest, it was indeed time to rest. She curved the corners of her lips. Zhang Xiaolin's beautiful eyes darted around, as if she had already figured something out. She hummed twice and said, "I'll just make do here for now. But don't even think about getting any funny ideas, I've trained in martial arts. Don't worry, this is a hospital. Even if I wanted to push you, I couldn't do it here." Lin Chi said jokingly, revealing his true thoughts, only to receive a disapproving glance in return. The night passed without incident, and the next morning dawned. As the sunlight streamed through the window into the room, Lin Chi was awakened from his slumber by the aroma of soy milk. The intense battles in the wilderness had taken a toll on his energy. Even though his physical condition far surpassed that of ordinary people, proper rest was still essential. "You're awake?" Hearing the noise, Zhang Xiaolin turned her head and said excitedly, "I thought you'd sleep until noon." "I'm not that sleepy, okay?" Lin Xishan stretched lazily, glanced at the soy milk and fried dough sticks on the table next to him, as well as a small plate of pickles, and smiled. "Did you buy these?" "That's great. How did you know I like these?" "I was actually going to buy them, but there were 2 security guards standing outside the door." They said Uncle Su had arranged for them to watch over you, and they bought breakfast for you. Zhang Xiaolin shrugged helplessly. Upon hearing this, Lin Qi shuddered. Fortunately, he hadn't done anything out of the ordinary last night, otherwise, he would have been utterly humiliated. Alright, you're awake too. Hurry up and eat. I'm going to the airport to pick up my grandfather. Zhang Xiaolin didn't know what Lin Qi was thinking, so she just assumed he wasn't used to it and said, actually, this is quite normal. After all, what you discovered is so important, so it's only natural that you're being treated this way. When my grandfather was hospitalized a few times, there were also guards watching over him. Just take it in stride. Nodding, he watched Zhang Xiaolin leave. Lin Qi checked his injuries, they were looking good. The wound had already healed about a third of the way, so he estimated he wouldn't need to wait 5 days, another 2 days, and it should be almost fully healed. Glancing out the window at the hazy sky, and recalling the fresh air of the previous day in the desolate desert of Lopner, Lin Qi couldn't help but sigh. I guess I still prefer the wilderness after all. Chapter 98, You're actually grandfather and grandson? Where's Lin Xiaozi? Where's Lin Xiaozi? Before he could see anyone, Lin Qi heard a panicked voice suddenly coming from outside the door. The door swung open, and an elderly man with white hair hurried inside. It was Zhang Jiancheng? Seeing Lin Qizheng leaning against the window playing with his phone, the old man's anxious expression eased slightly. You kid, how could you be so careless? Zhang Jiancheng came to Lin Qi's side and said reproachfully, as an elder, you knew that thing was of unknown origin, yet you still insisted on going ahead with it. Do you think that just because you've practiced a few moves, you're now invincible? Don't say that. I had no choice, you know. Lin Qi paused for a moment, then smiled and changed the subject. How did you end up here? Don't they need you to keep an eye on Shin Nongjia? Watch over it? The ruins are so vast. Just the wild man training facility and its supporting equipment would take half a month to move, let alone the reactor, the system, the database, and everything else. It'll take at least 3 to 5 months to get everything done. Mentioning Zhang Jiancheng just makes me furious. If it weren't for the fact that we old-timers still have some standing, we probably wouldn't even be allowed inside. Now we're just doing odd jobs outside, reminding them to protect the ruins when necessary. Other than that, we can't do anything. As for you, young man. Zhang Jiancheng laughed, you've discovered another ruin again? And you've even uncovered the secret of the disappearance of the ancient kingdom of Lulan? Not bad, not bad. You're starting to look like a real archaeologist. What archaeologist? Mr. Zhang, you're too kind. Lin Qi smiled and noticed Zhang Xiaolin standing nearby, smiling silently. He asked in confusion, Hey, Xiaolin, weren't you supposed to go pick up your grandfather? Why are you here? Picking up my grandfather? As if she had finally heard the question, Zhang Xiaolin proudly lifted her chin. I've already brought him here, haven't I? What? Lin Qi's eyes widened in shock. What? Lin Qi's eyes widened. He looked at Zhang Xiaolin, then at Zhang Jiancheng. So, you are. This is my granddaughter. Zhang Jiancheng's smile grew even broader, but the next moment, it turned serious, but I never expected this little girl to sneak off to Lopner all by herself. She's getting bolder and bolder. Turning his head, Zhang Jiancheng feigned anger and scolded her. What if something dangerous happened? You're so old now, why are you still so wild? I'll tell your father to discipline you properly when we get back. Let's see if you dare to do it again. No, Grandpa. I'm sorry. I'll never do it again. Zhang Xiaolin, who had been so proud just a moment ago, panicked upon hearing this. Her pretty face scrunched up, and she quickly grabbed Zhang Jiancheng's arm, pleading, I was just thinking of you. You were so fond of Qi Gu before, so I thought I should bring him over for you to meet. I was just thinking of your future. Watching the awkward performance between grandmother and grandson, Lin Qi stood by, unsure whether to speak or remain silent, feeling utterly flustered. Fortunately, he quickly came up with an idea and hurriedly said, Speaking of which, Mr. Zhang, you've been at Shin Nongjia for so long. Have you discovered anything new? For example, the mechanical body that injured me last time. That didn't happen. Upon hearing Lin Qi mention the matter at hand, Zhang Jiancheng's expression turned serious. He thought for a moment, shook his head, and said, To be honest, the mechanical body you discovered in the end was completely beyond our expectations. Even old Lu had never seen anything like it before. Otherwise, do you think he would have been so anxious to send someone out in the middle of the night? Is that so? Lin Qi narrowed his eyes. Mentioning this issue, on one hand, was to help Zhang Xiaolin, but on the other hand, it was indeed something he wanted to ask. After all, both of these ruins were left behind by the Sumerians. Since there are such mechanical structures in the Lopner area, it stands to reason that similar structures should also exist in the Shenangjia region. However, from what Zhang Jiancheng implied, they haven't discovered any either. This was somewhat unexpected. Why? Is there something special about the coordinates of the Lopner area? Hey, speaking of which, I was also wondering, you mentioned in your live stream that many items in the ruins seem to have had important parts deliberately removed. Is that true? Seeing Lin Shi deep in thought, Zhang Jiancheng couldn't help but ask. That's indeed the case. Lin Shi nodded and proceeded to recount the two incidents in detail, including everything related to the ruins. Yes, that's exactly right. Lin Shi nodded and proceeded to recount in detail the two incidents involving the ruins. Anyway, aside from the system and his own equipment, nothing else was classified. Having a high-ranking figure to assist him would help resolve many of his doubts. Although Lin Shi wasn't particularly interested in these old stories at first, after 2 live streaming experiences, especially the one in the Lopner Desert, he actually encountered a living mechanical being. This made Lin Shi take notice. After all, no one could guarantee that he would encounter them again next time. If he happened to come across not abnormal creatures but all these mechanical beings, he would be in real trouble. Looking at it this way, there must have been a group of people hiding behind the scenes in the Sumerian civilization back then. Zhang Chengjian pondered for a moment and said, although it sounds unbelievable, they must have possessed technology far surpassing the level of Blue Star at the time, and used it to disguise themselves as gods. Zhang Jiancheng mused, although it sounds unbelievable, they must have possessed technology far surpassing the level of Blue Star at the time, and used it to portray themselves as gods. They then taught the Sumerians some knowledge about genetics and sent them to settle in various parts of the world. But why? If these people truly possessed advanced technology back then, why didn't they just do it themselves? Instead, they went to the trouble of seeking help from the Sumerians. Clearly, Zhang Jiancheng and Lin Shi were thinking along the same lines. It was like a bottomless vortex. The more one explored, the more one discovered, with even greater mysteries coming one after another, leaving one dizzy and utterly confused. Chapter 99, Shi Gu, Save the Children. Could it be that this group of people simply cannot adapt to the environment of Blue Star, so they had to borrow the Sumerians to achieve their goals? Zhang Xiaolin thought for a moment and said. Watching Lin Shi and Zhang Jiancheng, the older and younger man, discussing seriously with solemn expressions, Zhang Xiaolin, who had been well behaved, kept quiet. However, when Zhang Jiancheng raised these questions, it sparked new ideas in her as an observer, and she blurted out her thoughts without thinking. Ha! Upon hearing this, both of them turned their heads simultaneously. This startled Zhang Xiaolin. What's going on? What you're saying isn't entirely impossible. Lin Shi's eyes sparkled. Indeed. Based on the various clues discovered so far, it is certain that a group of intelligent beings not belonging to Blue Star arrived in the distant past, and their intentions were not friendly. It was very likely an invasion. If we take Zhang Xiaolin's explanation at face value, it does indeed provide an answer to the question of why they didn't act on their own. However, Lin Shi soon had more doubts. If they possess such advanced technology, how could they not have even the most basic personal survival devices? Lin Shi frowned. That's nonsense. Well, I don't know about that. Zhang Xiaolin shrugged. After all, I'm not an expert. Even professionals don't know, okay? Zhang Jiancheng's face darkened. Are you ignoring this old man? Lin Shi's face darkened, and Zhang Xiaolin's face turned red. It seems like we really did overlook it. Alright, I'm not in the mood to chat with you. Lin, just focus on recovering during this time. Don't dwell too much on these old, trivial matters. Zhang Jiancheng patted Lin Shi on his uninjured shoulder. Your status now is no longer what it used to be. You're the future hope of the archaeological community in Manhwa. Don't let these trivial matters ruin your future. Xiaolin, if you have some free time in the coming days, please take good care of Lin. I'll head back to check on your grandmother first. Zhang Xiaolin waved her hand at Zhang Xiaolin, interrupting his attempt to see her out. Zhang Jiancheng, with his hands behind his back, strolled out of the ward. Watching the receding figure, Lin Shi blinked his eyes. After a long pause, he finally said, does this count as meeting the parents? Put. You think so? Zhang Xiaolin blushed and scolded him playfully. Lin Shi shrugged his shoulders, but the corner of his mouth once again curled into that meaningful smile. By the way, someone else might be coming over soon. As if remembering something, Zhang Xiaolin suddenly said. Someone else? Who? Before Zhang Xiaolin could speak, the ward door suddenly opened again, and a young, chubby man with a sunny disposition, who looked to be around 21 or 22, walked in with a smile on his face. Shi Gu, I've been asking around for ages and finally found out where you're staying. The young man said, turning back to the 2 guards at the door and adding, see? I told you I was Qi Ji's friend, but you wouldn't believe me. Shi Gu, how's your recovery going? My old pig. Shi Gu, how's your recovery going? My old pig. The flying pig was extremely outgoing. He first smiled at Zhang Xiaolin, then came to Lin Shi's bedside, looking left and right with excitement, as if he wanted to see through Lin Shi. You're the old pig? Lin Shi was also stunned. He never expected this guy to actually manage to get his own place. Did someone tell him? Unconsciously, Lin Shi glanced at Zhang Xiaolin standing beside him. Old Pig and I have been friends since we were kids. We used to live nearby. When I went to pick up my grandfather earlier, he called me, so I... Zhang Xiaolin said helplessly. I see. I didn't expect you to be so handsome. But you're not that fat, so why do you call yourself Flying Pig? Lin Shi smiled, and since they weren't strangers, he relaxed his attitude. I lost weight because I was inspired by your livestream. The fat guy grinned. I used to be pretty fat. I'm 1.8 meters tall, and back then I weighed almost 260 pounds. I didn't notice it before, but after watching your live stream, I started to yearn for a life in the wilderness and on the farm. That's why I started working hard to lose weight. Who would VE thought that a guy like him could do something like that? Lin Shi looked up and down at the man in front of him. That's impressive. If everyone watching my live stream had your mindset, all the research I've done and the risks I've taken wouldn't have been in vain. It'll happen, it'll happen. I'm one of them, aren't I? The fat man said with a smile. After chatting for a while, Lin Shi finally found out the fat guy's name. Wu Hao. A name that is both powerful and profound. As if he were a bit shy, Wu Hao hesitated for a while, using casual conversation to beat around the bush, before finally, under Lin Shi's piercing gaze, revealing the true purpose of his visit. Brother Chi, though it may be bold of me, could I ask you for a favor? Wu Hao's expression gradually turned serious, adopting the demeanor of a young master. After a moment's thought, he said, First, let me make it clear that I truly admire you, and I really came here to visit you. Under your influence, I've done many things, such as losing weight, and for example, I started a company specializing in outdoor gear. However, as you know, even if we look beyond Manhwa, outdoor gear isn't exactly a mainstream industry worldwide. So I was wondering, want me to endorse it? Lin Shi interrupted Wu Hao's words, smiling at him, or are you trying to recruit me to join you in starting an outdoor brand? Lin Shi, couldn't you just let me finish first? As if being interrupted for the first time, Wu Hao clearly hadn't fully processed it yet. He paused for a moment before nodding with a wry smile. That's right, I'm indeed looking for you to endorse something. Of course, if you're interested in joining us, that would be even better. Chapter 100, Compensation Package and New Skills. Chapter 100, Compensation Packages and New Skills. Meanwhile, Wu Hao presented his own offer. 7.5 million yuan for a 1-year endorsement deal, with the contract renewed every 3 years. Of course, if Lin Shi chooses to join the partnership, Wu Hao will offer him a 40% stake, with himself and Zhang Xiaolin each taking 30%, making Lin Shi the largest shareholder. After all, Wu Hao and Zhang Xiaolin are childhood friends, so bringing her along is only natural. Moreover, everyone present knows about Lin Shi's financial resources and popularity, so there's no need to complicate matters with unnecessary details. As for what happens if the company really succeeds in the future, to be honest, Wu Hao might not necessarily value the 10% difference. Thinking back to when his father had simply handed him 100 million to play with, Wu Hao's face immediately lit up with anticipation. You just believe in me like that? Lin Shi didn't agree immediately. Instead, he smiled and looked at Wu Hao. Though his expression showed no emotion, in reality, he had already used the system to investigate Wu Hao's entire family background. Hey, what's the big deal? It's just for fun. What if we pull it off? We'd get some extra cash, right? Wu Hao shrugged, completely unaware of what Lin Shi was doing at that moment. After thinking for a moment, Lin Shi smiled and said, You're right. What's the harm in trying? Maybe we'll actually pull it off. So that means you're in, right, Chigo? Did you bring the contract? Yes, I brought it. Wu Hao hurriedly took out a stack of brand new A4 paper from his backpack and said with a smile, I didn't expect Chigo to agree to join us. Luckily, I took an extra copy of the contract earlier, otherwise I would have had to run back and get it again. After signing the contract, Lin Shi invested 10 million yuan into the company. At the strong suggestion of Zhang Xiaolin and Wu Hao, the company was also given a new name. Naughty Bear Outdoor. Simple yet charming, sophisticated yet playful. Well, that's how Lin Shi sees it. Ignoring Wu Hao's speechless gaze, the three of them celebrated the establishment of the new company with water instead of alcohol over the dinner bought by the security guard. After discussing some company-related matters, Wu Hao finally left the ward with a satisfied smile. At that moment, the time had reached 10:56 p.m. There are less than 5 hours remaining until the system upgrade is successfully completed. Lin Shi knew the guards outside were on duty 24/7, so he didn't bother to banter with Zhang Xiaolin anymore. After exchanging a few casual words, he sat in the dark, quietly waiting for the time to come. After a long while, once Lin Shi had finished editing the latest episode of his video and uploaded it to Bilibili, the system's long-awaited sound finally rang out again. System upgrade complete. A compensation package is now being sent to the host. Would you like to claim it now? Claim it. I waited all night for this. Lin Shi's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly said to himself. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a rigid shield set X1, basic hot weapon manufacturing skill X1, skill-free upgrade X2, and 30 points. Holy cow! Free skill upgrades? Seeing this, Lin Shi almost shouted out loud. What does this mean? If both opportunities were applied to Die Zone Sprint, it would directly elevate him to the ultimate level. That is, his speed would reach at least 120 meters per second. Moreover, skills and base attributes can be stacked. This means that under full power, Lin Chi's speed could reach nearly 200 meters per second. Just 150 meters short of breaking the sound barrier. Whoosh, whoosh. After taking a few deep breaths to calm himself, Lin Chi finally had the presence of mind to check the other rewards. Skills and points weren't worth mentioning, but the real focus was on this rigid shield. It's actually a silver droplet? The system description next to it reads, adaptive auxiliary device that can integrate into cells, instantly covering the entire body upon exceeding the danger threshold, including all vulnerable areas such as the eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. The energy source is the host's own bioenergy. Non-transferable, non-divisible, and resistant to damage. Does this mean that even if I encounter an ambush in the future, I don't need to worry? This thing will automatically protect me? Lin Chi asked, rubbing his chin. Yes. Not bad, not bad. You've helped me integrate it. After saying that, Lin Chi began to check which items had been updated in the mall after the system upgrade. It was clear that the item limits had been increased. In the previous system store, the highest tier weapon type items were only cold weapons like long spears. However, now, Lin Chi actually saw a bunch of futuristic looking hot weapons below. What are these? Ku-93 spike gun, WER-12 Gauss armor piercing rifle, 062 EMP grenade, enhanced single soldier electromagnetic cannon. The most bizarre of all, Lin Chi even spotted one entirely dark in color, covered in intricate patterns, with the firearm's main body composed of a creature he had never seen before, resembling a giant insect. UEA-07 biosynthetic assault rifle, utilizing biological skeletons as ammunition, this weapon features armor-piercing, explosive, and lethal toxin capabilities. Exchange points, 150 points. Very affordable. But Lin Chi absolutely won't exchange it now. Setting aside its unsettling appearance and slimy mucus, the very existence of this creature, or rather, this technology, is something Blue Star simply doesn't possess. If he were to bring it out recklessly, wouldn't that mean he'd be trending on social media again that very day? Lin Chi shook his head and shifted his focus to skills and lineage. There was one additional bloodline, but like before, it was just a yen-cut version. There were many more skills, but only around 50 of them were currently usable. Lin Chi carefully screened through them one by one and eventually selected 2 that were the most suitable and also the ones he currently needed the most. Breath concealment, a skill that grows with the user. It effectively reduces the biological fluctuations emitted by the user, minimizing information interference with the surrounding environment, thereby achieving a state where one stands unseen and exists without form. Requires 10 points in strength, 50 points in intelligence, 10 points in speed, and 30 points in constitution. Requires 200 points. If he had this skill during the battle with the insects, Lin Chi wouldn't have needed to force his way through. He could have walked over confidently without attracting the attention of a single insect. Thinking about the possibility of encountering similar situations in the future, Lin Chi felt that he absolutely had to obtain this skill. Chapter 101, New Mission: The Heart of Kunlun. The 2 skills are basic cold weapon mastery. These are also companion growth skills. Requires 50 strength, 15 intelligence, 30 speed, and 45 constitution. Required points, 230 points. Although it's not as game-changing as Shadow Assassination, it does help compensate for Lin Chi's lack of skill with cold weapons. After all, he previously used a short blade with absolutely no technique whatsoever. It was sufficient for dealing with wild beasts, but when faced with intelligent mechanical beings like lizardmen, it clearly had its limitations. System, exchange both of these skills and use the 2 skill upgrade opportunities on super perception. After some consideration, Lin Chi decided to abandon Dai Zone's swift movement and instead opted for the more versatile super perception. After all, sometimes running fast doesn't necessarily mean you can avoid danger. Especially after fighting the lizardmen, Lin Chi felt this even more strongly. Exchange successful. Current panel displayed for the host. Name, Lin Chi. Gender, male. Age, 22. Height, 178 centimeters. Strength, 73. Intelligence, 50. Speed, 94. Physical condition, 86-20. Toxicity, 25. 10 for the general population. Skills possessed. Combat, Wudong Tai Chi Intermediate, Shadow Assassination Growing Skill, Basic Cold Weapon Proficiency Growing Skill, Flying Knife Advanced. Support, Breath Concealment Level Up Type, Dai Zone Swift Movement Mastery, Beast Taming Mastery, Super Perception Advanced, Culinary Expert Intermediate, Sprinting Intermediate. Late Game Skills, none. Bloodline, Lopner Deathworm Bloodline, Lethal Venom, Super Antitoxic Constitution. Possessions, Multifunctional Automatic Tracking Device Purple, Death Blade Combat Dagger White, Hunter Short Blade Green, Horizontal Blade Dark Moon Purple. Note, items owned are system issued and cannot be traded or easily damaged. Looking at the long list of attribute panels, Lin Chi couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion, thinking back to when he first bound the system. His skills were so limited, yet now he had so many. System, would you say this counts as growth? Nonsense. Otherwise, why would the system even upgrade? It seems that after the system upgrade, the anthropomorphic system has also been enhanced and has even learned to make sarcastic remarks. Before Lin Chi could react, the system quickly added, "Host's injuries have recovered to 80%. To avoid unnecessary complications during growth, a new task is now being assigned. New mission, the Heart of Kunlun. Mission description: as the sacred mountain of the Dragon Kingdom, it is shrouded in countless legends and myths. As a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, how could you not go and see it for yourself? Task 1, travel to the true Kunlun mountain region within 3 days. Reward, cold-resistant gear set X1. Task 2, explore and uncover the mystery of the local anomalous creatures. Reward, lucky treasure chest large X1, lucky spin wheel X1. Task 3, locate the ancient ruins and make their existence known to the public. Reward, skill synthesis mechanism. Note, this mechanism is permanent and allows 2 skills of the same level to be combined into a new skill. The new skill may be one that the player already possesses. The real Kunlun Mountain? Lin Chi frowned. What? Isn't Kunlun Mountain in the western part of the Dragon Kingdom? It is, but not in the location commonly referred to today. The true Kunlun is actually further west, and the surrounding area is now covered by a barrier. The host must search for it on their own. What the heck? There's such a thing? How does this world feel less and less like the original world? Lin Chi was stunned. This has never been the original world. How many times does the system have to remind you before you remember? System complaint. Just imagine that this world is more like the one described in the classic of mountains and seas. Alright, but what about the skill synthesis mechanism? Lin Chi narrowed his eyes and automatically ignored the system's complaint. I feel like I've seen this somewhere before. System, you didn't happen to copy this from the DNF game I played in my previous life, did you? The system did not speak, but the 6 points that appeared seemed to contain something mysterious. Lin Chi's eyes were filled with contempt. Time flew by, and 2 days later. Under Zhang Xiaolan's shocked and puzzled gaze, Lin Chi resolutely demanded to be discharged from the hospital. Upon hearing the news, the elderly doctors were thrown into a frenzy, rushing en masse to Lin Chi's hospital room. Dr. Zhang, who had previously reported the situation to Su Jianhua, even blocked the door and refused to budge, no matter what anyone said. It was hopeless. To prove that he was truly cured, Lin Chi directly demonstrated a high-intensity, special effects enhanced version of Tai Chi in front of everyone. He politely declined the doctor's offers of further treatment and, under the reluctant gaze of Dr. Zhang, quickly left the hospital. Sitting in Zhang Xiaolan's car heading to the airport, Lin Chi pulled out a bottle of alcohol, roughly 300 milliliters in size, from his chest as if by magic, and smiled as he said, "This is the monkey wine I got from the monkeys during the livestream at Shinongjia last time. I was in a hurry earlier and forgot about it. Take this back to your grandfather when you get home. Oh, right, there's also these." Lin Chi took out another one, which the system had just refined last night, pure gold with a purity of 99,999, and said, "I don't have time to handle these. Could you help me dispose of them as well? Gold is just a small part of it." It's not that Lin Chi is afraid Zhang Xiaolan will embezzle it, but gold is, after all, a valuable and rare commodity. Taking out too much at once makes it difficult to sell and also hard to explain. When it comes to one's own secrets, the fewer people who know, the better. Are you treating me like your secretary? And aren't you afraid I'll keep these things for myself? Zhang Xiaolan looked helpless. Keep them for yourself? Sure. Lin Chi glanced at Zhang Xiaolan's big head and smiled. You keep these, and I'll keep you. That's not bad. Put. Dream on. Zhang Xiaolan blushed and muttered under her breath. But she quickly added with concern, I haven't asked yet. Where are you going this time? I'm telling you, your injury has just healed. You shouldn't go to dangerous places. I know, it won't be too far. Just a hike. Nothing much. Speaking casually, the two gradually arrived outside Jingdu International Airport. As soon as they got out of the car, Lin Chi immediately felt at least dozens of pairs of eyes turning toward them. Among them, the gaze on Zhang Xiaolan was filled with astonishment, joy, and admiration. Those directed at himself, however, were filled with envy and jealousy. Lin Chi curled the corner of his mouth and, before Zhang Xiaolan could react, he quickly covered her lips with his own. After a long moment, Lin Chi reluctantly pulled away from that softness. Looking at the eyes that seemed to hold the beauty of the entire galaxy, Lin Chi smiled and said, You've done so much for me. This is my way of thanking you. Put. Who wants a gift like that from you? Zhang Xiaolan blushed. It felt as though the entire world was watching them. She wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl inside. She stamped her feet and drove off, laughing at Lin Chi's laughter. Watching the car fade into the distance, Lin Chi smiled. Hee hee, mission accomplished. Chapter 102, Human-Shaped Self-Propelled GDP. XN, a metropolis located in the eastern part of QH province with a permanent population of 23.711 million, is one of the world's highest altitude cities and a shining gem in the QZGY region. Both its cultural heritage and natural resources are exceptionally abundant, making it a coveted location throughout history. The meaning of the two characters XN signifies peace and prosperity in the western frontier. When Lin Chi arrived by plane, it was already past 11 p.m. He snapped a bird's-eye view of the XN night scene and posted it on his blog and Douyin platform before rushing straight to Zamalong in the western part of QH province. While few may be familiar with Zamalong, mentioning the Kunlun Mountain Death Valley is likely to ring a bell for many. Although Lin Chi's destination was not here, as an explorer, he felt it was necessary to come to this place and see it for himself. After all, the Kunlun Mountains are so vast, and the system only mentioned the general location of Kunlun Mountain, which is further west than the currently defined boundaries, and there are barriers protecting it. Who knows exactly where it is? Since this Death Valley is just a small part of the Kunlun Mountains, entering from here might lead us to discover something else. Lin Chi had no idea that the nighttime photo he had posted earlier had already caused quite a stir online. As a phenomenon-level figure who had gone viral multiple times online, and each time with significant discoveries, the number of people following Lin Chi alone had already reached over 9 million. Truly a household name. And because of his own unique attributes, many people, when discussing Lin Chi, can't help but think of a similar reference to Conan the Pioneer of the Ruins. The idea is that wherever Lin Chi goes, there are sure to be ancient ruins and mysterious creatures. As a result, many local officials eagerly await his arrival every day. After all, he alone can boost the tourism revenue of an entire region. He's like a walking GDP. At that moment, as people gazed at the XN nighttime photos released by Lin Chi, countless voices echoed in despair, "Why isn't Lin Chi coming to my city?" Meanwhile, locals in XN City were so excited they jumped for joy. They went crazy leaving comments under Lin Chi's post. "Wow, has Chigo finally noticed our XN brand? Pouring clean water on the streets, laying yellow earth on the roads, sweeping the beds to welcome Chi-Ge's arrival. Finally, the day has come. By the way, where exactly is Chi-Gu heading this time? Is it the Kunlun Mountains? Wow, I feel like my hometown is about to boom. I live in Wangjia Mountain Village near Zamalong. Hey, you up there, stop daydreaming. I'm in Yangada that's closer than where you are. Damn it, why isn't there a more mysterious place around here? I'm so jealous of you guys. Let us start with some confetti. I'm looking forward to Chi-Gu's adventure going smoothly." The onlookers are envious, while the editors who are always on the scene have instantly found the headline-grabbing angle for the news program. One after another, they didn't even have time to rest, rushing to finish their articles overnight. Shocking. The secrets of the Kunlun Mountains are about to be revealed. Rumor or reality? Does the Kunlun Mountains really hold unsolved mysteries? Chi-Gu returns to action, aiming straight for the Kunlun Mountains. A suspected girlfriend of Chi-Gu appears. Could it be her? It can be said that Lin Chi's single post sent the entire online world of Longwei into a frenzy. Even before the ticket prices for the Death Valley and Kunlun Mountain were finalized, they had already skyrocketed several times over, and the number of people flocking to the site for a visit surged by several-fold overnight. Some local bed and breakfast owners even hung up banners. "Welcome to Lin Chi. Our establishment is a 30-year-old established brand, offering attentive service and complete facilities. Choose our place, and we will waive all fees and provide professional guiding services." When Lin Chi arrived, he almost thought he was dreaming. After asking around repeatedly to confirm, Lin Chi finally shook his head with a wry smile. Ultimately, at the persistent invitation of a fan who was also the owner, he checked into this seemingly decent guest house. "Congratulations, host. You have completed the first task of the Kunlun Heart mission, travel to the real Kunlun Mountain region within 3 days. Reward, cold resistance gear set X1. Would you like to claim it now?" "Claim." He murmured to himself, and suddenly, the empty table before him was bathed in a flash of blue light. Moments later, as if printed from thin air, a complete set of snow-white winter gear adorned with thick animal fur appeared before his eyes. Glancing casually, Lin Chi paid no mind and turned his gaze toward the deep night sky outside the window. There, layered mountain silhouettes undulated, resembling ancient, silent sentinels silently carrying out their unknown missions on this vast and ancient land. "Come, let me see the legendary Kunlun fairyland, hailed as the Kunlun Ruins and the Mountain of 10,000 Ancestors, and behold its majestic form." The night passed without incident, and the next morning dawned. After politely declining the fan's offer to act as a guide, Lin Chi, accompanied by the camera floating behind him, set off alone with his backpack toward Death Valley. Meanwhile, as Lin Chi's primary supervisor, Wang Jiawei also received a private message from him at the same time. In an instant, the entire technical department sprang into action. Since the promotional work had already been completed last night, the only task remaining at this point was to push the homepage banner. In less than 3 minutes, a striking photo of Lin Chi wielding a knife in the midst of a swarm of insects appeared prominently on the homepage of the Douyin platform. Below it was a caption: "Battle the insect swarm, slay thee, explore the ruins, and cook delicious food. I am Lin Chi, the ruins explorer, the man standing at the top of the food chain. September 2nd at 8 a.m., bird fighting livestream, location, Kunlun Death Valley, the mountain of 10,000 ancestors. We're back to continue the wild legend. Meanwhile, in the live stream, over 1.37 million people had already gathered, and as time went on, the number kept growing. By 7:50 p.m., it had even reached over 1.93 million. It was exactly 8 a.m. in Jingdu. As the webpage automatically refreshed, a high-definition background image appeared. Majestic mountains and icy snowfields. Though the scene hasn't appeared yet, just this single background image is enough to instantly leave an indelible impression of the biting cold of the Kunlun Mountains in everyone's mind. At the same time, the scene shifts. Endless mountain ranges rush backward at breakneck speed. Gradually, the ice and snow melt away, and vegetation begins to emerge. Amidst a dense forest of alpine coniferous trees and temperate broadleaf forests, a man dressed in snow gear appears, wearing a smile on his face. It was Lin Chi. Chapter 103, Long Time No See, Jungle. The moment Lin Chi appeared, the entire livestream erupted in excitement. GIFs and comments flooded the screen, completely overwhelming the feed, making it impossible for others to see Lin Chi's face. They had no choice but to turn off the comments and gift effects. Seeing this, Lin Chi's smile grew even wider as he laughed and said, "After a few days, have you all missed me?" "Yes. Damn it, I missed you so much. Chi-Go really made it to the Kunlun Death Valley. Oh my god, I heard that place is completely off limits to humans. Kajesh has really arrived at the Kunlun Death Valley. Oh my god, I heard that place is completely off limits to animals. I feel so sorry for Chi-Go. Has his injury from last time healed yet? He has actually gone to such a harsh environment again. Chiga, you're really at the Death Valley of Kunlun Mountain. Oh no, I heard that place is completely off limits to animals. Ping Ping Xiaoman 2 tipped the streamer with one super rocket. You liar. You said we were just going hiking, but you actually meant Kunlun Mountain? Flying Pig tips the streamer 10 super rockets. Hee, no problem. Isn't Kunlun Mountain a mountain? Longing for the countryside, tipping the streamer 666 planes is doable. As expected, the mountains Chiga mentioned are on a whole different level from the ones we talk about. Giving Zhang Xiaolin a reassuring look, Lin Chi turned to the jungle behind him and explained, "The place where I am now is the outskirts of the Kunlun Death Valley, known as the Animal. It is also known as the Gates of Hell of the Kunlun Mountains. Of course, its real name should actually be the Nalanjil Gorge, stretching 105 kilometers in length, 33 kilometers in width, and covering an area of 3,500 square kilometers, making it a truly vast and fertile region. Although our primary objective this time is to locate the true Kunlun Mountains, the mythical mountain of all ancestors, given how fascinating this place is, as an explorer, how could I possibly resist coming here to take a look? Who knows? We might even discover something we've never found before in these mountains and forests, giving our expedition a great start." Lin Chi spoke without any ulterior motive, but the audience listened with intent. When they heard Lin Chi mention searching for Mount Kunlun, was he serious? Instantly, a flood of comments appeared on the chat screen. The real Kunlun Mountain? What does that mean? Isn't the Kunlun Mountain we know now real? Kajesh, stop joking around. Kunlun Mountain is just one mountain, right? Why is there suddenly a real one? We've known each other for so long, there's no need to play tricks on us like this, is there? Actually, Chi-Go is right. In academic circles, there has always been debate about the exact location of Kunlun Mountain. The current definition of Kunlun Mountain was actually finalized by Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty. However, this opinion was not accepted by many people at the time. Even Bangu, in his Book of Han, directly referred to this area as the Southern Mountains and did not mention the term Kunlun at all. Wow, another big shot I don't recognize. Is this really true? Have we been living under a false definition all these years? That's right. What people currently define as Kunlun Mountain is indeed not the real Kunlun Mountain. Lin Chi nodded. When Zhang Qian was sent on a mission to the western regions, he learned a great deal about the geography of this area. Upon returning to report, he believed that the Kunlun Mountains should actually be further west, somewhere within these endless mountain ranges. This view was endorsed by Sima Qian, a contemporary historian, who argued that the mountains here were not tall, majestic, or beautiful enough to deserve the name Kunlun. However, Emperor Wu of Han took a different stance and directly named it Kunlun. This vast, continuous mountain range thus became known as the Kunlun Mountains. At this point, Lin Chi shrugged his shoulders. Actually, it's not just today, even people during the Qing dynasty had differing opinions. They cited the description of the Kunlun Mountains within the sea in the classic of Mountains and Seas, synthesized the ideas of their predecessors, and directly constructed 7 Kunlun Mountains. These are, 1 in the seas beyond, 1 in Xen, 1 in Suzhou, 1 in XJ, 1 in the southwest of QH, 1 north of the Weizong region, and 1 in the 3 northern kingdoms. Some even go further, suggesting that Kunlun was an ancient term for majestic mountain ranges, with the Premier Plateau, the Himalayas, the Kunlun Mountains, and some mountain ranges in the QH region all being part of the Kunlun Mountains. Lin Chi's expression changed slightly as he sighed. I don't know which of these views is correct, but as an explorer, I hope I can make some discoveries. At the very least, I don't want to disappoint the name you gave me, Pioneer of the Ruins. The chat screen was immediately flooded with comments like 2333, you actually know that nickname, and you're kidding, right? Do you really think Chi Gu doesn't use the internet? Lin Chi smiled slightly. Alright, no more chit-chat. This time, we've returned to the jungle. Let's approach it with an attitude of appreciating nature and enjoy everything around us. And to be honest, I prefer the jungle to the desert. Not for any other reason, but because the abundant resources here are like paradise to me. This time, I won't make you drool so much that the water flows on the ground, but at least it won't be as miserable as last time. Clearly, Lin Chi was still bitter about his ordeal in the desert last time. He had boasted about it all over the place, but in the end, the entire livestream was just him eating half-dehydrated grilled snake meat, which was pretty embarrassing. Referring to the map displayed on the light screen, Lin Chi hurried through the jungle. Although it was mountainous terrain with rugged rocks and vines everywhere, it was significantly less dense compared to the primordial jungle of Shinnongja. Even wearing bulky snow gear, Lin Chi's agile steps and lithe movements were not hindered in the slightest. As he leaped over an ancient tree lying diagonally on the ground, 7 or 8 meters tall and half a meter thick, Lin Chi suddenly stopped in his tracks and uttered a soft exclamation. Friends, look what I've found. It's actually a scorpion. Controlling the camera to zoom in on the hand, the audience discovered that there was indeed a scorpion clinging to the dead tree. Moreover, unlike the scorpions one might imagine, this one's appearance, specifically its back, is a dark golden color. It is also adorned with intricate patterns. If it weren't for the poisonous claw on its tail, which is already raised high, it would actually be a rather attractive little creature. Lin Chi slowly withdrew his hand, found a wooden stick, and gently suspended it above the scorpion. With a thud. Before anyone could react, the scorpion's poisonous claw had already pierced the wooden stick. It even left a deep indentation on its surface. This clearly demonstrates how fierce and swift the attack was. This species is primarily found in regions such as XZ in the Dragon Kingdom and belongs to the family Buthidae within the order Scorpionidae. Scorpions are used as medicinal herbs, as you likely know, but I would like to emphasize that this Tibetan scorpion is particularly effective in treating rheumatism, arthritis, and lowering blood pressure. Its therapeutic effects are nearly 5 to 10 times more potent than those found in plain regions. However, due to the presence of highly toxic substances in its body, it cannot be consumed directly. What a pity! A faint expression of sadness flashed across Lin Chi's face, causing the audience to burst into laughter. Many even started teasing him in the comments. Chapter 104, No Strangers Allowed. Even Chi Gu dares not eat this? How toxic must this thing be? Ha, look at you, such a coward. Chi Gu looks so cute when he's all upset. Scorpion brother, you should be grateful you have poison, or else you'd really be in trouble. It seemed to be the first time they had seen something Lin Chi couldn't eat, and the audience burst into laughter. Many people remarked that sometimes having poison isn't necessarily a bad thing. Lin Chi rolled his eyes and waved his hands, saying, enough, enough. You guys can laugh now, but just wait until I find some good ingredients, then you'll be the ones crying. Ignoring the crowd's shouts, Lin Chi set off again, walking swiftly toward the horizon. The jungle environment was extremely complex. There are vines and strange rocks everywhere. If an ordinary person were to get lost here without sufficient knowledge of the jungle, they would almost certainly become disoriented in this vast mountain range in no time. Of course, that's not the worst part. The main issue is that the vegetation is so dense, making the area teeming with scorpions, venomous snakes, and other poisonous creatures. Throughout Lin Chi's journey, he could see several of them every few moments, either lying on the leaves or perched on branches, looking extremely at ease. Lin Chi squinted his eyes, pointed to a spot less than half a meter away, where a black and red spider the size of a palm was lying on the leaves to his right, its body covered in soft fur. He said to the audience, "This is a bird-eating spider. They are typically found in tropical and subtropical mountainous and semi-mountainous regions south of the Tropic of Cancer. I never expected to find one here. As the name suggests, its diet consists primarily of frogs, lizards, and other insects that get caught in its web. Of course, there are also those that eat birds. However, the one in front of us clearly can't eat much, as it's only about 5 centimeters long." Lin Chi clicked his tongue disdainfully. The true bird-eating spider is a species found in the Amazon region called the giant bird-eating spider. Its diagonal length, or leg span, is nearly 30 centimeters. It's truly a giant spider worthy of its name. I'll show you one someday if you get the chance. Compared to that one, the one we have here is almost pitifully small. Holy crap, there are spiders that big? If one of those suddenly jumped onto your face, you'd be scared to death. Stop talking about it, just thinking about it makes me shiver all over. Speaking of which, how did Chi Gu let this one go? Does it have poison too? Hee, could it be that Chi Gu is backing down? Bull. Lin Chi laughed and scolded. Although this thing is also poisonous, its toxicity is much weaker than the scorpion we saw earlier. If an ordinary person removes its claws, it can still be eaten. Moreover, its venom has therapeutic effects for conditions such as Alzheimer's disease and epilepsy. As a result, there is a high demand for it. In recent years, some people have even begun to farm them artificially. However, I don't eat it not because I'm afraid to, but because I simply don't want to. After all, I am a food lover with dignity, and when there are more options available, I will not succumb to nature. Lin Shi spoke with righteous indignation, but the audience just rolled their eyes and started ranting on the chat screen about Lin Shi's past, especially the time he was so desperate in the desert that he ended up eating a cactus tree that was the most talked about incident. Seeing this, Lin Shi's lips twitched slightly, but he decided to ignore it and turned around to continue venturing deeper into the jungle. After walking for nearly 10 minutes, Lin Shi's expression gradually grew serious. He slowed his pace, furrowed his brows, and said in a low voice, "Friends, have any of you noticed something off about this place? It seems a bit too quiet here, doesn't it?" The shadows of the trees swayed, and vines and weeds grew thickly. By all accounts, this should have been a fairly lush forest. However, strangely enough, since Lin Shi had entered this place, he had been walking for over half an hour and had hardly heard a single animal cry. It was as if no wild beasts had ever lived here. Extremely bizarre. Upon being reminded by him, the audience finally came to their senses. That's right. I knew something was off. Although there are trees and insects here, it feels like something is missing compared to the primeval jungle of Shenangjia. Isn't this supposed to be an animal-free zone? It's said that the shepherds who live here would rather let their cattle starve to death than let them enter this place. I knew Chi-Go wouldn't make his live stream simple. He really showed up as promised. This eerie atmosphere is enough to make your hair stand on end. Is he really that amazing? This is just the outskirts, after all. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes and spoke to the system in his mind. Do you know what's going on here? Why are there so few large animals here? The magnetic field in the Death Valley region is highly chaotic, causing many animals that enter this area to become disoriented and trapped here, ultimately perishing. The system spoke softly. The reason for the magnetic field disturbance is that there are many magnetic rocks buried underground here, and the further west you go, the more there are. By the time you reach the western side, the strong magnetic field has turned the entire area into a thunderstorm zone. Warning: exercise caution upon entry to avoid lightning strikes. Magnetic field? And the further west, the stronger the magnetic field? Lin Shi couldn't help but think of the Kunlun Mountains to the west. Could there be some kind of connection between this place and the Kunlun Mountains? It seems like I came to the right place. This place is getting more and more interesting. Thinking to himself, Lin Shi took a step forward. The audience, unaware of his thoughts, saw his serious expression and assumed he was worried about the expedition, prompting them to begin expressing their concerns as well. Seeing this, Lin Shi smiled. "Don't worry, I'm not that cowardly. I just feel. Oh my god." Before he could finish speaking, suddenly, a vividly colored, bright red shadow darted down from the treetops above. Straight toward his face. Lin Shi cursed under his breath, tensed his legs, and suddenly leaped backward, while a cold gleam flashed in his hand. With a low, rumbling wind, it instantly struck the dark shadow. Put! Bright red blood spattered everywhere, but it didn't feel warm as he had imagined. Instead, it carried a chill. Lin Shi slowly wiped the blood from his face and then looked down at his feet. It was a long snake. Its entire body is pitch black, adorned with patterns of the deepest red. As if its nerves had not yet completely died, this 1-meter-long black snake was constantly writhing its half-body, its long, sharp fangs protruding from its mouth, relentlessly spraying venom forward. A mere Highland viper dares to attack me? You're pretty bold. Chapter 105, The Bold Snake Woman. Chi-Go, you're getting too big for your britches. Now you look down on snake women like that? How ridiculous. I admire this snake's courage. It even dared to ambush Chi-Go? It must be sure Lu Ji. Why does this snake's pattern look so strange? It's red. How did it evolve such a color in the jungle? Doesn't it fear scaring away its prey? Hey, you must have forgotten where we are. This is Death Valley. The animal-free zone of Death Valley. I think it uses this color to attract more prey. I have to say, the longer people watch Lin Shi's livestreams, the more their tolerance for scares seems to increase. In the past, if they encountered such a sudden surprise, they would definitely be startled, but now they've even started joking about it. Lin Shi couldn't help but smile. Indeed, this snake attacked me on its own. It must have been starving. This is a Highland viper, a reptile belonging to the Viperidae family in the Ujo genus, commonly known as the snow mountain viper or the hairy snake. In Manhwa, it is generally distributed in SC, Wayan, XC, SX, GS, QH, and NX regions. These regions include high mountains, plateaus, and grasslands. Actually, it can only be considered a small venomous snake. Generally, males are about 47 centimeters long, and females are 52 centimeters long. Judging by the length of this one, it should be a female. Even though it's a small snake and doesn't have much meat, it's still something to take home. I plan to keep it and use it later in the day or at night. After severing the head of the Highland viper, Lin Shi gripped both sides of the snake's skull to ensure it couldn't bite him, then tossed it far away. He explained. Some of you might be wondering why I always cut off the snake's head and throw it far away after killing it. Actually, this is a very important technique. The nerves in a snake's head are exceptionally robust. Even without a blood supply, they can regain control of the skull bones within 3 days. This is extremely dangerous. Because if you don't sever the snake's head or throw it far away, there's a high chance that while you're handling it, the snake's head will bite you viciously. The deadly venom will instantly penetrate your body. There was once a chef who didn't know this and thought that killing the snake was enough. When he was handling the snake meat, he was bitten directly and died before he could be taken to the hospital. Is it really that terrifying? Oh my gosh, I think I've seen this before. It was reported on the news earlier. I thought the snake was already dead. How could it still bite someone? I never expected it to be like this. Flowing beer. GGE's mini class is starting. If your child is struggling with their studies, it's probably because they haven't found the right method. Come join GGE's livestream for engaging lessons and real-life demonstrations. We guarantee you'll learn. Wow, 666,666. You guys are just showing off. Let's see if you'll fall for it when you actually encounter it. If you do end up falling for it, don't dare say it's because of my audience. I wouldn't want to lose face. Lin Shi mocked everyone with a sneer, quickly and skillfully handling the snake meat. He wrapped it around his neck as usual, and the icy sensation made him shiver, clearing his mind. As he continued forward, Lin Shi began to consciously pay attention to the plants in the surrounding grass. Although he had brought seasonings, some things were still better in their natural state. After, Lin Shi suddenly saw something that caught his eye. He hurriedly took a few steps forward and exclaimed, "Haha! Everyone, look what I found! This is oil pine, a representative species of warm temperate coniferous forests. It is widely distributed and grows at altitudes of 800 to 2,000 meters in lowland, midland, and mountainous areas." Of course, that's not the main reason I stopped. What really caught my attention was the oil seeping out of the tree and its bark. I gave the oil pine bark a close-up, and everyone could see that, just like sweat on a person, the surface of the tree was covered with many semi-solid oily resins flowing out. Lin Shi used a short blade to select an area with the most resin, swiftly sliced off the bark, carefully rolled it up, and stored it in his backpack before continuing. Although this area is also in summer, the altitude is already several hundred meters high. According to high school geography, the temperature decreases by 6 degrees Celsius for every 100 meters of altitude gain, so the temperature here is still relatively low. Under these conditions, starting a fire becomes a major challenge. Therefore, I need to use them as kindling to ensure that the fire starting process does not fail afterward. Back on the road, the terrain gradually began to slope downward, and small shrubs and other low-lying plants started to appear more frequently. Seeing this, Lin Shi smiled and said, "Speaking of starting a fire, I was wondering if anyone remembers the 4 essential rules for surviving in the jungle? Let's see if everyone's answers are correct. The first person to get it right will receive a gift from me." Wow, a gift? I know. It seems like it. Damn it, why did Shigu suddenly ask about this? I wasn't prepared. I need to check my notes. Chi-Ji's little fanboy, water source, fire source, food, shelter. Hee, I'm a model student in Chi-Ji's little classroom. I've got all that memorized. How did you type so fast? I was just about to send it out, but you beat me to it. That's right, water, fire, food, and shelter. Lin Shi smiled. It seems like the little fanboy really lives up to his name. Glancing at the terrain in front of him and using his super perception to sense the air around him, Lin Shi locked onto a dried-up riverbed to the right front. He said, "Now that we have tinder, we can put the fire source issue aside for now. As for food, this is a jungle, so that should be relatively easy to handle. In other words, the only thing left is a water source. As you can see from the terrain in front of me, it's a dried-up riverbed. Although there's no water here now, we can't be sure there isn't any further away. I just sensed it, there's a hint of water in the air. Friends, let's go and look for it." Chapter 106, The Mysterious Bone Fragments Embedded in the Skull. Walking past 4 dried-up trees lying side by side, Lin Shi arrived on the other side of the river. Although the surrounding vegetation remained unchanged, the scent of water grew even stronger. Moreover, Lin Shi keenly sensed a faint force rising from the ground, flowing over the surface of his body, causing his hair to stand on end. Friends, it seems that the speculation that the underground of Death Valley contains a large amount of magnetite is true. Look at my arm. Lin Shi controlled the camera to zoom in on his arm. He never expected that just across the river, the strength of the underground magnetic field would change so dramatically. If they were in the legendary lightning zone, how strong would it be? Lin Shi whistled in amazement, his expression growing slightly complex. As he continued on his way, after walking about 200 meters, suddenly, a loud clattering sound erupted from all around him. Water! Lin Shi's spirit was shaken. All the pent-up emotions from so long were released in an instant. However, just as he was about to take action, a faint sense of danger suddenly emerged. It caused Lin Shi's footsteps to halt abruptly. Ha! Furrowing his brows, Lin Chi suddenly crouched down in the midst of everyone's astonished gazes, moving cautiously toward the direction where the sense of danger was emanating, like a thief. Hey! What's going on with Chi? Chi-go looks so scared now. Save it as an emoji. Did you discover something else? Judging by Chi-Ge's expression, he doesn't seem like an easy target. Oh no! Wild wolf! When Lin Chi carefully pushed aside the bushes blocking his path, what appeared about 10 meters away caused the audience to gasp in unison. A wild wolf. Its entire body was grayish-black, and its length was nearly 2 meters. It has a drooping tail. Since they were facing away from Lin Chi, no one noticed the wild wolf's expression at that moment, but judging from its posture as it lowered its head to drink, it was undoubtedly a skilled hunter. After all, to survive in an environment with magnetic field interference and still grow so fat, it would be nearly impossible without hunting skills far surpassing those of its peers. Before Lin Chi could speak, suddenly, as if sensing his presence, the wild wolf froze in its tracks and abruptly turned its head toward him. Under the high-definition camera, everyone immediately saw the wild wolf's appearance. It was actually a one-eyed wolf cub. The injured eyeball had already fallen out of its socket, hanging limply on its face. A huge, grotesque scar stretched from the left side of its face, across its right eye, all the way down to the corner of its mouth, connecting the entire mouth. Though it was unclear what had caused the injury, as the wild wolf bared its teeth, the trembling eyeball and the exposed white bones connected to the fascia sent a chill down the spines of everyone watching. In an instant, the entire livestream fell silent, not even a single punctuation mark was typed. Terrifying, eerie. Just like the legendary copper snakes and iron dogs of the underworld. As disgusting as it can possibly be. Lin Chi was also taken aback. He never imagined that there could be such a disgusting wolf-like face in this world. However, having survived countless brushes with death, his reaction speed had long since surpassed that of ordinary people by a wide margin. Without a moment's hesitation, as the wild wolf bared its teeth and let out a low growl, a flash of black light suddenly shot out from his hand, straight toward the wolf's face. With his advanced flying knife skills, Lin Chi had a profound understanding of both the force and angle required for such a move. Combined with his current strength of 73 points, the speed of this strike was nearly 200 meters per second. There was no time to react. All he heard was a piercing screech, followed by a wail before the wild wolf could even move. When he looked back, the former had already collapsed to the ground. Due to the force of its charge, the wild wolf's 4 legs were still trembling slightly, as if it had only just reacted and was preparing to flee. Everyone was stunned. However, when Lin Chi approached and took a closer look, the audience immediately knelt before him. Wow, Chi-go, how strong are you? From a distance of over 10 meters, you managed to pierce the dagger straight through the wolf's skull? We didn't have a comparison before, but now it's clear that Chi-ge's strength is several times that of an ordinary person. Chi-go, tell us the truth, did you take some kind of treasure in the ruins? How did you get so strong? Here's a quick explanation. The technique Chi-go used earlier is the hidden dagger technique from the flying knife art. The dagger is held below the wrist, hidden behind the hand, so the enemy has no idea what hit them before they're struck and killed. Wow! But Chi-go, the scar on that wild wolf's face is pretty gross, isn't it? It looks like it was caused by some kind of sharp weapon. Could there be others here? It probably wasn't just a sharp weapon. Carefully examining the wounds on the wild wolf's face, Lin Chi frowned and said in a low voice, although the cuts appear neat on the surface, take a closer look. Do you see this part I've flipped over? There are clearly sawtooth-shaped marks left behind. This indicates that the weapon used by the killer was likely something resembling a saw with serrated edges. It somewhat resembles the marks left by a deathworm's bite. It is important to note that sharp tools are already rare in natural conditions, let alone ones with serrated edges. If we rule out unknown factors, this could indeed be the result of human injury. However, given that such severe injuries were inflicted, it suggests that the person had the upper hand during the struggle. Why didn't they finish it off? Lin Chi rubbed his chin and posed the question. He continued to examine the wound. Suddenly, near the cheek, close to the back molars, Lin Chi made another discovery. Wait! Everyone, take a closer look at this area. It seems like there's something foreign left behind here. Lin Chi carefully dug out the fragment embedded in the bone with a dagger. It was pale green in color and resembled bone, and he examined it under the sunlight. It was indeed bone. Wow, it's just bones, but it managed to severely injure a wild wolf's skull like that. What on earth is this thing? In an instant, the atmosphere grew eerie once more. If it were merely injuries caused by man-made iron tools, that might be understandable, indicating that humans had recently been here, and they were armed. Aside from herders, the only others who would come here were poachers. But now, a bone as hard as metal, could it have evolved naturally through biological adaptation? Moreover, judging by the depth of the wounds on the wild wolf, the creature that launched the attack must have possessed immense strength. Even if it didn't reach 25 points, it was nearly 20 points. Friends, does this give you a sense of déjà vu? Lin Chi smiled slightly at the camera. Last time in the Lopner Desert, we had just arrived when we discovered the traces left by the deathworms. Do you think this might also be the work of some kind of anomalous creature? Chapter 107, Bones litter the ground, death runs rampant. Hey, Shigu, could you please not look at me like that? It's really creepy, okay? I've got goosebumps all over. Why does Chi-Ge's smile feel so creepy? Damn it, I didn't notice it at first, but after hearing Shigu finish speaking, I suddenly felt uncomfortable all over. Shigu, please stop talking and move on to the next step. The audience let out a collective groan, and TT's tearful expressions filled the screen, causing Lin Chi to burst into laughter. He waved his hand and laughed. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Even if this thing is as mysterious as they say, it's probably just a remnant from ancient times. We've dealt with so much already, there's nothing to be afraid of. Instead of worrying about this, we should focus on how to handle this pile of wolf meat next. After all, with such a feast right before us, we can't let it go to waste. Since the tool this time was a short blade, which was much easier to use than a dagger, Lin Chi's movements were even smoother. Before his eyes, the wild wolf was skinned, its bones removed, and then cut into sections. The entire process was like listening to a continuous melody of high mountains and flowing water. Even though it was a bloody task, the audience couldn't help but watch. Some of the more timid female viewers even saw a flash of stars before their eyes. They say that men are most handsome when they're serious, and this certainly holds true for Lin Chi. He washed the chunks of wolf meat in the nearby stream, placed them one by one into his backpack, then picked up a few blood-stained wolf teeth, waved them in front of the camera, and smiled as he said, "These are the upper and lower canine teeth of a wolf. They're often made into necklaces and sold. However, the wolf teeth you usually see on the market are mostly dog teeth or plastic teeth made in molds. Both their appearance and shape are extremely perfect. However, real wolf teeth, as you can see, actually have numerous cracks and blood grooves. When illuminated with a strong light, you can even see many blood clots. After all, wild wolves rely on these two sets of teeth to survive. The older the wolf, the more imperfections there are on its fangs, and the worse their appearance becomes. The saying 10 teeth, 9 cracks refers precisely to this situation. Didn't you mention a reward earlier? Lin Chi smiled at the camera. Little fanboy, this is your reward, a pair of upper teeth that are slightly larger than the others. By the way, they have a cool name, Songfeng. How about it? Do you like this reward? Chi-Ge's little fanboy, wow, I love it. Shigu is so cool. Long live Shigu. You actually got your hands on the fangs of a wild wolf that Shigu hunted down himself? Damn it, I'm so jealous. What the hell? I just said that too. Why didn't I get any? Flying Pig tipped the streamer 10 super rockets for Shigu. Can you send me a pair too? Longing for the countryside, old pig, how thick-skinned are you? If you're going to give something, give it to me. After all, I'm currently at the top of the contribution rankings. Flowing beer, flowing beer. Hello, top contributor. Goodbye, top contributor. Even though I'm not number one, I really want a pair too. Seeing Lin Chi's generous reward, countless viewers were envious. Some even sent private messages to Lin Chi's little fans, offering high prices to buy them and asking if he was willing to sell. Clearly, the wolf tooth, especially the lone wolf version, holds an irresistible allure for the young. Seeing this, Lin Chi shook his head and smiled, enough. Although this thing sounds pretty intimidating, and making it into a wolf tooth necklace would be even more eye-catching, to be honest, it's really just a small toy. You don't need to fight over it. There's also a pair of wolf's lower teeth and hip bones here. The former is more effective at warding off evil spirits from a mystical perspective, while the latter is more suitable for girls to wear. Once I've polished and decorated these items, I'll give them all away as gifts. You don't need to buy any gifts either. Just leave more comments in the livestream, actively participate in the questions I ask, and with a bit of luck, you might still get one. Upon hearing this, the audience immediately became excited. One after another, they frantically typed comments like "I'll definitely participate," and "I'll be watching the livestream the whole time." Lin Chi couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. He rinsed the items he needed in the stream, packed them into his backpack, and gave it a shake. It felt heavy. Clearly, this haul would be more than enough for him to eat 2 hearty meals. Lin Chi felt a sense of relief, filled his empty water bottle with fresh water, and set off once more in the direction he had planned, feeling content and satisfied. As he continued his journey over mountains and valleys, the plants he saw began to show many subtle changes as he ventured further into the wilderness. For example, the size and orientation of the leaves, as well as the position of the growth rings. In an area that had once been logged, Lin Chi even observed that several stumps separated by just a few meters had growth rings oriented in completely different directions. This clearly demonstrates how strong the magnetic field must be here. If someone were to rely solely on tree rings to determine direction, they would undoubtedly become completely lost in this dense forest. Lin Chi was grateful that he was still in the beginner phase. Every livestream came with a detailed map provided by the system. Otherwise, just finding the right direction would take half a day. At the same time, Lin Chi was also curious. With over 10 million followers, he hadn't even graduated from the beginner phase yet. What level did one need to reach to finally graduate? Curiosity got the better of him, and he asked the system. The result it gave him left Lin Shi both excited and frustrated. When the host's popularity reaches 100 million, they can graduate from the beginner stage. For someone aiming to become a globally renowned explorer, this is just a small goal, right? 100 million? Ha, that's impressive, very powerful. It's indeed a modest goal. Lin Shi couldn't help but mock with a weak smile. The fallen leaves around him began to grow fewer and fewer. The temperate and subtropical broad-leaved trees that had been visible earlier were gradually being replaced by coniferous forests. As temperatures drop and magnetic field strength increases, the increasingly harsh environment leads to a geometric surge in the mortality rate of wild animals that venture into this area. Starting from the areas where wild wolves are hunted, the number of bones visible in the surrounding area is increasing. While most belong to cattle and sheep, there are also some endangered species, such as wild yak, white-lipped deer, black stork, and Tibetan partridge. Lin Shi couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. How wonderful it would be if it were alive. Chapter 108, The Poacher's Campsite. Friends, it seems that this place is becoming increasingly unwelcoming to outsiders. Lin Shi pointed to the spot just 3 meters to the right, where the rotting remains of a gazelle, little more than a few strands of flesh clinging to the bones, lay exposed. He spoke in a low, solemn voice. Judging by the condition of the bones, it must have been dehydrated to death. Although this is a jungle, where water should be abundant, there should be no possibility of dying of thirst. But don't forget, this is Death Valley. In this complex magnetic field environment, most animals lose their sense of direction and become disoriented, unable to find their way. Let alone them, even experienced hunters could fall victim to such an environment. Lin Shi sighed and continued walking forward while saying, now that we've discovered the antelope carcass, I'd like to ask everyone if anyone knows the current population of Tibetan antelopes in Manhwa? What, another question? Wait. I'll look it up on Baidu right now. There must be millions of them. I feel like this thing is pretty common in Chi Ge's live streams. Didn't we see a group of them in the desert last time? Are you kidding? This is an endangered species. How could there be millions of them? I'd say maybe a few 100,000 at most. Looking at the numbers everyone had given, Lin Shi shook his head. Let me tell you all about something first. Have you ever heard of a shawl that is recognized worldwide as the most exquisite and softest, called a shawl? It is made from the fur of Tibetan antelopes. In the 1980s, a shawl like this was priced at around 1.54 million yuan. Back then, that amount of money was incomparable to what we have today. Driven by the high profits, some people began to resort to illegal means, engaging in the brutal slaughter of Tibetan antelopes. As a result, their numbers plummeted drastically. In his 1998 book, The Living Beings of QZGY, Dr. George Schaller estimated that the population of Tibetan antelopes at that time was only 7.58 million. So few? Upon hearing this number, those who had initially assumed there would be at least several million were instantly stunned. This figure was completely beyond their imagination. So now you know why I'm sighing, don't you? Lin Shi said in a low voice, although we have strengthened anti-poaching measures and adopted artificial breeding methods, their numbers have now recovered to over 400,000, but I still want to remind everyone. No trade means no killing. Clothes and fur are just pieces of cloth to cover your shame. No matter how well you dress, what good does it do? When you die, you leave nothing behind but a handful of dust and your soul returns to the earth. Just like. Speaking of which, Lin's movements suddenly paused. A look of disdain flashed across his eyes as he addressed the crowd, just like him. The camera shifted, revealing a human skeleton lying face up in the grass not far from Lin Shi. The dark green jacket he was wearing was now tattered and worn, and several sheep horns, animal hides, and dried animal remains were scattered from the backpack beside him. The old hunting rifle on his right side was also weathered and worn. Clearly, this was a poacher. Lin Shi approached, bent down to look, and was about to say something, but the next moment, a massive wound that had pierced through the entire chest cavity and ribs of the corpse caught his attention. Ha! Friends, look! Another wound that looks like it was caused by a sharp weapon. Although there are no traces of the light green bone fragments, everyone can see the sawtooth-like marks left on the broken ribs. Clearly, this was done by the same creature that attacked that wild wolf. Rubbing his chin, Lin Shi turned around and glanced at the vast jungle behind him. Currently, our location is approximately several dozen kilometers away from the wild wolf. Given the severity of its injuries, the wolf clearly won't survive more than a few days. This means that the location where it was injured should be somewhere within this area. Don't underestimate these few dozen kilometers. After all, the jungle here has complex terrain and magnetic field interference. Surviving here alone demonstrates its extraordinary adaptability and speed. Plus, there's the corpse right in front of us. The clothes he's wearing are clearly from the 1980s or 1990s. It seems like this killer hiding in the shadows has been around for at least several decades. Abnormal creatures living for several decades isn't actually that long. To take Shin Nongjia's wild man as an example. Although that thing isn't a simple carbon-based organism, the cells that maintain its biological functions have not died to this day, so living for thousands of years is clearly no problem. What Lin Chi is more concerned about now is whether it is an artifact from the Kunlun mountain ruins or a remnant of the Sumerian coordinates left behind. This is a very serious issue. After all, Kunlun Mountain has been shrouded in myths since ancient times, with the most famous being the mythical palace of the Queen Mother of the West. If this object is from the ruins of Mount Kunlun, could it be said that our dragon nation once possessed a civilization capable of rivaling the forces behind the Sumerians in ancient times? Taking it to the extreme, could those mythical stories passed down through generations be some form of advanced technology that ancient people couldn't comprehend? Lin Chi squatted on the ground, rubbing his chin in deep thought. After a long time, having achieved nothing, he looked up at the sun, which was gradually setting in the west side, and stood up again, saying, "The sun is almost setting, and I don't have much time left. Instead of staying here and thinking about this, I'd better keep moving forward and see if I can find a suitable place to camp before it gets dark." As I continued onward, the jungle grew increasingly dim and gloomy. The setting sun casts large patches of shadow across the landscape. The surrounding area was completely silent, and the occasional sight of dry bones added to the eerie atmosphere, giving one an inexplicable sense of fear. It was as if, somewhere in the shadows ahead, a pair of bloodthirsty eyes were staring intently in this direction. It was enough to send a chill down one's spine. After bypassing several oil pine trees over 10 meters tall, the terrain began to gradually slope downward again. Suddenly, Lin Chi paused with his super perception activated. He once again sensed the presence of water. At the same time, a triangular hut covered in long vines suddenly came into view. "Ha, friends, it seems we've found the campsite left behind by the poacher." Chapter 109, a long-awaited wilderness feast livestream. Lin Chi's face lit up with a smile as he exclaimed in surprise. As a seasoned veteran who has spent years traversing the wilderness, this poacher must have followed the 3 golden rules of wilderness camping when choosing this campsite. That is, elevated terrain, proximity to water sources, and a secure surroundings. You may not be able to see it clearly now, but take a look at the terrain around me. As he spoke, Lin Chi panicked the camera around. This was clearly a sunken terrain, but look at that campsite, it was significantly higher than the surrounding area. This was the first of the 3 principles, higher ground. Although we don't yet know if the surrounding area is safe, access to a water source is absolutely essential. As mentioned earlier, when searching for water in the wilderness, especially in the jungle, it is always a good idea to head toward lower ground. After all, water flows downward, and the lower the elevation, the more likely it is that water will flow through the area. And to be honest with you, just a moment ago, I caught the scent of water again. I believe the water source is right in front of the camp, no more than 100 meters away. Let's go check it out. Perhaps because they had finally found a campsite before dark, Lin Chi was feeling particularly excited and ran so fast that he couldn't help but let out a loud cry. This amused the audience greatly. Before they knew it, the gloom that had been hanging over everyone's heads had been dispelled. Seeing this, Lin Chi's face couldn't help but break into a wider smile. He ran over to take a look at the poacher's camp and had to admit that the shelter this guy had built was pretty sturdy. Even though it was covered in vines and weeds, it had stood firm against the wind and rain for decades. This level of craftsmanship, even if Lin Chi had built it himself, he wouldn't dare guarantee such durability. After all, his skills were primarily focused on offensive techniques. He had never actively sought to improve his support-related abilities. After inspecting the main framework of the shack and clearing a patch of open ground around it, Lin Chi nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. The support beams and columns are intact, and the vines and weeds covering the roof can also serve as shelter from the wind and rain. Now that the area around has been cleared, if this were a new campsite, we would need to surround the fire pits with stones to prevent fires. However, the poacher had already taken care of that, saving me a lot of trouble. Smiling at the camera, Lin Chi took off his backpack and pulled out the oil pine bark he had prepared earlier. He addressed the audience. "Now let's get the fire going. This will serve 2 purposes. First, it will provide additional lighting, and when we return later, it will act as a beacon. Second, it will serve as a deterrent. Although we're not sure if there are any wild animals still alive in this area, having a fire is better than having none, just in case." As he spoke, Lin Chi took the dry grass he had collected along the way from his pocket, rubbed it with oil pine bark, and then mixed it all together. He then quickly rubbed a short knife and a dagger together to create sparks, saying, "This is to ensure the oil is evenly distributed over the main ignition material." After all, the temperature here has already dropped to around 34 degrees, which is quite cold. If I only use these dry grasses, I can't guarantee that the fire will catch, after all. Hee, smoke is coming out. With a startled cry, Lin Chi hurriedly picked up the bundle of dry grass, knelt down, and held it in the air, carefully blowing on it from below. Seeing this, some of the older audience members immediately became excited and started sending out comments. "Ha, the leader of the fire god cult is back online. Hey, the leader of the fire worshippers is back online. How long has it been since we last saw Chi-Go worshipping the fire? Seeing him now, it's just like seeing Chi-Go back in Shinonja during his first livestream. How nostalgic. As a newbie, what on earth is the fire worshipping god cult leader? You don't get it, do you? This was the first time Chi-Go started a fire, and we gave him that nickname." Look at him now, don't you want to join the fire worshippers? Ha, you're right, it does look like it. The audience laughed and joked, while the smoke from the bundle of dry grass in Lin Chi's hands grew thicker and thicker. The next moment, with a loud whoosh, a ball of flames suddenly erupted. Lin Chi hurriedly broke off nearby twigs and covered the flames, gradually increasing the thickness of the branches. After 10 minutes, seeing that the fire had completely stabilized, he finally relaxed, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Phew, that should be good for now. Let's hurry to the water source while there's still some sunlight left and see if we can find any side dishes. That way, when we cook later, it won't be too boring. Feeling the presence of water, Lin Chi headed south, walking about 10 meters before finally finding a winding stream flowing through the lowest point in the area. The water wasn't deep, only about half a meter at most. However, there are many aquatic plants growing around it. Water celery, mushrooms, purslane, and watercress. You can spot 3 or 4 types of wild vegetables just by glancing around. Lin Chixiao's eyes curved into crescent moons, and without hesitation, he packed everything up and took it all with him. Even further downstream, he found a piece of half-submerged driftwood. He split it open with a short knife and saw more of those disgusting ship maggots wriggling inside. Lin Chi saw this and rejoiced. Ha, friends, it seems this place is truly a feng shui treasure spot. Last time at Shinongjia, we did catch some of them, but we were suddenly interrupted by the golden monkeys and didn't have time to finish. Now that we've encountered them again, I'll do whatever it takes to catch them. Without hesitation, Lin Chi grabbed them one by one and pulled them out, managing to catch 8 or 9 of them. Watching the shipworms, some curled up on the ground and others wriggling inside calcified hollow tubes, the older audience members remained composed, but some newcomers and the female audience members immediately let out shrieks of horror. What the heck is this, Chi Gu? Get it away. Oh my goodness, as a newcomer, are streamers always this bold? From the looks of it, it seems like he's going to eat them. Hey, you're just being a city slicker. Who's Chi Gu? He's the guy who's said to be at the top of the food chain. He's even eaten things that are considered taboo, so what's he not going to eat? Hey, you're going to make my brother, the scorpion, unhappy. MMP, I'm talking about the non-poisonous kind. Damn it, I said it's non-toxic. Oh my god, I can't take it anymore, I'm going to throw up. Chapter 110, do you hear what people are saying? Do you really want to do this? This is delicious, you know. Looking at the screen filled with vomiting emojis, Lin Chi busily washed the ingredients while complaining. You should know that this stuff can fetch 100 yuan per pound in places like South Y. Not everyone there eats it, but at least 60% have tried it. And don't let its ugly appearance fool you, it's actually a close relative of clams and other shellfish. Especially in terms of texture and benefits, they're almost identical. There are many ways to prepare it, such as steaming, stir-frying, deep-frying, and blanching, but since I only have this small pot, I can only choose one method. This is truly a test of patience. Sighing, Lin Chi's expression still looked extremely sad, causing the audience to groan in exasperation. Glancing at the pile of meat and vegetables at his feet, they couldn't help but send angry messages in the chat. Chi Gu, you're being too harsh. Look at all the ingredients you have now, you could easily make 3 dishes and a soup. Showing off, definitely showing off. Not to mention anything else, just looking at the ingredients Chi Gu has now, if you took them to a restaurant, they'd be worth at least $1,000. 1,000? 1,000 isn't even enough, is it? Damn it, how come the part 1 hate the most is coming up again? Chi Gu, how are we supposed to survive on instant noodles? The regular viewers were wailing, while some new viewers who had just joined were confused. They asked questions on the chat screen, only to be met with smirking emojis, causing Lin Chi's lips to curl up in a smile. He didn't say anything, instead returning to the campsite with the cleaned and prepared ingredients. The sky gradually grew from dusk to pitch black. The vast jungle was silent, with no chirping of insects or roaring of beasts. Only the flickering flames of the fire could be heard. To be honest, it really felt like playing Silent Hill. Lin Chi, however, seemed quite at ease. He scooped the blanched snake meat out of the pot, then placed the wolf meat into cold water and addressed the camera. As I mentioned earlier, while the wolf meat has a decent texture, its pungent odor is quite overpowering. Therefore, it also requires blanching before further processing. Last time we did this step, we used fresh orange peel, but this time for convenience, I brought a full set of seasonings, so I plan to use cooking wine to remove the odor. Later, I'll properly prepare a dish of braised wolf meat for you all to try. Cover the small pot with a lid. While it was simmering, Lin Chi brought over the wild vegetables, snake meat, and shipworm larvae he had found. He cut the ingredients into segments and cubes, setting them aside for later use. He planned to stir-fry the water celery and half a piece of snake meat with the snake meat. The purslane and shipworm larvae would be set aside for a cold salad. The remaining ingredients were examined by Lin Chi through his glasses. The snake meat prepared earlier was mainly grilled due to limited conditions, though it was also delicious. However, considering the current temperature here, I think it would be better to simmer a pot of snake meat soup. Alright, let's go with that. This way, we'll have 3 dishes and a soup. It'll be a little treat for myself after a busy day in the jungle. With a smile, Lin Chi took out the blanched wolf meat and glanced at the comments, then said with a smile, cooking delicious food requires patience. The more you want it to taste good, the more care you need to put into it. Moreover, the ingredients are rare. Those who keep asking me to eat it now can wait a bit. I don't want to ruin their original potential for that. The short knife drew from its sheath, and Lin Chi began swiftly slicing the meat into thin slices. Even before he was bound to the system, he already possessed decent knife skills. Now that his physical attributes have improved, his martial arts skills have become even more refined. Amidst the flickering flames, Lin Chi's blade flashed repeatedly. His face remained expressionless, but his eyes seemed to hold the flow of a starry sky. One after another, thin slices of meat, perfectly even in thickness and translucent, flew up and landed on the stone slab, neatly arranged in a row. In this fluid, graceful motion, the audience almost instinctively stopped sending comments, their eyes captivated. Especially some female viewers, who stared intently at Lin Chi's face bathed in the flickering light. Unable to resist the urge, her cheeks flushed slightly. In this quiet, serene atmosphere, Lin Chi carefully prepared the ingredients, stir-frying what needed to be stir-fried and simmering what needed to be simmered. The aroma began to waft through the jungle. Dish after dish of home-style dishes, made with everyday ingredients but prepared in an unconventional way, gradually take shape amid Lin Chi's bustling activity. An hour later, as he watched the snake meat, shipworm larvae, and wild vegetable soup in the small pot become thick and sticky, the smile on Lin Chi's lips finally fully blossomed. Placing the dishes on the stone tabletop, Lin Chi raised his eyebrows at the camera and chuckled. 3 dishes and a soup, this must be the best meal I've had since I started streaming, right? Lin Chi, you're really spoiling yourself rotten. But do you know what? Actually, this isn't perfect yet. The truly perfect version should include a dessert, like blueberries that grow in high altitude, cold regions they're excellent. Unfortunately, I didn't find any after walking around here all day. It seems that perfection is indeed unattainable. But it doesn't matter. I'll try this cold stir-fried purslane and shipworm first. Lin Chi Mei carved a pair of wooden chopsticks and happily picked up a forkful of cold stir-fried shipworm meat and purslane. The moment it touched his lips, Lin Chi's expression lit up instantly. The delicate fragrance of horse chestnut mixed with the chewy texture of the shipworm meat, like yet seemingly infused with the aroma of the sea. Not bad, not bad. And listen, with every bite, you can hear the crunching sound. Haha, delicious, delicious. I'll try this braised wolf meat next. Under the light, the wine red sauce was splashed over the wolf meat slices, with a few watercress leaves as garnish, resembling blooming roses. Just the appearance alone is enough to make the audience drool, let alone the intoxicated expressions and vivid descriptions that follow. Looking at the visually appealing, aromatic, and delicious dishes in front of Lin Chi, and then at the instant noodles and ordinary home-cooked meal in his hands. For a moment, it felt like he had stirred up a hornet's nest. The live stream exploded with over 1.9 million viewers in an instant. What the hell? Where's my knife? I want to cut through the internet right now. This is so frustrating. Listen, everyone, listen. Is this even human speech? The gods are missing a dessert. Should I get you 2 more maids to accompany you to bed? Shiga, leave a little room for the future, so we can meet again someday. Damn it. I finally understand why you're all sending those evil grinning emojis. This is ridiculous. Looking at the braised meatball in my hand, I suddenly feel like I'm eating something disgusting. Chapter 111, Uninvited Guest. Congratulations, host. You have completed the 7th task of the newbie period, making a name for yourself. Due to reaching 20 million points in popularity, you are awarded 1,000 points. Please use them wisely. Task 8, achieve 30 million popularity points 20-011-65530-0000000 during the livestream. Reward, 2,000 points. Wow! Did you finish that quickly? His hands moved swiftly, and a fleeting expression crossed Lin Chi's eyes as he silently asked the system in his mind, how many points do I have left? Host's current remaining points, 1,121 points. Host's current remaining points, 1,121. Over 1,000? Lin Chi murmured to himself, then said, alright, let's upgrade Wudong Tai Chi, Die Zone Swift Movement, Beast Taming, and Super Perception to max level, and increase toxicity by 30 points. Are you sure you want to upgrade all these skills to max level? Upgrading Wudong Tai Chi and Super Perception to max level will unlock the next stage of skill progression. Please consider carefully. No problem, go ahead and upgrade. Anyway, I don't need anything from your shop right now, so might as well max out these skills first. Lin Chi savored the delicious food while thinking to himself, after all, I know the saying, you can't eat too much at once. Success achieved. Displaying the current panel for the host. Name, Lin Chi. Gender, male. Age, 22. Height, 178 centimeters. Strength, 73. Intelligence, 50. Speed, 94. Physical condition, 86/20. Toxicity, 55. 10 for the general population. Skills possessed. Combat, Wudong Tai Chi Advanced Beginner, Shadow Assassination Growing, Basic Cold Weapon Mastery Growing, Flying Knife Advanced. Support, breath concealment level up type, die zone swift movement top tier, beast speech top tier, super perception advanced beginner, culinary expert intermediate, sprinting intermediate. Late game, none. Bloodline, Lopner Deathworm Bloodline, Lethal Venom, Super Antitoxic Constitution. Possessions, Multifunction Automatic Tracking Device Purple, Death Blade Combat Dagger White, Hunter Short Blade Green, Horizontal Blade Dark Moon Purple. Note, Wudong Tai Chi Advanced. In this round, the focus will no longer be solely on physical training. Instead, when using these items, absorb cosmic radiation energy to enhance attack power, achieving the legendary Strike Through Mountains effect and energy projection. Initial energy release, 1 ton. Note, Super Perception Advanced. This round will continue to enhance the host's mental perception abilities by disrupting information, thereby achieving the effect of long-range sensing. The initial perception range is 1 kilometer. Note, items are system-generated, non-tradable, and not easily damaged. System, I feel like your description is getting more and more fantastical. Looking at the attribute description on the screen, Lin Chi's lips twitched. Looking at the attribute description on the light screen, Lin Chi's lips twitched. Super perception is one thing, but this Tai Chi energy release is something else entirely? 1 ton? What the hell is this? Is it an energy cannonball? Lin Chi felt he had to vent his frustration. After all, in this materialistic worldview, the things described by the system were indeed too fantastical. To unleash a 1-ton energy blast with just one's bare hands was almost as unbelievable as something out of a fantasy novel. The system, however, was not surprised. The voice remained calm, lazily explaining. Please do not use your limited knowledge to speculate about something you have never experienced. The power of cosmic energy is beyond imagination. The rotation of stars, the explosion of supernovas, the devouring of black holes, and the merger of galaxies all release enormous amounts of cosmic radiation. These energies are scattered throughout the universe. When they pass through Earth, they often leave residual traces in the human body. However, since these are passive residues, their quantities are extremely minimal. The skill provided by the system allows the host to actively absorb the surrounding floating radiation energy when using the skill, and release it in the form of an energy pulse in an instant. This is scientifically sound and not fantastical. If the host insists on understanding the underlying mechanisms, the following references are available: Advanced Physics Advanced Edition, The Relationship Between Celestial Movements and Cosmic Radiation Detailed Edition, and How to Precisely Calculate Cosmic Radiation Energy Detailed Edition. Will the host claim it? Oh my god. Suddenly hearing the system blabber on like that, Lin Chi was startled. His entire body trembled violently, and the slice of wolf meat he was holding dropped to the ground. Wait, this is scientific. I believe you, I really do. MMP, why does it feel like the anthropomorphic system has become more and more elaborate since you upgraded? Is there a switch or something? I think I should reset you. The system did not respond, but the 6 black dots that appeared before his eyes, occupying half of the light screen, were enough to reveal the system's current thoughts. Shaking his head, Lin Chi didn't bother to think about the scientific principles behind it. All he needed to know was that from now on, he would become even more powerful. Enjoying his meal, Lin Chi leaned comfortably against the tree behind him, gazing at the dark jungle before him, and smiled lightly as he said, "Friends, I've discovered that once you get used to this place, it's actually pretty nice here. Quiet. Though it's just a simple word, achieving it in the city is as difficult as climbing to the heavens." With his hands resting behind his head, Lin Chi's gaze was distant, as if he had traversed the jungle before him, crossed the distant mountains, grasslands, and deserts, and reached a place where no one had ever set foot before. He continued, "To be honest with you, after the last livestream ended, I was taken to the hospital. Although the doctors were very dedicated and the environment wasn't as primitive as it is now, I couldn't stop thinking about escaping. Not for anything else, but just for this peace and quiet now. Haha, it's strange when you think about it. After surviving so many close calls and battling all kinds of strange creatures, I've come to realize that I'm starting to enjoy this exciting life more and more. Friends, do you think I have a masochistic tendency? What masochistic tendencies? This is called having a spirit of adventure. Ugh, quiet. When it comes to this, I have the most to say. Let's not talk about anything else. Right now, the brat from the house above me is still jumping around, making all this noise. I wish I could find a quieter place too. Hey, upstairs, didn't you already see that? Just follow Kajej into the jungle. I guarantee no one will bother you. Speaking of which, what's up with Chi Go? Why did he suddenly get all artsy? Oh my gosh, could he have been influenced by the magnetic field? Didn't Chi Gu say earlier that the magnetic field here can cause mental and physical changes in plants and animals? You guys are such teases. Can't you just let me pretend to be cool in peace? Looking at the comments on the screen, Lin Chi's somewhat sentimental mood was instantly shattered. Rolling his eyes, he decided to ignore these tasteless individuals. He reached out instinctively, wanting to take a sip of the snake meat soup. But at that very moment, an overwhelming sense of danger, strong enough to make his hair stand on end, suddenly swept in from the jungle on his right. Before Lin Chi could react, a white figure flashed past his eyes. It rolled once, then came to a stop less than 3 meters away from him. Lin Chi's eyes widened in shock as he stared blankly at the unexpected intruder. After a moment, he exclaimed in disbelief, "What the hell is that?" Chapter 112, The Deceptive Beast. Just like a rabbit. It was 15 meters long, 4 meters tall, and completely white, with light green patterns on its back and limbs. A pair of ears, each 35 centimeters long, fluttered gently in the cold wind. Its limbs are hidden beneath thick, fluffy fur, making it difficult to determine their thickness. However, given the incredible speed it demonstrated earlier, Lin Chi is confident that its strength must be well over 30. Almost on par with the Golden Worm King. And it wasn't just strength. Lin Chi also noticed the faintly green bone claws hidden beneath its claws, reflecting a cold, icy glow. Light green? Lin Chi frowned, as if he had suddenly thought of something. Wait a minute, the bone fragments left in the wild wolf's skull were light green, right? Could it be such a coincidence? Although the voice was suppressed, the jungle was silent at that moment, and even if the voice was suppressed to the lowest possible level, it still sounded as loud as thunder. The large rabbit, holding a small pot and slurping snake soup, had been tilting its head and curiously examining Lin Chi with its blood-red eyes. However, at the sound of the latter's voice, its mouth suddenly twisted into a grimace. Its sharp teeth, as sharp as dog's fangs, suddenly bared. At the same time, as if issuing a warning, a series of low growls echoed from the giant rabbit's throat. "Hey! You took my stuff and dare to be so bold? It seems I need to teach you a lesson so you know the Horse King has 3 eyes. Lin Chi sneered, and the short blade in his hand suddenly drew from its sheath with a sharp sound. Before the audience could react, Lin Chi had already charged forward like a fierce tiger, attacking with relentless force. Drink! The big rabbit was startled. As if completely caught off guard by Lin Chi's sudden attack, it froze for a moment before its blood-red eyes erupted with a savage killing intent. His 2 front legs spread apart. Swoosh! 5 claws, each over 30 centimeters long and pale green in color, landed with a thud on the short blade where Lin Chi had been standing. It actually blocked it? You should know that since the binding system was implemented, no monster has ever been able to block his attacks. Unconsciously, Lin Chi's pupils contracted, but he did not hesitate. His left hand suddenly darted forward into the void, a flash of black light streaking past, followed by the sudden sound of flesh being torn apart. Put! Put! Although he blocked the blow, the big rabbit never expected Lin Chi to have another dagger following right behind him. At that moment, as it gazed at the long, narrow bloodstain on its left front leg, it suddenly let out a fierce roar. The murderous intent in its eyes had almost solidified to its absolute limit. Seeing this, Lin Chi remained unfazed. His eyes flashed with a cold, piercing glint. His left hand made a feint with the dagger, while his right hand, clenching the short blade, swung viciously toward the large rabbit's head. Clang! After the clanging sound of metal colliding, a shocking scene unfolded. There, on the bloodied face of the giant rabbit, a silver-white metallic sheen suddenly gleamed in the light of the camera. Metal? A man-made object? Lin Chi was stunned, staring intently at the large rabbit before him, his next move frozen in place. Perhaps due to the poison in Lin Chi's dagger, which had already spread throughout his entire left leg, half of the giant rabbit's body was now twitching slightly. At the same time, the intense pain on its head caused its consciousness to grow increasingly fuzzy. However, even at this moment, the killing intent in the large rabbit's eyes had not diminished. Staring intently at Lin Chi, the large rabbit let out a harsh, electronic-sounding growl that echoed through the room. "Human, how dare you hurt me? What the hell? You can talk?" Lin Chi was truly shocked. After battling abnormal creatures for so long, this was the first time he had encountered one that could speak and clearly possessed normal logical thinking. This is utterly astonishing. Not only him, but even the audience was screaming in unison at that moment. What the heck? How can this thing speak human language? Holy crap, Shi-Ge, could this be the legendary fairy? We're doomed, we're doomed. Shi-Ge has run into a tough one this time. It can actually talk. If it escapes, it'll bring hundreds of its kind back, and Shi-Ge will be finished for sure. You upstairs, are you really that stupid or just joking? With this thing, Shi-Ge wouldn't even bother to dissect it. How could he possibly let it escape? No, what the hell is this thing? I think I saw a metallic reflection just now. Could it be one of those half-mechanical monsters like the wild men? The audience kept sending messages, and the live stream's viewership skyrocketed from 20.1 million to 23 million as people rushed to tell each other about it. At the same time, it wasn't just Zhang Jiancheng in Jingdu, Lu Jiangwo in Shenangjia, or Su Jianwo in Lopner. Even the mysterious individuals who had been keeping tabs on Lin Chi all turned their stunned gazes toward him in an instant. The big rabbit, seeing Lin Chi's shock, saw the killing intent in his eyes fade slightly, replaced by a trace of mockery. Of course I can speak. When you humans were still running around naked, I could already speak. The big rabbit sneered. Running around naked? The Stone Age? Lin Chi muttered under his breath. He wasn't shocked by what he said. After all, it had been mentioned earlier that the lifespans of abnormal creatures were extremely long. Take the wild men, for example. They had survived for thousands of years. Given that this giant rabbit possessed such clear thinking and logical reasoning, it wouldn't be surprising if it lived for tens of thousands of years. However, this raised another question in Lin Chi's mind. The Sumerian ruins are at most a few thousand years old, but this rabbit has lived for at least 10,000 years. Could it be that 10,000 years ago in the Dragon Kingdom, there once existed an ancient civilization even more advanced than the Sumerian civilization? This is just too. What are you? Where did you come from? How dare you steal my things? You're pretty bold. Furrowing his brows, Lin Chi asked in a low voice. Don't talk back to me. How dare you insult me? The big rabbit heard this and immediately retorted, I'm not a thing. No, that's not right. I am a thing. No, I'm not a thing. No, that's not right. Am I really a thing or not? It's like I'm stuck in a logical dead end. Lin Chi saw this big rabbit just staring blankly right in front of him. Moreover, due to the wound on its forehead, Lin Chi could clearly see that the silver-white metallic surface seemed to have something flowing beneath it, moving at an extremely fast speed, almost to the point of glowing. Could this be a system crash? Lin Chi was startled and hurriedly reminded him, wait, let's try a different question. What are you? This time it should be fine, right? I'm a beast. As if grateful to Lin Chi for rescuing it from a logical dead end, the large rabbit's eyes clearly held a hint of kindness, though its tone remained arrogant. With its head held high, it boasted arrogantly, I am the intelligence officer under the Queen's command. Chapter 113, Come with me, little rabbit. The Queen? Dragon Country actually has a queen? Haha, then tell me, which queen is it? Lin Chi smiled and asked leisurely. Of course, it's Queen Shimu. The beast remained arrogant, and Lin Chi could clearly sense a tone of admiration in its words. It was like the feeling a child has for their parents. Queen Shimu? You're not talking about. That's right, it's Queen Shimu. The beast tilted its head, oh, right, I think you humans call her the Queen Mother of the West? Yeah, something like that. I'm used to calling her Queen Mother of the West. He. Zhuangmu. Well, if even the legendary mythical beast Lianisho is standing right before us, what else could possibly be unacceptable? Lin Chi turned his head and addressed the camera. The term Queen Mother of the West appears in many ancient texts of the Dragon Kingdom, such as the Great Wilderness of the West section of the Classic of Mountains and Seas. I recall a passage that reads, to the west lies the mountain of the Queen Mother, with the Gorge Mountain and the Sea Mountain. As the supreme goddess of the Dragon Kingdom, the image of the Western Queen Mother is not fixed, and she was not originally a deity of longevity and good fortune. Instead, she was a deity associated with plagues and slaughter. Over time, due to societal aesthetic changes and Taoist interpretations, she gradually evolved into the familiar figure of the Queen Mother we know today. Regarding the stories of this great deity, I will not elaborate further, as there are simply too many to recount. Those interested can explore further on their own. Shrugging his shoulders, Lin Chi glanced at the mythical beast, then at the uneaten meal behind him. After a moment's thought, he waved his hand and said, Want to join us? Since you're a creature from myth and legend, I'll make an exception and let you sit with us to enjoy the feast. Reluctantly my ass. You're a mythical beast that can speak human language, aren't you? Sitting at the same table with you should be an honor for you. What a reluctant honor. This is a mythical beast that can speak human language, you know? Sitting at the same table with you should be an honor for you. What divine beast? It's just an artificial creation made by humans. But it's truly unbelievable that such a thing is real. I still can't believe it's not a dream. If it weren't for Chigu, I would have thought this was some new TV show. But now that you mention it, if this thing is artificially synthesized, then the Queen Mother of the West might also be. Oh my god. That's terrifying when you think about it. The audience was abuzz with speculation, while Lin Chi's eyes also sparkled with excitement. Glancing at the large rabbit behind him, still hesitating whether to approach, Lin Chi whispered to the camera, You may not know this, but the evil beast has actually been documented and described in ancient texts. For example, in the Book of the Supernatural, it is described as follows. In the southwest wilderness, there appears a creature called the Aruwa beast. It resembles a hare, has a human face, and can speak. It often deceives people, saying east when it means west, and evil when it means good. Its flesh is delicious, but eating it causes one to speak untruthfully. In essence, this creature is eloquent but rarely speaks the truth, often deceiving others. In short, it is a creature that speaks eloquently but rarely tells the truth, often deceiving others. Although this is my first time communicating with such an abnormal creature, one must always be cautious, especially with an ancient creature that has lived for so many years. We must be extra vigilant. Sitting back down at the stone tablet, the atmosphere was slightly better than before. After all, Lin Chi wasn't alone anymore. Looking at the creature in front of him, holding a small pot and slurping snake meat soup, Lin Chi couldn't help but ask, Since you claim to be the intelligence officer of the Queen Mother of the West, why haven't you returned after all these years? Looking at the corpse of the original owner of this camp, it's been dead for years. I want to go back too. When Lin Shi asked this, the beast's movements paused, and a hint of longing and sadness flickered in its red eyes. But my identity recognition system is malfunctioning, so I can't pass through the thunderstorm zone to the west. Additionally, the navigation system has degraded due to magnetic field interference and can only record the environment of this small area. So I have no choice but to keep surviving here. Wait, are you saying that the thunderstorm zone to the west isn't naturally formed, but was actually created by you? And there's a hidden system controlling it? Lin Shi grabbed the key point and hurriedly asked. Exactly. The beast nodded. After all, compared to humans, we've been living here for over 10,000 years. Every strategic location here has defensive systems and identity verification systems we've set up. No wonder you humans describe this place as so mysterious. The tone of the beast suddenly turned mocking. Let me tell you, back then I saw an old man who claimed he wanted to seek the path to immortality. He ended up wandering around a defensive barrier for years. If I hadn't rescued him, he probably would have died in there. But now, even if I wanted to go back, I couldn't. It's all because of this damn identity verification system. Oh no! I was about to hit my head hard, but the beast clearly forgot about the wound on its head and let out an ayo, in pain, nearly dropping the small pot it was holding. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes and said nothing, lost in thought. After a long while, he suddenly looked up at the distant jungle and smiled faintly. Since you want to go back so badly, how about I take you back? Eh? The beast paused for a moment, its long ears suddenly erect, its blood-red eyes fixed intently on Lin Shi, and it asked in a deep voice, can you really take me back? Just now, weren't you trying to kill me? Didn't you also want to kill me? Lin Shi snorted coldly, there's a reason I brought you back. As you just said, the main roads leading to Kunlun Mountain have all been fortified with defense systems. I don't know where they are, but you do. I need you to guide me. I knew you weren't up to any good. The beast's ears twitched slightly, and it spoke in a low voice with its three-lobed mouth. So, do you agree or not? The surroundings were so quiet that Lin Shi, with his keen hearing, could clearly hear the words. He rolled his eyes and said leisurely. Alright, but I'll only give you a heads up once you're close to the thunderstorm zone. Before that, I won't share any information with you. The little claws of the beast clutched its chest, its face filled with distrust. To be honest, in all my years, every human who has tried to find Kunlun Mountain has failed to pass through the thunderstorm zone. You may be stronger than them, so perhaps there is a glimmer of hope, but it is nothing more than hope. I don't believe you can really make it through there. Don't worry about that. Lin Shi shrugged his shoulders and turned to the audience, saying, that's about it. It's now 9:30 p.m. We have to hit the road early tomorrow morning, so I'll sign off for now. Friends, see you tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock. Chapter 114, The Spoiled Rabbit. The night wind was bleak, and in this pitch-black forest, only the faint rustling of leaves echoed, as if mourning the glory that once belonged to this place. Lin Shi had already lain down. In the flickering firelight, he curled up his body, looking like an ordinary explorer, making it completely unimaginable that just moments ago he had unleashed such terrifying combat power. Can you really take me back? Glancing at Lin Shi, who was standing with his back to it, the beast's eyes flickered with light as it murmured in a deep voice. He glanced up at the moon above his head. There was a time when he too had desperately wanted to go up there and take a look. I heard there's an underground area down there that's been converted into an observation station? Unfortunately, due to its model limitations, it has been confined to the ground since the day it was manufactured, destined to remain in these mountainous forests as an ordinary intelligence officer, ordinary to the point of being unremarkable. I don't know if anyone is still alive. I miss you all so much. In the biting cold, listening to the sighs of the beasts, Lin Shi shook his head silently. Clatter. The next morning, while Lin Shi was still dozing, the sound of birds taking flight startled him awake. He glanced at the time on the screen, 6:25 a.m. There was still half an hour left until the agreed time yesterday, but since he had nothing better to do, Lin Shi decided to start the livestream and glanced back at the quiet campsite. Hey! Where's the rabbit? Oh my gosh, Shi-gu actually went live? Good morning, Shi-gu. How was last night? What about the rabbit? Did Shi-gu stew it? As soon as the broadcast started, tens of thousands of people flooded into the livestream, excitedly sending messages, as if catching Lin Shi starting the broadcast early was the most exciting thing ever. Lin Shi smiled and greeted everyone. Good morning, everyone. I didn't expect you all to be up so early. What the hell are you talking about? I didn't even get any sleep last night. I knew Kajesh would definitely start streaming early. I specifically set an alarm for 6 a.m., but I just woke up and saw the streaming notification. I'm such a little smarty pants. Hey, you're awesome. By the way, how cold is it where Chiga is? His voice sounds so chilly. It feels like Chiga didn't wake up early, but was woken up by the cold. Hey, did I discover something? It's really cold here. Rubbing his eyes, Lin Shi sat up from the hanging bed and looked around again, but still didn't see the beast's shadow. However, in the distant jungle, there were constant rustling sounds of birds taking flight. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. It must have gone hunting. He didn't pay much attention and continued, after all, this is a high-altitude, cold region. It's affected by cold air currents, so the temperature is much lower than in the plains, especially at night, when it's basically 0 degrees. Fortunately, I had thrown in plenty of firewood last night, so the fire hadn't died out yet. Otherwise, starting a fire this morning would have been a major problem. While the fire was still smoldering, Lin Chi hurriedly gathered some dry branches to reignite the flames, boiled a pot of hot water, and placed the remaining wolf meat from last night in a small pot to warm it up. Only then did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Turning to the audience, he said, as I mentioned earlier, we have now entered a high-altitude, cold region where temperatures and oxygen levels are significantly lower than in the plains. If we don't move around to warm up quickly, there is a risk of insufficient blood supply. Fortunately, the hot water and breakfast are already being heated, and the beasts should have gone hunting by now. Let us use this time to get moving. I highly recommend you join me. After all, the day's work is done in the morning. Getting your body energized in the morning will greatly benefit your work and studies for the entire day. As he spoke, Lin Chi found an open spot not too far from the fire and slowly began an exercise he had never done before on live stream, boxing. After all, the Tai Chi he practiced now was vastly different from what he had known before. Lin Chi was genuinely curious about what the system meant by absorbing cosmic radiation energy while performing the movements. What exactly would that feel like? Starting with the first step, Lin Chi's movements flowed smoothly and effortlessly. Tai Chi, which is traditionally known for its slow movements, is performed with both speed and grace in his hands. When speed is required, he moves like a bolt of lightning, erupting suddenly and causing a thunderous explosion in the dense forest. When slowness is called for, he is as still as a resting turtle, unaffected by the cold wind swirling around him. The surrounding shrubs and weeds were constantly shattered and broken by Lin Chi's powerful fist techniques. Especially when he combined his fist techniques with Dai Zone's swift movements, his speed increased while his power became even more ferocious. Fixing his gaze on the cypress tree before him, nearly a meter wide and over 10 meters tall, Lin Chi felt the surging energy within his body. His eyes flashed with determination, and he growled deeply, "Come! Open!" With a sharp whistling sound cutting through the air, Lin Chi's fist struck the tree trunk with tremendous force. With a thunderous crash, the massive tree snapped in two before the astonished eyes of the crowd. The spot where Lin Chi had struck it was torn apart into long, jagged strips. The fist wind swept past. Even Lin Chi himself couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Was this the enhanced effect of absorbing cosmic radiation energy? This was way too terrifying. Ah! Liu Bei. Chiga, is it really that exciting? It's early in the morning, and I haven't even had breakfast yet. No way, this streamer must be Superman. That punch just broke the tree in half. How much impact force did that have? Calm down, everyone. This is Chi Ge's livestream. As the first person in the world to confirm the existence of wild men and deathworms, he's got to have some extraordinary abilities, right? Ha! Is that really how it is? New viewers were shocked by Lin Chi's performance, while old viewers were obviously much more calm. After all, in this day and age, even rabbits can talk, so what else could happen? Watching the audience's teasing, Lin Chi smiled. Since he hadn't caused any panic, he saw no need to explain further. He nonchalantly returned to the campfire and was about to check on the breakfast when, in the distance, a massive white shadow leaped out of the jungle. It was the Yao beast. After a night of recovery, all the wounds on its head and body had completely healed. This clearly demonstrates just how formidable the healing abilities of this abnormal creature truly are. Here you go. I ate what you gave me last night, so I'm returning it today. We're even now. The creature tossed the 3 dead sparrows onto the stone table and licked its blood-stained claws. Although the voice still carried a hint of arrogance, it was much friendlier than last night. Lin Chi looked at it and smiled, saying, "Hey, I didn't expect you could actually return it. I thought I'd have to deal with a freeloader for the rest of the journey." Lin Chi took a look and smiled, saying, "Hey, I didn't expect you could actually pay me back. I thought I'd have to feed a freeloader all the way from here on out." Humph. Chapter 115, The Gates of Death in Kunlun. Humph. I'm not going to bother with you. How come this rabbit seems to be getting more and more ridiculous? Could it be the aftereffects of being injured by Chi Gu yesterday? Nonsense. This is clearly just because they've gotten used to each other and no longer see each other as outsiders. Am I the only one who thinks the big rabbit crossing its arms is cute? The beast had no idea that its current behavior had already attracted the attention of over 2,000 people, who were mocking it relentlessly. It gave its ears a quick shake, looked toward the distant jungle, and said in a scratchy voice, "The lightning zone is about 30 kilometers away. Are you sure you can get me through there safely? What's wrong? Don't you trust me?" Lin Chi took a sip of hot water to moisten his throat. Only then did he begin to eat his breakfast while speaking leisurely. "Let me ask you something. Since you've set up a defense system, you must have a backup plan, right? That is, a maintenance backend? All we need to do is find that backend and shut it down from the inside, and we'll be done, right? If that's your plan, I suggest you give it up." The beast glanced at Lin Chi with utter contempt. If it were that easy, I would have stormed into the maintenance room back then. Let me tell you, the repair shop does exist. It's located 300 meters below the Thunder Zone, with 8 access points leading to your destination. However, each of these 8 access points is equipped with 8 detection belts. In other words, unless you can destroy all the detection belts and force your way in, you might as well give up. What were you guys thinking back then? One server, and you left so many detection strips? Lin Chi was speechless. Do you think we wanted to? It's all to guard against those despicable Western barbarians. The demonic beast snarled, those cowards who hide behind humans and give orders from afar. If it weren't for them creating a group of half-divine synthetic beings to ambush us, we wouldn't have lost so many friends. These defensive mechanisms, though complex, are highly effective in battle, capable of maximizing resistance against enemy infiltration. Those disgusting lizard monsters. The last time I returned to maintain the defenses, I heard that Queen Shimu personally led the troops to annihilate them. I can't wait to see what they looked like back then. They must have been so terrified they were begging for mercy on their knees. Wait, you mean lizard monsters? Lin Chi suddenly froze. In an instant, he recalled the last time in the Lopner Desert, when the one that had chased him out at the end was also a lizard monster. Yeah, what's wrong? Have you seen them before? The monster tilted its head and asked. I have indeed seen them. Lin Chi roughly described the incident in the Lopner forest, emphasizing that the thing was not a carbon-based life form but more like a mechanical entity. After listening, the beast's red eyes flickered, and it waved its hand dismissively. Hey, I thought you had seen the real thing. Don't worry, what you saw was just a puppet. During the war back then, our intelligence officers often dealt with them. Generally speaking, their mission was to protect humans, but for some reason, after the pyramids were built, they began to disappear from the surface. Once, while sneaking in, I saw a group of people stuffing a puppet into a data terminal, and I have no idea what they were doing. Data terminal? Yeah, it's a platform with 3 stone tablets at the top, usually placed in the deepest part of the pyramid. I was lucky to sneak in that time. The beast was bragging about its past achievements. Lin Chi finally realized what that huge creature he had seen in the Lopner database was. However, since the lizard-like mechanical creatures were tasked with protecting humanity, why did they require humans to insert themselves into the data terminals after the pyramid was completed? Was it to expand the communication range? Or is it for some more profound purpose? Lin Chi shook his head. From the words of the demon beast, he had heard too many elements that needed to be sorted out. There was no point in discussing this now. The most urgent task was to find the real Kunlun mountain. If they wanted to learn more, that was probably the only place where they could find more comprehensive information. Glancing at the rising sun, Lin Chi packed his belongings, extinguished the fire, and set off. Let's go. First, take me to see that detection device you mentioned. I've been dealing with these kinds of things all along. Maybe I can figure it out. Do as you please. If you end up dying there, I won't come to save you. The beast sniffed the air, its expression making it clear it wasn't joking. Lin Chi grimaced, suddenly feeling an urge to kill it. The long journey westward, Yang Wang with no old friends. Since there was no need to be on guard this time, no strange creatures would suddenly jump out from somewhere, so Lin Chi's speed began to unconsciously increase significantly. The surrounding scenery began to recede rapidly. In this accelerated scene, the audience can clearly see the gradual change in the types of trees in front of them. Starting with high-altitude coniferous forests, the landscape gradually transforms into high-altitude shrublands, and eventually, even the shrubs disappear, leaving behind only moss clinging to the ground. Moreover, the bodies of dead animals have accumulated unnoticed over time, to the point where both Lin Chi and the audience have become completely numb to the sight. Friends, the place we are currently in should be the edge of the thunderstorm zone of the legendary Death Valley. Look around. Not only are there these dead animals, but even many of the black rocks have charred sections. These are the carbonized marks left behind after being struck by lightning. Lin Chi bent down, picked up a handful of charred soil, and sniffed it under his nose. Then, looking out at the vast, barren desert before him, he continued, actually, it's not just lightning strikes. This place has also been the site of various strange and mysterious disappearances. For example, in 1983, a herd of horses from the Aller pasture strayed into this area while grazing on the lush grass in the valley. A herdsman ventured into the valley to search for the horses. Days passed, but the herdsman never returned, while the horses reappeared. His body was later found on a small hill. At the time, the herdsman's clothes were torn, he was barefoot, his eyes wide open in anger, his mouth agape, and he was still clutching a hunting rifle in his hand, appearing as though he had died with his eyes wide open. What was most puzzling was that there were no visible wounds or signs of an attack on his body. It remains unclear whether he was struck by lightning or terrified by something else that left him in such a state. Lin Chi recounted stories about the place while glancing sideways at the beast following behind him. It was as if he were worrying something. The beast looked speechless, and I said, "Don't blame everything on me, okay? I swear on my rabbit honor that when this happened, I wasn't even here. I didn't do it." Chapter 116, Found the Entrance. Well, the most unusual creature within a 100-kilometer radius claims it wasn't responsible for these anomalies. There's just something about that feels indescribably off. Lin Shi sighed and pulled at the corner of his mouth. Alright, fine, let's say it wasn't you. We're already near the thunderstorm zone. Where's the underground passage you mentioned? What do you mean if it wasn't you? It wasn't you to begin with, wasn't it? The beast was so enraged that its ears nearly stood straight up like antennas. Its blood-red eyes flickered with dazzling light. It looked as though it was saying, say another word, and I'll fight you to the death. Lin Shi shrugged indifferently. Seeing this, the beast clenched its teeth, snorted coldly, and turned toward the barren wasteland of Haida grass to the right front, where nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Lin Shi followed behind, pointing at the clusters of short grasses at his feet and said, Friends, these are called Haida grasses, belonging to the Chenopodium genus of the Chenopodiaceae family. They thrive in rocky hills, gravelly slopes, hilltops, and alkaline soils. Don't let their appearance fool you. They may not look very appealing, but let me tell you, these plants are true treasures of the desert. Including camels, many animals rely on them to gain weight. Similarly, in the desert grasslands of our country, they are also one of the largest species types. Lin Shi smiled, suddenly stopped in his tracks, and pointed to a black stone beneath a clump of grass on the right. Look, everyone, this is the magnetite that those experts were talking about. It's widely distributed in the Death Valley region. The camera zoomed in, and the audience could clearly see several angular, irregular stones half buried in the brown soil, which had a faint reddish-brown hue. Lin Shi bends down to pick up a small piece. This is the raw ore of magnetite, an oxide primarily composed of iron 3 oxide, commonly found in regions such as central China and the southern parts of the country. According to the Compendium of Materia Medica, this substance is said to improve vision and hearing, and stop bleeding from wounds. The classic of herbal medicine states, it treats rheumatic pain, joint pain, inability to hold objects, acidity, and removes severe heat, fullness, and deafness. Mentioning the Compendium of Materia Medica, I think many people already understand. Yes, this substance is indeed considered a medicinal herb. How about that? Isn't that amazing? Lin Shi smiled at the camera, but his words left everyone speechless. Many viewers immediately started commenting in shock. What? This is herbal medicine? Don't joke around, host. If this thing is edible, I'd be rich. There's plenty of it on the mountain near my house. When I went back for the new year, I saw several kids picking it and throwing it around. The person above, you must have missed out on an amazing opportunity to get rich. What's so interesting about a piece of broken rock? Hurry up and follow us. Seeing Lin Shi holding a stone and talking to himself with the floating camera, the beast couldn't help but frown and urge him on. At the same time, he was also curious. Right, what exactly is this thing? I saw you talking to it yesterday. Could it be another one of those new gadgets you humans have invented? You can think of it as a camera. Lin Shi pointed to the tracking device. My job is to find strange things like you, and then use this little gadget to tell others about them. Oh, I see. You're an intelligence officer like us. The beast's eyes flickered. No wonder you dared to come here alone. I had my suspicions, but I never imagined it was actually true. Intelligence officer? You must have some misunderstanding. Lin Shi smiled to himself and didn't take it seriously. He asked in return, speaking of which, I'm a bit curious. Since your role is to collect intelligence for the Queen Mother of the West, why didn't you object when you saw me taking photos with my camera? Aren't you afraid I might expose your secrets to the world as well? What's the big deal if I do? The beast shrugged, seeming utterly unconcerned. Though I know little of your human civilization and its current state of development, from what I have observed, your weapons are merely thermal weapons, with the most advanced being thermal-nuclear weapons at best. We have been using these weapons on a large scale for tens of thousands of years. The beast spoke while leading the way, and added, You are human, pure humans. Over the past few thousand years, we have had close contact with you. As long as you don't hand these things over to those disgusting lizard people, we're on the same side. You can tell the ordinary people about this. It doesn't matter anyway, since you're not the first to do so. Hearing the beast speak thus, Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, his mind instantly filled with a host of fantastical tales he had encountered in historical anecdotes. For example, the massive nuclear explosion that occurred in the ancient Asan River basin or the sinking of the continent of Atlantis, among others. Of course, the main reason is that I can't beat you. Lin Shi. This rabbit is unbelievable. Monster, there's nothing I can do. I can't beat you, so I'll just let you do whatever you want. Speaking of which, that rabbit's guess was pretty accurate. Right now, aside from biochemical weapons, the only thing we have that can cause significant damage is nuclear weapons. One person and one beast spoke casually, and the onlookers listened casually. However, certain individuals suddenly felt a chill run down their spines, as the threat posed by these abnormal creatures skyrocketed in their minds. They continued walking forward for about 20 minutes. The beast finally stopped, looked around left and right as if matching the map, then turned and grinned. We're here. We're here? Lin Shi was taken aback. Are you messing with me? This place is just Before he could finish his sentence, the beast stomped heavily on a seemingly ordinary black stone beneath its feet. Instantly, the ground trembled violently and an unprecedented sense of danger surged from the depths of his heart. The light screen flickered continuously, and the system's voice echoed in his mind. High energy reaction detected. Host, prepare for combat. As soon as the system's voice faded, the earth began to tremble violently. Countless rocks started to shake and jump, and plants like the root-binding grass, deeply embedded in the gravel, were literally shaken out of the ground. Lin Chi hurriedly crouched down to steady his center of gravity, his gaze fixed intently on the ground behind the beast. Suddenly, a straight crack appeared in the patch of land, which was less than 3 meters square. Immediately afterward, it was as if a gate had opened wide to the left and right. As countless stones and sand fell, a deep, pitch-black passageway appeared before everyone's eyes. Chapter 117, Unknown Components, Divine Cells? What did you just do? Looking at the passage that suddenly appeared before him, Lin Chi was startled and hurriedly asked. What the hell? How did stomping your feet suddenly open the gate? Didn't you say your identity recognition system was broken earlier? Or did you guys design the switch to open the gate to look like a rock and then just casually place it in a pile of rocks? What did you do? The beast tilted its head. I just stomped on the switch. It didn't need to be used so forcefully, but after all these years, the old switch seems a bit faulty. Hee, don't mind it, it's an old relic after all. Lin Chi didn't say anything. It was actually designed to be hidden among the rocks all along. Lin Chi couldn't help but admit that while this method was a bit risky, it was indeed effective. After all, who would ever think that such a high-tech and mysterious device which would be so blatantly placed in plain sight for everyone to see? He felt that if he asked any more questions, the last remnants of his curiosity about these strange creatures would vanish completely. Let's go. Below is the passage leading to the maintenance area, which is what you referred to as the backstage corridor. The beast paid no attention to Lin Chi's gaze. As he jumped down the steps at a 45-degree angle, he continued, to prevent you from dying in confusion inside, I'll give you a quick overview of the layout of the detection strips in this passageway. As I mentioned earlier, this passage has 8 detection belts. If my fellow tribesmen haven't altered them over the years, the first thing we should encounter is the detection gate. This is the most critical step in verifying identity. If the system fails to detect the identification code, the entire passageway will immediately activate its defensive measures. Close all entry and exit points of the and deploy the erasure squad. Please note the following important information. The beast suddenly turned around and smiled. Since it was an artificially synthesized semi-mechanical life form, its eyes possessed thermal sensing and night vision capabilities. At that moment, its eyes resembled 2 faintly glowing red lights, appearing utterly eerie in the narrow, pitch-black passageway. What's it warning us about? Lin Chi raised an eyebrow. With the lighting from the camera, even though the steps were steep enough to rival some sections of the Great Wall, he wasn't afraid of suddenly tripping over the uneven stone platforms. I know you're strong and can handle me easily, but the force you'll face is a mechanized battalion of 3,000 units composed of low-level programs. Before you, they have annihilated countless humans with special abilities, half-mechanical creatures, and even the synthetic beings with semi-divine bloodlines created by those lizardmen themselves. Hee. You'd better think about it now, or you'll definitely die a horrible death later. The beast's tone was teasing. Clearly, this guy was still holding a grudge over last night's battle. Alright, I understand. What's next? Lin Chi's expression remained unchanged, still wearing that faint, almost imperceptible smile, making the demon beast's teeth itch with frustration. A stubborn old duck. With a cold snort, the beast didn't continue, but instead said indifferently, wait until you've passed this test before we talk about the rest. The passageway was so quiet that Lin Chi naturally heard every word the beast said. He smiled faintly and shook his head, then asked curiously, are you just going to go down with me like this? Aren't you supposed to have a malfunctioning identity recognition system? Without an identity recognition system, the beasts are essentially outsiders just like themselves. Lin Chi really couldn't understand why this creature was so calm about it. Thinking about the description of this creature in the Shinijing, could it be that it's lying to me when it says the identification system is broken? Don't worry about that. I have my own way of dealing with it. The beast raised its head, its tone once again brimming with arrogance. Lin Chi was so furious he wanted to kick this creature off the platform right then and there. Ignoring him, Lin Chi focused his attention on the walls around him. Though covered in the marks of time, with many areas showing cracks and signs of water seepage, the overall structure remained clearly discernible. Unlike the cold, metallic style seen in pyramids, the material used here is a transparent substance resembling diamond. The intricately carved auspicious cloud patterns, illuminated by the lights, emit a faint glow that reflects outward, creating the illusion that the entire corridor is shrouded in a misty haze. It gives one the illusion of being in a fairyland. If it weren't for the few skeletons right at his feet, Lin Chi could have said that this was undoubtedly the most visually stunning optical illusion he had ever seen. They were all synthetic beings with semi-divine bloodlines. The beast with red eyes glanced over and spoke in a cold voice, it seems this place has also been exposed. Half-divine bloodline? Half-divine bloodline? Upon hearing this, Lin Chi couldn't help but feel his curiosity surge once more. He had been listening to this guy talk about half-god bloodline over and over again. What exactly was this thing? A more advanced form of cells? Or was it the unique genetic composition of those lizard-like aliens? Lin Chi narrowed his eyes and spoke to the system in his mind, scan the composition of these corpses. Searching. Search results: oxygen atom occupancy rate 6588, carbon atom 136, hydrogen atom 1133, iron atom 3, nitrogen atom 2, calcium atom 388, phosphorus atom 107. Note: an unknown component has been detected with an occupancy rate of 0.1. Simulation results indicate that this component significantly enhances the efficiency of cosmic radiation energy absorption, possesses high scalability and self-repair capabilities, and is speculated to grant living organisms special abilities not found in ordinary humans, including rapid healing capabilities. Enter into the database and name it Divine Cells. Could this be some kind of more advanced cell form? Hearing the system's words, Lin Chi gained a clearer understanding of this group of lizard-like creatures he had never encountered before. Since this was something the lizard people had created, they must have been well aware of the existence of this component, and one could even say that they had already mastered its mass production. After all, from what the ego beast said earlier, we can infer that the number of these synthetic beings was quite high back then. If they couldn't be mass-produced, the cost would be too high, making it impractical. If that's the case, does that mean these alien beings themselves possess these divine cells? Looking at the analysis results displayed on the light screen, if that's the case, then aren't these creatures also called superhumans? But if they already possess such power, why are they hiding behind the indigenous people of Blue Star and using underhanded tactics in secret? Lin Chi felt as though everything had come full circle. He couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Fortunately, before he could think any further, the leading beast finally spoke again. Hey, we've reached the inspection gate. Chapter 118, Let the Battle Begin. Lin Chi stopped in his tracks and looked around. Unnoticed, the downward sloping steps had transformed into a semicircular hall with a diameter of approximately 500 meters. Beneath the walls made of pure diamond, thick layers of silver-gray metal were laid out. Clearly, to withstand any potential battles here, the diamond walls alone were not strong enough. Is this the detection gate? It really is just a door. It stands approximately 7 meters tall and 3 meters wide. Despite having remained dormant for at least tens of thousands of years, the silver-white metal surface of the gate shows no signs of corrosion or wear. The patterns flowed, and from Lin Chi's perspective, it appeared to be a dragon's head. The massive dragon's body twisted and coiled, faintly visible amidst the surrounding auspicious cloud patterns. What amazed the onlookers was that the dragon's body extended all the way to the entire hall. As the light shone upon it, through some extraordinary optical illusion, it seemed as though Lin Chi was standing amidst the clouds, facing a genuine, ancient dragon radiating supreme majesty. It wasn't just Lin Chi. The viewers watching the livestream were also thrilled, especially those with carving skills, who jumped up and down, waving their hands and immediately started sending messages. Holy cow! How on earth did they make that? Holy cow! I didn't notice it when I was in the hallway, but now I'm truly amazed. This is insane. It's like there's a giant dragon staring right at me. I'm a bit freaked out. This is something I've never heard of or seen before. Compared to this thing, the sculptures and artworks people can see today are just like children's doodles. Holy cow, Shigo, look quick. The dragon's eyes seem to have emitted a flash of red light. Just as everyone was still immersed in deep shock, the dragon's eye located at the center of the gate suddenly flashed a crimson light. Immediately afterward, everyone heard a cold, electronic synthetic voice, monotonous and lifeless, converging from all directions. Detecting an unknown life form. Identity verification code scanning in progress. Warning, no identification code detected. Determination, alien intruder. Disposal measures, eliminate. Boom. In the instant the last two words fell, the atmosphere in the entire hall suddenly shifted from stillness to a chilling, murderous aura. The red glow in the dragon's eyes grew increasingly intense, and the sound of gears grinding could be heard coming from the metal walls behind the doors. Lin Chi saw this and his brows furrowed instantly. Before he could speak, the beast beside him flashed an excited yet tense look in its eyes and hurriedly said to Lin Chi, "Get ready, they're coming." Boom. Lin Chi naturally knew they were coming, for behind the slowly opening doors, a vast, shadowy mass of mechanical warriors could already be glimpsed, their eyes flickering with icy red light. They were also humanoid in appearance. However, their height is all around 25 meters. Perhaps because their original purpose was solely for killing, their design was minimal, with no exterior plating, just gleaming metal skeletons. In the dimly lit hall, the sudden appearance of these cold-blooded killers with red gleams in their eyes was enough to send a chill down anyone's spine. Even Lin Chi himself couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. However, thanks to the system's assistance and the various skills at his disposal, his emotions were fleeting, quickly replaced by an icy calm. The light screen also displayed the number of opponents at that moment. 3,000. The first 2,000 are close combat troops armed with mechanical long swords, while the remaining 1,000 are long-range troops equipped with electromagnetic rifles. From a tactical standpoint, this distribution might seem a bit reckless, but after all, this is a closed hall, and the enemy has an overwhelming numerical advantage. Close combat units swarm in for a coordinated assault, while ranged units stay in the rear to fire from a distance. It can be said that if the intruders don't have some special skills, they'll end up just as the beast described, surrounded and killed without even knowing how they died. You sure know how to play your cards. Lin Shi snorted coldly. Facing the current situation where they were outnumbered, he didn't even consider it and chose to take the initiative to attack. Skill and speed were his strengths, and now that the enemy had not yet fully established their formation, Lin Shi had no choice but to act. After all, this is the only way to maximize his advantages. Without waiting for the beast to say another word, Lin Shi's hand flashed with a cold gleam as his short blade and tang sword drew from their sheaths with a fierce clang. With a ruthless momentum, he bent his legs slightly, like a cannonball loaded with force, charging toward the mechanical legion. From his previous battle with the beast, Lin Shi had gained a rough understanding of the metal's strength. If he relied solely on his short blade, he wouldn't be able to inflict significant damage in a short amount of time. However, the tang sword was of purple quality, and its sharpness and strength were far superior to those of short blades. While the beast lurking behind was surprised by Lin Shi's proactive attack, what truly shocked it was the tang sword he suddenly drew. Due to the camera angle, the audience did not see how the tang sword was formed, but the beast saw it clearly. The technique of forming it as swiftly as flowing mercury was something he had never witnessed before, even with his extensive experience within his tribe. Could it be that humans now possess such technology? The beast's eyes flashed with red light as it silently recorded these observations, deep in thought, unsure of what it was contemplating. Meanwhile, Lin Shi had already arrived before the mechanical army. Although there was no pixelation this time, the intentional shaking of the camera and the shooting angles meant he didn't have to worry about the strange effects his skills would produce, which might have frightened the audience. Erase! 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 Facing Lin Shi, who suddenly appeared before them, the group of robots immediately let out a series of low, monotonous roars. Lin Shi responded with a cold smile. Erase? Ha, erase my ass. With a loud shout, the tang sword in Lin Shi's hand slashed through the air, leaving a cold gleam in its wake. There was no surprise at all. Under the terrifying force and speed of Lin Shi, the tang sword, relying on its own sharpness, sliced through the mechanical being's entire chest armor from left to right at an angle. Sizzle, rumble. The severed upper half of the body, sparks flying from its exposed circuitry, crashed to the ground, sounding the first shot of the massacre in the dim, dilapidated hall. What the hell? How is this possible? The beast stared wide-eyed, exclaiming in disbelief from behind. The audience who witnessed all of this were completely frozen in place. Chapter 119, The Hunt is On. They didn't notice the peculiarity of the tang sword, thinking it was just a short blade-like weapon. But they never expected that with just one strike, this mechanized creature, which looked terrifying and had overwhelming combat power, was instantly defeated? How is this possible? Holy crap, am I seeing things? It felt like Chiga's last strike just tore through the air. This is terrifying. Is this really the strength of a normal person? When I saw Chigu punching earlier, I thought he had prepared it in advance when he shattered a tree with one punch, but I never expected his strength to be this terrifying. You dare to question Chigu? Wow, Chigu is fighting so fast. But what's going on with the camera? Why isn't it showing a clear shot? It's just shaking all over the place. Although everyone had already gained a general understanding of Lin Shi's combat prowess through previous livestreams, they never imagined that their previous assumptions would prove to be so easily shattered. Without any flashy moves or idle chatter, Lin Shi wielded two swords, moving as gracefully as a butterfly flitting through flowers. With movements that bordered on art, he glided effortlessly through the air, as if surrounded by an endless mechanical army. Swords flashed, and figures blurred in the chaos. The lurking beasts hiding behind now seemed to be enjoying a visual feast. One quickly recorded the scene while the other gaped in awe, murmuring softly to themselves. How is this possible? How could this be? With such overwhelming power, if he had wanted to take me down last night, I wouldn't have stood a chance. But it's for the best. If you can successfully overcome these obstacles, the path ahead will be much easier. My desire to return to my tribe can finally be realized. Lin Shi had no idea what the Aruwa beast and the audience were thinking at that moment. Navigating through the crowd of robots, Lin Shi had to maintain his focus. The close combat robots were manageable, but the real challenge was the long-range ones lurking in the back, constantly looking for an opportunity to land a surprise shot. Just as he was thinking this, suddenly, an overwhelming sense of danger surged from behind him. Lin Shi didn't hesitate for a moment, ducking down and darting forward to the right. Bang! Just as he began to move, a black, sharp object that was impossible to identify struck the ground with a loud bang, hitting the melee fighter who was about to deliver the finishing blow. The immense kinetic energy erupted from this creature's chest cavity, sending its entire upper body flying through the air and instantly knocking down 3 or 4 melee fighters who were charging toward it from behind. Lin Shi didn't even glance over his super-enhanced perception, operating at full capacity, allowed him to have complete awareness of everything around him. Oof. With a cold smile, Lin continued his movements without pause. Using the Tang sword as his primary weapon, he directly sliced the close combat enemy in half. The short blade served as a secondary weapon. Though it lacked the strength of the main blade, under the powerful guidance of his enhanced perception, Lin Shi specifically used it to target the neck joints of the close combat enemies. Working in tandem, Lin Shi could destroy 2 or more close-range machines every second. In just a few minutes, he had already obliterated at least 300 of them. However, this speed was still far too slow. Glancing at the distant horizon, where the mechanical beings continued to gather, Lin Shi furrowed his brows. This won't do at this rate, who knows how much longer this will drag on. It's time to use some other skills. Shadow assassination and the upgraded Tai Chi techniques could significantly speed up his cleanup, but both of those techniques were too loud and flashy. With the camera not blurred out, even if he deliberately shook the camera or avoided focusing on the key areas, it was still easy to get caught. Therefore, Lin Shi has been using basic cold weapon mastery combat the entire time. But now, the system controlled the camera to crash to the ground, creating the illusion of being shot down for the audience. Lin Shi murmured to the system in his heart. Since I can't just stop filming for no reason, I'll just create the illusion of being shot down. After all, it's the middle of a chaotic battle, so the camera being hit is perfectly plausible. As long as the camera isn't facing this battlefield, and the sound system is intentionally blocked, even if the beasts are saying something behind the scenes, the audience won't hear a thing. It's a 2-for-1 deal. The system and Lin Shi are capable of sharing brainwaves, so even without explicit instructions, the system understood what he intended to do. Without hesitation, it immediately took control of the camera, causing it to roll and crash to the side. Bang! Damn it! Why did it fail at the crucial moment? What the heck is going on with this camera? It's supposed to be following the action. How did it get knocked down? At least it could have been knocked down in a way that still showed the battlefield. Are we supposed to be looking at the wall now? It's not just the visuals, it seems like the sound system is broken too. All I can hear is static. Headphone users report that they've already given up. Hold on, Shi-gu. This is insane. Just the first level of the passage has so many robots blocking the way. It's hard to imagine how many dangerous things must be lurking in the entire Kunlun mountain region. The audience, faced with this sudden turn of events, flooded the chat with protests. However, how could Lin Shi possibly deal with them? Without the lighting from the cameras, the area was suddenly bathed in the cold, red glow of the surveillance cameras, their lenses fixed intently on him. Lin Shi sneered. Finally, he didn't have to be so cautious anymore. It feels like a weight has been lifted off my shoulders. In the stunned gaze of the demon beast, Lin Shi vanished from the spot in an instant. Only a single word remained, echoing coldly through the air. Death. Boom. Sparks of tearing earth flashed in the air, accompanied by constantly flying electromagnetic ammunition, intertwining and sparkling in this vast semi-spherical hall. In night vision mode, the beast clearly saw that Lin Shi had transformed into a streak of light. Its trajectory was completely indistinguishable. Only through thermal imaging can one discern Lin Shi's figure flickering across the vast expanse of space. Each time he appears, he unleashes a terrifying spectacle of dozens of close combat mechs, their limbs flying everywhere. Eliminate! 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 As low-level intelligent programs, the robots knew nothing of adaptability or fear, continuing to repeat the word erase endlessly. However, as more advanced semi-mechanical lifeforms, the Erxio creatures require no calculation. They can clearly see with their vision that the close-range robots are being decimated at a rate of nearly 20 per second. If everything goes as planned, Lin Shi will be able to secure victory in this battle in less than half an hour, with ease. What does that mean? Even if they were specifically manufactured for combat, top-tier synthetic beings couldn't achieve such a level. What kind of monster is this thing? Chapter 120, Copper Snake, Iron Dog, and the Great Monster. The air fell silent in an instant. No roar, no explosion, only a figure holding a long double-bladed weapon, indifferently turned away, stood silently at the center of the hall. The battle had ended. The vast semicircular hall now resembled a scene devastated by a tornado. Deep gullies and cracks crisscrossed the floor, and scattered fragments of shattered bodies lay everywhere, still flickering with sparks of fire. The heavy detection doors had been violently shattered open at some point. It was like being beheaded. The perfectly straight cut ran straight through the dragon's fangs, leaving only half of its huge, hideous head behind, its eyes flashing rapidly. Is it over already? The beast stared wide-eyed, murmuring in disbelief. In less than half an hour, its opinion of Lin Shi had skyrocketed like a rocket. Now it finally understood why Lin Shi's expression hadn't changed at all when he heard it say how dangerous this place was. With such terrifying power, even if placed in a combat unit, it would easily be enough to command a regiment. The beast thought in terror, completely unaware that Lin Shi had already begun to move again. Retracting his twin blades, Lin Shi picked up the camera again, checked its status, then nonchalantly placed it back in the air. Turning to the monster hiding behind a corpse, he said. The first stage is already behind us. What comes next? The Aruwa beast hesitated for a moment, clearly still reeling from the shock of what had just happened. However, thanks to its modified mechanical brain, it instinctively replied, Copper Snake Iron Dog Formation. What? Upon hearing this, Lin Chi was stunned. At the same time, as the screen returned to normal, the atmosphere in the livestream once again grew lively. Wow! It's back! It's finally back! What's the point? We still didn't see the battle just now. What the hell just happened? This scene is way too brutal. Flying Pig tips the streamer 66 super rockets. Chi-Go, with your skills, you could easily crush a small country now, right? Longing for the countryside tips the streamer 20 super rockets. Old Pig, your thoughts are a bit dangerous. Be careful you don't get invited for a chat joking. Ping Ping Xiaoman 2 tipped the streamer 1 super rocket just to show off. What will you do if something really happens? Terrifying data streams are flooding the live stream. Fortunately, Lin Chi's livestream is under special protection from Donyao, otherwise the single moment would have been enough to send him spiraling back down again. Thanks for the gifts, everyone. Lin Chi smiled. There's no need to worry about me. After all this time streaming, you all know my personality. I would never do anything I'm not confident about. Oof. As you all saw just now, I must say that the defensive strength here is a bit beyond my expectations. Glancing at the scattered limbs and broken arms around him, Lin Chi's tone gradually grew serious. If the first layer of defenses is this extensive, how many more layers are there below? 4,000? Or 5,000? Earlier, the demon beast mentioned that the next layer's defense is the Copper Snake Iron Dog Formation. I have no idea what this thing looks like, but mentioning copper snakes and iron dogs reminds me of some folktales that have been passed down. It is said that beneath the Naiha Bridge in the underworld, in the flowing river of oblivion, besides countless evil spirits and souls of the wicked, there lurk massive bronze snakes and ferocious black iron dogs. They roam the river, and any evil spirits who fall into its waters are inevitably torn apart and devoured by them, enduring eternal torment of being consumed for all eternity. Lin Chi feigned a gloomy expression, adopting a sinister and terrifying demeanor. Combined with the dim surroundings and the door that kept flickering with a bright red glow, it must be said, it truly gave off a chilling, eerie vibe. This immediately sent some of the more timid female viewers into a frenzy, as they repeatedly screamed in horror and hurriedly sent messages on the chat, begging him to stop talking. Seeing this, Lin Chi laughed heartily. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Though this is just a small story, hearing it mentioned by the monster now has really sparked my imagination. What do you think? Could these so-called copper snakes and iron dogs in hell be the result of some unlucky people from ancient times who accidentally stumbled upon them and then embellished their experiences when they returned? Don't look at me, how would I know? Seeing Lin Chi glance at him, the demon beast immediately slumped his shoulders, indicating he knew nothing. However, your description of the copper snake and iron dog is correct in some aspects, at least the colors are accurate. Ha! Lin Chi raised an eyebrow, signaling the beast to continue. The so-called copper snakes and iron dogs are merely a colloquial term. Their true names should actually be fusion-type defensive machines. The beast led the way once more. After passing through the severed detection gate, the space behind them didn't change much, except that the width and height were slightly increased compared to the passage they had just traversed. The activated alarm system echoed with piercing sounds, and flashing red lights filled the passageway with a tense and eerie atmosphere. A man and a beast remained unfazed by the changes. The beast continued in a leisurely tone, because back then, we were mainly facing those creatures from the west, so the Western Queen specifically strengthened the defenses when designing this place. Considering that the first layer might fail, she knew we needed something more flexible and powerful. When the Western Mother Queen created these copper snakes and iron dogs, she not only enhanced their individual combat strength but also significantly boosted their combined power. In other words, what you will face next is a group of beast-like monsters whose individual strength is roughly 15 times that of the previous mechanical creatures, and they can also fuse together to form two gigantic war machines standing at least 55 meters tall. Your strength is indeed formidable, but when facing those two creatures, the beast suddenly turned to look at Lin Chi. You had better brace yourself. Chapter 121. How did it just go berserk like that? Oh my god, is this disgusting? I'm so worried about Chi-Gu. This feels way more dangerous than what I saw earlier. Why didn't Chi-Gu leave the monster behind and cross the lightning zone on his own? Why does he have to bring this burden along? You upstairs, aren't you an idiot? In these vast mountains, without the guide of the Yao Beast, it would take ages to find the real Kunlun Mountain. Plus, the Yao Beast mentioned earlier that this area is their defensive zone, so the power of the lightning must be unimaginable. Even if Chi-Gu can handle 1 or 2 bolts of lightning, what about 10 or 100 bolts striking simultaneously? Crossing the lightning zone, you make it sound so easy. Why don't you try it yourself? Upon hearing the demon beast's account, the audience all felt ashamed. Some suggested he leave and try crossing the lightning zone alone, but this was clearly not a reliable solution. After all, Lin Chi wasn't strong enough yet to withstand the lightning with his bare body. And even if he could, he wouldn't do it. Setting aside the potential consequences, voluntarily putting oneself in harm's way is something no sane person would consider a priority. Is that so? Lin Shi narrowed his eyes and didn't say much, but his deep gaze, in this passageway constantly flickering with red light, made it impossible to discern his thoughts at that moment. There's no need to worry too much. The beast shrugged. As long as you get through this obstacle, I'll handle the rest. Oh? What kind of solution? Lin Shi was curious. Hee, you'll find out when the time comes. The beast's mouth curled into a smile, resembling that of a cunning and treacherous black merchant. No matter how one looked at it, there was an eerie, sinister vibe to it. Lin Shi rolled his eyes, not bothering to delve deeper. Keeping his eyes on the real-time scan map appearing on the light screen, he murmured to himself, "System, what just happened? Why were they able to find me even though I used breath concealment?" Although it was a newly acquired skill, as a companion-type ability, breath concealment had no level or proficiency restrictions. In other words, once Lin Shi activated the skill, the mechanical units should no longer be able to lock onto him. However, during the previous battle, Lin Shi had used it from the very beginning, and the result was clear: it was completely useless. Is the host misunderstanding this skill? In response to Lin Shi's questioning, the system continued to speak slowly. Hiding one's aura can indeed achieve invisibility, but this has limitations. The target must be a carbon-based lifeform and must not have any additional sensing systems or visual systems installed. The host previously faced a group of robots equipped with thermal imaging capabilities. As a biological entity, even if breath concealment completely blocks information disturbances between you and the outside world, it cannot prevent the heat you naturally emit from being detected. This is a fundamental physical limitation. It's not something you can blame on skills. Are you implying that I am a biological entity? Lin Shi was so angry at the system's statement that he couldn't speak. This clearly meant that unless he could prevent his body from emitting any heat, he wouldn't be able to achieve invisibility in front of the machinery. But how is that possible? As living beings, everyone is constantly consuming energy. Unless he has some way to completely shield himself, otherwise. Wait. Lin Shi suddenly remembered something. System, I remember you once merged something called a rigid shield with me, right? Isn't that exactly what I need to completely wrap myself in? How about it? Can this thing block my energy from leaking out? Theoretically possible, but how will you explain it to the audience? Keep in mind that when a rigid shield is fully activated, it completely envelopes you in a silver-white membrane. That's easy. Upon hearing that it was indeed feasible, a flash of excitement crossed Lin Shi's eyes. We'll stick to the old method, shake the camera and shoot with a blurry lens. In such a dimly lit environment, as long as you control the follow camera to reduce the light, we can fool the audience's eyes. As a seasoned professional, Lin Shi has mastered the art of fake camera work to the point where it comes naturally to him. As long as everything is coordinated properly, any unique characteristics about himself can be easily concealed. Moreover, after so many hours of live streaming, the audience's tolerance has reached an almost unimaginable level. Just look at their comments, and you can tell that many people have already subconsciously labeled him as someone with abilities far beyond the ordinary. This is a subtle yet profound shift in consciousness. When the time is right, for example, when they find vampires, werewolves, or living synthetic beings with divine cells, even if they use their abilities openly, they won't have to worry about any consequences. After all, by that point, people will have long since accepted his uniqueness as a normal part of his nature. Hey! Ha! Hearing the sound of the beast, Lin Shi suddenly snapped out of his thoughts and asked casually, "What? Are we there yet?" The surroundings were no longer just a simple corridor. As they gradually moved deeper in, the walls on both sides extended outward once again, forming a semi-spherical hall similar to the one they had fought in earlier. However, it was slightly smaller in area, roughly half the size of the previous one. Mysterious. The beast curled its lips. It hasn't arrived yet, but it's almost here. I just want to ask you, what are you going to do this time? Are you going to charge head-on like before? What else can we do? Lin Shi shrugged. However, before he could continue teasing, a loud rumbling sound suddenly came from the deep corridor ahead. What the hell is going on? The ground trembled violently once again in an instant. Dust fell directly from the cracks that had already spread across the walls, filling the air in the corridor with smoke and dust in just a moment. Damn it, we're in big trouble. The beast cursed fiercely. It seems the defense system has once again increased its assessment of your danger level, and now it has activated the next level of defense mechanisms in advance. Just as the man and the beast were engaged in a tense exchange, a sense of danger hundreds of times stronger than before surged once again in Lin Shi's heart. Instinctively glancing forward, he caught a faint glimpse of two enormous figures, one in front and one behind, charging toward him with a force that shook the earth and mountains. Before he could get a clear look at their true forms, Lin Shi saw that the larger figure slightly behind suddenly raised its arm while running, lifting a narrow, elongated object high above its head, and then violently flung it toward him. It was a massive spear, over 7 meters long. Chapter 122, Stupid, I have a shield. Buzz. The sharp whistle of the spear slicing through the air echoed wildly in the narrow, enclosed corridor, almost like thunder, causing one to shiver involuntarily. Damn it! Lin Shi cursed under his breath and quickly dodged to the side. The beast in front of him, however, possessed night vision and reacted swiftly. The moment the massive figure swung its spear, it instinctively leaped to the right front without hesitation. Boom! Boom! Although it didn't hit directly, the kinetic energy of the spear was so great that it blew a crater 4 meters deep and 7 or 8 meters in diameter in the ground behind him. The rolling ground waves spread out like shockwaves, carrying dust that made the already poor visibility even more blurry. If it were an ordinary person facing such a situation, they would undoubtedly be in agony. However, Lin Shi's expression brightened. With the smoke and dust as cover, there was no need for any further concealment. He could now use his skills without restraint. Haha, it's as if heaven is on my side. With a loud laugh, Lin Shi activated his super perception to the fullest, drew his tang sword, and charged toward the copper snake cluster at the front, accompanied by a dark purple air current, like a black streak of light. Even though there were still several meters between them, with his current speed and the added boost from Dai Zong's swift movement, he could completely ignore the distance and achieve the effect of instant teleportation. Roar! The massive electronic eyes of the copper snake cluster flashed wildly at that moment, completely caught off guard by Lin Shi's speed. How could he possibly achieve such a feat? Just as it let out a growl, a cold blade flashed across its neck, then sliced downward, aiming for the armor on its chest. This was precisely where its current energy core was located. Although the aggregate is powerful, it has a fatal weakness: it integrates the originally dispersed control centers and energy cores into a single unified entity. This is manageable against ordinary intruders, but what about Lin Shi? Die! Lin Shi clenched his teeth tightly. Now that the neck of this demonic thing had been severed, the control center and the various units that made up its body were disconnected. He had to take advantage of these few seconds to destroy the energy core. Only then can he take down this monstrosity once and for all. However, while the idea is good, reality is too harsh. As one of the most critical components of the entire structure, the armor plating of the chest cavity is by far the thickest, nearly reaching 90 centimeters in thickness. Even with the sharpness of the Tang sword and Lin Shi's terrifying strength, they were still unable to completely split it open in just a few seconds. As he saw the various units composing the body beginning to separate, the Iron Dog Collective following closely behind swung their long blades toward him. Lin Shi's eyes filled with murderous intent. Without a moment's hesitation, he shouted in his mind, "System, activate the rigid shield." Since there wasn't enough time, he might as well take a chance. The air currents surged wildly around Lin Shi before the shadow assassination was launched. Unlike before, this time his body was enveloped in a silvery glow. It was the color of the rigid shield that had just enveloped him. There was no time to savor the sensation. Lin Shi only felt a flash before his eyes, followed by a faint coolness on his skin, similar to the feeling of applying mud on a scorching summer day. He hoped he could endure it. Praying silently, Lin Shi aimed carefully, using the momentum from the shadow attack to assist him, gripped the knife handle with both hands, and stabbed fiercely toward the copper snake's chest. Clang! With a single strike, the armor was pierced, and Lin Shi finally saw what the so-called energy core truly looked like. It was a sphere emitting a faint blue glow. It is completely transparent, and its material is unknown. Its surface is covered with dozens of circular holes, arranged in 2 concentric spheres. The outer sphere remains stationary, while the inner sphere rotates at high speed. The energy ripples spreading out wildly caused Lin Shi's skin to tingle, as if he were being electrified. Even under the protection of the rigid shield, it felt this intense. If he were to be struck directly, Lin Shi was certain that his hands would be fried to a crisp, leaving nothing but charred remains. The rigid shield is indeed a great thing. Secretly relieved, Lin Shi knew time was of the essence and had no time to dwell on his thoughts. Taking advantage of the momentum from the shadow strike, he swiftly swung his blade at the light sphere. Sizzle! The intense impact directly disrupted the stable energy within the light sphere, causing it to emit an unparalleled, sun-like blue glow. Before Lin Shi could even close his eyes, a powerful force suddenly struck him from behind, sending him flying backward with a loud thud. Lin Shi! The beast shouted from behind. Due to the smoke and dust, it couldn't see clearly. All he could see was a relatively short figure darting quickly through the air, followed by a deafening crash as it embedded itself directly into the opposite wall. Boom! What's going on? What's happening? Damn it! Why is this dust so annoying? Kajesh, please don't get hurt. Zoom in quickly. The audience couldn't see clearly what was happening, but from the commotion in the distance and the screams of the beasts, they knew that Lin Shi was currently engaged in an unimaginably fierce battle. Yet such an exciting event was completely obscured from their view due to the dust. For a moment, it wasn't just the restless young people. Even an elderly man like Zhang Jianqing couldn't help but slam his fist on the table and shout angrily. Roar! With a single strike, the group of iron dogs let out several roars, their eyes flashing red, as if expressing excitement and mockery. Glancing at the destroyed Copper Snake Collective at its feet, the Iron Dog Collective growled twice, tilted its massive head, and slowly made its way toward where Lin Shi had fallen, wielding its long sword. The pace was slow. It's like taking a leisurely stroll. The centralized control center enhances its information processing capabilities and also enables it to exhibit many emotional expressions that were not originally part of its design. For example, sarcasm, disdain, and contempt. Take that recent blow, for instance. Not even a human being, let alone a synthetic being once hailed as a demigod with divine cells, could have emerged unscathed. It was certain that this unfamiliar intruder had reached the end of its life at that moment. Even if it hadn't died, it would undoubtedly be clinging to life by a thread. Therefore, it lowered all its defenses, even casually slinging its long sword over its shoulder. Since it couldn't speak, this was its unique way of expressing its emotions. However, the next moment, not only it, but even the distant beast still in a state of shock, rubbed their eyes in disbelief and let out a startled cry. There, Lin Shi, who had been deeply embedded in the wall, emerged unscathed from the human-shaped hole and walked out once again. His face bore a cold smile, and his eyes flickered with pure, unadulterated murderous intent. Do you think you've already won? Ha! Chapter 123, The Deceptive Beast's Tactics. That's so bossy. Even if they couldn't see exactly what was happening, the audience could still feel the intense killing intent emanating from that voice. Unable to contain themselves, one after another, they shouted excitedly. Wow, that was so damn boss. Ha, I knew Chi-Gu would be fine. Quick, zoom in. We want to see Chi-Gu in action. AABB donated 10 super rockets to the streamer that's so intense. It's just like watching a movie. Oh my goodness, is Bao Gu also here? As the top streamer on the bird fighting platform, AABB has become the undisputed leader of the DNF Chinese server thanks to his exceptional equipment enhancements and upgrades. Additionally, his approachable personality, frequent fan engagement through events and gift giveaways, and even hosting offline gatherings where he treated fans to a meal at Hey De Leo, have earned him immense popularity and acclaim among players. It can be said that AABB is no longer just a streamer, he is now a true celebrity. Wherever he goes, he is sure to make headlines. And now, seeing him in Lin Shi's livestream has caused many DNF players to erupt into excited screams. As a result, they also helped Lin Shi boost his popularity and gift count. In just a moment, his popularity surged from over 20 million to 25.4 million. It was truly mind-blowing. Lin Shi naturally noticed the commotion in the livestream, but he was currently in the midst of battle and paid no attention, staring coldly at the colossal beast 8 or 9 meters away. A cold smile tugged at the corners of his lips. If you strike first, it's only fair that I strike back. Since you've hit me once, it's your turn to taste this now. As he spoke, a dark purple energy surged around Lin Shi once more. Before the surrounding dust had fully dispersed, he had to end the battle quickly. Roar! After all, it's a machine. No matter what, its processor speed is still incomparable to that of carbon-based lifeforms. Seeing Lin Shi disappear again from the spot, Taigo's massive electronic eyes flashed wildly, and his arms instinctively raised, holding the long sword tightly in front of his chest. As Lin Shi vanished from his original spot once again, Taigo's massive electronic eyes flashed wildly, and his arms instinctively raised, shielding the long sword tightly in front of his chest. Although its armor was similar to that of the Copper Snake earlier, this long sword had been forged by the Western Queen Mother using special methods. In terms of sharpness, toughness, and strength, it was all several times stronger than the armor. In ancient times, it would undoubtedly be classified as a divine artifact. Iron Dog couldn't believe Lin Shi could destroy it so easily. In fact, that was indeed the case. Lin Shi used a Tang sword to try to destroy it, and it did take some time, but who said he had to choose to confront it head-on? Stupid. With a cold laugh, Lin Shi vanished from the hall in a flash. Under the stunned gaze of the demon beast, he suddenly appeared behind Iron Dog and, without a moment's hesitation, swung his Tang sword toward Iron Dog's back. With a rigid shield blocking the dispersion of his energy and his presence concealed, Lin Shi was now completely invisible, eliminating any risk of being locked onto again. Boom! It's like a cat playing with a mouse. Though Lin Shi's figure was nowhere to be seen, the ferocious cracks and sounds left behind by each of his attacks were clearly audible. Taigo, standing over 5 meters tall, now resembled a brute with raw strength but no sense of how to use it. He could only roar furiously, wildly swinging his long sword back and forth, hoping to locate Lin Shi once more. But this was merely wishful thinking on its part. You can go to hell. Lin Shi slightly shifted his body to dodge another attack, gazing at the battered Iron Dog, whose energy core chamber was now visible, and let out a cold laugh before delivering his final verdict. Shadow assassination. Space and time seemed to suddenly stop at that moment. The beast did not see how Lin Shi had managed to do it, but at that moment, it watched helplessly as the former seemed to have traveled through time and space, appearing directly in front of it from behind the Iron Dog. The Tang sword echoed with a faint ringing sound. The blinding light erupting from the destroyed energy core illuminated Lin Shi at that moment, making him appear as though a war god had suddenly descended from the heavens. Cool-headed, indifferent, and powerful. What the hell? What the heck, that's it? What the heck, this dust is ridiculous. I didn't see a thing, and the battle is already over? Chi-Ge's style. Damn it, even though I didn't see the process, the sheer sound and light alone were enough to send chills down my spine and get my heart racing. Chi-Ge, Bao Gu is here too, and he brought a lot of people with him. The Dominion War Chariot Squad has arrived. Donate 188 super rockets to the streamer. Holy crap, 188 rockets? That's 370,000 yuan. The boss is so generous. Who? The battle has finally come to a temporary end. Lin Shichang exhaled deeply, turned his head to glance at the lifeless remains behind him. His entire chest cavity had been pierced open by the blade and a fleeting gleam flashed in his eyes. Such a creature was merely a monster from the second layer of the passageway. It was hard to imagine what had transpired on this land in the past. The battles between the East and the West must have been utterly brutal and awe-inspiring. Thank you all for your gifts. To be honest, these two guys are incredibly powerful. If we let them escape, who knows what kind of disaster would ensue? Lin Shi returned to his usual self, reappearing in front of the camera after emerging from the smoke. He smiled and thanked everyone, then sighed in relief. At least they're neutralized now. Their energy cores have been destroyed, so they can't pose a threat to us unless they're repaired. I have no plans to touch these bodies or the control center. Let those who come later handle them. Aruwa, you didn't mention breaking through this layer earlier. Do you have a plan now? What? What is it? Looking at the stunned-looking Yao Shou, Lin Shi forced a smile and asked leisurely. What kind of monster are you? The red glow in the beast's eyes flickered rapidly, almost merging into one. If it hadn't already scanned Lin Shi's genetic sequence, it would have thought this was a lizard human, the latest top-tier synthetic human produced. After a long while, the beast finally calmed down. Follow me. Glancing at Lin Shi once more, the beast hurried forward and said, although the defenses here are extremely high, they were not built by Queen Shimu herself, so there are several vulnerabilities. As far as I know, the closest one to us is in the hibernation chamber where the Iron Dog and Copper Snake are resting. It was originally built to facilitate the collection and transmission of their data. Chapter 124, it's time to show off the real technology. How do you know all this? Following the beast toward their destination, Lin Shi asked from behind. After all, this creature's model is only for intelligence gathering, not construction. Logically speaking, it shouldn't come into contact with these things. What's the big deal? We're numerous, and even though I'm just an intelligence-gathering model, Queen Shimu doesn't have any, so she doesn't allow us to make friends. I heard it from a friend. The beast spoke casually, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. A scene immediately came to mind. Under the setting sun, a towering construction machine and a rabbit only a meter tall were chatting happily. This feeling is a bit subtle. Shaking his head, Lin Shi said again, so you want to connect to the system here through the information transmitter and then tamper with the back-end code? If that's possible, we wouldn't have to keep going. We could just shut down the system from there and try to fix your identification code at the same time. After all, if your identity is restored, our subsequent actions would be much easier. You're underestimating the situation here. The beast turned its head to glance at Lin Shi with disdain and said, there are two systems here, one underground and another on the surface. Although I can disable the defenses here, we'll have to go to the surface ourselves. Moreover, repairing my identity recognition system is extremely difficult. This isn't a specialized repair facility, and we don't have spare parts for my model. Even if we did, who here would know how to fix it? You? You should know that for repairs or replacements, I have to go into hibernation mode. I can do the repairs myself, but... Glancing at the skills available in the mall, Lin Shi said slowly, after all, we've been in contact for so long, especially since I've dissected this mechanical life form. As long as we have the parts and tools, it's worth a try. Then there's no need to try. I'm definitely doomed. The beast sneered disdainfully. At that moment, the man and the beast had moved from the corridor to the side of the detection gate. The same dragon was still carved there. Those crimson electronic eyes flashed rapidly in the dimly lit hall, while the cold, monotonous electronic sounds echoed from all directions once again. Intruder detected. Second-level defense system compromised. Activating emergency lockdown protocol. Intruder threat level, B requesting combat support. Repeat, requesting combat sequence support. Repeat, request combat sequence support. What exactly constitutes AB rank? I thought Chi-Ge could at least reach a rank, or even S rank. It might be due to different evaluation criteria, but this also highlights just how awe-inspiring the battles from ancient times must have been. Damn, even Chi-Ge is only AB rank. If it were an ordinary person, the entire group would probably be wiped out. This isn't something humans can handle. I'm a newbie just back from abroad. What the heck is this live stream? Is this a movie set? It looks pretty realistic. Of course it's realistic, it's all real life. You're just showing your lack of experience. Don't talk so much and watch more. Do you think coming back from abroad makes you so great? Exactly. What's so great about coming back from abroad? Let me tell you, before long, all of you will be scrambling back here because by then, the technological power of the Dragon Nation will be stronger than ever before. Stupid Taiwan, stupid Taipei. In a luxurious apartment spanning over 100 square meters, Shirletong sat with a gloomy expression, staring intently at the computer screen, his eyes occasionally flashing with a mocking glint. Pfft, is this really happening? I can't believe it. No way, I have to share this so that Azai and the others can see it too. These mainlanders just know how to brag all day long. Saying this, Shirletong casually copied the link to Lin Chi's livestream and forwarded it to his friends, adding a comment below. Azai, is this the amazing streamer you were talking about? It's not that impressive after all. Shirletong had no idea that his actions would later lead to such consequences, but one thing was certain, once Lin Chi's livestream entered the field of vision of the young people in Dawan, it quickly caused a huge stir among them. So much so that a month later, massive protests erupted in cities across Duiwan, with people questioning how much of the truth about the other side the green media had deliberately concealed over the years. Of course, all of this is water under the bridge. At that moment, Lin Chi was being led by the beast into what was known as the Copper Snake and Iron Dog Hibernation Chamber. The so-called hibernation chamber was actually a large mechanical storage room. Approximately 7 meters high and spanning over 800 square meters, the vast space is filled with hundreds of rows of silver-white storage machines arranged in neat order. Since all the copper snakes and iron dogs had already rushed out, the lights on these machines had all turned red. In the center of the dormitory room stood a conical object, with a sharp tip topped by a silver needle over 5 meters long. Hundreds of silver-gray data cables, resembling a swarm of snakes, were intricately connected to all the storage machines. Is this the information transmitter? Lin Chi tilted his head, and no matter how he looked at it, this thing seemed a bit like a cat connecting to a network cable. Especially with the constantly flickering green dots on its surface, it was exactly the same. That's right, this is it. The beast nodded. Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, it ripped open the fur on its chest with a sharp sound, revealing the blood-soaked muscle tissue and the metallic skeleton beneath. Oh my god. What on earth is going on? What the hell? You scared the crap out of me. What the hell is this monster doing? Why are you hurting yourself like this? It's probably trying to establish a data connection. But this method is really nerve-wracking. The audience gasped. Suddenly witnessing such a bloody scene, many female audience members let out a scream and dropped their phones in shock. Even the more psychologically resilient male audience members couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. They instinctively moved back, keeping a safe distance from the computer screen. Didn't you consider others' feelings at all? Lin Chi remained calm, crossing his arms and standing nearby on guard, asking in a teasing tone. To better simulate biological features, we maintained the integrity of the skin surface during the design process. The beast sniffed disdainfully and said, besides, my identity recognition system is broken, so I can't connect wirelessly. I can only use this clumsy method. If you're not comfortable with this, step back a bit. Next, I'm going to show you some real skill. While saying this, the beast cursed silently in its heart. Damn it, I've endured thousands of years of humiliation, and every time you stop me. This time, I'll destroy the underground system first, then deal with the surface later. Let's see how you stop me then. Chapter 125, The Lonely Guardian. Warning, unidentified signals detected. Guards, return to your posts immediately. The system will now initiate autonomous defense measures. Security personnel are being awakened. Divine cells injected, functional serum injected. Note, no physiological characteristics of the guard have been detected. Warning, the guard has died, the system firewall has been breached, system failure level 10, correction 47, correction 89. Warning, the system is about to fail, about to fail. The vast repair site was plunged into darkness. The air was eerily silent. Apart from the cold, monotonous electronic beeps of the system echoing endlessly, there was no other sound. A bright red light flickered constantly around them. On the side near the wall, in a silver-white, coffin-like hibernation chamber, a corpse that had long since rotted away, leaving only a skeleton, stared with a pair of empty electronic eyes, silently and despairingly gazing toward the west. That was the homeland it had never returned to in thousands of years. Are there still any of its kind there? I miss you all so much. Hey, Lin Chi, I've done it. The moment the system firewall was breached, the red glow in the beast's eyes suddenly brightened. The voice sounded excited. With the crackling sound of a damaged speaker, he shouted urgently, hurry up. We need to take advantage of the guards not being awake yet and get through the passageway as quickly as possible. Otherwise, all our previous efforts will be in vain. What? Hearing this, Lin Chi's heart sank. There are guards here? Why didn't you mention that earlier? There's a huge difference between an old system that's not maintained and one that's regularly monitored. It's like an old piece of clothing. When worn by the deceased, it will be reduced to rags in just a few years due to wind and sun exposure. But when worn by the living, even if it has been washed until it is white, it can still be preserved for decades. What Lin Shi now faces is a garment worn by a living person, one that is outdated, worn out, and bleached white, yet still capable of covering the body. Considering the intensity of the two previous challenges, if everything goes as planned, what lies ahead will undoubtedly be far more formidable than the Iron Dog and Copper Snake Collective. Even more extreme, even the current Lin Shi might face the danger of being defeated here. Don't panic. It's not as bad as you think. Don't panic. It's not as bad as you think. Feeling the anger in Lin Chi's eyes, the beast shrunk its neck and stammered, although I didn't tell you about the guard duty, that was my mistake. But when I hacked into the system just now, I also left a backup copy inside. As long as nothing goes wrong, we still have nearly 3 hours to spare. We'll definitely be able to reach the core repair site and resolve everything with ease. Really, I'm not lying this time. Phew. Facing the beast's rapid-fire barrage of words, Lin Shi was furious, but he also knew that this creature was still useful to him. He narrowed his eyes and stared intently at the creature. Only when he had stared the other creature into a state of unease did he finally snort coldly. He said gloomily, "Don't forget what we're here for. If you do anything like that again, I won't hesitate to finish you off." The beast nodded repeatedly. From Lin Shi's words, it sensed a strong and pure intent to kill. This wasn't a joke, he really would do it. The beast repeated this phrase in its mind and quickly jumped deeper into the passageway. Though the audience didn't know the full story, they could grasp the crux of the matter from the two men's recent exchange. A person who had almost been idolized in their hearts had been outsmarted by a rabbit? In an instant, almost everyone who realized this began to flood the chat with angry comments. "Damn it, I told you this thing was no good. See? I was right, wasn't I? If it were me, I'd have already cut it down. Want to go back to your hometown? Go dream on. I agree with the above. Strongly request that Chi-gu give it a good slash. What's going on? What's going on? I just got here, why are you suddenly asking to give the monster a cut? What did this guy do to make everyone so angry? Do you have to be so cruel? At least he helped Chi-gu. How can you bite the hand that feeds you? Get lost. Did you use it to help? Without it, Chi-gu could still have crossed the lightning zone on the surface." The audience was cursing angrily. However, Lin Shi, unusually, did not offer an explanation. Clearly, when it came to the beast, he was also in a state of considerable hesitation. Without a word, the man and the beast raced through the second floor. The corridors they passed through along the way retained the overall style, but the details became increasingly ornate. Not only the carved decorations on the walls, but even the transparent material beneath the floors and ceilings gradually began to reveal colorful patterns. Even the auspicious clouds took on the form of multicolored auspicious clouds. The audience couldn't help but marvel at the sight. Some even went so far as to draw comparisons with the celestial court frequently depicted in Journey to the West. It must be said that these individuals certainly have a vivid imagination. Be careful, open this door, and our target will be inside. After running for nearly an hour and a half, traversing an unknown distance, the man and the beast finally came to a stop. They looked at the thick, tightly closed gate in front of them. The beast's blood-red eyes flickered, and it spoke in a deep voice, "Although I don't know if the guards inside are still alive, with your combat strength, dealing with them shouldn't be a problem. How about it? Are you ready? We've come this far, do you really think asking these boring questions is interesting?" Lin Shi glanced at the beast, silently moved his neck, and let out a series of crisp cracking sounds from his bones. His arm slowly raised, first controlling the camera to shake toward the ceiling, then Lin Shi suddenly used shadow assassination, slashing the gate with a single stroke. As the blade flashed, a perfectly straight cut appeared along the center line of the gate. Immediately afterward, Lin Shi planted his feet firmly on the ground and kicked out with tremendous force, sending the metal gate over 30 centimeters thick flying through the air. Boom! Dust and smoke billowed everywhere, and the earth trembled. Glancing at the scene behind the gate, Lin Shi raised his eyebrows in surprise, while the demon beast's pair of blood-red electronic eyes burst with an unbelievable glow. This shouldn't be happening. Chapter 126, They're all dead? The system has crashed, and all machinery is in a state of shutdown. There is no light, and in the vast repair area, only the glow from the camera lights serves as temporary illumination. The beast clearly knew the situation here well, so when it saw the unusual scene before it, its reaction was the most intense. Staring with bloodshot electronic eyes, he fixed his gaze on everything in front of him, as if he had gone dumb. What's wrong? This doesn't feel right. Lin Shi frowned, tilting his head to look at the figure before him, then glancing at the dark, silent hall ahead. He took a few steps forward and slowly walked inside. In terms of size, this hall was indeed smaller than any other hall he had seen before, with a diameter of about 50 meters. It was still semi-spherical in shape, but in terms of color, it was the most striking feature of this underground journey. Under the glow of the lights, every corner is adorned with exquisite carvings. Within the half-spherical dome, besides the depictions of mountains, rivers, the sun, and the moon, there were also countless strange-shaped people and mythical beasts. Their forms refracted in the light, casting three-dimensional illusions onto the ground. Lin Shi stared wide-eyed, filled with astonishment. He pointed to the nearest one, which resembled a zebra but had a human face and wings, and said to the audience, "Friends, does anyone recognize this creature? It is called Ing Zhao, a famous mythical beast from ancient times. It is mentioned in the Shanhaijing, Western region, 3rd classic. Let me think about it. I think it was described like this: Ing Zhao, with the body of a horse, the face of a human, tiger stripes, and bird wings, roams the 4 seas, and its voice sounds like a lychee. The mountain of Huaijiang is truly the emperor's level garden, governed by the divine Ing Zhao. It has the form of a horse with a human face, tiger stripes, and bird wings, roaming the 4 seas, and its voice sounds like a lychee. It is said to be a divine beast guarding the garden, belonging to the Huaxia tribe and the Shirong tribe. And this one too." Lin Chi pointed to the one next to it, which resembled a lion but had horns on its head and a goat's beard, and said, "This is the Bai Zai, also a auspicious beast. In the Bai Zai monster illustrations, it is said, the sheep has a horn on its head, like a dragon. Killing it causes the earth to shake and people to die. Additionally, legend has it that it can speak human language, understand the emotions of all things, and know the appearance of all creatures in the world. Such a description, if it were from the past, might even make me smile and dismiss it as a myth or legend, but now." Lin Chi glanced at the Arua beast behind him, still staring blankly in one direction, seemingly lost in thought. I couldn't help but feel that these creatures had once truly existed. However, they weren't as described in ancient texts. They were simply products created through genetic engineering, specifically designed and engineered to serve different purposes. That makes sense. I used to think these things were just myths and legends with no basis in reality, but after watching Chi Ji's livestream, especially seeing the mythical beast right before my eyes, I believe they must have truly existed during some ancient period. Genetic engineering, again? How come those ancient creatures were so into this stuff? They were just asking for trouble. It's also possible that their numbers were small, and to sustain that unimaginable war, they had to resort to such methods to increase their manpower. I feel like if Chi Gu keeps streaming, he'll come up with another big news story. This is insane. It's completely shattered so many people's beliefs. If it's going to be overturned, so be it. After all, without Chi Gu, how could we ever have imagined that something we worshipped for thousands of years actually existed? And it's even a bunch of artificially synthesized hybrids? The audience was excitedly sending messages, while the beast beside them seemed to snap out of its trance. It didn't say a word, but silently leaped toward the right front, where 5 silver-white coffin-shaped instruments were neatly arranged. It first lowered its head to take a look, then reached out and entered a string of passwords on the electronic panel on the right side. Put. As the lid of the coffin opened, a cold blast of air suddenly surged out from within, revealing a corpse identical to the mythical beast, but nothing more than a skeleton, clearly visible to all present. This is the guard. The beast's voice was low and sounded utterly dejected. To prevent these defense systems from being breached and threatening the safety of Kunlun Mountain, each maintenance point is staffed with 1 to 5 guards. Their duty is to protect the defense systems at all costs in times of crisis, or, if all else fails, to manually destroy the facility and take the intruders with them. In theory, they should not die while in hibernation, but the Urxiu beasts are utterly baffled by this. After re-entering the password, the 4 coffins beside them were opened, revealing scenes of complete decay, with nothing left but skeletal remains. The tubes containing the serum responsible for awakening them from their dormant state were still silently injecting the liquid into the metal skeletons. However, it was clear that the biological components had completely decomposed, and no amount of serum could possibly revive them. Could it be that the system here was faulty from the start, or perhaps over the years, they had been awakened too many times, causing the reserve supply of medication to be completely depleted? Lin Chi casually mentioned some possible reasons. But to be honest, thousands of years have passed, and there are too many possible causes for the current situation. Without first-hand experience or recorded footage, no one can say for sure what it was like back then. It's impossible. If the system had malfunctioned, we wouldn't have been able to get here so easily. Plus, the tubes are still injecting medication, which means the reserves haven't been depleted yet. The beast shook its head, constantly calculating various possible outcomes in its mind. But after calculating for a while, it shook its head again. There's no point in thinking about this now. Let's shut down the surface system quickly and get out of here. As he spoke, the beast prepared to manually shut down the program related to the surface system on the massive platform beside him. However, as soon as it moved, Lin Chi spoke slowly. Hold on a moment. Didn't you say your identity recognition system was malfunctioning? Can we use theirs instead? It can be used, but you forgot what I said earlier? For repairs or replacements, I need to go into hibernation. Will you come fix it then? What? The beast sneered. Even if you want to kill me, you don't need such a lame excuse, do you? If I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't bother with such a hassle. Lin Chi frowned and urged, stop wasting time. Tell me where to get it repaired. Once it's fixed, our next move will be so much easier. If even a simple defensive passage is this dangerous, how perilous must Kunlun Mountain, our main base, be? If you don't fix it, how are we supposed to get in? Relying solely on my attacks, who knows how long it will take? Chapter 127, Targeted? Are you serious? Seeing Lin Shi's determined gaze, the beast immediately realized he wasn't joking and said in shock, "But how can you repair us? Although our overall circuitry is similar, there are subtle differences between the specialized categories. This is something you couldn't possibly fully understand even if you've dissected a few other models. I admit I'm not very familiar with the differences you've observed, but aren't there actual samples available?" Lin Shi pointed to the bones in the coffin beside him. He said slowly, "Don't think of yourselves as so superior. Although humans have not yet discovered divine cells, in other aspects, they are not much different from you. And have you forgotten my identity? In our line of work, the breadth of knowledge we acquire is quite extensive. I'm not bad at mechanical repairs either. I'm at a loss for words." Evil Beast was speechless. Upon hearing Lin Shi's words, the audience immediately erupted into a mix of complaints and excitement. Wow, the threshold for becoming an outdoor streamer is so high now? Wow, the bar for becoming an outdoor streamer is so high now? Wow, the bar for becoming an outdoor streamer is so high now? It's almost unimaginable. Chi-gu is like a treasure chest. Every time you think you know him, he pulls out another, or even several new things to capture your attention. That's what sets Chi-gu apart from other streamers. No exaggeration, since I started watching Chi-Ge's live streams, my academic performance has shot up to the top 5 in the entire school. Just a few months ago, I was the top student in our school. Now, under my influence, several of the guys I mentor have also made it into the top 50 in the entire school. What? Are you serious? Is that even possible? Ha, that's so cool. Chiga's little classroom is pretty awesome. If your kids' grades are always bad, come to Chiga's little classroom to study. We specialize in helping underachievers and troublemakers. By the way, what are divine cells? Have you made up your mind yet? While watching the banter and jokes on the screen, Lin Shi couldn't help but smile. He turned to the beast and asked, "Take the identity recognition system off first, then we'll talk." After pondering for a while, the beast still didn't trust Lin Shi and said hesitantly. Seeing this, Lin Shi didn't pay much attention. He silently spent 130 points in the system store to exchange the ancient and modern mechanical mastery skills, then followed the arrow beast's guidance to find the tools and began dismantling them without expression. Mechanical repair is tricky. It can be tough, but it's actually pretty straightforward. The key is that every step you take must be something you fully understand. For example, what I need to do now is to combine modern mechanical principles and construction. First observe the object, understand its principles, and then disassemble it, which will be much easier. Lin moved swiftly, explaining as he worked on the metal frame. If it weren't for the fact that everyone knew his day job was an outdoor streamer, they would have all assumed this was some seasoned veteran mechanic with decades of experience at work. At first, Isho didn't think much of it. However, as Lin Shi truly began to disassemble the skeleton, and even located the components of the identification system without any guidance, its expression suddenly changed. How is this possible? How is it not possible? Lin Shi raised his eyebrows, took the identity recognition system component in his hand, and said with a playful tone, "I've already told you, don't think too highly of yourselves. While humans may not match you in certain areas, in the vast majority of fields, we've already caught up with you." This time, the beast remained silent. It gave Lin Shi a long, piercing look, then glanced at the parts that had been completely disassembled yet showed no signs of physical damage. It silently picked up the skeleton and tossed it aside before lying down in the coffin. After setting the program, the beast closed its eyes. "Come on, I've set the hibernation time. 30 minutes. At your speed, you should be able to complete the replacement by then. Remember to go easy on me. I still want to return to Mount Kunlun someday." Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person who breaks their word." The beast chuckled, then activated the coffin, setting its program to restart in 30 minutes. Looking at the creature, which appeared to be asleep, Lin Shi turned to the camera and smiled. "Friends, the following footage may be graphic. Considering there are underage viewers, I will once again apply a mosaic. No. We want to see. Minors, get out of here. Don't waste my time." Minors respond, "Brother Chi, don't blur it out. We can handle it, really." It's over, the screen is completely blurred now. Ignoring the audience's cries, Lin moved swiftly and decisively, slicing open the beast's skin with a single stroke, exposing the bones that needed to be dismantled beneath the bleeding flesh. It must be said that these creatures, not native to Blue Star, indeed possessed an astonishing level of academic achievement and wisdom in mechanical engineering and genetic engineering. Take divine cells, for example. They have even achieved the ability to produce them on a large scale. Lin Shi felt that he needed to bring some back here. If he exchanged them with the system, he should be able to earn a lot of points, right? Retain the basic sample. This site can be exchanged for 180 points, with 130 points coming from the stored divine cell essence. Before Lin Shi could ask, the system had already provided the answer in his mind. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. "What are we waiting for? Once we leave, let's take everything we can carry." Though the points aren't much, even a mosquito's leg is still meat. As you wish. Just as Lin Chi and the system were enjoying their pleasant conversation, in Jingdu, an underground structure nestled deep within the mountains, several individuals dressed in diverse attire and of varying builds were staring at the screen with expressions that varied just as much. This guy is impressive. I just watched his live stream, and his combat skills are almost on par with the captain's. Dong Lin adjusted her glasses, her tone brimming with admiration for Lin Chi. As the only mind domain ability user in the entire squad, she was highly interested in the level of knowledge Lin Chi demonstrated during his live stream. It was as if she had found someone who shared her interests. She now desperately wants to see Lin Chi in person and exchange ideas with him face to face. You're overestimating this guy, aren't you? Lu Kunshan, sitting beside him, frowned. I think he's just average, and the way he acts like he knows everything and understands everything is really annoying. As a fellow 22-year-old, he couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed that Lin Chi, someone his age, was receiving such high praise. Wow, that's a strong dose of jealousy. What's wrong, are you feeling insecure? Dong Lin gave him a mischievous smile and suddenly leaned in close. Jealousy won't help you. The captain has already been called out. Do you know what that means? What? Ha ha. Dong Lin smiled and adjusted her glasses. This means that, barring any unexpected circumstances, you will soon see him in person. If you still feel envious then, you can challenge him directly. I think you won't like the result. Chapter 128, Back to the Ground, Head West. Lin Chi didn't know, nor did he care, if he had already been targeted. As he watched the replacement process complete and the beast about to awaken once more, he turned to look at the hall he was in. As he watched the illusory beast slowly take shape under the light, Lin Chi smiled and said softly, "Friends, I must admit these beasts are indeed fascinating. Setting aside the mythical tales that once circulated about them, their appearance alone is enough to stir a desire within me to explore further. Moreover, it's not just these creatures. In many places on our home planet, Blue Star, there are also similar beings that have been passed down through legends. And it's not just them on our home planet, Earth, there are actually many similar creatures that have been passed down through the ages. For example, the Nagas of Taigwa, the bird-headed people of Ig, the Chimeras of Sheila, and of course, the Sumerians. We've been searching for the people who built the pyramids in the Dragon Kingdom and their legendary monster, the Hua. Are they all real? Or are they all just figments of people's imagination? I can't say for sure. We'll just have to wait until we have the opportunity to verify them one by one. Of course, I hope our luck won't be too bad, so we don't end up going there for nothing. You. Shigu is so sneaky, drawing such a big pie for us. So excited and can't wait. Imagine it, those legendary monsters appearing right before our eyes. What kind of feeling would that be? Others might not know, but I'm already dying to see it. The person above me isn't the only one feeling this way. Don't worry, Shigu. Who are you? The title of Pioneer of the Ruins isn't just for show. When the time comes, we'll watch as you find these monsters. That way, we'll be witnesses to history and might even be recorded in the annals of history. Wow, you've got me excited now. Taking your words as a good omen, to be honest, I'm not sure if we'll actually be able to find these legendary monsters. Looking at the audience's comments, Lin Chi smiled and shook his head. His gaze fixed on the dome, he could only hope that everything would go smoothly. Lin Chi murmured to himself, and just then, a monotonous, mechanical electronic voice suddenly rang out from the coffin beside him. Protection program disabled, system rebooting. Identification code detected, DSAWWQ, identified as a disguised, infiltrating, reconnaissance-type semi-synthetic mechanical lifeform. Conducting routine self-check. Energy system remaining at 87%, mechanical components operating normally, biological system functioning poorly, suspected to be in a state of confusion. Preparing to inject functional fluid. Functional fluid injection successful, consciousness awakened, control of the body is being transferred. Upon hearing this series of beeps, not only the audience but even Lin Chi himself unconsciously widened his eyes, filled with anticipation and curiosity about what was about to happen. After all, this should be the first time modern humans have had the opportunity to witness the entire process of a semi-mechanical organism awakening from hibernation. I never expected that the mechanical assistance program would activate first, followed by the awakening of the biological consciousness. Lin Chi narrowed his eyes, and his mind instantly recalled a highly popular scientific experiment from a few years ago involving human cryogenic freezing technology. Although the awakening of the monster wasn't in a low-temperature environment, it might still provide some clues or references for professionals in related fields. As he spoke, the monster's body began to undergo changes. First, it twitched violently, followed by a series of small flashes of light, like electricity, emanating from the exposed metal skeleton, flowing like blood and surging instantly. Soon, the beast suddenly opened its eyes. That faint crimson glow, which had long since dimmed, burst forth once more, its intensity now several times stronger than before it had gone into hibernation. Cough cough. This feeling of being dormant is still so frustrating. Even after repeating it 1,000 times, it still feels the same as the first time, terrifying and repulsive. The beast first coughed violently, then looked around as if it had discovered a new continent. Staring at its newly repaired body, it exclaimed excitedly. Wow, it's really fixed. Lin Shi, I never expected that not only are you skilled in combat, but you're also so proficient in mechanical repairs. This craftsmanship is almost on par with that of a professional repair technician. Are you complimenting me? Lin Shi's lips twitched slightly. For a modern person, comparing oneself to a machine always feels a bit odd. Of course. The beast didn't notice the oddness in Lin Shi's words. Excitedly looking left and right, it jumped out of the coffin and, through the remaining parts of the underground system, checked the identification code again. Only then did the beast nod in satisfaction. It's done. As long as my identification code is correct, the rest of the operation will be so much easier. Not only the hellish flaming sea at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, but even the most difficult to break spatial barriers can be opened with ease. As long as you don't intentionally show hostility during detection, I can easily bring you inside. Then you'll see for yourself the power of our race and the place where I speak. I guarantee you'll be utterly shocked. Hell's flaming sea, spatial barrier? Hearing the demon beast utter these new terms again, a flash of astonishment crossed Lin Shi's eyes. The spatial barrier is one thing, but the hellish flaming sea, just from the name alone, it's clear that's no place for humans. Fortunately, Lin Shi had just exchanged for mechanical repair skills and fixed this thing's identification code. Otherwise, who knows what would have happened. As he watched the monster manually shut down the system that generated lightning, Lin Shi turned his head to glance at the coffin, where several monster skeletons lay motionless. Aren't you going to give these clan members a proper burial? I recall someone who seemed quite nostalgic for them last night, Lin Shi asked. Born from chaos, died without a trace. For me and them, to die in the place we once called home is the greatest honor and blessing. There's no need to dwell on trivial matters. We don't follow trends, and you're not used to it either. He merely glanced silently at the coffin-like device, which had closed once more, its once gleaming light now extinguished. His gaze grew dim, but he lingered not a moment longer, turning instead and leaping away in the direction from which he had come. For them, from the moment they were created, their fate had been forever bound to their duty, with no possibility of separation. This is also why they care so deeply for one another during their lives. Because they already know the ultimate fate that awaits them in the future. Chapter 129. First, let's play it safe tactically. Emerging from the underground passage, the sky had turned pitch black. The sky was dotted with twinkling stars. Due to the high altitude, the air was much thinner than in the plains, making the night sky appear so pure and clear that it seemed as though one could reach out and pluck a star from the sky. Even Lin Shi spotted the Milky Way. A long strip stretched across the sky, resembling the most dazzling silk ribbon. How beautiful! I've never seen such a clear night sky before. It's as if it's been wiped clean by a windshield wiper. Sigh, I'm in the magic city, I can't see the night sky. Don't panic, I'm in Jingdu and can't see it either. Ha, you two idiots upstairs, I'm currently in Zizing, and this kind of night sky is something I get to see every night. Damn, I'm so jealous. Ah. Before the audience could finish their exclamations, the beast standing in front suddenly sneezed loudly. At the same time, the cold wind blowing in their faces made Lin Shi shiver. He quickly tightened his snow gear, observing the terrain while addressing the camera. Friends, the Kunlun Mountains at night are indeed no place for humans. Unlike other areas, this region is completely unaffected by the strong winds from the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean, instead being under the influence of continental air masses. As a result, both annual and daily temperatures here experience significant fluctuations. For example, the average daytime temperature here is around 20 degrees, but right now it's definitely below 10 degrees. Believe me, even though I don't have a professional thermometer right now, based on how I feel, it definitely won't be any higher than that. Suck. This is way too cold. Lin Shi shivered again and couldn't help but ask the beast in front of him, hey, have you matched the map yet? How far is it to the real Kunlun Mountains? Don't worry, we're almost there. The beast's eyes flickered with light as it gazed at the endless mountains to the west. After a moment of thought, it said, if we go straight ahead at our speed, 8 hours should be enough. However, if we have to cross several mountains that cannot be bypassed, it would take roughly 15 hours. Wait, why bother going through all that trouble? Before the beast could finish speaking, Lin Shi suddenly muttered under his breath, it'll take 15 hours to reach the destination, that's almost until tomorrow noon. It was nighttime, and the temperature was extremely low. Not only was crossing the snow-covered mountains a potential danger, but our physical strength alone was insufficient to sustain this mission. Do you think it's worth taking this risk? Climbing mountains is exhausting, especially when climbing snow-covered mountains in high-altitude regions. The physical exertion is absolutely several times greater than climbing in flatland areas. At such times, if your energy levels drop, you may experience oxygen deprivation, dizziness, or even unconsciousness. Needless to say, the consequences can be devastating. Although our physical condition far surpasses that of ordinary people, in this environment, even that advantage is useless. It would be better to find a place to rest well tonight and replenish our strength before continuing tomorrow. We've already waited this long, there's no point in rushing and risking our lives over such a small matter. Lin Chi's words were reasonable and the best choice at the moment. Those with even a modicum of intelligence wouldn't dare to object. Lin Chi's words were reasonable and the best choice at the moment. Anyone with even a modicum of intelligence wouldn't dare to object. But after all, there are many people in the live streaming room, and there are all kinds of people. There are always some people who come to the public chat with various intentions. Coward, if you're too scared to climb, just say so. What's the point of making excuses? I've been waiting so long, and now you're telling me this? 10 super hot posts. If you climb, I'll give it to you. If you don't climb, shut up immediately. Coward. What kind of idiots are you guys upstairs? Chi-gu has been fighting intensely underground for so long, starving to the point of climbing a snow-covered mountain? What the hell are you thinking? You think 10 super hot posts are enough to threaten Chi-gu? These days, there's really no shortage of idiots. Why don't you open your eyes and look at the contribution rankings before you speak? A flying pig tips a streamer 30 super rockets, and now someone wants to use such low-level tactics to stir things up? Damn it, you think 10 shots make Chi-gu climb a mountain overnight? I'll give 30 shots and make him take a break. You little brat, dare you accept the challenge? Aspiring to a rural life, donating 30 super rockets to a streamer? Ha, you've made me laugh. Pineapple Cecile tipped the streamer 10 super rockets, so I'll join in too, hee, just riding the trend. Hey, I love these moments where someone gets called out. Wasn't that guy earlier supposed to be on the same team? Trying to make Chi-gu earn more gift money? The audience watched as the fake rich guy tried to show off, only to be immediately humiliated by the real rich guy, and not just one, but a group of them. Their faces immediately broke into smiles of pity for the fool. Even Lin Chi couldn't help but curve his lips into a smile. He shook his head and said nothing. At that moment, the beast in front finally spoke again. Alright, I admit you're right. Anyway, we've waited all these years, so there's no point in taking risks just because we're impatient. If we really die at our doorstep, that would be ridiculous. Although his tone was reluctant, at least they had reached a consensus, and Lin Chi nodded in agreement. Let's start looking for a campsite then. It's nighttime now, when animals are most active. We'll keep an eye out for prey as we move forward, aiming to complete everything within 2 hours. If it were anyone else, in such an environment, unless they had prepared props in advance, it would be impossible to find suitable prey within 2 hours. But Lin Chi has super perception. Taking big steps forward, Lin Chi changed the direction of his advanced perception in the barren wasteland covered in joint grass. His brain was racing. If there were a simulation diagram at this moment, the audience would discover that Lin Chi's brain was like a high-precision radar, scanning every inch of the surrounding area within a 1-kilometer radius with an unimaginable level of sensitivity, searching for any signs of life. In this state, he continued walking westward for nearly half an hour. Suddenly, Lin Chi's pupils contracted sharply as an extremely intense life force fluctuation erupted from the right front, approximately 900 meters away. Found it. Judging by the intensity of the aura, it should be some kind of large animal, like an antelope or a yak. Ha, this advanced perception is getting more and more useful. Follow me. I have a strong feeling that within 5 minutes, we'll spot several prey that can fill our bellies. Lin Chi exclaimed excitedly, then took a step and ran toward the direction he sensed. The beast following behind him heard this and paused for a moment, then a look of disdain appeared on its face. Have you really fallen so low that you now rely on something unreliable like your sixth sense to hunt? If there really were prey, with my visual system, I could spot them right now. There really is. Chapter 130, Are you sure this is the wilderness? The vast expanse of jointed grass desert isn't always barren and unchanging. In many low-lying areas, there are still shrubs and even sandthorn trees several meters tall growing there. They are like lighthouses in the desert. They attract the attention of all animals passing by. Lin Chi and the beast were crouched behind a cluster of half-meter-high shrubs, breathing softly and carefully watching the few sheep crouched under the sea buckthorn trees eating the fruit. The massive horns curled along the top of their heads all the way to their mouths. As their most powerful weapons, the pair of large horns on the sheep's heads truly showcased their majestic and domineering presence. You're really lucky, aren't you? The beast twisted its mouth, looking extremely surprised. As a semi-mechanical life form that relied heavily on data, it had long since discarded most of its carbon-based instincts. The so-called sixth sense had been abandoned thousands of years ago. Now, faced with Lin Chi's precise sixth sense, the beast, unable to find any possible physical connection, could only attribute it to a 1 in 10,000 stroke of good luck. Upon hearing this, Lin Chi's lips curled into a smile. Sixth sense is something some people are particularly good at, like me. This is also one of the key reasons why I have managed to survive so easily in this perilous wilderness. Think back to the last livestream, with all the challenges in the desert, especially the search for water, and how we eventually found a dry well, followed by the harrowing experience of discovering the Deathworm Cave. The viewers couldn't help but marvel at our survival. Fate, sometimes it's truly amazing. Sophistry. The deceitful beast sneered. Glancing at the sheep in front of him, he asked, You go first, or shall I? I'll do it. Lin Shi flexed his wrist. He casually pulled out a dagger he hadn't used in a long time from his chest, but his movements suddenly halted. He turned his head and asked, by the way, how resistant are you to poison? Ha! It's okay. It doesn't work well on the skin, but if you swallow it directly, my filtration system can handle it. Recalling their first meeting, when this dagger had caused paralysis, the beast immediately understood what Lin Shi meant. That's good. Nodding, Lin Shi no longer hesitated. He felt the wind speed around him, then suddenly struck. Buzz. The dagger was like a bullet leaving the barrel. With a piercing whistle cutting through the air, it suddenly pierced through the ram's skull. In sheer terror, the remaining sheep bleated and scattered in all directions, while the one struck down did not even utter a sound, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. What the hell? It's over before I even had a chance to react? This is terrifying. Just how powerful is Chi Gu now? This thing can easily pierce through the hardest skull in the animal kingdom. If it were a human. Don't say that. You're giving me the creeps. The prey has been caught. Is this the part 1 dread the most? The part 1 dislike the most, part 1. 2. 10,086. The audience realized what was about to happen, and many of them immediately began to grit their teeth and wail in despair. The rest, however, instinctively glanced at the snacks still left on their plates, considering whether to take the opportunity to go downstairs and buy some more. Seeing this, Lin Shi couldn't help but smile wryly. For you guys, the next part might not be so pleasant, but for me, it's the best part of the day. The warm fire, the fragrant grilled meat taking a bite, it's not only tender and juicy, but the juices burst in your mouth. I can't take it anymore, I'm going to drool if I think about it any longer. As he spoke, Lin Shi unconsciously wiped his lips, his expression so intoxicated that not only the audience but even the beast beside him felt an urge to hit him. But then he thought better of it after all, he could enjoy that delicious treat himself. Suddenly, the audience saw two figures, one big and one small, standing there, happily slicing the mutton while grinning mischievously. This feeling. Damn it, I'm so angry. I want to follow the internet cable and find out. Hey, you up there, aren't you afraid that if you go over there, you'll get beaten up by Chi Gu? All you can do is watch the meat while you drool with tears in your eyes? That's exactly what's happening. Damn it, can't you just say it like it is? Can't we even talk about it now? I've already prepared a table full of snacks. I'll just watch him eat while I don't even feel tempted. Same here, upstairs. Hey. We already have food, and we can find kindling on the way. That means all we need to do now is find a place with water and set up camp. Lin Shi packed some of the lamb he had cut into his backpack, gave the rest to the beast to carry, picked some sea buckthorn berries, and asked the latter, how about it? Is there a suitable spot nearby? Yes, the beast nodded. Keep going forward for 573 meters, and there's a small stream fed by melting mountain snow. We can set up camp there. With his mind completely fixated on food, the beast responded with unusual decisiveness. The look on his face suggested that even a single second of delay would be the greatest torment imaginable. Let's hurry over there then. Back on the road, Lin Shi focused his attention on other edible plants, while the beasts, following there, began collecting dry kindling. Although they had only traveled less than a kilometer, the surrounding vegetation began to gradually increase in density. Jujube trees, persimmon trees, and even Lin Shi spotted a goji berry tree standing about 3 meters tall amidst a clump of shrubs. Seeing this, Lin Shi smiled again, quickly picked some bright red goji berries, and said to the camera, "Ha, friends, it seems our luck is really good. The value of these goji berries, I believe most of you here are at least somewhat familiar with. The fruits can clear heat and stop coughing, nourish the liver and kidneys, and moisten the lungs. The leaves, on the other hand, have the effects of tonifying deficiency and enhancing essence, as well as clearing heat and improving vision. It can be said that every part of the goji berry plant is valuable, which is why it is widely cultivated in many regions of Manhwa. Such a wonderful thing, I won't let it go to waste. Once the fire is lit, I'll use them to brew a cup of goji berry tea to enjoy as a health-boosting beverage after the sea buckthorn dessert." Hey! I'm telling you not to go overboard. Damn it! I told you not to go overboard. What the heck is going on with this streamer? Are they really in the wilderness? How can they eat better than I do in the city? Wild sheep meat as the main dish, sea buckthorn and persimmons as dessert, and goji berry tea as a beverage? Seriously, how can Chi Gu live so well in this desolate place with hardly any people? What can I do? It's just my good luck. Lin Shi laughed heartily. As they chatted idly, a small stream flowing through the Gobi Desert finally came into view. Friends, we've arrived. Chapter 131, Food is the Foundation of Life. Using the scattered deadwood around him, Lin Shi quickly built a simple triangular shelter. He had the beast stay nearby while he took the lamb and a pile of fruits and vegetables to the stream. As he watched the stream flow gently by, Lin Shi washed himself while saying, "It must be said that nature, though sometimes like a temperamental little girl who constantly throws obstacles in our path, is mostly kind and generous in its own unique way. Take the stream we see before us, for example. It is formed by the melting snow from the high mountains to the west. People nowadays are always talking about health and wellness, wanting to eat, drink, and use things that are purer and more natural. But there's really no need to go to such great lengths. Plant a few small trees near your home, or if you live near mountains, go out and explore the area. You'll likely find everything you need. And this is far purer than any so-called organic products you'll find in stores. Especially the stream water before us, which is mineral water, is even more so. Lin Shi filled a water bottle to the brim, took a sip, and immediately felt the crisp, refreshing sensation mixed with an inexplicable sweetness rush up his nose, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He couldn't help but exclaim aloud, "Ha, that's refreshing. I don't know what those so-called high-end mineral waters taste like, such as the one claimed to be the second most expensive in the world, packaged in a 24K gold bottle, but I can say that what I'm drinking right now is undoubtedly the clearest, sweetest, and most refreshing water in the world." Moreover, this area is already in the central part of the Kunlun Mountains, the source of the Yangtze and Yellow Rivers. Ha, maybe the water I'm drinking right now is from their very source. This feeling is simply indescribable. As he spoke, Lin Shi couldn't help but take another sip. This time, he didn't swallow it right away. Instead, he let it linger in his mouth for a moment. Instantly, that familiar sweetness surged back, rushing through his nasal passages and straight to his brain. It must have relieved his nerves, which had been tense from the intense battle, by an immeasurable amount. Seeing Lin Shi's expression, the audience couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Stop talking. You've made me want to go to the mountains near my house right now and look for some mountain spring water. I live right at the foot of the mountain, and the spring water there really does taste different from what you find in stores. It's not something you can compare to so-called mineral water. I was lucky enough to drink it once when I was a kid, and the taste has stayed with me ever since. Those living in the plains say, we're so jealous we could cry. Those living in the mountains say, it's truly enviable. The water Kajesh mentioned earlier is called Modigliani mineral water, priced at 60,000 yuan for 750 milliliters. I had the opportunity to try a sip of it while traveling abroad with a friend. Setting aside the taste, the fact that they add gold powder to the water and use a 24K gold-plated bottle alone is enough to turn me off. All that flashy nonsense, you're just going to pee it out anyway. Goodness gracious, the person above must be a millionaire. Do they need a leg ornament or something? A topic sparked the emergence of a new rich guy. Glancing at the name, it was the guy ranked 9th on the contribution list. Lin Shi raised his eyebrows slightly, marveling at the hidden talents in the live stream. In fact, he had no idea that online, his name had already become a household name. The recent buzz about the human GDP phenomenon, coupled with his frequent appearances at the top of the trending charts, have made him one of the few phenomenon-level figures in the country. Many small-time streamers, even those seeking to boost their popularity, frequently drop by his live stream to check in. They send a few super popular streams. If you're lucky enough to be called out by Lin Shi, your popularity could skyrocket by tens of thousands. With just this alone, he has supported countless new streamers who have just started out, and many freelance writers have even published articles claiming that he is an unparalleled miracle in history. Of course, Lin Shi was unaware of all this. He didn't pay much attention to it either. With the cleaned ingredients and a small pot filled with water, he began preparing dinner for that evening at the campsite. As for tonight's dinner, I'm sure everyone has already guessed yes, the main course will primarily consist of grilled lamb. However, that alone would be a bit monotonous, and on a cold evening, it wouldn't have that heartwarming feeling, so I prepared a small portion of the lamb to make a lamb soup to enjoy. Combined with goji berries and leaves, I think it will be a rare delicacy even without broth. Let's get started. Since there was no stone slab to use as a cutting board, Lin Shi placed the prepared meat directly on his palm and began cutting it. On a moonlit night with few stars, there was little need for additional lighting from the camera crew, and everything around them was as clear as day. So much so that the audience could see, amidst a flurry of sword and knife flashes, a series of small, perfectly sized, almost identical pieces of meat, as if alive, flying into a small pot to the side. This left the audience in awe, exclaiming in wonder and amazement. The beast beside him wasn't idle either. In order to eat the delicious food faster, despite having no relevant experience and never having learned how to do it, it used its clumsy little paws to frantically thread the branches. On several occasions, I even broke the branches from applying too much force, causing the audience to burst into laughter and mock the creature, calling it a disgrace to the rabbit world. Fortunately, it couldn't see the comments, otherwise, given its temperament, it would have definitely started cursing angrily. Fortunately, Lin Shi handled it quickly, and within a few minutes, he had cut all the necessary pieces of meat. With Lin Shi's demonstration and guidance, the beast made remarkable progress in no time. Large chunks of meat skewers were also being quickly grilled over the campfire, visible to the naked eye of the audience. Goodness gracious, making food is such hard work. I feel like this is more exhausting than fighting a fierce battle. Looking at the neatly arranged skewers of meat on the table, the exhausted person collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. He said slowly, I must say, you humans, especially those from the Dragon Kingdom, have always had an obsession with food that is truly baffling. If those people from the West were to cook this, they'd just throw everything into the fire all at once. Why bother with all the fuss about having to have a piece of lean meat and a piece of fatty meat when you're eating? That's why we Easterners have more delicious food than they do. Lin Shi smiled, covered the small pot with a lid, and placed a large stone on top to serve as a makeshift pressure cooker, continuing. In the Dragon Kingdom, there was an old saying, food is the foundation of the people. No matter what you do, you must first ensure you have a good mood and a positive attitude. Otherwise, after working hard all day, if you can't even satisfy your own stomach, what motivation would you have to keep working so hard? Chapter 132, Hungry? Want some? You can't have any. Kijej is right. Food is the foundation of life. It's been the aspiration and pursuit of our ancestors for generations. Ha, Chigu really doesn't think much of foreign cuisine. Well, I wouldn't say I don't think much of it. Compared to ours, foreign cuisine isn't that great. Take, for example, the Indian curry that never changes, or the famous dish from the in-country that's supposed to be staring at the stars. Ugh, just thinking about it makes my skin crawl. Stop it, don't mention that curry paste. Every time I think about it, I remember the last time I went there and saw someone using their left hand to handle food. You know, in most places there, they don't even use toilet paper, they use their left hand. Hey, you. After you said that, how are we supposed to eat now? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Hey. Because this area was already high up in the plateau, the air pressure was relatively lower than in the plains. The bonfire that had been lit was like a weak patient, swaying in the cold wind and unable to reach the desired intensity. Seeing this, Lin Shi used the scattered pieces of wood at his feet to make a makeshift wooden fan. He then gathered a pile of stones from the Gobi Desert and surrounded the campfire with them, creating a simple makeshift stove. Without the biting cold wind, the fire this time managed to reach the desired intensity, albeit barely. Lin Shichang exhaled deeply, fanning himself as he spoke. That's how it is at high altitudes. Due to the air pressure, things that are simple on the plains can become incredibly difficult here. Back when our ancestors were building the Qinghai-Tibet Railway, they also faced similar challenges. Due to the scarcity of supplies and limited transportation capabilities at the time, our predecessors could only eat 3 things during the first phase of construction: noodles, seaweed, and dried vegetables. To those living in the plains, these were ordinary, easily cooked foods. However, due to atmospheric pressure, the dishes they ate were often not fully cooked. This also led the builders at the time to jokingly refer to their food as iron wire, tar paper, and chewable but indigestible. Lin Shi casually turned the meat skewer in front of him. While brushing oil and seasoning onto the skewers, he gazed at the endless mountain ranges in the distance and continued, ordinary people living here already have a slower digestive system and lower oxygen levels. Add to that the food they eat, and many of them start to lose weight over time. However, fortunately, the staff at Longtai 12th Bureau stationed in the Jella section came up with a clever solution. They prepare the meals in advance at the base of the mountains, where the air pressure is relatively higher, and then transport them up using insulated containers. This method was later expanded across the entire line, ensuring that the workers received better nutrition, and the phenomenon of workers growing increasingly emaciated never occurred again. Of course, at that time, it wasn't just these measures, there was also the milk program and the daily supply of fruits that became essential later on. However, none of that matters to me. What's important is that if I ever end up in a place like this again, should I bring a special pressure cooker? At the very least, it would save some time when cooking. After all, half-cooked meat doesn't taste very good. Lin Shi smiled and continued with his work. Meanwhile, the audience once again flooded the screen with comments. Feeling sorry for Chi Gu, while also paying tribute to the builders of that era. I had heard that the conditions were harsh during the construction of the railway, but I never imagined it would be as severe as this. Salute! You've worked hard. So, can Chi Gu still cook this meal properly? Don't go through all that trouble only to end up with half-cooked food. That would be embarrassing. It should be fine, after all, Chi Gu isn't at that level yet. However, it's best for him to prepare some dried meat or something while he can. There's still over 10 hours of travel tomorrow, and without some provisions, it might be tough. After listening to Lin Shi's account, the audience couldn't help but feel moved and pay tribute to the builders of the past, while also offering advice to the former. Don't worry, I'll take care of the dried meat and such after I finish this meal. Glancing at the comments, Lin Shi nodded. As time passed, the aroma of grilled meat began to spread around. The beast, which had been sitting idly by, waiting, smelled the fragrance, its eyes widened, and it flipped over and rushed to Lin Shi's side. Staring intently at the sizzling skewers of meat over the fire, it asked repeatedly, "How about it? Is it ready yet? Can we eat now? Why weren't you so eager earlier, but now you're so eager?" Lin Shi took a skewer of cooked meat off the fire and handed it to the beast, who immediately jumped up and down with excitement. He looked just like a monkey who had gotten a toy. Lin Shi shook his head helplessly and picked up a string of them as well. With a gentle bite, a strong aroma of meat mixed with juice suddenly burst forth, splattering in front of the camera. The audience's eyes widened in astonishment, and they couldn't help but swallow repeatedly. He swallowed the grilled meat in one bite, closed his eyes, and savored the flavor. After a moment, he took another sip of goji berry tea and said again, Not bad, not bad. Since it was wild sheep that had never been fed any artificial feed, the meat had a particularly rich flavor, and even a unique, refreshing aroma. Even with a layer of fat, the meat is not greasy at all. Instead, it has a perfect balance of tenderness and elasticity, with just the right amount of fat to enhance the meat's natural flavor. No way, I have to eat it while it's hot. If I wait any longer, this guy will finish off all the grilled meat. As he spoke, Lin Chi directed the camera toward the monster. Under the moonlight, the creature could be seen holding a rabbit tooth, its mouth moving rapidly, devouring an entire skewer with over a dozen pieces of meat in less than 10 seconds. Its increasingly bright eyes, coupled with its relentless movements, left many audience members who had previously doubted Lin Chi's skills in awe. Some even adopted the attitude of "if you can't eat it, say it's sour" and typed on the chat screen. It's fake, definitely fake. How could it possibly be that delicious? Don't believe these two. They've been starving all day and just went through an intense battle. They're probably starving to death right now. At this point, they'd eat anything, even a bowl of rice porridge, and they'd eat it like it's the best thing ever. So this is definitely fake. Yes, it's definitely fake. They're acting. I really want to agree with you, but looking at that sizzling grilled meat, damn it, I'm drooling. That's way too much. Gee good, you're torturing us late at night. Have you considered how we people eating instant noodles feel? I'm downstairs grilling skewers, no fear. Chapter 133, a bowl of meat soup makes the beast bow down. What's with all the jealousy? It's so sour. As he watched the comments scroll by on the screen, Lin Chi ate with his mouth full, even leaning in close and asking, how about it? Want some? Craving it? Too bad you can't have any. Delicious. When I was streaming before, I also ate a lot of grilled meat, mostly snake meat, but compared to this, it's like night and day. Snake meat is indeed more tender and chewy, but it just doesn't compare to this. The feeling of biting into a big piece of meat is so satisfying. If you pair this with a bowl of fatal black tea, it's absolutely perfect. Taking a sip of the slightly hot goji berry tea, Lin Chi indulged himself, thrilling the audience. Seeing his smug expression and arrogant words, the audience, who had felt a hint of sympathy for him just moments ago, erupted in anger. In an instant, the chat feed reached a peak. Holy crap, you're really despicable. What the heck? I'm unfollowing you. Damn it, I'm going downstairs to grill some skewers right now. You can't have any. Hey, upstairs. Where are you? If it's in Fengtian, add me too, I'm going out for some skewers too. Longing for the countryside, if you're in Fengtian, message me privately. I'm treating tonight, and we've gotta really put this guy in his place. Countryside style beer. Someone should learn from this. Watching the rapidly scrolling comments on the screen, Lin Chi couldn't help but burst into laughter, causing the beast beside him to glance over several times, puzzled by Lin Chi's strange reaction. Fortunately, the food in front of him was more appealing, and after a few seconds of confusion, the monster returned its attention to devouring the skewered meat. After finishing the tender and juicy grilled meat skewers, the lamb soup simmering in the small pot was also perfectly cooked. The bubbling broth, glowing with collagen-rich white, was adorned with the undulating goji berries and leaves around it, creating a vibrant contrast of red and green that added an indescribable liveliness to the dish. Lin Chiru followed suit, crafting 2 large bowls from wood as swiftly as if he were making wooden fans, and also fashioned a wooden spoon and 2 pairs of chopsticks. Looking at the oil-glistening meat soup, Lin Chi couldn't help but twitch his nostrils. He took a small sip, and instantly, that expression of disgust that the audience had come to loathe so much reappeared. Friends, I simply cannot put into words how amazing this bowl of meat broth is. At this moment, I would absolutely not trade it for even $10,000. This is absolutely amazing. Wow. Life is sometimes like this. After enduring a period of hardship and adversity, it will inevitably, and in the most unexpected ways, bestow upon you a profoundly moving reward. Think back to my ordeal in the desert and the perilous situation in the underground passageway. I can't help but marvel at how much better off I am now compared to back then. It's almost like I'm living the life of a god. And not only that, but I also have some fresh fruit for dessert. Lin Chi pointed to the fruit and vegetable platter beside him. The brown of the jujubes, the orange-yellow of the persimmons, and the vibrant red of the sea buckthorn, complemented by the emerald green of the goji leaves, would make anyone think this was a special dish from a high-end restaurant if not for the surroundings. Unable to resist, I reached out to pick one up. The sea buckthorn berries, round and plump like grapes, felt cool and refreshing in the cold wind, just the right temperature. He popped one into his mouth and closed his eyes again to savor the flavor, causing a flood of question marks to appear on the screen once more. Among them were even some well-known streamers that everyone knew. For example, AABB, Saw Pig, Yanga, Deso, and Pineapple Seasai, among others, are all laughing and joking in their own live streams, causing many of their original viewers to flock to Lin Chi's livestream. Unbeknownst to them, their popularity surged once again. 29 million, 29.5 million, 30 million. Congratulations, host. You have completed the 8th newbie task, live streaming master. Due to reaching 30 million views, you are awarded 2,000 points. Please use them wisely. Task 9. Achieve 40 million popularity points 30,1,433,400,000 during the livestream. Reward 3,000 points. Finally completed. Upon hearing the system prompt, Lin Chi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Although the rewards had increased, the difficulty of completing them had grown exponentially. Thinking back to when the requirement was just a few million followers, that was something that could be accomplished in no time. But now, shaking his head to dismiss these random thoughts, Lin Chi immediately heard the sound of teeth grinding against wood. Unable to resist, he glanced over and was so startled that his jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Oh my gosh, do you have to do that? There was that creature, holding a clean wooden bowl. After licking it once wasn't enough, it actually used its big teeth to scrape the bowl. It was as if it wanted to scrape off a layer of the bowl. Upon hearing Lin Chi's voice, the beast lifted its head mournfully. Crunch, crunch. Human food is simply too delicious. Especially this meal, it's more delicious than anything I've ever eaten before. This wooden bowl is still coated with their flavor, and I don't want it to go to waste. After saying that, he once again began to struggle with the wooden bowl, determined not to give up until every last bit of flavor was scraped clean. This didn't just catch Lin Chi's attention, even the audience was left speechless, and they started sending comments again. Wow, how long has it been since I last had such delicious food? The beast replied, not long, just 3,000 or 5,000 years. The person above, now that you mention it, I suddenly feel sorry for this creature. With such a long lifespan, it can't even have a decent meal, and it's separated from its own kind. If it weren't for Chi-Gu, it wouldn't even be able to return now. The cute little monster donated 10 planes to the streamer Chiga. This is for the monster's food expenses. Please don't mistreat it. I abuse it? Look closely, it ate the most of this meal. And is there even any soup left in the pot now? I worked hard for an hour, and all I got was a small bowl. Lin Chi complained. Although this guy's cute appearance is indeed deceiving, after spending time with him, you'll realize that he's a thick-skinned, shameless individual who doesn't care what others think. When it comes to food, you have to be careful not to get taken advantage of. However, considering the 10 planes, Lin Chi shook his head, waved his hand, and passed the remaining lamb in his bowl, along with half a bowl of meat soup, to the other person. Listen, this is the last of the soup. Stop scraping the bowl. You don't mind looking embarrassing, but I do for you. What? You're doing so well now? Hee hee, thank you, thank you. The beast's eyes lit up, and he quickly snatched the wooden bowl from Lin Chi. It looked as though he was afraid Lin Chi would change his mind. It left people speechless yet somewhat sympathetic. Chapter 134, Kunlun, Kunlun. With a faint smile, Lin Chi shook his head and casually popped a sea buckthorn fruit into his mouth. He gazed at the endless mountain ranges in the distance and the Milky Way stretching across the sky above him, feeling as though he wanted to say something, but not knowing where to begin. As he pondered, suddenly his eyes lit up. He saw that in the distant west, streaks of shooting stars suddenly sliced through the night sky. Friends, look! It's a meteor shower! Lin Chi shouted loudly, quickly aiming the camera in that direction. The sudden appearance of the meteor shower instantly reignited the already lively atmosphere in the livestream. Many people even pushed open the windows to peek outside. However, in the heart of a major city, the night sky, shrouded in light pollution, offered no glimpse of starlight. With no other choice, they returned to their computers, staring at the 4K resolution high-definition screens. In a moment of reverie, it feels as though they could reach out and pluck the meteor shower from the sky. It's so beautiful, absolutely breathtaking. There's actually a meteor shower at this time of year? Chi-Ji's luck is simply unbeatable. He's in a highland with a bright moon and few stars, surrounded by a desert, and most importantly, the atmosphere is perfect. It's truly a case of heaven, earth, and man all aligning. Those of us living in the city are absolutely jealous. Lin Chi also felt a bit emotional. It was indeed beautiful. Generally speaking, meteor showers occur most frequently between July and September each year. During this period, not only do the number of meteors increase, but their brightness and grandeur also reach their peak, making it a feast for stargazers around the world. What we are currently observing is likely the southern Taurus meteor shower, which occurs in September and continues until November, with a peak expected around October 10th. So what we're seeing now is just a light shower. The real show is yet to come. As he spoke, the number of meteors began to increase gradually. Moreover, the sky was clear at that moment, with perfect atmospheric transparency, allowing people to clearly see the long tails left behind by the meteors as they streaked across the night sky. Even through the camera lens, one could faintly discern the colorful halos created by the refraction of light. Combined with the Milky Way in the distance, it resembles a magnificent silk ribbon adorned with flowing gems. Even male viewers couldn't help but marvel at their grandeur and beauty. After a long while, the night sky gradually returned to calm. Lin Chi also took the opportunity to glance at the time. It was 10:42 p.m. Friends, it's almost 11 p.m. We have to get up early tomorrow to climb the mountain, so I'll sign off for now. Tomorrow, if everything goes smoothly, we'll finally see the real Kunlun Mountain and the legendary Divine Palace where the Queen Mother of the West is said to reside. Remember to tune in on time tomorrow. We'll be there together to witness this mythical moment. Lin Shi clenched his fist, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. 888, 8888. Goodbye, get some rest. You might not sleep well tonight since you're at high altitude. Remember to make the remaining lamb into jerky. Knowing that Lin Shi had been busy all day, the audience was particularly cooperative and didn't mention anything about him staying. Many even acted as little assistants, sending messages in the chat to remind him not to forget about the meat jerky. Seeing this, Lin Shi couldn't help but feel warmed inside. He smiled gently and nodded repeatedly before closing the live stream. Seeing Lin Shi put away the camera, the beast twitched its long whiskers and said, "Go to sleep. I'll keep watch for you." "Oh? Did you take the wrong medicine?" Lin Shi raised his eyebrows at the remark. "Are you planning to wait until I fall asleep and then run off on your own? Can't you think of me in a better light?" The beast rolled its eyes dramatically, filled with contempt. "Think the best of me? Think about everything this guy has done along the way." Lin Shi shrugged his shoulders. "Do you really think your behavior is something people would think highly of?" The beast was speechless. All right, I knew you couldn't say anything nice." Glancing at the distant mountains, the beast suddenly sighed. "I can't sleep. Although I'll be able to return to Kunlun Mountain soon, there's an inexplicable fear in my heart. It's as if I'm afraid of seeing something. I don't know what's going on. Is this what you humans call homesickness?" Seeing the beast with its head hanging low and its ears drooping, Lin Shi didn't know what to say. Putting himself in its place, if he hadn't returned to his hometown for thousands of years and suddenly came back one day, he would probably feel the same inexplicable sense of fear as the beast. Don't dwell on such things. The Western Queen Mother is a renowned deity in the history of the Dragon Kingdom, and this place was once your former stronghold. To put it simply, these defensive zones are not places where just anyone can enter. Instead of worrying about those intangible matters, you'd be better off using this time to think about what you'll say and do when you actually meet them tomorrow. Given your centuries of experience, I'm sure you can provide them with some valuable intelligence. The deeper the night, the more people tend to reveal emotions they wouldn't normally show, even beasts are no exception. It nodded silently, saying nothing, as it watched the lonely figure. Lin Shi finished preparing the dried meat, turned over, and lay down on the hammock. In truth, they all knew that everything they had seen and heard along the way was pointing toward a dire outcome. Yet such is the nature of intelligent beings, without witnessing it firsthand, they would never give up, not even if there was a 1 in a million chance. Now, the beasts can only cling tightly to this almost impossible hope, using it as their sole support, silently waiting for the final moment of tomorrow to arrive. Time passes, and the night remains silent. When the morning sun slowly rose again from the east, Lin Shi was drawn awake by the familiar scent of meat, gradually emerging from his slumber. Watching the creature hop around, occasionally brushing leaves with oil, then flipping the grilled meat and sprinkling seasoning, Lin Shi almost thought he was seeing things. After a moment, he hesitantly said, "You've actually learned how to grill meat?" "Of course. Don't forget my brain is mechanical. I recorded every step you did yesterday, so I can easily repeat it." "Of course. Don't forget my brain is mechanical. I recorded every step you did yesterday, so it was easy to repeat it." The beast raised its chin proudly. Recalling yesterday's feat of meticulously recording the real-time temperature changes of the meat chunks over the fire while learning to make grilled meat, the beast couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Needless to say, from now on, it will be able to enjoy delicious grilled meat like the kind Lin Shi makes. Just thinking about it is enough to get anyone excited. Lin Shi was speechless. After a long while, he finally forced a smile and opened the live stream again, thinking to himself, let this guy keep busy for now. After all, it's a semi-mechanical life form. If it strictly follows the data, it shouldn't be too far off. It should be like that. Chapter 135, Another Day Full of Hope. Meanwhile, after a night of speculation, news that Lin Shi was about to discover the true location of Kunlun Mountain and catch a glimpse of the legendary palace of the Western Queen Mother had already spread like wildfire online. For Lin Shi, this rising star in the live streaming world, while most internet users have heard of him, those who don't watch live streams or pay little attention to the news know him only in name, without understanding the details of his story. Now, looking at that massive headline. The real Kunlun Mountain, the palace of the Queen Mother of the West? Isn't Kunlun Mountain right there? What's this about the palace of the Queen Mother of the West? Is this from some Chinese movie? For a moment, most of the skeptical people followed the link provided by Bobo and flooded into Lin Shi's livestream. So much so that as soon as the stream began, the online viewership instantly reached 30.62 million. Keep in mind that it was only 6:42 a.m. People had woken up earlier than they would for work or school just for this news. Soon, by 7 a.m., as the web page automatically refreshed, Lin Shi, wrapped in his snow gear and with a slightly haggard expression on his face, suddenly appeared in the view of over 30 million people. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to my live stream. Yawning, Lin Shi walked toward the stream, even rubbing his eyes. His appearance was vastly different from that of some new viewers who had come with the intention of putting on a show. Is this the streamer everyone's been talking about online? Impressive. They must have spent a lot on promotion, right? Wow, I remember this guy. There were videos of him boxing online before. I wonder if it was special effects. How about another round? Where is this? It feels so desolate. And it's only September, right? How is everything frozen already? There's a river. Jump in and swim around, streamer. You're supposed to be a beer enthusiast, right? Pulling off a stunt to attract 30 million people, is that real? Has the data for bird fighting gotten so fake now? Where did you get such nonsense from? Do you really think you can question Chi Ji's abilities? The streamer is currently in the central part of the Kunlun Mountains at an altitude of over 4,000 meters. If you don't believe it, go back and watch the previous live streams. Don't just make noise here. It seems like there are a lot of new viewers. Looking at the chat box filled with all sorts of comments, Lin Shi couldn't help but curve his lips into a carefree smile. After all, this kind of thing is hard to believe even for him if it's his first time watching a livestream, let alone in the current digital age where so many people put on a show. Instead of wasting time trying to defend himself here, he'd rather wait until he actually finds his target and use the facts to prove them wrong. Shrugging casually, Lin Shi released the camera he had been holding, using the icy stream water to quickly wipe his face twice, as a simple wash. He then turned to the camera and continued, "Today is my third day in the Kunlun Mountains. New viewers may not be familiar with the area, but those who watched yesterday's livestream already know exactly what we're searching for today. That's right. Today, or more precisely, tonight, we will finally witness the true Kunlun Mountains and the legendary palace where the Queen Mother of the West is said to reside. To be honest, I'm very excited. I wonder if any of you feel the same way? Excited, excited, excited. Of course. I waited all night, and even set my alarm for 6 a.m. Just think, I only slept for 5 hours. It wasn't easy for me. You were still sleeping upstairs? I was so excited I didn't sleep a wink all night. I was just waiting to be a witness to history today. By the way, how did you sleep last night, Shigo? It's so cold over there, did you wake up from the cold? Hee, I think so, but hey, what's that beast doing? Is it grilling meat? Didn't it just learn how to cook yesterday? As the camera moved, the regular viewers suddenly saw a white figure crouching by the fire, busy at work. Thinking back to how clumsy this creature looked yesterday, it was almost like a completely different rabbit. New viewers were instantly stunned. Even those who had been skeptical, mocking, and dismissive up until now suddenly widened their eyes and stared intently at the creature, which had turned its head and was now glaring at them with its blood-red eyes. They cried out in shock and disbelief, "It's fake. It has to be fake. How is this possible? You're back? Perfect. Try my cooking and tell me how it is." Upon seeing Lin Shi return, the beast eagerly picked up a skewer of meat and handed it to him. "Yesterday, I recorded the entire process of your cooking, and to better control the heat, I even included a diagram of the temperature changes of the meat as it cooked over the fire. It's just a meat skewer, no need to go to such lengths." Lin Shidong was speechless. However, when he took the meat skewer, which was steaming in the cold wind and smelled delicious, Lin Shi couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It looked pretty good? He took a bite. Instantly, that familiar yet slightly different sensation flooded his mouth, and Lin Shi couldn't help but nod his head. He praised, "Not bad. Though it feels like something is missing, I must admit that the valuable computational resources you used to record this information have indeed helped you acquire a new skill." "What's missing? What's missing?" "I followed your steps exactly as you did yesterday, and the timing was almost down to the second. How can you say something is missing?" The beast jumped up and down, demanding an explanation. "The soul. Crafting delicious food is not merely about strict control over heat, it also requires coordination in every aspect of the process. For example, the distribution of each piece of meat, the distance between the skewers and the flame, the timing of brushing oil, and the timing of adding seasonings. All of these factors must be adjusted in real time based on the characteristics of the meat. What you're doing now is also quite good, but it still feels monotonous and rigid when eaten. This is the essence of creating delicious food. It's not something you can achieve by simply repeating the same process over and over." Lin Shi shrugged and said casually, "Put. I think you're just jealous of my ability to study." The beastly creature cursed viciously, raising his hand to snatch the meat skewer from Lin Shi's hand. "If you're so unhappy, then go make it yourself. I don't even want to give you any anyway." Lin Shi sidestepped effortlessly, dodging the claws of the beast that had lunged at him. He smiled and said, "Who said I'm not satisfied? I was just offering a little suggestion. This is valuable experience on the path to progress. If you're not grateful, that's fine, but you're actually planning to take it back? That sounds nice, but I think you're just jealous." Seeing that his attacks had no effect on Lin Shizhao, the beast scowled and stopped attacking. Instead, he sat down on the ground, grabbed a string of meat skewers, and sulked. Watching the creature eat with such ferocity, the veteran spectators burst into laughter, and many others joined in with playful teasing. The atmosphere grew lively, thanks to the antics of the two creatures, one big and one small. Lin Chi smiled. He sat down next to the guy. Gazing at the endless snow-capped mountains in the distance, at that moment, his heart stirred slightly and his eyes flickered with profound, meaningful flashes of light. Chapter 136, Sudden Change. An Unknown Monster. By the way, you mentioned yesterday that it would take at least 15 hours to start from here, and we'd have to cross several mountains along the way. Is this the only route? Is there a shorter one? While munching on skewers of meat roasted by the Yeshu and sipping some freshly brewed goji berry tea, Lin Chi packed his belongings and asked the Yeshu. This is already the shortest route. The beast thought for a moment, shook its head, and said, although there used to be shorter routes, over the past 10,000 years, many have either been blocked or destroyed in wars, making them completely impassable. As he spoke, the beast suddenly paused, causing Lin Chi to furrow his brows slightly and turn to look at the creature before him. What's the matter? Lin Chi asked, feeling a bit uneasy. Nothing much. They're just synthetic beings like me, but they were specifically created for combat and deployed at the foot of Mount Kunlun, serving as the final line of defense. During the war, many of them were killed in battle. Though I don't know if more were deployed afterward, to avoid unnecessary trouble, I chose this route, which was already highly concealed even back then. Believe me, it really is the closest one available. A synthetic being like you? Lin Chi pondered for a moment, a massive figure flashing through his mind. Could it be that thing? He shook his head, unsure, but his guard was already up once more. After packing his belongings and taking the dried meat that had been roasted all night and had become dry and brittle, Lin Chi and the beast extinguished the fire and once again set off on their journey westward. The surrounding vegetation began to grow sparse once more. Bushes, grasslands, moss, and rocks. The further west they went, the more monotonous the scenery became. After walking for 3 hours, Lin Chi found himself surrounded by nothing but bare rocks and gradually appearing snow. Friends, it seems we've reached the snowline altitude of the Kunlun Mountains. Lin Chi turned around and shouted into the camera. Due to the decrease in oxygen levels, his entire face exposed to the cold had turned bright red, resembling a fully ripe red apple. Lin Chi squinted his eyes and saw his own face through the light screen, unable to help but smile wryly. Everyone, don't rush to mock me. This is just a normal physiological reaction of the human body in a high-altitude environment. Highlands are different from plains. The thin atmosphere causes a sudden increase in ultraviolet radiation. Without protection, the skin quickly turns red and purple, showing signs of sunburn. In addition, in order to cope with the decrease in oxygen content and air pressure at high altitudes, the human body will automatically activate a series of response mechanisms, including accelerating blood flow and stimulating faster breathing to increase oxygen intake. The reason your face is red right now is actually due to sunburn and the accelerated blood flow. I think I need to pull my hat all the way down. Otherwise, when you see me again later, you'll find I've turned as dark as a black person. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Chi pulled his hat down, instantly hiding his entire face beneath it, leaving only a pair of jet black, shiny eyes peering out, darting around the surroundings, looking utterly ridiculous. Ha, Black Uncle, that's impressive. No problem, we won't look down on you no matter what you become. At most, we'll just tease you a bit. It's no big deal, hee hee, no big deal, ha. Are you serious? The streamer is really in the Kunlun Mountains? Have outdoor streamers become this hardcore nowadays? Hey, don't compare others to Chigu, they're not even in the same league. I admit the streamer is indeed strong, but that is no excuse for you to resort to such exaggerated tactics. I truly don't believe you can find the palace of the Queen Mother of the West, it's just a mythical tale. Sigh, there are always idiots every year, but this year there are especially many. I won't say anything else, I'll just wait for Kajesh to call them out tonight. The audience was laughing out loud. Some newcomers were clearly still skeptical and were arguing with the regulars. Fortunately, the live stream was being managed by Feiju, who quickly dealt with those intentionally stirring up trouble. These individuals didn't even last 5 seconds before being muted and permanently banned. Overall, the rhythm remained stable. Seeing this, Lin Chi silently thanked Feiju and followed the footsteps of the beast, gradually picking up speed. However, as they ascended higher, the air pressure around them grew increasingly lower, and to their surprise, large snowflakes, each measuring 2 or 3 centimeters in diameter, began to drift through the air. The leading beast, noticing this, turned around and said, "It's starting to snow. While the weather is still good and there's no wind, let's hurry up and leave before the snow gets heavier." Lin Chi nodded in understanding. At the same time, he explained to the audience, at such high altitudes exceeding 5,000 meters, snowfall during the off-season is not uncommon. Sometimes even a slightly stronger wind can cause the current situation. However, high mountains have their own dangers. If the snow becomes heavier and strong winds arise, the body's heat will rapidly decrease, leading to hypothermia, frostbite, and even the possibility of freezing to death. Basically, such incidents of freezing to death in high mountains occur every year, with the most common location being Mount Everest, known as the world's highest peak. If I ever get the chance, I'll take you there myself. I'm not exaggerating when I say that in the high-altitude regions there, you can see several, or even dozens, of frozen bodies every few steps. Here, I'd also like to advise everyone, if you plan to climb mountains over 5,000 meters in elevation, it's best to train for half a year or even a year beforehand to build up your physical endurance. Otherwise, once you're here, the risk of danger will skyrocket exponentially. In the midst of the heavy snow, Lin Shi struggled to explain to the camera, moving many viewers to tears. Even some new viewers couldn't help but look on with admiration. They looked down on the profession of live streaming hosts because some hosts were indeed disappointing. For fame and fortune, they were willing to sell their bodies, and even after doing so, they had the nerve to continue flaunting themselves in the live streaming room to deceive more new viewers. However, their attitude began to change when they encountered Lin Shi. Especially after some curious individuals took what Lin Shi had said and shared it on social media, this attitude quickly spread throughout the entire live streaming audience. How many people must have thought to themselves, so there really are streamers out there who are teaching them knowledge and spreading positive energy? Suddenly, the number of concerned comments surged, with many people telling him to stop explaining and save his energy. Seeing this, Lin Shi couldn't help but smile. However, before he could say anything to reassure the audience, a massive shadow suddenly leaped down from the cliff on the upper left. With a piercing screech that cut through the air, it charged straight toward his head. "Be careful!" The demon beast ahead heard the commotion and turned around to shout, but the next moment, what appeared before it made its eyes widen in shock. What the hell is that? Chapter 137, A New Bloodline, The Power of Wind. Having lived for over 10,000 years, it had seen and interacted with nearly everything recorded in human history and even things beyond those records. But the creature before it now was something it had never encountered before. Although it still appeared to be humanoid in form, its height was approximately 25 meters. Its entire body is a vibrant emerald green, with limbs as thin and brittle as bamboo joints, yet there is no trace of any metallic components. It is simply unimaginable how such astonishing bursts of power could possibly be generated. Moreover, it's not 4 limbs to be precise, it should be 6 limbs. Because beneath its ribs, specifically at the location of the last pair of ribs, there are another pair of arms that extend all the way to the ground. 2 massive sides, each over 1.5 meters long, resembled the front legs of a mantis. Even in the wind and snow without direct sunlight, they still glinted with a cold, blinding brilliance. What the hell is this thing? The beast cursed furiously while frantically calculating angles in its mind. 2 seconds before the mantis monster could reach Lin Shi, it suddenly tightened its legs, extended its claws, and charged toward the former's waist. Facing a series of sudden changes, Lin Shi, who had already activated his advanced perception at any moment, naturally wouldn't just sit there and wait for death. Without even glancing at the mantis-like creature that had suddenly attacked from above, Lin Shi's eyes flashed with a murderous intent. The Tang sword in his hand instantly took shape, and he stepped back slightly before swinging it toward the mantis-like creature's back with a single stroke. In the midst of the wind and snow, this series of movements flowed seamlessly, as if they had been rehearsed hundreds of times before. At that moment, the audience finally snapped out of their daze, exclaiming in astonishment while hurriedly typing on their keyboards. What the heck is that? How could such a strange thing appear just as we started climbing the snow-covered mountain? Holy crap, what just happened? I didn't even have time to react. All I remember is the beast suddenly letting out a loud scream, and then Shigu took a half step back at the same time. If this is true, then this streamer must have incredible physical conditioning. Not to mention anything else, just their neural reaction time alone is already several times faster than the average person. The person above, do you still think all of this is just an act? Let me tell you, it's not just that he's far beyond the average person. How strong Shigu really is now is probably something only he himself knows. What we're seeing is just the tip of the iceberg. Everyone, stay quiet. The battle has begun again. The speed of the beast was ultimately a step too slow. By the time it reached its intended position, the mantis monster had already landed in front of Lin Shi. Seeing the monster right before him, Lin Shi swung his Tang sword down with all his might. However, something astonishing happened again. The Tang sword, which had always been invincible, failed to cleave this mysterious object in two. Instead, it made a dull clanging sound, leaving only a shallow wound on the creature's back. Not even a bone was visible. Is its physical strength that high? Lin Shi frowned in deep thought. His hands moved swiftly, using the wind and snow as cover. He instinctively shifted the camera angle, and in the next instant, the shadow assassination strike erupted suddenly. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the air, yet the mantis monster remained unscathed. Instead, it reappeared, now standing 7 or 8 meters away from them. Clearly, this creature's speed had completely surpassed Lin Shi's. Before the attack could reach them, it had already left its original position. Lin Shi finally reined in his playful thoughts and fixed his gaze on the monster nearby. At the same time, he asked the nearby beast, "What is this thing? Is this the kind of combat mechanical monster you mentioned earlier?" "No, it's not the same as the one I mentioned earlier. It's a different type of mechanical monster." "No." Ignoring Lin Shi's description of them, the beast's expression was serious as it stared intently at the mantis monster. I've never seen this thing before either. Although it's somewhat similar to the one I described, it doesn't have this creature's large sickle-like claws, and its build isn't as gaunt as this one's. Judging from its previous movements, I couldn't figure out how its propulsion system was designed. Such skinny limbs shouldn't be able to provide such high speed. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes. It must either be a newer model that was replaced later, or it's an artificially synthesized new species like the deathworm or the wildman. Ha! This way, it's faster than us, and fighting it head-on won't get us anywhere. I'll engage it directly, and you take this opportunity to go around it from the side and secure a favorable position. We'll work together to take it down. Are you sure? The beast looked at Lin Shi in astonishment. Earlier, your weapon barely made a dent on it. Engaging it head-on, aren't you afraid you'll get caught off guard and end up getting killed? Damn it, your mouth is really foul. Can't you say something nice? Lin Shi's face darkened, and he snapped, hurry up. If we let it escape, our next move will be constantly threatened by it. That's way too passive. He didn't like things that were uncontrollable and dangerous, and the beast was clearly no exception. Seeing that Lin Shi was ready, the beast's electronic eyes flickered, and the claws in its palms reflected an odd glow that wasn't metal or bone in the snow. Come on, be careful. With that, the beast turned and sprinted forward along the left cliff. Seeing this, the mantis monster let out a strange cry, swung its two massive sides, and instinctively charged toward the beast. But as soon as it moved, Lin Shi suddenly charged forward. Don't move. Your opponent is now me. With a cold smile, Lin Shi held a tang sword in his right hand and drew a short blade with his left. Even without using shadow assassination, his mastery of basic cold weapons, combined with super perception and Dai Zone's swift movement, allowed him to fight the monster evenly, appearing effortlessly relaxed. This was also why he had not chosen to further enhance his 4 core attributes. After all, based on the monsters he had encountered so far, they were not yet strong enough to warrant wasting his points on such upgrades. Besides, engaging in combat in dangerous situations can also help improve one's own strength, right? With this thought in mind, Lin Shi's movements became increasingly fluid. On the snow-covered ridge, the thunderous explosions echoed endlessly. Gigantic cracks spread out from the Black Mountain, some of them forming shallow pits dozens of centimeters deep and several meters wide. The snow on the mountain was constantly being shaken loose by the kinetic energy, and large chunks of rock rolled down the mountain ridges, plummeting into the 1,000-meter deep abyss beside them. The audience was stunned. Such a battle, isn't this exactly what the ancient legends describe as the great battles between immortals? Though it didn't involve moving mountains or overturning seas, it was at least awe-inspiring in scale. Lin Shi, however, was not as preoccupied with the battle as the spectators imagined. At that moment, under his relentless pressure, the mantis-like creature was suffering terribly. Despite its speed advantage, it couldn't unleash its full potential as Lin Shi kept closing in and attacking it up close. Seeing this, Lin Shi felt confident and immediately addressed the system. Now's the time. Searching. Search complete. Congratulations, host. A special bloodline has been extracted from the target, Wind Control Constitution. Would you like to grant it now? Chapter 138, Plunging into the Cliff, the streamer is doomed? Empower. Empower. Ignoring the strange name given by the system, Lin Shi directly chose Empower in the battle. Immediately afterward, he felt a familiar chill spread throughout his body once more. His legs suddenly felt as though they had become 10 times lighter, propelling his speed to new heights. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Wind Control ability. This ability grants a permanent 30-point increase to your speed attribute and can be used in conjunction with speed-related skills. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Wind Control Physique. This physique permanently increases your speed attribute by 30 points and can be used in conjunction with speed-related skills. System, what is my current speed? 9430. 9430. That means the current speed has already exceeded 100. Since it's a permanent increase, Lin Shi automatically added it to the original speed value. No wonder this guy is so fast, he's already broken the 100 mark. Wow, no wonder it's a legendary top-tier location. The monsters that suddenly appear here all have such high speed attributes. Thinking to himself, Lin Shi's movements suddenly accelerated. Faced with this sudden increase in speed, the mantis monster clearly struggled to keep up. Its pair of emerald green eyes flickered wildly with light, and its mouth, adorned with 6 pairs of tentacles, erupted into a series of sharp, piercing screams. Lin Shi frowned, and a slight opening appeared in his defense. It was this flaw, which an ordinary person wouldn't even notice, that made the mantis monster suddenly feel a surge of joy. It suddenly exerted force with its legs and tried to escape toward the ridge above its head. Trying to escape? You beast. Understood. After fighting for so long, Lin Shi had been buying time to find a favorable terrain for the beast. Now the moment had arrived, and the man and the beast launched their combined attack. Lin Shi grabbed the mantis monster's leg, preventing it from escaping, while the Aruwa beast leaped up from the side, using the weaknesses it had already scanned to charge straight at its target. Boom! There was no surprise at all. Under the sharp claws of the beast, the energy hub located between the forearms of the mantis monster was instantly severed. Although the energy core itself was not destroyed, the channels were severed, meaning that the mechanical components of this creature were now completely paralyzed. As expected, it was like a pile of mud. After its mechanical components were destroyed, the mantis monster collapsed to the ground. Even if it wanted to struggle, it could only wriggle slightly, like a worm. Seeing this, Lin Chi finally let out a sigh of relief. However, the nearby beast, upon noticing the cracks that had begun to form on its claws, some of which were already severely damaged, growled furiously. "Damn it, this guy is really strong. I was going to cut him in half, but I couldn't even get 3 centimeters in. All I could do was destroy the energy channel. I have no idea who designed this. Could it be that during the thousands of years I was out of contact, Queen Shimu developed a new material formula? I don't know, but from the way you're talking, is the Queen Mother of the West some kind of materials science expert? A legendary deity said to be all-powerful, yet she is a scientist specializing in materials science, physics, and bioengineering? That just feels off." "Of course." The beast raised its chin. It seemed that whenever the Western Queen Mother was mentioned, it would become utterly reverent and admiring. On Mount Kunlun, aside from a few other powerful figures, the Western Queen Mother is the most formidable. You must know that back then, she was... Before the deceitful beast could finish speaking, suddenly, the mantis monster, whose energy channels had been severed, convulsed violently. Before the two could react, a blinding blue light erupted from its body. Immediately afterward, there was a deafening explosion. The powerful energy shockwave not only blew apart the mountain wall but also swept away the accumulated snow, triggering a massive avalanche. Boom! Amidst the explosion, the audience couldn't see what had happened. By the time they reacted, the spot where Lin Chi had been standing was covered in snow, and the two figures had already vanished. Lin Chi was blown to pieces? Suddenly, countless people thought of this, an outcome they had never imagined. Uncontrollably, after a few seconds of silence, the comments exploded once again. "Oh my god, is Chi-gu going to die right now? Serves him right. Let him self-destruct. He's just a lousy streamer. Why not just stick to some small-time platform and fish around there? Why come to a place like this? Exactly. Now we have to bother the rescue team to clean up the mess. What a joke. Damn it, you idiots upstairs, dare you report the address? I'll kill you all. Chi-gu worked so hard to live stream for us, and this is how you repay him? Hurry up and get to work, you lazy bums. There are always idiots every year, but why are there so many this year? Are you too busy to help? If not, we'll go find the admin to try. Like Drizzle Super Admin, please be cautious when leaving comments. If any inappropriate language is used, this platform will take action to protect the host's personal rights and interests, and permanently ban accounts that violate the rules." Looking at the long list of permanently banned accounts in the admin backend, Zhang Tingyu finally let out a cold snort, feeling slightly relieved. The Lin Chi of today was no longer the same as he was back then. Known as the human GDP, he had now transferred over 10 million in gift funds to the Donyao platform, driving new user growth by the tens of millions. It's safe to say that Lin Chi is now the company's prized asset. A cash cow. If she lets such a small matter affect her mood, even if she is the director of the entire outdoor division, she'll be in big trouble. Lin Chi, can't you just make things easier for people?" Zhang Tingyu stared intently at the live stream, clasping her hands together and praying fervently. At the same time, the frozen screen finally began to move again. The camera plunged down from the cliff, revealing a deep abyss thousands of meters below. There, two figures, one large and one small, floated like water lilies, clinging to the cliff face with nothing but a tang sword, swaying constantly. "Ah! Chi-gu is okay. He's okay. I told you Chi-gu is blessed and has a strong destiny. How could he possibly get into trouble in such a place? That was so close. It was absolutely terrifying." Seeing that Lin Chi was unharmed, millions of viewers erupted into cheers. Countless people, some even in classrooms or offices, jumped up in excitement. As he watched the camera hovering beside him, Lin Chi forced a smile on his pale face. "Phew, I worried everyone. To be honest, I didn't expect this either. Qigong, stop talking. Hurry up and figure out a way to get up there." "Exactly, you're hanging there in midair, and I'm watching through the screen and my legs are shaking. Kejej, keep going. If you make it up there, I'll buy you 50 planes. Just please make it up there. Holy cow, 50 planes? The boss is so generous." Chapter 139, This is Lin Chi, the one and only legend. "You know, the one who was brushing planes? I've got your ID memorized," Lin Chi said, panting and laughing at the same time. Seeing him remain unfazed even though he was standing on the edge of a cliff with a 1,000-meter deep abyss below his feet, the audience couldn't help but feel even more admiration for him. To say nothing else, the composure he displayed in such a perilous situation was something few could ever hope to possess. For a moment, the audience's comments flooded the screen even more intensely. Meanwhile, Zhang Tingyu quickly caught on to the hot topic and used her privileges to post a screenshot of Lin Qi's current situation on her exclusive blog, accompanied by a single line of text. In a dangerous situation yet remaining calm, are you trying to be cool or what? In an instant, the platform erupted with excitement. Millions of unsuspecting viewers followed the link straight to Lin Qi's livestream, causing his online viewership to skyrocket once again. Lin Qi was unaware of what Zhang Tingyu had done. Glancing up at the cliff face several meters above him, where an explosion had just occurred, he addressed the beast he was clinging to at his feet. How about it? Can you get up there on your own? The beast had been tightly gripped by Lin Qi since the explosion. Though it was a semi-mechanical lifeform, falling from such a height would undoubtedly be fatal. Upon seeing Lin Qi ask a question, the beast immediately nodded in response. Alright, damn it, I was careless earlier. I didn't expect this guy to have a backup energy connection channel. Alright, it's not just you, I'm the same. Lin Qi shook his head, suddenly exerting force with his left arm. With a low growl, the entire body of the beast suspended mid-air was slowly moved to the left by Lin Qi. Seeing the creature strain its limbs and cling desperately to the ice wall with its claws, Lin Qi finally let go and exhaled deeply. Phew. Friends, although I unfortunately fell into a cliff, I must say that this opportunity is truly rare. To make the most of it, I will now share how to safely rescue yourself if you ever find yourself in such a dangerous situation. He drew the short blade hanging at his waist once more, intending to thrust it into the ice wall, but a strange sensation caused him to halt abruptly. The blade had shattered? Lin Qi frowned. After all, this was a system-produced item. Though the quality was slightly inferior, it was still high-grade gear. Yet now, whether due to the battle or the explosion, it had actually shattered? For a moment, Lin Qi's assessment of the danger level of Kunlun Mountain's defense mechanisms silently rose several notches. Bang! Two blades pierced the ice wall, leaving Lin Qi suspended in mid-air, swaying in the wind. Yet he seemed utterly unfazed, his face still calm as he smiled faintly and said, Alright, now I'll use these double blades to replace the ice axes that ordinary climbers usually carry. If you ever accidentally fall into an ice cliff and instinctively use the ice axe to secure yourself, then congratulations at that point, your chances of successfully rescuing yourself have been greatly increased. Although you may feel extremely anxious at this point, with your body trembling uncontrollably and experiencing waves of dizziness, please trust me, the most important thing you need to do is to calm yourself down as much as possible. Do you all remember when I demonstrated how to escape from a swamp during my live stream on Shenongjia? At that time, we mentioned that in dangerous situations, your composure could significantly increase your chances of survival. So even if you find yourself on an icy cliff, you must remain calm. Don't dwell on unnecessary thoughts, or your fear will drain what little strength you have left in an instant, leaving you to perish here forever. Once you have calmed down, the next thing you must do is press your body as close to the ice cliff as possible, just like I am doing, and look around your feet for any possible support. As he spoke, Lin Qi glanced down at his feet. Because the ice cliff had been battered by wind and snow for years, it wasn't smooth and flat. Many areas were uneven, following the contours of the rocks, so Lin Qi quickly found a place to stand. Alright, now our points of contact have shifted from our arms to our limbs. At this point, you will notice that it no longer feels as strenuous. However, do not relax yet. After all, this is an ice cliff. The ice you're standing on may be sturdy, but it's also extremely fragile. The slightest misstep could send you plummeting into an endless abyss. Therefore, you must still move as quickly as possible. First, scan the situation above, find a relatively sturdy spot, use the ice hammer, and try to climb upward, just like I did. With a sudden burst of strength, the Tang sword was thrust forward until the blade was fully extended, and he pulled it out with a sharp motion. Immediately afterward, as mentioned earlier, Lin Qi tiptoed and used his right hand to find a position above him, then thrust it in again. With each slow, deliberate movement, like a caterpillar crawling forward, under the stunned gaze of over 3.5 million viewers in the livestream, Lin Qi slowly climbed upward, taking nearly 10 minutes to actually climb up from the thousands of meters high cliff. Holy crap, this is insane. This is absolutely heart-pounding. My back is soaked in sweat. Hey, you're not alone. I feel like I just climbed up there myself. I'm completely exhausted. Luoyu Yu tipped the streamer 50 planes and kept their word. The streamer climbed up, and I tipped my planes too. Flying Pig rewards the streamer with 66 super rockets. This is insane, it's like they're risking their lives. Longing for the countryside tips the streamer 66 super rockets. Kajesh, hurry up and get to a safe place to rest. Look how tired you are. Ping Ping Xiamanta tips the streamer 10 super rockets. Can't you take better care of yourself? If something happens, what am I supposed to do? I think I've discovered something big. Oh no, will I be silenced? Watching Lin Qi climb up from the cliff and collapse onto the snow, both new and old spectators felt a mixture of excitement and admiration. While it's true that the live streaming industry can be lucrative, it all depends on the niche and the individual. Take the outdoor segment, for example. It was once a lackluster, marginal niche that barely made a splash. But now, thanks to Lin Qi, the entire niche has come back to life. And it's not just bird fighting, even other platforms in the outdoor tourism industry have seen explosive growth. Perhaps this is part of a larger trend, but it is clear that without Lin Chi, none of this would have happened so quickly. Those who don't know Lin Chi always ask, why is this guy so popular? How did he rise to stardom in less than half a year? That's because, no matter when, Lin Chi always shares his genuine knowledge with everyone without holding back. Even now, despite being in a crisis himself, he continues to explain everything in detail to the audience. This dedication and attitude alone are enough to inspire admiration in anyone, and this is precisely why he has been able to rise to his current position on his own, without any backing or connections, step by step. Chapter 140, Where on earth did they come from? On the other hand, Lin Chi didn't think there was anything unusual about it. After all, this is how he makes a living. If he just kept moving forward without introducing anything along the way, what would be the point of the show? After lying on the snow for another 5 minutes, Lin Chi finally stood up again. He looked up at the sky above him. The snowflakes were falling harder and harder, blanketing the entire view, turning everything into a gray haze. Fortunately, there was no strong wind, which was a silver lining in an otherwise bleak situation. The beast lying nearby also crawled up from its lifeless state, licked its lips, and looked at the snow that had already reached its ankles. It said, "There's less than 800 meters left to the summit. Should we try to cross now? What else can we do?" Looking at the path behind them, also covered in snow, Lin Chi tightened his backpack and hurried on. "Let's leave here as soon as possible, it'll be safer that way." "All right." Seeing Lin Chi had set off again, the beast nodded and didn't hesitate. In the wind and snow, two figures, one large, one small, slowly made their way toward the mountain peak. At this moment, to avoid the cold wind blowing into his stomach and causing diarrhea, Lin Chi wrapped himself tightly in his hat, unable to speak, and could only silently say to himself, "System, this is too boring. Can you play some music? Host wants to listen to music from this world or the previous one? Do you want to hear music from this world or the previous one? Is there a difference? Music playback in this world will not require points, but music from the previous world will cost 5 points per song played. 5 points is 5 points, let's play a few songs that fit the mood." For Lin Chi now, 5 points for a song is like a drop in the bucket. He waved his hand dismissively, indicating that the system could handle it, he didn't need the points. Soon, under the system's intelligent selection, a melodious yet icy cold melody began to play in the livestream and in Lin Chi's mind. The tone was deep and majestic, as if transporting one to a vast snow-covered plain or an ancient, uninhabited land. Each drumbeat carries an inexplicable power, harmonizing with the surrounding snowstorm, making one feel as though even the soul is trembling in that moment. The rhythm is pretty good. "What's the name of this song?" Lin Chi asked. "The Revenant theme, the original soundtrack from the world-famous movie The Revenant." "Well, no wonder it feels so good. Remember to register the copyright." "Don't worry, I already registered it before playing it." Lin Chi nodded and said nothing more. Now that he possessed the passive bonus of the wind-riding bloodline, Lin Chi could still move at an astonishing speed even in the midst of the blinding snowstorm. Snowflakes swirled everywhere, swept aside by the terrifying speed of the two superhumans, one man and one beast. Unseen, tiny whirlwinds began to form behind them, as if these were the spirits born in the Kunlun Mountains over the past millions of years, cheering and rejoicing alongside them. How beautiful! Even though it's snowing heavily, I have to say that this moment is still beautiful. As someone from the south, it feels like I'm going on an outdoor adventure with Chi-gu. Wow, such heavy snow. I've rarely seen this even in HLJ. Luckily there is no strong wind, otherwise Chi-gu and the others would be in trouble. By the way, does anyone know what this BGM is? It's absolutely amazing. I didn't notice it before, but when it's paired with this music, I can instantly feel the coldness and desolation that Chi-gu and the others are experiencing right now. I don't know the BGM either. I just tried using a song recognition app, but couldn't find it. It must be Chiga's original composition. What? This streamer is so talented? Without saying anything else, this melody and rhythm are something only a seasoned, outstanding musician could create, right? Poor Chi-gu, he just fell off a cliff, and now he has to rush through the snowstorm. That's way too dedicated. Heartbroken one. The audience was captivated and moved. Even without any explanation, the crowd remained captivated by the unfamiliar yet melancholic music. Far from waning, the crowd's enthusiasm continued to grow steadily, fueled by the buzz surrounding Zhang Tingyu's recent social media post. Soon, as the man and the beast struggled forward, the summit was within sight, and the scene behind the peak was clearly visible to everyone. A snow-capped mountain. Endless snow-capped mountains. From Lin Chi's vantage point, countless towering mountain ranges stretched into the distance, forming a breathtaking landscape that resembled an epic painting. Clouds swirled and churned below, swirling and coiling around his feet. In a moment of confusion, it seemed as though there were indeed giant dragons soaring and roaring silently between heaven and earth. Grand, vast, awe-inspiring, and desolate. As the background music quietly reaches its climax, these complex yet unified emotions rise spontaneously in everyone's hearts, deeply shaking the soul of every person present. Can you see those four 8,000-meter snow-capped mountains? Those were our original signal transmission towers, named 1, 2, 3, and 4. Esho's face lit up with excitement as he pointed to the four towering peaks in the distance and continued, and right in the middle of them lies the true seat of Mount Kunlun. You call that a signal tower? Lin Chi raised an eyebrow, gazing at the massive peaks that seemed to pierce the sky, his eyes twitching slightly. That's right. Back then, to ensure smooth signal transmission between lunar orbits, we built dozens of similar signal transmission towers on the surface of Blue Star. Some of them were overseas, so we enclosed them with energy barriers, while others were disguised as mountains, just like these ones. Speaking of this, the Urxiu seemed particularly excited. A pair of red eyes sparkled with pride, and even the entire person's spirit underwent an unconscious, earth-shattering transformation. In truth, despite their 8,000-meter height, compared to the Kunlun Mountains, they were as insignificant as a child's toy, utterly unremarkable. Once we breach the outer barriers of the Kunlun Mountains, you'll finally see the true majesty of the Kunlun Mountains. Make sure to keep your emotions in check, then don't let it scare you so much you can't move. After listening to the beast's account, Lin Chi blinked his eyes and remained silent, for at that moment, his heart had already been deeply shaken by the things the beast had inadvertently revealed. Such a peak? There are actually dozens of them on Blue Star? Is that even possible? Why hasn't anyone discovered them yet? Wait, it seems like some have already been discovered. Suddenly recalling what he had told the audience earlier about Kunlun Mountain, that ancient people believed it was not just one mountain but several, divided between the seas and the land, Lin Chi fell into deep thought. Possessing space travel capabilities, as well as the ability to alter the Earth's surface and construct mountains, they had achieved unimaginably advanced levels of development in fields such as materials, engineering, genetics, and biology. Based solely on the information currently available, the civilization level of this group is at least Type 1, meaning that this civilization is the master of planetary energy, capable of controlling the energy of this planet and the total energy of its surrounding satellites. This classification was proposed in 1964 by Soviet astronomer Nikolai Kardashev as a hypothetical scale for measuring the level of technological development of civilizations. Looking back now, it seems to perfectly describe the level of civilization of this group of people. But even so, where did they come from? After all, even a Type 1 civilization is only 0.4 levels higher than the current Blue Star civilization, and it's simply impossible for them to possess the ability to traverse star systems. Chapter 141, A Vast Snowy Path with No One Returning. Lin Chi's thoughts were unknown to the demon beast. At that moment, as it gazed at the towering mountains in the distance, it felt as though it had pierced through the energy barrier's protection, glimpsing the beautiful homeland it had once called home thousands of years ago. Sniffing the air, the beast hurried down the mountain, turning its head back once to say to Lin Chi, hurry up, hurry up. Hope is just ahead. The sooner we get there, the sooner we can rest. When the time comes, I'll make them taste my cooking. Listening to the mumbling words of the beast, Lin Chi shook his head helplessly. Glancing once more at the towering mountain, he looked up at the empty sky and addressed the camera. Friends, you heard it too. Hope is right before us. We're ready to pick up the pace. Charge. Chi Gu, keep going. We're cheering for you in spirit. Are the words spoken by the beast earlier true? If what it said is accurate, then back then, weren't they constructing countless unimaginable structures on the surface of Blue Star? I think it must be true. After all, humanity's exploration of Blue Star is still far from sufficient. To put it simply, when it comes to the oceans, humans have only explored about 1% of the known areas. Who knows what undiscovered structures or mountains might lie in the deeper depths of the ocean? For the people of this world, despite having experienced the age of exploration and the Napoleonic era, their enthusiasm for exploring nature pales in comparison to even 50% of the previous world. In other words, even today, there are still countless places on Earth that remain unexplored by humanity. Take the Amazon rainforest, for instance, or the ancient pyramids of Ig, and so on. While exploring nature is one aspect, the air in this world also contains a substance that did not exist in the previous world. This substance is similar to a mutated form of divine cells, which has led to a significantly higher average mutation rate among the people of this world. I wonder if this world also has organizations like the ones in X-Men, where mutants come together to form groups. If that were the case, this world would be so much more interesting. As he descended from the snow-capped mountains, Lin Chi listened to the random music playing on the system while quietly pondering this in his mind. Continuing on their way, the man and the beast soon crossed the mountain peak and gradually entered a long, narrow gorge. Didn't you say we still had to cross several more mountains? How come there's only a canyon here now? Due to the decrease in altitude, the heavy snow had gradually stopped. Looking out at the vast canyon that ran through the mountain range, Lin Chi glanced at the beast and asked, it might be due to geological changes. The positions of these mountains have shifted, I suppose. The beast clearly hadn't anticipated such a possibility and stammered in response. Seeing this, Lin Chi's expression darkened. Then hurry up and calculate the deviation based on the current mountain positions. Don't wait until we reach the end of the canyon and then tell us you made a mistake. That would be nonsense. Relax, I'm already calculating it. Waving its claws, the beast indicated to remain calm. Being lost in the snowy mountains is just as dangerous as being lost in the jungle, and in some ways, even more so. After all, there's nothing edible in the snow-covered mountains. Alright, I've calculated it. Soon, in just a few minutes, the beast shouted again, the deviation value is around 3. The positions of these mountain ranges had shifted to varying degrees, resulting in the formation of this large canyon. However, it didn't matter. Using the 4 signal towers as reference points, I had already calculated the route ahead. As long as we cross the canyon and climb over the slopes of 2 snow-capped mountains, we'll reach the gate where the energy barrier is located. The estimated time is approximately 7 hours. From the time we departed this morning until now, 2 hours have passed, and the beast now says there are still 7 hours remaining, which is approximately 6 hours faster than the previously predicted time. The current time is 10:23 a.m., which means they will arrive at their destination before 6 p.m. and witness the legendary Miracle Mountain with their own eyes. It was a silver lining in an otherwise unfortunate situation. Sighing with emotion, Lin Shi took out his water bottle from his backpack, unscrewed the cap, and took a sip of the surprisingly still warm water, nodding in approval. Handing it to the beast, Lin Shi turned to the camera and said again, this location is quite far west. If I'm not mistaken, the vast canyon beneath our feet should be the Kalurking River Valley. This is the canyon adjacent to the world's second highest peak, Mount Koger, also known as the number 2 information transmission tower mentioned by the beast. Compared to Mount Everest, the world's highest peak, Koger Peak is far less well known, which has led to this area remaining relatively remote despite its stunning scenery, extreme altitude, and breathtakingly rugged terrain. Of course, for me, the more desolate and remote a place is, the more I love it. It's not just because such places might hide all sorts of strange creatures, more than that, they allow your mind and body to completely unwind. Let go of all worldly worries and fully immerse yourself in this moment, embracing the vastness and compassion that nature has to offer. Thanks to the passive bonus from the wind riding power, even if Lin Shi is distracted or multitasking, his speed can still keep up with the E-Beast. As he hurried along, Lin Shi consciously described the things he hadn't mentioned earlier while gazing at the monotonous, pale snow-capped peaks. As noon drew nearer, everyone could see that even with the high mountains shielding us, the snow-covered plains before us remained blindingly bright. This is because white reflects light more strongly than darker colors. At this time, if you're a mountaineer, you must wear goggles. If your eyes are exposed to endless white snow for more than 10 minutes, your retinas will suffer severe damage, and in severe cases, you could even lose your vision permanently. Since I didn't have goggles, I could only use a temporary solution. Lin Shi squinted his eyes, placed his left hand over his forehead to block the glare, and immediately the blinding, dizzying sensation eased significantly. While this method is only a temporary fix, it must be acknowledged that it is indeed effective when you have nothing else available. Of course, this isn't limited to this situation. For example, if you're underwater and want to open your eyes, you can try this method. It can help you keep your eyes open for about 2-3 minutes. Is it really that amazing? I'm going to try it in a basin. Hey, the sink might not be deep enough. You'll need a bathtub. I just went out for a walk. Why are you still here climbing mountains? When will we ever find the real Kunlun Mountain? Don't worry, the beast said there were still 7 hours left earlier, and now another hour has passed. You should be able to see Kunlun Mountain after watching 3 more movies. Alright, I'll wait a little longer then. Chapter 142, The Peerless Peak, Kunlun Mountain. In this way, they occasionally interacted with the audience, and the positions of the man and the beast in the snow-capped mountains gradually shifted from the Grand Canyon to the heart of the Kunlun Mountains. During this time, they even endured 7 or 8 sudden attacks from mantis monsters. The audience couldn't help but scream in excitement, feeling both danger and an overwhelming sense of thrill. Finally, as the sun began to set, slowly sinking below the western mountains, they finally reached the edge of the 4 8,000-meter-high peaks. Looking at the barren mountain gorge, with only ravines stretching out in every direction, Lin Shi narrowed his eyes. As the last rays of sunlight from the west illuminated the scene, suddenly, a faint spatial fluctuation, as delicate as a spider's thread, appeared clearly within his field of vision. Friends, I think I've found the energy barrier. Lin Shi stared intently at the sky about 50 meters above and to the side. Everyone, look quickly. Pay attention to the edge of that white cloud. Do you notice anything unusual? There seems to be some kind of mysterious fluctuation there. Where? Where? Wow, I saw it too. It's really there. What are you guys looking at? I didn't see anything. The person above, look closely at the edge of that white cloud. There's been a slight ripple there all along. It really seems to be there. Hearing Lin Shi's shout, the beast also looked up in that direction. After a moment, it exclaimed with delight and excitement, "That's it. This is the place. Hurry, go over there and look around. I'll go this way." The energy barrier isn't permanent in some places. Follow its edges and look for a special stone. That's the mechanism to open the door. The beast seemed very excited, and Lin Shi and the audience were no exception. After 3 days and 2 nights of hard work, and now trekking through this vast snow-covered mountain range against the wind, victory is finally within reach. How could anyone not be excited? Especially for the self-media and official media editors who have been lurking in the livestream for a day, waiting anxiously. Their eyes are now shining brightly, frantically staring at the screen, as if doing so could help in the search. Lin Chi moved quickly, his vision sharp, keeping a close watch on any unusual activity around him. Soon, he had searched a distance of nearly a kilometer. Just as he began to furrow his brow in frustration, sensing that he was heading in the wrong direction, his super perception skill suddenly alerted him to an eerie presence that clearly did not belong to nature. Found it! Lin Chi shouted, his gaze darting toward the towering pile of rocks to his right rear. Due to the passage of time and the burial of ice and snow over thousands of years, the rock pile had long since lost its former color, becoming ordinary and unremarkable. However, Lin Chi's sense of foreboding grew stronger by the moment. Until he reached a large rock in front of the stone mortar, the sensation suddenly turned into a sharp pain. Hey, I found it! Lin Chi turned his head and shouted at the distant beast, then moved a little closer and swept away the ice and snow on top with his hand. The next moment. Ha! It's still just an ordinary rock? Everyone had expected some ancient machinery to appear, but instead, they were left speechless. Many viewers were stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter and sending out comments to tease the situation. Lin Chi saw this and, equally speechless, pinched his chin. When he saw the monster leap toward him like a gust of wind, he hurriedly asked, "Is this also a disguise? I sense an unusual energy emanating from the interior of this stone." Wow! Your senses are pretty sharp. You're pretty accurate. After quickly scanning the interior of the giant rock with its electronic eyes, the beast's ears twitched, and its eyes flashed with sharp beams of light. No doubt about it, this was the mechanical device to open the energy barrier. After all, this is our main base. Such a device capable of opening an energy barrier is of utmost importance to us. In ancient times, this area within a radius of 500 miles was guarded by millions of combat units. Moreover, the truly powerful hide in plain sight. Haven't you seen such overtly displayed methods before, like in the outskirts of Death Valley? The beast circled the boulder, looking left and right as if searching for a switch, while continuing to complain without turning its head. Lin Chi couldn't help but roll his eyes. He didn't bother to respond, simply pointing with his arm and saying casually, "The thing you're looking for should be it, right?" There, in the right corner of the boulder, was a small protrusion that seemed out of place, half hidden in the snow. The beast narrowed its eyes and tapped it lightly with its finger. Then something amazing happened. Suddenly, the surface of the once ordinary, snow-covered boulder began to glow with a faint blue light from below. The structure of the boulder began to undergo a massive transformation. In less than a minute, a rectangular stone slab, 3 meters tall, 30 centimeters wide, and 15 centimeters thick, suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. Although it was entirely black and emitted a gloomy odor, the faint blue glow surrounding it gave it an air of stability and restraint. Countless elegant and flowing lines trace intricate patterns across the surface of the stone tablet, forming a vast and complex mystical design. Above and below the stone tablet are carved images of dragons, phoenixes, Qilin, Zhan, Gu, Yingzhao, and other mythical beasts from ancient Chinese mythology, renowned for their supernatural powers. To put it simply, the carving techniques alone on the stone stele are sufficient to make all so-called masterpieces or top-tier treasures currently available on the market pale in comparison. Lin Chi and the audience stood in silent awe, while the beast, with a look of excitement on its face, tore open the freshly healed flesh without hesitation, revealing the metallic glowing bones beneath. "Queen Shimu, after thousands of years, how are you? I am your most loyal subordinate. Though I have wandered for thousands of years, today I have finally returned to your side. Please allow the wandering child to return to your glorious presence." It was like a prayer, or perhaps a prayer itself, as Lin Chi and the audience looked on in astonishment. The beast wiped the faint golden liquid flowing from its bones and pressed it firmly onto the top of the giant dragon's head at the center of the stone tablet. Immediately afterward, the stone tablet underwent another transformation. A series of mechanical rumbling sounds suddenly echoed from the depths of the earth. At the same time, the statue of the giant dragon began to move slowly. Its mouth opened, and a crimson glow burst forth from its eyes, sweeping over the entire body of the beast like a scan. Hum. A constant buzzing sound filled the air. Lin Chi said nothing, simply staring at everything unfolding before him. After about half a minute, suddenly, a low, stiff electronic voice slowly emerged from the dragon's mouth. "Scan complete. Confirmed as a pseudo-organic, infiltrating, reconnaissance-type semi-synthetic mechanical lifeform. Identification code, SOC 543, 385, 134. Request activation of energy shield. Request granted, energy shield activating." As a sudden, crackling sound resembling an electric current echoed behind him, Lin Chi turned around in shock. However, the sight that greeted him and everyone else present left them all speechless in disbelief. This. Chapter 143, Unexpected Turn of Events Against Survivors of Kunlun Mountain? High Mountains. A mountain I've never seen before. If the four 8,000-meter peaks beside them were already enough to leave one awestruck, then the mountains emerging from the energy barrier before their eyes were enough to send a chill down anyone's spine, leaving them speechless. Is this the real Kunlun Mountains? Lin Shi stared at the suddenly appearing peaks, wide-eyed with astonishment, and asked, "Did you build this too? How tall is it?" 15,372 meters. The beast's eyes sparkled with excitement, but it wasn't entirely built by us. Once, I heard Queen Shimu mention that when they first arrived on Blue Star, this mountain already existed, though its height was only around 10,000 meters. Later, due to geological reasons and other necessities, we raised it by another 5,000 meters. How about that? Isn't it pretty impressive? Actually, the so-called world's tallest mountain that you humans have discovered is nothing more than a toy in our eyes. The true mountains are our Kunlun Mountains. The beast chuckled excitedly as it spoke. It seems that as long as it has anything to do with Kunlun Mountain, it becomes incredibly excited. Perhaps this was pride in its hometown? Lin Shi didn't know how to respond, so he could only follow the other, staring blankly as he climbed the wide, massive stone steps, one by one, toward the summit. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were in an uproar. Holy crap, is this real? Am I seeing things? Did the beast just say how tall this mountain is? Over 15,000 meters? Is this supposed to be that terrifying? That's not right. The height of the Himalayas is due to the compression of tectonic plates, but even if there's compression here in the Kunlun Mountains, the intensity couldn't possibly be strong enough to form a mountain that high. Zhang Jiancheng from the Archaeology Research Institute of the Dragon Academy. Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. Young man, document as much as possible about the appearance of the Kunlun Mountains. The information you're gathering now is the first-hand data for all of humanity. Chui Wu, Archaeological Research Institute of the Dragon Science Academy. I knew this kid would make a big splash. How about that? I told you so. GEM Deng Jiqi tipped the streamer 10 super rockets. Holy crap, what did I just see? Is that really Deng Jiqi? Manhwa, Doi. Deng Jiqi, wearing a yellow duck pajama set, was currently lying on the large bed in the master bedroom of the villa, holding her phone and watching Lin Shi's livestream. Her beautiful eyes had completely turned into circles. Beside her was another equally beautiful woman, roughly the same age as Deng Jiqi, her best friend named Muini, who was also a fairly well-known female singer in this world. Seeing her best friend's shocked expression, Muini also wore a curious expression on her face. She leaned in and asked, "How about it? Did he find Kunlun Mountain?" "He found it. He found it." Deng Jiqi couldn't hide his astonishment, not even turning his head as he exclaimed, "What's the streamer's name? How is he so amazing?" "He's Lin Shi. He's probably the most famous outdoor streamer in Manhwa right now." Muini looked at the environment Lin Shi was currently in, and a look of shock and excitement also appeared on her face. She hurriedly continued, "I never thought he actually found the legendary sacred mountain. Ziki, let me tell you, if it weren't for my brother recommending him to me earlier, I wouldn't even know that the Dragon Country continent had developed to this extent by now. Those damn green media outlets, I have no idea how much of the truth they've been hiding all these years. Don't you know what they're like?" Deng Ziki furrowed her brows, a flash of disgust crossing her eyes. However, she quickly seemed to think of something, and a meaningful smile appeared on her lips. Now that so many people already know the truth about the deception, do you think we might have a chance to develop on the mainland in the near future?" Why did you suddenly think of that? Muini was startled for a moment, then her beautiful eyes widened as well, staring intently at her friend. She instantly understood what the other was thinking. "It seems you figured it out too. What do you say? Let's get ready together. Who knows, maybe one day we'll have the chance to perform on the mainland. Will that work? I heard they seem pretty hostile toward us. Let's give it a try. There's nothing to lose." Deng Ziki shrugged her shoulders. After all, not everyone is hostile toward us Taiwanese. Just like some people always think about things that don't exist, most people just want the motherland to be reunified, right? Alright, but I need to think it over first. After all, this is a bold idea that has never been considered before. Muini thought for a moment, then spoke hesitantly. It seems like you're already tempted. Then start preparing as soon as possible. I just have a feeling that something big is going to happen soon. Considering that more and more young people are now aware of the true situation across the strait, Deng Jiqi's beautiful eyes sparkled with determination, clearly already contemplating the plans she would make for the future. From this moment onward, the two Deng Zikis from different worlds, following distinct paths, unknowingly began to converge toward the same destination, driven by different circumstances. Lin Shi was unaware that, at that very moment, in some corner of Manhwa, someone's destiny had already been altered by his actions. Looking around at the dense forest filled with the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers, where various trees thrived, Lin Shi couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, this is the legendary paradise. Speaking of which, in such a high-altitude environment, don't you feel it's a bit of a waste to sacrifice energy to maintain the growth of these things? What's wasteful about that? The beast stared intently at the forest around it, at its untouched appearance as if it hadn't been tended to for many years, and couldn't help but feel a pang of unease. However, it continued, back then, the energy we could produce was more than enough to sustain this entire region for tens of thousands of years. If we don't make the most of it, that would truly be a waste. Lee. Just as Lin Shi and the beast were conversing, a piercing cry, so loud it seemed to pierce the soul, suddenly echoed from the distant mountain peak. Following that, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, a massive and menacing figure suddenly plunged down from mid-air, crashing down with a thunderous impact directly into the line of sight of the two. Who are you? Chapter 144, Showing Off? One punch and you're done. It was like a divine bird towering above all creation, the most majestic and unshakable of beings. The thing that appeared before Lin Shi glared down at them with piercing eyes from above the stone steps, its gaze unyielding. With a human face and a horse's body, tiger stripes, and wings growing from its back, friends, we've seen the legendary divine beast again. Gazing upward at the creature staring intently at them, Lin Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement. He whispered into the camera, "This is the Ying Zhao we saw on the stone tablet earlier. It's said to be the divine beast tasked with guarding the garden for the heavenly emperor. Hey, this should be your superior, right?" Listening to Lin Shi's teasing words, the beast rolled its eyes and ignored him, stepping forward and shouting loudly, "Infiltration sequence member requesting reintegration into the team. Identification code, SOC 543, 385, 134. I am." Nonsense. Before the beast could finish speaking, suddenly, Ying Zhao's piercing gaze suddenly emitted a cold, icy glint. As if staring at an enemy, Ying Zhao barked, "In the sequence created by the queen, there has never been any infiltration sequence. Who are you? How did you manage to deceive the defense mechanisms?" What? Not only the beast, but even Lin Shi was shocked this time. Never created a penetration sequence? Then where the hell did the Yao beast corpses in Death Valley come from? Moreover, it's not just the defensive machinery here. Even back in the underground of Death Valley, the beasts had already been tested once, and their identities were correctly identified. This proves that the beasts were created by the Western Queen Mother. Now this guy claims there are none here? What the heck is going on? Lin Shi muttered in disbelief. Hearing Lin Shi's doubts, Ying Zhao's stern face suddenly grew even angrier. Staring intently at the former, the pair of crimson wings behind him suddenly flapped in the starlight. Speaking with arrogance and indifference, he said, "Who are you? There is not a single trace of divine cells detected on your body, which proves that you are not the queen's creation. Wait, are you one of those lowly commoners? Damn it, this isn't a place for you to be. Get out of here immediately." Holy crap? Lin Shi has seen arrogant people before, but never someone this arrogant. Calling him a commoner and telling him to get out? In an instant, the faint smile on Lin Shi's face vanished completely. At the same time, the audience watching the screen were also taken aback, followed by a wave of curses that flooded the chat screen like a tidal wave. What the hell is this crap? How dare they call us commoners? Qi Ge, can you really just let this slide? What's going on? Isn't Ying Zhao supposed to be a divine beast? How could he say such a thing? And he even denied the existence of the air beast. What the hell is this? The atmosphere feels so serious. Could something be wrong with Qi Ge? What's the big deal? It's just a synthetic product. This trash is no match for Qi Ge. The audience was buzzing on the screen, while Lin Shi narrowed his eyes and stared intently at Ying Zhao, his gaze filled with arrogance and contempt. He spoke in a low voice to the beast, "This is how you treated us back then? Calling us commoners so casually, it really comes naturally to you, doesn't it? How could that be?" After spending so much time together, the beast had long since mastered every nuance of Lin Shi's emotions. Feeling the intense killing intent in Lin Shi's words, the beast hurriedly explained. "Back then, we were quite lenient toward you. Even when someone dared to enter the restricted zone, we only let them suffer a little before sending someone to rescue them. How could we possibly treat you like commoners? Moreover, isn't the term commoners something only human emperors should use? We never enslaved you back then, so how could we possibly call you that? Is that so?" Lin Shi replied darkly. A murderous intent flashed wildly in his eyes. For a time traveler, Lin Shi's mental acuity far surpassed that of ordinary people. At this moment, from the two men's conversation, he clearly sensed that something was amiss. Recalling his previous experiences in Death Valley and the defensive mechanisms that the beast had effortlessly activated earlier, he realized that during the thousands of years the beast had been out of contact, something monumental must have occurred here. Even this change had affected the memory of advanced synthetic beings like Ying Zhao. If conditions permitted, he wouldn't mind taking it step by step to figure things out, but seeing Ying Zhao's head held high and his claws already peeking out from between his hooves and tail, Lin Shi couldn't help but sigh. It seems we'll have to resort to some extreme measures. The beast remained silent. Judging from the aura emanating from both sides at that moment, a fierce battle was inevitable. Moreover, it was filled with countless doubts. After all, it had once walked out of this very place years ago. How could it return after thousands of years and find itself as though it had never existed? What on earth had happened in those thousands of years? Oh, you commoner have some nerve, daring to resist. It seems we haven't ventured out in a while. You've forgotten our former glory. Feeling the relentless killing intent in Lin Qi's eyes, Ying Zhao twisted his lips and once again revealed a mocking expression. Well, what the hell? Hiding away in these mountains all day is truly boring. Today, I'll use your blood to add some excitement to my dull life. Ah! L. Amidst the screeching of eagles, Ying Zhao's figure suddenly vanished from where he stood. Before the beasts in the audience could react, he instantly appeared before Lin Qi. Die! With a piercing scream that tore through the air, Ying Zhao's claws, reflecting the cold glint of his eyes, suddenly slashed toward Lin Qi's face. Seeing this, the beast finally snapped out of its daze and tried to warn him, but the next moment, Lin Qi's face bore a faint cold smile. With a flash of his tang sword, he effortlessly parried the fierce strike with a soft clang. It was indeed time to move on. Otherwise, you backward relics wouldn't even know your own names. With a cold laugh, Lin Qi raised his hand and delivered a punch under the shocked gaze of Ying Zhao. Wudong Tai Chi. With a loud shout, Ying Zhao flew backward like a. He crashed directly into the majestic stone steps, blasting out a massive shallow crater half a meter deep and 6 or 7 meters wide. The cosmic radiation energy absorbed was instantly channeled through Lin Qi's fist and completely penetrated into Ying Zhao's chest cavity. Even though this energy was only 1 ton, it easily tore through Ying Zhao's chest armor, which was completely unprepared, and the remaining energy continued to penetrate, striking the internal energy core. No, this can't be possible. Feeling the energy core becoming increasingly uncontrollable, Ying Zhao stared with disbelief, panicked and resentful, and shouted, "You damn commoner, how could you possibly possess such power?" Chapter 145, Run. Charge up the corridor. Want to know? Go ask the king of hell in the underworld. Gazing at Ying Zhao, whose body had been shattered and burned to a crisp by the energy, Lin Qi still wore that faint, indifferent smile on his face. The audience was so excited they couldn't help but cheer wildly. Well done. Well done. That's refreshing. You dare to act so boldly with just a synthetic product left over from ancient times? You even dare to boast in front of Qi Gu. You really don't want to live anymore. Is this streamer a superhero? How does he have such immense power? Don't ask, just don't ask. Pineapple Seaside tipped the streamer 10 super rockets. Distorted sound that's so cool. I feel like I'm falling in love. What should I do? A little fan from the Pineapple family tipped the streamer with 1 super rocket hippo. You were just bragging earlier, saying you wanted to find someone like Pan Yuyan, right? Flying Pig tips the streamer 666 planes and a hippo. Don't even think about it, you've already lost your chance. Longing for the Countryside tips the streamer 10 super rockets, Old Pig. You can't think like that. Look, with Qi Ji's abilities, finding another one wouldn't be a problem, right? Hee Manual funny face. A single punch sent Ying Zhao flying, and the atmosphere in the livestream clearly returned to normal, with many people even starting to joke around again. However, Lin Qi had no interest in interacting with them. As he heard the distant rumbling grow louder, he quickly motioned to the beast and shouted, "Hurry up. Lead the way straight to where the Western Queen Mother usually stays. Only by seeing her with my own eyes can we possibly figure out what's going on." Normally speaking, the place where the Western Queen Mother resides is off limits, not just to ordinary people, but even creatures of his caliber would find it impossible to enter without permission. However, given the urgent situation, this is the only option available to uncover what truly transpired here in the past. There was no hesitation whatsoever. Glancing around at his surroundings, the beast quickly matched the information in its mind with its database. Soon, it said, "Follow me." Although I don't know if that passage is still there, it's the only option we have right now. The secret path the beast referred to was actually a hidden maintenance passageway within the forest that led directly to the interior of Mount Kunlun. As their main base for over 10,000 years, they had already transformed most of this area into what they needed thousands of years ago. For example, the interior of the mountains. To conduct various experiments with stringent environmental requirements, they hollowed out the interior while leaving numerous drainage and ventilation channels of varying sizes. The creature that Airshio is now leading Lin Qi through is of this type. Glancing at the mountain peak in the distance, where over 1,000 synthetic beasts had already risen into the sky, Lin Qi narrowed his eyes, quickly adjusted the disguised boulder, and turned to run toward the passage ahead, using the light emitted by the tracking device. They've already moved out. Are you sure no one has discovered this passageway in all these years? Following closely behind the beasts, Lin Qi asked in a low voice. Although, on the surface, the metal plates under their feet showed signs of rust in many places, and the handrails on both sides had collapsed and fallen in many areas, the same question remained. After all, this was their stronghold. The beasts hadn't returned for thousands of years. Who could guarantee the safety of this passageway? Moreover, under the super-sensitive detection, there were countless dangerous auras of the same intensity as Ying Zhao's, and even several that were stronger and more dangerous, swirling all around. This made Lin Qi even more cautious. All I can say is that I don't know either. The beast didn't even turn its head as it spoke. After all, I haven't been here in thousands of years, but the reason I know about this passage is because, back in the day, I was being playful and ended up here by accident. At the time, I wandered around here for an entire day until I discovered it was connected to Queen Shimu's bedchamber, at which point I panicked and fled. As I ran forward, the beast paused for a moment before speaking again. Back then, aside from me, I've never seen anyone else enter this place. And those mentally unstable creatures outside, if their databases have been tampered with, there's a high probability that they too. Before the beast could finish, suddenly, the light from the tracking device vanished, and Lin Chi grabbed it from behind. Before the beast could finish speaking, suddenly, the light from the tracking device vanished abruptly, and Lin Chi grabbed it from behind. What are you doing? The beast was startled and struggled. Don't move. Look ahead. As he spoke, Lin Chi pointed to a metal gate not far ahead. In the dim light, two of the mantis-like creatures they had seen before stood silently on either side, like guards. The sharp sickles reflected a cold, icy glow in the light. Without even touching them, Lin Chi could sense their power and knew that these two creatures were far stronger than any he had encountered in the snowy mountains before. Your intelligence is truly impeccable. Glancing at the stunned beast staring blankly ahead, Lin Chi said with a teasing tone. Well, it hasn't been updated in thousands of years, so some mistakes are inevitable. Hee hee, the beast chuckled softly. What should we do now? What else can we do? Lin Chi sneered. These two are stronger than the ones we encountered earlier. Are your claws still up to the task? It should be fine. As long as we find the parts room, with your skills, replacing them shouldn't be a problem. Looking at his claws, which had already developed severe cracks, the beast thought for a moment before speaking. Alright then. I'll handle the left one, and you take the right one. As he spoke, Lin Chi flung the camera follow-up device aside and, at the same time, sprang forward with all his might, like a sharp arrow, suddenly charging toward the one on the left. The sudden change caught the two guarding mantis monsters off guard. Before they could react, a dark shadow, accompanied by a black-purple aura, buzzed past their vision in an instant. As a result, the entire world began to spin wildly, gradually growing darker until it finally plunged into eternal darkness. What the heck is going on, Shigo? He actually threw the camera out? This scene is so shaky I'm about to throw up. What a surprise move. Not only did the other side not expect it, but we were completely caught off guard too. Do we really have to go this far? Why does it feel just as dangerous here as it does outside? And has this beast's mouth been blessed or something? How many times has this happened? Every time they say it's safe, it always ends badly. The person above, you've hit the nail on the head. The audience didn't react to Lin Chi suddenly throwing the camera away. By the time the screen stabilized again, the battle in the arena had already ended once more. Glancing at his damaged claws, the beast cried out with a sorrowful expression, "My claws are almost useless. Another attack like that, and they'll need to be completely replaced. We'll replace your claws once we find the parts. For now, take a look at this door. Do you recognize it? What's behind it?" Glancing at the Arua beast's claws, several of which were already broken, Lin Chi offered a comforting word before pointing to the massive metal gate in front of them and said, Chapter 146, Synthetic Weapon Manufacturing Plant. Compared to the decorative style with dragon heads carved on it that they had seen earlier in Death Valley, the metal gate in front of them also had decorations, but it looked distorted, as if it had been randomly scribbled on. The silver-gray metal, now weathered by time, was covered in rust and cracks, with many areas resembling claw marks. The beast glared with its blood-red eyes, scanning the area repeatedly. After a long moment, it shook its head and said, "I don't remember there being a door here back then, and the decorative style on this door is vastly different from ours. It must have been built after I left." "Is that so?" Lin Chi frowned. Such a heavy gate, with guards stationed outside, must mean that what's inside is extremely important. Moreover, even if they wanted to return the way they came, it was now impossible. The synthetic beasts outside were swarming everywhere, undoubtedly digging frantically to find them. Well, since things have come to this, let's go inside and take a look. Who knows, we might find something unexpected. After thinking it over, Lin Chi decided to go inside and investigate. The beast had no objections either. After glancing at the surroundings of the gate, Lin Chi pointed to the right, about 15 meters high, at the LCD display panel and said, "Since this was built later, your identification code is likely no longer valid. Use theirs." As he spoke, Lin Chi grabbed the headless mantis-like creature lying on the ground, placed it on the panel using the arm with the palm-like appendage, and scanned it gently. Instantly, accompanied by a buzzing sound of electricity, the metal gate, which was half a meter thick, slowly opened. The world beyond the gate suddenly came into view before everyone's eyes. Holy cow! Is this a factory? Lin Chi widened his eyes and whispered in astonishment. He saw a massive hall as large as 2 football fields, with dim lights flickering intermittently. The surrounding rock walls were completely encased in high-strength alloy, with hexagonal compartments densely packed and neatly arranged, resembling a beehive. Lin Chi's position was a corridor suspended mid-air. Since there were no railings on either side, he could see clearly that about 30 meters below, circular pools filled with pale golden liquid were arranged neatly in a row, stretching all the way to the end of the hall. Vaguely, it seemed as though he could make out creatures moving within the water, some resembling humans, others beasts. What is this place? Lin Chi turned back and whispered to the beast. This is the incubation chamber responsible for hatching us. The beast's eyes fixed intently on the pool below, where mechanical bodies with only metal skeletons and 8 arms spoke. But how did they end up here? I remember they should be in a deeper place. Your incubation chambers? You were born from this water? Lin Chi was deeply curious. For someone with a normal worldview, understanding such advanced technology was indeed quite challenging. That's not just water, it contains all the nutrients necessary for life, as well as the materials needed to form muscle tissue. The beast rolled its eyes, feeling deeply contemptuous of Lin Chi's unprofessional remarks. If you really don't understand, you can simply think of them as the human uterus. They work on the same principle. I see. Now Lin Chi understands. Crouching low, he hurried forward and turned his head to say again, you said earlier that they should be in a deeper place, but clearly, either they moved the cultivation chamber here or they expanded this place. The purpose is clear, mass-producing combat units. However, maintaining such a large force requires significant resources, and no one would willingly allocate resources to such an endeavor unless absolutely necessary. Didn't those lizard people die back then? But even the Sumerian civilization has been erased from history. If they're still alive, where could they be now? Lin Chi stroked his chin, furrowing his brow in deep thought. He watched as metal skeletons were periodically tossed into the pool by 8 armed machines, followed by blood-red creatures that resembled monkeys with their skin peeled off, being pulled out of the pool and transported to hexagonal pods for confinement. Lin Chi suddenly turned around and asked, I recall you mentioned earlier that before you lost contact, the Western Queen Mother personally led an expedition to defeat those lizard people? That's right. At the time, I had been assigned an infiltration mission. Although I didn't witness the Queen of the Western Mountains leading the expedition in person, I heard about it from a friend. Ashu was a bit confused as to why Lin Chi was asking about this, but he still answered instinctively. Lin Chi nodded, his eyes sparkling like stars. Narrowing his eyes, he said no more, his voice low and steady. I think I have a pretty good idea why, but I need to confirm it first. How far is it from here to the Queen Mother's bedchamber? No, what exactly did you figure out? Seeing Lin Chi's pretentious expression, the demon beast was so angry that his teeth itched. But since the former wouldn't say anything, it couldn't do anything either. With no other choice, the beast could only grit its teeth and whisper, we're probably about 3,000 meters away, but the situation here is changed, and I have no idea what we'll encounter next. So this is just a rough estimate. Lin Chi nodded and, under the tense yet excited gazes of the audience, quickly ran through the passageway toward the destination above. 3,000 meters is not a particularly long distance for an ordinary person, but they were currently deep within the interior of the Kunlun Mountains, where unknown dangers could arise at any moment. Neither the man nor the beast wanted to attract trouble, so they proceeded with extreme caution. After walking for nearly half an hour, finally, as the corroded cover above their heads opened, a ray of soft light instantly shone into everyone's eyes. Oh my god! This! Wow! Is this the legendary Palace of the Immortals? It truly lives up to its reputation. Look at the decorations and materials. Check out the columns next to you. Are those rubies on top? Chiga, hurry up and take some down while no one's looking. You upstairs must be an idiot. Is this really what we should be focusing on right now? Besides, who knows if there's an alarm system in there? What if we trigger it? Chapter 147, Is she the Queen Mother of the West? The audience erupted in chaos, but Lin Chi, though he had anticipated this, couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion as he witnessed the scene unfolding around him. A soft glow, seemingly coming from nowhere, illuminated the palace before them, making it as bright as day. Everywhere he looked, there was a dazzling display of jewels and treasures, a scene of unparalleled opulence and grandeur. The most striking feature was the 8 massive dragon-shaped columns on either side, the closest to the entrance. The pillars, entirely crimson in color, are adorned with red gemstones the size of fists, scattered like stars. The dragons, crafted from pure gold, seem to come to life, winding and twisting around the pillars. Above, a massive semi-spherical dome with a nearly perfect curve features a meticulously carved starry sky, shimmering with brilliant light. Lin Chi casually glanced at it and was startled to discover that there wasn't a single constellation in the star map that he recognized. He couldn't help but furrow his brows, then look down at the ground. There, on the ground spanning over 1,000 square meters, were countless diamonds with a transparency rating of 9,999, meticulously polished and arranged in a pattern. Beneath the diamond floor lay a stunningly detailed colored ink painting of mountains and rivers, serving as a backdrop. If we were to consider raw materials, the ink painting might be the cheapest component. When placed alongside these jewel-like artifacts, it should have stood out like a sore thumb. However, under the cloud-like refraction that resembled three-dimensional imaging, the ink painting somehow created an inexplicable sense of perspective. It was as though the entire palace were suspended amidst the clouds, with the starry sky above and the earth below, creating an unprecedented sense of wonder. What the hell? How many amazing things did you guys bring here from Blue Star back then? Lin Shi stared wide-eyed and whispered. Are these precious? Seeing the shock in Lin Shi's eyes, the beast couldn't help but feel a bit confused. To us, they're just some pretty stones. If you want them, after we've settled things here, you can ask Queen Shimu yourself. I'm sure she won't refuse you. Inhale, exhale. Listening to the beast speak casually, as if these were not gems but cabbages sold at a street stall, Lin Shi took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Just as he was about to speak, suddenly, faint voices and footsteps echoed from the opposite side of the palace, abruptly penetrating the air. Lin Shi and the others were startled and, without hesitation, quickly hid behind the nearest massive pillar. Have the two intruders been found yet? Reporting back to Her Majesty the Queen, they have not been found yet. Useless. One is an imposter, and the other is just a commoner. It's only the area of a mountain, and you mobilized so many people yet still couldn't find them? The Queen is furious. We've deployed everyone available and conducted a thorough search across the entire Kunlun Mountains, yet these two seem to know the terrain here like the back of their hands. Wait. Enough. This is not an excuse for your failure. I'll give you one more night. If you haven't found it by tomorrow morning, I think I don't need to tell you what the consequences will be, do I? Yes. I'll go urge them to hurry up and search. As the final echoed, a figure over 2 meters tall, of extraordinary beauty, dressed in luxurious robes with semi-transparent ribbons flowing behind her, gracefully entered the palace. Wow! Is this the legendary Queen Mother of the West? She's way too tall. She is a bit tall, but haven't you seen how beautiful she is? She's so pretty. If I hadn't just overheard their conversation, I'd be scrolling through my feed right now, but then I remember she's out to get Chi-gu. Speaking of which, isn't the Western Queen Mother supposed to have the head of a leopard and the body of a human? How come she is just a taller, more normal-looking person now? Maybe it's just a rumor? I don't know, but didn't Chi-gu say he figured something out earlier? Now that we've seen the real deal, shouldn't Chi-gu say something? The audience was excitedly posting all kinds of comments, but Lin Shi and the beast hiding behind the stone pillar remained motionless in their original positions. If the Western Queen Mother truly possessed the legendary abilities to pierce the heavens and earth, their current situation would be extremely dangerous. Even the slightest movement could attract deadly danger. Therefore, neither of them moved, their eyes fixed intently on the figure slowly passing in front of them, expressionless as they made their way toward the throne at the end of the stone columns in the distant palace. At the same time, Lin Shi typed in the livestream using his mind, the situation is now clear. This Western Queen Mother must have obtained our basic information through some means. But clearly, she never expected that the two people she was searching for are right under her nose, watching her right now. Although the situation is temporarily favorable, it is ultimately only a temporary solution. We must not make a sound and can only wait quietly for her next move. If I'm not mistaken, what this person is about to do should be pretty much what I had in mind earlier. As the large red text floated across the screen, the audience was utterly thrilled. Chi-gu, my coolest Chi-gu, what did you figure out? Can you tell us now? If you didn't guess it, just say so. What's the point of making it so mysterious? Shut up, you idiot. The more you talk now, the more stupid you'll look when Chi-gu reveals the truth later. Obviously, some viewers were already getting impatient with Lin Shi's evasiveness, but most of the regular viewers understood that Lin Shi must have his own reasons for acting this way. Without Lin Shi needing to say a word, a flood of comments instantly drowned out the offensive remarks, leaving some first-time viewers of Lin Shi's livestream utterly shocked. They had never experienced such a close relationship between a streamer and their viewers in any other livestream before. Ignoring what was happening in the livestream, Lin Shi gently adjusted the angle of the camera, keeping the frame focused on the background behind the Western Queen Mother. She slowly walked toward the throne, but did not sit down. Instead, she glanced to the left and right, then gently stepped back from the edge of the throne. An incredible event suddenly unfolded. The magnificent and intricately crafted throne began to slowly move aside. Amidst the astonished and shocked gazes of the beasts, the Western Queen Mother followed the path that had emerged from the ground and slowly descended, disappearing into the palace. Quick! Let's follow her. Before the beast could react, Lin Shi suddenly saw an opportunity. He let out a low growl, grabbed the beast, and charged straight toward the throne. Chapter 148, The True Western Queen Mother, Bound by Restraints. Following the dark, narrow passageway that stretched endlessly downward, Lin Shilian dared not even use the light from his camera, instead relying solely on his heightened senses to feel his way forward in the darkness. Clearly, compared to the palace above, the passageway they were in now was crude, as if crafted by ancient people. There was no decoration whatsoever, and not a hint of metal could be detected. The mountain, formed over millions of years, now stands bare before everyone's eyes, giving people a sense of incongruity. Lin Shi remained silent and did not ask the beast behind him if it knew about this passageway, as its expression earlier clearly indicated that it knew nothing about this place. However, this only served to strengthen his suspicions. Friends, aren't you all dying to know what I've figured out? Don't worry, if my guess is correct, the truth will soon be revealed before your very eyes. With a smile toward the camera, ignoring the chaotic comments, Lin Shi hurried on, walking for about 2 minutes. Suddenly, the sound of whispers coming from the corner ahead caused both of them to stop abruptly. Impressive. I never thought that the great extinction back then didn't completely eradicate everything you created. Instead, it left one behind? Should I be happy for you, or sad? What's wrong? Are you angry? The feeling of being possessed must be unbearable for you, huh? Sure enough. Lin Shi shouted inwardly. He had guessed correctly after all. The Western Queen Mother he saw now was not the real one at all. She was merely an imposter who had taken possession of the Western Queen Mother's body. No wonder the Yingzhou database had errors earlier. No wonder the cultivation chambers for creating synthetic beasts in the mountains have been expanded so much. Even though the times have long since changed, they still refuse to allocate resources where they're needed, instead continuously producing weapons of war. All this irrationality stems from this fake imposter here. But who is it? And how did it manage to possess the body of the Western Queen Mother, such a legendary figure? Could it be that the Western Queen Mother led her troops into battle and ended up meeting such a tragic fate? One question after another arose, causing Lin Shi to furrow his brows once more. The beast beside him listened to the distant conversation, and the murderous intent in its eyes caused the atmosphere around them to shift. Startled, Lin Shi hurriedly grabbed it and said in a low voice, "Don't act impulsively. If you charge out now, even if you achieve your goal, the true consciousness of the Western Queen Mother will definitely be in danger." Huff, huff. Huff, huff. Who is this guy? How dare he be so bold, not only taking over the body of Queen Shimu, but also my people as well? As he spoke, tears suddenly welled up in the demon beast's blood-red eyes, and its heartbroken expression even made Lin Shi feel a pang of sympathy. However, this was no time for sorrow. They must endure and continue their search until they uncovered the truth behind the events of that year. Just as the beast was suppressing its inner rage, ready to charge forward and kill the damned creature, a series of unrestrained whispers once again echoed through the passageway. Same old, same old. After all these years, can't you come up with some new insults? Or is it that your noble status as the daughter of an outsider makes you too proud to utter such filthy, vulgar words? My purpose for coming here? Don't worry, it's not to kill you outright. After all, there's something in your soul that even I covet, and I wouldn't dare kill you now. The reason I came here is simply to tell you that when the sun rises tomorrow, all the creatures you once created will be completely erased from the annals of history. Not a single person will even know that they ever existed on this planet. How about it? Are you? Oh, go ahead and curse if you want. It won't change anything anyway. Oh, and one more thing. As a reward for your years of resistance, when I find that lowly remnant, I will bring it to you myself and tear it to pieces right in front of you, bit by bit. Don't you dare thank me. As the laughter died down, footsteps could be heard again in the corridor. Lin Shi saw this and quickly pulled the beast into a side alley. The two of them then saw the towering figure of the Western Queen Mother slowly ascending the stone steps. Though beautiful, now that he knew the body was inhabited by a strange entity, there was no way he could admire it, let alone keep from vomiting on the spot. It was only thanks to Lin Shi's extraordinary self-control that he managed to hold it in. As he watched the figure of the Western Queen Mother disappear completely, Lin Shi used his super perception to confirm that she had truly left before finally exhaling deeply. He then turned and walked toward the place where she had been standing moments ago, without looking back. Since she had been conversing there for such a long time, it was clear that the true soul of the Western Queen Mother was trapped there. With this thought in mind, Lin Shi walked forward another 30 meters or so. Suddenly, a massive transparent glass wall appeared on the right, embedded within a wall made of some high-strength alloy mixed with other materials. This was... Lin Shi stared wide-eyed, murmuring in astonishment. It was hard to describe what he saw in words. It was like a transparent gas, formless and intangible, yet somehow it could be felt and seen. At that moment, a spherical cage filled with magnetic fields floated motionlessly in midair, as if defying gravity, and the gas was trapped inside it. Queen Shimu. Upon witnessing this scene, the already overwhelmed Yao beast let out a piercing scream. Startled by the cry, the gas-like creature looked up in astonishment, its eyes glowing red as it fixed its gaze on the beast pounding against the glass and wailing. You're a monster? Clearly, thousands of years of confinement have tormented the Queen Mother of the West's soul to the brink of collapse. Like a floating duckweed on water, even the basic words were blurred, and one could only barely discern what she was saying through her soul. Yes. I am a deceitful beast, a deceitful beast. Queen Shimu, I deserve to die. If it weren't for the malfunction of my navigation system and identity recognition system, I wouldn't have been unable to return to your side all these years and prevent all this from happening. Upon hearing the Queen Mother of the West's soul recognize her, the beast's voice grew even more piercing. The feeling of being reunited after a long separation is something everyone has experienced. But what if the time span of this separation were extended to hundreds or even thousands of years? Lin Shi didn't know what that kind of feeling would be like, but he was absolutely certain that it was something no one would ever want to endure. Especially since this reunion came in the form of the creator's body being possessed, with his soul having endured torture for thousands of years. Without attempting to stop the beast's emotional outburst, Lin Shi stood alone before the glass window, beginning to search carefully. Chapter 149, Rescuing the Western Queen Mother. Since it was a machine created by humans, there must be a switch or something similar. Now that the soul of the Western Queen Mother is in dire straits, any further delay could lead to unforeseen consequences. Lin Shi must act swiftly to rescue her. Looking at the real-time scan map displayed on the light screen, Lin Shi carefully searched from left to right. After a while, when he had almost scanned the entire image, Lin Shi finally spotted something resembling a switch in the distance, more than 50 meters away. He walked quickly toward it, looking at the text labeled on the switch and silently asking himself, "System, are you sure this is a switch? There isn't some kind of alarm system inside, or something connected to a device that tortures souls, is there?" Rest assured, the people who built this place seem extremely confident in their methods and didn't set up any alarm systems. As for tools connected to devices that torture souls, that's even less likely. I didn't find any wires inside that could be connected to such things. The system's voice echoed in his mind, dismissing all the possibilities Lin Shi had just considered. Seeing this, Lin Shi no longer hesitated and pushed the switch handle upward with all his strength. Click, boom! Accompanied by a crisp snapping sound, a series of low, dense mechanical humming sounds slowly emanated from the mountain beneath their feet. The beast was startled by the sound and rushed over, shouting, "Lin Shi, what are you doing? Do you know what you're doing?" Before it could finish speaking, its pair of blood-red electronic eyes suddenly widened, fixating on the rock wall in front of it, which slowly began to open a door. "What do I know?" Glancing at the charging beast, Lin Shi's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Are you saying you haven't been maintained in a while and your brain is malfunctioning? What's most important right now is to rescue the soul of the Western Queen Mother. Do you think crying and whining will solve anything?" Lin Shi understood the Ergwa beast's emotional outburst, but that didn't mean he had to go along with it. After all, the entire Kunlun mountain was searching for them. Being in such a perilous situation himself, the first priority was to uncover what had happened back then and determine the true nature of the entity that had taken possession of the Western Queen Mother's body. Crying and wailing will only make things worse, and may even lead to unforeseeable consequences. Facing Lin Shi's mockery, Uryo was startled for a moment, then his eyes flashed, and he lowered his head and said, "You're right. I did lose control of my emotions just now. I'm sorry." Recognizing one's mistake and making amends is commendable, so Lin Shi didn't say anything else. Nodding, he looked at the fully open gate and walked in first, saying without looking back, "Stay outside and keep watch to avoid any accidents." "Got it." The beast nodded quickly in agreement. As soon as they entered this not too large but metal-clad enclosed room, an unimaginable coldness suddenly surged from all directions like maggots burrowing into bones. Lin Shi shivered involuntarily. Just as he was about to speak, the system's voice suddenly rang out in his mind. "Warning, current environmental temperature is extremely low at -98 degrees. Danger level, severe danger. Host, please evacuate immediately. Warning, an unknown toxin has been detected. The specific components are unknown. Modeling analysis suggests it may have an inhibitory effect on the soul but is harmless to flesh and blood. Danger level, moderate to high. Warning, the air contains a large amount of hallucinogenic toxins. The super antitoxin bloodline is passively activated, but this can only delay the effects. Danger level, medium. Please evacuate immediately. Warning, the air currently contains a large amount of hallucinogenic toxins. The super antitoxin bloodline is passively activated, but this only serves to delay the effects. Danger level, medium. Host, please evacuate immediately." 3 consecutive warnings caused Lin Shi's brows to furrow even deeper. Glancing out the window at the creature staring intently at him, he couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it. No wonder there's no alarm system. In an environment like this, even a synthetic creature like that would be unable to endure it. Extreme low temperatures, large amounts of hallucinogenic toxins, and toxins that suppress the soul combined, these 3 factors would be unbearable for any carbon-based life form. Only silicon-based life forms, or mechanical beings, could withstand such conditions. For ordinary carbon-based life forms, escaping unscathed was virtually impossible. However, it is clear that whatever has taken over the body of the Western Queen Mother did not anticipate that there exists someone like Lin Shi in this world. Feeling a slight discomfort in his mind, Lin Shi took a deep breath and quickly made his way to the bottom of the spherical cage suspended in mid-air, which was constantly flickering with electricity. "Shut off the electricity powering this thing." Lin Shi shouted at the beast outside the window, gesturing wildly, fearing it might not understand his intentions. Fortunately, after the beast calmed down, its intelligence returned to normal. Nodding, it ran back to the switch again. Glancing at the text labeled above, the beast didn't hesitate and directly pressed the power supply switch. Hum. Accompanied by a long, low humming sound, the lights in the entire room suddenly went out. The magnetic field cage suspended in midair, which had been there for who knows how many years, flickered several times after its energy was depleted, then crashed to the ground with a loud bang. "How are you?" Lin Shi rushed forward, intending to grab the soul of the Queen Mother of the West with his hands. But the moment his arm made contact, he felt nothing. Instead, due to the excessive force, he stumbled forward several steps. Coming to his senses, Lin Shi couldn't help but slap his head, cursing himself for his stupidity. Turning to look again, he saw the soul of the Western Queen Mother, now free from its bonds, lying on the ground like a pile of mud, weak and helpless. A pair of crimson eyes, invisible yet palpable, stared intently at Lin Shi. There was excitement, gratitude, confusion, and shock. A myriad of emotions swirled together, leaving the Queen Mother of the West speechless in that moment. For a queen who had personally created countless lives, the Queen Mother of the West simply couldn't understand how Lin Shi had managed to remain completely unaffected in this toxic environment. Could it be that after all these years, the humans outside have advanced to such a level? Have they also discovered divine cells and learned to utilize them? The Western Queen Mother was shocked in her heart. After a long moment, she finally came to her senses and thanked Lin Shi with a weak yet sincere voice. "Thank you, stranger. Thank you for rescuing me from eternal confinement. Let's save the thanks for later once we've sorted things out here. Can you leave? The air here is really terrible. We need to get out of here as soon as possible." Lin Shi waved his arm again toward the beast outside, signaling it to open the gate, while he kept his eyes fixed on the soul of the Western Queen Mother and said, "Chapter 150, what is it? I don't really know either. Normally speaking, ordinary people without special means cannot directly see souls. But where are we?" Lin Shi's live stream. With this system's bug-like existence, the soul of the Queen Mother of the West is still clearly visible on the screen. As a swirling cloud of mist rolled by, Lin Shi led the soul of the Queen Mother of the West out of the prison that had held her captive for thousands of years. Instantly, the atmosphere in the livestream reached an unprecedented peak. It was no exaggeration to say that even the 30 dedicated lines allocated for the livestream were beginning to show signs of lag. The technical department, closely monitoring the back-end data, didn't even need Zheng Tingyu to lose her temper again. They immediately allocated an additional 20 bandwidth lines to Lin Shi, finally stabilizing the data. "That's amazing, absolutely incredible. I feel like I just witnessed the most breathtaking rescue movie ever. And the one being rescued is the soul of the Queen Mother of the West. If this were made into a movie, it would be absolutely mind-blowing. AWSL. Shi Ge is truly the best. Flying Pig tips the streamer 99 super rockets. Pineapple Cecile tips the streamer 20 super rockets. Longing for the Countryside tipped the streamer 99 super rockets. Ping Ping Xiaoman 2 tips the streamer 10 super rockets. Gem Deng Ziki tipped the streamer 10 super rockets. The audience was excitedly sending messages, while the media editors who had been waiting in the live stream room were also wide-eyed with excitement. One after another, they were shouting excitedly and hurriedly opened W. Shocking. Characters from myth and legend actually exist. Unbelievable. A streamer on the bird fighting platform actually discovered her on Mount Kunlun? Lin Shi's live stream reveals a shocking secret, prompting experts to exclaim that it could potentially alter the history of the Dragon Nation. Just days after the alleged appearance of his girlfriend, Lin Shi has once again been spotted with her in the Kunlun Mountains. Various headlines flooded the entire Longwei internet. Although it appears to be a massive campaign, it is clear that 99% of these posts are from self-media accounts. The official state media, for reasons that are well known to everyone, have not mentioned this matter at all. This has left many newbie editors, some of whom had even written their articles, fuming with frustration. Lin Shi, of course, knew nothing about these news stories. Looking at the soul of the Queen Mother of the West, who was barely standing, he frowned and asked in a deep voice, "What exactly happened back then? What is that thing that took over your body? It must not be an ordinary being to be able to imprison someone like you for thousands of years." "That's right. Queen, what exactly happened back then? How could that accursed thing have taken over your body?" The demon beast also asked anxiously from the side. Looking at the anxious gazes of the two, one large and one small, and the hatred emanating from within them, the Queen Mother sighed sadly, her eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions. Without answering their questions, she first gave Lin Shi a faint smile and said weakly, "You're from outside? What have humans become? Judging by your attire, you must have already passed the feudal dynasty era, right?" Unexpectedly, the Western Queen Mother asked this suddenly. Lin Shi paused for a moment, thought it over in his mind, and soon had a rough idea. Without holding back, Lin Shi briefly described the current state of humanity in a concise and clear manner. The Queen Mother of the West listened silently the entire time. Her pair of crimson eyes showed no signs of significant emotional fluctuation, but upon hearing that humans had already mastered atomic weapons and built satellites, some of which had even reached the Kuiper Belt, she was utterly astonished. Lin Shi still keenly detected a fleeting glimpse of excitement and anticipation deep within the other's pupils. After listening to Lin Shi's entire account, the Queen Mother of the West finally exhaled deeply, as if she had finally let go of something. Glancing at the camera floating in midair, she smiled slightly and said, "You must be recording the events here in real time for someone far away, right? I can sense the traces of information lingering in spacetime." Not only Lin Shi, but even the beast was stunned, instantly turning to look at the former. For a synthetic beast like it, which specialized in infiltration, it couldn't sense any traces of information left behind in spacetime. It instinctively assumed that Lin Shi was merely recording, never expecting that this was actually happening in real time? That's correct. My job is to search the globe for beings like you, then transmit the footage captured by the tracking cameras to the eyes of millions of viewers watching me. Lin Shi did not deceive the Queen Mother of the West. After all, this wasn't a secret, and even if he didn't say anything, could he really deceive such a powerful deity? Having lived for countless years and created millions of lives here, this being isn't someone Lin Shi could deceive so easily. The Queen Mother of the West nodded, seemingly satisfied with Lin Shi's honesty. Very well, we have severed ties with you for thousands of years. It is time to re-establish contact in a proper manner. But I never imagined that those little ones who once struggled to survive would grow to such a formidable state. I still remember how, back then, when you little ones saw us, you were first filled with fear and anxiety, and then you actually started calling us gods? It's truly bittersweet. Speaking softly, the Queen Mother of the West's delicate face was always adorned with a gentle smile. Though she was merely a soul, there was an indescribable warmth about her. Lin Shi remained silent. However, his impression of him had improved significantly. As for the viewers in the live stream, there was no need to mention them. One by one, they were already brimming with excitement. Watching the comments they posted, it was clear they were practically ready to jump through the screen and shout things like, "Zhuangmu, I declare you mine." Lin Shi couldn't help but roll his eyes, silently typing on the livestream's public chat, "Enough, enough. You bunch of animals, behave yourselves. She's a renowned deity, after all. What a god. He's just a person with some extra abilities. I don't care, I don't care. I've already fallen in love with the Western Queen Mother. No one can change my mind. Calm down, upstairs. If we're talking about age, the Queen Mother of the West is old enough to be your ancestor, and didn't you see her body earlier? She is over 2 meters tall. Do you think you're worthy of her? Look at her demeanor, look at her smile. Even if she's just a soul, it feels like it's coming from the depths of her soul, naturally radiating out. Now look at the women today. Ugh, the difference is just incomparable. Of course they can't compare. They're gods, and they're humans. How can you compare humans to gods? Of course there is no comparison. They're gods, and they're humans. How can you compare humans to gods? The Queen Mother of the West couldn't see the comments in Lin Shi's livestream. At that moment, as she watched the excited beast staring intently at her, the Queen Mother of the West reached out and touched the forehead of the creature in front of her, then said, "Very well, since your technological capabilities have advanced to this extent, I have no further concerns. To be honest, the thing that has been occupying my body, the very thing you've been so concerned about, I must admit, I don't fully understand what it truly is." Ha! Listening to the gentle words of the Queen Mother of the West, whether it was Lin Shi, the beast, or the viewers in the livestream, everyone was completely stunned. Don't know? Chapter 151, you call this not being forceful? As if she had anticipated their expressions, the Western Queen Mother's gentle smile remained unchanged. She continued to speak in her soft, gentle voice, as if floating on water, recounting the events she had experienced in the past. Approximately 5,000 years ago, after enduring the attacks of the advanced and adult lizard people, the Western Queen Mother led her army of 100,000 soldiers and resolutely launched the Western Campaign. The details of the battle were not explicitly mentioned by the Western Queen Mother, but Lin Shi couldn't help but recall the nuclear explosion that occurred in the ancient realm of the Three Kingdoms. He wondered if that might have been a secondary battlefield. The battle ended with the victory of the Western Queen Mother and her allies. At that time, they destroyed all the armories and defensive structures built by the lizard people on the Mesopotamian plain. The synthetic beings they had created, hailed as semi-divine beings, were either killed or fled. It can be said that anything the lizard people created on Blue Star was no match for the Iron Army led by the Queen Mother of the West. None escaped her relentless assault. However, this is only temporary. There weren't many lizard people who had actually died. Of those that once lived on the surface of Blue Star, only a small fraction remained. The vast majority still relied on spacecraft suspended in low Earth orbit to maintain contact with the ground. After achieving a preliminary victory, the Western Queen Mother immediately dispatched the combat personnel who had been stationed inside the moon. She herself also boarded a near-Earth orbit spacecraft and traveled to outer space. But no one could have anticipated that the true disaster would strike at that very moment. At the time, the battle was proceeding smoothly. The Lizardmen had only 3 warships, each about 100 meters long, hovering in low Earth orbit. On the other side, although the warships of the Western Queen Mother were inferior in performance, their numbers were 10 times that of the enemy. Facing a 10-to-1 assault, the Lizardmen quickly succumbed to defeat. Just as the Western Queen Mother believed the battle was won and was about to board the enemy warship to accept their surrender, a pitch-black, formless, soul-like creature, emitting a powerful magnetic field, suddenly burst out from within the warship and charged toward her. Normally, having undergone extensive genetic optimization and nourished with an unknown quantity of divine cells, the Western Queen Mother should have been invincible against such a creature. But man's plans cannot match those of heaven. The magnetic field emitted by this thing not only affects the synthetic beasts under her control, but also contains a force that acts on the soul level, suppressing soul activity. It's the toxin detected by the system earlier. Ziwangmu, who had never encountered such a thing before, quickly realized that not only her own subordinates but also all the survivors on the opposing side had been affected by the magnetic field, their souls instantly stripped away, leaving them as lifeless corpses. The Western Queen Mother was utterly shocked and immediately attempted to use her special abilities. However, this black demonic entity was not only swift in its movements but also possessed intelligence. Every time the Queen Mother of the West attempted to use her abilities, it would vanish without a trace, only to reappear moments later, relentlessly corrupting her soul. Thus, the Western Queen Mother battled this demonic entity for nearly 10 days. Finally, when the Western Queen Mother was exhausted and her consciousness began to fade, the demonic creature took advantage of the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, successfully expelling her soul from her body. Moreover, it utilized that peculiar magnetic field to imprison the Western Queen Mother's soul, keeping her captive and tormenting her until this very day. Are you saying that back then, it suddenly emerged from the lizard people's warship and launched its special magnetic field attack indiscriminately? Lin Chi frowned and asked suddenly. I'm not sure if it was actually created by the lizard people. The soul of the Western Queen Mother shook her head. At the time, I had the same thoughts as you, but during our subsequent encounters, it always referred to me as the daughter of an outsider. And when I described it as an outsider, it claimed that it was the original ruler of this planet. It wasn't just me, the lizard people, and even the humans who once lived on Blue Star, all of them were called outsiders by it. Ha! Lin Chi was taken aback, then sneered, we humans are also outsiders? Humph, interesting. This is truly fascinating. Humans have never left this planet since the day we were born. Now suddenly some unknown entity appears, claiming that Blue Star is its own and that humans are all outsiders? Lin Chi just wanted to ask, starting from the early stages of hominids, humans have been living here for approximately 3 million years. And when did you start living here? Seeing the cold smile on Lin Chi's face, the Queen Mother of the West naturally knew what he was thinking. She nodded without saying another word and instead glanced at the dark, winding corridor in the distance. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke again. At this moment, the entire Kunlun mountain has fallen under its control. When it came to find me earlier, it also mentioned that it has mobilized all its forces to capture you. I don't know how strong you are or how you managed to ignore the toxins it left behind, but I must remind you that what you felt earlier was merely the residual power it left behind 100 years ago. If you were to confront its true form, the intensity of such toxins would be 100 or even 1,000 times stronger. Moreover, it can currently control my body, which means it can also use my abilities. In that case, can you tell me about your abilities? Before the soul of the Western Queen Mother could finish speaking, Lin Chi interrupted her and said, that toxin that directly affects the soul level has no effect on me at all. You. Alright, everyone has their own secrets, so I won't pry any further. Seeing Lin Chishan's deep, unruffled gaze, the soul of the Western Queen Mother smiled and didn't linger here any longer. She continued, my abilities aren't particularly powerful. I only have two, one is prediction, predicting natural changes and the attack patterns of enemies. The other is control over lightning. For you, prediction may be a problem. Because even the strongest lightning only has an effect when it strikes the enemy, and prediction, on the other hand, provides the possibility of hitting the enemy. Lin Chi was speechless. You call that not very powerful? Predicting the opponent's next move, releasing lightning directly along their trajectory, and waiting for them to collide with it while reaping the benefits, this is truly the best ability combination. Looking at the gentle smile on the Western Queen Mother's face, Lin Chi suddenly felt that her smile was filled with malice. At the same time, he understood even more clearly just how powerful this demonic creature truly was. Chapter 152, Spending Like Crazy, Preparing for a Counterattack. As they listened to the Western Queen Mother's account, the audience couldn't help but worry for Lin Chi. A flood of comments appeared on the screen. Although I don't know what it feels like to have a toxin directly affecting the soul, it sounds so terrifying. Even the great Western Queen Mother wasn't spared. Can Lin Chi really make it? Don't panic, didn't you hear Chiga just now? The toxin from that ghostly thing doesn't affect him, does it? That doesn't make sense. According to legend, the Western Queen Mother is the goddess of immortality, punishment of evil, and warning of disasters, right? Logically speaking, even if she has special abilities, they should be related to regeneration, shouldn't they? The ability to predict is to warn of disasters, and the ability to control thunder and lightning is to punish evil and promote good. Is that so hard to understand? As for controlling the elixir of immortality, I think this is highly likely to be the divine cells that Qi Gu and the others often mention. After all, even the Queen Mother of the West and the Demon Beast use them, so they are definitely not ordinary things. How envious. Speaking of which, since the Queen Mother of the West mentioned wanting to re-establish contact with us, is there any possibility that these divine cells could also be given to humans? The person above you must be thinking nonsense. Even if they could give it, it definitely wouldn't be to ordinary people like us. You're probably just daydreaming. Even if she could, she definitely wouldn't give them to ordinary people like us. The audience's comments were flying everywhere, with all sorts of things being said, but Lin Chi didn't have time to pay attention to them for the moment. He rubbed his chin and thought to himself, "System, how many points do I have left?" Host's remaining points, 2,183. Take out 500 points and add them all to the 5-dimensional attributes. Also, how many points are needed to upgrade the current Wudong Tai Chi? Lin Chi asked. 200 points per level, 400 points for the second level, and so on. 200 points per level, 400 points for the second level, and so on. Is that so? Lin Chi rubbed his chin. Although he had thought that improving this skill would be expensive now, he never imagined it would be this expensive. Thinking back to when it only cost 80 points to improve it once, Lin Chi suddenly felt a pang of regret. However, given the special circumstances, this wasn't the time to be stingy with points. Lin Chi clenched his teeth and directly told the system, use another 1,400 points to upgrade Tai Chi to mastery level. Since this thing is so powerful, don't blame Lin Chi for going all out with the in-game purchases. After all, there's plenty of points to spare, might as well use them all. After a quick decision, Lin Chi spoke again, system, display the attribute panel. Upgrade successful. Currently displaying the current panel for the host. Name, Lin Chi. Gender, male. Age, 22. Height, 178 centimeters. Strength, 173. Intelligence, 150. Speed, 194.30. Constitution, 186.20. Toxicity, 155. 10 for the general population. Skills possessed. Combat, Wudong Tai Chi Advanced Mastery Level, Shadow Assassination Growing Skill, Basic Cold Weapon Proficiency Growing Skill, Flying Knife Advanced. Support, Breath Concealment Growth Base, Die Zone Swift Movement Top Tier, Beast Speech Top Tier, Super Perception Advanced Beginner, Culinary Expert Intermediate, Sprinting Intermediate. Late game, none. Bloodline, Lopner Deathworm Bloodline, Lethal Venom, Super Antitoxin Constitution Kunlun Mountain Mantis Monster Bloodline, Wind Control Power. Possessions, Multifunction Automatic Tracking Device Purple, Death Blade Combat Dagger White, Hunter Short Blade Green, Horizontal Blade Dark Moon Purple. Note, Wudong Tai Chi Advanced Mastery Level Energy Release, Theoretical Value of 15 tons. Note, the item is system generated, non-tradable, and not easily damaged. Congratulations, host. All 5 of your base attributes have exceeded 100. As a special reward, you have been granted one opportunity to enhance your physical strength. Would you like to claim it now? Congratulations! The host's basic 5 attributes have all exceeded 100. A special reward of 1 body enhancement opportunity is available. Would the host like to claim it now? Ha! Another enhancement opportunity? Lin Chi was overjoyed and hurriedly asked, is it another cell strength enhancement this time? While that's one way to interpret it, it's actually different. This enhancement will comprehensively upgrade the host's physical attributes, altering the host's cells, gene structure, skeletal strength, neural speed, and every other aspect at the DNA level through a qualitative transformation. In simpler terms, it elevates the host's life form to a higher level. Is it similar to the case of the Queen Mother of the West? Lin Chi blinked and muttered unconsciously. Exactly. That's right. Come on, start strengthening it. Upon confirmation, Lin Chi's eyes lit up once more. Who was the Queen Mother of the West? Look at the monstrous beast before you, and consider the countless sacred spirits of the vast Kunlun Mountains. All of these were created by her alone. And there was her own body and soul. Even after thousands of years, they still retained their vibrant vitality, immortality and immense martial prowess. Isn't this exactly what ordinary people desire? And now, Lin Chi has been given such an opportunity. Feeling the coolness surging through his body once more, along with the excruciating pain that pierced his heart, Lin Chi's temples bulged, his eyes bloodshot, and he clenched his teeth, saying nothing. Seeing this, the Western Queen Mother and the Ego Beast both startled in shock. However, before the Yao Beast could ask, the Western Queen Mother stepped forward and blocked its path. Wait, don't disturb him yet. He seems to be undergoing a transformation. The words ascend and transcend coming from the Western Queen Mother's mouth left even her own ears ringing with astonishment. How many years had passed? How many years has she not seen another living being, breaking free from the constraints of mortality, and elevating life to such a level? Unable to help herself, the Queen Mother of the West couldn't help but let a smile slip across her face. If that's the case, maybe this little guy really can hold his own against it. After all, he's immune to that damn strange magnetic field. The audience had no idea what had happened to Lin Chi, so as they listened to the conversation between the two women, they felt a growing sense of confusion. What's going on? What kind of transcendence? What the heck? What happened to Chi Gu? This is bad. Could it be that the toxin from earlier affected Chi Gu? Nonsense. If it had affected Chi Gu, he wouldn't have lasted this long. He would have already collapsed in the cage. Plus, look at the expression on the Western Queen Mother's face, that's clearly surprise. It seems like Chi Gu has turned misfortune into fortune and is undergoing some kind of positive mutation. Hey, you up there, can you stop using the word mutation? It just sounds weird. What do you mean? Did Chi Gu turn into Superman? I don't know, but it probably isn't a bad thing. The audience was confused, but deep underground in a mountain in Jingdu, Donglin suddenly adjusted her glasses, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Captain! This guy's abilities seem to have increased again. What? Chapter 153, Every cause has its effect. In the break room, a hoarse, low voice suddenly echoed from the distance. Immediately afterward, a figure over 2 meters tall, as muscular as a gorilla, approached with heavy footsteps, closing the distance in just a few strides to stand before Donglin. The captain's name was Lin Jiqiang, currently 30 years old. At the age of 15, he had been involved in an accident that caused a genetic mutation, resulting in his current appearance. Glancing at Donglin, who looked as frail as a chick, Lin Jiqiang croaked, "What did you say? His abilities have improved again? It should be. Look." Donglin paid no heed to the overwhelming pressure, excitedly stepping aside to let the display pass by. Although he couldn't see Lin Chi's current expression, the expression on the soul of the Western Queen Mother made him frown seriously. The organization had already taken notice of this Lin Chi. Last time they called him to a meeting, it was about this guy. I never expected that just a few days later he'd caused such a stir again. Keep a close eye on his next moves. After saying that, Lin Jiqiang turned and walked out of the break room without looking back. Watching his receding figure, Donglin curved her lips into a smile, glancing at Lu Kunshan, who had been standing there silently all along. She said with a smile, "What do you think? Still want to cause trouble for him?" I haven't fought him personally, so I won't acknowledge his strength." Lu Kunshan snorted coldly, still brimming with disdain and mockery. But Donglin's smile grew even broader. Because she could clearly sense an unconscious fear in his tone. "It seems the day I get to see you is getting closer and closer." Looking back again, Donglin stared intently at the livestream, her eyes flickering, unsure of what she was thinking. Kunlun Mountain's secret chamber. Feeling an unprecedented sensation within his body, Lin Chi suddenly opened his eyes. This overwhelming power, as though he could punch the sky and create a hole with a single blow, caused him to let out a loud roar. However, considering the current situation, Lin Chi remained rational and did not act on his impulse. Instead, he clenched his fists tightly, causing a series of crisp cracking sounds to echo through the air. "You really do have a lot of secrets." Smiling at Lin Chi, the Western Queen Mother's eyes flickered as she spoke softly. Clearly, she too had sensed the fresh, powerful aura emanating from Lin Chi. Though it wasn't as strong as her original form, it gave her a greater sense of confidence than before. Lin Chi exhaled deeply and smiled slightly. "Everyone has their secrets, as long as they're not about something bad." "That's true." The Queen Mother of the West nodded. Lin Chi, however, changed the subject and continued, "Alright, now that we have a better chance of success, it's time to go looking for trouble with our enemies. You're currently in a spiritual state, so don't intervene this time. Arua, I'll need you later to act as a decoy." Facing the man and the beast, Lin Chi, who had been strengthened, felt his mind unusually clear at that moment. One by one, the possible outcomes he might encounter flashed through his mind, rehearsed, and ultimately resolved one by one. As he listened, the beast's eyes grew wider and wider. Finally, even the Western Queen Mother couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hand and exclaim in shock, "Are you sure you want to do this? That's way too risky." "Risky?" Lin Chi's lips curved into a smile, but the ruthlessness in his eyes was palpable. "It's precisely because we take risks that our chances of success are greater. And given the current situation, if we don't take a chance and give it our all, do we even have a chance to get out of here? I can be the bait, after all." "No way." Before the soul of the Queen Mother of the West could finish speaking, Lin Chi directly rejected the idea. "Using you as bait is far too risky. If anything goes wrong, the situation will become even more complicated. On the other hand, while using the air beast is also dangerous, such risks are clearly something we can afford to take. After all, this creature can be reused. It's no exaggeration to say it has 9 lives. Looking at the demon beast, Lin Chi's smile had a sinister undertone. It must be said that discussing the issue of whether something is useful or not in front of the person involved is truly frustrating. If it were an ordinary person, they would be jumping up and down and cursing right now. However, the fraudster's eyes grew brighter and brighter. It did not refute. He immediately nodded repeatedly and said, all right. As long as we can rescue the Queen's body, I have no objections." To the U-Beast, the Queen Mother of the West was like its mother. If she could rescue her mother's body and restore everything to the way it was back then, even if it meant dying on the spot, it would be the greatest honor imaginable. Watching the creature charge forward without hesitation, even regarding this as an honor, the Western Queen Mother's eyes flickered. She reached out to touch the creature's head, but at that moment, a sudden fluctuation erupted from her soul. "Are you okay?" Startled, the beast rushed forward to help, but it too passed right through, stumbling forward several steps. "It's nothing, nothing. It's just been so long since I've felt such emotional turmoil that my soul is a little confused for the moment. I'll just control my emotions." The Queen Mother of the West waved her hand and said softly. "Is that so? Alright, but there's no time to waste. Let's get out of here first. The sooner we deal with that guy, the sooner we can rest easy." Lin Shi didn't say anything else and looked back at the camera lens. "Friends, after waiting this long, I'm sure you're all getting impatient. But please be patient, it's just like cooking a delicious meal. Patience is key to a good result. Everything is now in place, and the part you've all been waiting for is about to unfold. Don't blink." Seeing Lin Shi's familiar smile, the crowd who had been worried about him earlier couldn't help but laugh along with him. "Go for it, Shi Gu. Once you take care of that thing, we'll definitely have a big gift for you. Right. Just do it. We're all behind you in spirit. Although I don't know exactly what happened just now, since Chi Gu is okay, let's charge forward bravely. That demonic thing has possessed the body of the Western Queen Mother for so many years, it's about time it paid the price." "Actually, I dare not say it, and I dare not ask." "Same here. Everyone, be serious. We're about to have a big battle." Flying Pig tips the streamer with 10 super rockets to cheer on Chi Gu. "When you come back, I'll give you a big gift too. Longing for the countryside, I'm sending the streamer 10 super rockets. Hee hee, there's one for me too. Wow, I can't help but feel like these big shots are up to something behind the scenes. Did I figure it out? Will I be silenced?" Chapter 154, Your Retribution is Mine. The audience was laughing and sending comments, but Lin Shi smiled faintly, nodded to the demon beast and the Queen Mother of the West, then led the two of them and quickly walked back in the direction they had come from. As they climbed back up the steps, the surroundings remained pitch black. Fortunately, Lin Shi had turned on the light from the camera, and none of the three were ordinary people, so they weren't too concerned about the lighting. "System, can you show me if the Western Queen Mother's body is still in the palace?" Lin Shi silently asked in his mind. The system remained silent, but the screen shifted, and suddenly, a massive holographic map appeared on Lin Shi's light screen. The first things he saw were 3 green dots, representing their current locations. Looking upward, Lin Shi suddenly noticed an incredibly bright red dot appearing above their heads, the position of the throne. Still on the throne? Lin Shi furrowed his brows. Before he could think of a countermeasure, suddenly, another light point appeared on the map, roughly where the palace gates should be. "Ha! Found it?" Seated on the throne, the Queen Mother of the West rested her cheek on her hand, gazing down with eyes that glowed an eerie blood red, looking down on Ing Zhao as he entered the room. For this subordinate who had first discovered Lin Shi and others and successfully issued an alert before dying, the Western Queen Mother showed no gratitude toward a loyal servant. Instead, she remained cold and indifferent, as if all of this were simply expected. Seeing this, Ing Zhao, who had regained his body and transferred his consciousness, flashed a subtle glance and said, "We have a lead." The ground search team discovered traces they left behind in an abandoned ventilation shaft. Additionally, outside the newly constructed incubation chamber, they discovered the remains of the mantis-like combat units they had killed. "Oh? Is that so? Then why didn't you follow that lead and come see me instead? Do you really think that your newly acquired body allows you to act recklessly?" The Queen Mother of the West curled the corners of her lips into a sinister smile, her voice light and frivolous, leaving a vague sense of disgust in those who heard her. Ing shook his head and hurriedly said, "No, Your Majesty. I merely discovered some memories I had never experienced before in this new body. They're just there, but I've never experienced them before. I find it very strange and humbly request that Her Majesty the Queen enlighten me. It seems to me that, long ago, I once followed you beyond the surface of the body and even participated in a battle. At the moment of my death, it seemed as though..." At this point, Ing Zhao's voice suddenly grew hesitant. It was as if she were trying to recall something, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't remember it, and couldn't put it into words. This feeling left it confused. It lowered its head and tried to think, completely unaware that the Western Queen Mother, who had been sitting elegantly on the throne, was now approaching it with a dark expression on her face. "Is this the mysterious memory you have gained? What else? Continue speaking." The Western Queen Mother drew closer and closer, eventually coming to stand before Ing Zhao, who was still bowed in deep thought. "I was by your side at the time. The battle had already ended, and you led us onto the enemy's warship. Everything was going smoothly, but suddenly, something I didn't recognize burst out from inside the warship. It was so repulsive, so disgusting. It felt like the collective of all the dead people on the entire planet. It screeched, instantly killing everyone. As I lay dying, I saw it charging straight toward you. You seemed to have attacked it. But that's where my memory ends. I don't remember anything after that." Ing Zhao looked up at the Western Queen Mother standing before him. Is this true, Your Majesty? Did we really leave this place back then, and even encounter an unprecedented enemy beyond the heavens? It charged toward you. Did you destroy it? That's correct, I did indeed eliminate it. The Queen Mother of the West smiled once more. She gently stroked Ing Zhao's head and said, back then, our power was dozens, even hundreds of times greater than it is now. We had the ability to fly beyond the skies and destroy any enemy who dared to invade us. But in that battle, we suffered too many losses. Even I had to give it my all just to barely defeat that thing. That is why we are now focusing all our efforts on incubating the combat sequence. Because we must restore our former glory. We will eradicate every last one of those foreign invaders who have occupied our land. Do you understand now? So that's how it was. Hearing this history for the first time, Ing Zhao's eyes suddenly lit up. He nodded, then spoke in a voice that was both solemn and resolute. Please rest assured, Your Majesty. I will fight to the end for your glory, for our former glory, and against those damned outsiders. Go. Go find those two outsiders. I want to see that you are not just making empty promises to appease me. The Western Queen Mother's eyes flickered with an eerie light as she spoke, and it seemed as though some mysterious magnetic field was altering Ing Zhao's thoughts. Moments later, Ing Zhao's gaze snapped out of the chaos, but this time, it was so hollow and abnormal. Yes. Rest assured, Your Majesty. I will immediately gather my men to capture those two damned outsiders and bring them before you for your judgment. Ing Zhao flapped his wings behind him and turned to head toward the palace gates. As she watched his receding figure disappear, the smile on the Western Queen Mother's face vanished, replaced by a dark and ominous expression. I never expected that everything you created back then had memory backups? You truly live up to your reputation as the daughter of an outsider. Your methods are indeed cautious. However, even so, all of this will soon be over. Once I catch those two little brats, I'll completely transform this place right in front of you and turn it into my own empire. And you? Don't you think what you're saying now is nonsense? Damn it. Before the Queen Mother of the West could return to her throne, a sudden, sharp electronic sound suddenly rang out not far ahead. The Western Queen Mother looked up in shock, staring at the creature that had suddenly appeared before her. The cruel, savage smile slowly reappeared on her lips. You must be the remnant, right? What's the matter? Do you know who I am now? Or are you already eager to come and meet your end? Come to your death? The beast sneered coldly. A creature that had seized the queen's body through ambush. What right did it have to send me to my death? Today, I have returned to repay every single sin you have committed in the past, multiplied 1,000-fold and 100-fold. Die. Chapter 155, Eradication. As the demon beast charged forward like a sharp sword, the Western Queen Mother did not panic. Instead, a flash of delight flickered in her demonic pupils. Of course, there was also a strong sense of disdain and mockery. Interesting, truly interesting. Her eyes flickered with an eerie glow, as if the Queen Mother of the West had seen through every move the demon beast had made. With a casual flick of her finger, a bolt of lightning as thick as a thigh suddenly appeared in front of the beast. If nothing went wrong, the beast would collide with it due to inertia, turning into a ball of flames in the next instant. Seeing this, the beast was instantly startled. Without a moment's hesitation, it exerted force from its waist, and with a series of crisp cracking sounds from its bones, it spun violently to the side. However, before it could steady itself, another identical bolt of lightning struck. The beast hurriedly dodged again. Seeing that it hadn't moved an inch nearby, the Western Queen Mother, who was watching like a spectator, smiled even more broadly. What about the ordinary person who was with you earlier? Did you hide him? But do you really think you can hide him for long? 1 minute? Or 2 minutes? The voice of the Queen Mother of the West carried a certain rhythm. It was like hypnosis, but even more powerful, because it acted directly on the soul. The demon beast couldn't suppress the waves of confusion sweeping through its soul. Yet it charged forward in silence. Seeing this, the expression on the Western Queen Mother's face grew dark. She snorted coldly. You really are a little thing who doesn't know your place. What's the matter? Seeing the one who created you, with your soul imprisoned in a cage, do you feel angry? Do you want to avenge her? Do you really think you can do any of that? In my presence, you are no more than an ant. No, to be precise, you're not even as good as an ant. After all, you don't have the strength of an ant, nor do you have the resilience of an ant. You're just a remnant who managed to survive by sheer luck. An obsolete relic long since discarded. Do you really think your ridiculous fantasy has even the slightest chance of coming true in the face of absolute power? Like heavy hammers, they strike hard at the heart. Listening to the Western Queen Mother's unrestrained mockery, the already blood-red electronic eyes of the demon beast nearly flashed into a blinding glow. After narrowly avoiding another lightning strike, the beast gasped for breath, its body trembling slightly. However, it remained standing firmly, glaring back at the Western Queen Mother. I know that in your eyes, I am nothing more than a worthless creature not even worthy of being called an ant. But even as a worthless creature, I will never dare to hide my true identity from others. And I will never forget my own name or abandon my heritage, no matter how much benefit I may gain from it. Hiding inside someone else's body to survive, yet daring to mock others with such arrogance, do you really think you deserve that? In my eyes, you're nothing but a worthless piece of trash. A self-important piece of trash who can't even see what real danger is. What did you say? Upon hearing the mysterious words of the demon beast, the Queen Mother of the West finally paused for a moment. Before she could react, a bone-chilling intent to kill suddenly surged from behind her. Startled, she hurriedly turned to look behind her. There, she saw a figure with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, who had already appeared less than 3 meters behind her. Your speech was well delivered, but you've underestimated me. With a cold laugh, Lin Chi, who had been concealing his aura, swung his tang sword down with all his might. With a piercing screech that tore through the air, it struck with a thunderous boom, leaving no room for doubt. In an instant, it severed the smooth, fair neck of the Western Queen Mother. Put! Pale golden blood spurted out like a fountain. Invisible, formless black mist, yet palpable, emanated from the body of the Western Queen Mother like thick ink, spreading outward with a sickeningly viscous odor. In the next instant, it coalesced into a pitch-black humanoid form. Damn it, what did you do? Gazing at the lifeless body lying on the ground, its pale golden blood flowing endlessly, the shadowy figure, resembling a malevolent spirit, let out a piercing scream. The sound was so piercing it seemed to cut straight to the soul. The beast beside him spat out a mouthful of blood at the sound of the scream. Upon closer inspection, a faint shadow could be seen drifting out from within its body. Clearly, it had been affected by the sound, or rather, the magnetic field. Lin Chi frowned. Although there wasn't much change, he could clearly sense an unprecedented chill in his heart. It was as though he had been suddenly dragged into an endless icy wasteland. There's nowhere to hide. What the hell is this thing? Cursing under his breath, Lin Chi hurriedly addressed the system in his mind. Now that I've managed to get this thing out, what should I do next? Host, please wait. System is detecting. Host, please wait. System is detecting. Detection complete. Unknown life form detected. Composition, suspected to be formed by the aggregation of multiple electromagnetic currents, capable of emitting a special magnetic field that suppresses souls, thereby restricting the soul activities of enemies. Due to the unique nature of this life form, which is encountered for the first time, it is temporarily assigned a score of 3,000 points. Does the host consent to the system absorbing and converting this score? Agree. Hurry up and exchange it. 3,000 points may not be a significant amount for Lin Chi at this point, but it is certainly the safest and most reliable option for exchanging with the system. After all, Lin Chi knows absolutely nothing about this creature, let alone how to completely eliminate it. The reason he had the confidence to plan this surprise assassination in the first place was precisely because of the system's ability to absorb and exchange. As he watched Lin Chi standing unscathed within the magnetic field, the shadowy figure's eyes, though invisible, their presence could be felt, suddenly widened in shock. With a shout filled with disbelief, it roared, "How is this possible? You worthless human, no more than an ant, how could you possibly be unaffected by me? And you think that by forcing me out, everything will be fine? Didn't that woman tell you that my current state is my true peak form? Ha ha ha. It's been ages since I felt this free. Such a nostalgic feeling. It's a shame to have such a good time like this. Humans, you'll pay the price for your ignorance." As he spoke, the dark figure suddenly scattered in all directions, transforming into a black mist that spread throughout the entire palace. Lin Chi stood rooted to the spot, instantly engulfed by the black mist. Lin Chi! The demon beast spat blood and cried out in shock. This situation wasn't mentioned by Lin Chi earlier. How is he supposed to kill this damn thing in such a situation? The beast screamed in its mind, but the next moment, a blindingly bright blue light suddenly appeared. Immediately afterward, it was as though a miniature black hole had suddenly appeared within the palace. The massive black mist, no matter how it struggled and twisted, was instantly devoured whole. In less than a second, it vanished from everyone's sight in a furious and terrified scream. How could you possibly release such energy? This is impossible. This is impossible. Is it really impossible? Listening to the screams echoing in his mind like maggots gnawing at his bones, Lin Chi shrugged. Alright, it's indeed impossible. But who said I can only take you down alone? Chapter 156, Just a broken head, a minor injury, a minor injury. He shook his head with a smile and glanced at the remaining points on the screen. 3,283 points. From the original 283, it surged to over 3,000. Lin Chi, who had been suppressing his emotions, finally let them all out in that moment. And then, when he heard the system sound again, his smile turned into a silly grin. Since the host has discovered a special life form for the first time and exchanged it with the system, this system is granting a special reward. A random sample of the life form's blood has been added to the system store, and the host may redeem it for free. Draw a bloodline? You figured out what this thing is so quickly? Lin Chi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurriedly asked in his mind. Not yet. It requires more detailed testing, experimentation, and calculations to determine. However, since it has appeared in this universe, it must adhere to the basic physical laws of this universe. Not yet. More detailed tests, experiments, and calculations are needed to determine that. However, since it appeared in this universe, it must adhere to the basic physical laws of this universe. Extracting the bloodline from that life form is still possible. Extracting the bloodline from this life form is still possible. Extracting the bloodline from this life form is still possible. Upon hearing this, Lin Chi nodded silently. It was clear that to figure out exactly what this thing was and the knowledge it contained, a thorough and tedious exploration was necessary. Lin Chi didn't want to waste his energy on this. Ignoring the new bloodline that had appeared in the system store, Lin Chi looked down at the headless corpse lying quietly in a pool of blood at his feet. Before he could speak, a soft voice sounded again from beside him. It was the soul of the Western Queen Mother. It seems your secrets are truly numerous and terrifying. As soon as the battle ended, she floated out of the secret room, watching the very thing she couldn't defeat back then being so easily devoured by Lin Chi. A series of meaningful glances flashed across the eyes of the Western Queen Mother. Lin Chi shrugged and didn't respond. He pointed to the corpse lying at his feet. What should they do now? His body had already been severed. Should they find another body? At the time, the situation was urgent, and Lin Chi's first priority was to take out that ghostly thing by surprise. As for the body of the Western Queen Mother, to be honest, he had considered it, but certainly not in such detail. Now that the real decision-maker had arrived, Lin Chi made a swift decision and handed the authority to make the final call to the Western Queen Mother, eager to see how she would proceed. This body has been soaked and strengthened with countless drops of divine essence. How could it be replaced so easily? The Queen Mother of the West shook her head, glanced at the condition of the beast, and then said, "Return the head and body to their original positions. Divine cells possess powerful healing abilities. Such minor injuries are nothing to worry about." Minor injuries? Glancing at the headless corpse whose head had been flung 7 or 8 meters away, with blood flowing like a river, Lin Chi felt as though his own head was about to explode. If this was considered a minor injury, then what on earth would be a major one? Lin Chi desperately wanted to ask this question, but with so many people watching the live stream, he wisely decided not to ask to maintain some semblance of dignity. Following the arrangements made by the Western Queen Mother, Lin Chi carefully reattached his head to his body. Immediately afterward, an astonishing sight unfolded before everyone's eyes. The neck, which had been completely severed, began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Holy crap! This is way too surreal! Lin Chi exclaimed. The audience was also completely stunned. Holy crap, it actually healed! Damn it, he was beheaded and he's fine? Could the Queen Mother of the West really be as powerful as the legends say? I don't know about that, but it's definitely better than ordinary people's blood. I don't know, but it's definitely better than ordinary people. Wow, what exactly is this divine cell? Now that people know such an extraordinary thing exists in this world, won't the wealthy go crazy trying to get their hands on it? If that happens, won't the Western Queen Mother's side be caught in the crossfire again? You seem to have forgotten how many combat units there are on Kunlun Mountain now. To put it simply, even the Aruwa beasts aren't something ordinary troops can handle. How could humans hope to defeat them with their current weapons? Speaking of which, am I the only one curious about what that black thing was and how it was ultimately eliminated by Chi Ge? I only saw a blue light appear, and then that thing was sucked in like it was swallowed by a black hole. That's way too amazing. I have no idea. If you ask Chi Ge, he won't answer either. Better just stick to watching the livestream and mind your own business. Be careful not to get invited for a chat. The audience was chattering away, saying all sorts of things, while Lin Chi's eyes sparkled with astonishment. He couldn't help but say to the system in his heart, "Why do I feel like the things I'm encountering now are getting more and more surreal?" Staring intently at his body, which had completely healed, leaving not even a single scar, he muttered to himself, "If this keeps up, won't I be the one to usher in a new mythical era? Then global spiritual energy would awaken, everyone would become mutants with superpowers, and the entire course of human history would undergo an unimaginable transformation." Thinking about it, that doesn't sound so bad. At least I'll become a hero to everyone, the kind who'll definitely be recorded in history. Are you out of your mind? You think this is amazing? Before Lin Chi could finish daydreaming, the system delivered a mocking retort. Isn't that amazing? Lin Chi retorted. That's just because you don't understand the mechanism of divine cells. One of the 3 greatest science fiction novelists of the 20th century, Arthur C. Clarke, once said, "Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic." Just as ancient people regarded the Queen Mother of the West as a deity, humans first associate the unknown with the magical, and soon come to believe it is supernatural power, a force reserved for deities. But is this correct? Humans have only existed for a mere few million years, and compared to the vast universe, we are no more than a grain of sand. As the man destined to become the pinnacle of the entire blue star, please remain rational when faced with the unknown, and avoid dwelling on trivial matters. This is not beneficial for your mental well-being. What the hell? Do you know how dangerous that statement is? If anyone hears that, they'll kill you on the spot. Lin Chi exploded in anger, jumping up and down as he shouted. This damn system actually dares to mock him? Can you just let it go? However, the system showed no emotion whatsoever, continuing lazily, I'm just stating the facts. Host, you will encounter more situations like this in the future. If I don't establish the correct worldview for you now, I fear that one day you will truly sink into it. This system is doing this for your own good. This system is here for your own good. Damn it! Son, you bastard, I'll fight you to the death. Chapter 157, Mission accomplished, dust settled? Congratulations, host, on completing the main quest, the Heart of Kunlun. Mission description, as the sacred mountain of the Dragon Kingdom, it is shrouded in countless legends and myths. As a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, how could you not go and see it for yourself? Task 1, travel to the true Kunlun mountain region within 3 days. Reward, cold resistant gear set X1 completed. Task 2, explore and uncover the mystery of the local anomalous creatures. Reward, lucky treasure chest large X1, lucky spin wheel X1 completed. Task 3, locate the ancient ruins and make them known to the public. Reward, skill synthesis mechanism completed. Note, this mechanism is permanent and allows 2 skills of the same level to be combined into a new skill, without excluding the possibility that the new skill may be one that you already possess. Should the host claim it now? With one clever deflection, Lin Chi was rendered speechless. Looking at the large reward list that appeared on the screen, Lin Chi took a deep breath and said fiercely, for the sake of the reward, I won't bother you for now, but this won't end here. The way you mocked me earlier, I've already taken it to heart. One day when I have the time, I'll make sure to teach you a lesson. Whatever. Host, would you like to claim your reward now? Claim what? Haven't you seen there's still so much left to do? I'll claim it after this live stream ends. Lin Chi cursed inwardly. Just as he was mentally struggling with the system, the soul of the Western Queen Mother had already returned to her body in a way that ordinary people couldn't understand. After thousands of years of wandering, the Queen Mother of the West, now back in her body, clearly wasn't used to it yet. She tried to open her eyes, but her eyelids wouldn't budge, only twitching slightly. After a long while, when she finally opened her eyes, it was as though a brilliant light burst forth. Thin arcs of electricity, as fine as threads, danced and flickered in the eyes of the Queen Mother of the West. The palace, which had been shattered by the battle, suddenly seemed to be disrupted by some immense force, emitting a series of urgent creaking sounds. The nearby beasts were so frightened that they quickly ducked their heads. Even Lin Chi snapped back to his senses, forcing himself to withstand the immense pressure he felt, and urgently said, Hey, calm down first. This house might not be able to withstand your energy pressure. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. The Queen Mother of the West also snapped back to her senses. Suppressing her excitement, she first moved her hands, then staggered to her feet, like a child who had just learned to walk, almost falling over. Lin Chi acted swiftly, grabbing her arm to steady her. Their eyes met, and Lin Chi blinked and joked, You wouldn't have forgotten how to walk, would you? After floating around for thousands of years, suddenly walking with both feet on the ground was a bit hard to get used to. The Queen Mother of the West smiled. Her crimson eyes no longer held the repulsive, demonic aura of before, but instead radiated a gentle glow, as if she had seen the vicissitudes of the world. Glancing at the palace crumbling around her, with debris falling everywhere, she sighed and shook her head. This place will need to be rebuilt from the ground up. It does need to be rebuilt. Do we have enough manpower here? If not, I'm sure someone would be more than happy to help you with the repairs. Lin Chi-san let go of the Western Queen Mother's hand and said nonchalantly. Oh? That's a problem. After all, many of them have already been reassigned to combat duty. Asking them to rebuild houses is really putting them to the test. The Western Queen Mother smiled, her eyes flickering with a faint glow. Though their conversation seemed perfectly normal, in reality, Lin Chi was subtly reminding the Western Queen Mother that their presence might attract the attention of certain greedy individuals who might resort to underhanded tactics. After all, they were the ones who had protected the ancestors of the Dragon Kingdom in the past, and Lin Chi did not want them to find themselves in a dangerous situation again so soon after escaping from one. Clearly, the Queen Mother of the West wasn't one to be pushed around either. Although she didn't say it outright, the fact that many of them had already been switched to combat formations clearly indicated her stance. The demon beast, which had completely failed to grasp the meaning behind their words, finally came to its senses. Looking at the Western Queen Mother who had returned to her body, its eyes shone with an uncontrollable excitement. It shouted joyfully, Congratulations to the Queen for returning to her body. The Queen's glory will endure forever. Pfft, that's some brown nosing. Lin Chi rolled his eyes and muttered under his breath. Though his voice was soft, who was the Western Queen Mother? Moreover, she was only half a meter away from Lin Chi. With her keen hearing, she immediately heard clearly what the other person was saying. She couldn't help but smile slightly. The Queen Mother of the West waved her hand. Enough, enough. You've done well to return to your body this time. Don't flatter yourself so much it'll just make others laugh. Who dares to laugh at me? I'm telling the truth. Heaven and earth can bear witness. The deceitful beast suddenly shouted. Who dares to mock me? The Aruwa beast shouted loudly. Its fur standing on end, not only Lin Shi and the Western Queen Mother, but even the tens of millions of viewers in the livestream burst into laughter instantly. Ha, this guy is absolutely amazing. I've never heard anyone flatter someone so blatantly before. It's okay, after all, the Western Queen Mother created it, so now everything has returned to normal, and it's only natural for it to be happy. Back to normal? You must have forgotten about those newly created mantis monsters outside, right? As the live stream was flooded with comments, a series of thunderous footsteps suddenly echoed from the distance outside the palace gates. Lin Shi immediately narrowed his eyes and instinctively reached for his tang sword. However, the Western Queen Mother remained calm, as if nothing had happened at all. The demon beast, seeing this, also instinctively raised its claws, but did not move an inch. As the two humans and the beast waited in silence, outside the door, one after another, massive synthetic beasts of various appearances charged in silently, without uttering a word. Looking at the palace, which was already in ruins and on the verge of collapse, Ying Zhao, who was at the front, was startled for a moment. Then he saw Lin Shi and the beast standing beside the Queen Mother of the West. Its electronic eyes suddenly flashed with ferocity and murderous intent. Your Majesty, as soon as we heard the loud noise coming from this direction, we rushed over immediately. Fortunately, your powers are formidable, and you have already captured these two remnants. We arrived too late to protect you. Please forgive us, Your Majesty. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. The cold, electronic sounds echoed throughout the vast palace, evoking an inexplicable sense of fear and dread in everyone present. Lin Shi and the beast remained motionless, but the Western Queen Mother looked serious and spoke calmly. Forgiveness? After all this time, you finally show up. Do you intend to harm this queen? No, Your Majesty. Ying Zhao exclaimed in shock upon hearing this. He clearly remembered what the Queen Mother had told him earlier. If they failed to capture Lin Shi and the others, they would face a terrible fate. Now it seems that they are all doomed. Alright, I no longer believe your words. Only the detector can determine the truth. All of you go to the data center. I want to see how many of you are still loyal to me. Chapter 158, The Great Gift of the Western Queen Mother. As he watched the Western Queen Mother display her divine might with a stern expression, Lin Shi smiled faintly, not uttering a single sound. This was her way of doing things. After all, most of the synthetic beasts nowadays were created by that demonic entity. Even something like Ying Zhao, who was originally created by her, has had its database heavily modified. If we were to tell them directly, these two are not enemies. There was some unknown entity that took my body and created you. Don't even mention them. Even Lin Shi would find that utterly baffling. Therefore, to resolve the issue at its source, the Western Queen Mother must start with the database of these synthetic beasts, correct the distorted data accumulated over the years, and input the accurate information. Only then will the truth be fully revealed. As he watched the synthetic beasts come and go in a hurry, Lin Shi glanced at the current state of the livestream and then said to the Western Queen Mother beside him, I came to Kunlun Mountain this time specifically to find beings like you. Now that everything that needs to be done has been done, I think it's time for me to leave. You're leaving already? The Western Queen Mother turned abruptly. With a mix of surprise and reluctance, she said, not only did you help me regain my body, but you also brought back the last Erzo from back then. As the most honored friend of the entire Kunlun Mountains, how can I just let you leave like this? That would be too rude. No, absolutely not. There's no need to be so polite. Lin Shi smiled. Since he had now returned to his body, he knew better than anyone else what needed to be done next. He was currently live streaming, so it was best not to let more people find out about this. The Queen Mother of the West remained silent. She understood the meaning behind Lin Shi's words. Since the images were being transmitted in real time, there were indeed some things that were inconvenient to show. However, since Lin Shi had done her a favor, and as the supreme being in the hearts of the people of Manhwa, the Western Queen Mother naturally wouldn't let Lin Shi leave empty-handed. Gazing at the star-studded night sky outside the palace, she suddenly raised her hand. Instantly, tubes approximately 15 centimeters long, completely transparent with a pale golden substance inside, emerged from her bracelet. They were held in place by an invisible magnetic force, suspended mid-air. These are divine essences. You must already know their purpose. As my most esteemed friend, please accept them. Oh, and one more thing. The Queen Mother of the West seemed to suddenly remember something. She took the necklace she was wearing around her neck and said, this is my communicator. It allows me to contact me directly. If you ever encounter any difficulties in the future, use it to contact me. The 10,000 soldiers of Kunlun Mountain will rush to your aid at the first sign of trouble. Holy cow! Divine Essence and the Western Queen Mother's personal communicator. Chi-Go really hit the jackpot this time. Damn, I'm so jealous. I want those things too. It feels like Chi-Go is about to face a storm of trouble. What should I do? I'm so excited and can't wait. Why did Chi-Go suddenly say he's leaving? We still want to keep watching. What's there to watch? It's the private affairs of the Queen Mother of the West. How could they show that to you? The audience saw all these wonderful things and their eyes lit up. More people wanted Lin Shi to stay and continue watching the rest of the story about Mount Kunlun. Lin Shi ignored the comments and looked at the Western Queen Mother's blood-red eyes, asking, by the way, since you are a real, living being, are the other deities from the Dragon Kingdom's legends also real? Where are they? Also, since you once went to exterminate the lizard people, what kind of creatures are they? With such powerful strength, why do they hide behind the Sumerians? What is the purpose of the pyramids that appear within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom? These questions had been troubling him for a long time, and now that he had the opportunity, Lin Shi naturally wouldn't miss the chance to ask. Immortals? When the Queen Mother of the West heard this long-forgotten title, a faint smile curved her lips. Instantly, it seemed as though the ice and snow of the entire Kunlun Mountains were infected and melted by this smile. You humans have already developed to this extent. In the eyes of ancient people, you have reached the level of immortals. We should not use such titles to joke around. Indeed, there were many people who came to this planet with me back then. However, after so many years, I have no idea if they are still here or not. Shaking her head, the Queen Mother of the West's gaze suddenly grew dim. However, she continued, as for what you said about those lizard people, they are actually just a group of aliens from the planet Nibiru. Their home planet, due to its unique orbital path, aligns with Earth every 3,600 years. Due to their physiological structure, most of them cannot adapt to the climate here, so they must wear appropriate breathing equipment whenever they come to the surface. As for why they chose to use the Sumerians as intermediaries, I'm not entirely sure either. After all, when they surrendered, that mysterious entity suddenly appeared and killed all the surviving Nibiruans. As for the matter of the pyramids, there is even less information available. However, if you are truly interested in this topic, you might want to visit other pyramids or go directly to the Mesopotamian plain. I believe you will find what you are looking for there. As he listened to the Queen Mother's narration, Lin Shi rubbed his chin, his eyes flashing with subtle gleams. He was certain that the Queen Mother of the West wasn't deceiving him. After all, as an enemy, she had no reason to help them conceal anything. Since even the Western Queen Mother, who was currently the most likely person to know the truth, was unaware of the pyramid and the Sumerians, it seemed that Lin Shi would indeed have to travel abroad in the future if he ever got the chance. However, at least he has obtained a name, the planet Nibiru. And those other deities from myth and legend did indeed exist back then, we just don't know where they are now. As for the planet Nibiru, Lin Shi will do his utmost to investigate it once he returns. As for the other deities mentioned in the legends of the Dragon Kingdom, he is not particularly concerned about them. Thinking about the future, he would be traveling all over the world on missions. If these people were still on Blue Star, finding them would merely be a matter of time. Alright, since that's the case, I'll take these items, along with this communicator. If I ever encounter danger or find your people, I'll use it to contact you. Lin Shi shook the necklace in his hand and smiled at the Queen Mother of the West. If that's the case, I'm truly grateful. Upon hearing this, the Western Queen Mother's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement once more. As an alien stranded on a foreign planet, finding her long-lost kin would undoubtedly be the most thrilling and exhilarating thing that could ever happen to her. Ha, it's all for work. Lin Shi smiled and walked toward the palace gates. Seeing this, the Queen Mother of the West nodded to the beast and said, "Go send Lin Shi off. He is our most honored guest." She then hurriedly turned to Lin Shi again and said, "Lin Shi, if you really find them, you must remember to tell me. Don't worry, I'll definitely tell you. After all, if they don't believe me, I'll have to come find you to prove it for me." Lin Shi smiled at the Western Queen Mother. Under the starlit sky, accompanied by the beast, he slowly made his way down the mountain. Chapter 159, Farewell, for a better reunion. As they made their way down the stone steps leading down the mountain, Lin Shi and the beast's mindset had undergone a complete transformation compared to when they first arrived here. Looking at the dense forest filled with the sounds of insects, beasts, birds, and flowers, Lin Shi took a deep breath, his face adorned with an expression of utter enchantment. He glanced at the beast beside him, then looked up at the star-studded sky. He smiled and continued, "Friends, after 3 days and 3 nights of travel, we have finally reached the heart of the Kunlun Mountains and discovered the true Kunlun Mountain, as well as the legendary Western Queen Mother, the supreme goddess of myth and legend. Looking back on all we've experienced these past few days, we've crossed jungles, traversed the Valley of Death, and climbed snow-capped mountains. In the vast, boundless highland forests, we enjoyed our first delicious meal of this expedition and even encountered the mythical Yao beast. On the high-altitude desert, we witnessed a meteor shower and saw the magnificent yet dangerous underground passages of Death Valley. Amidst the vast snow-capped mountains, we even found the legendary Kunlun Mountain. We met the true Queen Mother of the West herself. We even helped her reclaim her own body. Looking back on all the experiences of the past few days, even I feel a sense of unreality. Do you feel the same way?" Lin Shi smiled at the camera. At that moment, the atmosphere in the livestream had once again reached its peak. All sorts of gifts, big and small, were flying through the air as if they were free, as if the viewers were trying their hardest to shower them on the streamer. Colorful bullet comments are filling the screen, creating a sea of white that's impossible to take in. Don't turn off the live stream. We still want to keep watching you come back. What the heck? I just got here. Why are you turning off the live stream so soon? Tao Sheng-Yiju sent the streamer one super rocket as a tip, pleading not to end the live stream. This rocket is a token of appreciation for your hard work. Flying Pig has donated 99 super rockets to the streamer. Flying Pig has donated 99 super rockets to the streamer. Longing for the Countryside tips the streamer 99 super rockets. Ping Ping Xiamanta tips the streamer 10 super rockets. Pineapple Seaside tips the streamer 1 super rocket. AABB tipped the streamer 10 super rockets. Half Human has tipped the streamer 5 super rockets. Shiga's Little Fan tipped the streamer 10 planes. Shiga, when will the next live stream start? Is it still in 5 days? Can you give us a hint about where it will be? Thank you all for the gifts. There are too many people, so I won't read out everyone's names. Seeing the audience, Lin Chi clasped his hands together and smiled gratefully. Though it was a bit bittersweet, all good things must come to an end. For those who just joined and missed the livestream, you can check out the videos posted by my little fans, or head over to Bilibili to watch the ones I uploaded. As for when the next livestream will be, it will be roughly the same as before, around 5 days from now. I will post the details in advance on my blog and in the livestream chat, so please keep an eye out for it. As for the location, I haven't decided yet, but it's likely to be overseas. You can leave your suggestions in the comments section, and the one with the most votes might just get added to my itinerary. Abroad? Are you talking about Mount Kilimanjaro in F continent that you mentioned earlier? If you go, I'm so excited. It's like seeing the vast grasslands of F continent. Why not go to the islands in the South Pacific? It's vast and sparsely populated. You might even come across some mysterious structures. Right, the South Pacific Islands. Didn't Shigu mention before that there are places overseas similar to Kunlun Mountain? Maybe we'll find something there too. It feels like we're not quite there yet. Let's just go straight to the Mesopotamian plain. After all, that's where they originated from. By going back to the source, we might discover something more meaningful. Everyone's comments are flooding the screen. In less than 3 minutes, Lin Chi's livestream had already surged past 37 million viewers. The rankings were fluctuating wildly, and there was no need to count carefully. Just a quick glance revealed that there were already $7 or $8 million in gift revenue. Lin Chi's lips curled into a smile, and the gleam in his eyes grew even brighter. Everyone's points are well made, and these places are indeed all excellent. However, one must eat one bite at a time, and one must take one step at a time. I will carefully consider everyone's opinions and inform you all when the time comes. Today's farewell is for an even better reunion in the future. So, this live stream will come to a temporary close. We look forward to seeing you again soon. Bye-bye. The camera slowly pans through the dense forest, then focuses on Lin Chi and the beast as they walk further away. The scene gradually shifts upward, looking toward the distant stars above. Amidst a flood of reluctant comments, the screen gradually fades to black, until it is completely dark. Are you really just going to leave like this? Seeing that Lin Chi was about to return to the camera following him, it was immediately put away. The beast looked up at the energy barrier gate in the distance, then turned to Lin Chi and said, "You saved the queen, making you the most honored friend of the entire Kunlun Mountains. Plus, you possess power that ordinary people don't have. Without guidance outside, you might end up wasting that power on unnecessary things. But here, with the queen's guidance, even if we don't say you'll reach terrifying heights within 100 years, you'll at least be second only to the queen herself. Aren't you going to give it some more thought? Ha, who said you can't get a significant promotion outside?" Lin Chi stroked the soft fur on the beast's head, knowing it was trying to keep him there. Though they hadn't spent much time together, their journey from meeting to getting to know each other, and then fighting side by side, had already forged a bond as strong as that between comrades in arms. Without the system, Lin Chi would have definitely chosen to stay here. But there are no ifs in this world. Without the system, he wouldn't have been able to come to this world, let alone achieve what he has today. Looking at the energy barrier gate that had completely opened before him, Lin Chi smiled and said again, "Alright, what's decided is decided. There's no point in saying more. As I said before, this parting is merely a prelude to a better reunion. I have an overwhelmingly strong premonition that we will meet again soon. When that time comes, remember to upgrade your equipment. I don't want to be dragging around a liability again. Humph. Once things settle down here, I'll have the queen help me switch to a combat-ready body. Then we'll see who's dragging who down." The beast immediately protested, flailing its limbs. Seeing this, Lin Chi suddenly burst into laughter. Amidst the laughter, neither of them mentioned the lingering feeling in their hearts, a bittersweet reluctance that both were well aware of. Chapter 160, My luck isn't something to joke about. After leaving Kunlun Mountain, Lin Chi followed the same path he had taken earlier, crossing several snow-capped mountains along the way. With no need to consider the audience's feelings, he was finally able to unleash his full speed for the first time. With nearly 200 attributes, combined with the bloodline of the wind controlling power and the coordination of Daizone's swift movement, it's no exaggeration to say that Lin Chi's current speed is almost on par with a high-speed train. Fortunately, there was no one around, otherwise they would have witnessed a flash of light, accompanied by snowflakes spraying out dozens of meters long, vanishing in an instant before their eyes. Wow! Lin Chi's eyes widened as he felt the strong wind rushing toward him, his excitement reaching its peak. He raced through the wilderness toward the nearest city. Soon, after a few hours or so, the outline of a brightly lit metropolis came into view. Upon seeing this, Lin Chi slowed down. He climbed over the highway guardrail and managed to flag down a private car heading to the airport. Of course, at first, the driver of the private car, seeing Lin Chi suddenly appear by the roadside, looking disheveled, clearly didn't want to let him in. But when his son leaned out the back seat window and recognized him at a glance, everything fell into place. "You're Lin Chi? You're really Lin Chi? Oh my goodness, I never thought I'd actually meet you in person. Chi-gu, I'm your fan. I've been watching your live stream the whole time. By the way, why did you come back alone? Didn't Iru come back with you? I absolutely love that big rabbit. Also, what exactly is Divine Essence? Can you show me what it looks like? Oh, right, can we take a photo together? I want to post it on my social media. I can't believe I actually saw the real Chi-gu on the street. I feel like I can brag about this for a whole year." This young man, who looked no older than 21 or 22 and was clearly still in college, had been acting like a madman ever since Lin Chi got into the car. He blurted out a string of words like a torrent, leaving Lin Chi, who was sitting beside him, feeling awkward for a while. That's way too enthusiastic. But at least there are fans who like him, and Lin Chi was also very happy. He smiled and took a photo with him, signed his autograph, and added a message, before finally waving goodbye to this guy at the airport. Board the direct flight from Kashgar to Sy Taoxian. This time, Lin Chi did not fly directly to Jingdu. It wasn't that he didn't want to go. After all, he didn't have a place to stay in Jingdu, and staying at Zhang Xiaolan's house all the time was really inconvenient. Moreover, although the live stream had already ended, there were still a bunch of tasks like giveaways waiting for him. It would be better for him to return to the small apartment he had previously rented and handle things alone at this time. "System, can I claim the rewards now?" Half reclined in the first-class seat, Lin Chi closed his eyes and pretended to doze off, addressing the system in his mind. "Yes, would the host like to claim the rewards now?" "Yes, I would like to collect it now." "Congratulations, host. You have obtained a lucky treasure chest large X1 and a lucky spin wheel X1. The skill synthesis mechanism has been activated. Hosts can now combine two unwanted skills of the same level at any time. The quality is random, but it will not be lower than the quality of the synthesized skill. Depending on the rarity of the synthesized skill, there is a high probability of obtaining a more rare skill, and a very low probability of obtaining a skill currently unavailable in the system store. Well, it's time to test your luck, isn't it?" Lin Chi clicked his tongue. It was obvious that this skill synthesis mechanism was purely luck-based. If you're lucky, you might get it right on the first try. If you're unlucky. However, at least it was better than nothing. Lin Chi didn't pay much attention to it for now and instead opened the first reward in the system space. Lucky Spin Wheel. The rewards from this wheel were significantly better than before, with even the worst being purple rare quality, and there was even a golden one in epic quality he had never seen before. Unable to help himself, Lin Chi rubbed his hands together in anticipation. As he spun the wheel, he shouted in his mind, "Come on, Dad. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Silver Shuttle Golden X1. Description: the Silver Flow Shuttle is crafted from the rare silver flow material found in the cosmos. It amplifies the user's power and achieves high-speed flight through its internal mechanisms. Maximum speed, 420 km per hour. Maximum payload, 337 tons. Maximum cruising time, 72 hours, but this may decrease under maximum power output depending on specific conditions. Utilizes a hybrid power system. Considering the host's existing conditions, low-efficiency electrical power can be used as the primary energy source. Wow, I can't believe it actually worked." Looking at the sleek, silver-gray, 18-meter-long shuttle hovering quietly before him, its streamlined shape resembling flowing mercury, Lin Chi's face was instantly filled with astonishment and delight. Golden quality. This is golden quality. Haha, I'm so lucky. While shouting, Lin Chi hurriedly opened the nearby lucky treasure chest large, muttering under his breath, "Quick, while the luck is still good, open another one." "Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Horizontal Blade Dark Moon Purple X1, 5 free skill upgrades, and 120 points. Is that it? That's all?" Looking at the newly appeared rewards, Lin Chiban's face, which had been filled with joy, suddenly turned dark. Pointing at the system's large glowing orb, he shouted, "Just now, I was so lucky. How could I only get this much? Tell me, did you rig the system?" The system is silent. Looking at the three items, the only decent reward was the free skill upgrade X5. Lin Chi gritted his teeth, but since it was already a done deal, protesting further would be pointless. Besides, 5 free upgrades were still a decent opportunity. At least, from his previous perspective, this was a reward of the highest caliber. Never mind, I'll just consider it bad luck that I used up all my luck on the silver flying shuttle. Besides, my previous short sword was already showing signs of wear and tear, and repairs would have cost me points. Now that a new weapon has come out, it's like making up for it. Shaking his head, Lin Chi comforted himself. He then allocated the 5 skill upgrade opportunities on the attribute panel, distributing them between Wudong Tai Chi and Super Perception. Congratulations, host. Your Wudong Tai Chi Advanced has reached Master Level. Master Level Energy Release, with a theoretical value of 20 tons. Super Perception Advanced Master Level. Master Level Perception Range, with a theoretical value of 20 kilometers. Not bad, not bad. Listening to the system's description, Lin Chi nodded in satisfaction, then took out the divine essence that had been teleported in. System, can I use this divine essence? If I exchange it for points, how many points will it be? Can you use it? You can use it, but it's not recommended for the host to use it all at once. Chapter 161, 8th floor, the person outside the window. Why? Lin Chi furrowed his brows. Although the host's current physical strength has undergone a complete transformation and is no longer that of an ordinary human at the genetic level, the divine essence was never intended for ordinary people. If the host were to use it all at once, the consequences could very well be that the host would be unable to withstand the immense energy and explode to death. This is similar to when the host enhanced their physique last time without sufficient physical strength. Obtaining too much energy is not beneficial. This is similar to the previous instance where the host enhanced their physique. Without sufficient physical strength, acquiring excessive energy is not beneficial. Oh right, I completely forgot about that. Lin Chi slapped his head and suddenly looked at the system with a pensive expression. So you mean I should exchange the excess divine essence for you? The system has no such statement. However, if the host insists on doing so, the system will exchange it with the host at a rate of 200 points per tube. This system did not say that, but if the host insists on doing so, the system will exchange it with the host at a rate of 200 points per vial. This system did not say that, but if the host insists on doing so, the system will exchange it with the host at a price of 200 points per vial. Put. You're probably just daydreaming. Lin Chi spat out a mouthful of saliva, completely unaware that, beneath his consciousness, even if he wanted to spit, he couldn't. I have enough points now, and you know better than anyone else how valuable this thing is. Even if I can't use it all at once, I can save it and use it slowly, right in front of you, and I won't exchange it for you. Let's see if that makes you angry. Host, your brain might really be short-circuited. Would you like the system to clean and treat it for free? No need. Lin Chi rolled his eyes and his consciousness slowly returned to reality from the system space. Before he could react, a sudden, intense sensation of being closely watched erupted from the depths of his mind. Lin Chi frowned and used his super perception to look in the direction of the gaze. He saw several flight attendants in their early 20s, with attractive figures, staring at him while whispering to each other. Shortly after, one of the flight attendants seemed to be pushed forward by the others, looking shy and hesitant, glancing back every few steps as she approached him. Feeling the faint fragrance emanating from the flight attendant, Lin Chi slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, their gazes locked, and the flight attendant's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, her face betraying a look of panic. I'm so sorry, sir. Are you Mr. Lin Chi? The flight attendant was so flustered she could barely speak. Seeing this, Lin Chi smiled and showed a bright smile. That's right, it's me. Really? I'm your fan. I never expected you to be on this flight. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. The flight attendant exclaimed excitedly, her words coming out in a jumble. Looking around at the other passengers who had been dozing off, they all woke up at the sound of the exclamation, glancing over with a mix of annoyance and curiosity. Lin Chi immediately felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him again. Calm down, calm down. Let's talk this out. I'm not going anywhere. With a smile, Lin Chi made a joke to ease the tension in the air. The flight attendant clearly realized her own outburst and quickly waved her hands at the people around her to apologize. Then, she turned back and whispered, Mr. Lin Chi, could you please sign an autograph for me? I'm really a big fan of yours. I was watching your live stream earlier when I was on the ground. An autograph? No problem. Lin Chi smiled casually. The bright smile on his face and his approachable demeanor instantly caused the other flight attendants to flash excited glances in his direction. After going through the standard routine of signing autographs, taking photos, and exchanging contact information, Lin Chi was surprised to find several small notes slipped into his hands. Looking at the neatly written phone numbers on the papers, Lin Chi couldn't help but smile wryly and shake his head. It seems that fame really does attract women. But you're too late, I already have Xiaolin, and she's more than enough for me. Though he thought this to himself, he couldn't help but put the small notes back into his pocket. He'd dispose of them later after getting off the plane. The journey was smooth, and by around 3 a.m., Lin Chi finally returned to SY City, where his dreams had begun. Surrounded by a crowd of flight attendants, Lin Shi fully enjoyed the treatment reserved for celebrities, feeling the mix of surprise, envy, and jealousy in the glances of those around him. He couldn't help but smile wryly and shake his head. He waved goodbye and hailed a taxi, leaving the airport behind. Returning to the rental apartment he hadn't lived in for a long time, he looked around. Though there was a bit of dust, everything was arranged just as he remembered, and Lin Shi nodded in satisfaction. After quickly tidying up the bed, he didn't even bother to take a shower and collapsed onto the bed. The intense battles of the past few days had kept my nerves on edge, and the sudden relaxation brought on a wave of exhaustion and helplessness that made me not want to do anything at all. However, Lin Shi didn't want to do anything, but fate had other plans. Just as Lin Shi had drifted into a drowsy, half-asleep state, suddenly, a sense of danger surged up from his heart. Startled, Lin Shi suddenly rolled off the bed and onto the ground, drawing his tang sword and staring intently at the direction from which the sense of danger was coming outside the window. But an astonishing thing happened. Through the hazy glass window, there was actually a figure standing there. You see, he lived on the 8th floor. Who on earth could be there? Before Lin Shi could speak, the figure outside the window spoke first. In a mocking, condescending tone, he said lightly, "You're pretty alert. We had to go through a lot of trouble to find you. Come on, our superiors want to see you. Hope you don't try any tricks." What the heck? Hearing the mockery, Lin Shi couldn't help but complain in his heart, how can they all be so pretentious? Do they think they're invincible just because they can fly? Don't they understand that there are always people better than them? Who are you? Since the other party wasn't being polite, there was no need for him to be either. He held the tang sword slightly in front of his chest, half closed his eyes, and asked in a lazy tone. "Who I am, you may find out later, but for now, stop wasting my time. Do you really want my teammates to come and arrest you themselves?" This figure seemed to have a deep-seated grudge against Lin Shi. Not only was his tone arrogant, but his every movement exuded a sense of superiority. Lin Shi couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly, and his expression grew completely somber. The air around them froze in an instant. In the dead silence, a chilling aura erupted between the two, burning fiercely like a raging fire after autumn. What? You still dare to resist? Feeling the darkness in Lin Shi's eyes, the figure outside the window sneered coldly, his fingers unconsciously moving inside his sleeve. Clearly, this guy was also preparing to draw his weapon. However, since he had already offended him, how could Lin Shi possibly let him get away with it? Just as the figure's words had barely left his lips, Lin Shi suddenly vanished from where he stood. Immediately afterward, amidst the shards of broken glass, a massive fist grew larger and larger in his line of sight. Bang! A human figure suddenly plummeted from the 8th floor. Before he could recover, a voice that was both arrogant and matter-of-fact echoed through the shattered window. "QNMLGB. Don't you know what happens to those who threaten me?" Not only the figure, but even Dong Lin and the others waiting outside had their eyes filled with an expression of disbelief. There he was, Lin Shi, floating high above them in mid-air. Beneath his feet was a silver-gray object that resembled a skateboard but was sharper and more streamlined. Lu Kunshan. Chapter 162, Special Operations Team. Everyone was stunned to see Lin Shi floating in mid-air. Standing beside Dong Lin was an elderly man in his 60s, hunched over and wearing a green robe. He instinctively shouted at the falling figure. At the same time, transparent ripples seemed to be moving around the old man's body. Fixing his gaze on the trajectory of Lu Kunshan's descent, the old man suddenly raised his hand. A series of buzzing sounds echoed instantly in Dong Lin and the others' ears. At the same time, Lu Kunshan, who was descending with incredible force, seemed to be held back by an invisible hand, causing his speed to suddenly slow down. I'll kill you. Lu Kunshan, coming to his senses, suddenly let out a loud shout. With bloodshot eyes, he charged toward Lin Shi in midair like a madman, unleashing an invisible wind blade without a moment's hesitation. This was Lu Kunshan's most prideful technique. Though it may not be very powerful, its key lies in its speed, often striking the enemy's vital points before they can react. Lu Kunshan, maintaining his stance, coldly watched Lin Shi above him, as if he were waiting to see the latter fall to the ground in a pitiful state after this strike. Lin Jiqiang, standing nearby, furrowed his brows but remained silent. Dong Lin, on the other hand, was so excited that her eyes were practically glowing. She stared intently at Lin Shi, as if she were trying to see how he would respond next. Lin Shi indeed couldn't see the sudden gust of wind blade coming at him. But he had super perception. Clearly sensing the trajectory of the incoming wind blades, Lin Shi's face darkened, and he suddenly let out a cold laugh. Indeed, it was surprising. This must be the divine essence left behind in the air from that great battle thousands of years ago, right? It's truly, at least more than the world before. As he murmured to himself, Lin Shi suddenly increased his energy input. With a faint humming sound echoing through the air, the surface of the silver arrow suddenly flickered with a faint glow. Without even glancing at the wind blades that crashed into it, it hurtled toward Lu Kunshan, who had yet to land, under the astonished gazes of everyone present. A crisp crack echoed through the air. Lin Shi slapped Lu Kunshan across the face. The man flew through the air like a cannonball, crashing heavily onto the ground and instantly creating a half-meter deep crater in the smooth cement road. Is that it? I thought it would be stronger. With a faint smile of mockery, Lin Shi stood on the flowing silver shuttle, looking down at the 2 men and 1 woman who appeared before him. Tilting his head slightly, Lin Shi even retracted his tang sword back into the system space, then smiled faintly with a hint of meaning. What? You're the so-called teammates he mentioned? Here to arrest me? To arrest you? Lin Jiqiang had only just begun to speak when he suddenly understood what had happened. He glared fiercely at Lu Kunshan, who was lying unconscious in the large pit, and muttered under his breath, "Damn it! You're good for nothing but causing trouble. If it weren't for your father, I would have kicked you out of the team long ago." At the same time, he forced a wry smile and said, "Mr. Lin, don't misunderstand. We're not here to arrest you. This is... Enough of this nonsense. Who are you? What do you want from me?" Before Lin Jiqiang could finish, Lin Shi waved his hand and cut him off. After a day and night of exhaustion, he finally had a chance to rest, only to be disrupted by these people. Lin Shi really had no patience to listen to his rambling. "Oh, right, we haven't introduced ourselves yet." Lin Jiqiang understood how Lin Shi felt and didn't mind his tone. Instead, he smiled, tapped his head, and began introducing himself. "My name is Lin Jiqiang. I belong to the Dragon Nation Special Operations Team, 3rd Squad, 2nd Platoon. I am the platoon leader. The people beside me are my team members, Dong Lin, Chen Lao, and Lu Kunshan." When mentioning the last name, Lin Jiqiang glanced at Lu Kunshan lying in the large pit, his eyes flashing with embarrassment and helplessness. There really is a team composed of psychics? And judging by the name, it was even formed by higher-ups specifically for this purpose. This is getting interesting. No wonder that kid surnamed Lu speaks so arrogantly. Lin Shi nodded, finally understanding why the other person had spoken in such a tone and attitude. Clearly, he had been pampered in a greenhouse and had never seen the cruelty of the natural world. To put it bluntly, you've been spoiled. So you came to me because... Ask you to join us. Lin Jiqiang clearly wasn't one to beat around the bush. He spoke succinctly and directly. Your performance during the livestream has already caught the attention of our superiors during the Shinnon Jia event. However, due to your close ties with Lu Jiangluo, Zhang Jiansheng, and others, and your significant contributions to the Dragon Nation on multiple occasions, we chose not to take you away immediately but instead opted for a more lenient approach, waiting until today. Mild? Mild? Lin Shi glanced at Lu Kunshan in the large pit beside him, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile, shaking his head meaningfully. Cough, cough. Well, this was an accident. Lin Jiqiang cleared his throat twice to cover his embarrassment. Anyway, didn't you already teach him a lesson? And to be honest, we're just messengers. We did consider forcing you to leave earlier, but now... Lin Jiqiang shrugged his shoulders, making no effort to hide his thoughts. I'm afraid the 3 of us combined wouldn't stand a chance against you alone. So the message has been delivered, but what to do next is entirely up to you. Listening to Lin Jiqiang's straightforward explanation, Lin Shi's smile grew even broader. Without hesitation, he retrieved the flowing silver shuttle he was standing on into the system space and nodded at the others. Your explanation is quite good, it suits my taste. And judging by your name, this place seems interesting. I'll go with you to take a look first. But remember to have someone fix the window for me. Consider it compensation for the mental distress you've caused me. Oh, don't worry, someone has already taken care of it. I guarantee that by tomorrow morning, your place will be exactly the same as before. Lin Jiqiang was taken aback, completely unprepared for Lin Shi to say such a thing. Just a moment ago, they were fighting, and now he's joking around? Could it really be that my explanation just now moved him? Shaking his head, Lin Jiqiang dismissed all those jumbled thoughts from his mind. He glanced at Lu Kunshan, who was being restrained by Chen Lao and floating in mid-air, gave a cold snort, turned around, and led the others toward the black Hongqi car in the distance. Chapter 163, The Unseen Underground Miracle. The reason Lin Shi chose to go with Lin Jiqiang was actually simple. Curiosity was one thing, but more importantly, he was now in Manhwa. As someone born and raised in Manhwa, he may not dare to do everything, but at least he should maintain some basic decorum. After all, Lin Shi isn't the kind of person who forgets his roots. The black and red flag-bearing vehicle sped quickly to a certain military airport in SY, where several people boarded a large, pitch-black transport aircraft and immediately took off toward Jingdu. Sitting inside the transport aircraft's cabin, Lin Shi couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Earlier, he had said that he didn't have a place to stay in Jingdu and didn't want to keep bothering Zhang Xiaolin, but now it seemed he would have to make the trip after all. Fate. It really is unpredictable. As he sighed softly to himself, Lin Shi suddenly noticed that Dong Lin, who had been sitting across from him and hadn't spoken a single word since they met, was staring intently at him without blinking. As he looked into her eyes, which were constantly flickering with a sharp gleam, Lin Shi couldn't help but feel a sudden sense of unease coursing through his entire body. Before Lin Shi could speak, Dong Lin spoke first. You seem to have grown stronger. Oh? Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. Why do you say that? It's just a feeling. Dong Lin stroked her eyes, crossed her black-clad legs, and continued leisurely, "When I first noticed you, I could sense that while you were very powerful, it was merely that powerful. But as your live streams continued, I noticed an interesting detail. Every time you ended one live stream and started the next, your demonstrated strength would experience a significant leap forward. Especially during the Kunlun Mountain event, you even broke through directly in the live stream. And there were no prior signs at all, as if you could break through whenever you wanted to. Mr. Lin, this doesn't follow the usual pattern at all." "Is that so? Maybe I'm just special." Facing Dong Lin's smiling gaze, Lin Chi was secretly amazed by the woman's sharpness. You see, after every livestream, Lin Chi would typically use the points earned from task rewards to enhance himself, which is why his strength had improved so much in such a short time. However, while he can improve, he always intentionally hides his true abilities or deliberately maintains a level that most people can accept during his live streams. Yet, despite this, he was still discovered by this woman. Her keen observational skills and rigorous thinking. Could this woman be some kind of brain domain ability user? Lin Chi speculated silently to himself. Dong Lin saw that Lin Chi had answered in this manner and did not press further. Instead, she smiled slightly and turned her head to glance at the still unconscious Lu Kunshan in the distance. "Keep an eye on that guy. His heart isn't in the right place, and his father is a big shot. If you choose to join him, you won't have an easy life. After all, a toad doesn't bite, but it's still annoying. He may not pose a direct threat to you, but constantly bothering you isn't exactly pleasant either." "You say that, but aren't you afraid I'll tell him?" Lin Chi stared into Dong Lin's eyes and asked with a meaningful smile. "Would you do that?" Dong Lin smiled as well, her eyes calm and serene. "Would you really do that?" Dong Lin smiled back, her beautiful eyes calm and composed. "Ha, that's interesting." Lin Chi chuckled, then shrugged his shoulders and ended the conversation as Lin Jiqiang approached again. "We're almost there." Glancing at the two who had simultaneously fallen silent, Lin Jiqiang didn't pry further. Instead, he turned to Lin Chi and said, "Normally, newcomers here are required to wear special headgear on their first visit. But since your situation is special, we won't make things difficult for ourselves. But after all, this place isn't suitable for outsiders to see. We hope that no matter what you encounter moving forward, you won't reveal anything. After all, this is our secret place and it's also the secret place of the entire Dragon Kingdom." "I understand." Lin Chi shrugged. "Besides, I'm not one to cause trouble. To me, this place is just a stopover." Lin Jiqiang nodded. Immediately, the transport aircraft began to descend slowly into a mountainous area near Jingdu, accompanied by a distinct sensation of weightlessness. Looking at the primeval forest surrounded by mountains and lush trees, even Lin Chi, who had seen many shocking things, couldn't help but marvel silently, "There's actually such a place in Jingdu?" This was completely different from the Jingdu he had imagined, a city shrouded in smog and gridlocked with traffic. It was like night and day. Seeing this, Lin Jiqiang smiled. "Surprised, aren't you? When I first came here, I was also very surprised. But that's not the point. Let's go inside." Following Lin Jiqiang into the grayish-white building that resembled a terminal building near the airport, they boarded an elevator. Instead of going up, the group descended deep underground. Lin Chi wasn't particularly surprised. After all, such a place would never be built on the ground. However, the system's voice echoed faintly in his mind. Detected a massive void below, detected high energy reactions, detected multiple fluctuating forces of comparable intensity to the host. Please proceed with caution. What? The intensity is comparable to mine? Has the specific number been detected? This statement left Lin Chi slightly taken aback. After all, his current physical strength had reached the realm of transcendence. Even among psychics, 99% wouldn't stand a chance against him. Yet here, there was someone whose strength matched his own. Who are they? Could they be the scattered descendants of the Queen Mother of the West? Preliminary assessment, 6 individuals, but the possibility of other hidden individuals cannot be ruled out. Lin Chi narrowed his eyes. It seems that Manhwa has some hidden strength. I wonder if it's them. If it is, then the Queen Mother of the West won't be so lonely anymore. Muttering to himself, the group quickly stepped out of the elevator at the bottom. However, the scene that greeted their eyes left Lin Chi truly stunned, filled with astonishment and fear. Before them lay a vast underground hall. 3 massive circular pipes stand side by side, stretching all the way to the distant horizon, their ends lost in the darkness. Fortunately, with the system's assistance, Lin Chi clearly understood that these 3 pipes extended underground, reaching an underground city approximately 30 kilometers away. The hall before his eyes was merely a place resembling a station. Of course, if that were all there was, it would only have left Lin Chi feeling astonished, not terrified. What truly instilled fear in him was the enormous black dragon directly facing him, just 5 meters away. Chapter 164, It's Lin Chi, don't let him escape. It's a real dragon. Although it was just a corpse, those eyes, glowing with an eerie blood-red hue, emitted a pressure that seemed to pierce the soul, whether you looked at it or not. Lin Chi narrowed his eyes and remained motionless, but Lin Jiqiang and the others beside him stared at him in disbelief, as if they had discovered a new continent. Exchanging glances, Lin Jiqiang hesitated for a moment before asking, "Didn't you feel anything unusual? A special feeling?" Lin Shi turned his head and glanced at the big guy, who looked as strong as a gorilla. "What special feeling?" "Oh, nothing. Just asking." Lin Jiqiang's eyes flickered, then he seemed to snap out of it, slapping his head. "Right, I forgot. You're the one who's even met the Queen Mother of the West. A mere black dragon couldn't possibly have any effect on you." Though he spoke casually, the fleeting gleam in his eyes was instantly noticed by Lin Shi. Not only him, but even Dong Lin and Chen Lao beside him all saw the same flash in their eyes. Lin Shi was a bit confused. However, he didn't call them out on it. Instead, he shrugged casually, pretending not to notice, and followed the others onto the magnetic levitation train that had already pulled up, heading deeper underground toward the city. It seems that the true strength of Dragon Country is far greater than what meets the eye. Lin Shi murmured to himself, nonchalantly, as he sat in the carriage. This was unavoidable, after all, the current environment was too hostile, and there were many things that couldn't be disclosed for the time being. Lin Jiqiang scratched his head and said casually, "And you know, people like us, who are different from ordinary people, if we were to publicly showcase our abilities, the panic it would cause would be unimaginable. Take the widely circulated case of the Jingdu Tribulation crosser a few years ago, for example. If we hadn't handled it with a cold response and made excuses like human-shaped balloons, who knows what kind of trouble it would have caused. Moreover, it's not just Longwei, the world's attitude toward us is largely the same. If we can organize them, that's best. If not, we must ensure they don't harm ordinary people." Listening to Lin Jiqiang's explanation, Lin Shi nodded silently. Indeed. After all, this world is made up of ordinary people, and these superhumans are an anomaly. Though they are only an extremely small minority, their abilities are far beyond what ordinary people can match, making panic inevitable. No one spoke. In this relatively silent atmosphere, the group quickly arrived at the massive city located 30 kilometers underground. Of course, it would be more accurate to describe it as a large underground training center rather than a city. As soon as you step off the train, all you can see are one after another of these massive, expansive training grounds. People of all ages and builds, dressed in various attire, were either sprinting swiftly along the 400-meter standard track like streaks of light or casually lifting 300-kilogram tungsten steel dumbbells in the equipment area, moving them up and down with ease. Even Lin Shi noticed several women, some with bodies as fluid as water, others engulfed in flames, and still others with pointed tails, each training in their own specialized areas to hone their abilities. It was like stepping into a paradise for mutants. Though there were no laughter or joyful voices, at least here, none of them felt alone. How many people are there here? Looking around at the people staring at him with expressions of astonishment, surprise, or excitement, Lin Shi couldn't help but turn to Lin Jiqiang and ask. There are currently 536 people here, and another 1,783 are out on duty. We won't see them until at least the end of the month. Lin Jiqiang smiled at Lin Shi, unable to hide his pride. Although not all of them are here, the vast majority of the country's psychics have been gathered here. How about it? Doesn't it feel much more comfortable here than out there? You see, only here do we feel like we're not outcasts, but part of a community of thousands who share the same abilities, silently supporting one another. This is our home, and the only home we have. Lin Shi nodded. He could understand the emotion in Lin Jiqiang's words. Imagine a group of teenagers, whose minds are not yet mature, suddenly awakening to their special abilities, yet unable to control them, and thus becoming outcasts in the eyes of their peers, objects of fear and disgust. No one would ever want to endure that feeling. Is that Chi Go? Holy crap, is that really Chi Go? I knew Chi Go must be a superhuman. Chi Go, I'm your fan. Damn, the higher-ups are really pulling some strings. They even managed to get Chi Go here. What Kajesh? That guy? What's so special about him? Are you watching the live stream? You don't even know who Chi Go is? Let me tell you, this guy is the hottest thing right now. Do you know the Queen Mother of the West from mythology? He's the one who saved her. And that's not all, he's also confirmed the existence of the Shin Nong Jia Wildman and the Deathworm. Holy crap, this is so awesome. Listening to the people around him talking freely about his glorious deeds, and seeing the crowd of excited people running over to watch him, Lin Shi rubbed his nose and felt a bit embarrassed. Hello, everyone. Lin Shi waved his hand at the crowd and greeted them with a smile. However, the next moment, it was like stirring up a hornet's nest. The people who were just excited moments ago suddenly turned into a frenzy. Holy crap, Chi Go greeted me. He actually greeted me. Stop being so self-absorbed, Chi Go was clearly waving at me. Oh no, Chi Go is running away. Quick, don't let him get away. Amidst the shouts, the crowd surged toward Lin Shi. As the number of people grew larger and larger, even the path ahead was nearly blocked. Lin Jiqiang suddenly slapped his forehead and hurriedly led a few people toward the office building ahead. At the same time, he shouted loudly, "Don't block the way. Don't block the way. If Lin Shi doesn't leave now, don't act impulsively. Maintain order. Maintain order." Fortunately, Lin Shi was fast, and with Lin Jiqiang's ability to clear a path like a mountain, the group managed to escape the crowd unscathed. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, before Lin Shi could speak, several figures in the distance laughed out loud. Ha ha! Lin Shi, it seems your reputation is truly no small matter. Your arrival has nearly turned this place into a bustling marketplace. Chapter 165. Don't interfere with me, or else the consequences will be severe. Lu Jiangwo? Looking at the person in front of him who was smiling and greeting him, it was actually Lu Jiangwo, the same person he had encountered at Shinongjia last time. Lin Shi's eyes widened in disbelief. After a moment of disbelief and hesitation, he finally managed to say, "How did you end up here? Don't call me by my full name. Just call me Uncle Lu." Lu Jiangwo smiled and patted Lin Shi on the shoulder. "This isn't the place to talk. Let's go inside and chat." Amidst feelings of surprise, astonishment, and confusion, Lin Shi followed Lu Jiangwo and the others into the building behind them. Sitting on the sofa in the conference room, Lu Jiangwo finally spoke. "I've only been here for a short while. After the incident you caused at Shinongjia, since I was directly involved in handling it, the organization decided to transfer me here. Come, let me introduce you. These two are Gao Weicheng and Lu Ruijing. They are the real veterans here. Hey, old Lu, don't talk like that. When it comes to seniority, we both have to call you old classmate. Don't tease us like that," Gao Weicheng said with a smile upon hearing this. "Hey, old Lu, don't say that. When it comes to seniority, we both have to call you old sergeant. Don't tease us like that," Gao Weicheng said with a smile upon hearing this. Lu Ruijing, who was standing nearby, said the same thing. He smiled and waved his hand, then looked at Lin Shi and said, "You're truly a hero. I've watched all your live streams. Thank you for your contributions to Manhwa. Nothing much, it's just work. It's nothing. After all, it's just part of the job." Lin Shi responded with a smile, but deep down, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Upon closer inspection, he realized, wait a minute, wasn't the guy I slapped earlier surnamed Lu? Could this be his father? At this thought, Lin Shi suddenly felt a different kind of emotion toward this middle-aged man with a smile on his face but a hidden air of superiority. After smiling and greeting them, Lu Ruijing finally noticed Lu Kuanshan behind him, who had been suspended in midair like a kite being flown by Chen Lao, motionless. He couldn't help but ask with some confusion. During the mission, Lu Kunshan had spoken disrespectfully and was beaten by Lin Shi. Lin Shi remained silent, but Lin Jiqiang stepped forward despite the pressure. After hearing the account of the incident and reviewing the footage captured by the body cameras carried by the individuals involved, Lu Jiangwo and Gao Weicheng exchanged glances before both silently turned their attention to Lu Ruijing. After watching the video, the latter's face, which had been full of smiles, suddenly turned as grim as if he had swallowed a fly. Damn it! With a sudden slap on the table, Lu Ruijing approached Lu Kunshan. First, he signaled to Chen Lao to put the man down, then he kicked him violently and shouted angrily, "Get up quickly! Are you lying there pretending to be dead?" Unable to hear his father's angry shouts, Lu Kunshan, who had already woken up, jolted awake and scrambled to his feet. Keeping his head bowed, he dared not move a muscle and said, "I slap." Before Lu Kunshan could finish his sentence, a hard slap landed squarely on his face, causing him to shudder violently. "All right. You never have time to deal with me, but your temper sure is getting worse. What, have you learned to threaten people now?" Staring with bulging eyes, Lu Ruijing pointed at Lu Kunshan's nose and began to scold him. The anger in his voice was so intense that even Lin Jiqiang and the others standing nearby felt a chill run down their spines. They dared not speak or step forward to intervene, simply standing by silently as Lu Kunshan was berated by Lu Ruijing, looking as helpless as a little chick. It wasn't until 10 minutes had passed that Lu Ruijing finally slapped another palm across Lu Kunshan's forehead. "Get over there and apologize." "Oh, right." Lu Kunshan stumbled, seeming to want to look up, but afraid that his father would strike again, he stammered, "I'm sorry." "Didn't you eat? Why are you speaking so softly?" Another angry shout sent Lu Kunshan shivering in fear. He hurriedly shouted loudly, "Lin Shi, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I was petty and spoke without thinking. I was blind. Please forgive me this once." "Oh, you know how to apologize?" Lin Shi smiled faintly as he glanced at the two of them. Although he didn't know how much of it was genuine and how much was an act, at least they had made their intentions clear. Lin Shi didn't want to keep harping on it, as that would make him seem petty and unforgiving. Waving his hand dismissively, Lin Shi said casually, "Admitting a mistake and correcting it is the right thing to do. I'm not the type to hold a grudge. I just wanted to tell you that there are always people more capable than you, and the world is far more fascinating than you can imagine." "Yes, I'll remember that." Lu Kunshan nodded, seeming to genuinely accept Lin Shi's advice. "All right, you've worked hard. You may go now. We have some things to discuss with Lin Shi." Seeing this, Lu Jiangwo nodded to Lin Jiqiang and the others, then watched their silent figures disappear into the reception room. "Old Lu, those slaps were pretty harsh. Usually, you pamper that kid like he's your own son." Seeing that no one else was around, Gao Weicheng suddenly leaned in and said in a low voice, Harsh? No, this isn't even that harsh. Harsh? Lu Ruijing's face remained grim, showing no signs of improvement. Over the years, I've been busy here, and the responsibility of his education has always been entrusted to his mother. I never expected that after being disobedient and mischievous, he would now even lose his mental faculties. This time he encountered Lin Shi, who spared his life. But if he goes out on missions alone in the future, who will tolerate him anymore? If I really die out there, it'll be my fault. I won't even be able to teach him a lesson. Feeling the emotional fluctuations emanating from Lu Rui's body, Lin Shi silently nodded. This guy was genuinely angry about Lu Kunshan's lack of ambition. They say that a lenient mother spoils her children, and it seems that this is indeed the case. Alright, old Lu, let Kunshan suffer a little this time. It'll help him grow up. Don't get too upset. If you can't, make time to spend more time with him later. He's at the base right now anyway. Lu Jiangwo saw that the matter had been settled, patted Lu Ruijing on the shoulder to comfort him, then turned to look at Lin Shi and said, Little Lin, you already know the situation. This is the largest gathering place for psychics in Manhwa. I can join, but I won't stay here. Lin Shi saw Lu Jiangwo draw out a long string of syllables and smiled faintly, speaking casually. And I'll keep doing the live stream as long as you don't interfere with me. Everyone will benefit. Otherwise, I fear that the days ahead will not be easy for anyone. Chapter 165, The Underground. Chapter 166, Beneath the Underground. It could be said that Lin Shi's words had already reached the level of a threat. If it were an ordinary person, or even an ordinary psychic, the moment they said those words, they would be laughed out of the room. However, after Lin Shi spoke, the situation was completely different. Looking at his calm expression and the faint smile still lingering at the corners of his mouth, Lu Jiangwo and the others seemed to have anticipated this outcome. Without even consulting each other, they simply replied with a single word, alright. This came as a bit of a surprise to Lin Shi. Noticing this expression, Lu Jiangwo burst into laughter. You little rascal, do you find this strange? How come we agreed so easily? Lin Shi shrugged his shoulders, adopting an eager-to-hear expression. Actually, it's quite simple. Although you haven't streamed very often, only 3 times, it's no exaggeration to say that each time was an adventure that truly broadened people's horizons. Moreover, the wild men, deathworms, and synthetic beasts are all things that are extremely beneficial to the Dragon Kingdom. Although you didn't join us at the time, the contributions you made were no less than anyone here, and in some ways, even surpassed them. Besides, you're not alone now. Even if we wanted to use force, we'd have to consider whether our strength is up to the task. Lu Jiangwo waved his hands, adopting a defiant posture. After hearing his words, Lin Shi raised his eyebrows, and everything became clear to him. What he had done for the Dragon Kingdom was secondary. The main reason was the communication device given to him by the Western Queen Mother not long ago, along with her promise, which made Lu Jiangwo, or rather, those above him, dare not act against him lightly. After all, although Kunlun Mountain is just a small area, the power of those 10,000 synthetic beasts is no joke. Moreover, now that the Western Queen Mother has regained power, the base she built on the moon back then, could it possibly contain even more powerful entities? No one can say for certain. They don't want to take that risk, and there's no need to take it. Realizing this, Lin Shi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Indeed, no matter how strong an individual may be, they can never match the strength of an entire faction. Unless that person is so powerful that they can crush an entire faction, they will ultimately be unable to withstand it. With this thought in mind, the events that followed were inevitable. Both sides had each set their own bottom lines. As long as these lines were not crossed, Lu Jiangwo's side would not interfere with Lin Shi's livestream in any way. If necessary, Lin Shi could even request support in the form of equipment, supplies, or personnel. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement. In return, Lin Shi only needs to hand over a portion of the items obtained from the expedition to the side, or keep a portion as before. This was no big deal, as he had been doing this from the start and didn't feel like he was being forced into anything. With the matter settled, both parties were naturally delighted. Lu Jiangwo wanted to invite Lin Shi to stay for lunch. After all, they had been busy all night, and it was already nearly 10 in the morning. It would be impolite not to offer him a meal. Lin Shi waved his hand dismissively and suddenly asked, Uncle Lu, since my situation is special and I don't have to follow the rules here, can I go downstairs to take a look? What? How do you know? Gao Weicheng exclaimed in shock, but before he could finish his sentence, he seemed to realize something and immediately shut his mouth, as if nothing had ever happened. Why bring that up suddenly? Lu Jiangwo didn't find it surprising, but he was curious about why Lin Shi suddenly asked about it. Lin Shi shrugged, not really caring. After all, he had promised the Western Queen Mother to find her clan members. The 6 people's aura was extremely powerful, they definitely weren't ordinary humans. Ha, everyone says you have a lot of secrets, and it turns out you do. Lu Jiangwo laughed heartily. Alright, you can go take a look, but I must warn you, those guys have a temper. Be careful. Alright, thanks, Uncle Lu. Lin Shi nodded and, under the watchful eyes of the three, set off toward the area indicated on the map, holding the unrestricted identity card he had just obtained. Watching Lin Shi's figure disappear, Lu Ruijing tapped his chin and said, "Old Lu, you just let him go like that? You know how troublesome those guys are." Even after all these years, they hadn't managed to get anything useful out of those guys, and Lu Ruijing couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Lu Jiangwo, on the other hand, seemed quite nonchalant. "It doesn't matter. Let him meet them. It's not a bad thing. After all, he had contact with the Queen Mother of the West before, and he has her communicator. Perhaps what we find difficult to handle is incredibly simple for him. And didn't you notice? He seems completely unaffected by the Black Dragon." Recalling the scenes he had seen on the surveillance footage earlier, Lu Jiangwo couldn't help but feel a ripple of emotion in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Gao Weicheng and Lu Ruijing exchanged glances and remained silent. If there was anything that troubled them the most here, it was the 6 ancient beings deep underground, and the other was the massive black dragon corpse at the entrance. Although it is already a corpse, strangely enough, it still emits mental fluctuations. Anyone with strength inferior to it will experience varying degrees of hallucinations when exposed to these fluctuations. If the person harbors hostility toward this place, they may become emotionally unstable, experience cognitive disorientation, and eventually lose all rationality, turning into a vegetable or a madman. This is also why, after all these years, they have not kept this secret hidden but instead have openly displayed it there. After all, countless people were sacrificed for this cause back then. Though this sounds terrifying, what's even more terrifying is that the 6 ancient beings' location also has such spiritual fluctuations, and their intensity is nearly 10 times that of the Black Dragon's release. This makes even the most basic communication between the two sides impossible. Facing conversation partners who were constantly being switched, over time, the temper of those 6 ancient beings grew increasingly worse, and by now, they barely communicate with them at all. However, Lin Shi remains unaffected by this mental disturbance. If he could do this underground, perhaps he could glean some useful information from their conversation that he hadn't been able to obtain before. This is absolutely fantastic news. At this thought, both of them couldn't help but brighten up. Without another word, they hurried toward the monitoring room alongside Lu Jiangwo. At that moment, Lin Shi, who was already deep underground, had no idea what the 3 people above him were thinking. Of course, even if he did know, it wouldn't matter. As he opened the heavy metal gate in front of him, the scene that greeted his eyes caused Lin Shi to widen his eyes in astonishment. What the heck is this place? Chapter 167, This place is actually a spaceship? Please subscribe. Lin Shi was stunned by the scene before him. If it weren't for the real-time scan map displayed on the light screen by the system, he would never have believed his eyes a severely damaged ancient-class spaceship had actually crashed into the ground. Length 336 meters, maximum width 98 meters, height 58 meters. The original color is unclear. However, judging from the existing contours, this should be a cigar-shaped structure with 2 rectangular structures protruding from the tail, resembling ailerons. The carbon-14 dating results indicate that it dates back approximately 37,800 years. Warning, unknown mental fluctuations detected, intensity, severe. However, they pose minimal threat to the host. Threat level, low. Warning, 6 powerful energy fluctuations detected, with intensity levels matching the host. Please proceed with caution. Warning, 6 powerful energy fluctuations detected, with intensity matching that of the host. Host is advised to proceed with caution. Warning. As he walked forward along the narrow passageway, the warning sound repeatedly echoed in his mind, causing Lin Shi to frown slightly. System, are you sure your readings are correct? This ship really dates back over 30,000 years? Lin Shi looked around and silently asked himself. Host, you may doubt, but please do not insult this system. Host, you may doubt, but please do not insult the system. Carbon-14 dating is such a primitive method, the probability of this system making an error is only 1 in a trillion, and that would only occur if the system's energy is insufficient and its processing speed has significantly decreased. The system protested to Lin Shi, but the latter was in no mood to engage in a verbal exchange with it at that moment. 37,000 years, something was definitely wrong. If that was the case, then where had they been for the nearly 20,000 years prior? Furrowing his brows, Lin Shi silently pondered in his mind. Based on the information obtained from the Western Queen Mother, over 90% of the structures on Kunlun Mountain were constructed over 10,000 years ago. This at least indicates that the Western Queen Mother arrived at Kunlun Mountain at some point over 10,000 years ago. However, the carbon-14 dating results of the crashed spacecraft found here indicate an age of over 37,000 years. This leaves a gap of nearly 20,000 years. Why is that? Could it be that I was wrong from the very beginning? The 6 people here aren't actually members of the Queen Mother of the West's clan? If that is the case, then who are they? Why have they remained underground all this time instead of living on the surface when the Queen Mother of the West had not yet arrived at Mount Kunlun? Lin Shi suddenly felt overwhelmed. He had originally thought it would be a simple meeting to inform the Western Queen Mother of the good news that the clan members were still alive. However, he never expected that a single carbon-14 test result would once again plunge him into another whirlpool of trouble. The lights around him were dim. The source of the light was unknown, casting a hazy glow over the surroundings. Amidst the swirling mist in the air, the place seemed to emit an eerie, misty glow, as if it were a mysterious realm shrouded in an otherworldly aura. Lin Shi couldn't help but secretly activate his super perception, eager to explore the depths and sense any movement. However, the moment his perception began to spread, several gazes that seemed to have traversed time and space, ignoring physical barriers, suddenly surged toward him from every corner of the spaceship. In an instant, they converged on Lin Shi's mental perception. Another newcomer has arrived. I never expected that after all these years, these human youngsters still haven't given up. Do they really not fear the disturbance of the demonic barriers? You know what humans are like. They've been stranded here for so many years, and they're the most self-destructive and persistent of all. It's really strange. You're right, but that's precisely why we chose to stay here and improve ourselves after losing contact with our people, isn't it? So, who are you planning to send to deal with him this time? I'm currently studying materials science and trying to fix this old ship as soon as possible. I don't have time to mess around with him. I don't have time either. Don't look at me. I was the one who dealt with it last time. I talked for ages, but nothing useful came of it. They kept sending 7 or 8 different people back and forth, asking the same questions over and over again. It was so frustrating. This feeling was strange. Although he couldn't hear anything, he could clearly sense it in his mind. It was like a hallucination. Lin Shi suddenly stopped in his tracks, his eyes darting around the surroundings. After a moment, feeling nothing, he paused, listening to the sounds still echoing in his mind, and couldn't help but say softly, "You're just passing the blame back and forth in front of me. Is that really okay?" My mind went completely silent in an instant. Not just my mind, but even the air and space around me seemed to come to a standstill in an instant. After a long moment, a voice that sounded significantly older suddenly echoed in Lin Shi's mind. "Human, can you hear our voices?" "Of course I can. Otherwise, how would I have interrupted you?" Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. How come this feels like such a ridiculous question? His mind fell silent once more. However, unlike before, this silence was not dead stillness, but was quickly followed by a response. In the distant end of the narrow corridor, amidst the swirling mist, 6 figures darted forward like lightning, appearing before Lin Shi in an instant. The overwhelming pressure was so intense that Lin Shi couldn't help but furrow his brows, almost instinctively reaching for his tang sword. "You're quite different from the others, aren't you?" Among the 6, the elderly man standing before Lin Shi, with snow-white hair, dressed in dark golden armor of peculiar texture and design, glanced up and down at Lin Shi before fixing his gaze on him and speaking with intense eyes. "Moreover, I sense a familiar aura emanating from you. Who are you? Have you seen my people?" Facing the old man's intense gaze, Lin Shi showed no sign of nervousness. He glanced at the 6 people in front of him and said calmly, "My name is Lin Shi. I am a standard blue star person. As for whether I have seen your people, I cannot guarantee that, but if you could tell me your identities, perhaps I could determine whether that person is one of your kind. I cannot say for certain. However, if you could tell me your identities, perhaps I could determine whether that person is one of your kind." "Humph. Ha! Little one, you're really different from those who came before you. This is interesting, very interesting." Faced with Lin Shi's counter-question, the 6 exchanged glances, and the old man couldn't help but smile slightly. "You ask who we are? Well, humans have given us so many names. If you want to use human terminology, you can call me Emperor Tai." Chapter 168, Clan Members Reunite, New Mission. Upon hearing the words Emperor's Throne, though not as familiar as the Western Queen Mother, it cannot be denied that in the classic of Mountains and Seas, it is referred to as the Little Heavenly Emperor who governs a region. In the Shanhaijing, this deity is mentioned on multiple occasions. For example, the Zhongshan Jing section of the Shanhaijing records, on the mountain Shoyushan there is a stone called the Emperor's Terrace chessboard, which is 5-colored and patterned, resembling a partridge egg. The stone of the Emperor's Terrace is used to pray to the 100 gods. The Emperor's Terrace mentioned here refers to the figure before us. Additionally, in the biography of Shushi from the Book of Jin, there is also a mention of his name. The 5 chapters of the Mu Tianzi Zhuan recounts how King Mu of Zhou traveled across the 4 seas and encountered the Emperor Tai and the Queen Mother of the West. From this, we can see that although this figure may sound unfamiliar, it does not diminish his fame within the mythological system of the classic of Mountains and Seas. Looking at the elderly man with a ruddy complexion and snow-white hair and beard, Lin Shi couldn't help but stare wide-eyed, causing those around him to burst into laughter. "You're something else. I never thought that after all these years, someone would still know your name. Unlike us, who didn't have much contact with humans back then, and now we don't even have a record." The middle-aged man beside him, who was equally muscular and clad in battle armor, patted the Emperor's shoulder and muttered with a sigh. What's this? This is what you deserve. Who told you to be so obsessed with repairing this ship back then? When I went out, none of you followed me. Emperor Tai shot the man a disdainful glance. I was just thinking of everyone. After all, who would want to stay in this godforsaken place? Zhuangshua Dajin pointed to the underground where they were and said with a hint of resentment. Yeah, you're right. After all these years, it's still the same old story. Yeah. After all these years, it's still the same old story. Emperor Tai once again ruthlessly criticized him, instantly making the burly man so angry that his beard almost stood on end. However, after struggling for a long time, he suddenly deflated, shook his head, and said nothing. Seeing this, Emperor Tai ignored the man and turned to Lin Qi again, saying, "Little boy, it's time to tell me the answer to my previous question, isn't it? You must have seen my people and had close contact with him. Who is he? And where is he?" Upon hearing this, the others once again focused their attention on Lin Qi. Clearly, the topic of their clan was of greater concern to them than anything else. Lin Qi nodded. Since this guy is from the imperial court, he might actually be a member of the Western Queen Mother's clan. After all, it's recorded in the Mu Tianzi Zhuan. He took out the private communicator that the Queen Mother of the West had given him earlier from the system space and, in front of the others, pressed the communication button directly. A faint blue glow suddenly emanated from the small pendant. As the current fluctuated, the familiar yet delicate features of the Western Queen Mother quickly appeared before everyone's eyes. Lin Qi? It's only been a day since we last saw each other. What's going on? What trouble did you get into? Where are you? How many people do you need? Before Lin Qi could even open his mouth, the Queen Mother of the West had already spoken a string of words, leaving him speechless for a moment. Clearly, seeing Lin Qi again made the Western Queen Mother very excited. Moreover, the matter of correcting the synthetic beast's memories had mostly been resolved, so she was in a relatively relaxed state at the moment. This is why she didn't even ask any questions and immediately asked how many people were needed, which made Lin Qi feel warm inside. Having such a considerate ally is truly a stroke of good luck. As he thought to himself, Emperor Tai, standing beside him, saw the expression on the Western Queen Mother's face and suddenly widened his eyes, his body trembling violently. The Queen Mother? You are truly the Queen Mother? The excitement in his voice was evident, and even without looking, one could tell how Emperor Tai felt at that moment. It wasn't just him, the expressions of the 5 people beside him were more or less the same. After tens of thousands of years of solitude, he never imagined that there were still members of his clan alive on Blue Star at this moment. What could be more joyful than this? Upon hearing the voice of the Emperor's throne, the Western Queen Mother clearly paused for a moment. As she clearly saw the appearance of the former and the few people around him, the scene on her side suddenly shook violently. It was as if the communication device she was holding in her hand had suddenly dropped to the ground. It took a while before the screen finally returned to normal. But the Queen Mother of the West's face was already covered in tears of excitement and joy. Is it really you? Is it really all of you? I never thought you were still alive, still alive. Indeed, we never expected it. Back then, during that great battle, according to the Western Queen Mother's account, it should have been only her, leading a group of synthetic beasts into battle. Even if she was a great deity, at her core, wasn't the Western Queen Mother also just a woman? A woman, in order to survive and protect the ancestors of the Dragon Kingdom from being invaded by outsiders, has taken everything upon herself. How much heartache and suffering she endured, Lin Qi did not know, nor could he imagine, but it was clearly an utterly despairing and bewildering ordeal. At one point, she truly believed that she was the only one left alive on the entire Blue Star. So when she heard Lin Qi say he would help her find other members of her clan, the Western Queen Mother felt both excited and secretly saddened. But now, just over a day later, Lin Qi had shown her images of 6 people at the same time. The emotional impact was so overwhelming that this goddess, who seemed invincible to the world, broke down in tears instantly. Lin Qi did not disturb them, he simply stood by and watched silently. Watching them laugh, cry, or go mad, Lin Qi couldn't help but feel a strange emotion he couldn't put into words. System, you said that one day if I return to my original world and see my parents and friends, will the scene be the same as it is now? I don't know. Insufficient data to determine. I don't know. Insufficient data to determine. The system remained silent for a long time before slowly speaking again. A person only lives once. Although you have been fortunate enough to receive a second chance, this may very well be your last. Returning to the previous world is not realistic. Host, you should cherish what you have before you and make the most of the present. After all, while the distant lands may be beautiful, they can never compare to the comfort of home. Cherish the present, he silently repeated this phrase to himself. In the depths of Lin Qi's eyes, tiny ripples of light flickered back and forth. But in the blink of an eye, they were completely hidden once more. You. That's so sour. When did the system learn to use such sarcastic words? Lin Qi waved his hand, feeling utterly disgusted in his heart. The system is silent. Feeling the emotional fluctuations emanating from Lin Qi's brain, the system graciously refrained from exposing his disguise and instead spoke again in a leisurely tone. Given that the host has mocked this system has decided to issue a new task to compensate for the host's spiritual emptiness. New mission, the Lost City of Gold. Mission description: since the host is feeling so lost, as the host's trusted companion, it's only natural to lend a helping hand. Let gold and jewels fill the void in their heart. Chapter 169, The Lost City of Gold. Task 1, travel to Kilimanjaro International Airport within 3 days. Reward, Silver Hunter's Cloak Set X1. Task 2, explore and uncover the mystery of the local anomalous creatures. Reward, Lucky Treasure Chest Large X3, Lucky Spin Wheel X3. Task 3, locate the ancient ruins and make them known to the public. Reward, Rare Quality Skill Random X5. Kilimanjaro? F Continent? There are ancient ruins there too? Looking at the mission list displayed on the light screen, Lin Chi couldn't help but whistle in astonishment. The Lost City of Gold, just hearing the name makes it clear it's related to gold. But what does the system think I am? Do you really think a little gold will make me happy? This region was once a material supply base for the Nibiruans. Spanning hundreds of thousands of square kilometers, it is filled with interconnected massive underground gold tunnels that have yet to be discovered by anyone in this world. The host may choose to decline if they do not wish to proceed. Who said I don't want to do it anymore? I was just saying that. Upon hearing this, Lin Chi immediately spoke up. Goodness, hundreds of thousands of square kilometers, and it hasn't been discovered by anyone in this world yet. How much gold must there be there? The gold we had Zhang Xiaolin help us dispose of last time should have been taken care of by now. We still have some left here. If we could get the gold from there as well. Thinking of this, Lin Chi couldn't help but curve his lips into a smile. However, it was quickly replaced by a solemn expression. I only hope that the Nibiruans didn't dig up all the gold underground. But system, what exactly is this Nibiru place? Earlier, the Queen Mother of the West said it was a planet with a very unique orbit, passing by Earth every 3,600 years. If that is the case, then since the Queen Mother of the West's great battle until now, over 5,000 years have passed, they must have crossed paths at least once by now. The Nibiru planet first appeared in the ruins of the Sumerian civilization. It was carved into a stone tablet depicting a star map, featuring 12 celestial bodies. Among them, besides the Sun, Moon, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, and the Blue Planet, there were also Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto. This is an elliptical orbit with a much longer major axis than the minor axis. At the farthest point of the major axis, it is farther from the Sun than Pluto, and at the closest point of the minor axis, it can reach near the Blue Planet. The host's question cannot be answered by this system due to insufficient data. Perhaps during the host's future explorations, an answer may be found in some corner of the universe. After listening to the system ramble on, it ultimately passed the buck back to him, leaving Lin Chi speechless. Before he could say anything, he noticed the group from the Imperial platform in the distance, holding the Western Queen Mother's private communicator, approaching once more. Lin Chi, thank you for everything you've done. It's hard to believe such a thing could have happened. No wonder we suddenly detected multiple ultra-high energy peaks back then. It turns out. Detai trailed off, falling silent. Even he, upon reflecting on the news he had heard from the Queen Mother of the West, could not help but feel a chill run down his spine and a sense of dread. If it weren't for Lin Chi, the thing that had taken over the Western Queen Mother's body would undoubtedly do something terrible in the future. Stealing his resolve, Emperor Tai took a deep breath, looked at Lin Chi with a solemn expression, and said in a low voice, I heard from the Queen Mother that you are currently searching for beings like us, investigating what happened back then. Although we have been trapped here for so many years and have rarely ventured out, since you saved the Queen Mother of the West, you are our friend. If there is anything you wish to ask, we will tell you everything without reservation. Hearing this, Lin Chi's eyes lit up once again. After all, the information from the Western Queen Mother was one-sided. If they could obtain some new information from these people that they hadn't heard before, that would be a very good thing. After some thought, Lin Chi asked, First, I want to know where exactly you came from. Second, how much do you know about the Nibiru people? Finally, carbon-14 dating shows that your ship is over 37,000 years old, but the structures on the side of the Western Queen Mother are mostly only around 10,000 years old. This means she has been at Kunlun Mountain for no more than 10,000 years. What happened during the nearly 20,000-year gap? Seeing Lin Chi's composed and calm demeanor, the others on the Imperial platform exchanged glances, and the latter couldn't help but smile and shake his head. You're really different from those others. Well, it's been years since I've told an outsider about us. Today, I'll give you a rough overview. Emperor Tai looked around the dim corridor, as if recalling the countless events of the past tens of thousands of years. After a long pause, he spoke again, We should be from a planet called Shindu. How far it is from here, to be honest, we have no idea. The sudden accident back then caused us to become separated from many others. Additionally, the spaceship crashed, rendering most of its systems inoperable, so we had no way to contact anyone else. Should I? Lin Chi paused for a moment. Why it should be? Have these guys forgotten where they came from after all these years? Ha, indeed they should. Ditai gave an awkward smile, fully understanding Lin Shi's doubts, and explained, during the fall, the powerful temporal distortion tore our memories into scattered fragments. To be honest, if it weren't for the database that remained on the spaceship, we might not even remember who we are or what words look like. He might be right. Before Lin Shi could speak, the system explained in his mind. Although the universe is vast, it harbors countless dangers, some of the more common ones being supernova explosions, black holes, gravitational collapse, galaxy mergers, and so on. While spatial fractures are not common, they are not entirely uncommon either. They are invisible and intangible, and if warning systems are inadequate, one might find themselves trapped within them without even realizing it. This is an extremely dangerous accident in space travel. Alright, continue. Lin Shi nodded, signaling Ditai to continue. After our memories were shattered, we were lost for a long time. It wasn't until this guy accidentally activated the database that we finally remembered who we were. Ditai pointed to the burly man beside him, and a fleeting look of sadness flashed across the latter's eyes. Through learning and recollection, we discovered that we were deep underground, and the spaceship was in a state of disrepair. I decided to go to the surface first to explore this new planet. During this time, I met many human friends and helped many people. Perhaps because of the advanced weapons and abilities I carried with me, they began to regard me as a deity. As he spoke, Ditai smiled, as if recalling the faces of those humans who had long since turned to dust yet still vividly lingered in his mind. After wandering the earth for roughly 1,000 years without finding anyone, I returned here and have remained ever since. The 2 million-year vacuum period you're curious about was actually uneventful. It was just us few old-timers down here in the dark, underground world, relearning everything and trying to repair this spaceship. As for the Nibiruans you mentioned, I have no idea. If it weren't for the Western Queen Mother bringing them up just now, I wouldn't even know their name. Chapter 170, What do you want to do? I want to. How did the Western Queen Mother end up here? Lin Chi frowned. Since you are all clan members and know each other, how could you have arrived nearly 20,000 years later than her? No, it's not that we arrived later. Ditai shook his head and explained, it should be said that she and us actually arrived at the same time. At the time, several spaceships were involved in an accident. Her spaceship was not far from ours, but due to the tearing of the spacetime rift, we ended up crashing in different locations. She must have also gone through a lengthy period of disorientation, and what made her situation even more dire was that she was the sole survivor on her spacecraft. Amnesia and the instinct to survive drove her to abandon the spacecraft, and she has been wandering aimlessly across Blue Star ever since. It wasn't until around 20,000 years ago that she finally regained her memory. Using materials found locally in the Kunlun Mountains and the lucky tools she hadn't discarded, she built a series of structures there. Is that so? Lin Chi murmured thoughtfully. Since returning from the Imperial Palace, Lin Chi's expression had not changed. It could be said that, aside from having a clue about where they came from, there was no progress whatsoever in the information about the Nibiruans. Don't get too down, host. There will be plenty of adventures ahead, and you'll eventually figure out what the Nibiruans are up to. Plus, we now have a new clue, the spaceship that the Queen Mother of the West arrived in. Although we don't have any leads yet, if we're lucky enough to encounter it, we might just uncover the origin of these people and other secrets as well. Maintaining a mental connection with Lin Shi, the system immediately sensed any psychological fluctuations he experienced. Seeing this, Lin Shi sighed deeply, no longer dwelling on these troublesome matters, but instead feeling happy about the person he was about to meet. Is he leaving already? As Lin Shi came back up, Lu Jiangwo and the others approached him and greeted him. The actions Lin Shi had just exchanged with Ditai were all clearly observed by them. As for what would happen to them or what they should do next, Lin Shi showed no concern whatsoever. Nodding slightly, Lin Shi smiled faintly and said, It's time to leave. Alright, are you heading to Jingdu or going straight back? If you're going back, I'll have someone send you off. Lu Jiangwo shook hands with Lin Shi and said, No need to send me. I'll go straight to Jingdu. Lin Shi shook hands with the three of them one by one and said with a meaningful glance, Besides, SY's side probably can't go back now either. Ha, what are you talking about? As long as you want to go back, you can go back anytime. Lu Jiangwo understood what Lin Shi was implying but didn't call him out on it. Instead, he made his stance clear in a straightforward manner. Ha, what are you talking about? As long as you want to go back, you can go back anytime. Lu Jiangwo understood what Lin Shi was implying but didn't call him out on it. Instead, he openly stated his position. Lin Shi waved his hand. Thank you, Uncle Lu. I'll be going now. Watching Lin Shi's departing figure, the three exchanged a silent glance before beginning a tense and meticulous analysis of the newly obtained information. Perhaps they might send someone else in to talk with the Emperor's entourage, but that was no longer of concern to Lin Shi. Emerging from the dense primeval forest of Jingdu, the sky was gradually brightening. Glancing at the faint dawn in the distance, Lin Shi checked the map on his screen and set off at a brisk pace toward Zhang Xiaolin's location. Though their relationship had evolved from fan and idol to something more, there was still an unexplainable feeling between them. If they could take advantage of this opportunity to make things official, then. Jingjiao, a certain villa district. When Zhang Xiaolin woke up from her sleep and suddenly saw Lin Shi standing outside the third-floor window, smiling at her, it was no exaggeration to say that she instantly went from being completely dazed to utterly awake. After all, who wouldn't be startled to wake up and find someone standing outside their window? You're going to die. Zhang Xiaolin took a moment to compose herself before finally confirming that the person standing outside the window was indeed Lin Shi. Her face first lit up with surprise, then quickly turned to a pout of anger. I wanted to surprise you. How about that? Surprising enough, right? Lin Shi laughed heartily and jumped through the open window. He placed the breakfast he had bought outside on the table and then said to Zhang Xiaolin again, your place is nice. No wonder you have planes flying by and cars driving around. So trendy. Even if you're as flashy as you are, you can't compare to you, the big shot. Zhang Xiaolin shot Lin Shi a disapproving glance, glanced at the time it was already past 6 in the morning and smiled, saying, why did you suddenly show up? Didn't you go back to SY? I went back, but I had to come back because of some things. Lin Shi didn't mention the underground affairs in Jingdu, but instead changed the subject and asked, by the way, why are you here alone? Where are your parents? I went back, but had to come back because of some things. Lin Shi didn't mention the matter in Jingdu, instead changing the subject and asking, by the way, why are you here alone? Where are your parents? They're not back yet. Zhang Xiaolin replied casually. They're both out of town and haven't come back yet. Zhang Xiaolin replied casually. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi's eyes lit up instantly. Oh. They're not here either. Hey. What are you doing? Seeing the gleam in the other's eyes and the sly smile on their face, Zhang Xiaolin suddenly realized something and couldn't help but glance aside, asking warily. You see how early it is. Why don't we? Hey, you're going to die. Zhang Xiaolin's face flushed red. Seeing Lin Shi walking toward her with a faint smile, her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. The atmosphere began to change imperceptibly. It was like biting into a perfectly ripe apple, releasing that intoxicatingly sweet aroma. Ah. I'll skip the rest. Since the system had given him 3 days, Lin Shi only had today to spare. The two of them, having dressed again, still felt the lingering warmth in each other's eyes. Lin Shi embraced Zhang Xiaolin tightly, gently patting her back while whispering sweet nothings in her ear. About an hour later, Lin Shi finally broached the subject at hand. By the way, how's things going with Wu Hao? It's going okay. Thanks to your help, things are starting to get back on track over there. Oh, and he also mentioned that he wants to talk to you after your live stream ends about whether you could feature the Naughty Bear products in your live stream. Zhang Xiaolin neatly folded the bedsheet with its glaring color and turned back to say, after all, with your fame, it should help promote the products more effectively. That's easy. I'll invite him over for dinner tonight. I'll check the product quality first, and if it's good, I'll showcase it during the next live stream. Lin Shi smiled slightly, speaking with a hint of meaning. However, I didn't expect you to be, hee. It seems my luck really isn't bad after all. Put. Zhang Xiaolin scolded playfully, but her eyes held little genuine anger, instead brimming with tenderness. Lin Shi couldn't help but smile broadly, feeling as though he had become the top scholar in the imperial examinations of ancient times. The rice was finally cooked, and the relationship between the two had completely relaxed. After spending another day and night at Zhang Xiaolin's place, they were busy handling various matters. By around 10:30 p.m., they finally managed to settle everything. Looking out the window at the star-studded night sky, Lin Shi gently touched Zhang Xiaolin's forehead, savoring the warmth of their embrace. As he did so, his thoughts began to drift toward the distant west. Chapter 171, Departure for the Great Plains of F Continent. F Continent, this vast expanse of land. When mentioning this place, people will immediately picture vast grasslands with herds of wild buffalo galloping across the river like a long dragon, and crocodiles lurking in the water, waiting for the right moment to attack. Thinking of the vast Congo rainforest, with its dense forests and the terrifying, long-standing cannibal tribes that have been passed down through the ages. Compared to the Amazon rainforest on the other side, this place also harbors countless unknown secrets, attracting research teams from around the world who tirelessly flock here in pursuit of knowledge. Looking down at the mountains and rivers below, Lin Shi couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. No wonder it's called the world's animal gene bank. This place is truly a paradise for wildlife. He took a photo from the bird's eye view and posted it on his blog. Lin Shi then began contacting Wang Jiawei to prepare for the live stream promotion. Meanwhile, he himself had been traveling from the capital of Kenya, Nairobi Airport, with multiple layovers, and after a long and arduous journey, he finally arrived at the starting point of this adventure, Kilimanjaro International Airport, around 3 p.m. local time. Compared to a top-tier airport like Jingdu International Airport, Kilimanjaro International Airport was pitifully small. As a small airport, it can only handle around 290,000 passengers, which is nowhere near the over 11 million passengers Jingdu handles annually. However, there are advantages to having fewer passengers. Since it is close to Mount Kilimanjaro and directly connected to several national parks, the surrounding scenery is quite beautiful. As Lin Shi slowly emerged from the airport, admiring the relatively untouched natural scenery around him, the sight that greeted him the next moment instantly made him feel the intense warmth of F continent. Outside the airport entrance, a crowd of people were either holding signs, shouting loudly, or even grabbing passengers by their clothes and forcibly pulling them out. Watching their skilled movements, with a wolf-like green glow in their eyes, Lin Shi's eyelids twitched. He couldn't help but feel like he had been transported back to a small city station in Manhwa. The bustling scene was almost identical. Of course, it was only similar in the way they were attracting customers. After all, aside from the Jingdu train station, Lin Shi hadn't seen many public facilities in Manhwa that had armored vehicles with a group of heavily armed soldiers guarding them. The atmosphere was tense. Looking at the soldiers in the distance, who were watching them closely as if they were thieves, Lin Shi couldn't help but frown, but he quickly relaxed. Geographically, Tanzania borders the Congo, Sudan, Uganda, and Rwanda, regions plagued by years of turmoil, leaving its people. Especially places like the airport are of utmost importance to them. Moreover, since this location is not far from Mount Kilimanjaro, the roof of East Africa, hundreds, and even thousands of East Africans visit here every year, along with numerous scientific research teams. To ensure their safety, the local government has had to elevate security measures to the highest level. After all, those fair-skinned individuals are major financial backers. Sir, are you alone? Do you need a taxi? Just as Lin Shiman was lost in thought, suddenly, a slightly stiff yet understandable Chinese sentence drifted into his ears. Lin Shi paused for a moment before noticing a young black man, probably in his mid-20s, staring intently at him. He was very thin, and compared to the current Lin Shi, he was as skinny as a bamboo pole. However, he has a good spirit. His eyes are dark and shiny, and when he looks at Lin Shi, there's no trace of the envy others see in their eyes. His first impression is actually quite good. You can speak Chinese too? Lin Shi asked curiously. I studied in Manhwa before, so I can speak a little Chinese. The young man smiled and asked again, do you need a taxi? If so, you can come with me. The drivers here are all unlicensed, and since you're from Manhwa, I don't want you to get scammed. Alright, take me to the city center of Arusha. I just arrived here and need to find a place to stay. Lin Shi didn't think much of it and agreed without hesitation. On the way to the city center, Lin Shi learned the young man's name Henry, who had studied at the People's University in Manhwa 4 years ago. Originally, his ambition was to return here after completing his studies to run for office and become a council member, aiming to transform the backward conditions of this area. However, as a young man without any connections or financial resources, even with a degree from a prestigious university, he could only end up relying on driving a taxi to make ends meet. Let us not dwell on such sad topics, Mr. Lin. What brings you here? Are you also planning to visit the holy mountain? Henry shook his head, unwilling to discuss the matter further, and instead turned his attention to Lin Shi with genuine curiosity. It's not really sightseeing. Lin Shi smiled. You should know what a live streamer is, right? My job is an outdoor live streamer, and I'm here for a wilderness survival challenge. As for exploring ruins or searching for those legendary monsters, Lin Shi didn't want to bring that up with a stranger he'd just met. After all, in the eyes of ordinary people, that is something only a madman would do. Oh, I know the streamer. But have outdoor streamers really come to this? I thought they just picked a random mountain valley, caught some fish, and called it a day? Henry's eyes sparkled with disbelief. It was clear that this guy had done his homework while in the Dragon Kingdom. However, I really envy you. The internet industry isn't very developed here, so even if we wanted to live stream, not many people would watch. Henry sighed. But he quickly turned to introduce Lin Shi. Since you're planning an outdoor live stream, would you need a helicopter or car rental services? Although there are few helicopter rental companies here, I'm quite interested in this field and happen to know one located in the northern suburbs. If you need it, I can take you there later. Oh? Really? Then I'll count on you later. Lin Shi smiled. He knew Henry was just using this as an excuse to ask for more money, but since he needed it anyway, and since Henry knew about it, he might as well keep using him. For the current Lin Shi, a few hundred million yuan wasn't a big deal. While Lin Shi was busy preparing for the live stream, the internet in Manhwa was once again in an uproar. And not just once, but 3 times. The first time was naturally that guy Wu Hao, also known as Flying Pig. Since that night, after eating the meal prepared by Lin Shi himself, he immediately posted several photos on his blog and the official website of Naughty Bear Outdoor. Although they were just ordinary home-cooked dishes, the photos were so tempting, with the dishes arranged as elegantly as works of art, that many netizens were instantly blown away. They flooded the comments sections of Wu Hao and Lin Shi's posts with cries of protest, expressing their desire to taste the dishes prepared by Lin Shi himself. The second incident occurred when Lin Shi was preparing to board a flight in Jingdu and was filmed by fans. The video lasted a full half hour. In the footage, Lin Shi is wearing a mask and sunglasses, with only a simple backpack on his back, sitting on a row of benches in the corner. There are no other people visible in the scene. The rumors circulating online that Lin Shi actually has an entire logistics team are instantly debunked. I wonder how many people's faces were saved. As for the last instance, it was a bird's-eye view of the eastern rainforest of F continent that Lin Shi took on a plane before his departure. Looking at that endless expanse of green, the online viewers were instantly thrilled, as if it were New Year's Day. Chapter 172, The Adventure Begins. Are you ready? Before the buzz had even died down, on the Donyao outdoor section of the blog, Lin Shi's photos and a few lines of text were prominently displayed. New adventures, new places. I am Lin Shi, the first outdoor explorer of Manhwa. This time, I will be heading to the vast grasslands of F continent, leading everyone to admire the breathtaking beauty of this land, often referred to as the world's wildlife gene bank, and to explore its mysterious and unexplored side. Location, Donyao platform live stream time, tomorrow at 3 p.m. sharp. Let's continue the legend of the wild together. Is Chigu finally starting his new live stream? I'm so excited. Wow, it's the eastern rainforest of F continent. This is insane. Chigu is really stepping up his game. Is Chigu going to F continent to find a cannibal tribe? Thinking about it, it's actually a bit scary. Just half an hour after it was posted, the number of comments below Bobo's post had already reached 530,000. The number of likes and shares was even more impressive, at 1.73 million and 9.86 million respectively. It's no exaggeration to say that for a newcomer who has been streaming for less than half a year, Lin Shi has once again created an unprecedented miracle in the history of live streaming. At this moment, countless peers must be grinding their teeth in frustration, their eyes bloodshot with envy. And how many live streaming platforms are secretly regretting that they didn't act faster back then? Amidst the upheaval sweeping across Manhwa's online landscape, Lin Shi, who was fully engrossed in a Joe room, paid no heed to the commotion. Looking at the task rewards he had just claimed from the system space, he couldn't help but feel a moment of hesitation. System, is this the Silver Hunter's cloak set you mentioned? This is clearly the assassin's outfit from Assassin's Creed, right? Look at that white cloak, the sleek outfit, and those dark golden patterns. The only thing missing is the Assassin's Creed logo on the clothes, otherwise it'd be a perfect cosplay outfit. Host, please remain calm. This is indeed the attire of a Silver Hunter. As for why it resembles the attire from Assassin's Creed, this system can only say it's a coincidence. Host, please don't get too excited. This is indeed the attire of a Silver Hunter. As for why it resembles the Assassin's Creed outfit, the system can only attribute it to a coincidence. Lin Shi was speechless. Of course, please don't underestimate this set of equipment. Its materials contain a large amount of high-strength metal fibers, capable of withstanding close-range fire from 127mm caliber weapons within a 500-meter range. Additionally, it contains zirconium ice material, which can reduce the high heat generated by the host's movements to a certain extent. In simple terms, it has built-in cooling capabilities to lower body temperature. Wow! This is amazing! Hearing the system describe what seemed like an airtight garment with built-in cooling functionality, Lin Shi, who had initially looked disdainful, suddenly lit up. Eager to try it on, Lin Shi was stunned to discover that the temperature reduction achieved by this zirconium ice material was even more refreshing than using an air conditioner. And it felt much more natural. It feels as though one is currently immersed in a gentle breeze of around 18 degrees, with the perfect temperature, giving Lin Shi, who had endured the oppressive heat all afternoon, an immediate sense of rebirth. System, I think this is one of the most satisfying pieces of equipment I've ever received as a reward. Comfortable, oh my god, it's so comfortable. Lin Shi closed his eyes and spoke to the system in his mind with utmost relaxation. Glancing at the time, it was exactly 9 p.m. Lin Shi gradually relaxed his mind, tilted his head, and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, at exactly 1 p.m. in Jingdu, Lin Shi, carrying all his gear and dressed neatly and efficiently, once again hailed a taxi and arrived at the private helicopter rental service company where he had made arrangements the previous afternoon. Unlike his previous experience in the Lopner Desert, this time Lin Shi had rented a small commercial helicopter, with the rear compartment being incredibly cramped. However, the pilot was a seasoned veteran with 30 years of flying experience. And he was from Europe. Since the majority of the company's business comes from O-State clients, it's only natural that to meet customer demands, 90% of the pilots here are O-State residents. When he heard that Lin Shi was from Dragon Country and intended to land directly on the grasslands via high-altitude skydiving, Pilot Owen's face nearly contorted in astonishment. Fortunately, seeing that Lin Shi was properly equipped and hadn't made any rookie mistakes, Owen finally breathed a sigh of relief. With the tower's approval, at 1:30 p.m. in Jingdu time, Lin Shi boarded the small helicopter, which roared into the sky, heading toward the vast and mysterious wilderness in the distance. After flying for over an hour through the vast sky, the time finally approached the agreed-upon time, 3 p.m. Jingdu time. At that moment, the live stream was already packed with people. With 38.73 million viewers online, yet everyone is gathered around a black screen? It's no wonder that both big and small streamers broadcasting at the same time are all staring so intently that their eyes are about to pop out of their sockets. And these 38.7 million people weren't just sitting there in silence, they were as lively as if it were New Year's Eve. Some were discussing the video of Lin Chi being filmed at the airport, while others were planning how to criticize him once the live stream began, demanding that he cook for them in the future if he ever had the chance. Some even went as far as discussing where exactly Wu Hao took the photos. Could it be Zhang Xiaolin's house? Did Lin Chi manage to get Zhang Xiaolin? The gossip is so intense it's off the charts. Of course, there are also those who are either envious or jealous, trying to stir up trouble in the live stream. But before anyone could even see the comments, their accounts had already been permanently banned by Wang Jiawei. It is clear that the attention the Douyin platform is now giving to Lin Chi has reached an astonishingly high level. It's already 2:58 p.m, why hasn't Chigo started streaming yet? Does he really have to wait until the exact hour? Calm down, everyone. Chigo is famous for being punctual. That's right, if they say it starts at 3 p.m, it won't be a minute late. Not even 2:59 and 59 seconds p.m. It's enough to drive someone crazy. By the way, have you seen it? The video about the superhero in SY City that's been trending online lately? Some people say the guy flying on a skateboard is Chi-gu. Are you serious? You actually believe that nonsense? Exactly. There might be people with superpowers in this world, but they'd have to be like the Queen Mother of the West, not even from Earth. What about Chi-gu then? Shut up. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Damn it, refresh the page quickly. It's starting. It's starting. One sentence, and it was like an earthquake. The viewers gathered in the live stream began refreshing the page frantically. Soon after, although the screen remained pitch black, the speakers began to emit a series of haunting, primal howls, followed by that undeniably familiar melody. The theme song from The Lion King? Chapter 173, here's another opportunity for you to make some money. It's not the new remake of The Lion King, but the original version, the original soundtrack of the 1994 Disney animated film. Circle of Life. Dragon Country Translation, The Cycle of Life. This name perfectly captures the essence of the vast grasslands of F continent. Life thrives here. Reincarnation continues endlessly here. If you were to ask where the most beautiful places in the world are, people could name several, both famous and obscure. But when it comes to where the most diverse species can be found, the F continent's grasslands are undoubtedly the top choice for most people. The melodious music echoed softly in the livestream, and as viewers refreshed the page, they noticed that the background image had somehow changed to a high-definition wallpaper of the F continent's grasslands. What's more, the wallpaper was actually animated. Under the scorching sun, the vast grasslands are filled with rising heat, and herds of zebras, wild buffalo, lions, and cheetahs gather around a waterhole, peacefully drinking water. As top predators, lions and cheetahs are actually gathering together with zebras, herbivores, and coexisting peacefully? This completely overturns the world as we know it. It's a real mind-blower for many people. Just as everyone was in shock, the live stream began to stir. The rumbling sound of propellers spinning began to echo in everyone's ears. Moments later, the screen brightened completely, revealing Lin Chi, dressed in a bizarre one-piece suit, standing with his hands on the wide-open helicopter door, smiling at the crowd. The wild wind blows his hair wildly. However, that familiar and confident face instantly brought joy to the audience. The familiar style and melody were a visual feast. Friends, how have you been during our time apart? Have you missed me? Lin Chi smiled gently at the camera and spoke aloud. I miss you so much I could die. Chi-gu, what's the deal with those photos Feiju sent? Yeah, what's up with those photos? How come he gets to eat the food you made with your own hands, but we can't? We're protesting. Flying Pig tipped the streamer 99 super rockets, hee, because I put in the effort. Longing for the Countryside tips the streamer 66 super rockets. Come on. I paid too, why didn't I get any? Pineapple Seaside tips the streamer 1 super rocket. Chico finally went live. Can't wait for this adventure. The audience's comments were flying everywhere, so densely packed that they even covered the screen. Even with Lin Chi's sharp vision, he could only barely make out some large red text at this moment. Seeing this, Lin Chi smiled and said, Huh? What pictures? What food? I don't know anything about that. You must have seen wrong, right? Seeing that this guy clearly knew what was going on but was pretending to be clueless, the audience started to get even more excited. The number of online viewers began to grow rapidly as time went on. Watching the chaotic comments filled with jokes, protests, and loud arguments, Lin Chi couldn't help but laugh and waved his hand, saying, Alright, I know what you're talking about, but it's not my fault. I guess you could say that Feiju just had better luck. As for meals, I'll organize a big fan gathering in the future and cook a special meal for you all myself. It'll be my way of giving back to you fans. But for now, let's get back to the main topic. After composing himself, Lin Chi once again began with his usual opening lines. Hello, everyone. I'm Lin Chi, your guide and host for this adventure. There seem to be quite a few new friends here. If you like me, please follow me. Follow us and never get lost. This time, we have arrived at a new place. As you can see, we are at the famous grasslands of F continent. This area is located in the central part of F continent, within the territory of Tanzania, which is close to the equator. As the lungs of Blue Star, the world's largest repository of wildlife genes and the birthplace of Central F gems, this vast land has been shrouded in various mysterious legends throughout history. Today, we will begin our journey from this vast grassland at our feet, heading westward into the vast wilderness to uncover the truth behind these legendary tales. How about it? Are you ready? Lin Shi shouted into the camera. Alright. Let's get started already. I can't wait. Although I'm a bit reluctant, I'm really looking forward to the fan gathering that Chi-Gu mentioned. Don't forget to bring me along. Will Chi-Gu be preparing a skydiving activity this time? Will the altitude break the previous record? How about a 10,000 meter high altitude skydive this time? Hey, didn't you see the helicopter Chi-Gu is sitting in? It's so small, forget about 10,000 meters, it'd probably struggle to reach 7,000 meters. The audience responded excitedly, and many speculated whether Lin Shi would choose to parachute again this time. Seeing this, Lin Shi couldn't help but smile mysteriously. As for how I'll land this time, I'll keep you in suspense for now. You'll see it with your own eyes soon. Hey, Owen, what's the current altitude? Lin Shi turned his head and shouted loudly toward Owen in the cockpit. The current altitude is 6,583 meters, Mr. Lin. Although Owen was wearing a walkie-talkie, Lin Shi hadn't brought one for convenience, so he also shouted back loudly. Lin Shi smiled. Last time I streamed live, I gave the pilot 100,000 Dragon Country coins. This time, considering the performance of this helicopter, I'll give you another chance. If you can fly this helicopter to 7,300 meters or higher, I'll give you a tip of $30,000 million. What do you think? OMG. Mr. Lin, are you serious? Hearing the words $30,000 million, Owen's eyes widened instantly, and he even instinctively turned his head to look over. For him, while 30,000 wasn't a huge amount, it wasn't exactly small either. Plus, it was just a matter of taking a risk and giving it a shot, which instantly made Owen's heart race. Of course. What do you say? Are you up for it? Lin Shi raised his eyebrows at Owen, clearly challenging him. This made Owen clench his teeth tightly. Deal. Mr. Lin, hold on tight. Boom. As Owen violently raised the control stick upward, the small single-rotor helicopter immediately began to climb at a steep angle toward the sky. Chapter 174, Mom, look. Someone's flying. The cabin began to fill with the sound of alarms. The data on the altimeter was changing rapidly. 6,800 meters, 7,000 meters, 7,100 meters, 7,350 meters. It took nearly 3 minutes of relentless climbing. When Owen finally couldn't hold back any longer and stopped the control stick, the altitude gauge displayed a staggering 7,688 meters. Oh, my God. I think I accidentally broke my career high altitude record. Goodness, Owen stared at the instrument panel in front of him, his pale face betraying his overwhelming excitement. Lin Shi glanced from the rear cabin and couldn't help but pat Owen on the shoulder. Well done, buddy. You're a brave and outstanding pilot. The money I promised you will be transferred to you as soon as we land. For now, just relax and quietly give me your bank account number, then you can go back and rest peacefully. Lin, you're an angel. Thank you. Owen was so excited he could barely speak, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. However, as if suddenly remembering something, he shouted, Wait, Lin, don't tell me you did that just to challenge your own skydiving height record. Think it through, this isn't a joke. Don't you people from Dragon Country always say safety comes first? This is too dangerous. Let's descend to a safe altitude and you can jump then. Owen, if you say that, I'll have to argue with you. Lin Shi shook his head. While safety is undoubtedly important, if we have the technology and capabilities, why can't we try something new and more adventurous? That's a stereotypical view of us Dragon Country people. Oh, no, Lin, I didn't mean it that way at all. Owen hurriedly denied. Seeing his anxious expression, Lin Shi smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, buddy. I know what I'm doing. I would never do anything without being certain. Alright, God will watch over you. I'll stay here until I'm certain you're safely on the ground before I leave. Owen nodded, but still insisted with the stubbornness typical of D-country people that he must ensure Lin Shi's safety. Seeing this, Lin Shi could only sigh helplessly. He didn't argue further but waved his hand toward the camera hovering in mid-air. Friends, aren't you curious about how I'm going to land? Open your eyes wide, the moment of miracles is about to unfold. No sooner had the words left his mouth than, to the stunned gazes of Owen and the audience, Lin Shi, who was not carrying an umbrella case and was only wearing a backpack, leaned backward and suddenly plummeted toward the ground. What the hell, Chi-Gu, have you lost your mind? This is way too reckless. You didn't even bring a parachute pack? Are you planning to land on your legs? Wait, look, Chi-Gu's clothes seem very different from what we usually see. You're right. How is it connected? And look, when Chi-Gu spreads his arms, the outfit looks like a huge parachute holding him up. I found it. This is called a flying squirrel suit, a piece of equipment for human flight. In terms of design, the wings are connected by wing membranes between the feet and below the arms. When jumping from a high altitude, these wing membranes provide some necessary lift. Goodness gracious, this is way too extreme. While others stream to make money, Shigo is risking his life. The audience was right. What Lin Shi was wearing was indeed a flying squirrel suit. This suit was first used in horizontal gliding experiments in 1930. Later, on October 31, 1997, it was demonstrated by F-country skydiver Patrick Day. Generally speaking, it can reach a speed of 250 km per hour in the air and has a considerable flight range. Without proper control, it requires highly skilled techniques and a steady mindset. Otherwise, it would likely have already become the go-to extreme sport for most skydiving enthusiasts. Because it's so niche, hardly anyone in the livestream recognized it, not even Owen, who flies frequently and has seen many skydiving enthusiasts, could tell what it was. Wow! Wow! The wind around him began to blow wildly across Lin Shi's face, almost distorting his entire face. However, he was thoroughly enjoying himself. Screaming with excitement, Lin Shi spread his limbs wide, supported by the wings beneath his ribs and between his legs, soaring through the air like a bird flying freely. The azure sky above his head seemed within reach, and the distant mountains curved into arcs. The vast wilderness below him swiftly passed by in his field of vision, yet despite the distance, they remained clearly visible. The camera following closely beside him begins to capture Lin Shi's current state from various angles. Watching his utterly free and unrestrained movements, in that moment, countless young people found themselves drawn to the seemingly dangerous yet incredibly thrilling sport. Mom, look! Someone is flying in the sky. Ha, you upstairs, you're unbelievable. Damn it, seeing how excited Chigu is, it makes me want to participate in this sport too. By the way, does anyone know if this sport is practiced anywhere in our country? Yes, but listen up, if you want to try this, you need more than just courage, you need some serious skills. After all, one wrong move and you could end up getting hurt pretty badly. Better stick to skydiving. This looks way too fast. Skydiving lets you enjoy the scenery better. As a broke guy, I'll just watch you all silently. While admiring the magnificent scenery on the ground, Lin Shi also kept looking around at his surroundings. After all, they would be landing on the ground shortly, and knowing where to find water and food in advance was the most basic survival skill. Soon, directly ahead of Lin Shi, approximately 1,500 meters to the west, a shimmering pool of water glistening in the sunlight caught his attention. And it wasn't just the pond, beside it stretched a vast expanse of lush shrubs and forests. Friends, I've found the place we're going to later. Look ahead, that pond is our destination. Lin Shi shouted into the camera from mid-air. Uncertain whether the audience could hear him, Lin Shi opened his mouth wide, but the next moment, a high-speed airflow suddenly rushed into his mouth, blowing a large stream of saliva that splattered across half his face. Seeing this, the people who had just moments ago been saying how much they loved this sport and wanted to try it couldn't help but twitch their lips, followed by bursts of laughter. Ha, Shiga, are you here to make us laugh? Chapter 175, a place teeming with danger. The screen was suddenly filled with laughter-filled comments. Lin Shi saw this and his face darkened. He closed his mouth and didn't say another word, instead focusing all his attention on finding a suitable landing spot. Soon, at an altitude of over 700 meters above the ground, Lin Shi found a relatively open area with few wild animals and shrubs. With a thud, he pulled the built-in parachute cord of the flying squirrel suit, and under the powerful resistance of the two small parachutes, Lin Shi's speed suddenly slowed down. At that moment, the audience finally noticed that the canopy of the parachute was printed with the logo of two mischievous bears from an outdoor brand. Hey, isn't that the outdoor brand that's been all the rage in China lately? How come Chigu is now doing ads for them? What ads? This is the company Chigu invested in, okay? Flying Pig tipped the streamer with 10 super rockets and some gadgets they made with Chigu. In terms of quality, each type of product has been randomly tested by Chigu, and you've all seen it. If you're interested, you can place an order on the Naughty Bear official website. Longing for the Countryside donated 10 super rockets to the streamer. No wonder you can eat Kije's cooking. You're something else. I'm jealous. NV1. NV2. 10,086. The live stream was flooded with envy, leaving Wu Hao speechless. Fortunately, this situation didn't last long and changed as Lin Shi landed. Quickly shedding his flying squirrel suit, Lin Shi retrieved his parachute while giving a thumbs up to the helicopter circling above him. Seeing this, Owen, who had confirmed that Lin Shi had landed safely, nodded and flew the helicopter away. As the last echoes of the rotor blades faded, the surrounding area fell into complete silence. Lin Shi surveyed his surroundings and then spoke seriously. Friends, the land beneath our feet is part of the famous F-continent grassland. It must be said that this place is indeed beautiful, but I must remind everyone not to become too engrossed in its beauty. Because this is one of the most pristine areas in F-continent. In addition to the various wild animals you can see at any time, you may also encounter poachers armed with assault rifles and machetes. They are extremely dangerous. Don't think I'm joking, countless wild animals die at their hands every year. For the sake of huge profits, these ruthless individuals will stop at nothing. If you ever find yourself in their clutches, no matter how slim the chance, never let them see you. Because if you're a man, your fate will likely be death. And if you're a woman, well, you can probably imagine the outcome without me telling you. Lin Chi's expression was somewhat peculiar. Though he didn't say it outright, his subtle hints and facial expression made it clear to all the audience what he meant. Unconsciously, some of the more timid female audience members couldn't help but shiver, while most of the male audience members curled the corners of their mouths into a smile and typed with a chuckle. Chi-ge, I think you're driving, but I have no proof. Hilarious. Didn't you notice Chi-ge's outfit? Is this some kind of Assassin's Creed cosplay? Speaking of which, isn't Chi-ge going to get roasted wearing that in F continent? But I have to admit, it does have a unique charm. As the flying squirrel costume came off, the audience finally noticed the outfit Lin Chi was wearing at that moment. A long white cloak with dark golden patterns, a form-fitting black outfit, and two tang swords and daggers hanging from his waist on either side. It really did give off a wild hunter vibe. Especially now, with Lin Chi's physique, though not the explosive muscle type, it's long and well-proportioned. Even someone who's never watched his live streams before wouldn't deny the incredible burst of power he can unleash with that build. Wow! AWSL. Chi-ge is so handsome. I really want to touch Chi-ge's muscles. I wonder what it would feel like. Pineapple Seasai, Chi-ge's beer style. Squeaky voice, starstruck face. Gem dang ziki, infatuated face, infatuated face, infatuated face. Some female viewers immediately lit up with excited little stars, and among the comments, there were even several familiar names. It truly made many people envious. Some male viewers even shouted on the chat screen, Chi-ge, I want to have your baby, and such, leaving Lin Chi speechless. With a smile, Lin Chi shook his head, glanced at the route map on the screen, looked around at his surroundings, and began walking toward the western direction, heading toward the pond he had already spotted earlier. At the same time, he explained, the area where I am located has a tropical savanna climate, with an average temperature of around 26 degrees Celsius. As you can see, due to the high temperatures throughout the year and abundant rainfall most of the time, the shrubs, weeds, and other plants here grow very lushly. In fact, to compete for the limited living space, many plants have evolved toxic spines. If you accidentally get scratched by them, it can cause severe itching, and in severe cases, it may even be life-threatening. To avoid these unnecessary troubles, we must remain highly vigilant as we move forward and also keep an eye out for edible plants. After all, this place is a paradise for species. If we don't indulge ourselves here, I'm sure my stomach will protest endlessly. With a laugh, Lin Chi made a joke, keeping an eye on the grass by his feet for any hidden scorpions or venomous snakes, and continued walking toward the distant pond. Meanwhile, in the live stream, viewers were immersed in the 4K high-definition visuals, feeling as though they were right beside Lin Chi, walking alongside him across the vast expanse of the continent. All around, there are lush shrubs over a meter tall, intertwined with various weeds, stretching densely in every direction as far as the eye can see. Countless colorful insects, whose names I couldn't identify, flitted about at my feet, creating a vast yet brutal insect world within this majestic grassland. In the distance, rows of trees stand tall, though still 200 or 300 meters away. Yet, through the system's camera lens, viewers can clearly see the contours of their branches. As Lin Chi approached, one by one, creatures covered in black and gray fur, with bloodshot eyes, and moving like monkeys jumping and leaping suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. Oh my god, look! Baboons! A whole herd of baboons! Chapter 176, Beast Speech Technique. These are all my little brothers. Lin Chi suddenly crouched down. With a look of excitement on his face, he stared at the group of baboons across the pond, widened his eyes, and turned to say, did you see that? That's the most famous baboon population in Dongf, the Dongf baboons, also known as the Anubis baboons. Because their faces are longer and resemble dog heads. Lin Chi said this while deliberately making a funny face, causing the audience to burst into laughter, and Lin Chi himself also smiled. Using the grass in front of him for cover, he continued walking forward and whispered, they are typical diurnal animals that live in groups, with each group typically consisting of about 30 to 60 individuals. As for primates, the vast majority are omnivorous, and the baboons you see before you are no exception. Leaves, fruits, roots, bark, scorpions, small birds, wild rabbits, and young antelopes with their numerical advantage, even lions, which are considered extremely fierce predators, dare not approach them. They can truly be called the bullies of this region. Although local people frequently hunt them, they were listed as least concern in the 2008 Red List of Endangered Species. Lin Chi shrugged his shoulders. After all, they eat crops and are extremely annoying. If I were one of the farmers here, I would definitely do the same. Wow, they actually eat crops? Agriculture in F continent isn't very developed to begin with. If they eat the crops, won't there be a famine? I don't care if there's a famine or not, but these things really are ugly, especially those big yellow teeth. Ugh, it's just awful. So should Chi-ge eliminate these pests for the people? Like, eat them or something? Stop joking around, those are primates. Eating them would be like eating humans in disguise. Although monkey brains were a famous dish in ancient times. Shut up. Stop talking about it, I'm about to throw up. The audience was clamoring for Lin Chi to eliminate the pests and eat them. Seeing this, Lin Chi couldn't help but feel speechless. You guys are really something. Never mind whether they're primates or not, but let's just talk about the taste. It's absolutely terrible. Moreover, their bodies harbor numerous viruses that are nearly fatal to humans. Here, I strongly advise everyone, unless you are truly at the end of your rope, under no circumstances should you ever try them. The consequences will definitely not be pleasant. When Lin Chi said this, his expression was extremely serious. Combined with his piercing gaze, for a moment, it felt as though he could charm anyone. Countless people found themselves nodding almost instinctively, only to snap back to reality and be startled by their own reaction. Just as the audience was feeling a bit at a loss and about to say something, suddenly, from the grassy area to the right of Lin Chi, a herd of tall, black, and white-striped zebras appeared. They slowly made their way toward the pond. Following closely behind on the other side was a female leopard with spotted fur and brownish-yellow hair, accompanied by 2 cubs that were only 3 or 4 months old, emerging from the grass. With its slender body and thick, narrow tail, though it exuded a hint of laziness at that moment, there was no denying that even such a cheetah was still one of the most beautiful species on Blue Star. Goodness gracious! Did you see that? It's a zebra and a cheetah. They're right there, less than 20 meters away from me. As he watched the waterhole suddenly become bustling with activity, Lin Chi's eyes widened in disbelief, and he whispered in astonishment, "I can't believe it. Oh my gosh. That female leopard seems to have spotted me. Haha, she's looking over here, she really did notice me." To be spotted by a top predator and still laugh out loud besides professionals, there's probably only someone like Lin Chi in the entire world who could do that. The audience, witnessing such a scene, were equally thrilled. One after another, they hurriedly sent out comments, exclaiming, "Holy crap, that leopard's gaze is freaking me out. Even Shigu is being stared at and he can still laugh? Is this what they call the more skilled, the bolder? What's there to be afraid of? Shigu can easily crush abnormal creatures like the deceitful beast and the mantis monster. This is just a leopard, it's nothing but a toy to him, okay? Holy crap, what are you doing, Shigu?" Before the audience could react, they saw Lin Chi, who had been crouching in the grass, slowly stand up. He even walked toward the direction where the cheetah was. What is he up to? Almost all the audience members were thinking the same thing. Although they knew Lin Chi was powerful, the image of a cheetah as a top-tier predator had already been deeply ingrained in people's minds. Dangerous, mysterious, powerful, terrifying. These are their synonyms. Now, seeing someone suddenly appear, unarmed, yet actively approaching to provoke trouble, it always gives one a spine-chilling feeling. Ignoring the shocked exclamations in the comments, Lin Chi maintained a faint smile, mimicking the low growl of a cheetah with his top-tier beast language technique while continuing to walk toward the person's direction. Roar! Roar! It was obvious that the mother leopard was confused. These two creatures looked so different, yet how could he make the sound of a leopard, and how could she understand its meaning? "Don't be afraid, we're friends. I won't harm you or your baby." This was the thought that came to the mother leopard's mind most frequently. Seeing their mother staring blankly, the 2 cubs following closely by her side, clearly understanding the voice, trembled and backed away while meowing softly. It was as if it were asking its mother, "What should we do now?" "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. I'm just a passerby, not like those 2-legged beasts wielding fire-spitting clubs. Look, I'm not carrying any of those things." Lin Chi continued to use his beast language to try to communicate with the mother leopard, while emitting as much of a friendly aura as possible. Shigu, this leopard doesn't seem to understand what you're saying. Could it be because of the language barrier? After all, your beast taming technique was only used within the borders of Dragon Country before. Silly. It's possible. Alright, Shigu, just watch from a distance. At least we're close enough to see clearly. Oh no, Shigi's animal training skills are about to be exposed. The leopard isn't reacting at all. Could it be that it's been intimidated by Shigi's domineering aura? It's over. Shigi's pride and joy, his animal training skills, are about to be humiliated. The leopard isn't reacting at all. Could it be that it's been intimidated by Shigi's domineering aura? That's possible. Wow, this must be fake. Look, Shigu actually touched a leopard. And it doesn't seem to be attacking. What's the principle behind this? It's simply amazing. Just as the audience thought that Lin Chi's animal training skills were about to fail for the first time, an incredible thing happened right before their eyes. There stood a female leopard, whose length, including its tail, was as tall as Lin Chi himself. At that moment, under Lin Chi's gentle strokes, it closed its eyes in comfort. Even more astonishingly, with a series of purring sounds, it rolled over, exposing its belly completely. Meanwhile, the 2 little leopards beside him were as though they had discovered a new world. Their shiny black eyes sparkled with surprise, curiosity, and excitement as they kept circling around Lin Chi, affectionately rubbing their heads against his clothes. Haha, did someone just say my animal training skills were failing? Who was it? Do you dare to step forward now? Lin Shi simply sat down on the ground, watching the little leopard trying to climb up his legs. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. Chapter 177, The Real-Life Tarzan? Chi Ge's beer style. Distorted voice. It's simply unbelievable, how did the streamer manage to do that? I also want to touch the leopard, but I can't reach it. I can only watch Chi Ge touch it himself. So frustrating. What the heck are you doing, Chi Ge? I never expected you to be like this. Put the little leopard down immediately. The audience, captivated by this astonishing scene, suddenly realized that Lin Shi was casually holding two little leopards by the back of their necks, raising them to his face, and flipping them back and forth to examine them. And the positions he was examining were some rather unspeakable areas. Male viewers, seeing this, immediately started sending messages to tease them, while some female viewers blushed and couldn't help but scold them playfully. What are you doing? I'm just looking to see if they're male or female and how well they've developed. What are you all thinking about? Lin Shi's face darkened, and he rolled his eyes. For cheetahs, they are solitary animals, hunters lurking in the darkness, the wind riders of the grasslands, skilled in stealth, ambush, and assassination skills only the most elite predators possess. However, this region has a tropical savanna climate with an extremely long dry season. In the northern hemisphere, frequent rainfall only occurs in July and September. This results in the animals living here maintaining a constant state of migration throughout the year. The instability of food sources makes survival even more challenging for female leopards, and their two cubs also suffer as a result. The reason I am observing their development is to assess the quality of their living environment and determine the likelihood of their successful growth into adulthood. Those who misinterpreted earlier, go reflect on your actions. Oh, I see. It seems that Chi Ge still cares about them after all. Chi Ge is so loving. Little stars, I love it. Alright, I'll go face the wall. Silly. How are those two little ones doing? Why is Chi Ge so concerned about them? Should we sneak them back home? Hee. Not bad. This place isn't far from Mount Kilimanjaro, and the rainfall is slightly higher than other areas, so there's no need to worry about these two little guys. As for why I care about them? It's because of human overhunting, which has caused their numbers to decline steadily. In 2016, there were only 9,000 to 12,000 left. This is the total number across more than 20 countries. In the red list of threatened species, they are classified as vulnerable and listed as Class 1 protected animals. How could I not care about them? Lin Shi put down the two little leopards. Watching them crawl around on his legs, sometimes rubbing their little heads against him, and other times looking intently at the equipment on Lin Shi's body, as if they had discovered a new continent. Their adorable appearance wasn't just captivating the female audience, even most of the male viewers couldn't help but be charmed by the two little creatures. When Lin Shi mentioned that out of over 20 countries, there were now only a maximum of 12,000 remaining, and recalling his earlier mention of poachers in the area, the chat section quickly filled with people cursing the poachers. Some even suggested that Lin Shi should secretly bring them back. In response, Lin Shi could only shake his head helplessly. Taking them away from the grasslands, don't you think that's actually a form of torture for them? Lin Shi finished speaking, then gently stroked the heads of the three leopards once more, letting out a soft growl as a farewell. He glanced at the two little ones staring intently at him, smiled, and waved his hand as he slowly made his way toward the western jungle. At the same time, he addressed the camera. It's like being suddenly torn away from the home you've always known and forced to leave. Would you be willing to accept that? Upon hearing this, the audience fell silent. Indeed, for these creatures that naturally belong to the wild, forcing them into cages or confined spaces is, in essence, a form of torment. Ultimately, nature is their true home. Feeling the relatively quiet atmosphere in the livestream, Lin Shi thought for a moment and then said, "Friends, when you think of F continent, besides this vast grassland, what else comes to mind? The Congo rainforest. Lions, elephants, and wildlife. I don't know. Tarzan. That's right, Tarzan." Lin Shi curled the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, "As for this classic movie, many people born in the 2000s probably haven't seen it. Of course, I'm talking about the original version, the 1999 animated version. The location depicted in the film is the Congo rainforest in F continent, renowned as the lungs of the blue planet. The first time I saw it, I was utterly captivated by the dense jungle, and the sense of freedom it evoked was truly breathtaking. I longed for such a life. Maybe that's why I now find myself drawn to the untouched wilderness more than ever." With a smile, Lin Shi bypassed the pond. As the distance changed, the surrounding scenery began to gradually reveal trees, forests, and jungles. The lush trees began to block the scorching sunlight overhead. The path on the ground also becomes increasingly difficult to traverse. Seeing this, Lin Shi's eyes began to shine brighter and brighter. He turned his head to look at the floating camera, realizing that they were in F continent, and the surrounding trees were also becoming increasingly numerous. "Friends, I think I can try something new. Since I've always dreamed of living like the people of Mount Tai since I was a child, why not seize this opportunity to truly make that dream a reality? Come on, open your eyes wide. Next, you're about to witness a visual spectacle that's 100 times more thrilling than a roller coaster. Buckle up and get ready, the Lin Chi roller coaster is about to take off. As the final, lingering note faded away, the audience hadn't even had time to react before Lin Chi suddenly sprang into action like a swift cheetah, leaping 2 or 3 steps and landing on the branches of a tree some 7 or 8 meters above the ground. The scene then blurred rapidly, and from the first-person perspective, the extreme speed caused everything around him to stretch into thin threads. The environment is complex, with massive trees appearing one after another, rapidly approaching the viewers before suddenly leaping aside at the last moment, narrowly avoiding collision. Oh my gosh! Chiga, do you have to be so sudden? This is way too intense. Oh my god! Tree, get out of the way! Ah! Chapter 178, what the heck? This isn't a vine anymore? Although they weren't actually there, the lightning-fast speed was enough to send the audience's adrenaline skyrocketing, even just from the visuals. The younger ones were fine, but those who were a bit older had even closed their eyes, struggling to suppress the urge to scream out loud. As he watched the screen filled with comments, Lin Chi enjoyed the strong wind hitting his face, letting out strange cries while leaping forward swiftly like a nimble monkey, several meters above the ground on the tree branches. Each leap covered a distance of nearly 8 or 9 meters. If someone were standing on the ground at that moment, they would definitely mistake Lin Chi for some kind of unknown new species capable of gliding. Wow! This is amazing! Absolutely incredible! Taking advantage of the moment he was suspended in midair, Lin Chi turned his head toward the camera and shouted excitedly, "This is what flying really feels like." Feeling the wind rushing toward him, brushing past his cheeks, and the scenery whizzing by at breakneck speed, every second brought a new, unknown situation before his eyes. Friends, what could be more thrilling than this? At this very moment, I feel that simply jumping in the air is no longer enough to satisfy my excitement. Since we're going for a real-life Tarzan, let's give it a proper try. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lin Chi, taking advantage of the moment before he hit the ground, suddenly thrust his arm forward and with a thud, grabbed a vine hanging down from the treetops. Using the momentum from his charge, Lin Chi's eyes blazed with intensity. He adjusted his posture in mid-air and swung toward a distant tree branch. Friends, this seemingly dangerous way of moving is actually a highly efficient method. In the rainforests of F continent, biodiversity has given rise to a wide variety of strange and fascinating plants. The most common ones are the tall trees we can see now, which are self-growing. There are also some that are symbiotic, such as the vines I am holding now. Due to the intense competition for survival space, some originally short plants gradually fail to adapt to the surrounding trees that grow taller and taller. To compete for sunlight, they choose to grow around these taller trees. By using their trunks as support, they can easily climb to the tree canopy to absorb sunlight and nutrients. Moreover, since they all receive sunlight, the height of the trees and vines increases each year. Over time, the vines become longer and longer. Additionally, because they are intertwined in multiple strands, their strength becomes increasingly resilient. This is also why they can withstand my weight. With a sudden kick to the treetop, within the brief few minutes it took Lin Chi to speak, he had already covered nearly a kilometer. The surrounding vegetation began to grow increasingly lush. In some places, there are no paths at all, and the ground is completely covered with moss and green broad-leaved plants. Rotten and broken sections of dead wood lie scattered haphazardly on the ground, forming natural walls several meters high where the ground itself is completely obscured. Creatures like scorpions, spiders, ants, and poisonous frogs began to appear more and more frequently within everyone's line of sight. Even on the tree branches that Lin Chi had just crossed, everyone spotted several monkeys crouching nearby. As Lin Chi charged toward them like a streak of light, the monkeys were startled into shrieking and scattered in all directions in an instant. The audience couldn't help but burst into laughter, sending a flurry of comments mocking their cowardice. However, outsiders see the spectacle, while insiders see the subtleties. Lin Chi wouldn't let this make him the slightest bit careless. After all, this is the jungle. The most dangerous place in the world. Although his current physical condition makes it impossible for ordinary animals to harm him, as a human with normal pain receptors, being bitten by these inconspicuous little creatures can still be quite painful. Using the vines to swing forward again, Lin Chi said once more, "Although my current method seems fast and it certainly is fast, it has a fatal flaw. That is, you cannot distinguish whether the next thing that appears before you is a vine or a snake, or whether it is a living vine or a dead branch or withered leaves. This is extremely dangerous because the speed at which you're moving through the air is extremely fast, and the slightest mistake could be fatal. Oh my god." Before Lin Chi could finish speaking, suddenly, the emerald green vine he was holding tightly in his hand suddenly underwent a subtle transformation. It felt soft and cool to the touch, and it was even moving? It's actually a snake disguised as a vine. Lin Chi's height in the air suddenly plummeted toward the ground as the snake broke free. The serpent he was tightly gripping, whether out of fear or for some other reason, was clearly no docile creature. It instantly used Lin Chi's arm as leverage, opening its jaws adorned with sharp fangs and lunging toward his neck. If it were an ordinary person, they wouldn't even have time to react. They'd have instinctively closed their eyes and their mind would have gone blank. This can be seen from the comments that still haven't reacted. However, Lin Chi remained highly alert. As he saw the green snake's gaping maw lunging toward him, Lin Chi suddenly tightened his grip. At the same time, his other hand swiftly pressed down on the green snake's head. Utilizing the unconscious tension of his entire body's muscles in a state of tension, he managed to tear the snake into two pieces in the instant before hitting the ground. With a thunderous crash. Oh my god, is Chi-gu okay? What the hell just happened? How did you suddenly fall to the ground while talking? I didn't see clearly. It all happened too suddenly and too quickly. I think I vaguely saw Chi-gu grab not a vine but a green snake. Oh my god, the entire tree trunk has been blown apart. How can the streamer be okay? Isn't he done for? Who's the idiot above? Don't you know who Chi-gu is? Exactly. Don't even mention this tree. Back when we were in the Kunlun Mountains, even high-strength alloy plates were blown into a huge crater by Chi-gu, and they're still fine, aren't they? Shoo, look, Chi-gu is standing up. He brushed the dirt and leaves off his body. Lin Chi first silently thanked the rigid shield in his heart. Just as he touched the ground, it had released from his body and immediately protected him inside. This little thing may not be very noticeable most of the time, but it really comes in handy when you need it. System, this reward is great. Keep up the good work. I've caused everyone to worry, but I'm fine. I was just too excited earlier and was so busy explaining that I lost my focus for a moment and ended up grabbing this thing. As he spoke, Lin Chi held up the green snake in his hand and showed it to the camera. Looking at the lifeless body, which had been completely severed into two pieces, with the entire upper half torn into strips, the audience fell silent for a moment before a series of screams erupted in the live stream chat. Holy crap, Chi-gu, you're way too brutal. Chapter 179, are you treating me like an idiot? Looking at the headless snake corpse, which had been violently torn off and was still writhing slightly along Lin Chi's arm, the regular audience members were still composed, but some of the newcomers had their eyes wide with shock. One after another, they gaped in disbelief, typing on the chat screen. How is this possible? This is way too fake. Is this streamer even human? A live snake had its head torn off? I just love seeing you newcomers so shocked. You don't know about other places, but here with Chi-gu, just remember that your worldview can be turned upside down at any moment. Exactly. This is all nonsense, sit down. Ha, you guys are enough. You're scaring the kids. Looks like it's AF state tree snake. Ignoring the shock of the new viewers in the comments, Lin Chi looked at the tree snake in his hand and explained, this is a highly venomous creature. If bitten, it can easily kill an adult. As one of the most famous venomous snakes in F continent, the tree snake has excellent vision and is extremely skilled at camouflage. Just like earlier, it coils itself on a tree branch, blending in as a branch or vine, lying in wait like a hunter, ready to strike when birds approach, swiftly biting its prey. However, it seems this time the snake didn't get the bird it was waiting for instead, it got me, the hunter. Hee hee, friends, do you think this counts as a good start? With a sly grin at the camera, Lin Chi casually released the snake's head, which he had been holding tightly, and tossed it in a direction he wouldn't go, then slid open the snake's belly, removed the internal organs, squeezed out the blood, and hung it back around his neck. Regular viewers of Lin Chi's live streams were well acquainted with his familiar snake handling technique and found it entertaining, but new viewers, especially female ones, were utterly horrified by the gruesome sight. Oh my gosh. That's so gross. Oh my god, what's wrong with this streamer? Is she that intense? As a newbie, is this streamer always like this? How can you all stay so calm? The person above, watch carefully and learn. These are all basic moves. Exactly, what's this? In Chi-Gi's livestream, there's dead bodies, wild people, deathworms, and synthetic beasts. There's nothing you can think of that Chi-gu can't show. Speaking of which, what does Chi-gu plan to do with this snake? Didn't you get to taste the snake soup he made last time? It was all eaten by that trickster beast. Speaking of which, how is the beast doing now? Without that big rabbit, it feels like there's a lot less fun around here. What are you going to do with this snake? That's a good question. But you're asking about the ego beast now? All I can say is that this guy is living the good life. After all, he played a significant role in helping the Queen Mother of the West regain her body last time. Lin Chi walked while answering the audience's comments. When someone asked about the monster, he couldn't help but feel a pang of longing. After all, despite being both annoying and a bit dim-witted, the creature's selfless sacrifice in a critical moment was truly admirable and endearing. Some of the new viewers didn't know what the Arua beast was, but seeing Lin Chi and the regular viewers chatting so enthusiastically, their curiosity got the better of them, and they started searching through Lin Chi's previous live streams. They didn't know what they were looking for, but when they found it, they were shocked. Looking at the monstrous creature resembling a giant rabbit, yet speaking fluent synthetic electronic speech, and recounting the various encounters in the Death Valley beneath Mount Kunlun. In an instant, the worldview they had meticulously constructed over the past 2 decades crumbled to pieces. However, Lin Chi didn't pay much attention to these things. Glancing up at the dense canopy above, where patches of sunlight filtered through the leaves, Lin Shi wiped the sweat from his forehead, took a sip from his water bottle, and said, "Everyone still remembers my first livestream, right? The scene in the primeval forest of Shinnongjia? Back then, I said that while the jungle may seem beautiful, the dangers lurking within are unmatched anywhere else in the world. Plus, since it rains more here than other places, the humidity is even higher. Look, we've only been walking for a short while, and my forehead is already sweating. Plus, there's only half a bottle of water left in my canteen. This one tea do I must find a water source as soon as possible." As he spoke, Lin Shi secretly activated his super perception, focusing on the area within a kilometer radius, carefully discerning the scent of water. At the same time, he addressed the livestream. As I mentioned earlier, when surviving in the wilderness, the first priorities are water sources, fire sources, campsites, and food. Now I'd like to ask you all, does anyone remember how to locate a water source? Those who answer correctly will receive a reward. A reward for a correct answer instantly raised the audience's enthusiasm to a whole new level. Remember last time on Kunlun Mountain, Lin Shi got some wolf teeth and wolf thigh bones, and said he'd use a question and answer format to give these items away in the future. So doesn't that mean? I know. We should be looking for a water source. Lower lying areas, listening for sounds, observing carefully, and looking for specific plants that grow specifically near water. Wow, how many years of being single did it take you to develop such lightning fast reflexes? Look for lower lying areas, listen for sounds, keep an eye out, and search for specific plants that grow near water. I got it right too. Give me a gift, streamer. Are you kidding me? Just copy and paste? It seems that someone has taken what I said to heart. That's fine. Raising an eyebrow, Lin Shi smiled. "You, the self-proclaimed self-destructive guy from F State, send me your address in a private message. After this live stream ends, I'll send you the remaining wolf tooth necklace from last time." Holy crap! I want a wolf tooth necklace too. I told the streamer too. Why won't you give it to me? You idiot upstairs, Shigu always gives it to the first person who says the answer, and you just copied and pasted it. Do you think others are your little darlings? Exactly. If you can't handle it, don't play. What the hell? What kind of trash streamer is this? I'm reporting you. Go to F State Grassland and wait to get eaten. Note, the lowly fan has been removed from the live stream for using excessive language. Good job, old pig. What era are we in? How can someone with cerebral palsy still be using Mars language? Chapter 180, The Wilderness Butcher, Lin Shi. Although the troublemaker was kicked out of the live stream, Lin Shi spoke again. "Old pig, make sure to note down the person who just insulted me. His account will be banned from participating in any of our live stream giveaways in the future. Since our live stream has a large number of viewers, going through each one individually would take too much time. Therefore, starting from the first giveaway, I have been using the method of selecting the winner based on the first person to provide the correct answer. Regular viewers of this livestream are already aware of this, but for new viewers who aren't familiar with the process, I apologize for the oversight. This was indeed my mistake. However, if you're going to start attacking people over this, I'd say you've got the wrong person." Lin Shi sneered. "I'm not trying to scare anyone. With my current abilities, if I really wanted to obtain your information, it would be a piece of cake. So don't make a fool of yourself. Of course, it doesn't matter if we didn't succeed this time. There will be plenty of other opportunities. I still have a string of wolf thigh bones here. Next time the lottery draws, if you act quickly, you might be able to give this beautiful, primal-looking necklace to your girlfriend or loved one. I'm sure it will bring you even closer together." Alright, back to the previous topic. Some friends have already mentioned methods for finding water sources in the jungle. That's correct. Look for lower-lying areas, listen for sounds, and carefully observe the surroundings for water-loving plants. These are all effective ways to find water. However, remember that knowledge needs to be applied flexibly. As a place with abundant rainfall, water-loving plants can be found everywhere here. Additionally, due to excessive humidity, water droplets often condense and drip from the trees, creating the illusion of a water source. Therefore, when searching for water sources here, in addition to relying on extensive experience, one must also look for areas with lower elevations. The area where I am now clearly lacks such terrain, so it seems I'll have to keep moving forward. As he spoke, Lin Shi rotated the camera around his head to prove he was telling the truth. Moving forward again, Lin Shi's objective had clearly shifted. From initially focusing on making progress, he now prioritized searching for edible plants and water sources. However, to be honest, the paths in the jungle are indeed difficult to navigate. Not only must one be wary of venomous snakes and insects, but the soft ground beneath one's feet is also incredibly muddy. Even stepping on it causes a faint, musty odor to rise up, directly assaulting the nostrils, causing Lin Shi to involuntarily furrow his brows. Fortunately, the constant appearance of animals around him temporarily distracted him from these bothersome concerns, making this livestream a bit less monotonous. As Lin Chi continued to collect ingredients along the way while introducing the surrounding trees and animals he encountered, suddenly, the vegetation in front of him underwent a noticeable change. It seemed as though some animal had frequently trampled over this area, causing a large section of plants to collapse. Even the bark on the surrounding trees had disappeared in many places. Before the audience could react, a massive creature with brown fur suddenly appeared before Lin Chi's eyes. "Oh my god, look what I found! It's a wild boar!" Lin Chi was instantly excited. He suddenly turned sideways and hid himself behind a tree, carefully peeking out with both eyes, staring intently at the wild boar just 5 meters away from him. At such a close distance, the stench from the wild boar's body filled his nostrils. However, Lin Chi remained excited, lowering his voice to a whisper and saying, "Friends, I feel like my luck is absolutely off the charts. This is an African wild boar. Compared to the domestic pigs we often see, they are much smaller in size. This is because they need to exercise frequently, and there are many predators in their environment. A larger size would put them at greater risk. Additionally, their fur is longer, providing better protection against mosquito bites. Of course, this also makes it easier for them to hide. The one we're looking at now is a male. Look at its mouth. Do you see those 2 large tusks protruding from it? Those are their weapons when they attack. When they launch an attack, their strength is so great that they can easily collide with a tree 15 centimeters in diameter. If struck by these tusks, it would be a highly dangerous and potentially fatal situation. However, none of this is a problem for me, because my body and my consciousness are more than enough to protect me from its harm." Slurp. Slurp. As he spoke, Lin Chi suddenly swallowed hard, his expression turning fierce. He couldn't wait any longer and blurted out, "I can't take it anymore, guys. I can't control myself. I have to eat it. I must have it tonight. Wild boar meat, little wild boar, here I come." Buzz. Just like a sharp arrow. Lin Chi didn't hesitate for a moment, letting out a loud roar as he suddenly leaped out from behind the tree and charged toward the wild boar in the distance. The wild boar had actually spotted Lin Chi, but had never expected this strange 2-legged creature to act unlike other animals. Instead of fleeing upon seeing it, it suddenly charged toward it. Before it could react, a flash of a blade appeared before its eyes, followed by the world spinning wildly. When it finally snapped out of its daze, the entire world had already vanished forever. The world fell silent once more. Lin Chi stood in the jungle, his tang sword standing at an angle in his hand. Drops of blood trickled down the blade, falling to the ground with a crisp sound. It was precisely this crisp sound that shattered the dead silence of the live stream, causing it to explode in an instant. Holy crap! What just happened? How did Chi Gu do that? I didn't even see it. I didn't see it either. It happened too fast. I just heard Chi Gu shout, and then the wild boar's head was gone. Congratulations to Chi Gu, the butcher of the wild area, for securing a wild boar. There'll probably be a big feast tonight. Whispering to myself, why do I feel so annoyed? Hey, don't be afraid, speak up. I feel the same way. 1. I thought Chi Gu only had 1 snake at night and would go hungry, but who knew there'd be such a big haul? Damn it, I can't take it anymore. I need to rush to the supermarket and buy some food, or I won't make it through the night. As a newbie, I'll just say this, shouldn't the streamer be happy for catching a wild beast? Why are you all reacting so strongly? Hee, it's okay, it's okay. You'll find out when Chi Gu starts the show tonight. It's okay, they're just too excited. Right, it's okay, we're just too excited. I just get the feeling you're up to something shady. Chapter 181, The Eerie Sculpture. The Shrinking Head. Being scammed is a pretty unpleasant experience, but watching others jump into the same trap is even more frustrating. Even those standing outside the pit, when asked if it's okay in there, will inevitably smile broadly while saying it's great inside, all the while pulling others in to join them. After all, only when everyone is in the pit together will those who were originally stuck in it feel mentally balanced. Watching the old viewers smirk as they tricked the newcomers, Lin Chi's lips curled into a faint smile. He didn't say a word to warn them, but instead looked down at the headless pig carcass at his feet and silently got to work. Everyone has eaten domestic pork, but wild boar meat? I suspect that very few of you here have ever tasted it. In fact, compared to domestic pigs, wild boar meat is more tender and flavorful, and it's also more nutritious. After all, they feed on the plants and animals of the jungle, having never come into contact with any artificial feed, making them truly pure and natural, free from any contaminants. Additionally, due to their natural lifestyle, they have significantly less body fat compared to domestic pigs bred specifically for meat consumption. This means that the cholesterol content in their meat will be far lower than that of domestic pigs. Since that's the case, I think we could have an extra meal tonight. What do you say we have a whole pig feast? As soon as Lin Chi spoke, the entire live stream exploded. Holy crap, Chi Gu, I'm begging you to act like a decent person. Listen, is this even human speech? Chi Gu, enough already. You're in the wilderness, do you understand? Can you give the wilderness some respect? The wilderness doesn't care about face. Whoever wants it can have it. When you meet Chi Gu, who can save your face? Hey, the person above, your comment is spot on. TSK, you guys are just jealous. Looking at the screen filled with flying comments, Lin Shi clicked his tongue and chuckled, but I think when you say that, you're probably hoping I'll make these things for you to see. Since that's the case, I'll humbly comply. After all, we're all brothers. No need to be so formal. Which eye did you see us say that with? What the hell? A crappy streamer dares to mock us? Unfollow, unfollow. Let's all unfollow him. Friendly reminder, double tap to follow for a surprise. Hey, why are you getting so upset over nothing? Seeing this, Lin Shi hurriedly waved his hands and said. His panicked expression made the audience burst into laughter. Some newcomers, who had witnessed Lin Shi's skills earlier, couldn't help but marvel at his skill. Possessing such incredible martial arts skills yet still playfully interacting with ordinary audience members, and speaking without a trace of arrogance, how on earth did he achieve such approachable demeanor? Lin Shi had no idea what they were thinking at that moment. For him, nothing was more important than dealing with the wild boar meat. Although this wild boar wasn't as large as a domestic pig, it still weighed over 200 pounds. Fortunately, Lin Shi had brought a large backpack from Naughty Bear Outdoor, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to carry all the pork. After a lot of hard work, by the time everything was finally packed up, it was already past 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Friends, it is now a little past 2 p.m. local time, and there are less than 4 hours until sunset. It seems we need to hurry up and find a water source, or else I won't have much time left to set up camp. With his backpack already packed to the brim with various plants and wild boar meat, Lin Shi began walking briskly toward the west. In the jungle, especially in this dense rainforest where the sky was completely obscured, trying to judge the time by the sun was a rather tedious and unrewarding endeavor. After all, the canopy above is densely packed, with thick leaves blocking over 95% of the sunlight, so deep on the ground, one often doesn't feel the sun's movement. Fortunately, Lin Shi had a light screen. As he watched time tick away, Lin Shi's brows gradually furrowed. His super perception skill was activated to its fullest extent, and within a radius of a kilometer, even the slightest movement of a mouse was detected with crystal clarity. Soon, as he took another few hundred steps forward, a fresh, flowing scent suddenly filled Lin Shi's mind from the northwest. Got it! Lin Shi's eyes lit up. He hurriedly took big steps and ran toward that direction. The audience, seeing this, were all a bit surprised. What's going on? Did Chi Gu hear the sound of flowing water? Looking up at the floor above, it's clear that they didn't listen carefully earlier. Chi Gu said that relying solely on the sound of running water isn't reliable here anymore. It must be because the terrain has changed. Hey, it seems like you're right. Look at the northwest side. The terrain there seems to be gradually lowering. As they observed the changes in the terrain, the audience began to grow excited. After all, they had been traveling for so long, supposedly in search of water, but had yet to find any, which naturally made everyone worry about Lin Shi. Now, with the sudden prospect of finding water, the excitement in their hearts was clearly evident. The terrain around them began to slope downward, and as Lin Shi drew nearer, the sound of flowing water grew clearer in their ears. Even the surrounding vegetation began to grow more lush, with various water-loving plants such as water celery, water leeks, and water hyssop appearing. Seeing this, the excitement in everyone's eyes grew even more intense. Finally, as Lin Shi maneuvered around several withered trees covered in moss, a stream about half a meter deep, winding through the forest like a ribbon, came into view before everyone's eyes. Ha ha! Friends, we've finally found the water source. Lin Shi was so excited he almost jumped for joy. However, the next moment, what appeared across the stream caused Lin Shi's movements to suddenly halt. Wait, everyone, I think I've discovered something extraordinary. Look! Following Lin Shi's finger, the audience saw it too as the camera zoomed in. It looked a bit like a statue. However, since most of it is obscured by shrubs, it is not very clear to the naked eye. What is that? Could it be a totem pole erected by a local primitive tribe? I heard that they like to erect oddly shaped statues at the entrance of their tribes to ward off outsiders and wild animals. Why don't we go check it out? Maybe we'll find something interesting. Maybe we shouldn't go after all. This place looks weird, and it gives me the creeps. The audience was buzzing with chatter, some saying they should go, others saying they shouldn't. Lin Shi, however, remained unaffected by their chatter. Furrowing his brows, he stared intently at the statue, which had only half its head exposed. He activated his super perception to the fullest, but detected no signs of life. Unable to help himself, Lin Shi let out a sigh of relief. Since he had already encountered it, he might as well go take a look. After all, this was clearly a man-made object. Perhaps he could discover something of value from it. After saying that, Lin Shi took a step forward and headed toward the statue. However, as he got closer, more and more of the statue was revealed. Suddenly, what appeared before his eyes caused everyone in the livestream to gasp in shock. It was a tiny human head, no bigger than the palm of a hand, with wrinkled skin. Chapter 182, Treasure, the Blood Diamond Necklace. No! Not just one. But 5 in total. They resembled dark brown jujubes tied with 5 thin, long hemp ropes, hanging neatly in a vertical line from top to bottom on the 13-meter high totem pole. The surroundings are so quiet. Under the dim sunlight, the sudden appearance of such a thing in the dense jungle instantly shrouded the livestream with an atmosphere of terror and eeriness. Countless female viewers were already screaming in terror. While many male viewers didn't react as strongly, their eyes suddenly widened, and they instinctively leaned backward, with a cold sweat trickling down their temples. Oh my god. This. Let's get out of here quickly. This is too terrifying.